Chapter 1, Class Awakening Ceremony. Listen carefully, this is your final awakening ceremony. Those of you who fail today will spend the rest of your lives as civilians. You'll attend regular universities, work regular jobs, and live regular lives. For the next 3 months, you can still work on your physical conditioning to improve your odds, but statistically speaking, your chances are already close to zero. The instructor's words resonated in the hearts of every student in the gymnasium, including Moon, who sat near the middle of the assembled students. Next to him was his girlfriend, Sarah. Their relationship had been deteriorating recently, but today wasn't the day to think about that. Today was about awakening his class. 2 centuries had passed since the collapse, when rifts tore through reality and flooded the world with creatures that belonged in nightmares. Humanity had nearly fallen, but luckily the Age of Awakeners arrived, individuals whose bodies evolved, granting them classes and abilities that defied anything humans thought was possible outside of fantasy books. The war had been brutal, lasting decades, but eventually humanity clawed back its survival. Now the age of 18 represented a possibility, a chance to join the ranks of those who shaped the world rather than merely existed in it. We'll proceed alphabetically by first name, the instructor continued, gesturing to the crystal on the table before him. You know the drill, place your hands on the stone. If you've awakened, it will respond. If not, you know your fate. Aaron Wells. A boy from the front row stood, his legs visibly trembling as he approached the podium. Moon watched as Aaron pressed both palms against the stone surface. After a few seconds had passed, light bloomed within the sphere. The phenomenon was brilliant and sudden. A spectral shield materialized in the air beside Aaron before fading away. A powerful guardian knight class. Congratulations, Aaron. The gymnasium erupted in applause. Moon clapped along with everyone else. The more awakeners, the stronger humanity was. 3 more names were called, of which 2 were successes and 1 failure. The girl who failed walked back to her seat with her head down, and the conversations around her died to uncomfortable silence before resuming moments later, completely ignoring her existence. Moon's heart hammered against his ribs. Sarah sat perfectly still beside him with a composed expression. Sarah Vixen. Sarah stood without hesitation, smoothing down her uniform as she walked to the podium. Sarah wore black tights and a short skirt which highlighted her curves. Moon watched her go, willing the stone to respond. She was still his girlfriend, even if things had been hectic for the past few weeks. They'd been together for almost 2 years after all. Sarah placed her hands on the awakening stone. Barely a second had gone by before a soft, golden and translucent threads began to form as a phantom above her. Lifebinder class, that's a rare and powerful support class. Excellent results, Sarah. Your class is sought after by many guilds. With enough hard work, you will be able to enter the top guilds and reach great heights. Clap, clap, clap. The applause was thunderous. Normal support classes were rare and highly valued, not to mention a rare variant. Sarah would have her pick of teams, academies, and opportunities. She smiled as she returned to her seat, but Moon noticed she didn't look at him, ignoring him completely. His smile disappeared and a frown formed on his face, but before he could speak to her about it, Moon heard his own name being called. Moon Outlaw. I will talk to her later. As Moon walked to the podium, he could feel every eye in the gymnasium tracking his movement. The awakening stone sat on the table, still faintly glowing from the previous student's success. Moon stopped before it, staring at his own reflection in its shiny surface. Moon pressed his palms against the stone, which was cool to the touch and smooth like glass. Moon waited, focusing everything he had on that single point of contact, trying to feel something, anything that might indicate a response. The stone remained unresponsive under his hands, its light neither brightening nor changing. The seconds crawled past rather quickly before the instructor sighed, shaking his head. That's enough. Understanding dawned Moon. Instructor, give me just a moment. Moon stepped back. The instructor spoke with a harsh tone. He had seen this too many times and he grew frustrated when it occurred constantly. Moon's hands fell away from the stone. Awakening failed. Next, Natalie, the instructor called out. As Moon walked back to his seat, the instructor looked at his back with hidden pity. Sigh, he's an orphan and a null. He will struggle in life. Null was what they called people who failed all their awakening attempts. People with null potential and dim futures. It had started as slang among awakeners and spread until it became an insult among children and teenagers. Moon kept walking, his vision tunneling. He found his seat and sat down. Sarah looked at Moon the way someone might look at a stranger who'd stumbled in front of them on the street. Her expression was perfectly composed, but in that moment Moon understood with absolute clarity that whatever had existed between them was already over. She'd just been waiting for confirmation that he wasn't worth the effort of a proper goodbye. Moon wasn't dense enough not to understand. Sarah had prepared herself for this moment. If he failed, she would break it off. If he succeeded, she might continue, and it seemed like it was the former. Sarah turned away, redirecting her attention to the podium, where the next student was approaching the awakening stone. Moon sat in his seat and stared at nothing in particular, the instructor's voice calling out more names fading into background noise. Around him, the ceremony continued. More successes, more failures, more futures being decided in the span of seconds. The voices around Moon had become distant, underwater sounds that barely registered, until one voice cut through the fog with perfect clarity. "Sarah, want to join our party?" Marcus stood at the end of their row, one hand extended politely. Marcus carried himself with confidence and prestige fitting his background. His awakening had also drawn one of the loudest reactions of the ceremony. He had awakened a Bladestorm, a variant swordsman class known for its raw offensive power. Hearing the proposal, Sarah's expression remained neutral, but after a pause that lasted just long enough to seem deliberate, she accepted his hand and stood. "We could use someone with your talent and wits," Marcus continued, his smile widening. "Adrian's already confirmed he's joining. Lena and Mark too. With you as our lifebender, we'd have one of the strongest compositions in the entire academy. We will do amazing in the first sanctuary." The names alone carried weight. They were all powerful awakeners with strong classes that complemented each other in a team setting. Together, they'd form a party that could hold its own ground in the first sanctuary. Of course, this could only occur if they were placed in the same base. If they weren't, then they would have to wait until they headed to a more powerful base that the party could agree on. The first sanctuary was the name of the land where humans had the ability to travel to. It was a different world, where races from all over the universe fought over resources and power. Humans were one of the weakest races in the sanctuary, due to their late arrival and weak bodies. Moon watched Marcus's face, cataloging every detail of that self-satisfied smirk. Rich second-generation trash, that's what people called students like Marcus behind their backs, though never to their faces. His family owned a chain of supply stores that catered specifically to awakeners. He'd grown up around power, around success, around people who never heard the word no. Everything he wanted, he eventually got, and apparently that now included Sarah. Despite the hollow ache in his chest, despite the word null still echoing in his brain, despite the sensation that his entire future had just collapsed. Moon's expression became cold. He wouldn't give Marcus the satisfaction he wanted. Their eyes met for a fraction of a second. Moon's expression was flat, offering nothing. There was no anger, despair, or any negative emotion that Marcus would enjoy. Marcus's smirk faltered slightly, as if he'd been expecting something different and found the lack of response somehow unsatisfying. "Give me a moment, I'll join you in a minute," Sarah said, her voice quiet but audible in the brief lull of conversation around them. "Sure, take your time." Marcus's smile returned, easy and confident. He gestured to the other 3 members of his forming party, who'd gathered near the gymnasium's side exit. "We'll be over there, don't keep us waiting too long." He walked away and Moon heard laughter drift back from the group. Adrian said something inaudible, and Marcus responded with another laugh, louder this time. Sarah turned to face Moon directly for the first time since he'd failed his awakening. Moon met her gaze and waited. He knew what was coming, had known before she'd even accepted Marcus's hand. Maybe he'd known for weeks, during all those small moments when she'd pulled away and created distance. Sarah opened her mouth to speak. "Moon, we're breaking up. Live a good life and don't get into trouble." Sarah offered no explanation beyond that. Moon looked at her coldly. "Live a good life, don't get into trouble. How noble of you." Sarah, she was ending their 2-year relationship in the same gymnasium where he'd just been branded a null, surrounded by classmates who'd witnessed both humiliations, and her parting words were hollow pleasantries that someone would offer a random person they'd just met. Live a good life, as if his life hadn't just been fundamentally limited by his failure to awaken, as if the upcoming years wouldn't be spent watching people like her ascend to heights he could never reach. Don't get into trouble. The addition almost made him laugh. What trouble could a null possibly get into that would matter? He'd be sorting inventory in some warehouse or processing paperwork in some forgotten office while she was clearing rifts and making a name for herself in the first sanctuary. But what really made him realize how foolish he had been was her new party. Sarah had decided to team up with the same person who had many fights with Moon throughout the academy years. Sarah knew all of this, witnessed it. She'd even complained about Marcus once or twice in the beginning. Moon had so much he could say, about her timing choice, about the fact that she couldn't even give him the courtesy of a real conversation, just these empty words designed to make her feel like she'd done the decent thing. But he said nothing, because if he did, she'd get to walk away feeling like they'd had a proper ending, like she'd handled this maturely. Or worse, she'd get to see him hurt and take that image with her as confirmation that she'd made the right choice. He wouldn't give her either. Moon turned, walking away with no visible reaction on his face, as if nothing that had happened today mattered. Behind him, he heard Sarah's quiet exhale. Her footsteps moved in the opposite direction, toward the side exit where Marcus and his new party waited. Moon pushed through the main doors and stepped into the sun. The campus stretched out before him. Students clustered in groups across the quad, celebrating successes. Moon walked past them all, heading for the gates. Nobody called out to him and nobody tried to stop him. Chapter 2, First Sanctuary. Back in his small apartment, Moon glanced at the time with a firm but powerless gaze. To say that he wasn't overwhelmed by his failure to awaken would be a lie. How could he not be? His dreams, his ambitions of becoming an awakener had been nullified in the span of seconds, and what made everything worse was that the summoning was about to begin. There were two ways a person could enter the first sanctuary for the first time. The first was at midnight immediately following their awakening. The second was on the night after their 18th birthday, regardless of awakening status. In mere hours, Moon would be thrust into the dangerous world of the first sanctuary. The first sanctuary was no ordinary place. Even awakeners struggled to survive there, especially in the beginning. The danger wasn't inherently fatal because new arrivals typically spawned inside bases controlled and maintained by other humans. Safety existed within those walls. It was only when you ventured outside, when you stayed too long hunting monsters beyond the perimeter, that the real threats emerged. For someone like Moon, someone who hadn't awakened, the summoning served a different purpose. He'd be transported to the first sanctuary, the world would scan him, recognize his lack of potential, and send him back through one of the established portals. A formality, a final confirmation of his status as a null. Humans who didn't awaken simply returned after their brief transportation. Many portals existed between both worlds, stable gateways that those who'd already visited could use freely. Awakeners traveled back and forth regularly, treating the first sanctuary like a second home, a proving ground, a source of resources and power. But those portals were selective. Attempting to enter without the first sanctuary's recognition meant death. The portals themselves would reject an unrecognized body, tearing it apart at a molecular level. Moon had seen videos of the aftermath once back when he'd still believed he'd awaken. A careless civilian had tried to follow an awakener team through a portal as a prank. They'd found him in pieces. The summoning ritual solved that problem. When a person was naturally transported during their first summoning, something nobody could fully explain, the first sanctuary acknowledged them, scanned them, gave them an identity within its system. After that, they could enter and exit through the portals however they liked, recognized as valid entities by whatever force governed that world. Moon stared at his phone. 8:47 p.m. The summoning would occur at midnight. 3 hours and 13 minutes. His apartment felt smaller than usual, one room serving as a bedroom, living area and kitchen, a bathroom barely large enough to turn around in, cheap furniture he'd bought second-hand. It was all he could afford on his part-time wages, especially after his parents had passed 2 years ago in a rift breach. He'd thought awakening would change everything. It would give him the power to ensure that he could avenge them and he could protect people he cared about and cared about him, or so he thought. It would lift him out of this cramped existence into something better, something meaningful. Instead, he was still here, powerless, and in 3 hours, the world would confirm it officially. Moon walked to his small window and looked out over the city. Light stretched toward the horizon, thousands of people living their lives. Somewhere out there, Sarah was probably celebrating with Marcus and his party, planning their future and imagining the adventures they'd have. He closed the blinds in his eyes. "You are being summoned to the first sanctuary in 1 minute. Prepare accordingly." Moon opened his eyes as the ethereal voice entered his ears. The same voice that everyone his age and all newly awakened should be hearing at the same time across the entire world. A phenomenon that defied explanation, understood by nobody but experienced by all. He was still lying on his bed, fully clothed. He hadn't bothered changing. What was the point? 5. Let's just get this over and done with, he sighed, staring at the water-stained ceiling of his apartment. 4, 3, 2, 1, you are entering the first sanctuary. The world dissolved. It wasn't painful, but it wasn't comfortable either. Moon felt his body come apart and reform in the same instant, like being pulled through a space too small for him to fit and somehow making it through anyway. Colors bled together, then separated. Sound became texture, texture became light, and then everything snapped back into focus. Moon stood in a stone courtyard. He blinked, his vision adjusting. To his surprise, other people materialized around him in flashes of light, appearing in ones and twos. Some gasped in wonder. Others immediately looked around in fear. They were easy to identify. They were people who hadn't awakened their talents. The sky above was different from that on Earth. 2 moons hung in the darkness, one pale blue and one deep crimson, neither matching the moon from his world. Stars formed constellations he didn't recognize. This was the first sanctuary. More and more people started materializing around him, until Moon felt like nearly 1,000 people were next to him, summoned to the same courtyard. He didn't recognize anyone from his high school, nor did he want to. Then a spirit appeared in the air. She had a beautiful, curvaceous body and a smile that would topple planets rather than mere kingdoms. Without speaking, she clicked her hand after taking a quick glance at the crowd, her eyes scanning every single person like a hawk. Once her click registered in the ears of everyone present, tens of people started disappearing gradually, and Moon knew exactly what that was. The nulls are being transported back to Earth. I guess it's time, Moon thought with a bitter feeling as he closed his eyes, no longer looking at the 2 moons that he would never see again in his lifetime. Within moments, 20% of the people present were sent back to Earth. Welcome to the first sanctuary. The voice returned, clearer now, resonating not through his ears but directly in his mind. All around the courtyard, the other students stopped moving, stopped talking. their attention drawn inward to the same ethereal presence. You are the chosen ones, those deemed worthy by the world itself to walk between realities. Here in the first sanctuary, you will find both rewards beyond imagination and dangers that will test the very limits of your potential. Moon's confusion deepened with each word, chosen ones. Worthy, the voice was addressing all of them equally, making no distinction between those who had awakened and those who hadn't. Within these walls you are safe. The bases scattered across the first sanctuary serve as havens for your kind. Beyond them lie territories filled with creatures of increasing strength, resources of immense value, and mysteries waiting to be uncovered. Why was he still here? Your status panels will guide you, your abilities will grow, your choices will shape your path. Treat this world with the respect it demands and it will reward you accordingly. Chapter 3, Grim Reaper. Moon's hands began to tremble. This wasn't right. The voice was explaining the basics of the first sanctuary as if he belonged here, as if he had the same right to be present as the awakened students around him. May your journey be prosperous. Welcome once more to the first sanctuary. The presence faded, leaving behind a profound silence that was quickly filled by excited chatter. Students began comparing notes, discussing what they'd heard, marveling at their surroundings. Moon stood frozen, his mind racing. An error. It had to be an error, some terrible glitch in whatever system governed the summoning process. His luck, already abysmal today, had somehow managed to get worse. Instead of being cleanly rejected and sent home, he'd slipped through a crack, been overlooked by the mechanism that should have filtered him out. His breathing quickened and panic crept up his spine like ice water. He had no class or abilities. Essentially, he had no way to defend himself if he left the safety of this base, and from what he understood, people couldn't just leave the first sanctuary whenever they wanted on their first visit. There was a minimum duration, usually a week, before the return portals would accept a new arrival. He'd have to survive here for an entire week with nothing but his baseline human capabilities. No system interface to track his health, no skills to call upon, no power to protect him, and no food to eat. Moon's eyes moved around the courtyard. You may check your status by thinking or uttering the word status. The spirit's voice returned with this final instruction. It was common knowledge, really. Every child knew this from the moment they learned about awakeners, but hearing it directly from the spirit made Moon respond instinctively, despite knowing he had no class to display. Status, he whispered. Light coalesced before his eyes, forming into a translucent panel that only he could see. Name, Moon. Race, human. Class, classless. Level 1, 0%. Lives 1. Strength 10, Agility 12, Constitution 12, Mana 15. Attribute points 0. Skills none. Talent Grim Reaper. Class skill class slot 01. Moon stared at the panel, his mind grinding to a halt. How could he have a status while being a null? That made no sense. Nulls were rejected by the system entirely. They didn't get panels, they didn't get stats. They certainly didn't get talents or class skills. Was something wrong with the awakening orb? Had it malfunctioned? Maybe his awakening hadn't failed after all. Before he could process this revelation, the world dissolved again. This time Moon appeared inside a massive base with huge, sturdy walls. Other students materialized nearby, filling what appeared to be some sort of plaza. The architecture around was solid, defensible, unmistakably designed for safety. Moon looked around, trying to orient himself, when a girl with big round eyes and 2 ponytails approached him. She looked young, probably one of the new awakeners, and radiated nervous energy. Hey, I'm kind of new here. I just entered the first sanctuary. Can I form a team with you? She looked at Moon with an expectant gaze. Moon glanced at her for a second, his thoughts racing. Getting a team would be ideal for survival. He still didn't understand what was happening with his status, so playing it safe made sense. Besides, if she was an awakened, she wouldn't be completely helpless. Having someone with actual abilities would increase his odds dramatically. Sure, but can you give me a moment? I'm just sorting out some things. The relief on her face was immediate. Her breath that was caught suddenly left her chest. Oh, thank you. Yes, of course, take your time. She stepped back slightly, her eyes darting around the base with undisguised curiosity. Moon turned his attention back to his status panel, focusing on the entries that made no sense. Class, classless. Description, you are an anomaly. Whilst everyone is tied to a class from their birth, you are free from the restrictions of the system. You are able to learn any skill from any class based on your comprehension or from fruitful encounters. His breath caught. Learn any skill from any class. That was impossible. Classes were rigid by design. A mage couldn't learn sword techniques. A knight couldn't cast spells. The system enforced those boundaries absolutely, but apparently he had no such restrictions. His eyes moved to the next entry. Talent Grim Reaper. Description, you are the Grim Reaper. You gain 5x the lives from the beasts you kill. Moon's mind reeled. Lives were the currency of progression in the first sanctuary. When Awakeners killed monsters, they absorbed a portion of the creature's essence, gaining what the system called lives that could be used for evolving skills, trading, and most importantly, to live. The first sanctuary had multiple zones. Some zones, once you die there, you will lose a single life. But there were other zones where once you die you lose tens or even hundreds of lives. 5 times the normal amount. That wasn't just good, that was extraordinary. Most talents offered minor percentage increases or small utility benefits. This was a complete multiplicative bonus on the fundamental resource of this world. His hands shook as he focused on the final entry, Class Slot 01. Description: you are able to mirror a class you see in action for 24 hours. You gain the class skills of that class depending on your level. The class skills you gain can be turned to real skills based on your understanding and comprehension. Moon read it twice, then a third time. He could copy classes, not permanently but for 24 hours at a time. And more than that, if he understood the borrowed skills well enough, he could make them permanent, real skills that would persist even after the mirrored class expired. His failure to awaken hadn't been a failure at all. It had been something else entirely, something the awakening orb couldn't recognize because it fell outside the standard. He was an anomaly. Chapter 4, Forming a Team. After understanding his situation, Moon felt a weight lift from his chest. The crushing pressure that had been suffocating him since the ceremony began to ease. In fact, the recent events had sprouted something important in his mind. Even the person he had trusted most, the one he'd wanted to spend the rest of his life with, had abandoned him at his lowest point. The lesson was clear and brutal. He couldn't afford to trust anyone easily anymore. Thinking back about their relationship, he was the one who had tried the most. She never really tried to do much, whether it was emotional or physical support. This ordeal had shown him who would stand by his side when things went wrong, and the answer was clear: no one would. He would remember that. Moon turned back to glance at the girl who had invited him earlier but stopped short. She'd already gathered 2 other awakeners, a small group forming around her with surprising speed. She's good, Moon thought. Making connections wasn't exactly easy, especially in a place like this where everyone was sizing each other up. Yet she'd managed to assemble a whole team in the few minutes he'd been distracted. He walked over to join them. The girl's face lit up when she saw him approaching. "You're done." "Perfect timing, I found 2 more people." She gestured excitedly to the others. "We should introduce ourselves properly. I'm Selene." "Moon," he said simply. The larger of the 2 newcomers spoke next. He had a broad build, thick shoulders, and was quite tall. John, tank class, nothing fancy, just the basics. The other was a tall blonde woman, nearly matching Moon's height at around 1.8 meters. She carried herself with a certain poise, her eyes sharp and assessing. "Hey, I'm Alara, my class is an archer." Selene practically bounced on her heels. "What's your class, Moon?" "Mine is water mage." Moon didn't hesitate. "I'm a water mage." When he heard Selene, Moon had made a decision. He'd copy her class. The reasoning was straightforward. As a mage, he wouldn't need to worry about equipment. No arrows to buy or maintain like Alara would need. No heavy armor or weapons like John. Just mana, which his status showed he had 15 points of, slightly above the human average. More importantly, mages stayed in the back line. He could position himself near Selene, observe how she used her skills and learn from her technique while maintaining relative safety. And something about her suggested she wasn't simple. Not at all. The way she'd approached him gathered the others, the confidence beneath her nervous energy. "Oh," Selene's eyes widened with delight. "Another water mage, that's amazing. Do you have the same skills as?" "Why are they all gathering over there?" Moon cut in smoothly, gesturing toward a section of the hall where a large crowd was forming. Selene's attention shifted immediately following his gesture. "Oh, that's the guild area. New awakeners can try their luck getting into a guild early. If you have a desirable class, healers, mages, stuff like that, some guilds will offer initial support, resources, guidance, that kind of thing." "I see," Moon said. He studied the crowd for a moment. People pressed together, voices raised as they tried to catch the attention of guild representatives. The energy there was desperate, competitive. Everyone was trying to prove their worth, to secure an advantage that would help them survive longer. Neither John nor Alara seemed interested in joining the throng. John crossed his arms, content to observe from a distance. Alara's expression remained neutral, unbothered by the opportunity. Selene tilted her head. "None of you want to try." "Guilds come with obligations," Alara said simply. "I'd rather see what the first sanctuary is like before I commit to anything." John nodded his agreement. "Same. Rather figure things out on our own first." Moon said nothing, but internally he agreed completely. The last thing he needed was being tied to a guild, a weak one at that. Better to stay independent, at least until he understood exactly what he was capable of. Selene considered this for a moment, then shrugged. "Fair enough. I just thought I'd ask. So should we figure out what we're doing next? I heard there are basic training grounds where we can practice and get used to our abilities before venturing outside the base." The basic training ground was located inside the base itself. One of the primary benefits of having fortified bases was that stronger awakeners could capture and transport beasts back for weaker ones to practice against. Of course, this service wasn't cheap, and it benefited both parties. The strong earned money, and the weak gained crucial early experience. These training grounds allowed new awakeners to hunt contained beasts, gaining lives and experience in a controlled environment. With enough effort, you might accumulate enough experience to reach level 2 and earn additional stat points before venturing into the real dangers outside the walls. Moon had been saving money specifically for this. Getting an extra life and more stats before leaving the base wasn't just smart, it was potentially life-saving. Money could be earned back later by hunting beasts and selling equipment, but lives, once you died, that was it. There were no second chances. "I'm in," Moon said. The others didn't object. They seemed agreeable, almost eager, so the group made their way through the base's stone corridors toward the training grounds. The entrance wasn't packed. Not many could afford the fee, especially fresh arrivals who'd spent their savings just trying to survive the outside world. Moon had been fortunate to have money saved from his part-time work, combined with the modest fund he received as an orphan. Even so, he'd barely managed to scrape together enough. An awakener stood at the entrance, an older man with scarred forearms and the confidence of someone who'd survived the first sanctuary long enough to make it a career. He looked up as they approached. $10,000 per person to enter. Selene pulled out her card without hesitation, practically bouncing with excitement. John and Alara followed suit, their movements calm and unbothered. For them, the fee was clearly a minor expense. Moon felt his stomach tighten. Even though he'd prepared himself mentally for this moment, watching the others pay so casually made the weight of it real. With this $10,000 spent, he'd have only $1,000 left in his savings, $1,000 to his name in both worlds. He pulled out his card, then scanned it. The machine beeped and the transaction went through. The man gestured for them to enter. Training Ground 3 is available. You'll find contained beasts at levels 1 to 3. Start with the weakest and work your way up. You have 2 hours. Moon stepped through the entrance, his mind already calculating. He needed to use every second of these 2 hours to his full advantage. He needed to get strong enough to earn money hunting outside with the group. Otherwise, with only $1,000 left and no job to return to in his world, homelessness wasn't just a possibility, it was a certainty. Chapter 5: First Kill. Moon and the others were led deeper into the training facility, arriving at an area where beasts ranging from level 1 to level 3 were contained. The space was vast, divided into clearly marked sections with reinforced barriers separating each zone. Large signs indicated the difficulty of each area, ensuring no one accidentally wandered into something beyond their capabilities. Moon positioned himself beside Selene as they walked, deliberately keeping close. He needed to see her in action first, needed to witness her class abilities before he could mirror them and fill his empty slot. He still didn't know how, but he had a hunch that every awakener had about their class. He had a natural inclination that he needed to witness a class to be able to mirror it. The group made their way to the section marked for level 1 beasts. Inside the enclosed area, sheep-like creatures grazed peacefully, though these were far from ordinary livestock. Their horns were massive, curved and sharp, easily the length of Moon's forearm. Their bodies were lean, muscular, with patchy wool that left sections of thick hide exposed. John moved first, activating some kind of defensive skill that caused his skin to take on a faint metallic sheen. He approached one of the creatures with his fists raised. Alara hung back, summoning a basic bow that materialized from light. She then knocked an arrow and took aim at the beasts. Moon stayed near the barrier, watching. He could feel a new sensation, an awareness he hadn't possessed before, like invisible threads extending from him toward each member of his group. He instinctively understood that he could pull on any of those threads, could activate his class slot ability on John's tank class or Alara's archer class right now if he chose to. But he didn't, he simply waited, his attention fixed on Selene. Selene, however, hadn't moved to attack yet. She turned to look at him, her head tilting slightly. "Why aren't you hunting like the others? Is everything all right?" Moon nodded. "Yeah, just zoned out a little, thinking about something." Selene's response was a warm smile. "We don't have much time, let's get to work." "Right," Moon said, but still didn't move forward. Fortunately, Selene seemed to take his hesitation as simple caution. She turned her attention to the nearest beast, extending her hand. Moon watched intently as mana gathered in her palm, coalescing into a sphere of water that hovered for just a moment before launching forward and striking one of the sheep creatures directly in the side. The moment he saw the skill activate, Moon felt the invisible thread connecting him to Selene pulse with possibility. He didn't hesitate. He pulled Class Slot 1-1. Class Elemental Mage. Level 1. Skills Elemental Attack 4 Element Affinity. Duration 24 hours. New information flooded his mind like waves crashing against the seabed. He could feel it now, the pathways through which mana could flow, the shapes it could take. More details appeared as he focused on the skills themselves. 4-element affinity. Rank rare. Proficiency 0%. Details: you have low affinity to the 4 elements. Water, earth, wind, fire. Elemental attack. Rank common. Proficiency 0%. Details: you are able to conjure an elemental attack using mana and your affinity towards the element. Moon stared at the information, momentarily stunned. Selene wasn't a water mage at all. She was an elemental mage, someone with an affinity for all 4 primary elements. That wasn't just rare. Classes with multiple elemental affinities were considered exceptional, the kind that major guilds would compete to recruit. Her class was far from ordinary. It was powerful enough to make Moon question who she really was. He'd suspected she wasn't simple from the way she'd gathered their group so effortlessly, the confidence beneath her friendly demeanor. But this was beyond what he'd expected. Meeting her might have been the best stroke of luck he'd had in a long time. Moon composed himself quickly, pushing down his surprise. He needed to maintain his cover. As far as everyone else knew, he was just another water mage, nothing special. He raised his hand, mimicking the gesture he'd seen Selene make. Mana began flowing through the pathways his newly acquired class provided. Water gathered in his palm, forming into a crude sphere. It wobbled slightly, less stable than Selene's had been, but still a sphere nonetheless. Sheepbog. Level 1. Details: one of the weakest creatures with low potential, usually stays with the herd. He released it toward one of the sheep creatures. The water ball flew forward and splashed against the beast's flank. The creature bleated in surprise and turned toward him, its massive horns lowering. Not bad, Selene called out, already forming another attack. Your control looks a bit shaky though, try to compress the water more before you release it. Moon nodded, already forming another sphere, this time focusing on keeping it denser, more stable. He had 24 hours with this class, 24 hours to learn everything he could, to understand these skills deeply enough that maybe, just maybe, he could make them permanent. The sheep charged towards Moon with eyes glinting with malicious intent. Moon gathered himself and locked eyes with the sheep. He had studied enough to understand that level 1 beasts are dangerous enough to kill new awakeners, so he didn't take the sheep charging lightly. Rather, he took it seriously. Moon conjured another water ball and sent it hurling towards the charging sheep. Splash! The water crashed against the sheep, momentarily dazing it and stopping its charge completely. Moon took advantage of that momentary stun and conjured another ball of water. The water ball crashed once again, this time hitting the sheep cleanly in the head. The attacks were powerful and not to be scoffed at. Each attack weakened the sheep further. After 2 more water balls, the sheep succumbed to its injuries and fell to the ground with a wet thud. Woo! Congrats, that's your first kill, how do you feel? Selene joyfully celebrated nearby, having gained her first kill moments before Moon did. Moon flashed a victorious smile. Feels good, what about you? Moon asked, pointing at the dead sheep before her. Really good, she grinned, revealing her snow-white teeth. A notification flashed before his eyes. You have gained. Chapter 6, First Class Slot 1. You have killed a level 1 sheepbog. You have gained 5 lives. Staring at the notification flashing before his eyes, Moon felt satisfaction settle deep in his chest. He had gained the lives equivalent to 5 sheep. Things were looking promising already. What's up? Did the notification startle you? Selene appeared by his side, her voice carrying a knowing smile. Moon nodded. She laughed at his reaction. Same. Even though we're taught about the mysterious system before we even arrive, it's still different to experience it firsthand. I wonder how the system actually works. Selene didn't wait for Moon to answer before heading back to her area to hunt more sheep. The question had been rhetorical anyway. Nobody knew enough about the mysterious system and how it operated, let alone Moon, an orphan who'd only just entered the first sanctuary for the first time. Moon didn't dwell on her question. He turned his attention back to the enclosed area, scanning for another target. The more he could kill now, the more experience and lives he could accumulate. He needed to reach at least level 3 to feel safer about venturing outside the base walls with the team. Besides, fighting these beasts would give him practice using this class. The more familiar he became with the skills, the better his chances of comprehending them well enough to make them permanent. Hopefully I can comprehend one of the 2 skills I mirrored from Selene's class, Moon thought as he approached another sheep. The affinity would be incredibly useful, although I doubt I'll be able to get it. It seems like a rare skill, it's not easy to comprehend. Even if he wanted to focus on the 4-element affinity, Moon didn't know where to start. How did you comprehend an affinity? Was it about understanding the nature of the elements themselves? The way mana interacted with them, he didn't have enough information yet. For now, he'd focus on what he could control, killing beasts, gaining experience, lives, and mastering elemental attack through repetition. Another sheepbog noticed him and began its charge. Moon raised his hand, water already gathering in his palm. Moon raised his hand, then water coalesced in his palm, compressed and dense, before he launched it toward the approaching sheepbog. The creature bleated as the attack struck its shoulder but didn't slow. These beasts were tougher than they looked, their thick hides absorbing more punishment than ordinary animals ever could. Moon sidestepped the charge. Although 12 points in agility weren't much objectively, it was enough to give him a very subtle edge against a level 1 creature that didn't specialize in speed. Moon formed another water ball and released it. This one caught the sheepbug in its flank as it turned to face him again. The beast staggered, its movements growing sluggish. Moon could see the toll the attacks were having. Dark wet patches matted its sparse wool where the water had struck with force. Moon gathered mana for the third strike, focusing on maintaining the compression Selene had mentioned. The water sphere formed perfectly in his palm, stable and ready. He took aim at the creature's head where the previous strikes had left it most vulnerable. The sheepbug lowered its horns, preparing for another charge despite its injuries. Moon waited for it to commit, then released the water ball just as it began to move. Splash! The attack hit true, snapping the creature's head back. It stumbled, legs shaking, clearly on the verge of collapse. One more strike would finish it. Moon raised his hand again, mana already flowing. A furious bleat from his left startled him, different from the pained sounds of his target. This one was filled with rage. A sheepbug he hadn't accounted for charged from the side, its eyes fixed on Moon with malicious intent. This one was larger, with more developed horns. Moon was surprised by the aggression the sheepbug was displaying. He had never attacked it, which left him with one conclusion. It was most likely the mate of the sheepbug he was beating down, or simply close to the one he had been beating down just moments prior. Either way, its intent to kill him was clear. Moon's heart jumped for a brief moment. He'd been so focused on his target that he hadn't noticed the second creature approaching until the last moment. The enraged sheepbug was already too close, its horns aimed directly at his stomach. He threw himself backwards, his body moving on instinct. The horns passed inches from his stomach, close enough that he felt the displaced air. Moon hit the ground hard, rolling to absorb the impact, scrambling to put distance between himself and the charging beast. The second sheepbug turned, hooves digging into the ground as it prepared for another charge. Moon's first target was still standing nearby, swaying but alive, presenting a potential second threat if he didn't act quickly. Moon made his decision in a fraction of a second. He decided to deal with the injured sheepbug first. If he could eliminate it immediately, he'd only have to deal with one opponent rather than two. Moon pushed himself to his feet, ignoring the angry bellows of the second creature, and focused entirely on his original target. Water gathered in his palm before he released it. The water ball struck the wounded sheepbug directly in the face. The creature's legs finally gave out. It collapsed completely, its breathing stopping within seconds. You have killed a level 1 sheepbug. You have gained 5 lives. Moon didn't pause to celebrate. The enraged sheepbug was already charging again, and this time he was ready for it. He sidestepped the charge more confidently now, creating distance as the creature thundered past. Conjure the water ball, create distance and repeat. That became his rhythm. The enraged sheepbug proved more resilient than the first, its fury seeming to fuel its endurance. But Moon remained calm and collected. Each strike weakened it further. Each dodge bought him time to prepare the next attack. The creature charged again and Moon was ready. He launched another water ball, this one catching it mid-stride and disrupting its momentum. It stumbled, giving him the opening he needed. 3 more attacks followed in quick succession. The sheepbug's movements grew slower, more difficult. Its bleats turned from rage to pain. Finally, after the 6th water ball found its mark, the creature collapsed. You have killed a level 1 sheepbug. You have gained 5 lives. Moon exhaled slowly, his hands trembling slightly from the adrenaline. That had been closer than he'd liked. One moment of inattention could have resulted in those horns finding their target. The new text appeared, bright and satisfying. You have reached level 2. Strength 10, right arrow 11, agility 12, right arrow 13, constitution 12, right arrow 13, mana 15, right arrow 16. Attribute points 0. Moon felt the change immediately. His body felt lighter, stronger, and more responsive. The exhaustion from the consecutive fights faded slightly, replaced by renewed vigor. He'd crossed the first threshold. Chapter 7, First Class Slot 2. A name, Moon. A race, human. Class, classless, elemental mage, limited time. Level 2, 5%. Lives 10. Strength 11, agility 13, constitution 13, mana 16. Attribute points 0. Skills, elemental attack 4, element affinity. Talent, Grim Reaper. Class skill, class slot 1-1. Staring at his updated status, Moon felt genuine satisfaction wash over him. 10 lives already. His stats had increased across the board, but what really thrilled him was the sensation of growing stronger. The moment his level increased, he'd felt his body become more powerful. This feeling of progression, of measurable growth with each victory, was addictive in the best possible way. Moon finally understood why Awakeners spoke about the first sanctuary with such passion. It wasn't just about survival or resources, it was about this, the concrete proof that effort translates directly into power. He wanted more of it. Moon's eyes scanned the enclosed area. Several sheepbugs grazed nearby, unaware or unconcerned with the deaths of their companions. Their level 1 status made them perfect targets for grinding experience. He had limited time in this training ground. 2 hours total, and he'd already used a portion of that. He couldn't afford to wait for them to notice him. Moon approached the nearest sheepbug, water already gathering in his raised palm. The creature looked up from its grazing, eyes meeting his. Before it could react, before it could lower its horns or prepare to charge, Moon released his attack. The water bowl struck it cleanly in the side. The sheepbug bleated in surprise and pain, immediately turning aggressive. But Moon was already moving, already forming his second attack. Moon maintained his rhythm. The sheepbug charged repeatedly, each attempt growing weaker as the accumulated damage took its toll. Its movements became predictable, desperate. The fourth water bowl struck its head with a wet impact. The creature's legs buckled and it collapsed onto its side, breathing once before going still. It died quicker this time. The attribute gains are not to scoff at, Moon thought. You have killed a level 1 sheepbug. You have gained 5 lives. The notification appeared, but this time it was accompanied by something new. Additional text materialized below the kill confirmation. Elemental attack. Rank common. Proficiency 5%. Details: you are able to conjure an elemental attack using mana and your affinity towards the element, plus 5% extra damage. Moon paused, reading the information carefully. His proficiency had increased by 5%. This resulted in an additional 5% extra damage. It wasn't massive, but it was noticeable. More importantly, it proved something crucial. Skills could grow stronger through repeated use. The more he practiced, the more he fought, the more powerful his abilities would become. And if skills could improve while he had them mirrored, what would happen if he managed to comprehend them fully and make them permanent? Would they retain their proficiency level? Would he have to start from scratch? Could he continue developing a skill indefinitely once it became truly his? These were questions for later. Right now, he needed to maximize every second of his remaining time in the training ground. Moon turned his attention to another sheepbug grazing about 10 meters away. Water was already gathering in his palm before he'd fully committed to the target. The process felt smoother now. The mana responded to his intent with less resistance, and the compression happened almost automatically. The skill improvement wasn't just numbers on a screen. He could feel the difference in how the mana flowed through the pathways his carpid class provided. 15 lives total now. He was accumulating resources at 5 times the rate of normal awakeners, and none of them would ever know. This power, this anomaly that the system had granted him, was his secret, his advantage. The world had branded him a null. Those he knew had laughed at him, had abandoned him at his lowest point. He released the water ball. It shot forward with slightly more force than his previous attempts, the increased proficiency already evident. The attack struck the sheepbug squarely in the head, and the creature bellowed in pain and rage. Moon was already moving, preparing his next strike, settling into the rhythm that was becoming second nature. Once the 2 hours passed, the tokens they'd been given at the entrance began vibrating with increasing intensity. Workers stationed around the training grounds immediately called out for Moon's group to stop hunting. Your time is up. Start making your way out. Any additional attack from this point on will be counted as a breach of the contract, and you will be charged heavily. Moon and the others were escorted back through the facility, past the reinforced barriers and labeled sections, until they emerged into the main corridor of the base. Outside the training grounds, their group naturally gathered together to compare results. Level 3, Selene announced proudly, practically glowing with satisfaction. 75% toward level 4, how about everyone else? Level 3, 67%, John said, flexing his arms experimentally. The stat increases had clearly made a difference internally. Level 3, 65%, Alara added. All eyes turned to Moon. Level 3, 15%, he said simply. Alara looked at the Moon before asking, "Oh, you're a bit behind, did something happen? Were the sheepbugs giving you trouble?" Moon shook his head. "No, nothing like that, just took me a bit longer to get into the rhythm." Unlike him, Selene and the others had spent hours experimenting with their newly awakened abilities before the summoning. They'd come from families with resources, with knowledge about how to prepare. Moon had entered the first sanctuary with literally zero experience using any class because he thought he had none. Despite being behind them in level progression, Moon felt perfectly content with his results. What they didn't know, what they couldn't know, was that he had far more lives accumulated than any of them. 25 lives total now. Talents or classes that could increase or manipulate lives were simply unheard of. In all the documentation Moon had read, all the stories he'd heard, talents were known to be supportive at best. They were meant to offer small utility benefits, hence the reason classes were the true awakening of awakeners, not their talents. His talent was law-breaking by comparison, a 5 times multiplier on the fundamental resource of this world. Chapter 8, Buying Equipment. Even Selene, with her incredibly rare and powerful elemental mage class, wouldn't have a talent anywhere near this potent. Classes and talents operated on different scales. A person might have an exceptional class and a mediocre talent, or vice versa. The system distributed advantages unevenly. Moon had gotten extraordinarily lucky with his talent, even if his class situation was unconventional. After they finished sharing their experiences and discussing which skills had proven most effective, Selene's eyes lit up with fresh enthusiasm. Looking at each of them in turn, she said, "So, do you guys want to go on a real hunt now, outside the base?" There was a moment of silence as the questions settled between them. Going outside meant real danger. There were no safety barriers, no workers to intervene if things went wrong. Death became a genuine possibility rather than a distant concern. John nodded without hesitation. "I'm ready, that's why we're here. I currently have a few lives in stock, so it should be fine if we don't venture into any zones with a high penalty." Alara's agreement came just as quickly. "Same, the training grounds were useful, but we need actual combat experience." Moon met Selene's gaze and nodded as well. He had 25 lives, 3 levels, and a carpid class that was growing stronger with every use. More importantly, staying safe meant staying weak. He couldn't afford weakness. Not with only $1,000 to his name and a future that depended entirely on what he could accomplish here. "Let's go," he said. Selene's grin widened, excitement radiating in heatwaves from her body language. "Perfect, let's gear up and head out. I saw some people selling basic equipment near the main gate. We should at least get some weapons and maybe a few healing supplies before we leave." The group began walking toward the base's commercial district, their footsteps echoing through the stone corridors. Moon walked with them, his mind already calculating how much money he would have left once he bought some equipment or if she bought some at all. In the first sanctuary, magical weapons from Earth were not allowed in and vice versa. The mechanism was special since the sanctuary allowed humans to enter or leave with things like cash, clothes, etc. So even the heirs of the wealthiest needed to buy equipment from the first sanctuary itself. Moon walked with them, his mind already calculating how much money he would have left once he bought equipment, or if he should buy any at all. In the first sanctuary, magical weapons and equipment from Earth were not allowed through, and vice versa. The mechanism was peculiar and selective. The sanctuary allowed humans to enter and leave with things like cash, clothes, and personal items, but anything imbued with power or designed for combat was rejected by the portals. Even the heirs of the wealthiest families needed to purchase their equipment directly from the merchants of the first sanctuary itself. It was one of the few areas where everyone started on relatively equal footing. The commercial district near the main gate was bustling with activity. Stalls and small shops lined the stone corridors, their wares displayed prominently. Weapons, armor, potions, tools, all crafted within the sanctuary and priced in Earth currency that retained its value here. Just like everyone else, most of the Awakeners lived on Earth but mainly used the first sanctuary as a place to gather money for their family. The ability to move cash between both worlds allowed for Earth currency to retain its value. Of course, there were other currencies like beast cores, but this wasn't something that an orphan like Moon had his hands on. Beast cores were mainly used to create magical weapons. In their nature, these cores contain an abundance of energy that can be used to amplify or refine magical weapons. The others began browsing immediately, their purchases reflecting their preparation and resources. Alara, having already bought a bow before entering their team, skipped the weapon stalls entirely. She stopped at a fletcher's stand and purchased several bundles of arrows, inspecting the fletching and tips with an expert's eye before handing over the money. Selene moved through the district with a clear purpose, stopping at multiple vendors. She emerged with a mage's robe in deep blue, a wooden staff carved with flowing patterns, and several healing potions that glowed faintly in their glass vials. The total must have been substantial, but she paid without hesitation. John's purchases were the most considering he was a tank. He bought a full-body armor that covered him from neck to shin, a large shield emblazoned with a simple design, and a one-handed sword with a straight, sharp blade. He looked every bit the tank his class suggested, ready to stand on the front line. Moon approached the armor stalls with considerably less confidence. He had $1,000 remaining, so every purchase mattered. He settled on the most basic option available, lightweight armor that consisted of reinforced leather covering his chest and shoulders. The armor had no helmet or greaves. It provided just enough protection to potentially save him from a glancing blow without restricting his movement. The cost was $500, leaving him with half the amount only. Lightweight armor. Rank common. Details: a basic armor that provides minimal protection and offers high mobility to move in without restriction. Half his remaining money was gone in an instant, but it was necessary on multiple grounds. Going outside without any protection at all would be suicidal. He was fastening the straps when Selene approached, moving close enough that her voice wouldn't be heard by the others. "Do you need some money?" she whispered near his ear. "I can help you out if you want. You can pay me back later." The offer was delivered carefully, quietly, to avoid embarrassing him in front of John and Alara. It was a considerate gesture, a kind one at that, but Moon couldn't accept it. Accepting money meant creating a debt, a connection, a vulnerability. It meant appearing weak, dependent, and someone who needed charity. He'd already lost everything once by trusting the wrong person, by allowing himself to be in a position where others held power over him. He wouldn't make that mistake again. Moon shook his head, keeping his expression neutral. No, it's all right. I've already bought some things before coming here. Thanks for the offer. Selini's face turned to one of understanding, then concern that she'd overstepped her boundaries. Sorry if I offended you. I didn't mean to assume anything. None taken, Moon replied evenly. Selini nodded, accepting his response without pushing further. She stepped back, giving him space, and rejoined John and Alara, who were comparing their new equipment. Moon adjusted the straps on his lightweight armor one final time, making sure it sat properly. The group finished their preparations and began moving toward the main gate, where the entrance to the wider sanctuary waited beyond the safety of the base walls. Chapter 9, Out on a Hunt 1. Arriving at the gates, another group intercepted them before they could pass through. There were 5 of them, all looking noticeably more experienced than Moon's group. Their equipment showed signs of use, scuff marks on armor. They were obviously not part of the same batch that Moon and the others came in. A tall man with short-cropped hair stepped forward, his eyes scanning Moon's group. He wore medium armor and had a longsword strapped to his hip. He appeared to be in his late teens, 19 maybe. His gaze lingered on Selini. Hey there, you 4 look like you're about to head out for the first time. Selini glanced at everyone for a moment. Seeing no response, she positioned herself as the de facto spokesperson. We are indeed. Thought so, the man gestured to his group behind him. My name's Derek. We've been here for some time now and we cleared a few zones. Most of us are level 5. We're heading out to farm some level 2 and 3 beasts in the eastern woodlands. Generally, it's a safer area, good for newer groups to get their feet wet and all. One of Derek's companions, a woman with her hair tied back and a bow across her shoulders, added, The thing is, we're short of a teammate. Our team member had to return to Earth for personal reasons. When we saw your group, we figured we'd ask if you wanted to join up. Strength in numbers, you know. Derek nodded. We'd split the loot fairly based on contribution. You'd get experience, safety, and we'd have more flexibility with a larger group. It's a win-win situation, what do you say? Selini's expression remained polite. That's generous of you to offer. Not at all, Derek said with an easy smile. Eastern woodlands are relatively safe, but things can still go wrong. An extra mage, a tank, and archer, that improves everyone's odds. His eyes moved across Moon's group again, cataloging their classes based on their equipment. What do you say? Better than going out alone on your first run. The woman with the bow leaned in slightly. No pressure, but we're leaving in about 5 minutes. The good hunting spots get crowded if you wait too long. Selini glanced back at John, Alara, and Moon. Her expression was thoughtful, weighing the offer. The silence stretched for a moment as she considered. Can you give us a second to discuss? Selini asked. Sure, take your time, Derek said, stepping back slightly. We'll be right over there. His group moved a few meters away, giving them space but remaining within sight. Selini turned to face the others, her voice dropping low. What do you think? John crossed his arms, his brow furrowed slightly. I mean, they seem legitimate. Level 5 is only 2 levels above us, and they've been here a week, so they know the terrain better than we do. Alara's response was more measured. The eastern woodlands could be a good starting point, but why approach us specifically? There are other new groups here. Moon spoke up, his voice quiet but firm. It's convenient timing. They show up right as we're about to leave. They're missing exactly 1 role and they know exactly where to take us. He looked at Derek's group, who were chatting among themselves. Doesn't it seem a bit too perfect? Selini tilted her head, considering his words. What are you thinking? That it's some kind of trap. I'm thinking we don't know them, we don't know their intentions. Yes, they're only level 5, but that's still an advantage if things go wrong, and we'd be following them to wherever they want to take us. John shook his head slightly. Moon, I get being cautious, but they're not that much stronger than us. If they wanted to do something, it wouldn't be worth the risk for them either. We're all awakeners here. It's not like they can just rob us without consequences. Besides, aren't we all in the same boat? We never knew each other before this, so you can apply the same principle to our gathering. Alara agreed with John and added her own. Besides, the eastern woodlands is a known area. Other groups hunt there too. It's not some isolated place where they could do whatever they wanted. She paused. And honestly, having experienced people guide us on our first outing isn't a bad thing. We could learn from watching them. Selini looked at Moon directly. I understand your concerns, but they have a point. The difference between level 3 and level 5 isn't massive, and if we're worried about safety, having more people actually helps us, not them. Moon remained silent for a moment. Everything they said made logical sense. The level gap wasn't insurmountable, the location was public and the reasoning was sound, but logic didn't erase the instinct telling him to be careful. Still, refusing outright would make him look paranoid. It would also create friction with his new group. He needed this group, at least until he understood more about how the first sanctuary worked and how his own class worked. All right. John clapped his hands together once. All right then, let's do it. Ilara simply nodded her agreement. Selene turned back toward Derek's group and walked over. Moon followed with the others, his eyes keeping track of where each member of Derek's group positioned themselves. We're in, Selene said. Derek's smile widened. Great choice. You won't regret it. Eastern Woodlands have good spawns and will make sure you get your share of the experience. He gestured toward the gate. Let's move out then. Stay close once we're outside. The path is safe, but no point taking chances. As they walked toward the massive gates that separated the base from the wilderness beyond, Moon stayed near the back of the group, his eyes moving constantly. Chapter 10, Out on a Hunt 2. Moon and his group continued walking, passing through the massive gates. Beyond the walls, the world transformed. The orderly stone of the base gave way to a wilderness. Trees rose in the distance, and large rocks were seen every now and then. The atmosphere was different in the wilderness. With danger lurking in the shadows, it was difficult not to be on guard, especially as a newbie. Derek led from the front, his group interspersed with Moon's as they followed a path heading east. As they walked, the older awakeners began sharing their own stories. With a self-deprecating laugh, Derek began. You know, a week ago we thought we'd conquer this place, had it all figured out in our heads. We'd awaken, come here, hunt some monsters, get rich and powerful. Simple, right? One of his companions, a stocky man with a battle axe strapped to his back, shook his head ruefully. Then we actually left the base. The first beast we encountered was a level 3 razorwolf. The thing moved so fast we barely saw it coming. Nearly took Marcus's arm off before we managed to bring it down by using all of our strength. Everything's faster, stronger, more aggressive than you expect, another member added, a thin man with twin daggers. The training grounds give you basics, but out here, the beasts actually want to kill you. They hunt in packs sometimes. They are very familiar with their terrain and use it for their own advantage. It's not like fighting sheep in a pen. Derek glanced back at Selene. Not trying to scare you, just want you to understand what you're walking into. Stay sharp, follow instructions, and you'll be fine. John seemed engaged, asking questions about their tank's tactics and how to position properly. Ilara walked alongside the archer woman, discussing sight lines and arrow conservation. Selene chatted with Derek, her natural friendliness drawing out more details about the eastern woodlands. Moon stayed toward the back, silent. He noticed the girl with the bow, the one who'd spoken earlier about needing a healer, glance back at him. A moment later, she slowed her pace, letting the others pull ahead until she matched his stride at the rear of the group. She flashed Moon a soft smile before greeting him. Hey, I'm Iris, by the way. Don't think we properly introduced ourselves. Moon, that's quite the unique name, I like it. She adjusted the bow on her shoulder. So what class did you awaken? I'm guessing an assassin based on the light armor and no visible weapon. Mage, Moon said shortly. Oh, nice range damage, good control potential. Iris smiled. We could probably coordinate well. I usually open with arrows to draw aggro, then mages follow up while the target's focused on me or the tank. You ever think about tactics like that? Not really. The shortness of his answer didn't deter her. What made you decide to come out so quickly? I mean, most people spend at least a day in the base, getting oriented. Seemed like the logical thing to do. Iris laughed lightly. Fair enough. Not much point sitting around when you could be getting stronger, right? She paused, then asked, what are you hoping to accomplish here, like long-term? Do you want to join a guild eventually, go independent, make a name for yourself by reaching the second sanctuary? Haven't decided yet. Moon kept his eyes on the path ahead, on the positioning of Derek's group, on the tree line that was growing closer with each step. Iris studied him for a moment, her smile fading slightly. You're not much of a talker, huh? Not particularly. That's fine, she said, though her tone suggested she was reconsidering her approach. Just thought it'd be good to get to know each other since we're hunting together. Communication helps when things get dangerous. Moon finally looked at her directly. I'll communicate when it matters. Iris held his gaze for a second, then nodded slowly. All right, fair enough. She didn't speed up to rejoin the others, but she stopped asking questions, the conversation dying into silence. Moon was fine with that. He didn't need to make friends, nor did he need to share his story or his ambitions, especially with a member of a group he had just met moments earlier. The tree line grew closer. Derek raised his hand, signaling for the group to slow down. The eastern woodland is just ahead. From here on, stay alert. Keep noise to a minimum. We're entering the hunting territory. A few moments later, the group was officially within the eastern woodlands, one of the many areas that newer awakeners used to grow stronger. Sounds of combat echoed through the surrounding forest. The clash of steel against hide, the crackle of elemental magic shouted warnings and coordinated calls. It was a popular hunting spot with multiple groups spread throughout the territory, each carving out its own patch of wilderness to farm. Moon could hear them from afar but rarely saw them. The trees were thick enough to provide natural barriers between groups, offering the illusion of isolation. Everyone here had the same goal: survive their encounters and grow stronger. Kill before being killed. This was the natural law of the first sanctuary, the fundamental truth that governed existence in this world. Defeat others and grow stronger, or be defeated and lose everything. The path Derek led them down was well-worn, packed dirt marked by countless footsteps. Branches overhead filtered the light from the two moons, casting everything in an otherworldly glow. At the front of the group, one of the members of Derek's team, the scout, raised his hand. Seeing the signal, Derek immediately made the group halt at once. "Razorwolf pack ahead," he whispered, pointing through a gap in the trees. 3 of them, level 4. Standard formation, tanks up front, ranged in back. Iris and, he glanced at Selene. "What was your name again?" "Selene." "Selene, you two focus fire on the one I mark. John, you're with Marcus on the front line. Split their attention. Everyone else, watch for strays and be ready to adapt." Derek's eyes finally landed on Moon, as if only just remembering he was there. "You two, just be careful not to die." Chapter 11, Wolf Pack. The group began moving into position to tackle the incoming group of wolves. Through the trees, Moon could make out the shapes Derek had indicated. 3 wolf-like creatures, larger than any natural wolf from the old times, with fur that can withstand swords. Their fangs were visible even from this distance, elongated and sharp, exactly as their name suggested. They were feeding on something, tearing into a carcass with focused intensity. Derek raised his hand, preparing to give the signal. Moon positioned himself near Selene, his mind already running through various scenarios. 3 level 4 beasts. The math favored them heavily, but numbers meant nothing if coordination failed or if someone panicked. His hand moved through the motion of gathering mana, preparing to form a water bowl the moment combat began. Derek's hand dropped. "Now." The whole team moved in coordination with the command. The 3 wolves darted between trees the moment they detected the group, using the thick trunks as natural barriers to close the distance while minimizing their exposure. The wolves were smart. They didn't lunge blindly at Moon's team in a suicidal charge. Rather, they were sly and calculated. Derek reacted immediately, his sword already drawn. Marcus, intercept left, John, support center. The main tank, Marcus, moved with no fear. He slammed his shield into the ground, and a translucent barrier of energy expanded outward, cutting off the leftmost wolf's approach. The creature snarled, forced to redirect. John rushed forward to support, positioning himself slightly behind Marcus. His role became immediately clear. He wasn't the primary tank but a secondary line of defense, ready to catch anything that slipped past or to reinforce where needed. "Iris, focus fire on the center one," Derek shouted, his sword flashing as he engaged the rightmost wolf that had broken through. Iris drew her bowstring back in one fluid motion. She released it, and the arrow struck the center wolf mid-stride, punching through its shoulder. The creature yelped but didn't slow its approach. Selene raised her new staff, mana gathering at its tip. A spear of compressed water formed and launched forward, following Iris's arrow. It struck the same wolf in its flank, the impact causing it to stumble. Moon positioned himself slightly to Selene's left, his angle giving him a clear line of sight to the wolves while keeping his back away from the older group's members. His eyes moved constantly, tracking the wolves, monitoring Derek's team positions and noting exit routes through the trees. He formed a water ball and released it toward the center wolf, adding his damage to Selene and Iris's barrage. The attack struck true, crashing against the creature's head just as it tried to recover from the previous hits. The wolves were strong. They moved with frightening speed and coordination, their fur seeming to deflect some of the damage from glancing blows. But Derek's team was experienced. Marcus held the left wolf's attention, his shield absorbing vicious bites and claw strikes. Derek danced around the right wolf, his sword finding gaps in its defense. The thin man with twin daggers appeared from the wolf's blind spot, his blades flashing across its hind leg. The center wolf, taking the concentrated fire from 3 ranged attackers, began to falter. Another arrow from Iris, another water spear from Selene, another water ball from the moon. The creature's legs buckled. Derek's stocky companion with the battle axe rushed in, bringing his weapon down in a devastating overhead strike that crushed the wolf's skull. "You have killed a level 4 razor wolf. You have gained 10 lives. The notification appeared in Moon's vision. A soft smile formed on his face. To gain so many lives whilst in a group was truly a great benefit. Rewards such as experience or lives were distributed by the system based on contribution. Compared to the others, he had the lowest contribution. Yet he might have gotten the highest lives whilst making the lowest contribution, all due to his talent. With the center wolf down, the fight shifted rapidly. Iris and Selene redirected their attacks to support Marcus, the left wolf, now taking damage from multiple sources while still being locked down by Marcus's defensive skills, lasted less than 10 seconds. Derek finished his opponent with a thrust through its throat. Whoosh. The entire fight had taken maybe 2 minutes. Derek straightened, wiping his blade on the wolf's fur. Good work, everyone, that's how it's done. Moon's eyes continued scanning the surroundings even as the others began to relax. Throughout the entire fight, he'd maintained awareness of every person's position. He'd noted how the older group moved, how they communicated with subtle gestures and timing, and he'd made certain that he never gave his back to any of them, never put himself in a position where someone could strike without him seeing it coming. The wolves were dead, but Moon's vigilance wasn't. Derek sheathed his sword and turned to Moon's group with an approving nod. Not bad at all for your first real fight. Selene, your timing was excellent. Those attacks hit exactly when they needed to. He looked at John. And you, solid positioning, knew when to hold back and when to support. That's good instinct for a tank. His eyes moved to Alara. Your accuracy is impressive, every arrow counted. Then his gaze swept past Moon as if he wasn't there, moving on to address the group as a whole. You all did well, keep that up and you'll survive out here just fine. Moon noticed the deliberate omission, but showed nothing on his face. Selene, still catching her breath from the fight, asked, how many lives do you lose if you die in the eastern woodlands? Derek's expression grew more serious. Depends on the area. Where we are right now, 2 lives per death. It's one of the safer zones, relatively speaking. He gestured vaguely toward the deeper parts of the forest. Venture further in where the level 5 and 6 beasts spawn. You're looking at 4 or 5 lives lost. I heard from older awakeners that there are areas in these woodlands where death costs 10 lives or more. 10, John's eyes widened slightly. Or more, Derek confirmed. The deeper you go, the higher the stakes. That's why we stick to areas we can handle. No point getting greedy and losing everything. Moon absorbed this information silently, already running calculations. He pulled up his status, the translucent panel appearing before his eyes where only he could see it. Name, Moon. Race, human. Class, classless, elemental mage, limited time. Level 3, 25%. Lives, 45. Strength, 12, agility, 14, constitution, 14, mana, 17. Attribute points, 0. Skills, elemental attack, 4 element affinity. Talent, Grim Reaper. Class skill, class slot, 1-1. 45 lives. In this area where death cost 2 lives, he could die 22 times before being permanently gone, 22 chances. Meanwhile, others in his group, Selene included, probably had around 10 lives at most, maybe 12 if they'd been particularly efficient in the training grounds. For them, 5 deaths would mean complete erasure. For Moon, 5 deaths would barely make a dent in his reserves. The disparity was staggering, and it gave him a safety net that no one else possessed. He could take risks others couldn't afford, could push further, fight harder, make mistakes and learn from them without the same fear of permanent consequences, but he'd never let anyone know that. The moment people understood how many lives he had, questions would follow. How did you accumulate so many? What's your secret? Can you share it? No, this was his advantage and it would remain hidden. 2 lives doesn't sound too bad, John said, though his voice carried uncertainty. It's not compared to other areas, Derek agreed, but losing even 2 lives hurts. That's resources you could have used for enhancement, trading, other opportunities. Death is never cheap, even in the safer zones. Iris was already moving toward the wolf corpses, pulling out a knife. Might as well harvest what we can. Razorwolf pelts sell decently in the base. The group began the post-battle routine of harvesting materials, their conversation turning to what they'd do with their earnings. Moon stayed at the periphery, his eyes still scanning the treeline, his awareness still tracking every member of both groups. Chapter 12, Hunting Deeper in the Eastern Woodlands. As they continued deeper into the eastern woodlands, the sounds of combat grew more distant. The path narrowed, forcing the group into a tighter formation. Then, through the trees ahead, another group appeared, moving in the opposite direction, heading back toward the base. Derek stopped immediately, his entire being changing. His confidence evaporated and he appeared tense. Marcus and the others in his group straightened, their eyes dropping to avoid direct contact. The approaching group was impossible to miss. There were 5 awakeners, all radiating a powerful aura. Their equipment was immaculate, clearly high-grade gear that must have cost a fortune. But it was the man in the center who drew the eye. Red hair, vivid as fresh blood, fell to his shoulders. He wore long robes that matched his hair. His expression was utterly aloof, his gaze fixed straight ahead, not even acknowledging that Derek's group or Moon's group existed. Whether it was arrogance or not wasn't clear. But one thing was clear, their group didn't entice him or make him feel threatened in any way, as if they were too low to acknowledge. His 4 companions moved around him, clearly accustomed to their roles. A shield bearer walked slightly ahead. 2 damage dealers flanked the sides. A support class brought up the rear. All of them looked formidable, but none of them carried the same presence as the red-haired man. Derek and his group pressed to the side of the path, making room. None of them made eye contact. John and Ilara seemed confused by the reaction but followed suit instinctively. Seleni's expression only showed curiosity, whilst Moon's was unreadable. The group passed without slowing, without speaking, without acknowledging anyone's existence. The red-haired man's eyes never moved from the path ahead, as if Derek's group and Moon's group were simply part of the landscape. His footsteps were silent despite his boots. The air around him felt warmer, charged with something that made Moon's skin prickle. Then they were gone, disappearing into the forest behind them, heading back toward the base with whatever spoils they'd claimed from the deeper territories. Derek released a breath he'd been holding. The tension in his shoulders eased slightly, though he still looked unsettled. Who were they? Selene asked quietly. Derek waited another few seconds, as if making sure the group was truly out of earshot before answering. Those were the Midnight Hunters. They entered the sanctuary at the same time as us, part of the same summoning batch. Same time as you. John's eyebrows rose, but they looked like they're on a completely different level, Derek finished, because they are. They've already reached level 10. They're hunting in the deep forest, areas where the beasts are level 10, 11, maybe higher, places where we wouldn't last a minute. Marcus shook his head with something like awe. A week. They've been here the same amount of time as us and they're level 10. We're barely level 5. Did you see the one with the red hair? Derek continued, his voice dropping further. That's Cale Glassy, the sole inheritor of the Glassy group. John's eyes widened. The Glassy group, the same. The same one, Derek confirmed. His father is one of the most powerful businessmen in the Second Sanctuary, controls multiple bases, has trade routes across half the known territories, holds resources most people can't even imagine. Iris added, word is he's powering through the levels like they're nothing. At this rate, he'll reach the Second Sanctuary in a few years, maybe less if he has a good run. Most Awakeners take a decade or more to make that transition. And his class? Selene asked. Derek glanced back in the direction Cale had gone, as if worried the man might somehow hear them. Nobody knows exactly what it is, but the gossip says it's something incredibly powerful related to fire. But who knows? Derek shrugged. Moon turned slowly, looking back down the path where Cale's group had disappeared. The red-haired man's back was just barely visible through the trees, moving with that same unhurried confidence, never looking back, never acknowledging the world behind him. Something about that absolute disregard stirred something cold in Moon's chest. He wanted to be like that, to walk without worrying about the people behind him. That was what real power looked like, the kind that made others step aside without a word, the kind that existed on a completely different plane from people like Sarah or Marcus. At level 3, with a copied class that would expire in less than 20 hours, the gap between him and someone like Cale Glassy was incomprehensible. But gaps could be closed, power could be gained, lives could be accumulated. Moon turned back to face forward, his expression unchanged. Let's keep moving, Derek said, breaking the moment. We've still got hunting to do. The group continued hunting, moving through the eastern woodlands. Beast after beast fell to their attacks. Razor wolves, horned boars with tusks like spears, and even a lone serpent creature that had dropped from the trees before Iris put 3 arrows through its skull. Derek's team maintained their leadership, calling out targets, managing aggro, and ensuring everyone got their share of the kills. Moon's group followed their lead, gradually finding their own rhythm within the larger formation. After 2 hours of looking for targets and engaging in combat, the notifications came. You have reached level 4. Selene let out a delighted laugh, her fatigue momentarily forgotten. Level 4, finally. John grinned, flexing his arms as the stat increases took effect. Same here. I can feel the difference already. Ilara simply nodded, though her satisfied expression spoke volumes. Level 4, not bad for our first real outing. All 3 of them had crossed the threshold, their experience bars filling from the combination of training ground kills and hours of hunting actual threats. Derek's guidance had kept them in areas with appropriate level beasts, maximizing their growth without pushing into genuinely dangerous territory. Moon remained silent, checking his own status. A name, Moon. A race, human. Class, classless, elemental mage, limited time. Level 3, 92%. Lives, 75. Strength 12, Agility 14, Constitution 14, Mana 17. Attribute points 0. Skills, Elemental Attack 4, Element Affinity. Talent, Grim Reaper. Class skill, class slot 1-1. Moon was tantalizingly close to level 4, but not quite there. He'd contributed to every fight, landed his attacks consistently, but remained just shy of the threshold his teammates had crossed because of his previous setback. More importantly, though, were his lives, 75. While the others had likely gained somewhere between 10 and 20 lives total from all their kills combined, Moon had accumulated 75. Every beast that fell added 5 times the normal amount to his reserves. With 2 lives lost per death in this area, he could now die 37 times before permanent erasure. 37 chances. The number was absurd, excessive, the kind of safety net that would fundamentally change how someone approached risk. But Moon kept his expression neutral, showing nothing of the calculations running through his mind. Derek noticed their level-ups and nodded approvingly. Congratulations, level 4 is a good milestone, you're officially past the complete beginner stage. He glanced at Moon. You'll hit it soon enough. Probably 1 or 2 more kills. Moon nodded, probably. We should think about heading back soon, Marcus said, looking at the position of the 2 moons. We've been out here for hours, don't want to push our luck. Derek considered this, then looked at Moon's group. What do you think? Want to hunt a bit more or call it here? Selene glanced at Moon, John, and Alara. I'm good to keep going if everyone else is, we're all doing well. John nodded his agreement. Alara simply said, I can continue. All eyes turned to Moon. He was 8% away from level 4. One good fight would push him over, and more importantly, every additional beast meant 5 more lives added to his growing reserves. I can keep going, Moon said. Derek smiled. All right then. Let's find you one more good fight to cap off the day, then we head back, sell our materials and split the profits. Sound good? The group murmured their agreement and continued deeper into the eastern woodlands. Chapter 13, A Hidden Surprise. As they walked deeper into the zone, a notification suddenly materialized before Moon's eyes. You've entered a zone where death is punished by 5 lives. Everyone received the same notification, and their reaction was apparent. Their expressions turned grim and their movements became more cautious. Derek noticed the change in atmosphere and quickly raised his hand. It's okay, everyone, don't panic, we're at the edge of this zone. The monsters here won't be as powerful as the ones deeper in. We'll just get one good kill, then head straight back, simple. His words carried weak reassurance, but the group nodded, accepting his command. They had little choice, they'd come this far already. The risk had doubled from 2 lives to 5. The rewards remained unclear. Everyone tighten the formation, Derek ordered, his voice dropping to barely above a whisper. Stay close and maintain your positions. We're looking for a single target, something isolated we can take down quickly without alerting other monsters in the area. The group compressed, weapons ready, eyes scanning the forest. They moved like this for several minutes, careful to avoid alerting any beasts to their presence, hunting for prey while simultaneously trying not to become prey themselves. Then something strange occurred. A small circle of energy appeared in space, circular and spinning. It formed directly in their path, light poured from within it. It was disorienting and impossible to look away from. What the Derek started, the portal expanded with terrifying speed. Before anyone could react, before anyone could retreat or brace themselves, an overwhelming force seized them all. Moon felt his body yanked forward as if caught by an invisible hand. His feet left the ground and the world blurred as he was sucked into the mysterious force. Screams erupted from the group, but they were cut short as they were pulled through. Moon's vision went white, then dark, then flooded with color he had no names for. After a short while the sensations stopped. Thud, Moon hit solid ground, stumbling forward before catching himself. The others materialized around him in similar states of disarray, some falling to their knees, others barely staying upright. The eastern woodlands were gone. They stood on a mountain surrounded by ice and snow in every direction. The temperature hit Moon instantly, and the cold was so intense it threatened to burn his exposed skin. Wind howled across the barren landscape, carrying stinging particles of ice that felt like needles against his face. The mountains stretched endlessly in all directions, peaks rising into a sky that showed neither the familiar 2 moons nor stars, just a swirling vortex of pale blue and white that seemed to pulse with its own frigid light. Snow piled in massive drifts, some taller than a person. The snow beneath their feet was treacherous and unforgiving. Their breath came out in visible clouds, freezing almost instantly in the brutal air. You have entered a hidden realm. 30 lives will be lost per death. The words hung in Moon's vision like a death sentence. 30 lives per death. Around him, faces drained of what little color the cold hadn't already stolen. Ilara's hand went to her mouth, her entire body already shaking from the temperature. John's earlier confidence evaporated entirely as he wrapped his arms around himself. Selene's lips were already turning blue, her gear offering almost no protection against the elements. Even Derek's team, the experienced ones who'd been guiding them, looked shaken to their core. Marcus's shield wouldn't help against this cold. Iris's bow was already stiffening in her grip. Shit. Derek's voice came out hoarse, his breath creating clouds of frost. We were pulled into a hidden realm. He swallowed hard, his entire body tensing against the cold that was already seeping through their clothes. Moon understood immediately why the reaction was so severe. Hidden realms were legendary among awakeners, places that existed outside normal space, pocket dimensions that offered incredible rewards to those who could clear them. Powerful artifacts, rare materials, massive amounts of lives and experience. but the danger matched or exceeded the rewards. Hidden realms were designed for experienced awakeners, people at level 10, 15, 20 or higher. The monsters inside were proportionally stronger, the death penalties proportionally harsher. For new awakeners like them, barely scraping level 4 and 5, their chances of returning alive were effectively zero. Moon pulled up his status, his fingers already numb from the cold. 75 lives. With 30 lives lost per death, he could die twice before permanent erasure, just twice. Around him, the situation was even more dire. Selene probably had around 20 lives. One death would leave her with nothing, unable to resurrect if she died. John and Alara were in similar positions. Derek's group had more experience, maybe 30 lives accumulated over their week of hunting, but that meant one death would drain them completely. A second death would be the end if they were lucky to resurrect from the first one. Grinding his teeth, Derek said, "Everyone stay calm. Hidden realms, they have exit conditions. We only need to complete the objective, then leave. We just need to figure out what the condition is, okay?" Although he appeared confident, Moon could feel fear in his tone. "And if we can't complete it?" Marcus asked, his voice barely audible over the howling wind. Derek didn't answer but merely gave him a grim look. If they couldn't complete the Hidden Realms objective, they would die here. All of them. If not from monsters, then from exposure to this merciless cold. Moon's eyes scanned their surroundings, looking for anything that could help them in this dire situation. What his eyes landed on was endless snow, treacherous ice beneath their feet, and a brutal wind that seemed determined to freeze them solid. The peaks rising in the distance, impossibly tall, their summits lost in the swirling white sky, and in that distance something moved. It was a dark dot against the white landscape making its way through the snow. Moon's legs moved instinctively and he took a step back. "Do you guys see that?" Moon muttered, looking at the figure that approached them. Everyone turned to look at the area where the Moon's eyes were stuck, and the results shocked them all. This. Chapter 14, Gareth. "It's a human. How were they also pulled in?" John said, staring at the figure approaching them in disbelief. The figure wore haggard bare leather clothes, patched and worn from extended use. Thick fur lined the collar and sleeves, offering protection against the brutal cold that was already making Moon's group shiver violently. A spear rested in the figure's arms, its tip stained dark with what could only be blood. His aura was overwhelming, appearing to be a powerful awakener, stronger than everyone present. The group immediately moved into defensive positions. They weren't sure about the intentions of whoever was approaching, and in a place like this, trust was a luxury they couldn't afford. "Stay on guard, he is at least level 10, Derek whispered, his hand moving to his sword hilt. The figure continued forward, unbothered by the wind and snow. When they were about 20 meters away, close enough to be heard over the howling wind but far enough to avoid immediate threat, the figure stopped. It was a man, his face weathered and hard with a thick beard crusted with ice. His eyes were sharp, assessing them with the same caution they showed him. "Your new arrivals," the man said. Derek stepped forward slightly, positioning himself as the spokesperson. "What are you?" The man didn't seem to mind the way the question was phrased. "Name's Gareth. I'm an awakener, same as you. Got pulled into this cursed place months ago through a random rift while hunting. Before you ask, I'm not the only one. There are others too. We've managed to survive barely." "Months? You've been trapped here for months?" Gareth's expression darkened. "Trapped is right. This hidden realm doesn't let you leave easily. Most of us are still trying to figure out the exit conditions." He gestured vaguely behind him. "I was out hunting for supplies when I spotted you lot. Lucky for you, most people who get dropped here freeze to death within hours if they don't find shelter." "Where are the others?" Derek asked, his tone cautious but interested. "We've got a camp, a cave system about 2 kilometers northwest with fire, shelter and some food stores. It's not much, but it keeps us alive. You can follow me back if you want, or you can stay here and take your chances with the cold." Ilara stepped forward, her bow still in hand. "Why should we follow you? How do we know this isn't a trap?" Gareth stared at her for a long moment, then let out a harsh laugh that turned into visible clouds of frost. "A trap? Girl, look around you. This whole place is a trap. I don't need to lure you anywhere to kill you. The mountain will do that just fine." He turned around, already starting to walk away. "If you have a death wish and want to become frozen ice, then feel free to remain here. I'm going back. Whoever wants to follow me may do so." He didn't wait for a response, his footsteps crunching through the snow as he began retracing his path. The group exchanged glances, the wind howling around them, the cold seeping deeper into their bones with every passing second. Derek was the first to speak. "He's right. We won't last out here exposed. If there's a group of survivors who have created a safe haven, somewhere we can get out of this cold and figure out our next move, that's our best option. We got lucky meeting him this early." Marcus nodded, already shivering badly. "Better than freezing to death standing here." Selene looked at Moon, John and Alara, her eyes asking the silent question. Moon considered for a moment. Gareth could be leading them into danger, but Gareth was also right. Staying here guaranteed death from exposure. We should go. We can figure out what we can do after we gain some information or understand where we are exactly, Moon said quietly. John and Alara nodded their agreement. All right, Selene said, raising her voice slightly. We're coming with you. Gareth didn't turn around or acknowledge them, just kept walking through the snow with the confidence of someone who knew the terrain. Derek's group began following immediately, and Moon's group fell in behind them. Separating now would be suicidal. Whatever dangers waited ahead, they'd face them together. Moon pulled his inadequate armor tighter against the wind and followed Gareth's footsteps through the snow, his eyes constantly scanning their surroundings, his mind already calculating how many more surprises this hidden realm might have waiting for them. The cold bit deeper with every step, and the mountain offered no mercy. Along the way, they encountered a large Arctic boar with 3 horns on its head. Its eyes glinted with malicious intent, and before the team could react, it darted towards them. Arctic boar. Level 12. Details with 3 powerful horns that could penetrate most defenses and a natural affinity to cold weathers. The Arctic boar is a predator in the region feared by most. Careful, it's really strong, Derek shouted with a grim expression as he got into a stance. Before the team could move, Gareth had already thrust his spear into the Arctic boar's throat. Wet gurgles was all that could be heard as everyone watched in shock. At that moment, everyone present realized that Gareth was much stronger than they thought. They arrived at the cave after following Gareth for about 15 minutes through the relentless snow. The entrance was partially concealed by an overhang of ice and rock, natural camouflage, that would make it nearly impossible to spot unless you knew exactly where to look. As they approached, Moon felt the question nagging at him. 15 minutes in this brutal cold, 20 meters of visibility at best through the blizzard, treacherous footing on the ice. Why would anyone venture so far from shelter? By the way, Moon called out, raising his voice to be heard over the wind. What are the beasts around this area? Gareth glanced back briefly, his expression unreadable behind his ice-crusted beard. Snow bears mostly. They are territorial, but their meat keeps well in the cold, good source of food. He gestured vaguely at the white landscape around them. Then there are the ice wraiths. They are much harder to kill and not worth eating when other options exist, but their cores sell for good value if we ever get out of here. And deeper in. He paused. Deeper in there are things we avoid, frost giants and worse. And you were out here hunting alone, Moon pressed. Someone has to, Gareth replied flatly. We take turns. Can't survive on stored supplies forever. He stopped at the cave entrance, turning to face the group fully for the first time. The bears don't usually come within a kilometer of the cave. They're smart enough to avoid areas with too much human activity. So yes, I go out far, we all do. His tone suggested the conversation was over. He ducked into the cave entrance, disappearing into the darkness beyond. Moon filed the information away. The explanation made sense, but something about it still felt off. He couldn't place exactly what, just an instinct whispering that not everything added up. Derek moved toward the entrance, already eager to escape the cold. Come on, let's get inside before we lose our fingers to frostbite. The group followed one by one, stepping from the brutal wind and snow into the relative shelter of the cave. Chapter 15, Questions and Answers. Inside the cave it smelled foul, coming from the mixture of unwashed bodies, old blood and stale air that hit everyone's nostrils like a wall. Gareth noticed their reactions and spoke without looking back. You'll have to get used to the smell. We've been wearing the same clothes for weeks. Can't wash them, can't change them. Get them wet in this cold and you're dead within hours. Moon and the others said nothing, though he could see Selene covering her nose discreetly. It was a practical reality of their situation, and complaining wouldn't change it. The cave itself was decently sized, extending back into darkness with a few torches providing illumination. Animal pelts were piled in corners, makeshift bedding. A small fire burned in a carved-out pit, its smoke somehow venting through cracks in the ceiling. Crude weapons leaned against walls. Dried meat hung from hooks driven into the stone. But unlike the large base that Gareth had implied, there was nobody inside except 2 people. They sat near the fire, both wrapped in layers of fur. One was a woman with hollow eyes and pale skin. The other was a younger man, his leg wrapped in bloodied bandages. Neither looked up when the group entered, too exhausted or too ill to care. Is that everyone here? Moon asked, his eyes scanning the cave's interior. Gareth shook his head. No, that's not everyone, but we all have our own duties. These 2 are in the cave because they're unwell. The others are out doing various things, scouting, hunting, gathering firewood, checking traps. You'll meet them later tonight. That's when everyone arrives back. Everyone nodded, understanding Gareth's words. You couldn't remain passive in a place like this. To survive, you needed to be constantly working, constantly contributing. Sitting idle meant death, either from starvation or from letting your guard down when a beast decided to attack. Still, Moon's eyes returned to the 2 injured people near the fire, the woman's hollow expression, the man's bandaged leg, the blood seeping through despite the wrapping. How many others had Gareth mentioned? How many people were actually part of this survivor group? And more importantly, what had injured these two badly enough that they couldn't even stand? Moon kept the questions to himself for now, but his awareness remained sharp, cataloging every detail of the cave and every potential exit. Derek moved closer to the fire, already extending his hands toward the warmth. "Thank you for bringing us here. We'd have frozen out there." Gareth grunted, neither accepting nor rejecting the gratitude. "You can rest by the fire, warm up, but when night comes you'll need to contribute. Everyone works. No exceptions." His tone left no room for argument. Derek and the others exchanged uncertain glances. How could they possibly contribute when night came? Were they expected to go out hunting in the dark, in temperatures even more brutal than what they'd already experienced? Guard duty. Something else entirely. None of them dared ask. The timing didn't seem appropriate, nor were the circumstances. Moon positioned himself near the cave entrance, close enough to the fire to benefit from its warmth, but far enough that he could see both the interior of the cave and the exit. The spot gave him visibility of everyone present while keeping his back to solid stone rather than open space. He'd also chosen the location partly because Selene had decided to sit there. She'd moved to the periphery rather than crowding around the fire with Derek's group, settling onto a relatively flat piece of rock with her staff resting across her lap. Out of everyone present, in Moon's opinion, Selene was the most mysterious. Her class was exceptional, rare enough that the most powerful guilds would have fought over her, yet she'd formed a party with random awakeners rather than leveraging that advantage immediately. She'd offered him money without being asked, shown concern, but something in her eyes suggested she was always observing, just like he was. She noticed him settling nearby and gave a small, tired smile. "Cold enough for you." "Could be worse," Moon replied, though his fingers were still numb despite being inside the cave. Selene pulled her knees up, wrapping her arms around them. In a quiet voice, she whispered low enough that the others by the fire wouldn't hear. "Months. Can you imagine being trapped here for so long?" "I don't know if I'd last a week in these conditions." Moon watched Gareth move deeper into the cave, checking on the two injured survivors. "He's lasted. The others have too, apparently." "I wonder how many others there actually are," Selene murmured, echoing Moon's own thoughts. "And what happened to the ones who didn't make it?" It was the kind of observation that confirmed Moon's assessment. She wasn't just friendly and optimistic. She was paying attention, questioning and analyzing the situation just like he was. "We'll find out soon enough," Moon said. Selene nodded, her gaze drifting to the cave entrance where wind howled and snow continued to fall. Assuming tonight doesn't bring its own problems, Selene thought internally. They sat in companionable silence after that, both warming themselves by the fire while remaining alert, both keeping their thoughts private while clearly thinking along similar lines. Near the center of the cave, Derek was already trying to strike up a conversation with the injured woman, asking about the Hidden Realms layout, what they'd learned. She responded in monosyllables, her hollow eyes barely focusing on him. John and Alara huddled close to the fire, their earlier enthusiasm completely drained by the cold. And Gareth stood in the shadows near the back of the cave, his expression unreadable, watching them all with the patience of someone who'd seen this scene play out before. Time passed by in an excruciatingly slow manner. Minutes felt like hours and hours felt like days. The fire crackled nearby and the wind howled outside. The two injured survivors remained motionless near the flames. Gareth occasionally moved through the cave, checking supplies, adjusting pelts, but offering nothing in terms of information or assistance. After a few hours had passed with no sign of the other survivors returning, no food being offered, and no explanation of what they'd be doing when night came, Moon decided to explore. He'd waited to see if anything would happen, but it seemed like Gareth had no intentions of providing anything beneficial beyond basic shelter. Moon stood up slowly, stretching as if his muscles were simply stiff from sitting. "Hey, you, where are you going?" Chapter 16, Finding Something Unsettling. Gareth's rough and suspicious voice filled the cave, prompting everyone to look at Moon. Moon turned toward him, keeping his expression neutral. "I received a call from nature, so I'm responding." Gareth remained silent for a moment, his gaze measuring. "There's a place deeper inside the cave. We dug out a section for people to do it there." "No, it's fine. I'm more comfortable doing it outside." Moon gestured vaguely toward the entrance. "I don't think there's any plumbing system in this cave after all." The excuse was weak but plausible enough. Privacy was a reasonable request. Gareth waited another moment, his weathered face unreadable, then he nodded slowly. "All right. Don't take too long, it's dangerous outside." "I won't." Moon walked toward the cave entrance, feeling Gareth's eyes on his back the entire way. He could sense Selene watching too, her expression curious but not alarmed. Derek and the others paid him no attention, too focused on warming themselves and recovering from the journey. Moon stepped out into the brutal cold, and the merciless cold wind hit him immediately, stealing his breath. The temperature drop was shocking even after a few hours inside the relative warmth of the cave. Snow continued to fall, thick and relentless, reducing visibility. Moon moved away from the entrance, far enough that he'd be out of direct sight but not so far that he'd lose his way back. His breath came out in thick clouds of frost. His fingers were already going numb again, but he needed to see the area around. He scanned the area around the cave entrance, looking for tracks, signs of movement, evidence of the other survivors Gareth claimed would return at night. He didn't bother looking for footprints because the snow would have covered all traces given how heavily it was falling. The wind alone would erase any prints within minutes. After doing a circle around the area, Moon didn't notice anything strange until he stumbled on some bones partially buried in the snow. He didn't think much of it at first. It was perfectly normal to find bones around the area. This was a place filled with beasts. Once the survivors finished with the flesh and extracted what they needed, they would discard the bones nearby. They didn't have much use except for perhaps weapon creation, but if no blacksmith was present, it made sense why they'd simply throw them out rather than store them. Moon didn't dwell on it and continued his survey until he stumbled on more bones. These were larger and scattered across a wider area. He knelt down, brushing snow away from one particular piece. Is this a human skull? The discovery made him stop in his tracks. He was concerned. Finding human bones around the same area meant the bones he'd found earlier might not be from beasts at all. They might all be human remains. Moon's heart rate increased despite the cold numbing his extremities. He quickly searched the surrounding area, moving carefully through the snow, his eyes scanning for more evidence. He found more bones, lots of them. Ribs, femurs, and vertebrae still had scraps of frozen flesh clinging to them. Others were picked completely clean. And taking a closer look, comparing the proportions and structure, they were unmistakably human. What is this? Am I in a human graveyard? A frown formed on Moon's face. This was more than troubling, it was horrifying. Either Gareth and the others were using this area as a graveyard for humans who died in the hidden realm, which would make sense given the frozen ground would be nearly impossible to dig proper graves in. Or there was something far more sinister happening that Moon's group was completely oblivious to. Moon straightened, his eyes moving back toward the cave entrance, barely visible through the falling snow. His mind drifted back to the iron smell inside the cave, the foul odor Gareth had attributed to unwashed clothes, the hollow eyes of the woman by the fire, the injured man who hadn't spoken a word, the fact that Gareth had been so far from the cave, supposedly hunting, but had approached them immediately when they appeared, the fact that he'd invited 9 fresh awakeners back to his shelter without hesitation. To Moon, these things didn't add up. Had he been in Gareth's shoes, he wouldn't have just invited awakeners to their base. Firstly, their goal was unknown. They could be a danger to the base. Secondly, why would they share the resources with others? Moon's hand moved instinctively to gather mana. This time he didn't use the water element. Rather, he focused on fire, channeling the 4-element affinity that came with his Carpid class. Warmth bloomed in his palm, just enough to create a flame to combat the brutal cold seeping into his bones. The skill responded smoothly, proof that his proficiency with the elemental mage class was growing, but the small comfort did nothing to ease the dread settling in his stomach. Moon forced himself to breathe slowly to calm the panic trying to claw its way up his throat. He had 2 options. The first was to leave and not come back, walk away from the cave, from Gareth, from whatever was waiting inside, and strike out on his own into the frozen wasteland, but that was incredibly risky in itself. Being alone in a hidden realm with no permanent class, no one to copy abilities from when his 24-hour timer expired would be suicidal. He needed someone with him. Even if it was just one person, having another awakener increased his survival odds dramatically. The second option was to go back and enter the cave as if nothing had happened, pretend he'd seen nothing, act natural, and investigate further. But to do that, he needed to ensure Gareth wouldn't notice anything different in his behavior, wouldn't suspect that Moon had discovered the graveyard of bones outside their shelter. While he wasn't completely certain about his theory, every instinct screamed at him to be cautious. The bones, the smell, the missing survivors who were supposedly returning at night. After some time thinking, weighing the options against each other, Moon decided to head back. Going alone meant certain death from exposure or beasts. Staying gave him a chance, however slim, to figure out what was really happening and potentially save at least some of his group, and get them out before whatever Gareth had planned came to fruition. Moon dispersed the mana in his palm and began walking back toward the cave entrance, his footsteps crunching through the snow. He forced his expression into something neutral, tired, cold. Just someone returning from relieving themselves in miserable conditions. As the cave entrance came into view through the falling snow, Moon rehearsed his demeanor. He stepped back into the cave, the relative warmth hitting him immediately. Gareth was standing near the entrance, almost as if he'd been waiting. His eyes locked onto Moon the moment he appeared. "Took you long enough?" Gareth didn't blink as he spoke, his gaze on the newcomer. Moon shrugged, rubbing his arms as if trying to warm them. "It's cold out there," didn't want to rush and slip on the ice. Gareth studied him for another moment, then nodded slowly. "Get back to the fire. You'll need your strength for tonight." Moon walked past him, feeling those eyes tracking his every movement, and returned to his spot near Selene. She glanced at him, her expression questioning. He settled back down near the fire, his mind racing through possibilities, through plans, through ways to survive what was coming when night finally fell. Chapter 17, Finding Something Unsettling Too. The sun began to set, the swirling sky outside gradually darkening from pale blue to deeper shades of violet and black, yet Moon hadn't been able to tell anybody about what he'd found. Ever since he'd entered the cave, Gareth's eyes had been on him, watchful like a predator tracking potential prey. This made Moon even more suspicious about the bones outside. Could they have followed a cannibal to his den? The thought was horrific to contemplate, but it fit. The repeated mentions of when night comes also made him suspicious. Gareth had said it multiple times, always with that same ominous undertone. And with the sun setting, Moon didn't have much time left to warn the others or prepare for whatever was coming. He needed to communicate with someone. Selene was his best option. She'd shown the most awareness, the most capacity for independent thought. But with Gareth watching, any obvious attempt at private conversation would raise suspicion. So Moon decided to use the cold as a means to get closer to her. Despite feeling embarrassed about what he was about to say, this was life and death. There was no shame in survival. "Hey," Moon said, his voice loud enough for everyone to hear, projecting discomfort that came naturally given the circumstances. "I'm feeling really cold. Can we huddle closer together so we can use our body warmth to warm each other up?" Silence permeated the air for a brief moment, which made things more awkward for Moon. John raised an eyebrow, a smirk playing at the corner of his mouth. Ilara looked at Moon with barely disguised disgust, as if he were a pervert using the cold as a flimsy excuse to get what he really wanted. Even Derek's group glanced over, their expressions ranging from amused to judgmental. Selene, however, wasn't as quick to judge. She looked at Moon silently for a brief moment, her eyes searching his face. Whatever she saw there seemed to satisfy her. She motioned for him to get closer. "I'm feeling cold too, let's do it." Moon moved immediately, closing the distance between them until they were sitting shoulder to shoulder. The body heat was actually welcome, cutting through some of the persistent cold that had settled into his bones. More importantly, he was now close enough to whisper without being overheard if he timed it right. Gareth's eyes were still on them, but his expression hadn't changed. Apparently, two people huddling for warmth wasn't suspicious enough to warrant intervention. Moon waited, letting a few minutes pass, letting Gareth's attention drift elsewhere as the man checked on the injured survivors near the fire. Then, keeping his voice barely above a breath, Moon leaned slightly towards Selene. "Outside, human, bones everywhere," he whispered, his lips barely moving. Selene's body went rigid beside him, but to her credit, her expression didn't change. She kept her eyes on the fire, her face neutral. After a moment, she whispered back, her voice even quieter than his. "Amount, many." Selene didn't speak after that, her eyes remaining fixed on the fire. Thankfully, she was good at concealing her emotions. After some time had passed, she stood up abruptly. "I need the toilet. Can you lead me to where you did it?" Moon nodded and stood. "Sure." Before they could move toward the entrance, Gareth's voice cut through the cave. "It's getting dark outside. You should just use the one inside the cave. It's much more dangerous out there now." Selene turned to face him, her expression calm and reasonable. "I know, that's why I wanted him to come with me. We could protect each other. Besides, he said it's nearby, so it shouldn't be much of a problem." Gareth didn't argue, but his silence was heavy, weighted with disapproval. "That's how you get yourself killed." Derek's group seemed to agree with him. Marcus nodded vigorously. "Selene, I think you should stay, at least for tonight. Just bear with it, nobody will look inside." Moon cursed the idiots inwardly. They were making things difficult, speaking as if they had zero survival instincts, as if they couldn't sense the wrongness permeating this place. "It's okay, don't worry, I'll be really quick." Selene smiled, the expression not quite reaching her eyes, before turning her back and making her way toward the exit. Moon followed immediately. As they made their way out, Moon could feel Gareth's eyes fixed on their backs, burning into them with unsettling intensity. The moment they stepped outside, Moon glanced back through the cave entrance and saw Gareth turn around, walking deeper into the cave's darkness. Outside, the cold hit them like a physical blow, worse now that the sun had set. The temperature had dropped even further. Moon immediately grabbed Selene's hand and led her toward the area where he'd found the bones, moving as quickly as the treacherous ice would allow. The wind howled around them and visibility was barely 10 meters. He needed to be fast. Arriving at the location, Selene knelt down and took hold of one of the bones protruding from the snow. She turned it over in her hands, examining it closely despite the fading light. "This is a human's remains, you're right. What should we do? Should we go back?" Moon kept looking around, scanning for movement, for beasts, for Gareth following them. "I feel like he's already suspicious. Ever since I left and re-entered, his eyes were glued to me." "I noticed that." Selene stood, brushing snow from her knees. She looked back toward where they'd come from, toward the cave entrance barely visible through the blizzard. "We can't go back, we need to find another place for now." Her voice was steady, controlled, but Moon could hear the fear beneath it. "As for the others, we'll have to leave them there for the time being. There must be a reason he hasn't acted yet. Either he's waiting for a specific condition to be satisfied, or he simply isn't strong enough to take on all of us at once." Moon nodded. "I was thinking the same, But what if these remains are simply those of deceased awakeners who died during their stay, bodies they couldn't bury in the frozen ground? Selene shook her head slowly, her expression grim. That's possible, but it's very optimistic. Look at these bones, they have no flesh on them. Most of them are completely clean. She gestured at the scattered remains around them. This means something wiped them clean, whether a beast or... She didn't finish the sentence. You mean? Moon's eyes widened as the full implication hit him. Yes, Selene's voice dropped to barely above a whisper, as if afraid something might overhear. He might be a cannibal. Either a human native to this hidden realm who's learned to hunt awakeners and impersonate them, or he's actually one of us but has resorted to this to survive. She paused, her breath coming out in shaking clouds. Or he's giving something in sacrifices to remain alive, feeding in exchange for protection. The wind howled louder, as if punctuating her words. Either way, Selene continued, her hand tightening around her staff, we need to leave this place, now. Moon's hand moved instinctively to gather mana, the fire element responding to warm his freezing fingers. Where do we go? We have no shelter, no supplies. The temperature will kill us before morning. I don't know, but staying in that cave isn't a good idea. At least out here we have a chance. A sound echoed from the direction of the cave. Selene's eyes immediately met Moon's, and in that moment they both understood. They needed to run. Chapter 18, Escaping One. Hard. Heavy breathing tore through the night air as their feet crunched through the snow beneath them. Crunch. Crunch, crunch, is he following us? Moon whispered harshly, glancing back over his shoulder into the darkness. The blizzard had intensified, making it nearly impossible to see more than a few meters behind them. Selene shook her head, her own breathing ragged. I don't see anyone. They had run far from the graveyard, their legs burning from the exertion, their lungs aching from gulping down freezing air. Somehow, miraculously, they'd managed to escape without being caught. But Moon knew that didn't mean they were safe, just that they'd bought themselves time. So what do we do now? Moon asked, slowing to a walk as his stamina began to fail. His eyes scanned their surroundings for anything that could be useful for survival. Unfortunately, the view was nothing welcoming, offering no hope. Selene stopped, taking a deep breath that came out as a thick cloud of frost. The cold is getting stronger. We need to find a place to hide for the time being and light a fire. If we don't, she didn't finish the sentence, not that she needed to. Without shelter and warmth, they'd be dead within hours. Moon nodded grimly. Let's keep moving. They embarked on a desperate search, moving through the unknown landscape, searching for a cave, an overhang, anything that could serve as shelter against the brutal cold. Crunch, crunch, crunch. There, Selene said suddenly, pointing ahead. Moon followed her gesture and saw a rocky outcropping with what looked like a small depression carved into its base. Not quite a cave, but it would provide some protection from the wind. It was better than nothing. They hurried toward it, their last reserves of energy pushing them forward. Before they were able to enter, a small beast emerged from the depression, its eyes glowing faintly in the darkness. It was no larger than a dog, with white fur that blended almost perfectly with the snow. Sharp teeth bared as it snarled at the intruders threatening its shelter. Moon and Selene didn't hesitate. Their hands moved simultaneously, gathering mana. Water balls formed in rapid succession, launching toward the creature from both directions. The attack swarmed the small beast, overwhelming it before it could even leap forward. Had the water been from a natural source, it would have frozen solid immediately in this temperature, but conjured from mana, it retained its liquid form and force. The beast yelped once, then collapsed, its small body going still. You have killed a level 5 Hypsi. You have gained 10 lives. Moon glanced at Selene, who was already moving toward the corpse. Without speaking, they both understood what needed to be done. They quickly dragged the dead body into the shallow cave, pulling it away from the entrance to make room. The depression was small, barely large enough for 2 people to sit comfortably, but it blocked the worst of the wind. That alone made it infinitely better than being exposed. Selene knelt beside the Hypsi's body, pulling out a small knife she'd been carrying. The fur on its back, we can carve it out. Make some kind of covering for ourselves, it's not much, but it'll help. Selene explained as she harvested the fur. Moon nodded, watching the entrance while Selene began working. His hands were numb, his body shivering slightly now that the adrenaline from their escape was fading. He had 85 lives now. We still need fire, Moon said quietly. The fur will help, but without heat. I know, Selene's knife worked, separating the pelt from the carcass. But what can we burn? There's no wood here, no fuel. Moon looked at the Hypsi's body, then at Selene. Their eyes met and understanding passed between them. The meat, the bones, the body itself. It was grotesque, but it was survival. After you finish with the pelt, Moon said slowly, we can try to burn what's left. The fat should catch, it won't be pleasant, but it'll keep us alive, Selene finished. Her hands didn't stop moving. Let's do it. Moon nodded and positioned himself near the entrance, keeping watch while Selene worked. The wind howled outside, carrying with it the promise of death for anyone caught unprepared. Behind them, in that cave where the others still sheltered, Moon wondered if Derek and the rest had realized the danger yet, or if it was already too late for them. When the time came for the fire to burn, Selene set up the materials carefully. Moon noticed how she was still hiding the fact that she could use other elements beyond what she'd initially claimed. But he didn't care at the moment. There were more pressing matters to be concerned with than an awakener concealing her full strength. Sitting beside the burning body of the creature, both awakeners remained in comfortable silence. The smell was unpleasant, acrid and wrong, but the heat was precious. It kept the deadly cold at bay, kept their bodies from shutting down entirely. The wind outside howled relentlessly. The snow descended in thick curtains. The night deepened around them, hostile and unforgiving. Moon took first watch, his eyes fixed on the cave entrance, his body positioned between Selene and any potential threat. Hours in agonizing slowness, but nothing came. When his watch ended, Selene took over without complaint, and Moon allowed himself to drift into an uneasy sleep, knowing that rest was as vital to survival as warmth. The daylight emerged gradually, the swirling sky shifting from black to pale blue, signaling a new day in this cursed realm. He'd positioned himself near the entrance during the night, and luckily no beasts had approached. The small depression had remained undiscovered. "Hey, Selene. Wake up, it's time," Moon whispered gently, moving closer to where she'd curled up against the cave wall, wrapped in the hippie's fur pelt. They'd split the watch time during their stay, alternating every few hours. Now it was time for both of them to venture out, to look for a better place, to figure out their next move. They'd agreed to set out early in the morning to avoid being caught outside when night fell again. Daylight offered visibility, slightly warmer temperatures, and the possibility of finding resources. Good morning," Selene's sleepy voice resonated in the small cave. She stirred, blinking against the dim light filtering in from outside. Selene sat up slowly, rubbing her arms through the fur. "Any activity during your watch?" "Nothing," Moon replied. "It was quiet." "That's almost worse. Quiet means we don't know where the dangers are," Selene murmured. Moon nodded. She was right. In a place like this, silence wasn't peaceful, it was ominous. "We should move, the fire's nearly out anyway, we can't stay here," he said. Selene stood, stretching her stiff muscles, and moved toward the entrance. She peered out cautiously, scanning the landscape. "Where do we even go? We have no map, no sense of direction. For all we know, we could be walking in circles." "Away from Gareth's cave," Moon said firmly. "That's the only direction that matters right now. We put as much distance as possible between us and whatever he is." Selene looked back at him, her expression troubled. "What about the others? Derek, John, Elara, they're still there." Moon's jaw tightened. "If they're still alive." Selene said nothing, but slight guilt was written plainly across her face. Moon softened slightly. "If there's a chance, if we find help or figure out what's happening here, we can come back. But right now, the best thing we can do for them is survive. We can't help anyone if we're dead." Selene took a shaky breath, then nodded. "You're right, let's go." They stepped out into the frozen morning, leaving behind the small shelter that had kept them alive through the night, and began walking into the unknown. Chapter 19, Escaping 2. "We've been walking for some time. Why is there nothing around us?" Moon asked, his voice nearly swallowed by the freezing wind that tried to push him back with each step. Selene squinted her eyes, trying to get better vision while protecting them from the harsh wind that carried stinging ice particles. "Not sure, but if this persists, we should just return. We can't wander aimlessly forever." Moon nodded, and they kept moving forward, their footsteps crunching through the deep snow. 30 minutes into their trek, Moon's foot caught something solid beneath the snow, and he almost tripped, stumbling forward before catching his balance. He looked down to find a half-buried body of an Arctic bear, its thick white fur filled with snow. The creature appeared to be dead, frozen in place, its massive form partially concealed by the drifts. "Hey, check this out." Selene turned to face Moon, then her eyes widened in surprise at the sight. "That's a dead bear. It looks quite large too." She moved closer, kneeling to examine it. "Let's harvest the fur. We can make proper clothes from it, better than what we have now." They worked quickly despite their numb fingers, using Selene's knife to carefully separate the pelt from the frozen carcass. The fur was thick, dense, designed by nature to survive in exactly these conditions. Once they'd carved out enough material, they fashioned crude but functional coverings, wrapping the fur around their shoulders and torsos, securing it with strips of leather. The bear fur blocked the wind far more effectively than their previous clothes ever could. After finishing, Selene and Moon continued their journey, but more carefully this time. The body of the dead bear meant predators were active in this area. The creature wouldn't have simply died from cold. This was a beast born and adapted to these temperatures. Something had killed it. Not long after they continued, savage sounds reached them. Roar. Moon raised his hand, signaling Selene to stop. They moved cautiously toward the source of the noise, keeping low, using the terrain for cover. What they found made them both freeze. Two massive beasts locked in combat. One was another Arctic bear, even larger than the dead one they'd found, its claws the length of daggers. The other was a creature Moon had never seen before, something wolf-like but much larger, with icicles jutting from its spine and shoulders like armor. Both beasts fought with terrifying ferocity. The bear's claws tore through the wolf creature's hide, drawing blood that steamed in the cold air. The wolf retaliated with jaws that could crush bone, its teeth finding purchase in the bear's shoulder. "These creatures, they would kill us easily," Moon muttered, watching the display of raw power. Either one of these beasts could slaughter them without breaking a sweat. Selene nodded slowly, her eyes never leaving the fight. "This is dangerous, but it's also an opportunity." Her voice dropped to barely above a whisper. "Let's wait until the right moment, then strike. When they're both exhausted." Moon nodded his head in agreement. He'd been thinking the same thing. This encounter was served on a golden platter, a chance to gain massive experience and lives without having to face either creature at full strength. They would be the third party, waiting until both combatants were weakened, then reaping the rewards. They settled into position behind a snowdrift as they watched, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. The perfect moment came when one of the beasts was about to die. Both Selene and Moon attacked. Selene's eyes trailed along the bloody gash on the beast's hide. Now. They launched their attacks from a distance, targeting the weakened beast that was on the verge of death. Their attacks swam through the air before smacking the dying beast in full force. Wail. The barrage of attacks drew out the cry of the beast, filled with agony and despair. The light in its eyes began to fade, and within moments it was dead. The Arctic bear became furious. It had been battling the beast that had killed its kin for hours, shedding sweat, blood and tears to overcome the challenge, and in the end its kill was stolen. "You have killed a level 8 Arctic wolfer. You have gained 20 lives. You have reached level 4. The notification flashed across Moon's eyes as the kill registered. He had gained an incredible number of lives from the kill, increasing his survivability in this place by a large margin. Before he could celebrate the achievement, a loud roar filled the area. "Roar. Moon, it's coming." Selene's hurried voice entered his ears, muffling the sound of his pounding heart. Moon took a quick gulp before forming another water attack and throwing at the beast that was charging towards both of them with killing intent. Splash. Splash, both attacks landed, slowing it down for a split moment before it continued its charge. "Move back, we need to create distance." Moon did as told and immediately tried to create more distance, as he conjured more spells to hit the approaching beast with. Selene did the same thing, moving back and sending her spells towards the incoming beast without delay. Despite their attempts to slow down or kill the charging beast, the Arctic bear was still able to close the distance. Within striking range, the beast outstretched its limb, ready to claw Selene's face off. Moon's eyes widened before he threw a hurriedly made water stream to distract the bear. The distraction was momentary, but it massively helped Selene to dodge the attack that would have killed her instantly. "Thank you," Selene breathed out as she leapt back several feet. Moon barely had the chance to acknowledge her statement. The bear turned its full attention toward him now, its eyes blazing with fury at the one who'd interfered. "Shit." Moon immediately tried to retreat, but the beast charged toward him on all fours with explosive speed, its wounded state forgotten in its rage. Within seconds, the beast was directly in front of Moon, its massive body blocking out everything else. Time seemed to slow as its claws extended in a killing arc. Moon tried to dodge, but his foot caught in the deep snow, making him stumble. "No, Moon!" Selene's shout was desperate, her attacks launching a moment too late to distract the beast. Chapter 20, Secrets are Revealed 1. Selene no longer held back her power, using her class to its full potential, sending multiple elemental spells hurling towards the beast. Moon didn't have time to see what Selene was doing. All he could see was the beast before him and its incoming claws. He tried to mitigate the damage by crossing his arms before his body, and most importantly his head. Bam! Pain erupted across his chest as the claws tore through his bare fur covering and lightweight armor like paper, raking deep furrows across his torso. At the same time, the Arctic bear defended against the attacks that Selene sent towards him by dodging and using his limbs as natural shields. The force of the blow sent Moon flying backwards, his body crashing into the snow several meters away. Blood sprayed across the white landscape, crimson red against pristine white. Gasp! A wet choke tore from Moon's throat, blood escaping his mouth in a stream that seemed endless. The metallic taste flooded his senses. His chest was torn open, ribs visible through the shredded flesh. At that moment, Selene realized that Moon was doomed. The light in Moon's eyes began dimming, his vision tunneling as shock threatened to pull him under its rug, but he refused to give up. He had 2 resurrections remaining. This death wouldn't be his last. Still, he couldn't let this one go to waste. T-tack him, Moon struggled to speak through blood-filled lungs. With the last of his fading strength, he launched himself forward, grabbing onto the Arctic bear's fur and clutching it desperately. If he were dying, he'd take the beast down with him. He'd give Selene the opening she needed. Selene's eyes widened in shock at the scene. Moon, clearly dying, throwing himself at the creature that had just eviscerated him. But she understood immediately what he was doing. She formed her most powerful attacks, channeling more mana than she'd used before. Fire gathered at her fingertips, compressed and volatile. She sent them flying toward the Arctic bear that Moon was clutching. The bear tried desperately to fling Moon off its body, twisting and thrashing, but Moon had positioned himself where the creature's flexibility was limited. His grip was weak, but it held just long enough. Boom, boom, the two fireballs landed on both the Moon and the bear, engulfing them in flames and explosive force. Arg, Moon screamed as the fire consumed what was left of his dying body. Roar. The bear's bellow was equally agonized, its already wounded body taking the full brunt of Seleni's desperate attack. Moon felt his grip fail. His body fell away from the bear, hitting the snow with no strength left to break his fall. His vision went dark. You have died. You have lost 30 lives. The world blinked out, then snapped back into existence. To Selene, Moon's body turned into particles before reappearing once again with no injuries. Moon gasped, his body whole again, the wounds gone. He was lying in the snow where he had died. Luckily, the bear engulfed in flames was only a few meters away from where he died, the resurrection placing him at a safe distance from immediate danger. His chest heaved as he gulped down freezing air, the phantom pain of his death still echoing through his nervous system even though the injuries had vanished. Ahead of him, the Arctic bear was still alive, but barely. It staggered, its fur scorched and smoking, Selene's attacks having done catastrophic damage to its already weakened state. Selene stood 20 meters away, her hands already gathering more mana, preparing to finish it. The bear took one stumbling step toward her, then another, its eyes burned with hatred, refusing to die, refusing to let its killers escape. But Moon forced himself to stand. His legs trembled, his entire body felt wrong, disconnected, but he pushed through it. He gathered mana with shaking hands and sent another ball of water hurling toward the beast. Selene's fireball launched at the same moment. The two attacks collided with the bear simultaneously, water and fire meeting in a violent reaction. Steam exploded outward, the temperature differential creating a shockwave that made the massive creature stumble backwards, its already burned and wounded body unable to maintain balance. The bear's legs buckled slightly, giving them the opening they needed. Again, Selene shouted, not questioning how Moon was alive, focused entirely on finishing the fight. They threw spell after spell at the staggering beast. The barrage was relentless, neither of them giving the creature a chance to recover or mount another charge. The bear roared one final time, a sound filled with pain and defiance before its legs gave out completely. It collapsed into the snow, its massive body hitting the ground with a heavy thud that seemed to shake the mountain itself. Then it went still. You have killed level 9 Arctic bear. You have gained 35 lives. You have reached level 5. The notification flashed across Moon's vision. He'd lost 30 from the death but gained more than that back from the kill. Once he saw the notifications, Moon stopped channeling mana. His legs gave out and he sat down heavily in the snow, breathing heavily, each breath painful despite his body being whole again. He was drained mentally. To feel the sensation of being burned alive on top of being mauled wasn't something you could just shake off. It had taken all of his mental energy just to stand back up and keep fighting. Selene walked toward him slowly, her expression a mixture of shock, concern, and something else. Confusion, perhaps awe. In a quiet voice she whispered, Moon, how are you still alive? Moon looked up at her, still catching his breath. He could see it in her eyes. She'd watched him die, watched his chest torn open, watched him fall, watched the light leave his eyes. And she'd seen the resurrection, seen him appear whole and breathing where moments before there had been only a corpse. Nobody in their group had 30 lives. They'd been together since the beginning, had hunted the same beasts in the training grounds and the eastern woodlands. She knew approximately how many lives everyone should have. The fact that Moon had come back meant he'd had more than 30. I'm all right, Moon said finally, his voice hoarse. Selene knelt down in the snow beside him, her eyes searching his face. Moon, you died. I saw you die. That bear took 30 lives with that hit. Chapter 21, Secrets are revealed too. I know, I lost the majority of my lives with that earlier death. Luckily, I was able to gain some during my toilet break when I discovered the bones. Otherwise, I would have been dead by now. Moon said the lie came smoothly despite his exhaustion. He needed to deflect to give her a plausible explanation that didn't reveal the true extent of his advantage. Before she could press further, he changed the topic. On the other hand, I didn't know you were able to use the fire element too. I thought you were a water mage, he said with a soft smile on his face, turning the scrutiny back toward her. Selene's cheeks flushed slightly before she turned her head away. Yeah, about that. It's okay, you don't need to explain. I'm just glad that you were able to kill it. Thank you. Selene shook her head immediately. Without your distraction on multiple occasions, I would have been dead. When that bear was about to claw my face off, you saved me. And then you grabbed onto it even while dying. Her voice wavered slightly. You gave me the opening I needed. I should be thanking you. Moon looked at her for a moment, seeing the genuine gratitude and guilt in her expression. She felt responsible for his death, even though it had been his choice. We're alive, he said simply. That's what matters. We protected each other. That's how we survive in a place like this. Selene nodded slowly, her eyes moving to the massive corpse of the Arctic bear nearby. Steam still rose from its scorched fur where her fire attacks had landed. Elemental Mage, she said quietly, almost reluctantly. That's my actual class. Moon made his expression shift to appropriate surprise, as if this was new information. That's incredibly rare. I know, Selene pulled her knees up, wrapping her arms around them. That's why I didn't tell anyone at first. The moment people know you have something valuable, they start looking at you differently. Either they want to use you or they see you as a threat, or, she trailed off, or they target you, Moon finished. Yeah, she looked back at him. But after what just happened, I figured you deserved to know the truth. Moon appreciated the gesture, even if he'd already known her secret from the moment he'd copied her class. Your secret's safe with me. We need to trust each other if we're going to survive this place. Selene managed a small smile, agreed. They sat in silence for a moment, both recovering, both processing what had just happened. Finally, Moon pushed himself to his feet, his legs still shaky but functional. We should harvest what we can from the bear. And the wolf creature too, then we need to keep moving, we're exposed out here. Selene stood as well, nodding. Right, and we need to figure out what the exit conditions for this hidden realm are. We can't just wander forever. Moon looked out across the frozen landscape, the endless white stretching in every direction. Somewhere out there were answers, somewhere was a way out, they just had to survive long enough to find it. Name, Moon. Race, human. Class, classless elemental mage limited. Level 5, 66%. Lives, 110. Strength, 14, agility, 16, constitution, 16, mana, 19. Attribute points, 5. Skills, elemental attack, 4, element affinity. Talent, Grim Reaper. Class skill, class slot, 1-1. As they harvested everything they could from the two massive beasts, meat, leather, and even some of the wolf creature's icicles that might prove useful, Moon was checking his status. Upon reaching level 5, he'd been given an additional 5 attribute points to use, which was incredibly valuable given their situation. Moon didn't hesitate. He placed 3 into the constitution and 2 into mana. Constitution, 16, right arrow, 19. Mana, 19, right arrow, 21. He'd chosen to improve his constitution primarily because of the overwhelming weather conditions. Strengthening his body would help defend against the brutal cold that was a constant threat. Every point of constitution meant better endurance, better resistance to the elements, and better chances of surviving exposure. Secondly, mana was his main combat attribute. He was certain that the only class he would use for the foreseeable future was Selene's elemental mage class. As a mage, mana was what mattered most. More spells, stronger attacks, longer sustain in extended fights. The improvement was immediate and tangible. Moon could feel his body become slightly more resilient, the cold's bite lessening. His mana reserves expanded, giving him more room to work with. With the harvesting done, both of them bloody and exhausted, they made a decision. We should head back, Moon said, looking at the sun's position in the swirling sky, to the shelter we used last night. Selene nodded in agreement. Venturing deeper isn't smart after what we just went through. We need to rest, eat, and think about our next steps. They gathered their harvested materials, strips of meat wrapped in leather, pelts draped over their shoulders, and they began the journey back to the small cave depression they'd sheltered in the night before. The journey felt longer this time, their bodies heavy with exhaustion, their minds replaying the brutal fight. Moon's thoughts kept drifting back to the moment of his death, the claws tearing through him, the sensation of life draining away. By the time they reached the familiar outcropping, the sun was beginning its descent again. They'd been out for most of the day. They ducked into the small shelter and Selene immediately began setting up another fire. This time they had gathered wood from some trees they had found. Moon positioned himself near the entrance again, keeping watch while she began to cook the meat they had gathered. Once the food was cooking steadily, providing blessed warmth, they both sat close to it, letting the heat seep into their frozen bones. We can't keep doing this, Selene said quietly, breaking the silence. Running from shelter to shelter, fighting beasts that nearly kill us. We need a real plan. Chapter 22, Sharking Find 1. The next day arrived with a freezing cold breeze that made their bodies shudder despite the bare fur they'd wrapped around themselves. Moon glanced at the skills he'd gained from Selene's powerful class, pulling up the details while Selene stirred awake beside the dying embers of their fire. 4 element affinity. Rank rare. Proficiency 10%. Details: you have low affinity to the 4 elements, water, earth, wind, fire, plus 10% extra control. Elemental attack. Rank common. Proficiency 12%. Details: you are able to conjure an elemental attack using mana and your affinity towards the element, plus 10% extra damage. Looking at both skills, Moon was able to conclude that the extra effects, more damage or better control, only arrived at specific milestones. His elemental attack was at 12% proficiency, but the extra damage boost had appeared at 10% and hadn't increased yet. Likely it would jump again at 20%, then 30%, and so on. Still, there was a more pressing question brewing in his mind. What target proficiency will allow me to inherit the skill completely? The question remained unanswered for the time being, but Moon knew the answer was bound to reveal itself eventually. Would it be at 50%? 100%, hopefully I can find the answer before it's too late, Moon thought with growing concern over their dire situation. Luckily, he had found the answer to one of his old questions. He had copied Seleni's class once again, and he had found that his proficiency he'd built carried over. Unfortunately, they were still unable to get a lead on what kind of conditions they needed to satisfy to escape this cursed realm. Are you ready? Moon nodded at Selene. Let's go. Both made their way out of the small cave, squinting against the harsh morning light reflecting off endless snow. The area was quite mountainous, making travel across it tedious and treacherous. Every step required careful placement to avoid slipping on hidden ice or rocks. Before venturing out, they decided to head in a different direction this time around, exploring more of the hidden realm they'd been thrown into unwillingly. Staying in one area would eventually exhaust its resources and leave them vulnerable. After hours of traveling through the brutal landscape, they came to a stop. Their cloaks and robes were sodden with snow that had formed stiff patches, but that wasn't what made them halt. Before them, bizarre three-toed animal tracks were visible in the snow, leading off into a claustrophobic forest of twisted, ice-covered trees that hadn't been visible from a distance. Beside the tracks, a bright crimson streak had been absorbed into the perfectly white snow, creating a trail of blood droplets leading into the dark woods. This is new, should we follow it? Selene asked, kneeling to ruffle the snow near where the blood was freshest. It was still liquid, not yet frozen. Moon remained silent for a brief moment, contemplating their next move carefully. His eyes traced the tree line, noting how the branches seemed to block out some light, creating deep shadows within. It's risky, but it's a new territory. We can't stay in that small cave forever. He checked the sky, noting the sun's position. Since the sun is still up, we can try to get some intel on the area, learn what lives here, what resources might exist, but we stay cautious and we turn back before it starts getting dark. Selene nodded, standing and brushing snow from her hands. Agreed. And if we run into whatever's left that blood trail and it's too strong? We run, Moon finished. With their decision made, both ventured into the forest, following the blood trail and the strange three-toed tracks, unsure of what they would encounter deep in its frozen woods. The trees closed in around them and the temperature dropped even further in the shade. Following the tracks of the three-toed creature, they moved deeper into the frozen forest. The trees grew denser, their branches heavy with ice that occasionally cracked and fell with sounds like breaking glass. The blood trail continued, growing more sporadic, as if whatever had been wounded was either recovering or dying. Then the forest opened into a small clearing, and they discovered an abandoned camp. Moon raised his hand, signaling Selene to stop. They both crouched low, observing from the tree line before approaching. The camp was clearly human-made. An improvised tent constructed from animal hides sagged in the center, partially collapsed under accumulated snow. A fire pit sat cold and dead, its ashes long buried. Supplies were scattered around, a broken spear leaning against a tree, a torn backpack half buried in snow, cooking equipment overturned and frozen. But there were no bodies or any signs of the people who'd made this camp. How long has this been abandoned? Selene whispered. Moon studied the scene carefully. Hard to tell with the snow covering everything, could be days, could be weeks. The three-toed tracks led directly through the camp, disturbing some of the scattered supplies. We should search it carefully, there might be supplies we can use. Selene nodded, though her expression was wary. What happened to whoever was here? Moon didn't answer, but they both knew that the possibilities were all grim. They approached slowly, both on high alert. Moon moved toward the collapsed tent while Selene checked the scattered supplies. The tent's entrance flap hung open, frozen stiff. Moon used his foot to push it wider, peering inside. It was mostly empty except for the abandoned bedrolls and a few personal items, a journal, some clothing, a small pouch. Moon reached in carefully and grabbed the journal, its pages stiff with cold. He opened it, scanning the entries. His expression darkened as he read. Selene, you need to see this, he called quietly. Chapter 23, Shocking Find 2. Moon opened the journal, its pages stiff from the cold and slightly damp. The handwriting was hurried, desperate in places, whilst controlled in others. He began reading aloud so Selene could hear. Day 1, we've been pulled into what appears to be a hidden realm. There are 7 of us, all from different summoning batches, different times. Some have been here for weeks already. The cold is unbearable. We found this spot and decided to make camp. Better to stay together than separate. Day 3, the nights are worse than the days. Hopefully I can make it out. Day 5, we found others today, or what was left of them. Bones picked clean, scattered around a cave entrance. The cave looked safe from the outside, warm even, but it was a trap. Something lives in these caves, something that lures people in. We're avoiding all cave systems now, no matter how cold it gets. Moon's eyes widened slightly at that entry. He glanced at Selene, who motioned for him to keep reading. Day 8, the exit conditions finally revealed themselves. A notification appeared saying we need to claim the Heart of Winter. No explanation of what that means or where to find it. We've decided to head toward the mountain's peak. If there's something to claim, it's probably at the highest point. Day 11 lost Jennifer last night. She went to relieve herself just outside the camp perimeter. We heard her scream, then nothing. By the time we got there, only blood remained. We don't go anywhere alone anymore, not even 10 meters from camp. Day 14, we found a temple structure built into the mountainside, and we are contemplating checking it out. Day 19, this will be my last entry. The others have decided to enter the temple. To whoever finds this, the temple is northeast of this camp, roughly half a day's climb up the mountain. Look for stone pillars carved with frost patterns. If you're reading this and I'm not here, I either made it out or I am dead. Good luck, you'll need it. The journal ended there. Moon closed it slowly, his mind racing through the words he had read. Selene stood frozen beside him, her face ashen. A temple, the Heart of Winter, this is troublesome. Moon nodded grimly. We definitely can't check out that temple anytime soon. A group of awakeners that survived for so long were hesitant to attempt it. I think we should get stronger first, explore other options, and perhaps save the others if they're still alive. I agree, Selene folded her arms, thinking. Do you want to check on the cave from afar, see if Derek and the others are still there? Yes, sir. Both made their way out of the abandoned camp, taking the journal with them. They caught no sight of the three-toed creature they'd followed, but that didn't matter anymore. They'd gained something far more valuable, information about the temple and the Heart of Winter that was supposedly the objective they needed to complete to escape this cursed place. The journey back took several hours, retracing their steps through the claustrophobic forest and across the mountainous terrain. They positioned themselves behind a rocky outcropping, a good distance from the cave entrance, close enough to observe but far enough to avoid detection. Then they waited, watching. Hours passed, but no movement came from the cave. No one entered or exited. The entrance remained dark and still, like the mouth of some dead thing. Something is wrong with Gareth, Selene whispered after the third hour of observation. There are no hints that any of those awakeners he spoke about even exist. We've been watching for hours and seen nothing. A thought appeared in Moon's mind, cold and unsettling. Could he have been part of that group, the one from the journal? Selene didn't respond for a moment, her expression troubled. Not sure, but this is really not good. She turned to look at Moon. Gareth isn't weak. Ever since we met him from the beginning, the way he killed that level 12 Arctic boar with ease. Moon nodded slowly. That observation matched his own assessment. That was precisely the reason why he couldn't simply alert everyone to the danger. He felt instinctively that Gareth would be able to kill them all if he wanted to. The question was why he hadn't yet. What was he waiting for? Moon's stomach turned as the pieces began connecting in his mind. We should head back, Selene said quietly, breaking his dark thoughts. Before it gets dark, we can't risk being out here when that thing starts hunting. Agreed. Moon took one last look at the cave entrance, at the place where Derek, John, Alara and the others were still trapped, unaware of the danger they were in if they were even still alive. He and Selene retreated carefully, moving back toward their own small shelter, the journal's warnings echoing in Moon's mind. And Gareth, who might be the key to understanding it all or the most dangerous predator in this entire frozen hell. Chapter 24, a week of grinding, heading back to the cave 1. You have reached level 10. A week had passed, and many things had happened during this time. Moon and Selene had continued their expedition through the frozen wasteland, constantly battling the brutal cold and the increasingly dangerous beasts that inhabited the hidden realm. They had been checking the cave every day at different time intervals, observing from their hidden vantage point, but only one person ever left that cave, Gareth, always alone. Always returning before nightfall, never any sign of the other survivors he'd claimed would return each evening. At this point, both Moon and Selene were thankful to have escaped when they did, even if guilt still gnawed at them for leaving Derek, John, Alara and the others behind. Still, in this world, only the strongest survive. That was the harsh truth they'd learned. A name, Moon. A race, human. Class, classless. Level 10, 6%. Lives, 1055. Strength, 19. Agility, 21. Constitution, 24. Mana, 26. Attribute points, 5. Skills, elemental attack, 4. Element affinity. Talent, Grim Reaper. Class skill, class slot, 01. With all the beasts they'd killed over the week, Moon and Selene had both reached level 10. The progression had been brutal but steady, hunting during the day, retreating to shelter before dark, avoiding the thing that prowled at night. Finally, both skills are mine, Moon thought with satisfaction as he stared at the 2 skills that were now permanently his. It had taken several days of constant combat for his proficiency to reach maximum in both skills, resulting in his complete acquisition of them. He no longer needed to copy Seleni's class to use the abilities. They were his now, independent of any borrowed power. The hard work had been worth it. For the first time, Moon was finally able to use his accumulated lives more efficiently. 4-element affinity. Rank rare. Level 1 evolved. Details: you have low affinity to the 4 elements: water, earth, wind, fire. Plus 100% extra control. Elemental attack. Rank common, level 1. Evolve. Details: you are able to conjure an elemental attack using mana and your affinity towards the element, plus 100% extra damage. Staring at his status screen, a subtle smile formed on Moon's face. Unlike other awakeners, for the past week he'd been unable to evolve his skills because he'd never truly possessed them until now. Selene and other awakeners had the ability to use the lives they'd accumulated to evolve their skills, making them stronger, more efficient, more deadly. Of course, as new awakeners, it was generally considered wise to keep lives as a safety reserve and only evolve skills once you had a comfortable buffer. But for Moon, who had an abundance of lives thanks to his Grim Reaper talent, the calculation was different. He pulled up the evolution interface for elemental attack. Elemental attack. Rank common. Level 1 right arrow 2. Cost 2 lives. With over 1,000 lives in his reserves, he had more than enough to push this skill to its limits. So he did. Confirm evolution. Cost 2 lives. Moon selected yes without hesitation. Moon watched as the notifications cascaded across his vision, each evolution costing exponentially more lives than the last. Level 1 right arrow 2, 2 lives consumed. Level 2 right arrow 3, 4 lives consumed. Level 8 right arrow 9, 256 lives consumed. Level 9 right arrow 10, 512 lives consumed. Total lives consumed, 1,022. Lives remaining, 33/1055. Skill evolution complete. Elemental attack has reached level 10 and evolved to uncommon rank. At the end, he'd reached level 10 with the skill and spent a total of 1,022 lives. The result, it was more than satisfying. Elemental attack. Rank uncommon. Level 1 max. Details: you are able to conjure intermediate elemental attacks using mana and your affinity toward the elements. Attacks deal significantly increased damage and possess enhanced elemental properties, plus 200% damage. Reading through the upgraded description, Moon felt power surge through his mana pathways. The skill had evolved from common to uncommon rank, the next tier in the progression system, but he also realized something. After this evolution, the evolve option had disappeared entirely. The skill had reached its maximum potential. Uncommon rank was as far as this particular ability could grow. Moon frowned slightly. He'd expected to be able to push it further, perhaps to rare or even epic rank later on, but skills had natural limits based on their fundamental nature. Elemental attack, despite being useful, was apparently capped at uncommon. Still, the improvements were substantial. Double damage, faster casting, better efficiency. For 1,022 lives, it was an investment that would pay off immediately. Now he had a decision to make about 4-element affinity. 4-element affinity. Rank rare. Level 1-2. Cost 8 lives. Looking at the skill, Moon's happiness faded. Starting at 8 lives for the first level up, it would cost in the 5 digits for him to evolve the skill to epic rank. Are you ready? Selene looked at Moon with a hardened expression on her face. Let's go. Moon nodded, making his way out of the cave. He hadn't powered up without reason. They were going to Gareth's cave to confront him, then they were going to head to the temple. They had been slowly accumulating strength for the past week, and it was finally time to confront him without simply providing themselves for slaughtering. Chapter 25, Heading Back to the Cave 2. Moon and Selene stood at the front of the cave, both glancing at the small entrance with frowns on their faces. Entering was incredibly dangerous. Whoever went first would absorb any incoming attacks from within the cave, making them the most vulnerable. In the end, Moon decided to enter first. The entrance wasn't so narrow that they couldn't prepare for attacks, but it was still risky. If Gareth was waiting inside, if this was a trap, Moon would be the one to spring it. He wasn't being chivalrous, but he was being realistic. With his new skill, he could heavily injure Selene if he used it whilst being behind her, and that was a big no. Stay back, he whispered to Selene. Give yourself room to react. Silently, Moon entered first, his body tense, mana already gathered and ready to cast. Selene followed right behind him, keeping a safe distance of several meters. Having a chance to respond to any variables was crucial, especially against someone like Gareth who radiated that level 9 aura. Surprisingly, they managed to enter the cave without incident. Moon's body remained alert, his senses straining for any sound or movement. His mana churned ready, prepared to unleash his newly evolved elemental attack at the slightest hint of danger. Looking around the cave, Moon found nobody. Where is everyone? Nobody is here, Moon muttered, his voice echoing slightly in the empty space as he surveyed the area with a grim expression. Selene shared the same reaction, her eyes scanning the cave. The fire pit was long exhausted, nothing but cold ashes remaining where flames had once burned. The injured woman and man who'd been sitting by the fire were gone. The pelts, the supplies, the makeshift bedding, all of it remained, but not a single person occupied the space. Do you think he already? Selene whispered, unable to finish the sentence. Not sure, Moon whispered back, moving deeper into the cave while maintaining his vigilance. Let's check the area deeper inside where the supposed toilet was. Selene nodded and walked alongside him, her staff gripped tight, ready to cast at a moment's notice. They moved through the cave, checking every alcove. The stone walls pressed close around them, the torches that had provided light during their first visit now extinguished. After 5 minutes of thorough searching, the verdict was clear. The cave was completely empty. Damn it, he must have moved at some point this week, Moon cursed under his breath as they prepared to leave the cave. More than a week had passed since they'd escaped. Plenty of time for Gareth to relocate slowly, especially if he suspected they knew something. At this point, both Moon and Selene had verified that there was indeed something deeply wrong with Gareth. The question that remained was, where was everyone? Derek, John, Elara, Marcus, Iris, where had they all gone? Moon's eyes widened as a thought struck his mind. The graveyard, we need to check the graveyard. Selene's face paled slightly, but she nodded, to see if there are new bones, Moon finished grimly. They exited the cave and made their way through the snow to the area where they'd originally discovered the human remains. The location wasn't far, just around the rocky outcropping where the wind had created natural drifts. Moon's heart pounded as they approached. Part of him hoped desperately that they'd find nothing new, that somehow against all odds Derek and the others were still alive somewhere. They arrived at the site and began searching, pushing aside snow, looking for any fresh remains. Minutes passed. Nothing, Selene said finally, her voice carrying a mix of confusion and fragile hope. There are no new bones, the same ones we found before, but nothing fresh. Moon frowned, his mind racing through possibilities. Either nothing happened to them, or Gareth already decided to change locations entirely, Selene finished. If he suspected we knew about the bones, about what he was doing, he might have moved everything. Covered his tracks. Moon stared at the old bones partially buried in snow, the same remains they'd discovered a week ago. The evidence was inconclusive. Their teammates could be alive and relocated, or they could be dead and disposed of elsewhere, or something else entirely could have happened. What do we do? Selene asked quietly. Moon was silent for a long moment, weighing their options. They were level 10 now, significantly stronger than when they'd first arrived, but Gareth was still estimated at level 13 minimum, possibly higher, and they had no idea where he'd gone or what his true capabilities were. We keep getting stronger, Moon said finally. We focus on surviving, on preparing for the temple. If Derek and the others are alive, we'll find them. If they're not, he let the sentence hang. Selene nodded slowly, accepting the harsh reality. The temple, the heart of winter, that's our way out. That's our way out, Moon confirmed. They turned away from the graveyard and began the trek back to makeshift camp that they had found the journal in, leaving behind the unanswered questions and the ghosts of their former teammates. In this frozen hell, survival came first. Everything else was secondary, so they proceeded to the camp, encountering a few beasts along the way which Moon and Selene took care of easily. You have killed level 9 Arctic boar. You have killed level 10 Arctic lynx. Wow, Moon, you are so much stronger now. Your attacks are almost instantly killing these beasts. Did you level up your skill? Moon nodded his head. Yes, I leveled up my main skill a few times. What about you? I did too, but the effect isn't as exaggerated as yours. Well, it depends on the skill. We have different skills, so yeah. Selene nodded her head. Chapter 26, Heart of Winter awaits one. A name, Moon. Race, human. Class, classless. Level 10, 89%. Lives, 140. Strength, 19. Agility, 21. Constitution, 24. Mana, 26. Attribute points, 5. Skills, Elemental Attack, Uncommon. LVL Max, 4. Element Affinity, Rare, LVL 1. Talent, Grim Reaper. Class Skill, Class Slot, 01. By the time they arrived back at the broken camp, Moon was almost at level 11 from the experience he'd gained from all the beasts they'd slain along the way. The week of constant combat had pushed both of them to their limits and beyond, forging them into harder, more capable warriors than the frightened awakeners who'd first stumbled into this frozen hell. At the camp, they sat by their small fire, the flames providing meager warmth against the relentless cold. Moon stared at his status, noting how his lives had dropped from over 1,000 to just 140. The skill evolution had been expensive, but its worth was obvious. We need to make a decision, Selene said, breaking the silence. Her face was illuminated by the firelight, exhaustion evident in the lines around her eyes. We can't keep wandering aimlessly. We need a goal. Moon nodded. The temple. We need to check it out, see what we're actually dealing with. You think we're ready? Ready? Moon let out a harsh laugh. No, but we're stronger than we were. And we have information now. The journal gave us a starting point. He looked at Selene. We don't have to attempt whatever's inside, we just scout, learn what we can. Then we decide our next move. Selene was quiet for a moment, then nodded. They spent the next 10 minutes preparing, checking their supplies, ensuring their harvested furs were secured properly, going over what little they knew from the journal entries. The temple was northeast from the abandoned camp, roughly half a day's climb up the mountain with stone pillars carved with frost patterns. We leave at first light tomorrow, Moon decided. Give ourselves maximum daylight for the journey back and forth. Selene agreed, and they settled in for the night, taking turns on watch as they had every night for the past week. When dawn broke, painting the swirling sky in shades of pale blue and violet, they departed toward the mountain mentioned in the journal. Their footsteps crunched through fresh snow, their breath misting in the frigid air. The mountain loomed in the distance, its peak lost in clouds and ice. Somewhere up there, buried in the frozen wastes, was a temple that held the key to their escape and possibly their deaths. But they had no other choice. Standing still meant slow death from exposure or starvation. Moving forward meant facing whatever horrors the temple contained. Moon adjusted the bare fur around his shoulders and continued climbing, Selene at his side, both of them advancing toward their fate with grim determination. The heart of winter awaited. They arrived at the bottom of the mountain as the sun reached its peak in the swirling sky. Moon and Selene stood side by side, their necks craned back, staring upward at the massive structure that rose before them like a frozen titan clawing at the heavens. The mountain stretched impossibly high, its slopes steep and treacherous, covered in layers of pristine snow and jagged ice that glittered like shattered glass in the pale light. The only sound was the wind. It howled across the mountainside in a constant, mournful chorus, carrying with it the whisper of 1,000 deaths. The scent of pure snow entered their nostrils, untouched by warmth or life. Underneath it lurked a subtle metallic tang of ice so cold it burned, mixed with the clean emptiness of air that had never known summer. The sight was simultaneously beautiful and terrifying. The mountain's face was a masterwork. Massive ice sheets clung to sheer rock walls, creating formations that looked like frozen waterfalls caught mid-cascade. Snow drifts rose in elegant curves, sculpted by wind into shapes that seemed designed, almost artistic in a sense. The ice caught the light and refracted it into pale rainbows that danced across the white landscape. But both Moon and Selene knew that beneath that beauty lurked danger. Moon's eyes traced the lower slopes. Claw marks carved deep gouges into the ice-covered rocks, far too large to belong to anything they'd encountered so far. The marks were fresh enough that snow hadn't completely filled them, suggesting whatever made them had passed through recently. Further along, partially buried in a snowdrift, lay the frozen corpse of a massive creature Moon didn't recognize. Its body was mutilated as if it had been thrown against the mountain with tremendous force. Ribs jutted through its torn flesh, with one of its legs missing entirely from the corpse. Whatever had killed it possessed strength that made the Arctic bear they'd fought seem like a child's toy. Selene pointed silently to a series of tracks leading up the mountain's lower path. They were enormous, three-toed like the ones they'd followed to the abandoned camp. Each print was deep enough that Moon could have fit his entire fist inside. Something big lives up there, Selene whispered, her voice nearly swallowed by the wind. Moon nodded, his eyes continuing their scan. Blood stained the snow in several places, dark crimson against pristine white, trails leading both up and down the mountain. At this point, both awakeners realized that this wasn't just dangerous territory, it was a battlefield, a hunting ground for things that made the level 9 beasts look like prey. And somewhere up there, carved into this frozen nightmare, was a temple that possibly held their only chance of escape. Moon pulled his gaze from the mountain's peak, shrouded in clouds that swirled with unnatural patterns, and looked at Selene. Her face was pale, but her expression was resolute. Last chance to turn back, he said quietly. Selene shook her head. We've come this far and there's nowhere else to go. Moon nodded, accepting her answer because it matched his own thoughts exactly. Chapter 27, Heart of Winter awaits too. They climbed for 2 hours, their path winding through narrow passages between ice-covered rocks and treacherous slopes where one misstep could send them tumbling down the mountain. The temperature dropped with each meter of elevation gained, the cold biting through even their thick bare fur coverings. Moon kept his senses sharp, scanning for threats while Selene navigated, using her experience to find the safest routes upward. They were scouting, moving carefully, avoiding anything that looked like it might house a predator. Boom! A creature erupted from beneath the snow without warning, exploding upward in a spray of white powder. It was massive, easily 4 meters long, with a body like a scaled serpent covered in ice-blue armor plating, 6 legs ending in razor-sharp claws dug into the rock face. Its head was all teeth and hunger, jaws wide enough to swallow a person whole. Frost serpent. Level 12. Details: a non-venomous serpent that uses its stealth and overwhelming body strength to strangle its prey and feast on them. Moon's body reacted on instinct. Left, he shouted to Selene. Selene Dove left without question, trusting his call completely. They'd spent more than a week fighting together, learning each other's rhythms, developing coordination that only came from life-or-death combat. Moon's right hand gathered fire while his left channeled water. The frost serpent lunged toward where Selene had been standing, its massive jaws snapping shut on empty air. Moon released his fire attack. The fireball that launched from his palm was enormous, as large as a car wheel, compressed and volatile, the result of his evolved elemental attack skill combined with his rare 4-element affinity. The plus 200% damage boost made the attack devastating beyond anything a normal level 10 Awakener could produce. Boom, the fireball struck the serpent's armored head directly, exploding on impact with enough force to shake loose snow from the rocks above. Fire washed over the creature's ice-covered scales, steam erupting where flame met frost. The serpent shrieked, its head snapping back from the impact. Selene was already moving, her staff glowing. Earth responded to her call, the mountainside itself seeming to shift as stone spikes erupted beneath the serpent's body, driving upward to pierce its vulnerable underbelly. The creature thrashed, trying to retreat back into the snow, but Moon didn't give it the chance. His hands moved in rapid succession. Another fireball, this one aimed at the serpent's midsection, where Selene's earth spikes had already weakened its armor. Then a lance of pressurized water, striking like a spear into the same wounded area. The combination was brutal and efficient. Fire to deal massive damage, water to exploit the openings, and earth to control positioning and create vulnerabilities. Selene added her own attacks, more earth spikes, a blade of compressed wind that sliced across the serpent's flank, and another fireball that struck its tail. The frost serpent had ambushed them, expecting easy prey. Instead, it found 2 abnormal awakeners, a mage that could control 4 elements and a grim reaper that would harvest its life 5 times over. The battle lasted less than 10 seconds. Moon's final attack was another massive fireball, this one striking the serpent's head as it tried to retreat. The explosion shattered what remained of its ice armor, and the creature went limp, sliding down the mountainside before coming to rest against a rocky outcropping. You have killed a level 12 frost serpent. You have gained 40 lives. You have reached level 11. Name Moon. Race human. Class classless. Level 11 2%. Lives 180. Strength 20, Agility 22, Constitution 25, Mana 27. Attribute points 5. Skills Elemental Attack Uncommon, LVL Max 4 Element Affinity Rare LVL 1. Talent Grim Reaper. Class Skill Class Slot 1-1. Moon lowered his hands, breathing calmly. His evolved elemental attack coupled with his own growing experience made the spells more mana efficient. Selene walked over to stand beside him, staring at the dead serpent with wide eyes. That fireball was really strong. I know, Moon said quietly. He'd already confessed to Selene days ago about his class, though he'd been strategic about what he revealed. He told her his class was similar to hers, an elemental mage variant that gave him command over 3 elements instead of 4. He'd chosen to claim water, fire, and earth. Water and fire for attack versatility, earth for defense and battlefield control. He deliberately omitted wind, because claiming to have a 4-element affinity identical to hers would have been too suspicious. The chances of 2 people having the exact same rare class in the same batch of awakeners were essentially none. His true nature, the classless anomaly that could mirror any class, the ability that let him learn skills permanently, remained his deepest secret. He trusted Selene more than anyone else in this cursed realm, but some truths were too dangerous to share unless absolutely forced. He had already learnt not to trust people easily, after his girlfriend of 2 years left him at his weakest moment. 3 elements are already incredibly rare, Selene had said when he told her. I've never heard of anyone else with multi-element affinity besides full elemental mages like me. Moon had simply nodded, letting her believe what made sense to her. Now watching the results of his evolved skill, Selene seemed to be reassessing just how powerful his variant class actually was. We make a good team, Moon said, deflecting from the implicit question in her gaze. Yeah. We do. Selene smiled slightly, then looked up the mountain. If we can handle a level 12 ambush that easily, maybe we actually have a chance at this temple. Maybe, Moon agreed, though privately he wondered what kind of horrors awaited them if a level 12 beast was just an appetizer. They harvested what they could from the frost serpent, some of its intact scales, a portion of its meat, and continued their ascent. Chapter 28, Incoming Trouble. As they ascended the mountain, the weather suddenly turned violent. Whoosh. Whoosh, what had been a steady wind transformed into a howling gale within seconds. Snow that had been falling gently became a wall of white that obliterated visibility. The temperature plummeted even further, cold so intense it felt like knives cutting through their layers of fur and into their skin. Moon grabbed Selene's arm, shouting to be heard over the roar of wind. We've been hit by a blizzard, we need to take shelter. Selene nodded, her face already covered in frost, her hair whipping wildly. They pressed forward, each step becoming a battle against the wind that seemed determined to throw them off the mountain. Rumble, rumble. Their faces turned pale at the ominous sound that was coming from the top of the mountain. Avalanche, Selene screamed, pointing upward. Through the blizzard, Moon could barely make out the massive wall of snow breaking free from the upper slopes, cascading downward with the force of a tidal wave. With few seconds to move, they were forced to find a shelter to escape their imminent death. There, Moon spotted a dark opening in the rock face about 20 meters to their right. They ran, stumbling through the deep snow, the rumble growing louder. The ground shook, the air filled with the thunder of countless tons of snow racing down the mountain. They threw themselves into the cave entrance just as the avalanche roared past them in fury, the displaced air creating a pressure wave that knocked them both off their feet. Snow poured into the cave's mouth, but the angle of the entrance protected them from the worst of it. For several seconds, they lay gasping on the cold stone floor, hearts pounding, listening to the avalanche rage outside. When it finally passed, leaving only the howl of the blizzard, they slowly picked themselves up. That was close, Selene breathed, brushing snow from her face. Moon nodded, still catching his breath. He looked around their shelter, gathering a small flame in his palm to provide light. The cave was larger than their previous shelter, extending back into darkness. As his eyes adjusted and the firelight spread, Moon noticed something. This cave had been used before. Near the entrance, scattered across the stone floor, were the remnants of an old fire. Moon knelt beside them, touching it gently. "Someone camped here," he said. Selene moved deeper into the cave, her own light source illuminating the walls. "Moon, there's more." He joined her and found what she'd discovered. Belongings left behind, forgotten or abandoned. A torn piece of fabric that might have been part of a bedroll. An empty water container, cracked from the cold, and a broken knife with a blade that was snapped in half. And on the cave walls, writing. Moon brought his flame closer, studying the marks carved into the stone. They were rough, done with something sharp, probably the same broken knife lying nearby. Unfortunately, they were incomprehensible, providing no useful intel to Moon. "Can you read any of this?" Selene asked, running her fingers over the carvings. Moon shook his head. "No, but look at this." He pointed to one section where the carving was deeper. The pattern repeated 3 times, each iteration slightly different. Whoever wrote this was trying to communicate something important enough to carve it into stone. "The journal," Selene said suddenly. "The group from the journal. They came this way, heading toward the temple. This could be one of their camps." Moon considered that. The belongings looked like they'd been here for months, maybe more. The journal's last entry had been 19 days after the group had entered the hidden realm. But why write in symbols no one can read? Moon wondered aloud. Maybe they couldn't, Selene suggested. Maybe something about this place, about the mountain or the temple, affected them somehow, changed how they perceived language. It was a disturbing thought. Moon moved to the cave entrance and looked out. The blizzard showed no signs of stopping. Snow fell so thick he couldn't see more than a meter beyond the opening. The sky, what little he could glimpse through the whiteout, was darkening. Night was beginning to fall. "We can't go back down," he said quietly. "Not in this weather, not in the dark." Selene joined him, her expression grim. "We'll have to stay on the mountain and wait it out." It wasn't what they'd planned. Their strategy had been to scout during daylight and retreat to safety before evening. Moon turned back to survey their shelter. It was defensible, with one entrance, solid stone walls, and enough space for both of them. They'd also harvested meat from the frost serpent. They could survive the night here. "We take shifts," Moon said, making the decision. 4 hours each. The one on watch stays near the entrance, ready to wake the other at the first sign of anything. Selene nodded. "I'll take first watch. You need to recover your mana after that fight." Moon didn't argue. He wasn't going to complain about resting after their long journey. He settled against the cave wall where he could still see the entrance. "And Selene, if you see anything at all, wake me immediately. Don't try to handle it alone." "I won't," she promised. Moon closed his eyes, but sleep didn't come easily. Outside, the blizzard raged on. Somewhere in the darkness, carved in symbols they couldn't understand, was a message from people who'd walked this path before them, people who'd never made it back. Chapter 29, Shocking Discovery. After surviving the night, morning finally arrived. The blizzard had stopped. The howling wind had faded to a gentle breeze, and pale light filtered through the cave entrance, or what remained of it. Previously, the snow had completely covered the opening, sealing them inside like a tomb. Moon and Selene worked together to clear it, using fire magic to melt through the packed snow and physically digging out the rest. It took some work before they finally broke through. When they emerged into the morning light, they stopped and stared. The mountain had transformed. The avalanche hadn't just passed by their cave, it had fundamentally altered the entire landscape around them. The path they'd climbed yesterday was gone, buried under meters of snow and ice. Entire sections of the mountainside had been reshaped, creating new slopes, new cliffs, new obstacles that hadn't existed before. "We can't go back the way we came," Selene said quietly, surveying the destruction. "That route doesn't exist anymore." Moon nodded grimly. They were committed now, the only way was up. Then Selene's hand shot out, gripping his arm. Moon, look." She pointed upward and Moon followed her gaze. The blizzard had cleared completely, leaving the sky that strange swirling blue-white color that passed for daylight in this realm. And there, carved into the upper reaches of the mountain, barely visible through wisps of remaining cloud, were stone structures. Massive pillars that rose like fingers of giants, their surfaces covered in frost. Before them stood the temple. They were closer than they'd realized. The blizzard and avalanche had actually pushed them nearer to their destination, cutting away the long approach they would have needed to make. "We're almost there," Moon breathed, a mixture of hope and dread settling in his chest. Selene continued staring upward, her body tense. "Moon, I saw something, just for a moment." "What?" Moon's eyes scanned the area around the temple pillars, a silhouette moving between the pillars. "Human-shaped, I think, but," she squinted, leaning forward, "it's gone now." Moon looked where she'd indicated, his eyes looking for anything. He saw nothing but stone and ice and the ever-present snow. "Are you sure?" he asked. Selene hesitated, doubt creeping into her voice. "I thought I did, but maybe it was just a shadow or the clouds moving." Moon continued watching for another full minute, but nothing appeared. Still, Selene wasn't the type to imagine things, especially not after a week of constant vigilance had honed her instincts to razor sharpness. "We stay alert," he said finally. "If there's someone up there, we'll find out soon enough." Selene nodded, though her hand remained tight on her staff. The climb was treacherous. The avalanche had created unstable snow fields that could give way without warning. Ice sheets clung to rock faces at angles that seemed to defy physics. More than once, Moon had to use his earth magic to create handholds, or Selene had to melt a path through ice too thick to break manually, but they climbed. The temple pillars grew larger as they approached, revealing details that hadn't been visible from below. The frost patterns weren't natural. They were carvings depicting scenes Moon couldn't quite make sense of. He squinted at the nearest pillar as they drew closer, trying to understand what the craftsmen had been trying to convey. Figures that might have been human or might have been something else were carved in procession along the stone surface. They were stylized, their proportions slightly wrong, as if the sculptor had been working from memory rather than life. Each figure appeared to be carrying objects held high above their heads as they marched toward a central point in the carving. Moon's eyes followed the procession to where it led, a massive throne carved with excessive detail that stood out even among the drawings covering the rest of the pillar. And seated upon that throne was a being that made Moon's skin crawl despite being nothing more than carved stone. It was humanoid with odd proportions. It had 2 arms, 2 legs, a torso, and a head. It was really tall, very thin, with limbs that bent at angles that shouldn't be possible. The head was crowned with something that might have been ice or horns or both. And even in stone, even weathered by perhaps uncountable years of frozen wind, there was something in the carving's posture that radiated dominance. Before this throne, at its base, was an altar. The procession of figures appeared to be placing their offerings upon it, one by one, their carved faces turned upward toward the seated being as if in supplication or terror. Moon shifted his attention to the next pillar and found similar scenes. Different figures, different offerings, but always the same throne. "Sacrifices," Selene whispered, coming to stand beside him. She'd been examining a different pillar but had clearly reached the same conclusion. "They're offering sacrifices to whatever that thing is." Moon nodded slowly. This had been happening for a very, very long time. "The heart of winter," Moon said quietly, his eyes returning to the carved being on the throne. "I think we're looking at it." Selene's face had gone pale. "If that's what we have to face to get out of here." Between the pillars, barely visible in the shadows cast by the massive stone structures, was an entrance, a doorway leading into darkness, its threshold marked by more of those intricate frost carvings. Whatever answers they sought, whatever horrors awaited them, lay beyond that entrance. After a short climb, they were at the entrance of the temple. Tap, tap, sounds of boots striking the floor echoed from inside the temple, making Selene and Moon tense immediately. They hadn't expected to hear sounds of boots that most definitely would come from humans from inside the temple. "There are people inside this place," Moon whispered to Selene beside him. From their current point, it was difficult to tell who was inside because all they could see was a dark corridor leading to what appeared to be a room without a door. The sounds were presumably coming from that room that they could barely see inside. Selene nodded her head. "Should we go in?" After a moment of contemplation, Moon responded. "We don't have a choice, do we?" With pounding hearts and tense bodies, they entered the temple, ready to face whatever was inside, whether evil or good. They slowly walked through the temple, afraid of making any sounds, wanting to get a hint of who was inside before making any move themselves. When they arrived at the end of the corridor, the sight that greeted them inside the room shocked them to their core. "John, Ilara," Selene whispered, her eyes wide in shock. The last people she expected to see inside the temple were the 2 teammates who they had thought were dead by now. Chapter 30, Fairy Tales. Staring at the 2 people in the chamber, Derek's team looked at Moon and Selene with equally shocked expressions. "You're still alive. We thought you guys were dead. Where have you been?" John asked, looking at his 2 former teammates with wide eyes. Moon did not respond immediately, his gaze sweeping around the circular room, noting everyone present and searching for one figure specifically. All members of their original team were here. But Gareth was nowhere to be seen. The absence made Moon's instinct scream with warning. Before Selene could respond, Moon spoke first. "We got lost in a snowstorm that overtook us, so we found shelter until we could continue. Why are you all here?" "And where is Gareth?" Derek walked forward, taking charge of the conversation as he always did. He approached Selene with what seemed like genuine relief on his face. "I'm glad you're safe. We were worried about you." Moon's expression darkened because his question had been completely ignored. Selene, sensing Moon's tension, repeated the question more firmly. "Why are you guys here?" Derek finally responded, his tone casual, almost dismissive. "We came here shortly after Gareth discovered this place by accident. Since then we've been using this temple as our hideout. It's safer than the cave and warmer somehow despite being made of stone." Moon and Selene exchanged a look laden with uncertainty and suspicion. Questions flooded their minds. Were they wrong about their assumptions regarding Gareth? Had they misread the situation entirely? But what about the bones, the graveyard of human remains outside his cave? After a silent exchange of glances, Selene made a decision. With Gareth absent, this might be their only opportunity to warn the others and find out if anything was truly wrong. She looked at Derek's group with a grim expression and began explaining what had truly happened, how they'd never gotten lost in a storm, how they'd fled deliberately after discovering the human bones, the suspicions they'd developed about Gareth, the journal they'd found at the abandoned camp. By the time she finished, the chamber had fallen into tense silence. Then Derek burst out laughing. The sound echoed off the stone walls, harsh and disbelieving. He clutched his stomach, wiping tears from his eyes as his laughter gradually subsided. When he finally composed himself enough to speak, he looked at the frowning Moon with undisguised mockery. "Are you out of your mind? Seriously? A cannibal?" Derek shook his head, still chuckling. "That's the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard. You even managed to fool Selene into believing this fairy tale." Marcus snorted in agreement. "Human bones around the cave. They're probably from awakeners who died before we even got here. This place has been trapping people for who knows how long. And the fact that Gareth's been nothing but helpful to us means nothing to you," Iris added, crossing her arms. "He's fed us, taught us how to survive here, and showed us this temple. If he wanted to hurt us, he's had a dozen chances." Moon's jaw tightened. "Where is he right now? Why isn't he with you?" "He went scouting," Derek said with exaggerated patience, as if explaining something to a child. "Checking the perimeter, making sure no beasts are nearby. He does it every few hours. He'll be back soon." "And you just believe him?" Selene pressed. "You never questioned why he was alone when he found us? Why were there no other survivors despite him claiming?" "Enough," Derek cut her off, his amusement fading into irritation. "Look, I get it. You two ran off and have been struggling to survive on your own. You're tired, scared, and probably half-starved. Your minds are playing tricks on you. But don't come in here and try to turn us against the person who's kept us alive." John stepped forward, his expression apologetic but firm. "Selene, Moon, I know you've been through a lot. But Derek's right, Gareth's been good to us. Whatever you think you saw, there has to be another explanation." Moon opened his mouth to argue, to press harder, but a sound from the corridor behind them. Everyone in the chamber turned toward the entrance. A figure emerged from the shadows of the corridor, tall and imposing in his haggard, bare leather. The blood-stained spear rested casually across his shoulders. His weathered face showed no surprise at finding Moon and Selene there. Gareth stepped into the chamber, his eyes settling on the two of them with an expression that was impossible to read. "Well, look who finally found their way home." Derek immediately jumped in to explain. "Gareth, you won't believe what they just told us. They think you're some kind of cannibal, said they found human bones near the cave and ran away because they thought you were going to eat us or something." He laughed again, shaking his head at the absurdity. Moon's muscles tensed, ready to fight or flee, but Gareth's expression didn't change. He simply looked at Moon and Selene with what might have been pity or indifference, his face betraying nothing. "I don't blame them," Gareth said finally, his voice calm and measured. "People go crazy in this place. The cold, the isolation, the constant fear. It makes you see things that aren't there, connect dots that don't exist. I've seen it happen before." His response was so reasonable, so understanding, that for a brief moment Moon felt a flicker of doubt. Had they been wrong? Had the stress and paranoia of survival warped their judgment? Derek laughed again, clearly relieved that Gareth wasn't offended. "See, I told you, you were just being paranoid." Gareth shifted the spear on his shoulders, and Moon's hand twitched toward his mana reserves. But the man simply adjusted his grip, making himself more comfortable before speaking again. "I found the way to enter the sealed chamber. Let's prepare for it tonight. Get yourselves mentally ready. We're leaving this place." Everyone from Derek's group lit up with joy, their faces transforming from the haggard exhaustion of survival to hope. "Really? Elara breathed, her bow lowering completely as tears formed in her eyes. "We can finally get out." "Tonight?" Marcus asked, disbelief and excitement warring in his voice. Gareth nodded once, firm and certain. "Tonight." John turned to Moon and Selene. "There's a door deeper in the temple that we think is our exit from this realm. We've been trying to open it for days, but there's some sort of mechanism we couldn't figure out. It wouldn't budge no matter what we tried." He gestured toward the far end of the chamber, where Moon could now see another corridor leading deeper into darkness. "It seems like Gareth finally found a way to open it." Selene glanced at Moon, her expression carefully neutral, but he could see the questions in her eyes. Moon's mind raced. A sealed door that led to their escape, a mechanism that required specific conditions to open. And Gareth, who'd been here longer than any of them, had finally figured it out. Or had he been waiting for something specific, for enough people to gather, for enough lives to be accumulated? The carvings outside flashed through Moon's memory. Processions of figures carrying offerings to an altar, sacrifices made to the being on the throne. "What kind of mechanism?" Moon asked, his voice cutting through the others' excitement. Gareth turned his attention to Moon. "The old-fashioned kind requires multiple people to activate simultaneously. Pressure plates seems like." He gestured to Derek's group. "Now with you two here we have 10, should be more than enough." 10 people, Moon repeated slowly. 10 people, Gareth confirmed. "We'll attempt it at nightfall." The timing matters, apparently. Something about the temple's structure and how the mechanisms respond to temperature changes when the sun sets. It sounded plausible, but Moon couldn't shake the image of those carved figures, marching toward their doom with offerings held high. "What happens if it doesn't work?" Selene asked quietly. Gareth's smile finally appeared, but it was thin and didn't reach his eyes. "Then we're all trapped here forever." Derek's group seemed too excited to care about the ominous tone. They were already discussing preparations, what supplies to bring and how to coordinate their efforts. But Moon caught Selene's eye across the chamber, and in that shared glance they communicated everything that words couldn't say. Tonight they would learn the truth about Gareth. Tonight they would either escape this frozen hell, or discover exactly what kind of sacrifice the heart of winter demanded. "Are you ready?" Gareth spoke, standing at the front of the formation before a massive door. "Yes," the group shouted in unison, each person positioned exactly where Gareth had instructed them to stand along the chamber walls. Moon and Selene had both stood at the back, not involved with what was happening. It gave them a view of everyone else, making it harder to be ambushed. "Press it," Gareth commanded. 8 hands touched the walls simultaneously. Moon felt the carved brick beneath his palm give way slightly, sinking deeper into the stone with a grinding sound that echoed through the ancient chamber. The large door began to move. Slowly, ponderously, the massive stone slab started to slide open, revealing a passage beyond, one that descended into darkness deeper than anything they'd seen so far. The group erupted in celebration. Derek raised his fist in triumph. Marcus laughed with relief. Iris and Elara embraced, tears streaming down their faces. John simply stood there, grinning like he couldn't quite believe it was real. Only 2 people didn't join the celebration. Moon and Selene stood at the back of the formation, their expressions carefully neutral, their bodies tense and ready. They watched Gareth's back, watched how he observed the opening door with an expression that was neither surprised nor particularly joyful. Despite all their warnings, despite the bones and the journal and every instinct screaming that something was wrong, they couldn't prove anything to the others. Derek's group had made their choice. They trusted Gareth more than they trusted 2 teammates who disappeared for a week. So Moon and Selene had made their own decision. They would enter with the group, and if Gareth tried anything foolish, anything that confirmed their suspicions, they would kill him. They had the strength to do so now. Chapter 31, Heart of Winter. They walked down the dark passage. The descent felt endless, spiraling deeper and deeper into the mountain's frozen heart. After what seemed like hundreds of steps, they finally arrived at the end where another door lay. "Again, another mechanism to solve," Derek said in irritation, his voice bouncing off the walls. But before anyone could respond, before Gareth could even approach it, the door simply opened. It swung inward silently, smoothly, as if it had been waiting for them. Beyond lay a chamber so dark that even with their lighting they could barely make out its dimensions. It was large, that much was certain. The darkness seemed to swallow sound itself, creating a void that felt less like an absence of light and more like a presence. "Stay together," Gareth said quietly. They entered slowly, the group clustering closer together as they crossed the threshold. The moment the last person stepped inside, the door behind them slammed shut with a sound like thunder. Then the torches began to light. One by one, flames erupted along the walls. Each torch that ignited revealed more of the chamber, peeling back the darkness layer by layer. And with each revelation, anxiety struck deeper into Moon's chest like a blade of ice. The chamber was circular, vast, its ceiling lost in shadow high above. The walls were covered in the same carvings they'd seen outside, but here they were larger. The procession of figures wasn't stylized here, it was realistic, showing faces twisted in fear or ecstasy, bodies bent in submission. In the center of the chamber stood an altar, exactly like the ones depicted in the drawings outside. Massive, carved from black stone that seemed to drink in the torchlight, its surface was covered in channels, grooves that all led to a central depression, and behind the altar, rising up like a monument to something that should never have existed, was the throne, Moon's blood turned to ice, massive, constructed from what looked like bone and ice fused together. And sitting upon that throne, exactly as depicted in every carving they'd seen, was the creature, the being they'd thought was myth, the thing that demanded sacrifices. Its body was covered in an ice armor. The head was crowned with antlers made of pure ice, each branch razor-sharp and gleaming in the torchlight. It had no eyes. A smooth ice where eyes should be, but Moon could feel its gaze anyway, boring into him, into all of them, seeing things that went deeper than flesh. The creature's mouth moved, revealing teeth like icicles, and when it smiled, the temperature in the chamber dropped so suddenly that frost formed on their breath mid-exhale. Then words appeared, not spoken but manifesting directly in Moon's vision, in everyone's vision, burning with that same blue-white light as the torches. "Welcome to the heart of winter." The silence that followed was absolute. They simply stood there, 10 awakeners who'd thought they were entering a trial, staring at the thing that had been waiting for them. Gareth stepped forward, then he looked up at the creature on the throne and spoke with the familiarity of someone addressing an old acquaintance. "I've brought more sacrifices for you, now free me from this place." Derek's eyes widened in confusion and shock, his face going pale as the meaning registered. "Gareth Wah." The figure laughed, his voice filling the chamber, echoing off stone walls, burrowing into their skulls. Derek's voice was completely masked, swallowed by that horrific laughter. When it finally subsided, the figure leaned forward on its throne, those eyeless sockets somehow focusing directly on Gareth. "I don't see sacrifices, Gareth. Did you forget how sacrifices are meant to look like from the last time you were here?" Moon's eyes widened as the implications crashed over him. Gareth had been here before. Not just in this realm, but in this very chamber, standing before this very creature. He'd brought people here before, probably the group from the journal, probably others before them, and they were supposed to be the newest offerings. Many thoughts raced through Moon's mind, but he didn't have time to process them. Because new text appeared, burning in the air before them all. Permanent death zone. The safety net he'd relied on, the advantage that had let him take risks and survive mistakes, was gone. One death here and it was over. Around him he could see the others checking their own statuses, their faces draining of color as they realized the same thing. "No," Marcus whispered. "No, no, no." The Heart of Winter Trial. Survivors 10-1. Time 10:00. Once the timer ends, if there is more than one survivor left, you will all fail the trial and my beautiful companions shall feed on you. The voice erupted from the creature on the crown, as 6 Arctic wolves emerged from behind the throne, their fangs gleaming. Arctic Wolf. Level 15. Details: the strongest creatures in the realm after their lords. They are extremely vicious and command the ice element. "Let the game begin," the creature chuckled as he spread both his hands wide. Gareth immediately darted towards the nearest person, Marcus. Marcus raised his shield, but Derek was too fast, too strong. The spear broke through the shield and penetrated directly into Marcus's chest. Cough, Marcus coughed blood, his eyes going wide with shock and pain as life fled his body. Thud, Marcus dropped dead to the ground, his eyes void of any light. "Marcus!" Derek's scream was raw agony as he stared at his companion's corpse, fury and grief warring on his face. Derek, Iris, and the 2 other members of his team immediately clustered together, weapons raised. Derek spun toward Moon, Selene, John, and Alara, desperation making his voice crack. "We need to kill him, he's too strong, help us." Gareth was already charging again, his spear still dripping with Marcus's blood. Moon and the others reacted. Alara drew her bowstring, firing 3 arrows in rapid succession. Only one found its mark, punching into Gareth's shoulder. He barely flinched, casually ripping the arrow free and discarding it as he closed the distance. Boom. Chapter 32, Test of Trust. The wall of earth that Selene erupted between them shattered almost immediately, unable to contain the force of Gareth's attack. Chunks of stone scattered across the chamber floor, but the wall had bought Derek precious seconds to create distance. Iris sent more arrows flying. Moon and Selene launched their elemental attacks. Splash. Whoosh, the attacks hit, but not as hard as they could have. Moon held back the full power of his evolved elemental attack, his fireballs only a quarter of the size they could be. Selene's flames burned with restrained intensity rather than the inferno she was capable of conjuring. Unconsciously, both of them were pulling their punches. They needed to conserve their energy for what came next. The condition was clear. 10 survivors needed to become one, and neither of them wanted to be the ones doing the killing. Neither wanted that blood on their hands, even if survival demanded it. So they fought defensively, protecting rather than attacking, creating barriers rather than finishing blows. But Gareth had no such hesitation. He tore through Derek's remaining team like a reaper harvesting wheat. 2 awakeners in Derek's team fell within seconds of each other. Gareth's spear found the warrior's throat, then reversed to impale the healer through the chest before either could mount a proper defense. Iris took a glancing blow that opened a gash along her arm, blood streaming down to her elbow. She stumbled backward, nearly dropping her bow. Elara fired desperately, trying to cover the others, but Gareth was too fast, too experienced. He deflected her arrows with his spear shaft, closing the gap between them with terrifying speed. Annoying pest, die already. Gareth darted towards Elara. John moved, throwing himself in front of Elara just as Gareth's spear thrust forward. The blade meant for her heart found his instead. John, no, Elara shouted with horror. Thunk, the spear punched through John's chest brutally. John gasped, blood bubbling from his lips, his eyes going wide with shock. John, Elara's scream was anguish incarnate. John collapsed and Elara caught him, lowering him to the ground with trembling hands. Blood pooled beneath them, spreading across the ancient stone. Just as Gareth was about to strike Elara, everybody's attacks landed in his direction, forcing him to abort and dodge. No, no, please, Elara sobbed, cradling his head. John, stay with me, please. John's hand found hers, gripping weakly. His lips moved, forming words too quiet for anyone but her to hear. Then his hand went slack, his eyes losing focus. Elara's grief was intolerable, her body shaking with sobs as she held him. Moon realized in that moment what he hadn't noticed before: the way she'd looked at John during their reunion, the subtle touches, the shared glances. They developed something during their time in Gareth's care. He looked at the scene with a mixture of emotions. He respected John's sacrifice for his lover, but at the same time he believed that he was a fool to throw his life away for someone he met just days ago. 5 remained alive: Selene, Moon, Elara, Iris, and Derek. Gareth stood before them, breathing heavily, his bare leather torn and burned from their attacks that he was unable to fully dodge. Blood ran from multiple wounds, slashes from Derek's sword, burns from Moon's fire, arrows embedded in his flesh. He was weak, on the brink of death, his level strength finally failing him. Derek stepped forward, his sword trembling in his grip, his face a mask of fury and devastation. "Why?" he screamed, his voice echoing off the chamber walls. "Why did you do this? We trusted you." Gareth laughed. It was a weak sound, wet with blood but genuine. His eyes, cold and empty, swept over the survivors with something like contempt. "Fools," he rasped, then coughed blood. "You were always just objects for the sacrifice." He tried to say more, but his legs buckled. He dropped to one knee, then fell forward, his spear clattering from his grasp. Moon didn't hesitate. A massive fireball, finally unleashed at full power, struck Gareth's prone form. The heat was intense enough to make the others step back, flames washing over the dying man until nothing remained but charred leather and scorched flesh. "You have killed level 13 Awakener, Gareth. You have gained 120 lives." Looking at the large number of lives flooding into his reserves, Moon wasn't surprised. He dealt the most damage to Gareth throughout the fight, even if he hadn't landed the finishing blow until the end. The chamber fell silent except for Elara's quiet sobbing and the heavy breathing of the survivors. Survivors, 5-1 times 647. The timer continued its countdown. Without hesitation, Moon immediately began to level up his skills. Lives didn't matter in here, so he chose to level up his second skill. 4 Element Affinity. Rank Rare. Level 1-2. Cost 8 lives. Level 2 Reichter. Level 3 Reichter. Level 6 Reichter. Within seconds, Moon had leveled the skill to 6, the cost escalating exponentially with each level. He'd spent a total of 232 lives out of the roughly 300 he possessed, but the result was immediate and tangible. 4 Element Affinity. Rank Rare. Level 6 Evolve. Details: you have low affinity to the 4 elements: water, earth, wind, fire, plus 100% extra control. Plus 60% elemental damage. The power surged through him, his attacks had just gotten even stronger than before. Derek was staring at him and the expression on his face had shifted from grief to something else. That spell just now, the one that killed Gareth, it was much more powerful than the others. You were holding back this entire time, weren't you? Moon met his gaze without flinching. And what if I was? Derek's composure was shattered. You think this is a game? Marcus is dead, John is dead, 4 people died because of your greed, because you wanted to save your precious power instead of finishing Gareth when you had the chance. Moon's expression hardened and he laughed bitterly. 4 people died because of my greed. Moon's voice was icy. You're a fool, Derek, a complete fool. We warned you about Gareth. We told you about the bones, the journal, the danger. And what did you do? You laughed, you mocked us, you chose to trust him over us. Moon stepped forward, his eyes boring into Derek's. In fact, you are the reason your friends are dead. You led them here, you ignored every warning. Their blood is on your hands, not mine. Derek's face twisted with rage. Don't listen to him. Derek turned to Iris and Elara, gesturing wildly. He's dangerous. Look at what he just did. He's been hiding his real power this whole time. He let our friends die when he could have saved them. He's too strong. If we don't stop him now, he'll kill us all to win this trial. We need to work together. Moon saw it clearly. Derek didn't actually believe his own words. He'd simply identified Moon as the greatest threat in the room and was trying to eliminate that threat by turning the others against him. Moon's eyes shifted to Selene, the unspoken question hanging between them. Are you going to side with them too? He asked quietly, his eyes locking with Selene's. Chapter 33, Winter's Death. Selene looked at him with a soft smile, one that carried warmth despite the cold chamber and the horror surrounding them. Never. She turned her back to Moon, positioning herself beside him, facing Derek and the others. Her staff came up, fire already gathering at its tip. If you fight him, then you're fighting me, Selene said calmly. Why don't we just fight that beast over there? She gestured toward the figure still watching from its throne, surrounded by its 6 level 15 wolves. He's the reason behind all of this. Derek's face contorted with fury. Kill the harlot with him. She's just as guilty. Iris hesitated, her bow half raised, uncertainty written across her features. She'd been injured, was still bleeding, and the logic of attacking their strongest fighters seemed questionable at best. But Elara didn't seem to share the same hesitation as Iris. Elara stepped forward, tears still streaming down her face, her bow fully drawn and aimed directly at Moon. Her hands shook, but her aim was steady. You could have saved him, she whispered, her voice breaking. John, you could have killed Gareth before he... She couldn't finish, grief making her choke on words. You had the power all along, you let him die, you killed him. The accusation hung in the air, and Moon felt its weight. She wasn't entirely wrong. He had held back. He and Selene both had, unwilling to cross that line, unwilling to become murderers even when survival demanded it. Survivors, 5-1 time 4:59. The timer counted down relentlessly. Derek raised his sword. Last chance, surrender now and we'll make it quick. Moon's hand moved, mana gathering with his enhanced control. Beside him, Selene's fire burned brighter as if warning them. You're a fool, you're only sending yourself to your grave, Moon said simply. Attack, Derek shouted as he pointed his sword at Moon. Iris and Elara both drew their bowstrings and sent the arrows hurling towards Moon. Moon sighed. They had brought this upon themselves. They were weak, too weak compared to him and Selene. Whilst they had been hunting for the past days, the group had been in the shelter, barely leaving, relying on Gareth for sustenance. With a simple motion, Moon managed to form a rocky wall to block the attacks and one large fireball that had eliminated all 3 of them. The attack killed them instantly, ensuring they didn't suffer before their death. It was a tough decision, but Moon wasn't going to allow emotion to get in the way of survival. Selene looked at the area where their corpses remained with a complicated expression before shaking her head. You did the right thing. She consoles herself more than she did Moon. Moon didn't respond, staring at the notifications flashing in his eyes. You have killed level 6 Awakener, Iris. You have gained 60 lives. You have killed level 6 Awakener, Derek. You have gained 80 lives. You have killed level 5 Awakener, Elara. You have gained 60 lives. Although he wished things would have been different, he was forced to kill people that he stayed with for time, even if it was mere hours. Ever since he entered the first sanctuary, he knew that there would come a time where this might happen. Elara had chosen to use her emotions more than her brain, and Derek and Iris had thought they could kill him and become the true champions of this trial. With only the 2 of them left, Moon and Selene finally had time to think about their options without interruptions. They were still slightly wary of each other, but their distance and body language made things easier. Survivors 2-1. Time 4:01. So what are we going to do now? Selene asked, looking at the figure on the throne and the 6 massive wolves flanking it. We definitely can't believe its words. Gareth clearly fell for the same trick. He might have been in the same group as the person from the journal, and Gareth was the only survivor then. Now this thing is asking for sacrifices again. She was stating the obvious, hoping that Moon was also having the same thought. After seeing Moon's earlier attack, she was almost certain that she had no chance against him in a fight. If Moon chose to eliminate her, then she was most likely dead, even if she could put up a decent fight. We're going to fight it, Moon said with finality, making her body wash in relief. Status. Name, Moon. Race, human. Class, classless healer, limited time. Level 11, 67%. Lives 268. Strength 20, Agility 22, Constitution 25, Mana 32. Attribute points 0. Skills Elemental Attack Uncommon LVL Max 4 Element Affinity Rare LVL 6 Basic Healing. Talent Grim Reaper. Class Skill Class Slot 1-1. Moon had managed to copy the class of one of Derek's team members during the chaos, the healer. It was the most useful secondary class he could have acquired, considering he already possessed Selene's combat abilities. Basic healing wasn't powerful, but it could keep them alive longer in a drawn-out fight. Their chances weren't high, but if he could kill the 6 wolves and absorb their lives through his Grim Reaper talent, he might accumulate enough to push 4-element affinity to the next rank. With that power boost, they might actually have a chance against the Heart of Winter itself. For that reason, he didn't want anyone sharing kills with him. Every life mattered. He turned to Selene. "Do you trust me?" Selene looked at him, then nodded without hesitation. "Of course, silly question." Moon's gaze shifted to the 6 Arctic wolves prowling at the base of the throne, their ice-blue eyes fixed on the survivors with predatory focus. "I want to fight them alone and kill them," Moon said. "I don't want you to get involved unless I tell you to." Selene looked at him, confusion flickering across her face. These were 6 level 15 beasts and Moon was only level 11, same as her. The level gap was significant and the fight was almost suicidal in a way. Still, she didn't question him. She'd seen the determination and certainty in his eyes. "All right," she said simply. Moon nodded, grateful she trusted him enough not to argue. He turned his full attention to the wolves and the creature watching from above. The Heart of Winter's smile widened as if pleased by this development. "How entertaining," it said, its voice like grinding ice. "The prey wishes to dance with my companions alone. Very well, let us see if your arrogance is justified." The Heart of Winter trial has evolved to Trial of Winter's Death. Trial of Winter's Death. Survival probability 5%. The system has recognized this trial's extreme difficulty. Bonus rewards applied. Experience gain multiplied by 2. Lives gained multiplied by 2. 6 Arctic wolves began descending from the throne platform, their movements coordinated and predatory. Ice crystals formed in the air around them with each breath, their level 15 power radiating like a physical pressure. Moon stepped forward, separating himself from Selene, his hands already gathering mana in preparation for the hardest fight he was going to face. Chapter 34, Evolving Beyond Limits 1. Fire erupted from his palm, a massive fireball compressed with all the power his evolved skill and higher elemental affinity could muster. Crackle, the energy was difficult to contain, but the strengthened skill allowed Moon to do so. With a casual throw, the fireball streaked toward the lead wolf. The wolf at the front was clearly arrogant, not taking Moon seriously. It saw him as a toy, something to play with before killing. Ice shards materialized around its maw, launching forward to intercept the incoming fire. These wolves aren't weak, just what is Moon thinking? Could this be his way of sacrificing himself for me? Selene blushed at the thought before shaking her head. What am I thinking? When did I start thinking about these things? We are at death's door. Focus, Selene, focus. The other wolves didn't intervene, content to watch their packmate handle this insignificant threat. That was until the attack connected. Boom, the explosion was catastrophic in all kinds of ways. The area where the wolf stood immediately erupted in intense flames. The heat was overwhelming, forcing the other wolves to scatter, their frost-covered fur singeing from their close proximity alone. The lead wolf's arrogant expression transformed into pure agony as fire engulfed its body. Its howl was cut short as flames consumed its throat. The other wolves immediately tried to intervene, conjuring ice mist to smother the flames, but the fire burned too hot, too fierce. Unfortunately for them, it was too late. Selene stared in absolute shock and amazement. The attack was even stronger than the one that had finished Gareth, much stronger, at least twice as powerful. It surprised her because she'd thought that the previous fireball was Moon's maximum output. What she didn't know was that Moon had leveled his 4-element affinity during the brief respite, making his elemental damage significantly higher. The fire didn't just burn, it consumed, fueled by enhanced magical control that made it nearly impossible to extinguish. Before the wolves could regroup, Moon sent another massive fireball hurtling toward the same burning wolf, determined to finish what he'd started. Boom, the second explosion ended it entirely, extinguishing any hope the other wolves had of saving their packmate. The charred corpse collapsed, steam rising from its remains. You have killed a level 15 Arctic wolf. You have reached level 12. You have gained 700 lives. Moon's entire body surged with power as the level increase took effect. His attributes jumped across the board, strength, agility, constitution, and mana, all increasing by 1 point. Reading through the notification, Moon was shocked by the number of lives he'd received. He hadn't expected so much, but it made sense. The rewards were doubled, and he'd gotten the kill entirely on his own, triggering his Grim Reaper talent's 5 times multiplier on top of the trial's doubled rewards. Essentially, the lives that he was gaining were 10 times the ones he would have gotten before. Fueled by the new attributes and the massive influx of lives, Moon's confidence soared. He immediately sent another fireball toward one of the wolves charging at him in vengeance, their earlier arrogance replaced with fury and caution. While the spell was mid-flight, Moon pulled up his status and channeled lives into his skill without hesitation. 4-element affinity has reached level 7. Minus 256 lives. Lives remaining 712. He didn't stop, there were still more lives to spend, and every level made him exponentially more dangerous. 4-element affinity has reached level 8. Minus 512 lives. Lives remaining 200. The power flooded through him immediately. His control over the elements became even more refined, more instinctive. The mana responded to his will like an extension of his own body. 4-element affinity. Rank rare. Level 8 evolved. Details: you have low affinity to the 4 elements: water, earth, wind, fire, plus 100% extra control. Plus 80% elemental damage. The fireball he'd launched moments ago struck its target with devastating force, the enhanced damage from his upgraded skill making the explosion even more catastrophic than before. The wolf tried to dodge but wasn't fast enough. Flames washed over its side, burning through its thick fur and into its flesh. It howled in pain but didn't die, its level 15 durability keeping it alive despite the terrible wounds. The remaining 4 wolves spread out, learning from their fallen packmate's mistake. They wouldn't underestimate him again. Ice began forming around them, creating defensive barriers, preparing coordinated attacks. Moon stood his ground, fire dancing around his hands, ready for whatever came next. Survivors, 2-1 time 258. The countdown continued, but Moon was no longer worried about the timer. He was worried about finishing these wolves before they adapted to his tactics. You have killed a level 15 Arctic wolf. You have gained 650 lives. Out of the 4 wolves that remained, 3 of them were converging on Moon from different angles in a planned assault. Moon leapt backwards, his legs carrying him clear of snapping jaws. He raised his hand, conjuring an earth shield that absorbed a claw strike from the left. Water streamed from his other hand, creating a slick surface that made the 3rd wolf's attack slip wide, its claws missing entirely. Selene watched with an expression that mixed excitement with confusion, perhaps even concern. She was ecstatic that Moon was winning against the wolves, dominating creatures that should have been far beyond his level. How is he this strong? She'd believed they were of similar strength, or that he was perhaps slightly stronger. That had been her understanding for their entire time together. But now, Moon was overwhelming her expectations entirely. Even with her hidden talent, even fighting at her absolute hardest, she believed she could handle maybe 2 of these wolves at best. He was taking on 4 at once and winning. "Go Moon, go," she cheered from the sidelines, pushing down her doubts to focus on supporting him with her voice if not her magic. As for the figure on the throne, it looked at the scene before it with no expression on its face. Moon sent earth spikes erupting from the ground toward the wolf on his right. The stone projectiles punched through multiple places in the creature's body. The shoulder, abdomen, and rear leg were all hit, severely injuring the wolf. Blood streamed down its body as it staggered for a moment, but before Moon could finish it with a fireball, a howl split the air, grabbing his attention immediately. Another wolf lunged from his blind spot, its claws extending in a slash aimed at his throat. Whoosh! Moon felt the displaced air graze his face as he leaned back desperately, the claws passing mere centimeters from his skin. That was close. He sent a quick fireball toward the attacking wolf, forcing it to break off and dodge. The momentary reprieve gave Moon the space he needed to reposition, creating distance between himself and the pack. He couldn't let the wolves get close. That was the critical weakness in his approach. He was more mage than anything else. Ranged combat was his strength. Close quarters fighting was his vulnerability. If they managed to pin him down, surround him completely, he was bound to lose. The 4 remaining wolves seemed to realize this. They adjusted their tactics, moving to encircle him rather than charging recklessly. Moon backpedaled, trying to maintain space, but the wolves were fast. Their speed was nothing to dismiss. One attack got through, claws raked across his shoulder as he twisted to avoid 3 other strikes. The pain was immediate and sharp, a deep gash that tore through his armor and into his flesh. Blood ran hot down Moon's arm. Gritting his teeth, he used his elements to create space once more. Earth walls erupted around him, giving him a momentary barrier. Fire blasted outward in a wave, forcing the wolves back. Then he activated his carpet healing ability. A soft, warm light enveloped his shoulder. The flesh began knitting back together, the deep claw marks closing, the pain receding to a dull ache. It wasn't instant, but it was enough. Selene hissed at the scene, her body tensing as if to intervene. She took a half step forward, fire already gathering in her hands. Moon's eyes found hers across the chamber, still tracking the wolves in his peripheral vision. The look he gave her was clear: stay back. Selene froze, torn between following his instructions and protecting him. But she trusted him. She'd said as much. She stayed where she was, but her eyes widened in shock as she watched the wound close. He can also heal. How? Does he have 2 classes? The thought was impossible. Everyone knew Awakeners got 1 class. That was the fundamental rule of the system. 1 class per person, determined at awakening. It was unchangeable. But Moon had just used fire, water, earth, 3 different elements, and now healing magic on top of that. The wolves didn't give her time to process. They lunged again, having realized the barrier was temporary. Moon was ready, his shoulder healed enough to move properly. He sent another massive fireball toward the injured wolf with the earth spikes still embedded in its flesh. The creature tried to dodge, but its wounds slowed it. Boom, the explosion consumed it entirely. When the flames cleared, only a charred corpse remained. You have killed a level 15 Arctic wolf. You have gained 680 lives. Moon's mana reserves were depleting fast despite the efficiency boost from his skill. Each massive fireball cost significant energy. The 3 remaining wolves circled him with wariness, their pack reduced by half. They were learning that this small human was far more dangerous than he appeared. Moon raised both hands, fire gathering in one, water in the other. The figure at the throne leaned forward, finally showing something resembling interest. Fascinating, it murmured. Chapter 35, Evolving Beyond Limits 2. A name, Moon. A race, human. Class, classless healer, limited time. Level 12, 79%. Lives, 1530. Strength, 21. Agility, 23. Constitution, 26. Mana, 33. Attribute points, 0. Skills, Elemental Attack, Uncommon, LVL Max, 4 Element Affinity, Rare, LVL 8, Basic Healing. Talent, Grim Reaper. Class skill, Class slot, 1-1. Moon didn't hesitate. Even as the 3 remaining wolves circled him warily, he pulled up his status and channeled more lives into his skill. Minus 1024 lives. 4 Element Affinity has reached level 9. Despite the fact that he was winning the fight, Moon remained worried about the figure on the throne. It had been watching this entire time with minimal reaction, showing neither concern for its wolves nor satisfaction at the carnage, and that silence felt ominous. After all, the figure could intervene at any moment. Although the chance seemed minimal since it hadn't acted yet, Moon couldn't shake his caution. Maybe it's restrained by some kind of force from intervening directly, Moon thought as he repositioned, keeping both wolves in his line of sight. Some rule of the trial that prevents direct action. Otherwise, I don't see a reason why it wouldn't have already killed us both. That had to be it. Perhaps it was bound by those same rules, forced to use proxies rather than acting itself, or perhaps it was simply entertained, watching to see if Moon could actually win. Either way, Moon intended to finish this quickly. 4 Element Affinity. Rank Rare. Level 9 Evolved. Details, you have low affinity to the 4 elements. Water, earth, wind, fire, plus 100% extra control, plus 90% elemental damage. The power surge happened immediately, and with 3 wolves remaining, the challenge he was facing had diminished significantly. They couldn't overwhelm him with numbers and coordination anymore. They were just 3 isolated threats. Moon got to work, fire gathered in his right hand, crackling furiously. He launched it at the wolf on his left, the one still bearing earth spikes from earlier, already weakened and bleeding. Boom, the explosion was catastrophic, enhanced by his improved elemental damage. The wolf tried to dodge, but its injuries made it too slow. Flames engulfed it entirely, the heat so intense that its howl cut off almost immediately. When the fire cleared, nothing remained but ash and scorched stone. You have killed a level 15 Arctic wolf. You have gained 720 lives. You have reached level 13. The second wolf tried to use the small window that Moon was occupied with its dying friend to launch a barrage of icicles towards Moon. Moon raised an earth wall, blocking all the icicles that threatened to overwhelm it. Suddenly, Moon's heart nearly jumped from its place. He felt a gush of wind from his right, too close for comfort. He turned to find that the third wolf had used the wall he raised as a cover to get closer to him and land a powerful strike. Whoosh! Arg! Moon cried out in pain as his arm bore the attack head-on. You bastard, die! Moon cursed out as he used his earth talent to block the wolf from escaping before forming a small fireball and launching it towards the wolf that tried to retreat, but tripped on the small earth spikes that Moon had created behind it. The fireball landed on the wolf as it tripped down. Moon used that chance, ignoring the immense pain he was feeling, to launch a more powerful fireball attack against the wolf. You have killed a level 15 Arctic wolf. You have gained 760 lives. The wolf granted him a large number of lives, more than its other allies. Clearly, this one was much stronger and smarter than the rest, despite being at the same level. The final wolf had drawn near, trying to launch an attack on Moon whilst he was busy. Moon snapped his head towards it, his eyes bloodshot as he glared at the remaining wolf with anger. The wolf backed away, its earlier confidence completely shattered. It had watched 5 of its packmates die, seen this small human wield power that shouldn't exist at his level. Fear replaced arrogance in its ice-blue eyes, but it was still a level 15 beast, still dangerous and capable of killing him if he made a big mistake. Moon didn't give it the chance, healing himself immediately. After stopping the blood leak from his arm, he started to gather water in both of his hands. The water began forming into pressurized lances that he launched in rapid succession. The wolf dodged the first 2, its speed impressive even in retreat. The third caught its hind leg, shearing through muscle and bone. It collapsed with a yelp, struggling to stand on 3 legs. Moon pressed forward, relentless. Earth spikes erupted beneath the wolf, impaling it from below. It howled in agony, thrashing against the stone, piercing its body. Then Moon sent the final attack, ending its miserable life. Boom, the explosion silenced its cries permanently. You have killed a level 15 Arctic wolf. You have gained 750 lives. The chamber fell silent except for the crackling of residual flames and Moon's heavy breathing. 6 level 15 Arctic wolves lay dead around him, their bodies a testament to power that should have been impossible for someone at his level. He stood victorious, covered in minor wounds but alive, his mana reserves depleted but recovering. Selene stared at him with an expression that mixed awe, confusion, and perhaps a hint of wariness. As if he is the Grim Reaper, Selene muttered under her breath. Moon turned his attention to the throne. The figure remained seated, its eyeless gaze fixed on him. That smile hadn't changed, still present, still unsettling. Survivors 21x047. Less than a minute remained on the timer. The creature leaned forward slightly, its massive frame shifting on the throne of bone and ice. Impressive, it said, its voice carrying genuine approval for the first time. You have exceeded my expectations, little human. It stood, the movement was slow, and as it rose to its full height, Moon realized just how massive the creature truly was. It was easily 4 meters tall, its crimson and black armor gleaming in the torchlight, those antlers scraping the ceiling high above. But the trial is not complete, the creature continued, descending the steps from its throne with measured steps. 2 survivors remain, and only one may live. Its eyeless face turned toward Selene, then back to Moon. Choose, kill your companion and claim your freedom, or die together when the timer expires. The countdown continued its relentless march toward 0, time 0:36. Chapter 36, 4-Element Affinity Evolves. Moon stared at the large creature silently. He had suspected this moment would come, had known since the beginning that this was the trap, force people to turn on each other to become murderers for the promise of escape, but he'd also been planning for exactly this scenario. There's a third option, Moon said quietly, his eyes never leaving the creature. It tilted its head, curiosity in its posture. Oh, and what might that be? We kill you instead. Minus 2,048 lives. 4-Element Affinity has reached level 10. 4-Element Affinity has evolved to 5-Element Affinity. New information flooded Moon's consciousness. A 5th element, one he hadn't possessed before, suddenly became available to him. 5-Element Affinity. Rank Epic. Level 1 Max. Details: you have moderate affinity to the 4 elements. Water, earth, wind, fire. Low affinity to the intermediate element lightning. Plus 100% extra control, plus 100% elemental damage. Moon's eyes widened as he processed what he was seeing. He had just gained an epic rank skill before even having a first-class evolution. Before awakening, he'd read extensively about the journeys of powerful awakeners who had reached the second sanctuary. Never, not once, had he read about any of them possessing an epic rank skill before their first-class evolution. Most awakeners considered themselves fortunate to obtain a single epic skill by the time they were well within their second evolution. Some never obtained one at all, even in the second sanctuary. Yet here he was, level 13, with an epic rank skill that gave him moderate affinity to 4 basic elements and access to lightning, an intermediate element that combined properties of multiple basics, known for being one of the most devastating in combat. The power coursing through him was intoxicating. Time 0:24. 24 seconds left. Moon's smile was cold and sharp as lightning as he looked at the figure descending from its throne. Oh boy, you're dead. He turned toward Selene, who stood with a complicated expression on her face, shock, confusion, wariness, and perhaps a hint of fear warring across her features. She didn't know how to process everything that had been happening. Selene, are you ready to leave this realm? Moon said, his voice cutting through her thoughts. Selene swallowed hard, then nodded with a soft smile. I'm ready. The figure watched this exchange with that same unsettling smile, apparently unconcerned by Moon's declaration. Foolish, it said, its voice carrying amusement rather than fear. Many have tried to fight me directly, all have failed. Do you know what I am, little human? I don't care what you are, you're in my way of going home, Moon replied. Its smile widened impossibly, revealing more of those icicle teeth. Then come, it invited, spreading its arms wide. Show me what you can accomplish, human. I don't think you're ready, Moon grinned before releasing his new element, Zap. Lightning crackled around Moon's hands, blue-white arcs dancing between his fingers with wild energy. Both Selene and the Heart of Winter reacted with visible surprise. Moon didn't waste the moment. He immediately wanted to test his new skill against the figure before him to understand the power he'd just gained. Lightning left his arms in a jagged zigzag line, traveling toward the creature with speed that made his previous fire attacks look sluggish by comparison. Its eyeless face somehow conveyed shock as it threw itself to the side, dodging with a speed that belied its massive size. Boom, the lightning strike hit the throne instead, the concentrated energy exploding on impact. The bone and ice structure shattered where the bolt landed, fragments scattering across the platform in a shower of debris. Moon smirked at the scene. He wasn't upset about missing. In fact, he was pleased, incredibly pleased. The fact that this supposedly high and mighty creature had dodged meant it was afraid of his attack. It respected the threat. That told Moon everything he needed to know. "You," the Heart of Winter's voice carried genuine confusion for the first time. "How can you be so much more powerful than seconds ago? Were you hiding your strength this entire time?" "Maybe," Moon smirked, taking a step closer but maintaining a safe distance. He turned slightly toward Selene, keeping the creature in his peripheral vision. "Let's combine our elements," Moon whispered urgently. "I'll use lightning, you use water." Selene nodded immediately, understanding flashing in her eyes. Moon wanted to use both elements himself, but he couldn't. Despite having an affinity toward lightning and water, lightning was demanding far more so than the basic elements. The mana cost was higher and the focus required was intense. He was unable to dual cast while channeling lightning without losing control entirely. With Selene's help, though, they could create a combination far more devastating than either element alone. Moon gathered more lightning and sent another bolt toward the creature. It dodged again, forced to move. Selene seized that moment. The massive sphere of water in front of her launched toward where the creature had dodged. The water ball exploded on impact, drenching the Heart of Winter entirely. Its body ran with water pooling on the stone floor around its feet. The attack did minimal damage, barely worth mentioning in terms of actual harm, but that wasn't the point. It was soaked, exactly what Moon had been waiting for. What was surprising was the fact that the creature still hadn't attacked them at all, not once since the fight began. It had dodged, moved defensively, but never counterattacked. Moon's eyes widened as realization struck, as his gaze landed on the timer and thought about the conditions before the timer ended. Time 0:12. You can't attack us, can you?" Moon said, his voice carrying certainty. The creature's expression twitched for just a fraction of a second before it smoothed back into that eternal smile. 12 seconds left. Not bad, that's enough time to turn you into a charred corpse. It was bound by the trial's rules. It couldn't directly harm participants until the timer expired. That's why it had used the wolves. Why had it orchestrated the entire setup to make Awakeners kill each other? It didn't know that everything would resort to this scenario. Nobody did, not even Moon himself, so it was now bound by the system, unable to fight them until the trial ended. Moon decided to take a calculated risk and moved closer. Not incredibly close, he wouldn't walk into a potential trap, but close enough to ensure his lightning wouldn't miss. The creature was fast and could dodge from long range, but physics was physics. If it was standing in water and he hit the water with lightning, dodging wouldn't matter. Again, Moon called to Selene. They attacked in tandem. Selene sent more water, this time creating a spreading puddle beneath the creature's feet rather than a direct strike. It didn't move, as if waiting for Moon's attack. In its eyes, the attacks that Selene was sending were nothing worth mentioning. She wasn't a threat, Moon was. Soon enough, it found itself standing in ankle-deep water that Selene had pulled across the stone floor as it waited for Moon's attack to arrive. Moon had expected it to leap clear, to recognize the danger, but it didn't move further. A sudden thought struck him, almost making him laugh aloud. It might not know what happens when lightning interacts with water. Chapter 37, The Winter Beast's Death. It had ruled this frozen realm for God knows how long, using ice and cold as its weapons. Lightning was fire's opposite, heat and energy, and this creature might have never encountered an Awakener with lightning affinity before. It didn't understand the danger it was in. The realization made Moon incredibly happy. "Selene," he said quietly, lightning already building in his hands to unprecedented levels. "Prepare your strongest attack. The moment my lightning hits, it's going to be stunned. We finish it then." Selene's eyes widened as she understood. Fire began gathering around her, compressed and violent, ready to unleash the moment Moon created the opening. Time 0:08. The Heart of Winter stood in the water, apparently confident that whatever these humans tried would be futile as long as it dodged Moon's attack. Moon released everything he had. The lightning bolt that erupted from his hands was massive, crackling with blue-white fury. It struck the water inches away from him, traveling through the water particles at incredible speed. The entire pool became a conductor and the creature was immediately hit. The lightning bolt struck the water with catastrophic force. The electricity spread instantly through the conductive pool, following the path of least resistance, which meant through every inch of water touching the Heart of Winter's body. Blue-white energy enveloped the creature entirely, arcs of lightning dancing across its crimson armor, finding every gap, every weakness. The Heart of Winter's scream was unlike anything Moon had heard before. It sent shivers down his spine. It convulsed, its massive body jerking as hundreds of thousands of volts coursed through it. The armor that had seemed invincible cracked in places, the ice formations on its crown exploding from the heat generated by the electrical current. Time 0:06. "Don't stop," Moon shouted, already gathering more lightning despite the massive drain on his mana. Selene didn't need to be told twice. Fire erupted from her hands, massive fireballs that struck the creature while it was immobilized by the electrical current, then more water keeping it drenched, maintaining conductivity for Moon's attacks. Lightning from the moon keeps the creature stunned and unable to dodge. Fire from Selene dealing massive burning damage to its heavily damaged armor. Water to reset the cycle, ensuring the next lightning strike would be just as devastating. Zap, boom. Splash, zap, boom, splash. The winter beast tried to move to break free, but the combination was overwhelming. Every time it started to recover from the electrical shock, another bolt hit. Every time it tried to counter the fire, more water drenched it for the next lightning strike. Moon's mana reserves were dropping precipitously. Each lightning bolt cost far more than his fire attacks ever had. His hands shook from channeling so much power in rapid succession. But he couldn't stop, not when they were winning. Time 003. Time 002. Time 001. Time 000. Trial of Winter's death time expired. The creature's restrictions lifted. Moon could feel it as a sharp change in pressure descend. The beast was finally free to fight back, but the damage had been done. Where moments ago had stood a majestic, terrifying being, now stood something charred and broken. Its crimson armor was cracked and blackened, pieces falling away to reveal burned flesh beneath. The ice crown had melted partially, dripping down its face. One arm hung useless, the muscles too damaged to respond. It was still moving, still alive, but barely. It no longer looked mighty or invincible. Continue, Moon shouted, gathering more lightning despite his exhaustion. Finally able to retaliate, the heart of Winter opened its mouth. Then it attacked. A massive icicle materialized before the creature, longer than a spear, thicker than Moon's torso. It launched toward him with speed that was comparable to his lightning. Moon felt death approaching. His body moved on pure instinct. Lightning crackled around him, not as an attack but as movement, his epic rank skill allowing him to channel the element through his own body. He moved faster than he'd ever moved before, his form blurring as electricity enhanced his speed beyond human limits. He was so fast that when he dodged, his feet couldn't keep up. He tripped, tumbling across the stone floor in an undignified heap. Crash. The icicle struck where he'd been standing a fraction of a second earlier. It didn't just hit the door they'd entered through, it obliterated it. The ancient stone exploded into fragments, the entire doorway collapsing in a shower of rubble. Moon gulped, his heart hammering against his ribs. His hissed from a sudden pain that erupted in his legs. Shit, it seems like conducting lightning through my legs has its own side effects, Moon thought with growing worry. The figure before him was devastatingly strong in offense. Even wounded, barely able to stand, it had nearly killed him with a single attack. He thanked whatever forces governed this realm that the creature had been unable to fight them for those crucial 12 seconds. If it had been able to attack from the beginning, if it could have used its full power, they would be dead, no question. Then the beast swayed, its legs buckled. The massive form collapsed to one knee, then fell forward entirely, crashing face first onto the charred stone. "And irregular," it muttered, its voice barely a whisper. "You are an irregular." Then it went still. "You have killed level 20 winter beast. You have gained 1100 lives. You have completed the hidden realm." The number of lives was insane, especially considering the double reward bonus had ended with the completion of the trial. That winter beast would have killed him 5 times over, maybe 10, if conditions hadn't been so perfectly in his favor. The inability to attack during the trial. No knowledge of how lightning and water are combined, underestimating him based on his level, allowing him to evolve his skill to epic rank. All of it had created a perfect storm that allowed victory. Remove any single one of those advantages and Moon would be dead. Chapter 38, Irregular's Ascension. Selene stared at the massive corpse, then at Moon, her face pale and her hands still trembling from channeling so much magic in rapid succession. "Moon," she started, then seemed unable to find words. Moon slowly got to his feet, his legs shaking from exhaustion and adrenaline. His mana was nearly depleted. His body ached from the electrical current he'd channeled through himself. Every muscle felt like it was on fire. But they were alive. Against all odds, despite everything this cursed realm had thrown at them, they were alive. The hidden realm completion notification hung in his vision, but Moon barely registered it. He was too busy trying to process what had just happened, trying to understand how they'd actually survived. Selene took a shaky step toward him, then another, until she was close enough to grab his arm, perhaps to steady him, perhaps to steady herself. "We did it," she whispered, disbelief evident in her voice. "We actually did it." Moon nodded slowly, still staring at the fallen winter beast. "Yeah," he said quietly, "we did." Then another notification appeared, different from the others. The text seemed to burn itself into Moon's vision with weight and permanence, as if being etched into reality itself. An irregular ascended the frozen mountain, leaving behind the corpses of heroes and monsters alike. He entered the ancient temple, where a powerful king sat enthroned before his altar, demanding the blood tribute that was his due. The irregular refused. Instead, he offered the blood of the king himself. You have defeated 6 powerful beasts, Arctic wolves level 15. You have defeated an awakened human, Gareth level 13. You have defeated a hidden realm king, winter beast level 20. Level up. Level up. You have achieved the impossible. Final appraisal extraordinary, your power defies comprehension. You stand where none should stand, victorious where all others have fallen. The realms themselves take notice of your unexplainable existence. The words hung in the air, shimmering with an otherworldly light that had nothing to do with the torches lining the chamber walls. Each phrase seemed to pulse with significance, as if the system itself was struggling to quantify what Moon had accomplished. Moon stared at the notification, his breath catching in his throat. This wasn't a simple completion message. Irregular, the word carried weight, implications. It suggested that the system had categorized him as something outside its standard framework, an anomaly just as the winter beast had said with its dying breath. Awakener, receive your boon. Tenacity. Rank epic. Level max. Details, your will cannot be broken no matter the circumstances. Illusions do not affect you and your courage makes those with you feel stronger. +5 to strength, agility and constitution. Moon's breath caught. He had gained another epic skill. Not just any skill but one that affected his core attributes directly, permanently boosting 3 of his most vital stats. And the effects went beyond numbers, mental fortitude, immunity to illusions, and an aura that strengthened allies. He glanced at Selene, who was still reading her own notification. Her eyes were wide, her lips slightly parted in shock. Whatever she'd received, it had clearly exceeded her expectations as well. For a long moment, neither of them spoke. The weight of what they'd accomplished, what they'd received, hung between them like a physical presence. Moon didn't ask what she'd gotten, and Selene didn't ask him. Some things were meant to be kept private. In a world where power meant survival, where knowledge of someone's capabilities could be used against them, discretion was wisdom. They'd fought together. Survived together, but that didn't mean they needed to know every detail of each other's strength. Selene seemed to understand this instinctively. She simply nodded at him, a small smile on her exhausted face. Congratulations, she said softly. You too, Moon replied. Then a crack in the air rippled before them. A portal materialized in the center of the chamber, just a few meters from where the winter beast's corpse lay. It appeared suddenly, without warning, a vertical tear in space that revealed swelling colors beyond, blues and whites that seemed to shift and move. Unlike the violent summoning that had brought them here, this portal felt stable. It hummed with energy that suggested passage rather than imprisonment. Exit portal available, duration 10 minutes. Moon stared at it, almost unable to believe what he was seeing. After everything they'd endured, the blizzards, the beasts, the cave, Gareth's betrayal, the trial itself, here was their way home, their escape from this frozen hell. Selene took a step toward it, then stopped and looked back at Moon. We should go before something else happens. Moon nodded, but his eyes swept the chamber one last time. The bodies of Derek's team were scattered across the floor, the charred remains of the 6 Arctic wolves. The massive corpse of the winter beast itself, so much death, so much sacrifice, willing and unwilling. He'd killed awakeners today, humans. People he'd shared shelter with, however briefly. The weight of that would stay with him, he knew it would. But he also knew he'd do it again if survival demanded it. That's what this realm had taught him. What this trial had burned into his core. Survival wasn't pretty, nor was it noble, it was just necessary. Wait, let's take the body of the winter beast with us, Moon said as he began to walk towards the winter beast. Its body would sell for a large amount. Moon then stopped in his tracks and turned towards Selene with a soft smile. So, I don't have a storage ring with me. Can you hold it for us? We can split the shares. Selene smiled before nodding her head. There is no need. Also, here you can have this, she said as she gave him one of the storage rings she had on her hand. Moon accepted the gift graciously, then stored the body of the winter beast. He tried to store the bodies of the Arctic wolves, but unfortunately he was only able to store the body of one as the storage ring became full. They walked toward it together, side by side, 2 survivors of an ordeal that should have killed them both. The portal's swirling surface beckoned, promising warmth and safety and an escape from this endless winter. Moon took one final breath of the frigid air, then stepped through. The world dissolved into light and color, and the hidden realm released its grip on him at last. Chapter 39. Months has passed. Moon and Selene materialized back in the first sanctuary with a flash of light, the portal depositing them onto familiar frozen ground. The transition was jarring, one moment surrounded by the ancient temple's oppressive atmosphere, the next standing under the familiar 2 moons of the sanctuary. Before Moon could even orient himself, movement caught his eye. 5 wolves prowled nearby, their eyes turning toward the new arrivals with interest. Level 6 or 7 based on their size. Normally, they would have posed a threat, especially in a zone where death cost 5 lives. Selene didn't even break stride. She raised her hand casually and a basic wind blade manifested, nothing complex. The attack traveled the air at an alarming speed. When it landed on the targets, all 5 wolves collapsed simultaneously, their bodies severed cleanly. Moon stared at the corpses, then at Selene. Well, that was quick, Moon smiled. Selene nodded her head. The gap between us is too high. They'd grown so much stronger. What would have been a genuine fight before was now trivial. Neither bothered harvesting materials. They had more important things to address. Let's head back to the base, Moon said. Selene nodded and they began the trek through the forest landscape. The journey that had once felt dangerous now seemed almost mundane after everything they'd survived. The weather was warm, nothing like the frozen hell they had survived for long. The punishment for death was lower too. When they finally reached the main human base, the one where they'd first entered the sanctuary together, Moon spotted an awakener near the gate. The man looked to be in his mid-20s, wearing practical gear and carrying a worn sword. "Excuse me," Moon called out, approaching. "What day is it?" The awakener glanced at them, taking in their battle-worn appearance and scorched equipment. "3rd of the month, why?" Moon's stomach dropped. They'd entered the hidden realm on the 15th. If it was now the 3rd, that meant time had somehow reversed unless... "Wait," Selene said, her voice tight with confusion. "What month?" The awakener frowned at the strange question. "It's the 4th month of the cycle. Is something wrong with you too?" 4th month, they'd entered during the 1st month. 15th day of the 1st month, to be precise. Moon's mind raced through the calculations. If it was now the 3rd day of the 4th month, that meant nearly 3 months. They'd been in the hidden realm for almost 3 full months. Moon turned to look at Selene, seeing his own shock mirrored perfectly in her expression. Her face had gone pale, her eyes wide with disbelief. 3 months. It had felt like half a month at most. 2 weeks, maybe 3 if he was generous with his estimate. The days had blurred together in the constant struggle for survival, but surely not that long. Surely not 3 entire months. But the man didn't lie, there was no reason to. The time difference was staggering and yet undeniable. The awakener was looking at them strangely now, clearly confused by their reaction to such a simple question. "You two okay? You look like you've seen a ghost." Moon forced himself to respond. "We're fine. Just lost track of time." That was the understatement of the century. The awakener shrugged, already losing interest. "Whatever, I need to join my team. Good luck with whatever you're dealing with." He walked away, leaving Moon and Selene standing in stunned silence. 3 months in that frozen hell, 3 months of fighting, surviving, watching people die, 3 months compressed into what their minds perceived as mere days. "How is that possible?" Selene whispered. Moon shook his head slowly. "Hidden realms exist outside normal space. Maybe they exist outside normal time too, some kind of temporal distortion." It made a twisted kind of sense. The realm had been a trial, a test. Perhaps extending the perceived time was part of that test, making awakeners endure more than they thought possible, breaking them down through duration as much as danger. 3 months, Moon looked down at his hands, at the calluses and scars that had formed, at the equipment that was worn far beyond what 2 weeks would justify. His body had known, even if his mind hadn't fully processed it. "Everyone we knew," Selene started, then stopped. Moon understood what she was thinking. Everyone they'd entered with Derek's team, the others who'd been pulled into the realm, they were all dead now, and the world had moved on without them for 3 months. Sarah was probably long gone from the beginner base by now. She and Marcus's team would have leveled up, moved on to better hunting grounds, or possibly even started preparing for the trials to reach the 2nd sanctuary. Not that it mattered. Moon had stopped caring about Sarah the moment she'd abandoned him in his darkest hour. "We should rest," Moon said finally. "Actually rest in a real bed. With actual warmth." Selene nodded, still looking dazed. "Yeah, rest sounds good." They walked into the base together, 2 survivors who'd lost 3 months of their lives to a frozen nightmare, carrying powers they shouldn't possess and secrets they couldn't share. Inside the base, near the shimmering rifts that transported awakeners back to Earth, Selene and Moon stood facing each other. "So what are you planning to do after resting?" Selene asked, looking at Moon with genuine curiosity. Moon considered for a moment before answering. "Probably head back here after a few days, then try to find transport to a more advanced base. As you know, the beasts around here will no longer allow us to level up efficiently. We're too strong for this area now." "That's true," Selene agreed, nodding. "I've planned the same thing, actually." She paused, then added with careful casualness, "Want to exchange numbers? You know, maybe we can hang out on Earth, get actual food that doesn't taste like frozen monster meat." Moon remained silent for a moment, weighing the request. There were implications to exchanging contact information, connections that went beyond simple friendship. But they'd survived together, fought together. That had to count for something. "Sure, we can do that," he said finally. Selene's expression brightened noticeably. "Great, can I have your number?" Moon shook his head. "Wait, I wanted to get yours instead. I didn't memorize my number. Can you write it on my armor or a piece of parchment? Selene quickly rummaged through her belongings and produced a small piece of parchment, pulling out a charcoal stick to write with. Her handwriting was neat and precise as she jotted down the digits. Here, she said, handing it over with a smile. Call me when you're free or just to talk, whatever. Sure, Moon responded, carefully folding the parchment and tucking it into his armor. After their brief exchange, both turned toward the portal. The swelling energy beckoned, promising warmth and civilization and all the comforts they'd been denied for 3 months. Although they had survived a trial together, faced death side by side and emerged victorious, Moon was still unable to fully trust Selene. By giving her his number, he would be practically handing her his identity on a platter. Phone numbers were tied to government records, addresses, family information. If she had a powerful family, which he strongly suspected she did, given her rare class and general demeanor, she could easily use those resources to dig into his background, where he lived, who he was. Everything, he couldn't allow that to happen, at least not yet. He couldn't afford to trust anyone completely, even someone he'd survived a life-and-death battle with. There was still more to uncover about people. More layers to peel back before real trust could form, just like how he had hidden his true nature, his classless anomaly, his ability to copy classes, his grim reaper talent. He was certain Selene was hiding things too. Everyone had secrets in this world. Everyone had cards they kept close to their chest. That was simply how survival worked. The portal shimmered before them, its surface rippling like disturbed water. According to the information they'd been given during orientation, the portal would return new awakeners directly to the location they'd been transported from during their first summoning. For Moon, that meant the small apartment that he used to live in. See you soon, Moon, Selene said, offering him one final smile before stepping toward the portal. Yeah. See you, Moon replied. Selene walked through first, her form dissolving into light as the portal accepted her. Then she was gone, returned to Earth and whatever life awaited her there. Moon took a breath, steeling himself for the return and stepped through. Chapter 40, Evicted. When his vision cleared, Moon found himself standing in his apartment. Before he could even process the familiar surroundings or feel relief at being home, movement exploded from his right. A rapidly approaching small, snow-white fist came traveling towards him. Moon's reflexes kicked in instantly. His hand shot up, catching the strike mid-motion, his fingers wrapping around a delicate wrist. The impact still resonated through his palm, making him blink in surprise. That's a powerful attack, he thought, genuinely impressed. The technique was good, the speed was rapid. Whoever this was had training, real combat experience, and a high level. Then his brain caught up with what his eyes were seeing. The attacker was a woman. A beautiful woman with wet hair plastered to her shoulders, droplets of water still clinging to her skin. She was wearing nothing but a white towel wrapped around her curvaceous body, a towel that was clearly struggling to contain everything it had been assigned to cover. Who are you? She demanded, trying to yank her wrist free from his grip. How did you suddenly appear in my room? Moon released her immediately, his gaze shifting upward in a deliberate show of courtesy. I'm not an intruder. This is my apartment. What are you doing here? The woman didn't answer. Instead, she attacked again. Her other hand came up in a palm strike aimed at his solar plexus. Yet another well-executed technique that confirmed formal martial arts training. Moon caught this attack as well, his enhanced agility making it trivial to intercept. Stop it, I'm not trying to hurt you, Moon said calmly, maintaining his grip but not applying pressure. The defensive redirect caused her to lose balance. She stumbled forward with a small gasp, and her free hand, the one clutching the towel, instinctively reached out to catch herself. The towel fell. Moon registered the movement peripherally, his gaze already averted before his conscious mind fully processed what had happened. He released her wrists immediately and stepped back, putting distance between them. My apologies, he said evenly, keeping his eyes fixed on the wall. That wasn't intentional. Kyaa, the woman's shriek was ear-splitting. Get out. Moon heard the sound of the towel being hastily retrieved. He remained still, hands visible and non-threatening, gaze averted. Get out right now. I understand your distress, Moon said, his voice calm despite the absurdity of the situation. But I genuinely used to live here. This is Unit 347. I've been away for several months and... This is MY apartment. The woman's voice carried fury and confusion. I signed the lease 2 months ago. You just appeared out of thin air. The timeline clicked into place with cold clarity. He'd been gone for 3 months in the first sanctuary. 3 months without rent payments, without contact, without explanation. A thought suddenly emerged. His landlord had evicted him and rented to someone new whilst he was away. I see, Moon said quietly, understanding flooding through him. The lease lapsed while I was in the sanctuary. All his belongings, his few possessions, the emergency savings hidden in his desk drawer were possibly gone. What are you talking about? The woman demanded. He could hear rustling. She was getting dressed. You need to leave before I call the Awakeners Association. That won't be necessary, Moon replied. I'm leaving, but before that I need to ask you something. Did you see any money in the desk drawer? The woman looked confused for a moment. What? No, why would there be money in the desk drawer? The landlord must have taken it. I need to talk to him soon. I used to live here. I had some leftover money in the drawer, Moon said. I don't care about your excuses. If I ever see you again, I'm reporting you. Understood. Again, my apologies for the intrusion. It's just a misunderstanding. He reached the door, opened it, and stepped into the hallway. The door slammed behind him immediately, followed by multiple locks engaging. Moon stood in the corridor, processing the situation. He was homeless. He'd survived a hidden realm that had killed dozens of awakeners, defeated a level 20 winter beast, acquired epic rank skills that would make him legendary among his peers, and he'd returned to find himself evicted and replaced. Moon pulled out his phone, but it had a dead battery, as expected after 3 months. He had approximately $500 in Earth currency, the clothes on his back, and his battle-worn equipment that probably looked absurd in this mundane apartment building. Legally, he'd probably been declared missing, so he had to go to the Awakeners Association to deal with his awakening too. He needed to charge his phone, contact the landlord about his belongings, and navigate whatever bureaucratic nightmare awaited someone who'd vanished for 3 months, but those were solvable problems. Annoying, certainly. Time-consuming, absolutely. Though next time he returned from the first sanctuary, he'd definitely verify his living situation before using the portal home. With a few $100s left, Moon was able to secure himself a temporary room for the night. He found a hotel a few kilometers away through word of mouth and headed there on foot, his battle-worn appearance drawing occasional stares from passers-by that he ignored. The establishment was exactly what he expected for the price range, rundown, questionable, the kind of place that didn't ask questions and accepted cash without requiring identification. He paid the daily cost of $250, which wasn't cheap considering the terrible accommodation. It was the most basic hotel room imaginable, barely large enough for the narrow bed and small table. No private bathroom, just a shared facility down the hall. The walls were thin enough that he could hear conversations from neighboring rooms. The mattress sagged in the middle and the single window looked out onto a brick wall, but it had a door that locked and a bed. That was enough. Inside the room, Moon collapsed onto the mattress without bothering to remove his armor. His body had been operating on pure adrenaline and willpower for longer than he cared to calculate. The moment he stopped moving, exhaustion crashed over him. Weeks of sleeping on frozen ground in caves, huddled against the cold with one eye always open for threats. The bed was lumpy and the room smelled faintly of mildew, but compared to what he'd endured, it felt like luxury. Moon's eyes closed almost involuntarily. His mind tried to process everything. The apartment situation, his missing belongings, the bureaucratic nightmare awaiting him, but his body overruled all of it. He needed some real good rest, not the shallow, alert half-sleep of the first sanctuary, but actual sleep in a place where nothing was trying to actively kill him. Within minutes, Moon was asleep, his breathing evening out as his tired body began the process of recovery. His last conscious thought was a vague awareness that he should charge his phone, should start making calls, should begin sorting out the disaster his life had become. But that could wait until tomorrow. For now he slept, and for the first time in a long time he slept without nightmares of ice and death. Chapter 41, Signing Up as an Awakener 1. The next day, Moon checked out of the hotel early and headed toward the Awakeners Association. He needed to get himself registered as an Awakener. Otherwise, under the current legal framework, he'd be in serious trouble, classified as a criminal awakener with hidden intentions, someone operating outside the system's oversight. That classification came with surveillance, restrictions, and in extreme cases, prison time. More practically, no awakener could legally buy or sell sanctuary-related goods without proper registration and an awakener's badge. The body of the winter beast still sat in his storage ring, along with the body of the Arctic wolf. Those represented significant value, enough to stabilize his financial situation, but they were worthless if he couldn't access legitimate trading channels. Additionally, registered awakeners received a monthly allowance from the government, compensation for the role they played in humanity's defense and resource gathering. It wasn't extravagant, but it was a steady income, something he needed given his current circumstances. So Moon made his way through the morning streets toward the association headquarters, intent on getting himself properly registered as an awakener, not a null like everyone at his school's awakening ceremony had assumed, an actual, legitimate awakener. The Awakeners Association building came into view, a modern structure of glass and steel that stood out among the older architecture surrounding it. People in various states of equipment came and went through the main entrance. Moon joined the flow of foot traffic, stepping through the automatic doors into a spacious lobby. The interior was rather well designed with registration desks along one wall, notice boards displaying guild recruitment offers and basic sanctuary information, and seating areas where small groups discussed strategy or negotiated deals. He approached the main information desk, where a young woman in a professional uniform looked up from her terminal. "Welcome to the Awakeners Association. How can I assist you today?" I need to register as a new awakener, Moon said. The woman's eyes flicked over his appearance before nodding her head. Of course. Do you have your awakening certificate from your school or testing center? Moon paused. I awakened during my first sanctuary summoning. There was no official ceremony. It was technically true. His classless nature had manifested fully only after entering the first sanctuary, even if the awakening orb had failed to detect it. The woman looked surprised, her fingers pausing over her keyboard. I see. That's quite unusual. Her professional demeanor remained intact, but Moon could see the gears turning behind her eyes. Give me a moment. She picked up her desk phone and pressed a few buttons, waiting for someone to answer on the other end. Yes, this is reception 3. I have a situation that requires managerial approval. New awakener registration, but the circumstances are irregular. She listened for a moment before nodding. Understood, thank you. She hung up and turned back to Moon with an apologetic smile. I need to call the new manager here to oversee your registration. This isn't standard procedure, so we need authorization from someone higher up. It shouldn't take long. Moon nodded, keeping his expression neutral, though he sighed internally. He'd been hoping everything would go smoothly. Quick registration, get his badge, sell his materials, and disappear. His plan was simple: register as a rare-class elemental mage using the skills he'd legitimately acquired from Seleni's class. 3-element affinity was rare but not unheard of. It would mark him as talented without painting a target on his back. He'd keep his epicrank skills, his classless nature, his ability to copy classes, all of it hidden. Revealing himself as an anomaly to a controlling association would be monumentally foolish. Not that the association was inherently bad, but he simply didn't want to be on any person's radar. Moon had no intention of becoming anyone's research subject or strategic asset, hence the reason he had yet to sign to a guild or even think about it. The receptionist busied herself with paperwork while they waited. Then he heard footsteps approaching from the hallway. A woman emerged from the corridor dressed in a well-tailored business suit, her dark hair pulled back in a neat ponytail. When their eyes met, they widened at once. It's you, they both said simultaneously. It was the woman from his old apartment. The one in the towel, the one he'd accidentally seen naked less than 24 hours ago. The receptionist looked between them, confusion evident on her face. Do you perhaps know each other? Moon opened his mouth to speak, but Isabel immediately interrupted him, her face flushing red as she spoke quickly. We're neighbors, yes, neighbors. We ran into each other in the hallway yesterday, very briefly, nothing worth mentioning. Her eyes locked onto Moon's with an intensity that very clearly communicated. If you say one word about what actually happened, I will make your registration process a living nightmare. Moon understood the message perfectly. Indeed, he said smoothly, playing along. The receptionist looked between them with clear suspicion, her eyes narrowing slightly at the obvious tension and the manager's red face. But she was professional enough to recognize when something was above her pay grade. I see, she said neutrally, making a note on her terminal. I'll leave you to handle the registration, Manager Isabel. Isabel nodded curtly. Thank you, Rebecca, I'll take it from here. Without another word, she turned on her heel and strode toward the private offices. Follow me, she said over her shoulder, not bothering to check if Moon was complying. Moon followed, maintaining a respectful distance. He could see the tension in her shoulders, the way her hands clenched and unclenched at her sides as she walked. This was going to be a long conversation. They passed through several corridors, moving deeper into the administrative section of the building. Other staff members they encountered gave Isabel respectful nods, which she returned. Finally, she stopped at a door marked Private Office and pushed it open, gesturing sharply for Moon to enter. Chapter 42, Signing Up as an Awakener 2. Moon stepped inside the private office. The office was modest but well organized. It had a desk with a computer terminal, filing cabinets along one wall, a small sitting area with 2 chairs, and a window overlooking the city. The moment the door closed behind them, Isabel sighed deeply, running a hand over her face. What are you? How can I meet you twice in a row in such unexpected circumstances? Moon shrugged, genuinely not knowing the answer either. Well, it's fate, I guess. Look, before you get any ideas, I'm just trying to get my Awakener badge. Isabel nodded, her demeanor reasserting itself despite the awkwardness hanging between them. Yes, I know. She moved to one of the filing cabinets and retrieved a device similar to the awakening orb from school, but smaller. Here, put your hand on this crystal. It will identify your class. Moon approached the crystal but didn't activate his classless nature or attempt to copy anything. Instead, he channeled his epicrank skill 5-element affinity, the evolved version of what he'd gained from Seleni's class, 4-element affinity. The crystal lit up immediately in an array of bright colors, blue, brown, white, red, and crackling yellow dancing across its surface. Isabel's eyebrows rose as a phantom image materialized above Moon, the visual representation of an elemental mage class swirling with elemental energy. You're a variation of an elemental mage. she muttered, her tone carrying genuine surprise. Isabel moved to sit behind her desk, her fingers already moving to her keyboard. Your name? Moon Outlaw. She typed it in, her eyes scanning the screen as information populated. Her expression shifted several times, changing from surprise to understanding. You apparently failed to awaken during your class awakening ceremony, then you disappeared for several months. Your landlord filed an abandonment notice after 60 days of non-payment. She looked up at him. You were right, you did live in that apartment. I told you, Moon said simply. Isabel had the grace to look slightly embarrassed. Yes, well, given the circumstances of our first meeting, you can understand my skepticism. Besides, I started to believe you after a few attacks. She cleared her throat, her face coloring slightly at the memory. So what happened? You failed to awaken at the ceremony but somehow awakened later. Moon had prepared this story. I awakened during my first sanctuary summoning. The environment there must have triggered something the awakening orb missed, or maybe the orb had a malfunction, I don't know. It was close enough to the truth to be believable. Isabel made notes in the system. And you've been in the first sanctuary for 3 months straight. That's extremely unusual for a new awakener. You would usually want to get back after the waiting period of 1 week is finished. Moon had prepared for this question. I lost track of time. The first sanctuary is disorienting. Days blend together when you're constantly moving and fighting to survive. Honestly, I didn't have much reason to rush back to Earth. It was true enough. He had lost track of time, just more dramatically than anyone would guess, and returning to homelessness wasn't exactly appealing. I see, Isabel said, making another note. And did you team up with anyone during your time there, form any parties or join any groups? Moon shook his head. I stayed solo. Figured it was safer to rely on myself. I heard a lot of rumors about people luring new awakeners, then robbing, killing, or doing all kinds of weird things to them. Isabel nodded once again. That's true, these things are more frequent than people think. Moon deliberately omitted any mention of Selene, Derek's team, Gareth, the Hidden Realm, all of it. If Isabel tried to verify his story by cross-referencing with other awakeners, she'd find nothing. Solo awakeners were common enough, especially among new arrivals who were still figuring things out. Isabel's fingers paused over the keyboard, her eyes studying him with professional assessment. 3 months alone in the first sanctuary. That's remarkably survivalist of you. I'm good at surviving, Moon replied neutrally. She seemed to accept that, continuing with her questions. What level are you currently? 13. Her eyebrows rose again. 13 in 3 months. That's kind of slow, she typed it in. Any deaths during your time there? Yes, a few times. I don't know many exactly though, Moon lied smoothly. These questions were not incrimination. It was virtually impossible for Isabel to know how many times Moon had died. Usually these questions were only for data collection, but outliers were definitely looked at and focused on more than others that are merely treated as data. Isabel made more notes, asked a few more standard questions, his intentions for continued sanctuary exploration and whether he planned to join a guild. Finally, she leaned back in her chair. All right, it's done. You can head to the reception to receive your badge. It'll be processed within the hour. Also, as you know, whenever you reach the next sanctuary, you must inform the Awakeners Association. It's mandatory registration for all second sanctuary entrants. Moon couldn't help the slight smirk that crossed his face. Why do you think I'm going to reach that? Most Awakeners die before they ever make it to the second sanctuary. Isabel's expression was unreadable. Just a hunch, she said, her tone suggesting she saw something in him that warranted the assumption. Then she gestured toward the door. Now get out, I have work to do. Moon stood, giving her a slight nod. Thank you for processing this quickly. Just don't make me regret it, Isabel replied, already turning her attention back to her computer. Moon left the office, closing the door quietly behind him. After Moon's footsteps faded down the corridor, Isabel sighed deeply and rubbed her temples. Something about his story doesn't add up, she thought, staring at the information on her screen. 3 months alone in the first sanctuary, only at level 13. He is hiding something. As much as she wanted to ask, she couldn't question him further without concrete evidence. His awakening was legitimate, the crystal had confirmed it. His level and class were verified. Everything else was circumstantial suspicion at best. Why is somebody like him registered under my jurisdiction? Isabel thought with growing frustration. I moved to this district specifically to avoid all the chaos my family wanted to place on me. A quiet administrative position where I could just live my life without politics or drama. And now she had a mysterious new awakener who'd literally spawned in her apartment and accidentally seen her naked. An awakener with a story that felt incomplete with slow progression. Hopefully he doesn't cause me trouble, she muttered, turning her chair to stare out the window at the city beyond. At the reception, Moon received his badge from the woman at the desk. Your first monthly payment will be made within the next few hours. Make sure you keep an eye on that. If you have any issues regarding that, come back here and we will sort it out." Moon nodded his head gratefully, storing his badge in his pockets. With the bureaucratic issues done, Moon made his way out of the Awakeners Association. Chapter 43, Trading Center 1. A few hours had passed since Moon had received his badge. The monthly Awakener stipend had already flowed into his bank account, $10,000, standard rate for registered Awakeners regardless of level. It wasn't major wealth, but it was stability, giving Awakeners a breathing room. He decided to replace his old phone first. He purchased a mid-range model, nothing flashy, basic functions, and got it activated immediately. It had cost him about $500, which was decently priced. Then he made his second major decision, purchasing a membership to the Trading Center, one of the most prestigious exchange centers in the city. The Trading Center wasn't just a marketplace. It was the marketplace, a global network where Awakeners bought and sold sanctuary materials, information, and equipment. Membership wasn't cheap, requiring both upfront payment and monthly dues, but the benefits were substantial. Verified buyers, fair market prices, secure transactions, and most importantly, complete anonymity for high-value trades. Moon needed that anonymity. He had a level 20 Winter Beast corpse and days' worth of accumulated materials in his storage ring. Selling through legitimate channels meant taxes and records, but the trading center's privacy policies ensured his transactions wouldn't be flagged for unusual volume or value. This information would only be given to any major power if there was a compelling reason, such as an investigation into homicide and criminal records. Even the Awakeners Association couldn't force the trading center to give out the information on Awakeners trades. After all, the owner of the trading center was one of the few Fourth Sanctuary Awakeners with powers that could topple countries. He completed the membership registration online, paying the initial fee of $2,000. His account was approved within the hour. As he navigated the application, Moon found himself reflecting on how much the world had changed since the collapse. After the apocalypse descended over 200 years ago, multiple nations had been completely wiped from existence, erased by rift breaks, overrun by monsters, their populations scattered or dead. The survivors had faced a choice: continue fighting amongst themselves or unite against the existential threat that had nearly ended humanity. They chose unity, or at least, they chose consolidation. Politics wasn't completely removed, that would be impossible, but the old national boundaries had dissolved. The remaining powers reorganized themselves into four major superpowers, with a handful of weaker regional authorities operating under their protection or by themselves. The four major powerhouses of humanity were: the first major powerhouse is the United Terran Alliance, UTA, in which Moon is currently situated, consisting of the United States, Canada, Mexico, Central American nations, Guatemala, Honduras, El Salvador, and the Caribbean island nations. The capital is called New Avalon, formerly Washington, D.C., rebuilt and expanded. The UTA was known to be the richest in gate density and beast material resources among the four major powerhouses. The UTA controlled more active sanctuary gates per square kilometer than any other power, making it the primary source of raw materials and the wealthiest superpower by GDP. Their economy ran on sanctuary resources. The second major powerhouse is the Eastern Dawn Confederation, EDC, consisting of China, Japan, Korea, and neighboring Asian countries that had survived the collapse. The capital is called Tianlong Nexus, built on the ruins of Beijing and Shanghai, merged into a single megacity. The EDC is known for their ancient cultivation techniques merged with modern awakening systems and the highest population density. The EDC had successfully integrated pre-collapse martial traditions with sanctuary abilities, creating hybrid classes unique to their region. Their sheer numbers meant they produced more awakeners than any other power. The third major powerhouse is the Eternal Covenant, consisting of the United Kingdom, France, Germany, and other surviving European nations. The capital is called Luminar City, built on unified ground between former Paris, Brussels, and Luxembourg. They are known for their most advanced gate research and magical theory. The Covenant's academic institutions led the world in understanding sanctuary mechanics, skill evolution, and the information about various beast clans. Their aristocratic awakener houses maintained significant political and economic influence, creating a semi-feudal power structure wrapped in modern bureaucracy. The last major powerhouse is the Sahara Dominion, consisting of Egypt, South Africa, Morocco, and other unified African nations. The capital is called Kingdom's Rest. Out of the four powerhouses, they were the youngest superpower but rapidly growing due to their large abundance of materials that had started emerging there. The Dominion had been underestimated initially, but their aggressive expansion into sanctuary territories and strategic control of Mediterranean gates had elevated them to nearly equal status with the older powers. They were hungry, ambitious, and unencumbered by the political baggage the other superpowers carried. Moon lived in New Avalon, the heart of the UTA. It meant he had access to the best sanctuary resources and the most active trading markets. It also meant more competition, more scrutiny, and more danger from the sheer density of high-level awakeners concentrated in one location. But for now, that worked in his favor. It was easier to disappear in a crowd than to stand out in isolation. His new phone buzzed with a notification. His trading center membership was fully activated. He could now access the marketplace. Moon allowed himself a small smile. He had already completed multiple goals he had set for the day. He had registered himself, gained new income stream, and signed up to the trading center. Arriving before the trading center building, it was massive. It was a large skyscraper filled with an abundance of items, information, and awakeners. Only the best of the best could enter the higher floors, whilst First Sanctuary awakeners were limited to the first 10 floors. Still, these floors were filled with all kinds of wonders. Moon entered after scanning his card and nodding at the guards standing outside the building. The guards were only First Sanctuary awakeners, but Moon wasn't arrogant enough to believe that was it. This building housed materials that came from even the Third Sanctuary. Naturally, the stronger awakeners were hidden deeper inside. "Hello, sir, how can I help you?" The voice of a young man entered Moon's ears. Chapter 44, Trading Center 2. The interior was professional and clean, with private booths lining the walls, each designed for discrete transactions. Security personnel stood at strategic positions, their presence subtle but effective. This wasn't the kind of place where people tried anything stupid. Moon looked at the attendant, probably in his mid-20s, wearing the trading center's standard uniform. "I want to trade in some materials from the First Sanctuary." The young man nodded, his expression remaining professional without any scrutiny. "Of course, sir. Please follow me to a private room where we can properly evaluate your items." He led Moon down a corridor to one of the booths, gesturing for him to enter. The room was small but well-appointed, with a large table, evaluation equipment, and a terminal connected to the trading center's pricing database. "What would you like to trade in, sir?" the attendant asked, pulling up a form on the terminal. Moon kept his voice neutral, mainly an S-rank core, the beast's body, and some other cores and materials. The young man's fingers paused over the keyboard. His eyes widened with an expression of shock on his face. "S-rank core. Are you certain?" "Here," Moon said, reaching into his storage ring. The winter beast's core materialized on the table first, a sphere roughly the size of a fist, pulsing with frozen blue light. Ice patterns swirled within its depths, beautiful and deadly. "This is the body, too." A massive body materialized on the floor, even in death. The corpse took up most of the available space in the room. Finally, Moon withdrew one of the Arctic wolf corpses, which had the core intact in its body. Moon didn't bother to remove the core. The young man stared at the core, his professional composure cracking. That's definitely an S-rank core, ice element, incredibly pure. This could forge some of the best first-order weapons available in circulation." He looked up at Moon with undisguised awe. Core rankings were standardized across all 4 superpowers, based on both the level of the beast and the presence of elemental properties. The ranking of first-order cores, which was a symbol for cores gained in the First Sanctuary, was the following. F-rank cores below level 10. E-rank cores level 10-15. D-rank cores level 16-17. C-rank cores level 18-19. B-rank cores level 20+. A-rank cores level 20+ with a basic elemental affinity. S-rank cores level 20+ with a powerful elemental affinity. The winter beast had been level 20 with an incredibly potent ice element that had ruled an entire hidden realm. The attendant swallowed hard, his hands actually trembling slightly as he pulled out evaluation tools. This is extraordinarily rare. It must have been incredibly difficult to defeat this beast." "It had its challenges," Moon replied, which was perhaps the understatement of the century, considering the living conditions and sacrifices he had to make to survive that realm. Cores served multiple purposes in the Awakener economy. They were primarily used to forge powerful weapons and armor. The core's energy could be integrated into equipment during creation, imbuing it with elemental properties and enhanced durability. A weapon forged with an S-rank ice core would be devastating, capable of freezing opponents on contact and dealing damage far beyond what normal first-order equipment could achieve. They were also powerful energy sources. Guilds used high-rank cores to power defensive arrays around their bases. Research facilities used them to fuel experiments. Wealthy awakeners could even consume refined core essence to temporarily boost their abilities, though the process was expensive and dangerous. An S-rank core represented wealth, power, and opportunity all into a single object. The attendant carefully scanned the core with his evaluation device, the numbers on his terminal climbing steadily. His expression grew more shocked with each reading. "The purity is really high on the charts. I've never seen readings this high on a first-order core. It's comparable to some mid-tier second-order elemental cores," the supervisor muttered, his eyes fixed on the evaluation terminal. He worked through the assessment process despite his obvious excitement. His fingers moved across the terminal, cross-referencing market values, checking recent sales of comparable items and running calculations. Finally, he looked up at Moon. Based on the purity of the element, its power, and the level of the core, the trading center values it at $1 million for the core alone. He gestured to the winter beast's body, the Arctic wolf corpse, and others that Moon was selling. As for the body and other materials, we can offer you a total of $500,000. Of course, we can also pay you in weaker cores if you prefer. Moon shook his head. Money works fine with me, we have a deal. The young salesman's face brightened considerably. A commission on a transaction this large would be substantial for him and potentially open up doors for him. Excellent, let me get everything sorted. He paused, his professional demeanor softening slightly. Would you like anything to drink while I process this? Moon considered for a moment. Water is fine. The salesman opened a small refrigerator built into the underside of his table and retrieved a bottle of chilled water, handing it to Moon with a smile. Then he turned back to his terminal, fingers running across the keyboard as he initiated the transfer protocols. Moon sipped the water slowly, watching the young man work. $1,500,000 was more money than he'd ever thought he could possess in his life. More than his parents had saved before they died, more than he could have earned in decades working his old sales job. 5 minutes later, the young man looked up with satisfaction. The transfer has been initiated. Please allow a few hours for it to reach your account. There are security protocols for transactions over $1 million. Understood, Moon replied. The salesman hesitated for a moment before asking, not to be intruding, but have you undergone your first class evolution yet, sir? Moon shook his head, not yet. Class evolutions occurred around level 25, when awakeners had accumulated enough experience and understanding of their abilities to push their class to the next tier, granting them new, powerful skills. It was a transformative process that significantly enhanced power. The young man nodded briefly, then opened a drawer in his table and retrieved a golden card embossed with the trading center's logo. Since you've completed such a significant transaction, I'm glad to offer you this VIP membership card. It grants you access to the first 10 floors of our facility and other benefits such as discounts, priority selling, and auction invitations. He held it out to Moon. You'll also be able to purchase more precious materials, items, equipment, and various other necessities. These are premium goods not available to standard members. He paused, adding the standard disclaimer, do note that items purchased here cannot be brought into the first sanctuary unless you've already been recognized by the system and entered through the summoning process. The sanctuary gates will reject foreign objects. The salesman was repeating the information to ensure that the person before him didn't give any of their close friends or relatives a weapon they bought to use in the first sanctuary. It had happened many times before, and still happens to this day, albeit rarely. Moon took the card, examining it briefly. 10 floors of premium goods meant access to high-quality equipment, rare materials, information databases, and probably exclusive services he hadn't even considered yet. I appreciate it, Moon said, pocketing the card. Thank you for your business, sir. If you need anything else in the future, please don't hesitate to return. The salesman stood, offering a respectful bow. Moon stood as well, gave a slight nod of acknowledgement, and left the private room. Moon started making his way to an appointment he had made with a real estate agent earlier in the morning. Although he wanted to purchase some equipment, Moon decided to delay it. Chapter 45, Buying Equipment. After viewing several houses and apartments scattered across different districts, Moon settled on a cozy one-bedroom flat located in a popular residential building in the city's safer quarter. He didn't cheap out. This was where he'd be living, even if only temporarily, and he needed somewhere secure and comfortable. The security was excellent. The building employed First Sanctuary Awakeners as guards, cameras covered every entrance and corridor, and most importantly, a second Sanctuary Awakener resided on the top floor. That presence alone would deter most threats, at least until Moon grew strong enough to handle problems himself. Moon signed the documents and agreed to the monthly rate of $20,000. It wasn't cheap, not at all. A standard Awakener's monthly allowance only amounted to $10,000, though most supplemented that income through hunting and selling materials. Still, $20,000 per month was steep enough that many Awakeners simply couldn't afford it. But with the $1.5 million he'd just earned, paying the $20,000 rent plus the $20,000 security deposit barely registered, $40,000 transferred without hesitation. The agent handed him the keys with a professional smile. Welcome to Silverpoint Residences, Mr. Outlaw. The apartment itself was on the 8th floor. Clean lines, modern fixtures, and floor-to-ceiling windows that offered a view of the city skyline. The bedroom was modest but comfortable in size, the kitchen was filled with appliances, and the bathroom was updated. Furniture came included, of course. A bed, couch, table, basic necessities, nothing luxurious but everything he needed. Moon set his few belongings down and allowed himself a moment to simply stand in his new space, taking it in. Then he locked the door and headed back out. Moon made his way back to the trading center. He decided to purchase equipment here rather than waiting to buy in the first sanctuary. Although the trading center maintained branches within the sanctuary itself, Moon wanted to handle it now. He had time, money, and no pressing obligations. Better to be properly equipped before his next trip rather than scrambling to gear up. The golden VIP card granted him access to all first sanctuary floors, and an elevator carried him upward into the restricted sections where premium goods were sold. Inside, Moon began exploring the floors, his VIP card granting him access to increasingly exclusive merchandise. The rarity and effectiveness of the items increased dramatically as he ascended. What started as decent equipment on the first floor evolved into exceptional gear by the fifth. Moon made it to the fifth floor before the prices shot into the late hundreds of thousands per item. A single sword cost 600,000. A piece of armor 400,000. The quality was undeniable, but spending that kind of money on individual pieces would drain his resources too quickly. He decided to stop there and focus on strategic purchases rather than chasing the absolute best. After careful consideration, Moon selected 4 items. Spatial storage ring. Order first. Rank B. Details: an enchanted ring containing a dimensional pocket with 5x5x5 meters of internal space. Items stored within are preserved in stasis, preventing decay or degradation. Approximately 10 times larger than standard-issue storage rings. Price: $150,000. His current storage ring has been emptied, but that doesn't mean it won't get full in the future. This upgrade would give him room for materials, equipment, emergency supplies, and anything else he might acquire. The B-rank classification among first-order items marked it as high quality. Most awakeners may do with D-rank storage rings. Cloak of the two extremes. Order first. Rank B+. Details: a weatherproof cloak woven with enchanted fibers that regulate temperature. Protects the wearer from extreme heat and extreme cold, maintaining comfortable body temperature in hostile environments. Minor physical damage resistance. Self-repairing enchantment from the user's mana when not in combat. +5 Constitution. Price: $220,000. After 3 months in a frozen hell, Moon wasn't taking chances with environmental hazards again. This cloak would protect him well. Shadow Steel Dagger. Order first. Rank C. Details: a combat dagger forged from shadow steel alloy. Exceptionally sharp, highly durable. Edge maintains sharpness indefinitely through self-regenerating enchantment. Balanced for both throwing and close-quarters combat, +2 strength. Price: $70,000. Moon was primarily a ranged fighter due to the nature of his class, but the Winter Beast had taught him the danger of being caught without options. A reliable melee weapon could save his life if enemies closed the distance. Staff of Elemental Resonance. Order first. Rank B+. Details: a reinforced combat staff crafted from mystic wood and C-rank elemental cores. Reduces spell cooldowns by 10%. Enhances elemental channeling efficiency, allowing for smoother mana flow and more stable spell formation. Reinforced construction permits use as a polearm in melee combat. Attunes to wielder's primary elements over time, +5 mana. Price: $350,000. This was his most expensive purchase. The cooldown reduction alone made it valuable, but the improved channeling would make his already formidable elemental attacks even more deadly, and if something tried to get close, he could use it to keep them at bay. Moon gathered the 4 items and made his way to the checkout counter. A saleswoman looked up from her terminal as he approached. She was in her mid-30s, wearing a white shirt, a tight long skirt that highlighted her mature curves, and black stockings. "Good afternoon, sir. Will these be all your purchases today?" the saleswoman said, a soft smile on her face. Moon set the items on the counter. "Yes." She began scanning each piece, her eye evaluating them with approval. "Excellent selections. The spatial ring and the staff of elemental resonance are particularly popular among powerful mages." She glanced at his VIP card as she processed the transaction. "You have very good taste for equipment synergy." "Thanks," Moon replied. She tallied the total. "That comes to $790,000. With your discount of 5%, the total will come down to $750,000. She looked up. "How would you like to pay?" "Bank." "Of course." Her fingers flew across the keyboard. "Please authorize the transaction on your device." Moon pulled out his phone, confirmed the transfer, and watched as the amount was deducted from his account. Remaining balance, $718,000. After the $40,000 for the apartment and now the for equipment, he was well under $1 million. It was still enough to live comfortably for years without working again if he was careful, or enough to fund better items. Moon didn't do that. Those items were more than sufficient for him in the first sanctuary. he still needed to save up some more money for his possible ascension to the second sanctuary at some point. Moon slipped the new spatial ring onto his finger, feeling the dimensional pocket connect to his consciousness. The space was vast compared to his old ring. It was almost 5 times the size. "Thank you for your business, Mr. Outlaw. Please don't hesitate to return when you need additional equipment," she smiled professionally. Moon simply nodded and headed for the exit. The guards stationed on the floor nodded in respect towards him. Not many could afford to do what Moon was doing. Chapter 46, Rift Breakout. After leaving the trading center, Moon's stomach grumbled. Moon's face flushed slightly as a nearby woman chuckled at the sound. He hadn't eaten anything substantial since returning to Earth, just some cheap convenience store food he had picked up on the way to the Awakeners Association. His body, powerful though it was, still needed proper fuel. He decided to find a restaurant. Walking back toward his apartment, Moon spotted a place about 1 kilometer away. It was on his route home anyway, so he decided to try it out. The establishment looked decent. It was clean, moderately priced, the kind of place that catered to both civilians and low-level Awakeners. Inside, the menu offered a variety of meals. Moon selected something simple, rice with grade 1 beef. Grade 1 meant the meat came from a first sanctuary beast, processed and prepared to be safe for civilian consumption while retaining enhanced nutritional value. It was more expensive than regular beef, but worth it for the benefits. He sat at a table near the window, his food arriving quickly. The first bite felt incredible, especially after 3 months of monster meat cooked over questionable fires. The food was well prepared and seasoned. Something that he didn't have the luxury to eat in the hidden realm. Moon ate peacefully, savoring the normalcy of it all. His peace was interrupted when alarms started blaring across the entire area. Warning, a rift is opening within the vicinity. Evacuate the immediate area. The sound cut through the restaurant like a knife. Most conversations died instantly as fear settled in everyone's hearts. Civilians looked up in confusion and mounting terror. Moon's body tensed, hearing the announcement. The city had centers that focused on nothing but detecting fluctuations in space throughout the city. Unfortunately, the announcements are always during the opening of these rifts, so no Awakeners could be sent prior to the arrival. Still, the announcements reduced deaths, even if it was by little. Before he could even stand, space tore open directly outside the restaurant. A rift materialized outside, connecting Earth to the sanctuary. It manifested in the middle of the street. Purple and black energy crackled around its edges as it stabilized before limbs started to appear. "Oh, shit," Moon muttered, a sigh escaping his mouth. He looked at his unfinished food, then at the rift, before cursing inaudibly. "I paid a few $1,000s for this." Raw monsters immediately started flooding through. The first to come out were multiple forest bears. They were massive creatures standing over 2 meters tall, their brown fur matted and wild, their eyes burning with mindless hunger. They poured out of the rift in a steady stream, spreading chaos across the street. A man who'd been eating at the table next to Moon's moments earlier bolted for the door, trying to escape. The bear caught him instantly with its powerful claws. "Ah, leave me alone. Help, please, I have children to come bar." The creature's jaws closed around the man's torso, lifting him off the ground. His scream cut off abruptly as teeth pierced through flesh and bone. Blood sprayed across the pavement as a result. Moon's expression darkened at the scene. Forest bear. Level 13. Details: the most common type of bear in forested sanctuary zones. It has no elemental affinity. They are the weakest of their species, known for their physical strength and durability. Reading through the information, Moon felt relief cut through his tension. The rift wasn't catastrophic, luckily. Level 13 beasts were dangerous to civilians and low-level Awakeners, but not to him. He could handle this. Multiple bears had already started making their way into the restaurant, drawn by the screams and the scent of trapped prey. Civilians inside panicked, their voices rising in desperate pleas. "Someone help. Where are the Awakeners? Please, somebody do something." A bear crashed through the front window, breaking the reinforced glass without any resistance. Shards scattered across the restaurant, hitting some civilians, injuring them lightly. Now inside, the massive beast was filling the doorway. Its eyes locked onto Moon and it charged. Roar. Before the bear could roar fully, the sound of an explosion filled the restaurant. Boom. Fire erupted from Moon's palm, a compressed fireball that struck the bear directly in the face. The explosion consumed its head entirely, the creature dropping mid-charge and sliding across the floor before it crashed against Moon's table. "You have killed a level 13 forest bear. You have gained 40 lives." Moon's eyebrows rose at the number. Only 40 lives. He'd expected at least 70, based on what he'd been gaining in the hidden realm from lower-level creatures. The beasts were probably stronger, and maybe hidden realms just provide more, Moon thought. Before he could think about it further, 2 additional bears charged through the broken window, their roars shaking the restaurant. Within moments, they were directly at point-blank range, just a few meters away from Moon. "Be careful," a woman's scream echoed through the room. She covered her eyes, certain she was about to witness Moon being torn apart by the approaching claws. Moon's staff materialized in his hand from his storage ring. He moved fluidly, intercepting both attacks with the reinforced wood. The impacts resonated through his arms, but his strength held firm. "It's rude to interrupt a thinking man," he muttered. He kicked the first bear, his strength sending it stumbling backward despite its mass. Freeing his staff from the second bear's claws, he struck it across the head with a devastating blow that left it dazed and disoriented. An earth spike erupted from the floor, piercing through the stunned bear's throat. It collapsed with a gurgling roar, blood pooling beneath it. The first bear tried to use that moment to attack Moon from behind, but a fireball consumed its face before it could close the distance, just like its predecessor. "You have killed a level 13 forest bear. You have gained 40 lives. You have killed a level 13 forest bear. You have gained 40 lives." The scene shocked everyone present in the restaurant. The seemingly weak young man was apparently a strong awakener. 3 bears down in less than 20 seconds. Moon surveyed the restaurant. Civilians were pressed against the far wall, staring at him with expressions ranging from shock to hope. Outside, more bears were rampaging through the street, attacking anyone who couldn't escape fast enough. And the rift was still open, still spilling more creatures into the city. Moon's grip tightened on his staff. He'd wanted a peaceful meal. Wanted one moment of normalcy after everything he'd been through. Apparently the monsters had other plans. "Stay inside," Moon said to the civilians, his voice calm. "Don't go near the windows." He walked toward the broken entrance, his staff in his right hand. Now that he was outside the restaurant, Moon was able to witness the full scale of carnage around him. Multiple human corpses littered the street, torn apart and scattered across the pavement. Some were missing limbs, others were barely recognizable as human. Blood streamed down the road like a river, pooling in the gutters, staining everything it touched. Screams of civilians filled the area, desperate and terrified, but they were mostly masked by the roars of the bears that hunted them. Chapter 47, Rift Breakout 2. Moon spotted a few awakeners nearby, engaged in combat. They fought desperately, barely able to handle the beasts. One man with a sword managed to hold off 2 bears simultaneously, but he was struggling, his movements growing slower, more defensive, bleeding from multiple wounds. A woman with ice magic kept a single bear at bay, but she was visibly exhausted, her spells weakening with each cast. They were outmatched and outnumbered, the perfect recipe for disaster. Moon's heart tightened, his mind drifting unbidden to a memory he'd tried to bury. His parents had died in a rift breakage just like this one. 2 years ago, a random portal opened in their district. By the time the proper response teams arrived, his parents were already gone, torn apart. There was nothing left to even bury properly. Moon had been at school when it happened. He'd been powerless then, unable to do anything but cry like a child. Fire began forming at the tip of his staff, gathering and compressing until it grew to the size of a basketball. The flames roiled, blue-white at the core where the heat was most intense. Moon's eyes locked onto a bear that had cornered a man against a storefront. The creature reared back, preparing to bring its massive paw down in a killing blow. Moon released the fireball. It streaked across the distance like a meteor, striking the bear squarely in the side. The explosion engulfed the beast entirely, flames washing over its body with devastating intensity. The bear didn't even have time to roar, it simply collapsed, charred and dead. "You have killed a level 13 forest bear. You have gained 40 lives." The man on the ground stared at his savior with wide, shocked eyes. He was middle-aged, his clothes torn, his face pale with terror. Thank you," he managed to stammer, his voice shaking. "Thank you so much." Moon didn't respond. He was already scanning for the next target. The man scrambled to his feet and ran, disappearing into an alley and away from the carnage. Moon stepped further into the street, his staff held ready, fire gathering once more. After killing the bear directly in front of the whole horde, multiple pairs of eyes snapped toward him, filled with killing intent and primal fury. As if sharing a collective thought, close to 6 bears dropped what they were doing, abandoned their prey, ignored the fleeing civilians, and turned their full attention toward Moon. Moon flashed them a cold grin. "It seems like you miss your companion a little too much. Why don't I reunite you all, in hell?" The bears, as if understanding his words, grew even more furious. They charged as one, their roars shaking the air, their massive bodies closing the distance with terrifying speed. Moon was now the only awakener in the immediate vicinity, making him their primary target. The other awakeners had retreated or were engaged elsewhere. Civilians ran for their lives, not even looking back to see if Moon would survive. Inside the restaurant, the people who'd witnessed his earlier display watched through the broken window with mounting worry. "Hey, do you think he will survive? If he doesn't, you will be next," the woman asked, a look of concern and worry etched on her face. The man beside her shook his head, a frown plastered deep into his face. "I don't know, he's strong, clearly skilled, but against a whole horde of monsters pouring out of that rift, I don't think he'll last." He gestured toward the still active portal, "especially since he doesn't appear to be a second Sanctuary Awakener, just first Sanctuary. He's at most 18 years old, from the look of him." His expression grew somber. It's a pity if he dies. He seems really talented and could be a powerhouse reaching second or third sanctuary at some point in his life. The woman clutched her hands together, unable to look away from the scene unfolding in the street. They couldn't even escape because the fight was happening directly outside the entrance. Outside, Moon stood his ground as 6 bears bore down on him. His staff shifted in his grip, settling into a comfortable stance. Fire continued to gather at its tip, growing larger, more volatile. His other hand channeled earth magic, feeling the stone beneath the street, ready to reshape it at a moment's notice. 6 possessed bears at level 13-14. Against most awakeners in the first sanctuary, that would be overwhelming, but Moon wasn't most awakeners. He'd fought level 15 Arctic wolves, survived a level 20 winter beast, even at a massive disadvantage, and killed dozens of monsters in a frozen hellscape where death meant permanent erasure. These bears were strong, dangerous, and certainly deadly to civilians and average awakeners. To him, they were just experience points waiting to be collected, and lives waiting to be claimed to evolve his skills. The first bear reached him, claws extended, jaws wide, ready to tear him apart. Moon moved, his staff sweeping low as he consecutively channeled earth magic. Stone erupted from the ground in sharp spikes, impaling the bear's front legs and stopping its charge instantly. Howl, pain erupted across its body from the harm Moon had inflicted, but Moon wasn't finished. He followed up his strike with fire immediately, sending a powerful blast that struck the bear's torso, silencing its cries permanently. You have killed a level 13 forest bear. You have gained 40 lives. The second and third bears came from different angles, trying to flank him as he finished their companion. Moon spun, his high agility making the movement fluid. Water gathered in his left hand as he formed a barrier. The liquid formed a defensive wall that caught one bear's claws, redirecting the force harmlessly aside. His staff struck the other bear across the snout with enough force to crack bone, stunning it long enough for Moon to follow up with a fire blast at point-blank range. Crack, you have killed a level 13 forest bear. You have gained 40 lives. Chapter 48, Rift Breakout 3. The remaining 4 bears hesitated, their primitive intelligence recognizing the threat despite their rage. Moon didn't give them time to regroup. He slammed his staff into the ground. Earth magic surged through the pavement, and multiple constructs erupted from beneath. Stone pillars that rose and curved inward like grasping fingers, restricting the bear's movements and pinning them in place. Moon then raised his staff, fire gathering at its tip, preparing to finish them before a guttural noise interrupted him. Roar. A powerful beast bellowed with rage. Its roar shook the earth itself, ripping across the air through the street like thunder, stunning everyone who heard it. The sound was different from the others. It was deeper, more primal, carrying a menace that made Moon's instincts scream danger. The sound reverberated through his chest, making his heart skip a beat for a brief moment. Moon's eyes darted toward the source. A bear twice the size of the others had emerged from the rift as Moon was slaughtering the weaker bears. It was massive, easily 4 meters tall at the shoulder, its body adorned with dense muscle beneath dark brown fur. Each step it took shook the ground. A car in its path was crushed like a tin can beneath its paw, metal crumpling and glass exploding as the vehicle was reduced to scrap. The creature's eyes burned with malice far beyond its lesser kin, and every bear in the vicinity stopped what they were doing, turning toward it with something that looked disturbingly like reverence. Inside the restaurant, the woman and the man who'd been watching Moon's battle both lost control of their bladders, terror overwhelming every other sensation. Neither even noticed the warmth spreading down their legs. The presence of this creature was so overwhelming that conscious thought became difficult. We're going to die, we're dead, we're all dead, the woman whispered, her voice hollow. Moon pulled up the creature's status with a thought. Forest grizzly bear. Level 20. Details, an evolved specimen that transcended the limits that normal forest bears are bottlenecked by. Its physical capabilities far exceed its peers, with denser muscle tissue and a reinforced skeletal structure. Recognized and respected by lesser bears as a natural alpha, it commands instinctive obedience from its kind. Moon's jaw clenched at the sight. The beast before him was powerful, really powerful. It was at the same level as the winter beast. I wonder how many lives you will give me, maybe 3 figures. Let's hope so, evolving skills is expensive after all, Moon muttered under his breath. Meanwhile, inside the Awakeners Association headquarters, chaos reigned. How are you telling me there are no Awakeners there yet? This is a rift in the middle of the damn city, a residential district. Isabel's voice cut through the operations room frantically. The receptionist stood before her desk, pale-faced and trembling. Manager, there are none near the area. The closest response team is estimated to arrive in 10 minutes. By then, the casualties will reach hundreds, if not thousands. Isabel slammed her hand on the desk, the impact cracking the wood. Her strength leaked through despite her attempt at control. She took a breath, forcing herself to think rather than rage. 10 minutes was equivalent to an eternity when civilians were dying every second. The system had failed, Awakeners positioned in the wrong districts, response protocols too slow, too far. It was also part of her mistake. She had sent most of the available awakeners on missions to clear out monsters outside the city but failed to keep some for emergencies. Her father would have handled this better, but she left all that behind, fled to this administrative position to escape their expectations, and now people were paying the price for her mistakes. I'm going there myself. She moved toward the door, already pulling up her status mentally. Keep me in contact, coordinate the response teams to follow my position. Manager, you can't, Rebecca started. That's an order, Isabel snapped, not breaking stride. She burst through the building's main entrance at a run, her body already channeling mana, preparing for combat. 10 minutes was too long, but maybe she could buy those 10 minutes. She could try to save at least some of them. Her mind flashed unbidden to Moon, the strange awakener with the impossible story, the one who'd materialized in her apartment, the one who'd registered today with suspiciously high power for his claimed experience. He'd mentioned living near that district, Silver Point residences, less than 2 kilometers from the rift location, according to her mental map. Moon locked eyes with the forest grizzly bear. It was, without a doubt, a powerful beast, an A-tier first sanctuary creature, apex predators that sat just below boss-level entities. Even experienced awakeners approached such creatures with full teams and careful preparation. Only the strongest in the first sanctuary could take on such a powerful beast without worrying. The grizzly moved first, closing the distance with deceptive speed for something so massive. Its paw came down like a hammer, aiming to crush Moon into the pavement. Moon rolled aside, the impact cratering the street where he'd stood. Concrete exploded outward, chunks of debris pelting his cloak. Moon retaliated immediately, launching a compressed fireball at point-blank range. The grizzly twisted, taking the hit on its shoulder rather than its face. Fur burned away, flesh charred, but the creature didn't even flinch. It backhanded Moon with its other paw, the blow catching his hastily raised earth barrier. The barrier shattered. The force sent Moon sliding backwards, his boots leaving trails in the blood-slick pavement. It's smart, Moon realized. It won't take direct hits if it can avoid them. The creature was defending intelligently, using its massive body to shield vital areas, minimizing damage from Moon's attacks. And when Moon's attacks did land cleanly, the grizzly was injured. Burns appeared, blood flowed, but it was not enough to slow it down. Then the 4 bears he'd trapped earlier broke free from their stone restraints, joining their alpha in the assault. Moon's expression hardened. He couldn't fight defensively anymore. Not against 5 opponents with 1 at level 20. His staff spun in his hands, fire erupted from the tip, before erupting as a continuous stream that swept across the charging bears. The flames washed over them, overwhelming their attempts to dodge or defend. Whoosh, Moon didn't stop. He immediately used their attempts at patting the fire to release 4 fireballs towards them. Boom, 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 boom. 4 consecutive explosions found their marks. The bears died almost instantly, reduced to charred corpses before they could close half the distance. You have killed a level 14 forest bear. You have gained 50 lives. You have reached level 16. You have killed a level 14 forest bear. You have gained 55 lives. You have killed a level 14 forest bear. You have gained 45 lives. You have killed a level 13 forest bear. You have gained 40 lives. Moon felt the subtle surge of power as his level increased. The grizzly didn't give him time to appreciate it. It charged through the flames surrounding the corpses of its fallen subordinates, using the moment Moon was distracted by notifications to close the gap. Chapter 49, Entering the B-Rank Rift 1. Moon barely got his staff up in time. The grizzly's claws struck the reinforced wood with enough force to tear through metal. Moon's strength held, but he was driven backwards, his feet carving furrows through concrete. The creature pressed its advantage, attacking relentlessly. Each strike was powerful enough to shatter Moon's hastily constructed earth walls, though not overwhelmingly so. He could still defend, still create space, and most importantly, still survive. Moon spun his staff, deflecting a claw swipe that would have torn through his ribs. The impact jarred his arms, the force translating through reinforced wood into his bones. His strength held, but he could feel the strain accumulating. The grizzly didn't relent. It swung its other paw in a devastating backhand that Moon couldn't fully block. He raised an earth barrier, the stone erupted from the ground in a thick wall, but the grizzly's strength shattered it. Fragments pelted Moon as he dove backward, creating distance. A razor-sharp piece of stone cut across his cheek, drawing blood. He retaliated with fire, a concentrated stream that washed over the grizzly's face. The creature roared, turning its head to protect its remaining eye, but continued advancing through the flames. Its thick hide and dense muscle mass absorbed punishment that would have killed lesser beasts 10 times over. Seeing its durable body, Moon switched tactics. Water gathered in his free hand not as an attack but as a binding. He threw it forward, the liquid expanding mid-flight into a massive sphere that engulfed the grizzly's head. The creature thrashed, unable to breathe, clawing at the water prison around its face. Moon immediately followed with wind. Compressed blade of air struck the water sphere from the side, flash freezing it through rapid evaporation and pressure changes. The grizzly's head was now encased in a shell of ice. It wouldn't hold for long. The creature's body heat was already cracking the ice from within, but it gave Moon precious seconds. He channeled earth magic into the ground beneath the grizzly's feet. Stone hands erupted from the pavement, gripping the creature's legs, holding it in place. Then Moon poured everything into the fire. His staff blazed with power as he channeled his most concentrated attack yet. The fireball that formed at the tip was different from his previous attacks. It was compressed to the point of near instability, burning blue-white at its core, containing enough thermal energy to melt steel. The grizzly shattered the ice around its head with a violent shake. It saw the attack coming, tried to break free from the stone restraints, but the earth's hands held just long enough. Moon released the fireball. It struck the grizzly center mass, detonating with explosive force that shook every building within 100 meters. The shockwave blew out windows, set off car alarms, and knocked civilians who'd been watching from balconies back into their apartments. Fire washed over the grizzly in a tidal wave of heat and force. The creature's roar was drowned out by the explosion, consumed by the sound of its own flesh burning. When the flames finally dispersed, smoke rising thick into the air, the grizzly was still standing, but it was finished. Its fur was gone, burned away entirely. Its flesh was charred black, cracked and weeping. One leg had buckled, no longer able to support its weight. Both eyes were ruined, cooked in their sockets by the intense heat. The creature swayed, its massive body fighting to remain upright through sheer stubborn will. Moon didn't give it the chance to recover. He formed one more fireball, smaller this time, his mana reserves dangerously low, and sent it into the grizzly's open mouth as the beast tried to roar one final time. The explosion blew out from inside, ending it instantly. The massive body crashed to the ground with a thunderous impact that cracked the pavement beneath it. You have killed a level 20 forest grizzly bear. You have gained 600 lives. You have reached level 17. Moon stood over the corpse, his breathing stable, his mana reserves still substantial. The fight had been intense but not draining. His epicrank skill made his spells far more efficient than they should be, and the staff of elemental resonance reduced his consumption further. The grizzly was dead, and through the rift behind him, Moon could see more bears beginning to emerge from the swirling portal. They're just going to keep pouring in, Moon thought as he surveyed the area. He could keep fighting. Each bear represented money when he sold their materials, an experience that pushed him toward his next level, and lives that accumulated through his Grim Reaper talent. The longer he fought, the more he gained. But standing here, playing defense in a residential street while civilians watched, that was inefficient. After a moment of consideration, Moon made his decision. He began to walk towards the portal. The civilians who'd witnessed his victory against the massive grizzly had grown confident in the young awakener's power. With no bears currently in the street, they rushed from their hiding places, emerging from shops, apartments, and alleyways. "Thank you, you saved our lives. We thought we were dead. That was incredible." Their grateful words fell on deaf ears as Moon approached the rift without breaking stride. His staff held ready and disappeared entirely into the swirling energy. The crowd fell silent, shock rippling through them. They'd assumed he was inspecting the portal, checking if it was stable, doing something reasonable, but to actually enter it. Alone, nobody had expected that. "Wait," the young woman from the restaurant said, her voice hollow with disbelief. "Did he just enter a rift, alone?" Isabel arrived moments later, her high speed having carried her across the city in record time. She pushed through the gathered crowd without ceremony. "Move, what are you doing near the rift? It's dangerous." Her voice carried authority that sent civilians scattering backwards immediately. She reached the portal's perimeter, her body tense and ready for combat, scanning for threats. But there were no bears in the immediate area, just corpses, dozens of them scattered across the blood-soaked street. The massive grizzly's body dominated the scene, its charred remains testament to the battle that had occurred. Isabel's eyes fixed on the rift itself, still active, its energy swirling, but no creatures were emerging. Someone was inside. The Awakener response team must have arrived before her and already entered to clear the rift from the source. She sighed in relief, some of the tension draining from her shoulders. Thank God, finally, took them long enough to arrive. With the rift now occupied by Awakeners, no more beasts could leave. Isabel's gaze swept the carnage again, her mind processing the scene. There were surprisingly few civilian deaths, maybe a dozen, given the body parts scattered around. This should have been worse, much worse. In her mind, a rift this powerful, spawning level 20 creatures in a residential district should have caused the casualties to reach hundreds easily. The portal was classified as a first-order B-rank portal, the kind of breakage that required full first-order response teams. She turned to the nearest person, a middle-aged man still clutching a briefcase, his clothes splattered with blood that wasn't his own. What happened here? Chapter 50, Entering the B-rank Rift 2. The man blinked, seeming to come out of shock. Bears started to come out of that rift immediately after its appearance, attacking everyone in their sight. It was chaos. "Who contained the beasts? I see many corpses littering the floor." The man looked confused. It was a young kid, maybe 18 or slightly older. He had a staff, used fire and earth magic. He killed everything, even that. He gestured to the grizzly's corpse. Isabel's blood ran cold. One awakener. Are you certain? Yeah, just him. He fought all of them alone. Was incredible. Must be a second sanctuary awakener to be that strong, right? Isabel nodded. A second sanctuary awakener would make sense for this level of carnage, but they are rare, valuable, and busy. Perhaps it was a traveling second sanctuary awakener who managed to help in time. What did he look like? Average height, dark hair, wearing a cloak, had a wooden staff, young face. Before Isabel could process this, voices appeared behind her. Manager, this is Response Team 7. We've arrived at the location. Isabel turned toward the approaching team, 5 awakeners in standard combat gear, weapons drawn. You cleared the rift so quickly? Isabel asked, confusion evident in her voice. The timeline didn't make sense. The team leader, a man in his 30s with a scar across his jaw, looked equally confused. What are you talking about, manager? We just arrived, haven't entered yet. Isabel's eyes snapped back to the portal, still occupied by whoever had gone inside. Horror dawned on her face as understanding crashed down. Who entered the rift? She demanded, whirling back to the man she'd been questioning. The young man, he replied, pointing at the portal. The one who killed all the bears. He walked right in maybe 2 minutes ago. Isabel stared at the rift, her composure cracking. Someone had entered a B-rank first-order rift. Alone, a rift spawning level 20 creatures, without backup or support. Isabel had already dismissed the possibility of the awakener being from the second sanctuary. Being young didn't necessarily exclude someone from reaching that tier. History had its share of prodigies who descended before their 20s. But there was something no human had ever been able to circumvent, a fundamental law enforced by the sanctuary system itself. Second sanctuary awakeners couldn't enter first sanctuary rifts or the first sanctuary itself. The dimensional barriers rejected them. Their enhanced bodies and evolved classes were incompatible with lower-order spaces. It was an absolute restriction. Rift-spawning beasts at level 25 and below were classified as first sanctuary rifts, and only first sanctuary awakeners could clear them. Which meant whoever had just walked into that portal was a young awakener of the first sanctuary, powerful beyond reason for their tier, and apparently insane enough to enter an B-rank rift alone. Isabel's hands clenched into fists. Get me a direct line to headquarters now. Someone find out who that awakener was. Inside the rift, Moon found himself standing in the middle of a dense forest. Massive trees stretched overhead, their trunks scarred with claw marks that ran deep into the wood. They were territorial markings left by generations of bears. The bark had been stripped away in places, revealing pale wood underneath where the creatures had sharpened their claws. The ground was worn smooth along specific paths, packed dirt trails created by countless paws traveling the same routes repeatedly. These paths branched out like veins through the forest, connecting different areas of the habitat. Bones littered the clearings between trees. Different creatures of various shapes and sizes that had fallen prey to the bears. Some were fresh, still carrying scraps of meat. Others were old, bleached white by time and weather. Large earthen dens had been dug into hillsides and beneath exposed root systems, their entrances wide enough to accommodate the bear's bulk. A stream cut through the territory, its banks churned to mud by heavy traffic. Fish bones and scales scattered along the water's edge marked it as a primary food source, and surrounding Moon, drawn by his sudden appearance in their domain, were nearly 15 bears. They ranged from level 13 to 15, their eyes locked onto the intruder with unmistakable malicious intent. Growls rumbled from their chests in warning. All right then, let's see what you've got. Moon raised his staff as the 15 bears spread out, encircling him. Fire gathered at the staff's tip. The nearest bear charged. It was a level 14 with a scarred muzzle and eyes burning with fury. Moon released his spell, sending carnage towards the charging beast. Boom, the fireball caught it mid-stride, flames washing over its head and chest. The creature's roar cut off as it collapsed, smoke rising from charred fur. You have killed a level 14 forest bear. You have gained 35 lives. 2 more bears lunged from different angles. Moon spun, his staff sweeping low. Earth erupted beneath one bear's paws, stone spikes impaling its legs. Growl. With the first trapped temporarily, the second got closer with its claws extended to deal a fatal blow. Moon's staff held firm against its jaw, the impact reverberating through reinforced wood. He followed up with a fireball at point-blank range. Boom, you have killed a level 15 forest bear. You have gained 50 lives. The trapped one was still struggling. Moon ended it with another fireball. You have killed a level 13 forest bear. You have gained 35 lives. Only 12 out of the 15 circling him were left alive. Soon enough, that number would reach 0. They came all at once, not giving him a chance to finish them off. They had tested him as a threat. Now it was time for aggression. Moon unleashed fire in a sweeping arc, the flames cutting through multiple targets. 3 bears caught in the blast, their fur igniting instantly. They rolled, trying to extinguish themselves, but Moon's fire clung like napalm. You have killed a level 14 forest bear. You have gained 40 lives. You have killed a level 13 forest bear. You have gained 35 lives. You have killed a level 15 forest bear. You have gained 55 lives. By killing 3 of the bears with 1 attack, only 9 remained. Although that was great news, the fire was spreading fast in the jungle. Whether it was dry leaves, dead wood, or all kinds of inflammable materials, they caught fire. The trees with their stripped bark caught it rather quickly, flames climbing toward the canopy. Smoke began to fill the air, a thick cloud of smoke that even Moon started choking. Shit. Due to the smoke, Moon couldn't see properly. The bears were shadows moving through smoke, using the chaos to close the distance. Claws raked across his cloak. The enchanted fabric had absorbed most of the impact, but Moon felt the pressure and felt how close that attack had been to injuring him. He retaliated, sending an attack hurling in the direction of the bear attack. Unfortunately, it was a miss. The bear was already gone, circling around with its crew. Realizing he was at a disadvantage, Moon switched elements immediately. He wanted to level the field once again to make it more favorable. Water gathered in his hands, and he sent it outward in a wave, dousing the nearest fires, clearing the smoke enough to see. Chapter 51, Coming Out of the Rift. After the smoke had cleared, 7 bears remained. They'd learned from their companions' mistakes, staying at a close range waiting for another opening. Before Moon could initiate an attack, a heavy presence arrived. Moon's eyes turned towards the direction he felt the malicious killing intent that was practically oozing. Through the thinning smoke further in, a shape emerged. It was a large bear, almost as large as the grizzly, Forest Bear Alpha. Level 19. Roar. The remaining bears responded to the roar, emboldened by its presence. They charged as one. Isabelle stood before the portal, her hands clenched instinctively as she stared at the dark portal. 5 minutes had passed since the young awakener had entered, according to multiple eyewitnesses. It was 5 minutes of excruciating silence. The response team stood ready with their weapons drawn, positioned to intercept anything that came through. The response team had already removed the idea of the awakener coming out alive from the rift. A B-rank rift wasn't something that any powerful awakener could just clear. Whilst they had heard about how he had killed the beasts that came out, those weren't nearly as threatening as what was hidden inside the Rift of Dangers, so they expected beasts to start coming out at any minute. B-rank rifts were death traps for solo awakeners. Even powerful teams composed of high-level First Sanctuary awakeners treated them with caution. Whoever that young man was, whatever power he displayed outside, going in alone was suicide. Moon abandoned using fire entirely. In the current environment, it wasn't a good idea to use fire. It was more of a nuisance to himself than to the bears. It was incredibly unpredictable and caused unnecessary collateral damage, so he decided to opt for his strongest element, but the one that drained his mana the most, lightning. His staff didn't have the ability to conduct lightning, so he was unable to use it. Blue-white arcs started dancing between his fingers. The Alpha felt threatened by the power, but it was too late to back down. Electricity exploded outward from his hands, arcing through the wet earth where his water had soaked into the soil. The bears convulsed as current surged through them, all 7 simultaneously, their bodies locking up, smoke rising from their fur. 4 bears died before they could even fall. You have killed a level 14 forest bear. You have gained 40 lives. You have killed a level 15 forest bear. You have gained 50 lives. You have killed a level 13 forest bear. You have gained 40 lives. You have killed a level 14 forest bear. You have gained 45 lives. The Alpha lunged at Moon, aiming for Moon's throat. Moon met it head-on. His staff caught its open mouth, wedging between massive teeth. The creature bit down, trying to break the staff. Moon then left the staff in its mouth. Before ducking under an attack, the bear tried to deliver using its claws and made direct contact with its body. Zap. Zap, lightning was released from his hands, directly to the Alpha's body. The Alpha's body went rigid as thousands of volts coursed through it. Its eyes rolled back immediately as the muscles spasmed uncontrollably. Before long, smoke poured from its mouth. Moon yanked his staff free and moved back from the Alpha's body as the 2 remaining bears tried to attack him. You have killed a level 19 Forest Bear Alpha. You have gained 300 lives. 2 bears were left, both were stunned and injured. Moon ended them with water lances, pressurized strikes that pierced through skull and brain. They were not a threat. He didn't want to waste his mana by using lightning on them. You have killed a level 14 Forest Bear. You have gained 55 lives. You have killed a level 15 Forest Bear. You have gained 65 lives. You have reached level 18. Silence fell over the forest, broken only by the crackling of dying fires and Moon's steady breathing. He surveyed the carnage that he had left in his wake. If he hadn't stopped the rift, the bodies would have been those of humans. His mana reserves were lower now. The lightning had drained him more than he'd like, but still sustainable. His body slightly ached from impacts absorbed by his cloak, but he was alive. Very much alive. Moon turned toward where he sensed the rift's exit, the dimensional tier that would return him to Earth. Time to go home. The portal flared. Isabel's entire body tensed as she felt the portal's energy flare, which meant something was approaching. Weapons ready. The response team raised their arms and got into position, preparing for whatever beast emerged. A figure stepped through wearing a black cloak, his hands in his pockets. The Awakeners froze, their weapons still raised, unable to process what they were seeing. Moon blinked in the sudden daylight, his eyes adjusting back. He took in the armed team, the defensive positions, and the woman in the association uniform staring at him with an expression of absolute shock. Recognition hit both of them simultaneously. "You," Isabel breathed, her voice hollow with disbelief. Moon met her gaze calmly. "Manager Isabel. I didn't expect to meet you so soon." Behind him, the rift's energy began to destabilize. The portal flickered, shrinking, the dimensional connection severing now that the source had been eliminated. Within seconds, it collapsed entirely, leaving nothing but empty air where the tier had been. The rift had been completely cleared by one person in less than 10 minutes. Isabel opened her mouth, then closed it, then opened it again, but no words came out. Moon simply walked past her, heading toward the street where civilians were still gathered, watching in stunned silence. "I'm going home, it's been a long day," he said over his shoulder. Isabel stood frozen, her mind refusing to accept what she'd just witnessed. The young Awakener who'd registered that morning, he'd just solo-cleared a B-rank first-order rift like it was a training exercise. "What the hell are you?" she whispered to his retreating back. Moon didn't answer. He was already thinking about dinner, a shower, and whether his new apartment's bed was as comfortable as it looked. The rift was handled. His level had increased, he saved a lot of lives, and he had reaped a lot of lives. His mission was accomplished. Everything else was someone else's problem. The leader of the Awakener response team looked at Moon's withdrawing figure before glancing back at Isabel. "Manager, are you not going to question him? It's standard protocol to at least get a statement about what happened inside." Isabel remained silent for a long moment, her eyes still fixed on Moon's back as he disappeared into the dispersing crowd of civilians who parted for him like water around a stone. Finally, she shook her head. "I know, but he isn't standard. Also, he looked tired. I will let him rest for now before summoning him for official questioning later." The team leader nodded, accepting the explanation even if he didn't entirely believe it. In his eyes, Moon had walked out of that rift steadier than most Awakeners emerged from routine hunts. Whilst Moon had handled the rift, minimizing casualties to single digits rather than the triple digits they'd been expecting, damage had still been done. "Listen up, post-drift protocols are in effect. Secure the perimeter and ensure no stragglers remain. I want a sweep of every building within 2 blocks. The Awakeners moved immediately, responding to clear orders. "Medical teams are already en route," Isabel continued, checking her comm device. "When they arrive, coordinate triage. Priority goes to the injured, then psychological support for witnesses." She turned to Rebecca, who'd arrived with the second wave of association personnel. "Contact headquarters, initiate victim identification protocols. Cross-reference casualties with resident databases and start the notification process. I want families informed within the next few hours." Rebecca's face was pale but determined. "Understood, manager." "Also set up the compensation process. Any civilian affected by this rift breakage, whether it's property damage, injuries, or trauma, they complete the standard reimbursement forms. The association will compensate them as per policy guidelines. Make sure people know we're here to help, not just to clean up," Isabel added, her tone softening slightly. "It wouldn't bring back the dead, wouldn't erase the trauma of watching neighbors torn apart by monsters, but it was something, a gesture that said their suffering mattered, that the system hadn't completely failed them. Even if it had, even if one young Awakener had done more than the entire official response structure had managed." Isabel's hands clenched briefly before she forced them to relax. After giving out the remaining orders of documentation, evidence collection, and media containment, Isabel turned her back on the scene and headed toward her vehicle. She still had some matters to deal with and reports to file about the rift breakage that had struck a block under her turf. Chapter 52, First Order A-Rank Awakener. The next day, Moon was summoned to the Awakeners Association to give his statement about what had happened during the rift incident. He sat across from Isabel in her office, the same room where they'd processed his registration the day before. She asked him the usual questions: when he'd arrived at the scene, what level monsters he'd encountered, how he'd cleared the rift, and whether he'd sustained injuries. Moon explained what had happened, but carefully omitted details that couldn't be investigated or verified. His account of what occurred inside the rift was strategically vague: lots of bears, coordinated attacks, standard combat procedures. Nothing about the habitat, the Alpha's relation to the grizzly, or the precise tactics he'd used. His lies were believable enough that Isabel didn't push further, or perhaps more accurately, she knew she couldn't. What happened inside a rift was ultimately only known to those who entered it. Without contradicting evidence, she had to accept his statement, Before releasing him, Isabel leaned back in her chair, studying him with an expression that mixed professional assessment with personal curiosity. Given your performance yesterday, I'm upgrading your Awakener classification to A rank, effective immediately. Moon's eyebrows rose slightly. That was faster than expected. In the Sanctuary system, Awakeners were assigned power tier rankings that operated separately from their level. The tier list evaluated multiple factors. The Awakener's level, their class rarity, demonstrated combat power and achievements. It determined priority access to resources, mission assignments, and social standing within the Awakener community. After clearing a B-rank rift alone, Moon easily deserved the A-rank classification. Thank you for cooperating, Isabel said, finalizing the paperwork with a few keystrokes. You can head to reception. Rebecca will provide your updated badge. Moon nodded, standing to leave. Then he paused. What about the allowance? Isabel sighed, a wry smile crossing her face. You can discuss that with Rebecca as well. With his question answered, Moon left the office. At the reception desk, Rebecca looked up as Moon approached, her smile firmly in place despite the slight wariness in her eyes. News of yesterday's incident had spread through the association quickly. Mr. Outlaw, she greeted, pulling up his file. I have your updated badge ready. She retrieved a card from a secure drawer, this one noticeably higher quality than his previous badge. The association's emblem was etched with finer detail, and a bold A was displayed prominently in the corner. Your monthly allowance has been adjusted to $60,000, Rebecca explained, sliding the badge across the counter. Since you've already received $10,000 for this month under your previous classification, you'll receive $50,000 as the differential. It will be deposited into your account within the next few hours. Moon took the badge, examining it briefly before pocketing it. $60,000 per month was a substantial increase, 6 times what he'd been receiving. Combined with his material sales, he'd be more than financially stable for the foreseeable future. Understood, thank you. Rebecca nodded. Is there anything else you need? No, that's all. With everything settled at the association, Moon made his way out of the building and headed to his next destination, the trading center. He had dozens of bear corpses in his spatial ring, the spoils from yesterday's rift clear. More importantly, the association had returned the level 20 grizzly's body to him this morning, having preserved it properly overnight. It was his kill, his spoils of war. Not even the Awakeners Association could legally claim it, though they did want their cut through taxation. The tax on rift materials sold on Earth was 5% of market value, calculated after the sale and reported through official channels. Moon was required to provide documentation proving he'd paid it. Fortunately, the trading center handled all that bureaucratic hassle automatically. Their system generated the necessary tax documents and submitted them directly to the association. This was one of the perks of being a VIP member. The convenience alone was worth it. Moon entered the familiar building, flashed his golden card at security, and was escorted by a staff member to the premium trading floors. The same attendant from yesterday greeted him at the elevator, his professional smile widening with genuine recognition. Mr. Outlaw, welcome back, please follow me. He led Moon down a corridor, but instead of the modest private room from their previous transaction, they entered a significantly larger space. The room featured a proper conference table, expanded evaluation equipment, and what looked like a dedicated storage assessment station for bulk materials. The difference was immediately noticeable. New room, Moon asked. The attendant's smile turned somewhat sheepish but proud. Thanks to you actually, the transaction we completed yesterday. The S-rank core and materials were enough for the management to promote me to a higher trade specialist. This is my new office. He gestured around the upgraded space. I handle high-value clients now exclusively, so when I saw you'd requested another appointment, I made sure to claim it personally. Moon nodded. A $1.5 million sale in a single transaction would definitely catch management's attention. I appreciate the efficiency, Moon said. Of course, now what can I help you with today? More First Sanctuary materials. Quite a few, actually. The attendant gestured to the assessment station with an excited look on his face. Please, whenever you're ready. Moon reached into his spatial ring and began withdrawing corpses. The level 20 grizzly materialized first, its massive charred body taking up a significant portion of the available floor space. Then the level 19 alpha, still impressively sized despite being smaller than the grizzly. Finally, 20 additional bear corpses ranging from level 13 to 15. The attendant's eyes widened progressively with each body that appeared. By the time Moon finished, the man was staring at the collection with undisguised shock. The attendant took a moment to compose himself before extending his hand formally, as he realized they'd never actually exchanged names during his rushed excitement of their first meeting. I don't believe we properly introduced ourselves last time. I'm Lucas. Moon, he replied, shaking the offered hand. Well, Mr. Moon, let's see what we have here, Lucas said, pulling out his evaluation equipment with a focused expression. The assessment took nearly 5 minutes. Lucas worked efficiently, scanning each corpse, examining cores, and cross-referencing his findings with the trading center's database. Finally, he compiled his results and turned to Moon with a mixture of respect and calculation. All right, based on condition, level, and core quality, here's what we're looking at. He pulled up a holographic display showing the breakdown. The level 20 Grizzly. Given the extensive fire damage to the body, but with an intact core, it still qualifies as a B-rank beast with a B-rank core. The core alone is worth $70,000. This bear's body especially is worth the same or slightly more than the core. Even when slightly damaged, it carries significant value for armor crafting and alchemical materials. Things like the pelt fragments, claws, teeth, and bone marrow. Total for the Grizzly, $120,000. Moon nodded. The level 19 Alpha, Lucas continued, consulting his display. It's less damaged, better preservation, higher quality pelt, C-rank beast, C-rank core. For the total value, we're looking at $60,000. And the others? Moon asked. The 20 level 13 to 15 bears, standard forest bears, mostly E-rank classification with a few D-ranks based on size and core quality. Individually, they range from $3,000 to $6,000 each. Collectively, they're worth approximately $80,000. Lucas pulled up the final calculation. Total value before fees, $260,000. After the association's 5% tax is deducted, it will be $247,000, which will handle automatically. So your net proceeds will be $247,000. That works, Moon said. Lucas began processing the transaction immediately, his fingers flying across the terminal. I have to say, clearing a B-rank rift solo and walking out with this kind of haul, I've been doing this job for a few years, and I've never seen anything quite like it. Just doing my job, Moon replied neutrally. Lucas flashed a soft smile and did not comment on Moon's words. The transaction completed with a soft chime. Lucas confirmed the transfer on his screen. Payment has been initiated. Should arrive in your account within the hour. Tax documentation will be filed automatically with the association by the end of business today. Appreciated. Lucas asked with an expression of respect on his face. May I ask, do you plan on making this a regular thing? Solo rift clears. Moon considered the question. Depends on the rift. Yesterday's was convenient, right place, right time. Well, if you do, Lucas said, pulling out a business card with his direct contact information, I'd appreciate it if you'd continue working with me. I can guarantee priority processing and the best rates available. You can phone me in advance too. Moon took the card, pocketing it. Having a dedicated contact at the trading center could be useful. I'll keep that in mind. With both transactions pending, Moon did a quick calculation of how much money he would have once they were settled. The cash turned out to be a few $1,000s above $1 million, which was sufficient for him. The money would be useful in the first sanctuary as he was planning on returning later tonight. He had already taken the rest he needed, dealt with the bureaucracy matters, and bought himself some good equipment. Ding, you have received 50,000. Ding, you have received 247,000. The notifications arrived on his phone a few hours later. Chapter 53, Finding the Right People. A name, Moon. A race, human. Class, classless. Level 18, 17%. Lives, 4391. Strength, 27. Agility, 29. Constitution, 32. Mana, 39 plus 5 to all stats. Attribute points, 5. Skills, Elemental Attack, Uncommon. 5 Element Affinity, Epic. Tenacity, Epic. Talent, Grim Reaper. Class skill, class slot, 01. Staring at his status screen, Moon was more than satisfied with his lives accumulation. He had gathered a respectable amount from his hunting. Unfortunately, he was unable to level up any of his skills since they were all at their maximum rank. Still, the huge amount of lives would be helpful for future upgrades and for surviving ultimately. It would be especially helpful soon. Moon got dressed properly, stored a few spare clothes in his storage ring, and made his way toward one of the first sanctuary portals that existed in the city. Arriving at the portal station, Moon paid the small fee of $100. Thank you for your service. Survive out there, the guard who'd received the payment said before Moon's body disappeared into the swirling energy. The fees tied to portal access ultimately returned to the ruling association. It was akin to taxation, helping those damaged by rifts and supporting the general safety of the city. Moon appeared at the same arrival point that he and Selene had both used to return to Earth. He hadn't spoken to her since they departed. While he had promised to stay in touch, many things had happened and he just wasn't in the mood. I'll catch up with her when I arrive at the new base, I suppose, Moon thought. He began walking, his destination clear in his mind. He wanted to reach a more powerful base. To do that, he needed to find himself a settler. Settlers were awakeners who'd been stationed at a base for 6 or more months. They were powerful, but only within the limited pond they inhabited. Most lacked the ambition to push further, content with the safety and status their position provided. They hunted weaker beasts in familiar zones, accumulated resources at a steady pace, and slowly rose in power without taking significant risks. For them, comfort outweighed glory. For Moon, they were transportation. Settlers knew about many things inside the base. They knew about the best transportations that provided good routes between bases, understood which paths were safe and which were death traps. More importantly, they often operated as guides for awakeners willing to pay for passage to more advanced locations. Moon made his way through the base toward the marketplace, where such services were typically advertised. Arriving at the marketplace, there were many settlers providing various benefits to the newcomers. Of course, some of these settlers were scammers, trying to rope in fresh meat to exploit them, while others were genuinely helpful. Naturally, Moon didn't know any of these settlers personally, but that didn't mean he couldn't find a useful one. He started moving through the market, gauging the various people there. Moon wasn't lured by those who had large crowds of awakeners surrounding them. Being popular didn't necessarily mean they provided good service. Still, he didn't discard them either. They might still be useful. A commotion drew his attention. The lieutenant is back. He's accompanied by a large number of veterans. The mission must have been a success, one of the awakeners shouted as he rushed toward a gathering crowd. Interested, Moon followed at a calmer pace. Veterans were awakeners who'd been at the base for over a year. They were among the strongest in the base and held considerable status. As for lieutenants, there weren't many, but they were awakeners trusted with authority. They ranked second only to the base lord who governed the entire settlement and represented the peak of local power. Moon pushed through the crowd until he could see what the commotion was about. A group of awakeners was entering through the main gate, their equipment battle-worn but their bearing confident. At their head walked a man in his late 20s wearing reinforced armor marked with the insignia of the base. His presence drew attention without any visible effort. It was the lieutenant. Around him walked roughly a dozen veterans, each carrying the scars and equipment of experienced fighters. They moved in unison. They were people who'd fought together countless times. Hey, weren't they meant to have subdued a rare specimen of the elk beast clan? I heard they've been trying to find it for the past few weeks, someone in the crowd muttered. Another man next to him shrugged. It's not with them, looks like they failed to do so to me. Moon stared at the approaching lieutenant mounted on his horse. The horse was one of the transportation methods that the rich and powerful used in the base. It appeared to be around level 10 based on its size, not strong for combat, but excellent for transportation due to its agility and endurance. The lieutenant's gaze swept across the gathered crowd with indifference. Then his eyes met Moon's. A soft smile formed on Moon's face. This is exactly who I'm looking for, Moon thought. If he could get to the lieutenant, things would be much simpler. The lieutenant knew about routes, dangers, and opportunities that most awakeners didn't. He would have information about which paths led to more advanced bases, which zones were currently stable, and which were experiencing surges in beast activity, but getting to him wouldn't be easy. Lieutenants didn't simply make themselves available to random newcomers. They had responsibilities, reputations to maintain, and far too many people vying for their attention. Moon's eyes shifted to the veterans walking beside the lieutenant's horse. He memorized their faces, their equipment, the way they carried themselves. Each detail mattered. He had to get to the lieutenant through one of them. Find the right veteran, offer the right incentive, and create an introduction that wouldn't be dismissed out of hand. Moon stepped back as the procession passed, letting the crowd swallow him again as the lieutenant and his group made their way deeper into the base. Chapter 54, Confident Newcomer. Moon's eyes landed on the large building that the veterans and the lieutenant had all ventured into. A solid stone structure near the center of the base, more fortified than the surrounding buildings, with guards posted at the entrance. Clearly an administrative or command facility where important awakeners gathered. With the location known and faces memorized, Moon headed out of the base. As he walked toward the main gate, many awakeners tried to recruit him into their groups, calling out offers of partnership and safety in numbers. Moon declined each one without breaking stride. As he passed one particularly persistent group, their leader called after him, "Lone wolves die fast." Moon ignored him and continued on his way. He knew the veterans weren't going to leave that building anytime soon. Debriefings, reports, equipment maintenance, and rest would occupy them for hours at a minimum. In the meantime, he decided to hunt more beasts and continue accumulating resources. The nearby zones were relatively safe for someone at his level, filled with creatures that posed no real threat but still provided materials worth collecting. You have killed level 6 two-toed sloth. You have gained 5 lives. You have killed level 8 pygmy boar. You have gained 5 lives. Reading through the notifications flashing across his vision, Moon was no longer puzzled by the rewards. He'd been confused initially about why he was only gaining 5 lives per kill, but after hunting several low-level beasts, he'd realized the pattern. Creatures significantly weaker than him provided minimal returns. The system apparently capped gains at 5 lives per kill. It was better than nothing, but nowhere near the hundreds of lives he'd accumulated from fighting creatures closer to or above his own level. Moon continued his clearing of the area, his attacks efficient and relentless. Fire for the aggressive creatures, earth spikes for the slower ones, and water to group multiple targets when they appeared in packs. Time passed steadily as his collection of low-level corpses grew in his spatial ring. By the time evening began to settle over the sanctuary, Moon had accumulated dozens of kills and a respectable haul of materials. More importantly, he had found that beasts below level 10 gave him only 5 lives. He had yet to find out about those above level 10, since the nearest zone with such beasts was a few kilometers away, but he knew that based on the current trend, they would be reduced. He decided it was time to head back to the base, as he believed enough time had passed that the veterans would have completed their initial duties and likely moved on to more relaxed activities. Moon made his way toward the base. The guards at the gate waved him through without issue, his A-rank badge granting automatic clearance. Moon needed to figure out which veteran would be most receptive to his approach and exactly what he could offer that would earn him an introduction to the lieutenant. Moon headed toward the tavern district, where veterans typically gathered after missions to drink, trade stories, and unwind. Moon arrived at the tavern district as evening settled over the base. The area was lively with activity, awakeners celebrating successful hunts or drowning their failures in drink. He moved between establishments, scanning for his targets. He found them in the third tavern he checked. The lieutenant sat at a large corner table surrounded by his veterans, their voices carrying over the general din of the room. Plates of food covered the table alongside tankards of whatever passed for drinks in the sanctuary. The atmosphere was relaxed, the tension of their mission temporarily forgotten. "Damn that beast, it's so hard to catch," one of the veterans said, shaking his head with frustration. "But it's all right, Lieutenant, we'll get it next time." The lieutenant nodded, though his expression suggested he'd heard similar assurances before. Moon moved through the crowd with purposeful steps, his path bringing him directly to their table. Several veterans noticed his approach, their conversations faltering as they sized him up. "I can help you catch it," Moon said, his voice carrying clearly despite the noise around them. His tone held confidence without arrogance, certainty without boasting. The table fell silent. One of the veterans, a broad-shouldered man with a scar running down his left cheek, stood abruptly. His chair scraped against the floor as he pushed it back. "You look like a newcomer and you think you can help. Are you disrespecting us veterans, mocking our efforts?" The veteran's voice carried an edge of offense. Before Moon could respond, the man's fist shot forward in a blur of movement. The other patrons fell silent, sensing violence. Some started to move away before the fist was unleashed. Others leaned in, eager to watch a cocky newcomer get taught a lesson. Everyone in the room expected Moon to drop uncountable on the floor. Just as the fist approached his face, Moon's hand moved. He caught the fist mid-strike, his fingers closing around the veteran's knuckles. Bam! The impact made a solid sound, flesh meeting flesh, but Moon didn't budge or flinch. His arm absorbed the force effortlessly, his expression remaining calm. Then he slowly, deliberately lowered the veteran's fist until it rested at his side. The veteran's eyes widened. He tried to pull his hand free, but Moon's grip held firm for a moment longer before releasing him. Eyebrows rose around the table, especially the lieutenant's. The display of strength spoke volumes about Moon's capabilities. Catching that punch wasn't just about speed or reflexes. It required physical power that newcomers simply didn't possess. "Enough," the lieutenant said, his voice cutting through the tension. He gestured to the veteran. "Sit down, Marcus." The veteran hesitated, his pride clearly wounded, but he obeyed. The lieutenant's word was law. The lieutenant studied Moon with interest, a soft smile playing at the corners of his mouth. "What's your name?" "Moon." "Moon, why don't you join us?" The lieutenant gestured to an empty chair that had opened up as one of the veterans shifted to make room. Moon accepted the invitation and sat down, his goal complete. The lieutenant leaned back, his posture relaxed but his eyes sharp. "So Moon, you say you can help us catch something that has evaded a dozen veterans for 3 weeks. That's quite a claim. What makes you so confident?" The other veterans watched, some skeptical, others curious about this newcomer who just casually blocked Marcus's punch. Moon met the lieutenant's gaze before responding, "My strength." The answer was simple, direct, and carried no embellishment. The lieutenant's smile widened. "How about this, Moon? You'll join us tomorrow on our expedition to subdue the elk. If you do well, I'll reward you immensely for your efforts." His eyes suddenly narrowed, and his tone dropped, becoming colder. The relaxed atmosphere at the tavern changed instantly. "If you fail, you'll regret coming to this table." The threat was blatant, and nobody in the tavern questioned it. The lieutenant had enough power and authority to make good on his promise. Several veterans straightened in their seats, their expressions hardening as they watched to see how Moon would react. Moon didn't flinch. Instead, his gaze locked with the lieutenant's, then he smiled softly. "The former shall proceed." The lieutenant studied him for a long moment, then laughed, the tension breaking as quickly as it had formed. Dig in, we have a long day ahead of us tomorrow, you need to fuel up. He gestured to the food on the table, inviting Moon to share their meal. The settlers and newbies in the tavern who'd been watching the scene looked on in shock. Never in 100 years did they imagine the altercation would end in such a wholesome way. Some looked at Moon with jealousy. The lieutenant rarely extended personal invitations to anyone, let alone a complete stranger. To be sitting at that table eating their food was a privilege that awakeners spent months trying to earn. Others looked at him with contempt. Although he'd shown physical power by catching Marcus's punch, that didn't necessarily mean he was capable of catching an elk that had evaded experienced veterans for weeks on end. So while some thought just getting close to the lieutenant was an achievement enough, others were convinced that Moon had dug his own grave. If he failed tomorrow, the lieutenant's threat wouldn't be empty words. The consequences of overconfidence could be severe. Moon reached for a plate, unbothered by the stares and whispers around them. He'd got exactly what he came for, access to the lieutenant and an opportunity to prove himself. Moon spent the night in the first sanctuary. The lieutenant had personally invited him to sleep over at their large mansion. Moon didn't reject the invitation and decided to stay. The conditions were good, comparable to his new apartment on Earth. In base standards, the room was considered a luxury, and a minority of awakeners had the privilege to experience it. Chapter 55, The Great Cleve Valley. The next day, Moon and the group of veterans with the lieutenant were gathered outside the base gate. The early morning light was on the assembled group as they prepared for departure. Moon was forced to ride one of the horses that belonged to a veteran since he didn't have one himself. The animal was level 8, sturdy enough for travel but nothing impressive. While Moon could have bought his own mount, it would have cost around $60,000 for a decent one. He didn't bother, it was a waste of money since he planned to take one of the carriages toward a larger base soon anyway. Investing in a horse he'd use for maybe a few days made no practical sense, so he just accepted the arrangement without complaint. According to the lieutenant and the other veterans, the journey to where the elk had last been spotted would take about a day's worth of travel. They had a specific checkpoint roughly halfway through the journey where they'd stop to rest the horses and eat before continuing. Moon didn't have an issue with that. A day's travel was nothing compared to the 3 months he'd spent in the frozen realm, and the time would give him a chance to observe the veterans, understand their tactics, and get to know them some more. With everything settled, the group departed. The lieutenant rode at the front, his posture relaxed but his eyes constantly scanning their surroundings. The veterans spread out in a loose formation, maintaining enough distance to react to threats while staying close enough to support each other if needed. Moon rode near the middle of the group, sharing a mount with Marcus, the veteran who'd tried to punch him the night before. The man hadn't apologized, but his attitude had shifted from hostile to warily respectful after seeing Moon's strength. They traveled in relative silence for the first few hours, the only sounds the steady rhythm of hoofbeats and the occasional rustle of wind through the sanctuary's strange vegetation. Finally, one of the veterans broke the quiet. "So, newcomer," she called back to Moon. She was a woman in her early 30s with short-cropped hair and a bow strapped across her back. "What makes you think you can catch something we've been hunting for 3 weeks?" The other veterans perked up, clearly interested in his answer. Moon considered his response. "You've been hunting it the same way each time. Same approach, same tactics, same routes. The elk has learned your patterns, it knows when you're coming and how to avoid you." "And you won't make the same mistake?" the woman asked, her tone skeptical. "I don't have patterns to learn yet, that's the advantage of being new," Moon replied simply. The lieutenant glanced back over his shoulder, a slight smile on his face. He said nothing, but his expression suggested he approved of the answer. They continued riding as the sun climbed higher in the sky, the landscape gradually shifting around them as they moved deeper into less traveled territories. "We are approaching the Great Cleve Valley," one of the veterans at the front called out, his voice carrying across the entire group. Moon's interest was piqued by the name. It sounded powerful and significant. He didn't voice his curiosity just in case they were meant to keep their voices low. The last thing he wanted was to make a rookie mistake. So he simply waited, observing as the veterans adjusted their formation slightly, their postures shifting to something more alert. A few minutes after the warning, Moon's eyes widened at the scene before him. They had just left the dense tree line and entered a glade. The lush, grassy meadows under the canopy of deciduous trees weren't what shocked him. It was the massive cleve that extended for what looked like several hundred meters, cutting through the landscape like a wound that had never healed. Moon couldn't help but take a deep breath, awe settling over him as he stared at the impassable geography. The cleve wasn't just large, it was devastatingly large, a canyon carved into the earth with such force that it defied explanation. The edges were clean, almost unnaturally so, as if something had simply erased a section of the earth and left this void behind. He couldn't help but wonder what kind of being could create such devastation. In Moon's mind, even a creature like the winter beast wouldn't have a tenth of the strength needed to inflict such a massive injury on the land. Mind you, the winter beast could be considered an S-rank entity in the first sanctuary, one of the strongest beings existing in this realm. If something this powerful had once walked here, what did that say about the sanctuary's true nature? Alyssa, the veteran who'd questioned him earlier, grinned at his reaction. Fresh meat is indeed fresh meat, no matter how strong they are. This is why the valley is called the Great Cleave Valley, because of this massive cleave that separated the land into two pieces. Moon nodded slowly, his eyes still tracing the length of the chasm. Does anybody know who did it? What kind of creature or awakener had this much power? Alyssa scoffed, though her expression carried a hint of unease. Who knows? This has existed since the first awakeners arrived here over 200 years ago. Even they didn't know what kind of ancient existence possessed such power, nor did they want to find out. She paused, her voice dropping slightly. But one thing is true, every awakener who passes by this cleave thanks their lord that such a being no longer exists in the first sanctuary. Otherwise. She didn't finish the sentence, the answer was clear. If something capable of creating the Great Cleave still existed, no base would be safe. No awakener would stand a chance. The entire sanctuary would be a death trap rather than a place of dangers and opportunities. Marcus, riding beside Moon, finally spoke up. There are theories, of course. Some think it was a third sanctuary awakener who somehow forced entry into the lower realm before the restrictions were fully established. Others believe it was a beast from the third sanctuary that wandered through before the dimensional barriers stabilized. And the truth, Moon asked, the lieutenant's voice carried back from the front. The truth is that speculation is pointless. Whatever created the Great Cleave is long gone. Most of the theories are lies that were used to scam the awakeners of some golden coins. It's a universally known law. No awakener or beast could ever enter a sanctuary below their rank. It's an impossibility. Then the lieutenant gestured toward the far side of the cleave, where a series of rope bridges stretched across the chasm, connecting the two halves of the valley. We cross here, stay alert. The bridges are stable, but beasts sometimes use them as ambush points. The group began moving toward the crossing, but Moon's eyes lingered on the cleave for a moment longer. 200 years, no. In fact, it was much longer, yet the wound in the earth remained fresh, showing no signs of erosion or natural healing. Whatever had done this wasn't just powerful, it was something else entirely, something that made even S-rank beasts look insignificant by comparison. Moon filed that information away and followed the group toward the bridges, his mind already turning back to the more immediate concern of the elk hunt. But the question remained, lurking in the back of his thoughts. If beings that powerful once existed in the sanctuary, what guarantee was there that they were truly gone? And what would happen if one ever returned? Chapter 56, The Great Cleave Valley 2. Clash boom. Marcus, take care of the dingo approaching, one of the veterans shouted as he clashed with one of the beasts that had ambushed them mid-crossing. The attack came from below, from crevices in the canyon walls where the creatures had been lying in wait. They'd learned to use the bridges as hunting grounds. Dingoes swarmed up from the depths, their lean, hardy bodies perfectly adapted for speed and agility. Most displayed sandy yellow to red ginger coats, though a few were marked with black or white patterns. Their brown, almond-shaped eyes locked onto targets with focus, and their pricked ears swiveled constantly, tracking sounds. Dingoes were medium-sized canines, but dangerous in packs and terrain like this, where mobility was restricted. Thankfully, the lieutenant's experience had prevented a disaster. He'd ordered the horses kept on solid ground with one veteran holding them, refusing to risk the mounts on the makeshift bridge until they'd confirmed it was safe. That foresight had just saved their transportation and possibly the bridge. Moon moved without hesitation as a dingo lunged at him from the left, its jaws snapping for his throat. He sidestepped smoothly, his staff coming around in a controlled arc that caught the creature across its ribcage. The beast yelped, stumbling, but recovered quickly. It was weak, level 13 according to the status that flashed across Moon's vision. Still, it was aggressive, coordinated, and fighting on familiar terrain. Moon didn't give it a second chance. Fire erupted from his palm, a concentrated blast that engulfed the dingo's head and chest. The creature's yelp cut off abruptly as it collapsed, smoke rising from charred fur. You have killed a level 13 dingo, you have gained 10 lives. Moon processed the notification, even as he engaged the next target. 10 lives, not the 5 lives minimum he'd been getting from creatures below level 10, but still significantly reduced compared to the hundreds he'd gained from beasts closer to his own level. The pattern was becoming clear. Creatures at level 10 and below provided the absolute minimum of 5 lives. Those above level 10 provided reduced returns based on the level difference, but not as drastically. The closer the beast was to his own level, the greater the reward, the further below, the steeper the discount. At that point, Moon had come to a working conclusion. As he fought beasts closer to his level, the more lives he'd gain and the less the penalty would apply. Another dingo came at him, this one level 14. Moon dispatched it with an earth spike through the throat, following up with fire to ensure the kill. You have killed a level 14 dingo. You have gained 15 lives. 15 lives, which was slightly better. Around him, the veterans fought relentlessly. Marcus crushed a dingo's skull with his armored fist. Alyssa's arrows found eyes and throats with deadly accuracy. The lieutenant moved through the chaos like water, his sword finding vital points with minimal wasted motion. The ambush was over in less than 2 minutes. 8 dingoes lay dead on the bridge and surrounding rock. No casualties on their side, though one veteran had taken a bite to the arm that would need treatment. "Damn scavengers, they've been getting bolder," Marcus muttered, wiping blood from his knuckles. The lieutenant surveyed the scene with a calm expression. He looked at Moon. Good reaction time, no hesitation. Moon simply nodded. They resumed crossing, this time with weapons drawn and senses heightened, the brief violence serving as a reminder that the sanctuary showed no mercy to carelessness, even on a simple bridge crossing. Only after arriving on the other side of the crossing did the lieutenant signal for the veteran to start making his way across with the horses. The animals followed obediently without fail, their training clear in how calmly they navigated the swaying bridge despite the lingering scent of blood. Then they continued on their way. Moon had already passed through various zones during the journey. The death penalty had risen steadily as they ventured deeper into more dangerous territory. It now sat at 25 lives per death, which wasn't insignificant, but compared to his current total of over 4,000 lives, it was nothing. He could die 100 times over without real concern, not that he planned to test that theory. They arrived at the checkpoint halfway through the journey without much trouble. They'd faced a few beasts along the way, but nothing that forced them to dismount. The veterans handled threats efficiently from horseback, their experience showing in how little effort they wasted on minor encounters. The checkpoint itself was a cleared area surrounded by natural rock formations that provided decent cover. Evidence of previous camps littered the space: fire pits, worn patches of ground where tents had been erected, even some basic supplies stored in a weatherproof container wedged between rocks. The lieutenant surveyed the area with satisfaction. "The night is getting dark. Let's set up the tents, light the campfire, and get some good food." The veterans responded with enthusiasm. Finally, Marcus pumped his fist. "I've been thinking about that dried venison all day." "You're always thinking about food," Alyssa said, rolling her eyes as she dismounted, "but I won't complain. I was also looking forward to it." "I call first watch," another veteran announced, "but only if someone saves me the good portions." The lieutenant smiled at his team's energy, clearly pleased with their morale. "Marcus, Alyssa, handle the tents. Joran, you and Chen gather firewood. Moon, you can help with the food supplies." The group dispersed to their tasks, the atmosphere shifting from vigilance to camaraderie. These were people who'd fought together, trusted each other, and knew how to make the best of hard conditions. Moon followed the veteran he was assigned to help to where supplies were stored, watching as the man pulled out preserved meats, dried vegetables, and even some spices. "We take our meals seriously," the veteran said, noticing Moon's expression. "Morale matters as much as strength on long expeditions. A good meal keeps people sharp, at least that's what the lieutenant always says." Moon nodded, appreciating the wisdom in that approach. Chapter 57, The Elk. During their meal, Alyssa couldn't help but ask, "Moon, you're a mage. I saw your attacks, they're pretty powerful. I wonder how you're also strong physically. You were able to stop Marcus's punch from yesterday quite easily. Are you a hybrid fighter?" Moon swallowed the mouthful of food before responding. "I'm not a hybrid fighter. I think it just comes down to the level difference. I'm level 18 currently." Hybrid fighters were awakeners who pursued strength outside their primary class specialization, mages who trained their physical bodies to match warriors, or warriors who developed magical capabilities beyond basic sword enhancements. It required significant dedication and resources to maintain both paths simultaneously. Of course, hybrid fighters didn't gain any skills outside their man classes, and their power in their secondary capability was very weak, almost negligible. Still, some firmly believed that it was useful. Alyssa's eyes widened immediately. "I knew you were high level, but 18, how come I've never seen you in the base before?" The veterans were mostly level 16-17. It had taken most of them a year or so to get to that stage. It wasn't easy. Of course, others with talent, resources, and connections were able to reduce that amount by plenty, but those people were known, unlike Moon. Before Moon could formulate a response, the lieutenant interrupted, a smile on his face. "Alyssa, are you interrogating our new friend? Don't make him uncomfortable now." Alyssa turned toward Moon quickly, her expression apologetic. I didn't mean to, don't." Moon shook his head, cutting off her apology. "It's all good." He didn't answer her unspoken question about why he'd never been seen at the base before. The lieutenant's intervention had given him an easy out, and he took it without hesitation. They continued eating, soft laughter escaping their mouths as they exchanged jokes and stories about past hunts, near-death experiences, and the peculiarities of various beasts they'd encountered. The mood was light and comfortable. Moon remained silent mostly, joining in on conversations a few times. When morning light filtered through the trees, the group broke camp and continued their journey toward the area where the elk had been sighted. The weather was windy but nothing unbearable. The horses moved steadily, their hooves finding purchase on increasingly rocky terrain as the landscape shifted from forest to more open ground. Pat. Pat, pat, as they continued, getting closer to their destination, the sky darkened. Clouds formed above them with unnatural speed, gathering like a living thing. Then rain began to fall heavily, transforming from a few drops to a downpour in mere seconds. The lieutenant raised his hand, signaling the group to slow. "This is it," he called over the sound of rain hammering against stone and earth. "The elk's territory, stay alert. The rain will mask our sounds, but it works both ways." The veterans tightened their formation, weapons ready despite the weather. Water ran down armor and soaked through cloaks, but no one complained. This was part of the job. Moon pulled his cloak of the two extremes tighter, grateful for the enchantment that kept him comfortable despite the deluge. His staff remained dry in his grip, ready to cast a spell at a moment's notice. Through the rain, shapes began to emerge in the distance. Trees gave way to clearing, and in that clearing there was unmistakable movement. "There," Marcus whispered, pointing. Even from this distance, Moon could see why the veterans had been hunting the elk for 3 weeks. It was magnificent. The elk stood under the pouring rain, its body slender yet packed with lean muscle. Its coat was dark brown, almost black where the rain had soaked through. Massive antlers crowned its head, branching out in elegance. It was currently feeding on a smaller beast it had killed, tearing flesh with surprising delicacy. The lieutenant immediately signaled with his hands for silence, then gestured specifically toward Moon to move closer. Moon dismounted carefully and slowly walked toward the lieutenant while keeping his eyes fixed on the elk. They were a good distance away, so he wasn't worried about being heard. Still, he made sure to avoid branches and debris that might crack underfoot. Once he was close enough to hear the lieutenant's whisper, the man asked, "What are you planning on doing?" Moon thought about it for a moment, observing the elk's behavior, the way it moved, how it positioned itself even while feeding. "Let's stay and observe for now," Moon whispered back. "There's no rush. You've said you've always spotted it in this general area, which means it doesn't want to leave despite knowing the danger, so it won't run far. Let's understand its routine before doing anything." The lieutenant's eyes glinted with approval before he nodded. "Good plan." He signaled for everyone else to retreat back to a safer observation distance. Only he and Moon remained at the front, watching the elk as it continued its meal, seemingly oblivious to their presence. Moon went over the knowledge he'd gathered about this creature from the group's previous encounters. The majestic giant elk was incredibly rare, to the point that its appearance was often taken in legends as foreshadowing of important events, the birth of a king, a great victory, or significant change. Of course, those were just stories, but the rarity was real. The elk was incredibly fast, faster than the veterans' horses could match over distance, and it never fought back. Never attempted to stand its ground. It always ran, using its superior speed and knowledge of the terrain to escape. That behavior was what had allowed it to evade capture for weeks, but as Moon watched, he came to a few reasonable conclusions. The beast was either hiding something in the area or protecting something. Either way, that attachment to this location was an advantage for capturing it. The group had always tried to brute force their way, whether to surround it, chase it down, or corner it through their large numbers. Not that they were unable to think of other approaches, but after the first few failures, it had become a matter of pride. They wanted to prove they could catch it. Moon continued watching, noting details. The elk fed in a specific spot, its body angled so it could see most approaches. Every few seconds its head would lift, ears swiveling to catch sounds despite the rain. After several minutes it moved to a different position, always keeping certain rock formations and tree clusters within sight. Chapter 58, Outcasts. Rustle, the sound of rustling leaves immediately sent the elk into flight mode. It didn't even bother considering that it might be the wind. It just darted away with explosive speed, disappearing into the forest within seconds. Damn it, something scared it away. Shortly after the elk ran, a group of awakeners emerged from the opposite tree line, weapons in hand, cursing loudly. Several mages among them tried to send attacks toward the fleeing elk, but all failed to hit their target. Spells flew harmlessly through empty air as the creature vanished. Grinding his teeth, the awakener who'd emerged first said, "This damn elk, it's always running." He turned toward another awakener who had a smirk on his face. "Jonathan, you ruined it for us." My bad, haha," Jonathan replied without a trace of genuine apology. The others in his group rolled their eyes at him, clearly used to his antics. Moon turned toward the lieutenant and said quietly, "There are others trying to hunt this elk." The lieutenant frowned. "Seems like it." Marcus walked toward them, his expression darkening. "Lieutenant, isn't this the outcast group?" The lieutenant nodded silently, his jaw tight. Alyssa also joined them, a frown on her face. "That's James, the frenzied psychopath that has killed more than 10 level 15 awakeners to date." Seeing Moon's confusion, Marcus began explaining in a low voice. "James is an outcast who was previously rejected from the base and is now wanted for crimes against other awakeners, torturing awakeners, killing them mostly. He enjoys it, his group of fellow outcasts, thieves, killers, and worse. They've been banished for heinous crimes but still operate in the sanctuary's outer territories where enforcement is difficult." Moon nodded, processing the information. Outcasts. Criminals who couldn't return to civilization but were too dangerous to ignore. They survive by preying on other awakeners, stealing resources, and operating outside any law or protection. They still haven't figured out we're here yet, Moon observed, watching as the outcast group continued arguing amongst themselves about 100 meters away. What are you planning on doing? The lieutenant's expression was grim. Normally, we'd ignore them. Fighting outcasts is messy, they don't follow any rules, and they're desperate enough to take risks that would kill normal awakeners, so they aren't worth the risk. But he paused, considering. But, Moon prompted. But if they're hunting the same elk, they'll interfere with our mission. And James, the lieutenant's hand moved to his sword. James has been on the association's wanted list for 2 years. There's a substantial bounty on his head. If we can take him down, it solves multiple problems. Marcus cracked his knuckles. I say we do it. They're low lives anyway. No one will miss them. Alyssa looked less certain. There are 7 of them. James is level 17 at minimum, possibly 18. The others range from 14 to 16 based on intelligence reports. That's not a guaranteed fight. The lieutenant turned to Moon. You're level 18. You've proven you can handle yourself, but this isn't your fight. If you want to sit this one out, no one will judge you. Moon considered the situation. 7 outcasts, at least one at his level or close to it. The veterans were skilled but potentially outmatched if the information was outdated. On the other hand, letting the outcasts continue hunting the elk would complicate his own objective, and criminals who murdered other awakeners weren't people Moon felt any sympathy toward. I'm in, Moon said simply. The lieutenant smiled, though it didn't reach his eyes. Good, then here's the plan. Russell. Ha, help me, Alyssa screamed as she stumbled into the clearing, tripping over her own feet. Her hair was disheveled, her face covered with mud, her breathing ragged and desperate. James and the others immediately became alert, weapons pointing toward the woman on the ground. Jonathan grinned, already knocking an arrow and taking aim at Alyssa's head. He was already imagining the way it would pop in an array of red. He didn't care whether she needed help or not. He wasn't a hero, nor were they a hero party. James turned sharply, his cold eyes fixing on Jonathan. Stop it, she's mine. Jonathan released the arrow anyway. Whoosh, the arrow crossed mere inches from Alyssa's head, close enough that she felt the displacement of air against her cheek. Her heartbeat thundered in her chest as death waved toward her for one brief, terrifying moment. Tusk, no fun, Jonathan muttered, lowering his bow with clear disappointment. James began walking toward Alyssa carefully, his body relaxed but his eyes constantly scanning the surrounding area. He didn't see anyone else, but that didn't mean he wasn't going to remain cautious. Ambushes were common in the sanctuary, and lone women stumbling into clearings rarely appeared without reason. He stopped a few feet away, studying her with interest. Young lady, may I know your name? My name is Claire, Alyssa stammered, maintaining her act perfectly. James took another step closer, then crouched beside her softly. Claire, what a lovely name. Tell me, Claire, what brings you stumbling through the forest all alone? These territories are quite dangerous for someone in your vulnerable state. His left hand moved gently, almost tenderly, brushing mud-caked hair away from her face. The gesture was disturbingly intimate. The outcasts simply grinned at the scene, giggling as they anticipated what James was going to do. Although his left hand was caressing Alyssa, his right hand never left his waist, or better put, the hilt of his sword. I got separated from my group. We were hunting and something attacked us. Please, I just need. SHH, James interrupted with a gentle smile on his face. You're safe with me, Claire. You don't need to panic. I'll take excellent care of you. The way he emphasized excellent care made Alyssa's skin crawl despite knowing this was part of the plan. Behind James, the other outcasts had relaxed slightly, though they kept their weapons ready. Jonathan was openly leering. 2 others exchanged knowing glances, clearly anticipating what would happen next. They thought they'd found easy prey. James's fingers traced along Alyssa's jawline with disturbing gentleness. Tell me, Claire, how beautiful are you? As he asked the question, his hands began to clean the dirt off her face. At that moment, Moon and everyone else knew they needed to act soon. Otherwise, Alyssa would be in deep water when her identity was found. James would recognize her as one of the base veterans, and the ambush would be exposed. Chapter 59, Jonathan. As his hands removed the dirt from her face, James's eyes widened in shock. He recognized some of the features he was seeing. His sharp instincts took over, and his right hand unsheathed his sword hilt in one fluid motion. Zap. Lightning struck before James could move another muscle. The bolt crashed down with devastating power, breaking through a powerful treasure pendant that absorbed most of the shock but not all. Electricity coursed through James's body instantly, paralyzing him mid-draw. Alyssa didn't waste the opening. Her dagger appeared from beneath her cloak, driving upward toward James's heart with all her strength. Whoosh! A translucent barrier materialized around James at the last instant. One of the outcasts had reacted with impressive speed, using a tank skill to protect their leader from lethal damage. Unfortunately, the killing blow didn't land. Although the shield prevented death, James wasn't unharmed. By the time the barrier broke under Alyssa's strike, her dagger redirected and continued toward his lower chest near his stomach, burying itself deep into flesh. James immediately leapt backwards, clutching his stomach where blood gushed between his fingers, his face twisted with pain and fury. "You harlot," he shouted, his polite mask shattering completely. Moon, the lieutenant, and the veterans emerged from their hiding positions in the surrounding trees and rocks. They moved in with their weapons drawn, surrounding the outcast group before they could organize a proper defense. The veterans' eyes widened briefly as they registered what element Moon had just used, a mid-tier element that required exceptional mana control and affinity. Having such a powerful element guaranteed its user immense power even in the second sanctuary. But they didn't have time to dwell on the revelation. Alyssa was still in the center of the outcast group, surrounded by hostile awakeners who just realized they'd been ambushed. "Alyssa, you can drop the act now, get back here," the lieutenant called out, his voice cutting through the chaos with authority. Alyssa rolled backwards, putting distance between herself and the outcasts as she scrambled toward the safety of her own group. One of the outcasts already had another spell conjured, tracking her movement before he released it. Moon's hand shot forward. A wall of earth erupted from the ground, intercepting the fireball mid-flight. The projectile exploded against stone. 7 on 7, the lieutenant announced, his sword drawn and ready. "Fair odds, James, you're wanted by the Association for murder. Surrender now and you'll face trial. Resist and we'll bring you back in pieces." James pressed one hand against his bleeding stomach, his other hand finally drawing his sword despite the injury. His eyes were wild now, the polite facade completely gone. "Fair odds," James laughed, the sound unhinged. "These pathetic tricks came from you, didn't they, Nathaniel?" More blood continued pouring from his stomach wound. Although Alyssa hadn't hit his heart, she'd injured another vital organ. His breathing was becoming labored. "You've murdered 10 awakeners," Marcus interrupted coldly. "You don't get to talk." The two groups faced each other across the clearing, weapons ready, the tension thick enough to cut. James's eyes fixed on the lieutenant with disturbing familiarity. "Still playing the noble soldier, Nathaniel, still pretending you're better than the rest of us." He spat blood onto the ground before continuing. "We both know what you did to get that position. How many did you step over? How many did you leave behind? Do they know?" The lieutenant's expression remained neutral, but something flickered in his eyes. "That's ancient history, James. You made your choices, I made mine." "Choices?" James sneered. "You always were good with words, weren't you?" "What do you guys want?" Jonathan's voice cut through the exchange, calm and almost cheerful. A smile remained on his face as if everything happening didn't matter to him. Moon's eyes locked onto Jonathan immediately. For some reason, the man gave him an unsettling feeling. Compared to everyone else, even James with his psychotic edge, Jonathan seemed different. His body was too relaxed. There was something fundamentally wrong about how disconnected he appeared from the danger surrounding him. Moon couldn't put his finger on exactly what it was, but his instincts screamed warning. "If we're going to fight, he needs to die first," Moon thought coldly. The lieutenant considered for a moment, his sword still raised. "I want his head." He gestured toward James. Jonathan's smile remained fixed in place. James's smile, however, vanished completely. "Ha!" James laughed before his eyes suddenly froze, thwick. The sound of an arrow entering flesh was the only sound heard. Jonathan's arrow penetrated James's skull between the eyes. The outcast leader's expression froze mid-sentence, his mouth still open, his hand still clutching his bleeding stomach. Then he collapsed backward, dead before he hit the ground. Everyone stared in shock. Whether it was Moon, the veterans, or the outcasts themselves, the lieutenant's eyes widened fractionally at the execution, not expecting Jonathan to fulfill his request. Jonathan lowered his bow with the same pleasant smile as if he'd just done everyone a favor. "There you go," he said cheerfully. The remaining outcasts turned to stare at Jonathan with expressions ranging from horror to resignation. They knew better than to question him. Within seconds, Jonathan had taken control of the group through sheer unpredictable violence. No one dared challenge someone who just killed their own leader without hesitation so easily too. Fighting Jonathan meant that they were dead, whether it was the internal battle during such a troublesome encounter or the threat that the veterans still posed. Jonathan looked at the lieutenant, then let his gaze drift to Moon. His smile widened slightly. "Here you go. With your goal fulfilled, we'll be making our way out now." He gestured casually for the outcasts to follow him. Marcus stepped forward, his voice hard. "What makes you think we'll let you leave? Your friends over here will earn us some good cash. I'm sure you are worth some yourself, even if I've never seen you before." Whoosh, an arrow exploded toward Marcus's head at an insane speed. Marcus could only watch in shock as the arrow fastly closed the distance within fractions of a second. His body was unable to move, or better put, didn't get the chance to move. Chapter 60, Subduing the Elk. Nobody was able to react except Moon. Earth erupted from the ground in front of Marcus, forming a defensive wall in a fraction of a second, in hopes of stopping the storming arrow. Crack, the arrow penetrated the wall and continued through, its momentum lightly slowed. It missed Marcus's skull by a mere inch as he instinctively jerked his head to the side. Marcus gulped, his face pale. Then anger flooded in, replacing fear. You. Moon interrupted with a calm voice. Nobody will stop you. You can leave. We already have what we wanted. Class slot skill activation failed. Target's classification exceeds skill's threshold. Jonathan nodded, that unsettling smile still in place. He muttered something imperceptible under his breath before turning and walking away. The remaining outcasts followed like obedient dogs, and within moments they disappeared into the forest, leaving only James's corpse behind. Marcus immediately spun toward Moon. What the hell, we had them surrounded, we could have. Enough, the lieutenant said quietly, cutting him off. Moon did the right thing, our objective was James, we have him. He gestured to the corpse. Fighting Jonathan would have been costly, and for what? Marcus's jaw worked, but he fell silent, recognizing the wisdom even if he didn't like it. Moon's eyes remained fixed on the area where Jonathan had disappeared. Many things were wrong with him. My class slot skill has failed in copying his class for an unknown reason. Also that arrow earlier, he's really strong. It broke through my barrier with ease. Although Earth isn't my strongest element, I still used an epic rank skill. For him to break through it, either he has an epic rank skill himself or he has already reached his first class evolution. Jonathan was much stronger than he expected from a man with a group of outcasts. The shot had been too fast, too precise, and the way he'd made two important decisions with no hesitation or second-guessing made him dangerous. Jonathan simply acted as if he were divorced from normal human emotion or consequence. Moon had met psychopaths before. James had been one, but Jonathan was something else entirely. A lunatic whose next step was always unexpected, who operated on logic that made sense only to himself, who killed allies as casually as enemies when it suited whatever incomprehensible goal he pursued. People like that were the most dangerous kind, because you could never predict what they'd do next. What made him even more wary was the fact that his skill had failed against him, and that rang multiple alarms in Moon's mind. The lieutenant moved to James's corpse, checking for confirmation of death. Marcus, Alyssa, secure the head. We'll bring it back as proof. He looked at Moon. Thank you for intervening. That could have gone badly multiple times. Moon nodded but said nothing. The following hours were spent trying to relocate the elk that had escaped before. Fortunately, they found it. The elk was drinking by a stream, its massive antlers dipping low as it lapped water from the flowing current. When they spotted it, Moon created the plan. He turned toward Nathaniel and said, "You want it alive, right? A few injuries wouldn't matter." Nathaniel nodded, "As long as it's alive." Moon then addressed the group's archer, a lean woman named Sarah who'd been silent throughout most of the journey. "Once I give you the sign, I want you to shoot toward its legs. Its only advantage is speed. Once we damage its mobility, it'll be easier to catch." Sarah nodded, already knocking an arrow. After seeing him conjure a lightning spell, she no longer had doubts about his capabilities. Moon then separated from the group and started approaching the elk, slowly but surely. The distance shrank from 100 meters to 20 meters away where he stopped. Although the elk hadn't moved, Moon could tell it would sense his presence if he advanced even an inch further. The creature's ears swiveled constantly, tracking sounds. Its muscles were tense beneath its dark coat, ready to explode into motion at the slightest threat. The elk had stopped drinking, its head raised slightly, alert. Moon waited like a hunter, patient and still, letting minutes pass until the right moment presented itself. Then the elk's head dipped back toward the water. Moon struck like lightning. The bolt crashed down before the elk could even take off. Electricity coursed through its body, paralyzing it instantly. As he attacked, Moon signaled Sarah. Whoosh, whoosh, multiple arrows flew and the veterans ran, trying to close the distance and corner the beast from different angles. Unable to move, the elk was struck by two arrows which found their mark, one embedding in its front leg, the other scraping across its torso, drawing a line of blood but missing vital organs. Once the paralysis broke, the elk bolted. Despite the arrow in its leg, despite the injury, it ran with desperate strength. Blood sprayed from the wound with each step, but the creature's survival instinct ignored the pain. Crash! Although surrounded, the elk picked a direction and crashed through the veteran that tried to stop it. The veteran was sent crashing towards a tree nearby. He had tried to slow it down, but his physical strength was not nearly enough to prevent the elk from escaping. Moon was already moving. He activated his lightning element again, but this time he channeled it differently. Instead of projecting it outward as an attack, he ran the current through his own body in controlled bursts. Unlike the last time he'd attempted this, when escaping the winter beast's attack had resulted in immense pain in his legs, this time he used minimal voltage. Just enough to enhance his muscle response and speed without rendering himself incapacitated moments after. Despite reducing the effectiveness, he knew doing this would still have its own side effects. The human body wasn't designed to conduct electricity, and his body had yet to adapt to his power, but he needed to close the gap. The elk was still incredibly fast despite its injury. Within moments, both the elk and Moon had left Nathaniel and the others far behind. Marcus ran with the veterans, pushing his legs to their limits. They could see the elk and Moon in the distance, but they simply couldn't catch up. The gap was widening with each second. As Marcus was about to give up, Nathaniel's voice cut through his exhaustion. "Keep running." Marcus cursed inwardly but continued, forcing his legs to keep moving. As for Moon, he was no longer channeling his lightning element. He'd already closed the distance to a comfortable rhythm, running just 20 meters behind the elk. The elk was flagging. Blood loss from the leg wound was taking its toll. Its gait became uneven, favoring the injured limb. It crashed through undergrowth, leaving a clear trail of disturbed vegetation and blood spatters. Moon kept the pressure on, maintaining distance but not closing further. He was herding it now, using his presence to guide its panic in a specific direction. Ahead, the terrain was changing. The forest gave way to rockier ground where speed would matter less, where the elk's injured leg would become an even greater liability. Chapter 61, Subduing the Elk 2. Moon followed the elk for close to 10 minutes. The creature's movements grew increasingly weaker, its condition deteriorating as blood loss and exhaustion compounded. Its breathing came in ragged gasps, visible even from 20 meters back. Then it finally succumbed to its injuries and fell, tripping over a route it would normally have avoided with ease. Its legs buckled and the massive body crashed to the ground with a heavy thud. Moon's face brightened. He immediately sent another wave of lightning toward it, paralyzing the creature before it could attempt to rise. He summoned his staff and created earth constructs around its legs, forming stone cuffs that locked its limbs in place. The elk couldn't escape now, even if the paralysis wore off. Standing directly above it, Moon watched as the elk whimpered in pain and fear. Its chest heaved with each labored breath, and its large, dark, and intelligent eye looked up at him in a pleading manner. "Finally got you," Moon said with a slight smirk, though his expression softened as he caught his breath. His legs still felt off from the electrical stimulation, muscles protesting the abuse they'd endured. "Don't worry, I won't hurt you, as long as you're obedient," he added, his tone less threatening now that the chase was over. In close range, he could check its status properly. Elk. Level 21. Details: a majestic beast renowned for its incredible speed and endurance, capable of outrunning most predators in the first sanctuary. Its powerful legs can cover vast distances without tiring, and its acute senses make ambushing it nearly impossible. Despite its impressive physical capabilities, the elk rarely engages in combat, preferring flight over fight. Its antlers, while formidable in appearance, serve primarily for display and territorial disputes rather than predation defense. Highly intelligent and territorial, elk often return to specific locations they consider safe, making them predictable to experienced hunters who understand their patterns. Level 21, higher than Moon himself, though specialization mattered more than raw level. The elk's abilities were built entirely around evasion and endurance, not combat. In a direct confrontation, it stood no chance against a mage with Moon's versatility. Moon knelt beside the creature, examining the damage that he had inflicted on it with his lightning element and the arrows. "You really didn't want to leave this area, did you?" Moon murmured, studying the elk's eyes. "What's keeping you here?" The elk's gaze flickered toward a specific direction, deeper into the forest, toward a cluster of rock formations Moon had noticed the elk running toward. There, Moon thought. Whatever it was protecting is there. Before he could investigate further, he heard crashing through the undergrowth. Nathaniel and the veterans were finally catching up, their breathing heavy as they emerged into the clearing. Marcus bent over, hands on his knees, gasping. "You ran for so long at that speed, you are insane." Nathaniel approached more composed, though even he was breathing harder than usual. His eyes took in the scene, the paralyzed elk, the earth constructs binding its legs, Moon standing calmly beside his prize. "Fabulous work," Nathaniel said, genuine respect in his voice. "You've really caught what we couldn't. Well done, Moon." Moon nodded his head. "I created some temporary bindings around its ankles so it won't be able to escape. You have shackles for transportation, right?" Nathaniel nodded, then pulled out a specialized collar from his storage ring, an enchanted binding designed specifically for transporting live beasts. "This will suppress its abilities and make it docile. Once we get it back to base, the association will handle the rest." As Nathaniel moved to secure the collar, Moon's eyes drifted back toward the rock formations the elk had glanced at. His curiosity burned. What had the creature been running toward? Moon was almost certain that the elk hadn't been running around aimlessly trying to escape. Its movements had purpose, a specific trajectory even in its panic. It had been heading somewhere. Looking at the elk as it stared longingly at the rock formations up ahead, while Nathaniel and the others started securing it with the enchanted collar, Moon decided to investigate. "Hey, you guys can head back to the camp. I want to check something out. If I don't come back in an hour, you can head back to the base without me." "Wait, boo!" Marcus opened his mouth about to say something stupid, but Nathaniel slapped him on the back of the head before he could finish. Marcus looked at the lieutenant with a pained expression which made some of the other veterans chuckle. "Be careful, we'll see you soon, don't forget to come back, your reward is still with me," Nathaniel said with a soft smile on his face. Moon smiled. "I won't." He took off toward the rock formations ahead, his staff in hand, a specific goal in mind, finding whatever treasure the elk had possibly been protecting. Of course, there was a chance that he could be wrong, but it was worth checking. The terrain grew rockier as he approached, the forest thinning into scattered trees and exposed stone. Natural caves and crevices dotted the area, creating dozens of potential hiding spots. Moon slowed his approach, scanning carefully. If the elk had been protecting something, it would be well hidden. Predators and other awakeners passed through these areas regularly. Whatever was here needed to be concealed. He followed his instincts, letting his gaze drift to where the elk's eyes had been focused most intently during their brief interaction. A particular cluster of rocks near the base of the largest formation. As he drew closer, Moon noticed something unusual but promising. The vegetation around one specific cave entrance was disturbed differently from the rest. Unlike the others, where there was some random trampling, this one was worn down in a pattern, which meant movement was regular around here. The elk had been coming here frequently. Moon approached the cave entrance cautiously, channeling a small flame in his palm for light. Although the sun was still up, the cave barely filtered any light beyond the entrance. The opening was narrow, barely wide enough for the elk to squeeze through, which explained why it hadn't been discovered before. Most awakeners wouldn't bother investigating such a tight space. Moon slipped inside. Chapter 62, Subduing the Elk 3. The passage opened into a small chamber. Moon surveyed it carefully, checking walls and corners for hidden passages or threats. Finding nothing, he noticed another extension deeper into the cave system. The extension led him through a tight natural corridor that would make anyone with claustrophobia faint. The walls pressed close on either side, forcing Moon to turn sideways in places just to squeeze through. Rocks scraped against his cloak, and the ceiling hung low enough that he had to duck frequently. Just how flexible was that elk to go through this? Or maybe it didn't. It was dark, oppressively so, but Moon maintained the small flame in his palm, using his fire element to guide him through. Eventually, more natural light started filtering in from ahead, growing brighter with each step forward. Upon leaving the tight corridor, Moon was greeted with a breathtaking sight. Tap, tap, tap. Water droplets fell rhythmically from the ceiling into a pond in the middle of a large inner cavern. Blue fluorescent light emanated from clusters of mushrooms growing along the walls and ceiling, bathing everything in an ethereal glow. The bioluminescence reflected off the pond's surface, creating an amazing effect. Despite the beautiful sight, something attracted Moon's attention more than anything else. A large tree stood in the middle of the pond, its roots submerged in the water. The tree itself was unlike anything Moon had seen before. Its bark was very dark in color, it was also girthy, and its leaves shimmered with faint silver light. Moon approached the pond's edge cautiously. He'd scanned the visible area and found no hostile creatures on the surface, but he couldn't be certain about what might lurk beneath the water. Zap, he channeled lightning into the pond. Not enough to spread throughout the entire body of water and kill anything there, but enough that if any creature were hiding below, the electrical current would force it to reveal itself. Seconds passed as Moon listened carefully for any sounds, but nothing appeared. There was no movement beyond the gentle ripples from falling droplets of water. After ensuring the pond was safe, he crossed carefully, mindful of slippery stones beneath his feet. Reaching the tree, Moon's legs settled onto the small island of roots and earth where it grew. Up close, the tree was even more remarkable. Its trunk was thick, easily 2 meters in diameter, and the bark felt smooth yet powerful under his touch, not like wood at all, but something closer to stone or metal. Moon began examining it more carefully, running his hands along the trunk, searching for anything unusual: fruit, seeds, markings. Anything that would explain why a level 21 elk would venture here often. Then he noticed it. It was a branch different from the others around it, golden in color, standing out proudly. The branch extended from the trunk at chest height, and unlike its neighbors, which were laden with shimmering leaves, this one was bare. Moon leaned closer, examining the branch more carefully. At its tip he found the answer, a small stem recently severed. The cut was clean, precise, and most tellingly fresh. The exposed wood hadn't dried or darkened yet, suggesting the separation had occurred within the last few days at most. There had been a fruit here, recently. And someone had taken it. Given the fact that the elk had been looking here in a longing expression meant that this had occurred in recent hours, not days. As they hunted the elk, someone had either stumbled upon or found the fruit and took it. Moon's mind worked through the implications, the elk's desperate protection of this area. Its refusal to leave despite weeks of being hunted, the way it kept returning to this specific location, no matter the danger. It had been guarding the fruit, waiting for it to ripen perhaps, or protecting it from other creatures that would have sensed its value. But someone had gotten here before him. Moon pondered the questions that followed naturally. What kind of fruit had grown on this golden branch? Although its effects would remain unknown, he knew for certain that it was a treasure. The leaves on the branches were sharp enough to cut like a sword. When exactly had it been taken? And most importantly, who had found this hidden area and claimed the prize before him? This tree's only significant bearing had clearly been that branch and whatever it produced. The rest of the tree, while unusual in appearance, showed no other signs of bearing fruit. The golden branch had been the anomaly, the treasure. And it was gone. I must have come late. Somebody already found it, Moon muttered, straightening up. Although it wasn't pleasant to arrive after the prize had been claimed, Moon wasn't angry. He'd come out of curiosity and interest, following a hunch about what the elk might be protecting. The mystery was solved, even if the reward had already been collected. He took one more look around the cavern, checking corners and crevices for anything else of value. The blue fluorescent mushrooms might have alchemical properties, but they were common enough that harvesting them wasn't worth the effort. The pond held nothing but water and stones. Moon began collecting some of the leaves on the tree. Even if the main prize had been collected, these leaves were still a treasure in their own right. They could certainly be used as materials in powerful weapons. After collecting around 30 leaves, Moon began to head out. He decided to catch up with the group to return to the base. Although he could return alone, that would be foolish given how much better it was to travel with a team that had prepared equipment for such long trips. He found Nathaniel and the others in the camp waiting for him. He didn't take long, around 15 minutes in total. The group was not nosy, not prying on what he did during his absence. They simply greeted him, then they began making their way back to the base. On the way back, Moon was treated differently. He no longer shared the horse with Marcus. Nathaniel instructed Marcus to ride with someone else, giving Moon better treatment. Marcus complied without any resistance or complaint, simply switching positions with a knowing look. The group had already come to the realization. The lieutenant wanted to get closer to Moon, wanted to cultivate a relationship with someone who'd proven capable far beyond typical newcomers. As they rode, Nathaniel positioned himself alongside Moon, maintaining a comfortable distance that allowed for conversation. Chapter 63, Heading to the New Base 1. The lieutenant's team is back, do you see that? They finally returned with the elk, it looks so beautiful. He actually managed to do it, no way. One of the onlookers stared at the scene in shock and amazement. He'd been one of the few present in the tavern when Moon had approached the lieutenant with his bold claim. He'd been convinced Moon was digging his own grave, that the newcomer's confidence was nothing but arrogance that would get him killed or humiliated. But the newcomer had somehow managed to do exactly what he'd promised. The crowd parted as the group made their way through the base, the captured elk walking docilely behind them. Whispers followed in their wake, spreading news of the successful capture through the settlement like wildfire. Moon entered the same building he'd watched the veterans disappear into days before, following Nathaniel through corridors until they reached a private office. Inside, away from prying eyes and listening ears, Nathaniel finally spoke directly. "You've done me a great favor, Moon. As promised, I will reward you with what you please. Tell me, what is it that you want? If it's status, then I can speak to the base lord and make you my colleague, a lieutenant in charge of your own group of veterans, or is it wealth? I will split the commission I will gain from the elk with you." Moon smiled slightly at the barrage of generous compensations from Nathaniel. "Thank you, Lieutenant, but I don't want any of those things. I want one thing. I want you to introduce me to someone trustworthy, someone who can help me reach the more powerful base that this settlement has connections with." Nathaniel nodded slowly, understanding crossing his face. "I knew someone like you wouldn't want to stay here. You're too ambitious for a place like this." "Well, as promised, I won't disappoint you. When do you want to depart?" "Now, if possible, or later today." Nathaniel smiled. "All right, I'll arrange it for you personally. You don't have to worry about the costs, I'll cover the transportation fees. I'll also make sure you're given a proper map of the destination base when you arrive, including information about good hunting grounds in the surrounding area and safe routes." "Would be excellent," Moon responded. Although he could have searched for a transportation provider himself, it would have been difficult to find one that is fast and reliable. Even though he had strength, he didn't have connections or knowledge of which guides were reliable and which were scammers looking to rob naive travelers. Even if he wasn't afraid of being messed with, he still didn't want to waste his time going through that. Besides, the travel itself could be incredibly dangerous if the wrong route were chosen. After the encounter he had with Jonathan, Moon knew that he was nowhere near invincible in this sanctuary, at least not yet. Nathaniel's recommendation would carry weight and ensure safe passage. "You can rest for now," Nathaniel said, moving toward the door. "I need to meet with the lord of the base. The elk was his mission for us and he'll want a full report." He paused at the threshold. "There's a waiting room down the hall. Make yourself comfortable. I'll return within the hour with everything arranged." Moon nodded and made his way to the indicated room. The waiting area was modest but comfortable, with chairs, a table with refreshments, and windows overlooking the base's training grounds where awakeners practice combat techniques. Moon sat, allowing himself to relax slightly. The mission was complete. His objectives were being met. Within hours, he'd be on his way to a more powerful base where the real challenges would begin. The first sanctuary still held stronger beasts, better resources, and awakeners far more capable than those in this starter settlement. That was where he needed to be, where he could truly test himself and continue growing stronger. Moon pulled out one of the silver leaves from his spatial ring, examining it in the natural light. Even without the blue bioluminescence of the cave, it maintained its metallic sheen, its surface reflecting light in unusual patterns. Whatever that tree was, these leaves were valuable. He'd have them appraised at the new base, see what they could be used for. The door opened. Nathaniel returned, looking satisfied. "It's arranged," he said. "There's a caravan departing in 2 hours, heading to Iron Peak Base. The journey takes 4 days, but they have proper security and supplies. I've spoken to the caravan master personally. He knows you're coming and will treat you well." Nathaniel handed Moon a sealed letter. "Give this to him when you board. It's my personal recommendation. And here, this shows Iron Peak's layout, nearby hunting zones and important locations. The base is significantly larger than this one, so you'll want to familiarize yourself before arriving." Nathaniel produced a detailed map. Moon accepted both items. "Thank you, Lieutenant Nathaniel." "Just survive and get stronger," Nathaniel replied. "And if you ever make it to the second sanctuary, let's meet again. I plan to ascend within 2 years." They clasped forearms in the Awakener's traditional gesture of respect. Then Moon left to prepare for departure, his path forward now clear. The Iron Peak base awaited, and with it new challenges, new opportunities, and new dangers, exactly what Moon wanted. Moon arrived at the departure location 5 minutes early. The caravan was already assembled with 3 large wagons pulled by sturdy horses, surrounded by armed guards checking equipment and supplies. A dozen or so other passengers milled about, most looking like experienced Awakeners preparing for the multi-day journey. Spotting the caravan master near the lead wagon, Moon approached and presented Nathaniel's sealed letter. The caravan master was a middle-aged man with a merchant's smile. He broke the seal and read through the letter quickly, his eyebrows rising slightly as he processed the contents. After finishing, he looked up at Moon with newfound respect and patted him on the shoulder. "You're in good hands, young man. The lieutenant has specifically told me to take care of you. You must be someone special." Moon gave a slight smile. "Not at all." "Modest too," the caravan master chuckled. "I like that. Name's Garen. I've been running this route for 8 years now. Never lost a passenger, never been successfully raided. You picked the right caravan." He gestured toward the second wagon. "You'll ride in the middle wagon, more comfortable than the first and safer positioning than the rear. We depart in 5 minutes." Moon nodded his thanks and made his way to the indicated wagon. Inside, he found padded benches along the sides and storage compartments built into the structure. 2 other passengers were already seated, a woman in light armor sharpening a dagger and an older man reading what appeared to be a bestiary. Neither looked up as Moon entered and took a seat near the window, positioning himself where he could observe their surroundings during the journey. Within minutes, Garen's voice rang out. "All aboard, we're moving out." The caravan lurched into motion, wheels creaking as the horses pulled them forward. Moon watched as the base slowly disappeared behind them, replaced by the wilderness of the first sanctuary. Chapter 64, Heading Towards the New Base 2, A New Skill. During the travel, the caravan was attacked by beasts multiple times along the way. Initially, Moon didn't bother to deal with them. The caravan's hired Awakeners handled the threats efficiently enough, and Moon saw no reason to waste his energy on creatures that posed no real challenge. But things became incredibly boring and unproductive rather quickly. Sitting in the carriage for most of the journey offered nothing but monotony. The scenery changed slowly, the conversations with other passengers were superficial at best, and Moon found himself growing restless with the lack of progress, so he decided to copy one of the guards' classes. The guards were composed of mages who handled ranged threats, warriors who fought at close range to protect the wagons, and a single healer who was there for emergencies and barely used their abilities during encounters. Moon observed them carefully during several skirmishes, assessing their capabilities, their levels, and the potential value of copying their classes. They were all average Awakeners with decently high levels, but nothing unique or exceptional about their abilities. After consideration, Moon chose to copy one of the warriors' classes. A man named Torin served as the primary tank, absorbing hits while others dealt damage. Moon activated his class slot skill and copied it. Class slot 1-1. Class Armored Tank. Level 1. Skills Bronze Skin. Duration 24 hours. The tank class wasn't anything special. Unlike Seleni's Elemental Mage class, which had provided 2 skills with one being a rare skill, this one only offered a single class skill. The quality disparity reflected the difference between a rare class and a common tank class. Still, something was better than nothing. Moon examined the skill, Bronze Skin. Rank Common. Proficiency 0%. Details hardens the user's skin. Internal organs gain double their normal durability and resistance to impact damage. It was a decent skill to have, even if unimpressive compared to his current skills. Moon knew it would become significantly stronger upon evolution, but reaching that point required raising proficiency to 100% first, which wasn't exactly quick nor easy given his past experience. He spent time during the journey experimenting with the skill, activating and deactivating it, feeling how it altered his body. There was no visible change to his skin, but he could feel the muscle fibers become more compact. But as expected, raising proficiency for the new skill proved challenging to figure out initially. The answer came to him after observation and testing. He needed to get hit by monsters. The more he was struck, the more powerful those attacks were, the higher his proficiency would climb. The skill learned through experience, through stress testing its limits. As a mage who specialized in ranged combat and keeping enemies at distance, deliberately engaging in close combat was uncomfortable. Everything about his fighting style worked against the requirement, but Moon understood that to survive and evolve as a hunter in this world, he needed to step outside his comfort zone, not just for the proficiency gain but for his own development. Relying solely on one combat style created exploitable weaknesses. The encounter with the winter beast had proven that when his magic was restricted, he'd struggled more than necessary. Furthermore, staying with only one combat style went completely against the flexibility that his class gave him. The ability to master skills outside his own class was something only he was able to do. By relying on one combat style, he was shooting himself in the foot. Diversification was survival. So during the next beast attack, a pack of level 12 grey wolves that ambushed the caravan on day 2, Moon didn't stay in the wagon. He jumped down, activated bronze skin, and deliberately positioned himself in front of one of the charging wolves instead of blasting it from range. The guards were shocked by Moon's sudden action, shouting for him to move out of the way, but it was too late. The creature's claws raked across his forearm. Pain flared, but the damage was significantly reduced. Bronze skin proficiency increased to 2%. After dealing with the wolves, Moon apologized to the guards and the caravan master for scaring them. He told them he got bored and decided to join in on the fight. Having seen his power, the caravan master and guards didn't take it to heart and simply told Moon to inform them before doing so. They didn't stop him. Moon continued the pattern throughout the remaining journey. When beasts attacked, he engaged them in close combat while maintaining bronze skin, allowing hits to land that he could have easily avoided, blocking with his arms and torso instead of dodging. Garen, the caravan master, approached him after one particularly brutal encounter where Moon had taken multiple hits from a level 14 boar as if it were nothing but a pet. "You all right, kid? You're fighting strangely." "Nothing like the mage," the lieutenant said. "You are." Moon nodded, wiping blood from a shallow cut on his cheek. "I am training, trying something new." Garen studied him for a long moment, then shrugged. "You are strong, but just don't bite more than you can chew." "Don't get yourself killed on my watch. The lieutenant would have my head." By the end of the 4th day, as Iron Peak Base came into view in the distance, Moon checked his progress. Bronze skin proficiency increased to 57%. 57% in 4 days. Not terrible for a skill he'd only just acquired. Although proficiency grew harder to acquire as the number increased, Moon knew that now that he was in the Iron Peak Base, he would be able to train his new skill much better. Moon had also just copied Torin's class again, so he had close to 24 hours to learn the skill. More importantly, Moon had gained practical experience fighting at close range. His body had learned to read incoming attacks differently, to position for blocks rather than evasion, to use his staff as both a channeling tool and a physical weapon. The discomfort had been worth it, and when bronze skin eventually evolved, it would be even more valuable. Moon prepared to disembark as the caravan rolled through Iron Peak's gates. Chapter 65, Bronze Skin. "All right, young man, this is the parting of our ways. You've reached your destination. You may walk this base freely," the caravan master said as he prepared to move his horses to the area where the merchants temporarily stored their rides. Moon had already registered at the base as an awakener transferring from the previous settlement. His identity was verified through the association's network, his A-rank badge checked, and he'd passed through without any issues. The administrative process had been smooth, likely because Nathaniel's letter had included official documentation. Moon bid Garen farewell, nodding to the other passengers and guards he'd traveled with, then headed straight back out through the gate he'd just entered. He'd come into the base purely to get the bureaucratic necessities settled. Now that his registration was complete and his status confirmed, he needed to make good use of his remaining time. The bronze skin skill had yet to be mastered. Losing it now at only 57% proficiency would be a waste of all the effort he'd put in over the past 4 days. Moon needed to push the proficiency as high as possible before the timer ran out. He made his way past the outer perimeter of Iron Peak Base, heading toward the nearby hunting zones marked on the map Nathaniel had provided. The territories around major bases were better documented than those around smaller settlements, with clear designations of which areas contained which level ranges of beasts. Moon aimed for a zone marked as containing level 15 to 18 creatures, higher than what he'd been fighting during the caravan journey, which meant stronger attacks and faster proficiency gains. Although he'd wanted a slightly higher hunting ground, this was the closest hunting ground that fit his needs and time. He didn't want to waste hours traveling to a more powerful hunting ground, whilst he could use that time to hunt and train his skill. The skill wasn't a powerful skill to begin with, so it wouldn't need anything too powerful to understand. The forest thickened as he moved deeper into the forest and further away from the Iron Peak base. Moon's senses remained alert, scanning for movement, listening for the telltale sounds of creatures moving around, looking for prey. Within 20 minutes of arriving in the vicinity of the hunting ground, Moon found what he was looking for. A territorial dispute between two beasts, a level 16 scaled lizard and a level 17 saber cat, both snarling and circling each other over what appeared to be a fresh kill. Perfect. Moon activated Bronze Skin, feeling the familiar sensation of his skin hardening, his internal organs reinforcing themselves against impact. Then he stepped into the scene, deliberately positioning himself between the two hostile creatures. Both beasts immediately forgot their dispute and turned toward the new intruder. They both recognized that the man before them was dangerous, and they needed to take care of him before continuing their fight. Moon simply smiled at the scene. He had wanted this scenario to begin with. Hence, the reason he flared his aura was to show how dangerous he was to both beasts. Moon raised his staff defensively but didn't attack. Although he was powerful, that didn't mean he could take on two powerful beasts with his body alone. He needed the staff with him in case he needed to block any dangerous or fatal attack. He wasn't one to underestimate beasts, especially ones in a new territory that he had just begun exploring. The saber cat lunged with its claws extended for the killing blow. Clash, Moon blocked with his staff first instead of dodging, gauging the strength between the saber cat's claw attack. The attack rattled his body slightly but didn't pose any significant harm. A smile formed on his face as he blocked the next attack with his forearm instead of dodging. Pain flared through his body, but he was able to block the attack without any issues. Bronze Skin proficiency increased to 58%. The scaled lizard attacked from its other side, its tail whipping around with devastating force. Moon turned into the strike, letting it impact his ribs. Bang, the blow drove air from his lungs and would have cracked bones without the skill active, but his reinforced internal organs withstood the impact. Bronze Skin proficiency increased to 60%. Moon continued the grind, deliberately taking hits from both creatures. He blocked the truly dangerous attacks, those aimed at his eyes, throat, or other vital points that even Bronze Skin couldn't fully protect, but everything else he allowed to land, using his body as a training ground for the defensive skill. The beasts grew increasingly frustrated as their attacks failed to bring down their prey. Moon occasionally retaliated with minor fire blasts or earth spikes, keeping them engaged but not killing them outright. He needed them alive and aggressive to continue training. Time passed by quickly but not comfortably. Constantly being attacked by monsters without retaliating when you had the ability to turn them to ash was quite a difficult thing to do. Bronze Skin proficiency increased to 89%. The saber cat finally landed a particularly vicious combination. A claw strike followed immediately by a bite aimed at Moon's shoulder. Both attacks connected, the cat's teeth sinking through his skin, letting blood flow. Moon gritted his teeth against the pain but felt satisfaction as the notification appeared. Bronze Skin proficiency increased to 75%. Bronze Skin proficiency increased to 95%. Almost there, just a few more attacks, Moon thought with gritted teeth. The damage was accumulating and it started to take a toll on his body and mind. Health potions were no longer enough, he was tired. Moon shifted his strategy slightly, allowing the scaled lizard to land a full-power tail strike against his back. The impact drove him forward several steps, his spine screaming in protest despite the protection. Bronze Skin proficiency increased to 98%. The saber cat lunged again, this time managing to rake both sets of claws across Moon's chest in rapid succession. 4 parallel lines opened across his torso, blood flowing more freely than previous wounds. Bronze Skin proficiency increased to 100%. Bronze Skin has reached maximum proficiency. Chapter 66, Silver Skin. Reading the last notification flashing across his retina, an imperceptible smile formed on his face. Bam! He launched a powerful kick towards the incoming saber cat, rattling its balance, sending it flying a few meters further. The scaled lizard tried to use the brief window while Moon's leg was still lowering to launch an attack. The attack would have been successful had Moon remained in his defensive stance. He smacked the scaled lizard with his staff across its body. The creature let out a pained hiss as it was sent tumbling sideways, crashing through undergrowth from the sheer power behind the strike. Afraid of another powerful attack of similar strength, the lizard immediately retreated, instinctively sensing the difference in Moon's stance and demeanor. The human who'd been passively absorbing attacks had transformed into an active threat. Living in the forest for years, the scaled lizard had a good perception of danger that came from his survival instincts, and currently Moon was not just any threat, but a major one. Moon pulled up his full status while keeping his eyes on the two beasts before him. A name, Moon. A race, human. Class, classless armored tank. Level 18, 27%. Lives 4436. Strength 27, Agility 29, Constitution 32, Mana 39 plus 5 to all stats. Attribute points 5. Skills Elemental Attack 5, Element Affinity, Tenacity, Bronze Skin. Talent Grim Reaper. Class Skill Class Slot 1-1. Bronze Skin. Rank Common. Level 1 Evolved. Details hardens the user's skin. Internal organs gain double their normal durability and resistance to impact damage. With the ability to finally evolve his skill, Moon didn't hesitate. He immediately began spending his hard-earned lives to power it up. Bronze Skin Level 1 Right Arrow 2 lives consumed. Bronze Skin Level 2 Right Arrow 3 lives consumed. Bronze Skin Level 3 Right Arrow 8 lives consumed. Bronze Skin Level 8 Right Arrow 256 lives consumed. Bronze Skin Level 9 Right Arrow 512 lives consumed. Total lives consumed 1022. Your skill Bronze Skin has evolved to Silver Skin. Silver Skin. Rank Uncommon. Level Max. Details: the user's body becomes vastly more resilient to damage. Non-magical weapons cannot penetrate the skin. Provides 20% damage reduction against first-order weapons and beast attacks, with reduction scaling based on the weapon's quality and the attack's power. Moon felt the change the skill brought immediately. His skin tingled for a brief moment as the skill's evolution took effect. Although the skill's evolution wasn't visible to the naked eye, he could certainly feel the difference. The wounds he'd accumulated during the earlier fight still remained, though they hurt considerably less now. The bleeding had also slowed down slightly. The two beasts, sensing their opportunity while Moon's attention seemed divided, attacked together. The saber cat came from the left, launching its signature claw strike. The scaled lizard whipped its tail from the right. Both attacks descended simultaneously in an attempt to overwhelm him. With the intention of testing his newly evolved skill, Moon allowed both attacks to land directly on his body without blocking. The saber cat's claws raked across his arms but found significantly more resistance than before. What should have been deep lacerations became shallow scratches. The scaled lizard's tail struck his right shoulder with its full force, but the impact that previously would have driven him backwards barely made him shift his stance. Moon's foot planted firmly into the forest floor, absorbing the combined power of both attacks. Both creatures stared at their failed strikes in confusion. The same attacks that had drawn blood minutes earlier now seemed almost ineffective. Moon assessed the results internally. The skill was decently powerful, certainly not invincible, but his defensive capabilities had roughly doubled. According to his earlier experience fighting both beasts, he could now withstand attacks that previously caused significant damage. The strikes were powerful but no longer threatening. He felt the impact, evaluated the force behind them, and simply endured. Moon's smile turned cold. My turn. Moon's aura changed drastically, flooding the immediate area with killing intent. Both the scaled lizard and saber cat immediately felt the shift and tried to create distance, preparing to deploy their defensive measures. Unfortunately for them, before they could use the surrounding terrain as natural barriers, fire erupted from Moon's free hand. Boom! The flames engulfed the saber cat entirely, a concentrated inferno fed by significant mana investment. The cat's scream was brief as the fire consumed flesh, fur, and bone with no mercy. You have killed a level 17 saber cat. You have gained 65 lives. Epic skills weren't to be underestimated, especially when Moon was no longer holding back his strength. He placed considerable mana into that attack, and the results showed. The scaled lizard tried to flee after witnessing its temporary ally's harsh death, turning and bolting toward the tree line. An earth spike erupted from the ground directly in its path, piercing through its skull and ending the fight instantly. The creature's momentum carried it forward even as life left its body, and it crashed into a tree dead. You have killed a level 16 scaled lizard. You have gained 55 lives. Moon's eyes landed on the time remaining on the armored tank class. More than 12 hours left, but that didn't matter anymore. He'd already comprehended the skill he wanted and evolved it to the maximum level. The class had served its purpose perfectly. Before leaving the blood-soaked clearing, Moon stored both corpses in his spatial ring. The materials would sell well at Iron Peak's trading center, and wasting resources was foolish. Moon began making his way back toward Iron Peak base, his steps steady despite the accumulated damage his body had endured. He needed to rest for a while. Being constantly beaten by two powerful beasts without retaliating had taken its toll both mentally and physically. His body ached from dozens of impacts. His wounds, while not serious thanks to silver skin and his constitution, still needed proper treatment before his next expedition. A name: Moon. A race: human. Class: classless armored tank. Level 18, 42%. Lives 3469, Strength 27, Agility 29, Constitution 32, Mana 39, Attribute Points 5. Skills: Elemental Attack 5, Element Affinity, Tenacity, Silver Skin, Talent, Grim Reaper. Class Skill, Class Slot 1-1. As the walls of Iron Peak came into view, Moon's body relaxed slightly. He remained cautious in case of any dangers, but the immediate threat level had reduced significantly. Moon entered the base, the map Nathaniel had given him open in his hand. The map contained locations of important buildings such as the Trading Center, the Lord's Headquarters, the Awakeners Association branch office, lodging districts, and other significant sites. Moon's first destination was the Trading Center branch in Iron Peak Base. He wanted to buy stamina replenishing potions and health potions before doing anything else. His recent training session had depleted his energy reserves and left him with a few wounds that needed addressing. The Trading Center in Iron Peak was significantly larger than the one in his previous base. Multiple floors, dozens of merchants, and a constant flow of awakeners buying and selling materials created a bustling atmosphere that spoke to the settlement's importance. Moon walked to the potions section and purchased what he needed. Stamina replenishing potion X5. Order first. Grade Say. Details: provides the body with concentrated energy, helps restore stamina, and reduces physical exhaustion. Effects manifest within minutes of consumption. Health Potion X5. Order first. Grade Say. Details: accelerates natural healing processes, closes wounds, repairs damaged tissue, and reduces internal bleeding. Does not restore lost blood volume but speeds recovery from physical trauma. Effects vary based on injury severity. Each potion cost him $2,000. Moon didn't hesitate despite the cost. Potions were investments in survival. Having them available could mean the difference between escaping a dangerous situation and dying in the wilderness. He stored them carefully in his spatial ring, organizing them for quick access if needed during combat. Not bothered to deal with the selling of the bodies at the current moment, Moon left the trading center and headed toward the lodging district to find accommodations and finally get proper rest. Moon entered one of the larger inns in the lodging district, a sturdy 3-story building with a sign reading Iron Peak Rest. The innkeeper, a woman in her 40s with sharp eyes but a soft smile, looked up from her ledger as Moon approached the counter. "Welcome, what can I do for you?" she asked. "I need a recovery room," Moon said directly. The innkeeper nodded, pulling out a different ledger that listed available facilities. "What grade would you like, sir? We have E through B grade recovery rooms currently available." Moon considered briefly. C grade is fine. He didn't have any serious short-term or long-term injuries. He just accumulated damage from deliberately taking hits during training. A decently built recovery room would be sufficient to accelerate his healing and restore his energy reserves. "That will be $5,000 for an hour, sir. If you stay for longer, then you will simply be charged the same rate," the innkeeper stated matter-of-factly. Moon nodded without complaint. This was the standard price for recovery rooms. They were by no means cheap, but their value justified the cost. They were built by awakeners who possessed special classes like Rune Master or variations thereof, Enchanter, Formation Specialist, and Array Architect. These rare classes focused on inscribing magical formations directly into physical spaces or objects, creating permanent effects that ordinary magic couldn't replicate. A recovery room worked by channeling mana through carefully designed runic formations carved into every surface, whether it's a wall, floor, or ceiling. These formations created an environment that dramatically accelerated natural healing, reduced inflammation, and helped the body restore depleted energy reserves. The higher the grade, the more complex the formations and the stronger the effects. Creating even a basic E-grade recovery room effect required dozens of hours of precise runic inscription by a standard rune specialist, along with expensive materials like monoconductive metals and beast cores. C-grade rooms represented even more investment, both in time, resources, and the skill of the rune master himself. The path of rune masters was not easy. Most awakeners who attempted to pursue it failed to advance beyond the first sanctuary. Those who succeeded could command enormous fees for their services. The issue in their advancement was solely based on their creativity and ability to do the task they were given for their first-class evolution. Most get stuck, unable to advance. Every major base had at least one rune master on retainer, responsible for maintaining defensive formations around the settlement, creating recovery facilities, and inscribing enchantments into equipment for wealthy clients. The profession was lucrative but demanding. A single mistake in a complex formation could cause catastrophic mana backlash. "Payment up front," the innkeeper said, extending her hand. Moon transferred the funds through his association card. The transaction completed with a soft chime. The innkeeper handed him a key inscribed with glowing runes. "Room 7, second floor. The formation activates automatically when you enter. Timer starts then." "Understood." Moon took the key and headed upstairs, his body already anticipating the relief that proper recovery would bring. Chapter 67, Rune Masters. Moon spent 2 hours in the recovery room, though the experience felt like a full day's worth of rest compressed into that brief period. The room itself was deceptively simple with plain walls, a comfortable bed, and minimal furnishings. There were no visible runes anywhere in the room. That spoke to the Rune Master's skills. Lesser practitioners left their inscriptions visible, either due to lack of skill or intentional showmanship. Moon felt a twinge of jealousy. If he could create such powerful constructs at some point, not only would he save tremendous amounts of money on recovery facilities, but he'd also gain incredible versatility. The possibilities were almost endless, whether it was miscellaneous, defensive, or even offensive runes. Moon could only hope he'd stumbled upon a rune master at work eventually. They were exceedingly rare even in a major settlement like Iron Peak Base. According to what he'd learned, only one rune master was stationed in large bases like Iron Peak permanently. They were responsible for maintaining all the base's formations and creating new installations when needed. Of course, other rune masters could be asked to come help with the base if there was a large project that required more hands, or if that rune master was traveling, but normally there was only one, and that individual barely revealed himself, working primarily in secured workshops away from public areas. It made seeing him in action, much less copying his class, virtually impossible for someone like Moon. But a problem still remained for Moon, even if he somehow managed to copy the class. Moon was certain it wouldn't be easy to comprehend the skills behind it within a single day. Rune crafting required deep theoretical knowledge, application of that knowledge, and understanding of mana flow patterns that couldn't be absorbed through simple observation. The complexity was orders of magnitude beyond a straightforward combat class. This would take considerable time, planning, and resources he didn't currently possess. Moon shelved the idea for now. Gaining a skill from the Rune Master class was something that certainly enticed him to pursue it in the future when opportunities present themselves. He left the recovery room after 2 hours, paying the additional cost of $5,000. The innkeeper accepted payment without comment, clearly used to awakeners extending their sessions after experiencing the effects of the room. Now that Moon was back to full strength with his wounds healed, stamina restored, and mental fatigue eliminated, he decided to head back into the wilderness. His goals were clear: accumulate more lives, gain experience, and eventually level up. His primary objective was to reach level 25, the threshold that would trigger his first class evolution task. Each class evolution significantly enhanced the class's capabilities, and most importantly evolved the Awakener to the next step, the second sanctuary with more powerful beasts lurking. A second-order Awakener at level 26 could beat tens of level 25 first-order Awakeners. It was that big of a difference. Those who completed their first class evolution would become higher-level beings. That's what Moon wanted to achieve, to become powerful enough not to be treated as fodder. For Moon's classless talent, he had no idea what an evolution task would entail. The system had provided no hints, no guidance, but he suspected it would be challenging, possibly dangerous, and almost certainly unique compared to standard class evolutions. Reaching level 25 from his current 18 required substantial experience gain. He'd need to hunt consistently, target creatures at or above his level, and maximize his efficiency. Moon left the inn and made his way back toward the base's exit, checking his status one final time before departing. Level 18, 42%. Another important difference between Iron Peak Base and his previous settlement was the cost of death it entailed. The death penalty around this base was 100 lives, by no means a small amount. It was even higher than the cost in the Hidden Realm, which made sense considering that even the weakest beasts in this area were level 15 and considered fodder. As Moon was about to head out of the gate, he heard a voice that made him stop. Moon. Is that you? Moon turned around to find one of his old classmates walking toward him, his expression a mixture of shock and bewilderment. Moon, that really is you. How are you here? Didn't you fail to awaken a class during the ceremony? Jack, one of his former classmates, spoke as he approached. Moon shook his head. I awakened a class. The awakening stone must have malfunctioned. Do you want anything? Moon had decided to engage because Jack was one of the nicer students from their class. They'd never been close friends, but Jack had been decent to him when others hadn't. Moon decided to maintain the polite exchange they'd always had. Congrats, man, that's great to hear. Jack's smile seemed genuine. I've never seen you here before. Did you arrive recently? Moon nodded. Yeah, just came today. I see. Jack's enthusiasm was palpable. If you need anything, just let me know. I made friends with a veteran here. According to my estimates, I should be able to reach my class evolution by the end of the year. Moon nodded his head. Good luck with that. Well, I'm going to head out. I have some things to do. Wait, Jack called out as Moon started to turn. Have you heard about Sarah? She was actually in this base a month ago, but now she's about to ascend to the second sanctuary alongside Marcus, Lena, and Adrian. Moon stopped in his tracks, his hands clenched involuntarily, then slowly released. Jack sighed before continuing, seemingly oblivious to Moon's reaction. Some people are just in a different league of their own, you know. To ascend to the second sanctuary so quickly, it must be really nice. They awakened a class at the same time as us, but they're already leaving the first sanctuary behind. I see. Jack didn't seem to notice the edge in Moon's tone. I heard Sarah got some kind of special invitation to a second sanctuary guild. They're going to set her up with equipment, training, the whole package when she ascends. Must be nice having connections like that. Anyway, I just thought you'd want to know since you and Sarah had a relationship at some point, you know. Pretty crazy how different everyone's paths turned out, huh? Yeah. Jack finally seemed to pick up on Moon's desire to leave. Well, I won't keep you. Good luck out there. Maybe we'll run into each other again. Maybe, Moon said, already turning back toward the gate. Sarah and the second-generation trash she chose to group with were ascending and moving beyond his current reach, entering a realm where the weakest creatures were second-order beasts that could crush first sanctuary awakeners like insects. Moon pushed the thoughts aside as he exited through the gate and headed toward his chosen hunting ground. Sarah's ascension changed nothing about his path. He'd set his goals long before learning about her progress, and those goals remained unchanged. He was going to continue accumulating power until he could stand against anyone, regardless of what advantages they'd been given. Chapter 68, Gaining a Mount. As he made his way toward his hunting spot, Moon realized that walking or running towards his destination wasn't exactly a good idea. I should have bought myself a horse for traveling. I'll buy one when I get back to the base, Moon muttered to himself. Using his God-given legs to every hunting ground was inefficient, especially in territories as vast as those surrounding Iron Peak Base. A proper mount would cut travel time significantly and conserve energy for actual combat. As Moon continued through the wilderness, sounds of battle reached his ears from ahead, desperate screaming and shooting with heavy impacts of something large and most certainly powerful. Moon sped up in the direction the sounds were coming from. Marcus, watch out. I can't hold them both, someone help. My leg is crushed. We need to retreat. This was a mistake, we weren't ready for this. Moon moved closer, his curiosity piqued. Through the trees he spotted a group of 5 awakeners in serious trouble, being decimated by beasts they clearly couldn't handle. 2 massive grey creatures were tearing through the party's defenses. Moon recognized the 2 beasts immediately. He had learnt many things about the beasts surrounding this base, and the Erumpents were one of these beasts he'd learnt about from the guards and the caravan master. Each weighing close to a ton, they resembled rhinoceroses at a distance, but were far more dangerous than the rhinos of the old civilization. These had thick hides that repelled most weapons, large, sharp horns on their noses, and long rope-like tails that they used like whips. One awakener was already down, clutching a mangled leg. The tank was desperately trying to hold both Erumpents' attention but failing. His shield was cracked and his stance was unsteady. 2 warriors flanked him, landing strikes that barely penetrated the creature's natural armor. A mage in the back launched spells that seemed to irritate the beasts more than hurt them. Erumpents were one of the most powerful beast clans in the first sanctuary, but their only significant weakness was their birth rate. Every 2 years they produced only 1 calf. That scarcity made them valuable targets when encountered, but also extremely protective and aggressive. Moon assessed the situation. The awakeners would die within minutes if no one intervened. He had the ability to help, but he wasn't a charity worker. He stepped out from his concealed position, his voice traveling clearly over the sounds of combat. Hey, I'll help you if you can provide me with one of your horses. He looked toward the area where 6 horses were tied up, safely away from the battle, nervously stamping and pulling at their restraints. Although these horses were among the weakest and slowest mounts, they were still good enough for him to use to take him to his destinations and back. The leader of the group, the tank, didn't turn back, too overwhelmed by the 2 Erumpents pressing their attack. Take them all, just help us, we are about to die. Moon smiled. He'd just got himself a free horse and permission to claim all of them if he wanted. He immediately took action, closing the distance and raising his hands. Lightning crackled around his fingers as he channeled the terrifying element. Zap! A bolt of lightning struck the Erumpent that was rearing up to stomp the awakener with the injured leg. Electricity coursed through the creature's massive body, paralyzing it momentarily while also burning through flesh where the current concentrated. The beast's momentum faltered, and it crashed sideways instead of completing its killing blow. The injured awakener scrambled backwards desperately with a grateful expression. Thank you, you saved me. Moon didn't respond. He was already repositioning, his staff glowing as he switched elements. Fire gathered at the tip before branching to form multiple compressed fireballs that he launched in rapid succession towards the Erumpent. The paralyzed Erumpent, still recovering from the electrical shock and unable to properly defend itself, took the full barrage head-on without any defense. The first fireball struck its head, the second and third hit its torso. Each explosion tore through the weakened hide that the lightning had already damaged. Within 3 fireballs total, the Erumpent collapsed, smoke rising from its charred body. You have slain a level 18 Erumpent. You have gained 95 lives. Moon immediately turned to the other erumpent that the tank and two warriors were still desperately engaging. The creature was healthier, more aggressive, and showed no signs of backing down despite its companion's death. In fact, it became more enticed to kill the humans before it. The erumpent let out a loud trumpet that made the surrounding trees shake and the awakeners to lightly tremble, except for Moon. "Move out of the way," Moon commanded, his tone leaving no room for argument. The tank and two warriors immediately obeyed. They had been waiting to disengage, and Moon was their life-saving straw. They disengaged and retreated, creating space for Moon to do his work. Moon channeled earth and fire simultaneously. Stone erupted from the ground, binding the erumpent's legs and restricting its movement. Before it could break free through sheer strength, fire engulfed its trapped body. The combination was devastating. Unable to dodge or defend properly, the erumpent died screaming as flames consumed it. "You have slain a level 18 erumpent. You have gained 100 lives." With both erumpents dead, the injured awakeners finally had time to breathe. The tank removed his helmet, revealing a young man probably in his early 20s, drenched in sweat and bleeding from multiple cuts. "Ah, thank you so much. You saved us," he said, his voice filled with gratitude despite his exhaustion. Moon shook his head. "It's a transaction, there's no need for polite exchanges. You gave me your horses and I saved you." The leader shook his head insistently. "You still saved our lives." As the group caught their breath and began treating wounds, the story came out. They'd arrived at Iron Peak Base a week ago from another smaller settlement. They were all level 15 to 16 and they'd overestimated their capabilities. They'd ventured into a hunting zone beyond their experience level and gotten unlucky, encountering the erumpents when they were already tired from earlier fights. It was a classic mistake. They had ambition without proper assessment. Luck was also not on their side since they encountered two rather than one erumpent, making it almost impossible for them to survive. Moon walked over to the tied horses, examining them briefly. There were a total of 6, all level 5 to 7. They were decent mounts for travel, nothing exceptional. He selected one that appeared to be the best. The horse's coat shone snow-white under the open sky. Its mane drifted like a soft wave along its neck, and its eyes looked at Moon as he approached curiously. It had seen everything that Moon had done and it was impressed. Up close, Moon could hear its breath rising in quiet puffs. Moon had picked this horse because of its calm temperament and unyielding eyes. "I will take this one," Moon said as he stroked the horse's neck gently before leading his chosen mount away from the group. "You can take the rest of the horses, I don't need them." The leader called after him as Moon prepared to leave. "Wait. Can we follow you? You could lead our group. With someone your level, we could." Moon continued walking without glancing back. "Can't do that. Go back to the base and treat your injuries properly. Otherwise, you'll die before you learn from this mistake." His tone wasn't harsh, but it wasn't gentle either. Moon had advised them whether they followed it or not. That wasn't his problem from now on. The group watched him disappear into the forest, leading his newly acquired horse, leaving them with their lives, 5 remaining mounts, and a lesson about overestimating their capabilities. The leader turned towards the others with a wry smile on his face. "That was a close call. We barely had any lives left. If we died, you would have been dead for real. He's right, let's head back and take care of our injuries. We can't afford to take risks, we need to gain more lives." The group nodded in agreement and headed back. Moon mounted the horse once he was far enough away, testing its responsiveness. It obeyed commands well enough. With the new horse, Moon could now cover more ground efficiently and conserve his energy for actual hunting. Moon continued toward his intended hunting zone, this time on horseback, ready to begin the real work of leveling up. The encounter with the group of awakeners had been profitable. As they continued moving, Moon began to grow fond of the horse. The environment was certainly not easy to navigate. A forest with dense bushes, protruding tree roots, fallen branches, and various obstacles littered the path, yet the horse overcame them with remarkable simplicity and grace. Even if its speed slowed during these maneuvers, it adjusted its gait instinctively, stepping carefully over hazards that would have tripped lesser mounts. Chapter 69, Ambush. Moon stroked its white coat appreciatively. He had picked the right mount. When they encountered a beast blocking the path ahead, Moon gently pulled on the reins, accompanied by a subtle shift in posture. The horse stopped immediately. It was well-trained and responsive. Moon dismounted smoothly and assessed the creature before him. Wild Sluther. Level 17. Details: a powerful beast with incredible agility despite its sloth-like appearance. Its body is packed with dense muscle beneath its fur, and its claws can cut through rocks. Looking at the 1.5-meter-tall creature, Moon decided to engage it in close combat rather than simply blasting it from range. The hunting ground was only about 2 miles away. Once inside that denser territory, training in close combat skills would become difficult amid constant encounters with multiple beasts. Moon concluded that it was better to practice now while he has controlled conditions. Moon took out his staff and struck the ground forcefully, initiating the confrontation. The sound echoed through the forest. It was a clear challenge to the beast standing before him. The slither responded immediately, charging forward with surprising speed that made Moon's eyebrows rise. Bam! Moon met the charge with a powerful horizontal swing of his staff. The powerful staff connected solidly with the slither's torso, and the impact sent the beast skidding backwards several meters. Blood poured from its mouth where internal damage had occurred. The slither was enraged. Its aura intensified, its muscles bulging visibly beneath its fur as it charged again with even greater ferocity towards Moon. Hiss. This time Moon planted his feet and prepared to block the incoming attack. Show me what you got. The slither's claw strike came fast. Moon raised his staff horizontally, catching the attack. The force drove him backward several feet, his boots carving furrows through dirt and leaves. Moon's eyes widened in shock as the slither demonstrated the terrifying agility mentioned in its description. The creature used the momentum from the blocked attack to pivot, its body blurring as it flanked Moon with impossible speed. Claws raked across Moon's back before he could fully react. His face grimaced upon contact. Thankfully, silver skin absorbed much of the damage, preventing deep lacerations, but the strike still hurt. Pain flared across his back where claws had torn through his cloak and scored flesh. Moon spun immediately, converting the pain into action. His staff came around in a devastating arc that caught the slither across the head with his full strength behind it. Crack! The sound of bone breaking was like music to his ears. The slither crashed to the forest floor, dazed and disoriented from the powerful blow. Moon didn't give it time to recover. He followed up with a rapid combination. He struck its ribs, then its exposed throat, then a final overhead blow that crushed the creature's skull. You have slain a level 17 wild slither. You have gained 85 lives. Moon straightened, breathing slightly harder than usual. The fight had been brief but intense. The slither's agility had caught him off guard despite the warning in its description. Reading about speed and experiencing it firsthand were different things entirely. He reached back gingerly, feeling the wounds on his back. It was not deep thanks to silver skin, but they'd require attention. He pulled out one of his newly purchased health potions and drank it down. The effects manifested within seconds. The torn tissue began knitting back together, bleeding stopped, inflammation reduced. Within a minute, the wounds had closed to shallow scratches that would heal naturally. If I'm going to get into close-range altercations to train, I need to remember to take off my equipment. I just damaged my cloak for no reason. Moon sighed, but he wasn't entirely disheartened. Thankfully, the cloak deserved its price at $220,000. It came with the self-repairing function that used his ambient mana when he was not in combat. Moon stored the slither's corpse in his spatial ring. The materials would sell decently, then remounted his horse once again. The encounter had been educational. His close combat skills needed more refinement, particularly his reaction speed to high agility beasts that could pull off unexpected flanking maneuvers. The staff provided reach and blocking capability, but against truly agile opponents, he needed better awareness. That was something to work on. Moon knew that time was a crucial factor in improving as a fighter. Unlike others, he was able to completely transform his capabilities, not just refine. He had the ability to learn from all classes in existence and close the loopholes in his fighting style until he eventually developed his unique fighting style. Moon couldn't rely on being a mage forever. That was limiting his options and taking the advantage he had away. So Moon would build his foundations now so that when he evolved to become a second sanctuary fighter, things wouldn't get more difficult. Moon continued toward the hunting grounds, his mind already analyzing the fight and identifying areas for improvement. It didn't take long for Moon to arrive at his destination with his mount, which he had decided to call Mirage. The name felt appropriate. The white coat reminded him of desert mirages he'd read about, and the horse's smooth movements through difficult terrain made the name more fitting. Moon dismounted as he approached the hunting grounds boundary. He began walking with Mirage by his side, keeping the reins loose but ready. While he didn't want to bring the horse into battle due to its relative weakness, he couldn't leave it tied up somewhere behind him either. It was safer for Mirage to stay close rather than remain alone in this wilderness where any passing predator might view an undefended horse as an easy meal. The hunting ground sprawled before him. It was an interesting area filled with various species of unusual plants, carnivorous flowers with tooth-lined petals, vines that pulsed with what looked like circulatory systems wound between branches. Although they appeared dangerous, these plants usually only ate whatever insects or weak beings approached them. To someone like Moon, they were nothing of significance. They couldn't hurt him, even if they wanted to. Moon remained alert for any movement, his senses heightened. Death in this zone cost 200 lives according to the notification he had received, and based on the mal, most of the beasts ranged from level 20 to 22. These creatures were classified as first-order B-rank beasts at baseline. If they resonated with an element or possessed special abilities, that ranking could shoot up to A rank or even S rank like the winter beast he'd faced in the Hidden Realm. Although he remained cautious, Moon wasn't overly concerned. He just entered the hunting ground's outer perimeter. The strongest threats he'd likely face would be a rank at most if he was lucky to encounter one. While A-rank beasts were powerful with his current amount of lives and skill set, Moon believed he could handle them without serious issues. His epic rank 5 element affinity gave him versatility most awakeners lacked, and silver skin provided defensive capabilities that could weaken dangerous attacks. Only S-rank beasts could truly threaten him at his current power. They possessed the intelligence and capability to camp his revival point, killing him repeatedly until his lives ran dry. That kind of elimination was the real danger to him. There's no way an S-rank beast is in the vicinity, Moon thought. They're too rare to encounter randomly, and based on the information I received about this area, even A-rank beasts are difficult to spot due to their scarcity. Whoosh! Moon's staff came up instinctively, blocking an attack that seemed to materialize out of nowhere. All Moon registered was a blur of black motion, impassably fast. Clack, Chapter 70, Wind Links 1. The staff met the black blur with enough force to rattle his arms. Moon's eyes tracked backwards, finally catching sight of the perpetrator as it landed several meters away. A small feline beast, roughly the size of a large house cat, with a sleek black coat of fur that shone under the bright sun. Its eyes blazed with hunger as it stared at Moon, its body coiled for another strike. Moon pulled up its status, Wind Links. Level 20. Details: an ambush predator capable of manipulating wind. Blends perfectly into the darkness due to its pitch-black coat. Weak constitution but exceptional agility and stealth capabilities. Uses wind manipulation for both offense and enhanced movement. Moon's grip tightened on his staff. The details explained the seemingly impossible approach in the blur he'd barely registered. The Wind Lynx before him was a level 20 beast with resonance to the wind element, a rare trait that elevated it from a standard B-rank threat to A-rank. An A-rank beast already, huh? This is about to get interesting, Moon grinned. This was an interesting matchup for Moon. He wanted to test his current capabilities against A-rank threats. He began channeling his mana to initiate his attacks. He was no fool. He wasn't going to engage this powerful beast in close combat. He wasn't seeking to lose a couple hundred lives for no reason when ranged combat was his specialty. Whoosh, whoosh! Before Moon could form his spell, the Wind Lynx was already a step ahead. Wind began swirling around its body, levitating surrounding leaves from the ground and tearing others from branches. The air pressure dropped noticeably. The lynx compressed the gathered wind into visible blades and sent powerful wind slashes toward Moon with insane speed. Moon immediately leapt backward and raised his staff. Earth erupted from the ground, forming a thick wall that intercepted all the wind attacks before they could reach him. Bam, bam. Bam, crack! The sound of the wall fracturing soon reached his ears. The barrier had done its job well, defending against all the attacks while still holding structural integrity to sustain a few more strikes that the lynx could be preparing. Moon started forming his counterspell as he began to peek around the wall's edge. Although the barrier had protected him from the wind blades, it had also completely blocked his vision of the lynx's position. Multiple compressed fireballs formed around his staff, each the size of a tennis ball, crackling with concentrated heat, but he didn't release them immediately. For all he knew, the lynx could have relocated. He'd lost direct sight of it moments earlier, and an ambush predator wouldn't waste that opportunity. Whoosh! Snarl! Moon's body snapped to the left where the lynx was mid-leap, attempting to shred his face. It had used the wall as cover to circle around and flank him while he tried to peek, attempting a sneaky killing blow from his blind side. Unfortunately for the beast, Moon had learned from previous mistakes. The Wild Sluther's flanking maneuver was still fresh in his mind. His staff swept around in a defensive arc, catching the lynx's extended claws before they could reach flesh. The impact sent a wave of shock through his arms, but his strength held firm. Then Moon released his prepared spell at point-blank range. All 5 fireballs launched simultaneously toward the lynx's exposed torso while it was still airborne. Moon's smile widened as he expected the creature to fall to the ground as a charred corpse, limp and defeated. Whoosh! Wind erupted violently from the lynx's body, propelling it sideways midair with explosive force. Moon's eyes widened as all 5 fireballs passed through empty space, missing their target completely. The compressed projectiles detonated against trees and earth behind where the lynx had been a fraction of a second earlier, leaving scorch marks and small craters. The lynx had used a concentrated wind burst to change its trajectory while airborne, not to counter Moon's attack or defend against it, but to simply remove itself from the line of fire entirely. The execution was flawless, the timing was perfect. It demonstrated a level of awareness and elemental control that went far beyond instinctive beast behavior that Moon was accustomed to. Moon felt genuine awe at the lynx's performance. This was no average wind manipulation. It was top-notch, intelligent use of the element's advantages. The lynx understood basic principles of momentum and had the skill to execute complex maneuvers under pressure. The creature landed gracefully 15 feet away, its dark eyes locked on Moon with renewed intensity. It had survived what should have been a killing blow, and both combatants knew the fight was far from over. Moon reassessed his opponent. This wasn't just an average A-rank beast, it was an exceptional specimen within that tier. Probably the alpha of its territory, or at minimum a beast with combat experience far beyond what its level suggested. "All right," Moon muttered, his grin returning despite the failed attack. You've earned my respect, let's see what else you can do. He began channeling fire and wind elements simultaneously, preparing for a more complex assault that would be harder to evade through simple repositioning. Fire gathered at the tip of his staff while wind swirled around his free hand. The combination would create a vortex of flames that could limit movement and cover a wider area, making the attack much harder to dodge than straightforward projectiles. The wind lynx didn't wait for Moon to complete his technique. It attacked first, sending compressed wind blades in rapid succession while simultaneously using wind currents to propel itself in unpredictable patterns around Moon's position. Slash, slash. Slash, Moon raised an earth barrier to intercept the wind blades, but the lynx was already moving, circling at high speed. The creature was using the terrain, bouncing off trees, using rocks as launch points, creating angles of attack that forced Moon to constantly rotate his defenses to stay safe. Moon released his combined fire-wind attack, sending a spiraling vortex of flames toward the lynx's projected path. The creature saw it coming and launched itself upward with a wind burst, clearing the flames entirely. While airborne, it sent another barrage of wind attacks downward toward Moon's exposed position. Moon had to abandon his offensive stance and create another earth wall. The wind blades struck with tremendous force, cracking the barrier. This thing is relentless, Moon thought, his mind working rapidly, trying to think of plans around its agility. The lynx landed and immediately repositioned again, not giving Moon any time to prepare a proper counterattack. It was fighting intelligently, using hit-and-run tactics, never staying in one place long enough to become a target. Moon tried water and fire next, creating a widespread mist to obscure vision and limit the lynx's ability to see his attacks coming. But the creature simply used wind to blow the mist away, clearing its field of view instantly. Fire attacks dodged with terrifying agility. Earth spikes, the lynx sensed the ground disturbances before they erupted and moved preemptively. Wind against wind. The lynx's mastery was superior. It redirected Moon's wind attacks or used them in a way to its advantage. Chapter 71, Wind Lynx 2. Moon found himself on the defensive more than he'd anticipated. The lynx's combination of speed, intelligence, and elemental mastery in a small beast created a problem he couldn't solve with his usual straightforward approach. Silver skin activated reflexively as one wind blade slipped past his earth wall, scraping across his shoulder. The damage was minimal, but it proved the beast could land hits when Moon's attention divided. I need to change tactics. This isn't working at all. The lynx circled again, preparing another attack. Moon's eyes never left the ever-moving lynx. Although he had been on the defensive, that didn't mean he wasn't working. He had been trying to study the tactics the lynx was using. After fighting it for close to 10 minutes, he could finally see a pattern. The creature always launched its wind blades from a distance, then closed in during the moment Moon was defending, attempting to find an opening for a killing strike with its claws. It became predictable once he understood the rhythm. Moon deliberately created another earth wall, seemingly falling into the defensive pattern again. The lynx's wind blade struck the barrier as expected, and the creature moved out of Moon's direct line of sight. Just as Moon anticipated, it used the momentary cover to close distance, wind propelling it forward at blinding speed for a flanking attack. But this time Moon was ready. The moment he sensed the lynx's approach through mana disturbance, Moon abandoned the earth wall entirely and channeled his lightning element. He'd been hiding this element from the lynx since the fight began. Fire, earth, wind, water, he'd shown them all, but not lightning. He'd wanted to ensure his trump card landed when it mattered most. That time had come. Zap, the electrical bolt erupted with devastating speed, faster than any of his previous attacks. Lightning was Moon's fastest element and most importantly THR strongest. The lynx had no time to deploy another wind burst to change direction mid-leap. All it could do was try to minimize damage. Wind exploded from its body defensively, but lightning broke through the elemental resistance and struck true. Electricity coursed through the lynx's body. Its fur stood on end, muscles spasmed, and its body was no longer able to respond to its thoughts. The creature's body froze for a brief moment before toppling toward the ground. Thud. Moon immediately tried to capitalize on the opening, channeling another lightning bolt to finish it while paralyzed. But shockingly, the lynx recovered faster than should have been possible. Through sheer force of will or some innate resistance, it broke through the paralysis effect early and used wind to propel itself away even while still partially stunned. Despite his shock, Moon didn't falter nor stop. His mana reserves were running dangerously low from the extended fight, and letting the lynx escape after critically injuring it would be foolish. His only option was to fully commit to his aggressive approach and finish the fight now. He sent another lightning bolt toward the retreating creature. The lynx somehow managed to dodge the attack, striking a tree instead and leaving a scorched crater in the trunk. Moon cursed under his breath before making a desperate decision. He channeled lightning through his own body to enhance his speed, despite knowing the painful consequences. He needed just a quick burst to close the gap. Hiss, he sucked in a cold breath as pain shot through his legs, muscles protesting the electrical current forcing them beyond normal limits, but a smile remained on his face. He was directly in front of the lynx now, having covered the distance in a fraction of a second. The creature stared at him with pure disbelief and fear for the first time since the fight began. Clearly, the lynx couldn't believe that the human it had been dominating was able to close the distance so quickly. Moon was too close for comfort, and the lynx knew that it was in deep trouble. Moon reached out with both hands, his fingers crackling with residual electricity. "I got you, naughty kitty." His hands clamped onto the lynx's body with force, and he channeled the last of his available mana directly through physical contact. Electricity flowed from his palms into the creature, damaging both of them in the process. Moon's hands burned from conducting that much current, and his already battered legs screamed in protest from the earlier enhancement. Usually, Moon wouldn't be conducting the lightning and keeping it channeled through his hands and transferring it to someone else. He would release it, making it safe for use. The lynx suffered far worse than Moon. The direct contact prevented any escape, any wind manipulation to break free. The creature snarled and thrashed but couldn't move properly under the sustained electrical assault. It kept shaking violently in Moon's grip until finally, mercifully, Moon's mana depleted entirely. The lightning cut off, and so did the lights in the lynx's eyes. Its body went limp, and no sign of life remained in its small, charred body. "You have slain a level 20 wind lynx. You have gained 200 lives." Moon released the charred corpse and immediately collapsed to one knee, breathing heavily. Both his hands had light burns and were shaking. His legs were barely functional from the lightning enhancement's backlash, and his mana reserves sat at nearly zero. But he'd won the fight against the wind lynx, against an A-rank beast that had pushed him harder than any creature since the winter beast in the hidden realm. Moon pulled out a health potion with trembling hands and drank it down. The healing effects began to spread throughout his body immediately. The fight had taken everything he had, and Moon needed to rest badly to recover both his mana and stamina. Moon limped toward the body of the lynx, each step sending jolts of pain through his damaged legs. He reached down with his trembling hands and activated his spatial ring. The corpse of the wind lynx disappeared from the forest floor, stored safely away. The removal marked the death of a predator that had ruled this part of the hunting ground for years, terrorizing humans and beasts alike, with none having the ability to stop its carnage and stealth. Hundreds of up-and-coming awakeners had died to this creature, ambushed before they could react, their bodies left as warnings to others who ventured too deep. Today, Moon had killed it. He found a relatively defensible position, a cluster of large rocks that would provide some cover, and carefully lowered himself to the ground. Mirage had wisely stayed far back during the intense battle and now approached cautiously, sniffing at Moon with concern. "I'm fine," Moon muttered, though his condition said otherwise. "I just need a few minutes to recover, then we'll continue." Mirage stopped his sniffing and stood at attention nearby. Moon pulled out a stamina replenishing potion and gulped it down at once. His mana would take longer to recover naturally, but at least he could move again if needed. Moon leaned back against the rocks, keeping his staff close and his senses alert despite his exhaustion. Resting in the wilderness was dangerous, but he had no choice. Continuing in his current state would not be wise. As his breathing steadied and the potions did their work, Moon reflected on the fight. Despite the toughness of the battle, it was a valuable experience that couldn't be bought or taught, only earned through life-or-death combat. Moon checked his status while recovering. Chapter 72, 99%. Chapter 72, 99%. A name, Moon. A race, human. Class, classless armored tank. Level 18, 99%. Lives 3959. Strength 27, Agility 29, Constitution 32, Mana 39 plus 5 to all stats. Attribute points 5. Skills Elemental Attack 5, Element Affinity, Tenacity, Silver Skin. Talent Grim Reaper. Class Skill Class Slot 1-1. Staring at his status screen, Moon's eyes couldn't help but twitch at the unfortunate percentage. He was 1% away from reaching level 19. Just one more kill, even a lower-leveled creature, and he'd break through. "Sigh, I'll just need to kill one more," Moon muttered as he rested against the rocks. The percentage was almost mocking in how close it was. But there was nothing to be done except continue hunting. Once his injuries were treated and his mana had been restored to approximately 80%, Moon decided to get up and start hunting again. Full recovery would take hours he didn't want to waste, and 80% was sufficient for most encounters. He stood, testing his legs one final time. The pain had faded to background noise, manageable and ignorable. His hands no longer bore visible burns, though they remained slightly tender. Moon jumped onto Mirage's back, settling into the saddle. The horse had waited patiently throughout its rest, proving itself a reliable companion. "Come on, buddy, we've got more lives to harvest," Moon said, stroking the beautiful white fur along Mirage's neck. Mirage whinnied in response and took off at a steady trot, navigating through the hunting grounds terrain with the same grace he demonstrated earlier. Moon kept his senses alert as they moved, scanning for the next target. He needed just one more kill to reach level 19, preferably something less challenging than the wind lynx, but strong enough to push that final percent. The hunting ground stretched out before them, filled with dangers and opportunities in equal measure. You have reached level 19. Moon's eyes brightened at the sight of the notification. He'd just killed a level 16 beast that he'd stumbled upon while pushing deeper into the hunting ground, a creature that had tried to launch a sneak attack on Mirage and paid the price. Moon stored the beast's carapace in his storage ring and continued his journey. He spent the next 2 hours searching for powerful beasts. During that time, he encountered 5 creatures with levels ranging from 19 to 21. None of the beasts he encountered possessed any elemental affinity, making them pure C to B rank monsters, average at best for this zone. Moon didn't complain. Beasts with elemental affinities were rare, and his fight with the windlings had been a lucky encounter that he didn't expect to stumble upon frequently. Most creatures relied purely on physical prowess and instinct rather than manipulating the fundamental forces of nature. Staring at the darkening sky, he could see the 2 moons hanging overhead, one pale blue and one deep crimson, neither matching the single silver moon from his original world. A small laugh escaped his mouth. I wonder when I'll have the power to join you too, up there. The second and third sanctuaries, that's where those moons supposedly led according to what little information was publicly available. Higher realms beyond the first sanctuary where power operated on entirely different scales. Ever since he'd gained consciousness in this world, Moon had never been able to understand the reasoning behind his parents' naming choice. They sure had weird taste, naming their child after the weakest celestial body. Had they named him Sun or Sunny, he would have understood that they wanted him to shine brightly, become the source of light. Had they named him Star, he would have understood that too, but Moon, he never understood. Although it's weird, I would never exchange it for the world, he smiled wryly. This name was the only thing left from his parents, his connection to the people that sacrificed too much for him during their lifetime. Mirage, seemingly sensing the mood Moon had fallen into, let out a soft nicker. Moon laughed and stroked the horse's back. Are you consoling me? That's cute of you. With the sky darkening rapidly, Moon had to find himself a place to stay for the night. He couldn't return to the base, he was already tens of miles away, and he could feel that Mirage was approaching his limit. The horse had performed admirably, but even mounts needed rest, they weren't machines. With darkness enveloping the sky, even Moon didn't dare stay out in the open wilderness, especially in this hunting ground. His earlier fight with the windlings had proven he wasn't invincible, not even close. His mind kept replaying that fight. If he had stumbled against a pair of wind lynxes working together, he wasn't sure whether he'd survive without losing thousands of lives in the process, or even permanently dying if they were coordinated enough to camp his respawn point and kill him repeatedly before he could escape. As much as he hated to admit it, despite having the ability to theoretically die more than once, humans were not the apex predators in this cruel world. Beasts had the advantage of being naturally stronger, more durable, and more instinctively connected to mana. They were born into power that humans had to fight and claw to obtain so they could survive. Humans had only one real advantage, the ability to harvest power in the currency known as lives through the system. As for the ability of being innovators and intelligent species, that simply just wasn't the case. Many species in the first sanctuary were more innovative and more intelligent. Nobody truly understood the mechanism behind such a phenomenon. Moon certainly didn't. Why did killing grant lives? Why did death cost them? Why did such a mechanism exist in the first place? The system existed. Everyone accepted it with open arms, but no one actually knew why it worked the way it did. To have the ability to die more than once was undeniably powerful, but it wasn't a cheat code or guarantee of survival. There were countless ways that beasts and even humans could circumvent the resurrection mechanic, heavily demanding zones that cost hundreds or thousands of lives per death. Instant death zones like the Winter Beast Chamber that prevented respawning entirely through mechanisms Moon still didn't comprehend. Coordinated enemies who could camp spawn points and eliminate you faster than you could react. And those were just the threats Moon knew about from his limited experience. What other restrictions existed in higher sanctuaries? Why did instant death zones exist? These were all questions that had plagued his mind, but he never found the answer to. Moon didn't know. The association didn't publish that information, and perhaps the few awakeners who did venture deep enough to find answers never returned to share them. The system was a mystery wrapped in power. It gave, it took, and it operated by rules that seemed arbitrary until you learned, often fatally, that they weren't arbitrary at all. Moon shook off the philosophical thoughts as he spotted a defensible location, a small cave entrance partially hidden by overgrowth, elevated enough to avoid ground predators. "This'll do," he muttered, dismounting and leading Mirage towards the entrance. Chapter 73, Level 19. Inside the cave, Moon found a level 18 beast coiled in the darkness. It was a rainbow snake with colorful scales that shimmered even in low light. He disposed of it quickly with a compressed wind blade that sliced cleanly through its neck before it could react. You have killed a level 18 rainbow snake. You have gained 40 lives. A name, Moon. A race, human. Class, classless. Level 19, 1%. Lives 4039. Strength 28, Agility 30, Constitution 33, Mana 40, +5 to all stats. Attribute points 5. Skills Elemental Attack 5, Element Affinity, Tenacity, Silver Skin. Talent Grim Reaper. Class Skill Class Slot 01. The cave proved somewhat spacious inside, allowing both Moon and Mirage to settle comfortably without feeling cramped. Moon lit a fire using his elemental control, feeding it with dry wood he'd gathered near the entrance, and sat down cross-legged. There would be no sleeping tonight. He couldn't trust Mirage to maintain watch. While the horse appeared intelligent for its species, Moon couldn't rely on it to spot and alert him of danger before it was too late. A moment's delay could mean death in this hunting ground. His mind drifted back to the time he'd spent with Selene in the Hidden Realm. She'd been a genuinely good teammate, competent, reliable, and capable of covering his weaknesses while he covered hers. I should contact her at some point. I did tell her I would, Moon thought as he pulled a beast carcass from his storage ring, something suitable for Mirage to eat alongside him. Are you ready to feast before sleep? Moon asked, looking at the horse with a soft gaze. Mirage neighed softly in response, the sound almost eager. Moon laughed and prepared the meat, cutting portions that would be safe for the both of them to consume. The companionship, simple as it was, felt surprisingly comfortable. The following day, Moon ventured out with Mirage, who had slept like a baby through the night. Moon, not so much. He'd stayed awake the entire time to ensure they'd both survive until morning. His eyes felt slightly heavier than usual, but his mana was fully restored and his body functional. Whether he liked it or not, it had to be enough. Things rarely worked out as planned, and Moon understood that he had to fight through it. They hadn't traveled too far from the cave when Moon encountered a group of 3 beasts blocking the path ahead. They were clearly from the same beast clan, massive boars with distinctive triple tusks protruding from their snouts. Tri-tusk boar. Level 19. Details: heavily built creatures known for their 3 razor-sharp tusks and devastating charging attacks. Their thick hides provide natural armor, and their aggressive territorial nature makes them attack anything that enters their domain. The boars had already noticed Moon and Mirage. Their small eyes tracked the intruders with clear hostility, their muscles contracting as they prepared to charge. Moon dismounted quickly, positioning himself between the beasts and his horse. Stay back, Mirage. We've got some angry pigs over here. The largest boar snorted, pawing at the ground, then charged forward with surprising speed for something so bulky. The other 2 followed immediately, creating a powerful assault that would have overwhelmed awakeners at the same level. Moon didn't waste time with defensive measures. Unlike the lynx, these boars had decent agility at best. They wouldn't escape his powerful attacks. He channeled fire through the staff on his right and wind on his left, combining the elements mid-cast. The wind acting as a support element, ensuring the fire dealt more damage. The fire compressed into a sphere while wind spiraled around it, feeding the flames and directing them forward in a concentrated vortex. The attack expanded as it traveled, growing from a focus point into a swirling inferno that consumed the entire width of the path it traveled through. The charging boars had no time to stop or evade. The lead boar took the full force of the firewind combination directly to its face. Flames engulfed its head and torso, the wind forcing the fire deeper into nostrils and eyes. It squealed and collapsed mid-charge, momentum carrying its burning body forward several more meters before it stopped moving. You have killed a level 19 Tri-tusk boar. You have gained 90 lives. The second and third boars tried to split around the flames, attempting to flank Moon from both sides. Moon adjusted his attack, sweeping the fire vortex in an arc that caught both creatures. The wind manipulation gave him control over the flame's direction, allowing him to guide the inferno precisely where he needed it. Both boars died grunting in pain, their thick hides offering no protection against fire at this intensity. You have killed a level 19 Tri-tusk boar. You have gained 90 lives. You have killed a level 19 Tri-tusk boar. You have gained 90 lives. Moon lowered his staff, the flames dissipating. 3 corpses lay smoking on the path, their tusks still gleaming despite the charred flesh around them. It was a quick, efficient fight, exactly how he preferred encounters to go when he was fighting regular mobs. He stored all 3 bodies in his spatial ring. The tusks alone would fetch good money, and the meat from creatures this level was valuable for crafting high-grade rations. Moon remounted Mirage and continued deeper into the hunting ground, his levels slowly creeping upward with each successful kill. He was still far from reaching level 20. The higher he climbed, the harder it became to advance further. Experience requirements increased exponentially with each level, turning what had been rapid progress into a gradual grind. Moon wasn't disheartened by the decreasing pace of his level-ups. He knew this was bound to happen. To solve the issue, all he had to do was simply hunt more monsters at higher levels. Moon spent the next hour traveling to the deepest part of the hunting ground. The deeper he went, the fewer beasts he encountered. His aura was released deliberately, a clear challenge to anything in the vicinity. He wanted beasts to fight him, to test themselves against his strength, yet none emerged to accept the provocation. After killing the Tritusk boars, Moon had only stumbled upon 2 additional beasts at level 20, which he dispatched just as quickly without any real trouble. After that, nothing appeared in his path. The zone felt eerily empty, as if something had driven the local wildlife away or claimed this territory so dominantly that other creatures refused to venture near. As the thought of returning to less deserted areas formed in his mind, Moon suddenly heard a loud explosion up north, roughly a kilometer away. Boom, his eyes snapped toward the direction and a curious but predatory smile formed on his face. Finally. Some action. Without hesitation, Moon gently directed Mirage toward the sound. "Let's go, buddy, we have something to check out." Mirage neighed in response, lifting his legs before explosively charging in the direction Moon indicated. The horse seemed to feed off Moon's excitement, its pace quickening. The sound of roaring and the clashing of weapons against scales increased as Moon drew closer to the source. Beast cries mixed with human shouts, creating a chaotic symphony of pure survival. Boom, Chapter 74, encountering the red hare again. Another explosion occurred, this one powerful enough that Moon felt the shockwave ripple through the air even from this distance. So there's a fire mage involved, Moon thought, analyzing the explosion's characteristics. Probably a group of awakeners based on the variety of sounds. He gently tapped Mirage's side, signaling the horse to slow and eventually stop. They were about 200 meters away from the action now. Moon couldn't quite see any of the combatants involved in the fight just yet. Trees and terrain obscured direct line of sight. But he could smell the burnt wood and vegetation carried on the wind. He could see the fires the explosions had caused, flames climbing up the trees and spreading through dry undergrowth. Smoke rose in thick columns visible above the canopy. This battle was no joke. The scale of destruction suggested either a very powerful beast or multiple high-level awakeners engaged simultaneously. Moon dismounted carefully, leaving Mirage behind some cover. "Stay here, don't make noise." Moon wasn't worried about Mirage being hunted whilst he checked out the front line. Such high-scale fights would only attract the strongest of monsters, who wouldn't waste their time on Mirage. As for the weaker monsters, they would flee from the area, not wanting to be collateral damage to whoever was fighting. Moon moved forward on foot, using trees and rocks as concealment, his steps silent and his presence suppressed. Silver skin activated automatically as a precaution. If he walked into a dangerous situation, he wanted every advantage available. The sounds grew clearer as he approached, the unmistakable screech of a large beast in fury, metal striking against tough scales. Moon reached a vantage point behind a cluster of boulders and finally got a clear view of the battlefield. His eyes widened slightly at what he saw. Before him stood a group of awakeners fighting a large dugbug. Level 23. Details: resembles dead wood when stationary, making it a formidable ambush predator. Possesses finned paws for movement and sharp teeth capable of crushing bone. Glides through marshland and forest floors with surprising speed. Feeds on most animals and occasionally attacks humans who venture into its habitat. Not naturally hostile to humans like most beasts, but becomes extremely aggressive when threatened or cornered. Rare specimens can manipulate wood and vegetation, bending it to their will for both offense and defense. The dugbug before Moon was clearly one of those rare specimens. Roots erupted from the ground at its command, tree branches lashed out like whips, and wooden spikes shot toward the awakeners from multiple angles simultaneously. Its control over the surrounding vegetation was strong and relentless, creating a battlefield where the forest itself had become an enemy of the awakeners fighting it. But what made Moon's eyes widen wasn't the beast itself, it was the group of awakeners fighting it. He never expected to meet these people again, at least in the first sanctuary. This world was vast after all, and after being away for 3 months in the hidden realm, they could have been anywhere by now. His thoughts drifted back to the time he'd joined Derek's group and gone hunting with Selene and the others in those early days. They'd stumbled across this very group of awakeners during their first hunting expedition together. The way Derek and the others had spoken about them in a reverent, almost fearful tone, as if they were like stars that they could only look up to but never touch. They were people born into power and groomed for greatness from birth. Kale Glassy, Moon thought, his eyes fixing on the most prominent figure in the group, a prodigy amongst the new cycle of awakeners. Reached level 10 within days according to rumors, has a powerful fire-related class, the son of one of the Second Sanctuary's most influential business families, or better put, factions. Kale stood out immediately amongst the group without even trying. His long red hair, vivid as fresh blood, fell to his shoulders in perfect waves. He wore flowing robes that matched his hair perfectly, the fabric clearly enchanted based on the visible factors such as the resistance to the debris and ash filling the air around the battlefield. Of course, Moon wasn't foolish enough to believe that this was the only ability of the robe. Just like his, it must have a few. That's at least an A-rank robe, Moon thought to himself, his eyes narrowing. Wearing a B+ rank robe himself, Moon had developed some knowledge about magical equipment, at least those in the first order ranking. He could instantly tell that Kale's robe was far superior to his own. The robe easily crossed the $1 million mark. That was something that Moon was almost certain of. The aloof expression Moon remembered from their brief encounter remained on Kale's face, unchanged despite the significant obstacle they currently faced. He fought with immense focus, his fire magic was devastatingly powerful, and his movements were accurate and efficient. It was as if nothing else mattered but the hunt itself. He wasn't trying to impress any of the Awakeners present like some would, he just wanted to kill the beast before him. A massive fireball erupted from Kale's hands, and Moon instantly recognized something different about it. He has a powerful variant of the Fire Mage class. The fireball struck the Dugbug's wooden constructs and incinerated them, turning manipulated roots and branches into ash before they could complete their attacks. The sheer thermal output was immense, clearing space for Kale's teammates to get closer to the Dugbug. Screech, boom, the explosions left behind his attacks were noticeably stronger than Moon's own fireballs. The crater they created were deeper, the residual flames hotter and longer lasting. This was one of the inherent advantages that single-element specialists had over multi-element users. Their classes were designed for depth rather than breadth, sacrificing versatility for more power in their inherent element. The class Moon had copied from Selene, Elemental Mage, was incredibly powerful, but not because of pure destructive output but because of its versatility. Being able to use fire, earth, water, and wind meant having tools for virtually any situation. Multi-element mages were able to exploit elemental weaknesses in beasts, creating combination attacks that single-element users couldn't replicate with their elements. Of course, Moon's ability to evolve his 4-element affinity to Epic rank 5-element affinity, combined with upgrading elemental attack to uncommon rank, had significantly boosted the class's offensive capabilities beyond what Selene herself could achieve. His attacks hit harder than typical multi-element mages because his skill ranks were simply superior, but Kale's class was different. It was a unique, specialized fire class that provided maximized thermal damage and explosive force. Every point of mana he invested into fire magic returned greater output than a generalist could ever achieve. That alone didn't fully explain the power difference Moon was observing, though. His level is high too. Moon could also tell that Kale was approaching level 25. The amount of mana he was spending suggested his mana pool was substantially larger. His movement speed, reaction time, the way he dealt with the battlefield's tempo, everything about him indicated he was at least level 23, perhaps even 24. Chapter 75, Joining Kale. Differences mattered significantly. Each level increased base attributes, expanded mana reserves, and enhanced the effectiveness of skills. A level 20 fire mage with a specialized class would naturally output more damage than a level 19 generalist, even if the generalist had higher quality skills, because a mage at level 20 didn't only gain 1 attribute point to every attribute, but he was also given 5 allocatable attribute points that he could freely use on mana. Not to mention the possibility of Kale evolving his own skills through the lives accumulated, and the hidden talent that he had. For all Moon knew, Kale could also have a talent related to increasing damage output. Are you done watching from the bushes? If you don't reveal yourself, I'll turn you to ashes alongside that bush. Moon's eyes widened as Kale's voice carried clearly across the distance, cutting through the sounds of battle without any apparent effort. He was able to sense my presence. Moon thought, his shocked expression slowly returning to neutral. He's indeed a prodigy. Not just anyone could do that, unless somebody in his team with a detection skill told him. Moon wasn't certain how Kale had identified his location, whether through personal sensory abilities honed by experience, a magical item, or assistance from a teammate with detection skills. Either way, it didn't matter. Since he'd been discovered, he needed to reveal himself, not because he feared Kale's threat, but simply because there was no point in antagonizing the group when he actually wanted to join the fight against the Dugbug. Moon walked out from his concealed position alone, confirming that he was indeed the one who'd been caught observing. State your business. One of the Awakeners in Kale's team spoke sharply, disengaging from the Dugbug momentarily to address the unknown intruder. The speaker was a tall man wielding dual swords, his stance defensive and wary. His eyes tracked Moon's every movement, searching for signs of hostile intent. Neither side trusted each other, because they both understood a core principle: trust was earned, not given. When given even the slightest permission to harm, humans revealed a cruel side that most understood, especially in a world with few rules or consequences. When people saw profit, they couldn't help but pursue it. When they saw harm, they couldn't help but avoid it. If rewards were substantial, people would risk their lives for them. If punishments were severe, people would yield even when they held power. Those who trusted others carelessly were controlled by others. The dual sword wielder clearly understood this reality. His positioning kept Moon at a disadvantageous angle while maintaining escape routes for himself. It seems like you need help dealing with that beast. It's quite powerful after all. Why don't I join you? Moon kept his tone casual but confident, projecting competence rather than desperation. Moon hadn't walked out for no reason. He had a very important motive for joining this fight, but it would have to wait a few more minutes before truly revealing itself. The dual sword awakener stared at Moon for a long moment, as if trying to gauge whether he was lying or speaking truth. His eyes flicked to Moon's equipment, the staff, the cloak, searching for clues about his power and threat level. Let him join in. One more person sharing the lives and experience wouldn't hurt. Kale's low voice echoed across the battlefield as he sent another powerful fire spell toward the dugbug. The massive fireball struck the beast's wooden defenses, incinerating another wave of manipulated roots before they could complete their attack towards one of his team members. Although Kale's fire element naturally countered the wood manipulation the dugbug employed, the beast still held the advantage in this environment. They were fighting in a dense forest with a nearly unlimited supply of vegetation for the creature to control, and it possessed the immense mana pool that came naturally with being a high-level beast. The dugbug could afford to trade attacks indefinitely while the Awakener's mana steadily depleted. Moon smiled slightly as the dual-sword Awakener continued staring him down for another moment before finally speaking. "Don't try anything stupid, you'll regret it." "I have no intention of doing so," Moon replied evenly. The Awakener nodded curtly and returned his attention to the dugbug, though Moon noticed he'd repositioned slightly to keep Moon in his peripheral vision. Moon didn't mind, rather he was satisfied. He didn't want a fool for a teammate that would be troublesome to deal with. Moon walked closer to the active combat zone, stopping approximately 10 meters from the dugbug. He needed to be close enough to contribute meaningfully, but far enough to avoid the beast's most dangerous close-range capabilities. Although the current primary threat was the wood manipulation, such as roots erupting unpredictably, branches whipping with terrifying force, wooden spikes launching from unexpected angles, the dugbug's physical body remained dangerous. Those jaws could crush bone with ease. This was a level 23 A-rank beast, even more powerful than the windlinks he'd fought earlier. Although possibly not as agile due to its larger body mass and element, it was far more durable and certainly packed a stronger punch. Its thick hide showed scorch marks from Kale's attacks, but no serious penetrating damage yet. Moon assessed the battlefield quickly, identifying the team's composition and strategy. Kale served as the primary damage dealer, unleashing devastating fire magic from medium range. Two warriors, the dual-sword user named Marcus, and a woman with a spear engaged at close range when openings appeared, targeting exposed areas and drawing the beast's attention. A support mage maintained defensive barriers around the warriors and occasionally enhanced their movement speed. An archer positioned in the trees waited for clear shots, focusing on the dugbug's eyes and other vulnerable points. They didn't seem to have a tank, not that they needed to. Taking hits from the dugbug would be foolish, considering its strength. The team was well coordinated and a solid composition in Moon's eyes. Most importantly, they'd clearly fought together extensively. Moon began channeling his mana, activating a very important skill, Class Slot 01. Chapter 76, Pyromancer. Class Pyromancer. Skills: Pyromantic Affinity, Explosive Flame, Heat Sense. Duration: 24 hours. Moon had decided to join the action for several reasons, but the main one was simple. He wanted to copy Kale Glassie's class, and to do that, he needed to not only see him use his class but also to be close to him. Reading through the skills, Moon's heartbeat began to increase with anticipation. The first skill wasn't particularly impressive, and theoretically it wouldn't help him at all. Pyromantic Affinity. Rank Common. Proficiency 0%. Details: you possess low affinity to the element of fire. Moon skimmed through the details of Pyromantic Affinity quickly. It was redundant given his Epic Rank 5 element affinity, which already provided fire manipulation capabilities. This common rank skill would add nothing meaningful to his arsenal. He moved on to the next skill, which he was genuinely excited about: Explosive Flame. Rank Rare. Proficiency 0%. Details: you can conjure flames that detonate on impact. The size of the explosion scales with mana invested. Detonation radius 2 meters. Explosions affect all targets within radius, including the caster. Another rare skill, and if I can master it within the next 24 hours, I can evolve it to epic rank, Moon thought excitedly. This was exactly what he'd expected from Kale, a skill that explained the overwhelming explosive power behind his fire magic. The devastation Moon had observed wasn't just from higher mana investment or level, it was from a specialized skill designed specifically to maximize destructive output through controlled detonations. Explosive Flame would give Moon capabilities that his current skill set lacked. His fire attacks were powerful, but they burned rather than exploded. This would add a completely different dimension to his offensive toolkit. Moon's eyes landed on the last skill, Heat Sense. Rank Common. Proficiency 0%. Details: you can detect heat signatures within a 10-meter radius. Living creatures, active fires, and recent heat sources appear as thermal impressions in your awareness. The skill was clearly effective for tracking, detecting hidden enemies, and identifying ambush points. So that's how he was able to sense me. Of course, Moon had been more than 10 meters away from Kale when he'd been discovered. But Moon understood something from personal experience with copying classes. Skills continued increasing in effectiveness as proficiency rose toward 100%. Kale, having awakened this class naturally, would have the maximized heat sense from the get-go. Moon had been roughly 20 meters from Kale's position when called out, which meant at maximum proficiency, the detection radius was at least 20 meters and possibly more. That was more than sufficient for identifying hidden observers or ambush predators in usual combat scenarios. Given 3 skills to master, Moon felt both excited and worried. It was like being handed a gift wrapped in multiple layers of paper. He'd have to tear through all of them until eventually reaching the core prize. If he couldn't unwrap everything in time before the 24-hour limit expired, it would all be taken away, and that would be painful to bear considering how useful the 2 skills were. The priority was clear: focus everything on mastering explosive flame. That was the real treasure. Heat sense was useful but not nearly as much. The rank difference said it all. Pyromantic affinity was completely redundant, so Moon wouldn't focus on it either, but explosive flame evolved to epic rank. That could fundamentally change how Moon fought. He just needed to figure out how to raise its proficiency as quickly as possible while contributing to this battle. Moon raised his staff and prepared to join the fight properly. Boom, boom. Moon channeled his new explosive flame skill, forming fireballs that detonated upon impact with the Dugbug's wooden defenses or the ground around it alongside Kale's attacks. Initially, the explosions were noticeably weaker compared to his standard fire attacks, relying on the uncommon rank elemental attack. The blast radius was smaller, the thermal damage less intense, and the overall destructive output inferior to what he could normally produce, but Moon didn't care about immediate effectiveness. He kept sending explosive fireballs that detonated upon impact, occasionally mixing in wind magic to spread the resulting flames across the battlefield to deny the Dugbug easy access to unburned vegetation. Their surrounding area had become a wasteland of fire. Whenever smoke rose up thickly, Moon used his wind element to move it away. Thankfully, the Dugbug wasn't able to control dying vegetation but only healthy vegetation. Otherwise, the plan would have backfired on their group. Moon kept true to his support role. He wasn't trying to be the main damage dealer. He wasn't there to show off his capabilities or impress anyone. His sole focus was gaining proficiency with the new skill as quickly as possible, so all he did was spam explosive flame repeatedly while maintaining basic tactical awareness. The proficiency grew rapidly at first, reaching 20% in what felt like no time at all. Each successful detonation added incrementally to his understanding of how the skill functioned, how to compress the fire properly, how to set the attack for maximum impact, and how to calculate blast radius relative to mana investment. After crossing the 20% threshold, the rate of improvement started slowing down noticeably. Moon understood what was happening. His existing comprehension of the fire element in general had helped with the initial rapid increase. His Epic Rank 5 element affinity gave him an intuitive understanding that accelerated the learning process beyond what typical awakeners experienced. But now that foundational boost was becoming a limiting factor rather than an advantage. He'd absorbed the easy knowledge quickly. What remained required deeper mastery, understanding explosion mechanics specifically, not just fire manipulation generally. His rate of increase had plateaued. The Dugbug was visibly injured now, its movement slower and more defensive. Moon's addition to the team had made the beast's situation significantly worse since he was both a fire user and a wind mage, 2 elements that countered its wood manipulation perfectly. The combination kept its defensive constructs constantly burning, forcing it to expend more mana replacing destroyed vegetation than it could sustain indefinitely. Roar. Moon's eyes widened as he felt multiple alarm bells ring in his head. Shit, I messed up. Chapter 77, Dugbug. The Dugbug suddenly sent multiple thick vines directly toward Moon, targeting him specifically. The beast had attacked at the perfect moment. Moon had just released an explosive fireball to intercept wooden spikes threatening one of the warriors, leaving him temporarily vulnerable with his guard down. The Dugbug was intelligent enough to recognize the weak link in the group. Unlike Kale and the established team members, Moon was a stranger who wasn't as protected by coordinated defenses. Eliminating him would reduce the group's offensive pressure and create an opening for the beast to break through entirely. Moon wasn't able to form another fireball in time to intercept the approaching vines. I can't take that hit directly. I should use my... Fortunately, before Moon had to resort to extreme measures to escape the attack, Kale sent a devastatingly powerful fireball that incinerated most of the incoming vines instantly. Boom, despite the flames consuming the majority of the threat, one particularly persistent vine managed to slip through the conflagration, still moving with dangerous speed toward Moon's position. With most of the danger now eliminated, Moon decided to face the remaining attack directly rather than waste mana dodging. The vine slammed into his cross-raised arms like a battering ram. Silver skin absorbed much of the damage, preventing bones from shattering, but the sheer force behind the attack sent him stumbling backwards several meters. His boots carved deep furrows through dirt and ash before he managed to arrest his momentum. Hiss, Moon's arms grew numb from blocking that single vine strike, pain radiating from wrist to shoulder. The realization hit him immediately. I would have died instantly if all those vines had connected at once. This beast is too dangerous, too powerful. The Dugbug's strength was no joke. Even seemingly glancing blows carried enough force to pulverize the bones of average First Sanctuary Awakeners. Moon's silver skin and enhanced constitution were the only reasons he was still standing after that impact. Moon glanced at the two warriors who'd been engaging the beast at close range throughout the fight, Marcus with his dual swords and the spear-wielding woman whose name he hadn't caught yet. Both had died twice already during this extended battle, but they'd learned from their mistakes, committing to less risky actions and accepting more defensive roles. Their movements were more cautious now, their aggression tempered by the knowledge of how quickly the Dugbug could kill them if they overextended. I wonder how many lives they have left. This was a zone where death cost 150 lives per resurrection. Unlike Moon with his Grim Reaper talent multiplying his life accumulation, these people didn't have any special advantages beyond standard hunting rewards. Dying twice meant 300 lives spent just staying alive, not counting whatever they'd invested in skill upgrades or previous deaths in other zones. How many deaths could they afford before retreat became mandatory? Based on Moon's estimate, he believed they had at most 1 or 2 more resurrections left before they'd be forced to disengage entirely. Although killing the beast would provide immense rewards, experience, materials, lives, it wasn't worth risking their true death. Kale, in stark contrast, had yet to die or even sustain serious injury. His positioning was outstanding, always maintaining optimal distance, close enough to deliver maximum damage with his fire magic, but just far enough to avoid the Dugbug's devastating counterattacks. His spatial awareness and combat instincts earned grudging respect from Moon, despite their lack of personal connection. I guess that's one of the benefits of being born into a prestigious family, training from childhood, access to tutors who teach proper combat fundamentals before you ever enter the sanctuary. Moon wasn't foolish enough to believe he possessed instincts anywhere near Kale's level yet, or the coordination the rest of the team demonstrated. They were far more experienced than he was in fighting high-level beasts and managing complex battlefield dynamics. The only advantages Moon currently possessed were his powerful class combination, his Grim Reaper talent, and his hunger. Kale's team also clearly prioritized protecting him as the primary damage dealer. The warriors drew aggression deliberately, positioning themselves to intercept attacks aimed at Kale. The support mage maintained barriers around him, specifically when dangerous attacks came too close. Even the archer occasionally shot at the Dugbug's eyes purely to redirect its attention away from Kale during vulnerable moments when he was channeling particularly powerful spells. Smart but basic tactic, protect the strongest asset at all costs. Moon returned his focus to the fight, channeling another explosive flame despite his still numb arms protesting the motion. The skill was improving, he could feel the proficiency rising with each use but not fast enough. He needed to push harder if he wanted to reach mastery before the 24-hour timer expired. Moon continued his relentless assault, sending explosion after explosion toward the increasingly desperate Dugbug. Each detonation created craters in the earth, shredded the manipulated vegetation, and gradually wore down the beast's defenses. The Dugbug was running out of options. Its mana reserves, while vast, weren't infinite. The surrounding vegetation, while abundant, was being systematically destroyed faster than the beast could replenish its arsenal, and Moon's opportunity to master explosive flame was also running out. 2 hours had already passed since copying the class after all. I want you to take over the main offensive role. Kale's low voice entered Moon's ears despite the chaos of the battlefield. Moon raised his eyebrow for a brief moment before nodding. Although he wasn't sure why Kale would make such a request, he believed the heir of the glassy group had a reason based on his observation of Kale throughout the fight. All right, but hurry up. I won't be able to hold it for long, Moon responded as he switched positions and started gathering more mana to keep the pressure on the beast. Kale didn't respond verbally, but his body language said enough. He was already stepping back from the front line, his staff lowering as he began channeling something. As Moon took hold of the main damage role, the situation grew more difficult instantly. Kale was no longer attacking alongside them. He'd already closed his eyes and begun preparing something that required his full concentration. Moon kept using explosive flame to fight the Dugbug despite the growing difficulties they faced. Unlike the others here, he wasn't fighting purely for experience or lives. He was fighting because he knew it would be difficult to find such a powerful punching bag without risking his life unnecessarily. The Dugbug was strong enough to push him, but not so overwhelming that he couldn't survive with the others helping him. It was perfect training conditions. So he took full advantage of it. He kept spamming the skill relentlessly, and occasionally strengthened attacks using wind manipulation to increase their speed and penetration. Each explosion chipped away at the Dugbug's defenses, preventing it from regaining initiative. The two warriors at the front also grew more defensive. They weren't attacking as aggressively as before, understanding that the stranger they'd allowed into their group wouldn't deal nearly as much damage as the prodigy of their team. Their role had shifted from offense to pure defense, keeping the Dugbug occupied until Kale finished whatever he was preparing. Chapter 78, Dugbug 2. Kale's eyes opened after 10 seconds of intense concentration. A red flame appeared above his staff, but this wasn't like his previous attacks. hints of blue mixed with the crimson, creating a myriad of colors. The flame began to grow noticeably, expanding from the size of a fist to the size of a person's torso within seconds. The heat radiating from the technique grew to the point that everyone, including the dugbug, sensed the immense energy forming at Kale's staff. The temperature spiked so dramatically that nearby vegetation spontaneously ignited without even being touched by flames. Moon's eyes widened at the scene. Did he have some sort of breakthrough? How is that possible? Moon had been fighting alongside Kale for nearly 2 hours. He knew how powerful the young man's flames were, having witnessed their destructive capacity firsthand. But this flame was on another level entirely. The mana density alone was terrifying, and Moon was certain this wasn't part of any skill, since he had copied all the skills that Kale had, which meant Kale had probably gained some sort of breakthrough in his understanding during the battle itself. A moment of enlightenment that allowed him to push beyond his previous limits and access a technique that shouldn't be available at his current level. What a freak, Moon thought inwardly, impressed by the growing fire. Then his eyes turned toward the dugbug. The beast recognized the danger. Its instincts screamed warning as it sensed the gathering power. Wooden constructs erupted from every direction simultaneously, all converging toward Kale's position in a desperate attempt to interrupt the technique before completion. At that point, everyone shared the same thought: protect Kale. Moon immediately unleashed a barrage of explosive flames, detonating the incoming wooden spikes and vines before they could reach halfway to their target. The support mage erected multiple overlapping barriers. The warriors positioned themselves as living shields, ready to intercept anything that slipped through. The archer rained arrows into the dugbug's face, forcing it to partially close its eyes and disrupting its coordination. The beast thrashed desperately, understanding on some primal level that if this attack completed, the fight was over, but it was too late. Kale's flame had finished forming, a swirling sphere of red and blue fire. Move, Kale said quietly. Everyone scattered immediately, clearing the line of sight between the pyromancer and the beast. Kale and the beast locked eyes in a brief moment that stretched until Kale released the technique. The sphere shot forward, not as fast as a normal fireball but with infinitely more presence. It crossed the distance to the dugbug, and the beast was unable to dodge due to the close proximity. The moment the sphere made contact, a blinding flash made everyone's eyes close. Moon had to squint hard to understand what was going on. The explosion was beyond anything Moon had witnessed before. A mushroom cloud of flame erupted upward, consuming the dugbug entirely. The shockwave knocked Moon backwards despite the distance, heat washing over him briefly. Trees within 15 meters of the blast were simply gone, vaporized instantly by the overwhelming heat. Those beyond burned like torches, flames spreading rapidly through the forest and filling the air with smoke and ash. When the light finally faded and Moon could see again, a large crater 10 meters wide and several meters deep had formed where the dugbug had stood. Molten rock cooled at its edges, glowing red-hot and radiating intense heat that made the air shimmer. Inside the crater, the dugbug lay heavily injured, blood flowing from its body freely. Its wooden hide was charred black, cracked and smoking. One of its legs had been blown off entirely. Its breathing came in ragged, labored gasps, but it was still alive. Finish it off, Kale's tired, low voice erupted across the battlefield. His body swayed as he lost his balance from exhaustion. Marcus immediately moved to support him, catching the pyromancer before he could collapse. "Are you okay?" Marcus asked with concern written all over his expression. Kale grabbed his head as if it was about to explode from pain. "I'm fine, just go finish it." "It's not dead yet." Marcus helped Kale sit against a tree trunk safely away from the crater's edge, then jumped down to join the rest of the team converging on the dying beast. Moon had already begun attacking, sending constant explosive flames toward the creature without mercy. Each detonation tore through weakened flesh, opened new wounds and pushed the dugbug closer to death. The beast tried to manipulate the surrounding wood one final time, but its mana reserves were depleted and its control shattered. After 10 seconds of relentless bombardment, the beast finally went still, succumbing to its injuries. The light in its eyes dimmed until it became hazy. "You have slain a level 23 dugbug. You have gained 300 lives." Moon couldn't help but be surprised. He had expected to level up from that kill. A level 23 A-rank beast should have provided a good portion of experience, but the notification never came. Frowning slightly, he pulled up his status to check. A name, Moon. A race, human. Class, classless pyromancer. Level 19, 78%. Lives 4579. Strength 28, Agility 30, Constitution 33, Mana 40, +5 to all stats. Attribute points 5. Skills, Elemental Attack 5, Element Affinity, Tenacity, Silver Skin. Pyromantic Affinity, Explosive Flame, Heat Sense, Limited Time. Talent, Grim Reaper. Class Skill, Class Slot 1-1. 78%, just 22% away from level 20, but that final push would require several more high-level kills. The experience had been split among everyone who contributed to the fight. With 6 people attacking the Dugbug, Moon's individual share was significantly reduced compared to solo kills. That was the trade-off for fighting in groups. Shared danger meant shared rewards. Still, 300 lives and substantial progress toward his next level weren't bad for a 2-hour fight where he'd primarily focused on training explosive flame rather than pure efficiency. Moon's eyes drifted to the skill in question. Chapter 79, Explosive Flame Mastery 1. Explosive Flame. Rank Rare. Proficiency 28%. Details: you can conjure flames that detonate on impact. The size of the explosion scales with mana invested. Detonation radius 2 meters. Explosions affect all targets within radius, including the caster, plus 40% damage. After 2 hours of constant use, spamming the skill dozens, perhaps hundreds of times, he'd only raised it from 0 proficiency to 28%. This is going to take longer than I thought, Moon realized with growing concern. 22 hours remained on the Pyromancer class duration. If raising the skill from 0 to 28% took 2 hours, reaching full proficiency or evolution would require substantially more time than he had available, especially since he had a massive boost in comprehension due to his previous experience with the fire element. Unless he found a way to accelerate proficiency gains dramatically, he was not going to acquire the skill, at least not this time. Moon didn't bother approaching the Dugbug's corpse. Although he had contributed to the fight, it was nowhere near as much as Kale and the others, who had been battling the beast for a considerable time before his arrival. The corpse rightfully belonged to them. He began walking toward where Kale sat recovering, his eyes briefly noting the scorched grass beneath the exhausted Pyromancer. The young prodigy looked drained but alert. His head lifted as Moon approached, and his crimson-red eyes began tracking Moon as he approached. Before Moon could get within 5 meters, Marcus stepped into his path, one hand resting casually on his sword hilt. "Stop there," Marcus said, his tone polite but firm. "You helped and we appreciate it. But that doesn't mean we trust you." Moon stopped immediately, raising his hand slightly to show he meant no harm. He understood Marcus's concern completely. Kale was currently exhausted and vulnerable, unable to defend himself properly if Moon harbored hostile intentions. As the heir of the Glassy Group, one of the most powerful families in the Second Sanctuary, Kale was coveted by many who could threaten his family for ransom, or simply eliminate a young genius competitor before he could outgrow his father and become a powerful threat to rival factions. Kidnapping or assassination of prodigies wasn't uncommon in the Awakener world, especially when targets came from prestigious families. Marcus was simply doing his job as a bodyguard. "That technique at the end," Moon said directly from where he stood, keeping his distance. "What was it?" Kale studied him for a long moment, those red eyes seeming to pierce through Moon's intentions. Finally, he responded with a question of his own. "Is that any of your business?" Moon stayed silent for a moment, considering the fair point before shaking his head. "You're right, my apologies." He'd realized his mistake immediately. He'd gotten too excited about the prospect of achieving a similar breakthrough, letting his enthusiasm propel him to ask a question that most knew not to ask. Revealing details of powerful techniques could create vulnerabilities, give enemies information to exploit, or simply lose competitive advantages. In a world where power determined survival, knowledge about abilities was often more valuable than magical weapons. "Fair enough," Moon said, changing the topic. "Are you staying in this hunting ground or moving on?" Kale's eyebrow raised slightly at the change of subject. "Why do you ask?" Before Moon could respond, multiple sounds went off simultaneously from the group's bodies. Marcus and the others quickly retrieved devices that Moon recognized. Communication devices, one of the more advanced pieces of technology that the First Sanctuary possessed. Since this world lacked the infrastructure for signal towers and widespread communication networks, Awakeners had developed magical technological hybrids that allowed for long-distance contact despite the limitations. Of course, the range wasn't nearly as extensive as Earth's cellular networks, but it was sufficient for coordinating within regional zones. Each base had a different communication device that it gave to its powerful Awakeners, so a device in another base would not be connected to the same channel as the Iron Peak base. Alert to all Awakeners, prepare for combat. Those currently outside the walls return immediately and assist with defense operations. Iron Peak is under attack by hostile forces. The message repeated twice before Kale and his group deactivated their communication devices. The device was circular in shape, made of a dark metal with a single button in the center of it, for the sole purpose of answering and ending transmissions. The group had noticed that Moon didn't possess the same communication device, but they didn't comment on the matter. It didn't concern them. Kale drank a stamina-restoring potion and stood with visible effort, his exhaustion still evident but manageable compared to minutes before. The archer, who had immediately departed when the alarm sounded, returned moments later, leading special mounts that Moon recognized almost instantly. A whole set of dire horses, they are filthy rich. The creatures were magnificent. Standing on 6 legs, dire horses came with light blue coats, Dire horses were renowned for their incredibly high stamina and agility, capable of maintaining rapid speeds for hours without tiring. They were among the best, if not the absolute best, riding mounts available in the entire First Sanctuary. And of course, the heir of the Glassy group would have access to such mounts. These weren't just transportation, they were a symbol of status and power. Compared to Mirage, these mounts were many levels higher. Moon estimated they were at least level 15, possibly higher, with enhanced attributes specifically bred for speed and endurance. Kale mounted his dire horse with a single leap. Then he turned toward Moon with his usual aloof expression. "We're returning to our base. I'm not sure which settlement you're from, but give us your name. I'll have them send you your share of the beast's materials." He's not too bad, Moon thought, a small smile forming on his face. Kale possessed proper etiquette. Unlike others who might refuse to share rewards with an outsider, or even outright kill him and loot his corpse while he was outnumbered, Kale had decided to honor Moon's contribution despite the urgent situation requiring their immediate departure. "Don't worry about it," Moon said. "I'm sure we'll meet, very soon." Kale stared at Moon for a moment, his red eyes narrowing slightly as if trying to decipher the meaning behind those words. Then he turned his head forward, nudging his dire horse into motion. The creature began galloping, its 6 legs moving in sync. The rest of the group followed Kale, and within moments the group had disappeared into the forest, leaving a 50-meter radius of damnation as evidence. Moon stood alone in the aftermath of battle, surrounded by scorched earth, broken trees, and the lingering smell of blood. He had 22 hours left on the Pyromancer class. A war was apparently brewing at Iron Peak Base. And he still needed to master Explosive Flame if he wanted to evolve it to epic rank. Moon turned and began jogging back toward where he'd left Mirage hidden. It was time to return to the base and see what this attack was all about, and perhaps find more opportunities to train his newly acquired skill in actual combat conditions. War, after all, provided the best training grounds. Nay, snort, Mirage immediately welcomed Moon onto his back, nuzzling against him affectionately. The horse was clearly relieved that he hadn't been abandoned. Chapter 80, Explosive Flame Mastery 2, Monster Horde 1. From Moon's current position, where he'd fought alongside Kale, Iron Peak Base was roughly 40 miles away. Mirage had a top speed of about 50 miles per hour, but that was only achievable under peak conditions on flat, open roads. The terrain between Moon's current position and the base was by no means easy to navigate: dense forest, uneven ground, occasional streams to cross, and obstacles that required careful maneuvering. All of that chipped away a significant portion of potential speed. Based on Moon's observations of Mirage's performance during their travels, he estimated they'd average about 20 to 25 miles per hour through this terrain. At full speed, it would take roughly 2 hours to reach their destination. During the travel, Moon didn't waste his time simply riding Mirage. He continued practicing and studying Explosive Flame, determined to maximize every moment he had left with the Pyromancer class. During his practice, he never got close to depleting his mana. That would be foolish when heading toward a potentially dangerous situation. Rather, he allocated approximately 20% of his reserves for training. Once that portion was spent, he'd focus on internal comprehension while his mana recovered naturally, then repeat the cycle. As Mirage carried him steadily through the forest, Moon channeled fire magic and activated Explosive Flame, creating a small fireball in his palm. The key difference between regular fire and explosive fire is how the mana is structured, Moon thought, studying the flame carefully. Normal fire magic releases energy continuously, like a candle burning steadily. But Explosive Flame compresses the mana, holding it in an unstable state that wants to expand violently. He released the fireball toward a dead tree trunk as they passed. The sphere struck and detonated with a satisfying explosion, blowing chunks of rotten wood in all directions. "It's like filling a balloon with too much air," Moon continued his internal thought. The magical structure holds the compressed energy together until impact triggers the release. Then everything expands outward all at once instead of burning gradually. He formed another explosive fireball, this time paying close attention to how his mana moved during the construction. The fire element gathered first, then was compressed inward through precise mana manipulation. The compression created pressure. He could feel it like a weight in his palm, something that wanted to burst free. The proficiency probably increases based on how well I understand this compression principle, Moon reasoned. Just throwing fireballs mindlessly will improve it slowly. But if I can consciously refine the compression, make it denser, more unstable, more controlled. He threw the second fireball at a boulder they were passing. The explosion was slightly larger than the first one. Moon felt and saw the increase in proficiency, confirming his theory. Conscious understanding accelerated skill development more than repetition. Kale's breakthrough technique at the end of that fight, perhaps he came to some sort of optimal pressure point. If his theory was correct, that meant Kale had taken this same principle he had comprehended and pushed it further. Moon created a third fireball, this time attempting to compress it more than usual. He could feel resistance. The magical structure wanted to collapse or detonate prematurely. Holding it stable required intense concentration. It's like trying to squeeze water in your fist. Push too hard and it escapes through your fingers, but if you can maintain perfect pressure from all sides simultaneously. The fireball in his palm grew slightly denser, the flames darker red at the core. He threw it at another tree. Boom. The explosion was noticeably more powerful. The tree trunk didn't just scorch, it splintered, wood fragments flying outward in a cone of destruction. Proficiency 35%. Moon smiled at the number he was reading. The theoretical limit would be compressing so much fire mana that the explosion approaches the power of higher-tier magic despite using the same amount of raw mana. He continued the pattern. Create, compress, analyze, throw, observe the results. Each repetition taught him something new about the skill's mechanics, and the compression itself, there must be an optimal ratio. Too little compression and it's just a regular fireball. Too much and the structure becomes impossible to maintain, either detonating prematurely or collapsing entirely. After depleting 20% of his mana through repeated practice, Moon stopped casting and focused purely on internal comprehension. He closed his eyes, feeling Mirage's steady rhythm beneath him, and visualized the process in his mind. He mentally practiced the technique without actually casting, refining his understanding of each step. Where did the compression feel most natural? Where did it resist? What mental image helped maintain stability? Think of it like a soap bubble. The surface tension holds the air inside under pressure, but if you touch it wrong, the whole thing pops. The mana structure is the same, a thin shell containing enormous pressure held together by precise mana threads. His mana slowly regenerated while he processed these insights, climbing back toward full capacity. Once he felt ready, Moon opened his eyes and began the cycle again. 2 hours of travel provided multiple opportunities for this training regimen. By the time he was approximately 10 minutes away, Moon checked his skill progress. Explosive flame. Rank rare. Proficiency 45%. Details: you can conjure flames that detonate on impact. The size of the explosion scales with mana invested. Detonation radius 2 meters. Explosions affect all targets within radius, including the caster, plus 80% damage. He was more than satisfied with his progress. He'd nearly doubled his proficiency during the 2-hour journey, going from barely understanding the skill to approaching halfway toward mastery. Unfortunately, he'd also reached another plateau in his rate of improvement. The gains were slowing again, meaning there was another variable he hadn't grasped yet, another conceptual pathway he needed to comprehend before proficiency could continue climbing efficiently. The war at Iron Peak Base will provide plenty of combat opportunities. Real battle conditions always reveal insights that training can't replicate. I just need to position myself intelligently to maximize both survival and skill development. Mirage slowed as they began ascending a hill that separated them from direct sight of Iron Peak Base. From this elevated vantage point, Moon could see smoke rising into the sky in heavy, dark columns that came from multiple directions rather than a single source. Sounds of combat echoed even from this distance, whether it was spells being cast, screams, or the clash of metal and the roars of beasts. Moon dismounted near the peak and began climbing the final stretch on foot, moving cautiously. He channeled mana in preparation for whatever awaited at the summit, keeping his reserves ready for immediate combat. When he reached the top and looked down at Iron Peak Base, his eyes widened in disbelief. Chapter 81, Monster Siege 1. The base was under full siege, but not quite in the way he'd expected. Moon had anticipated a beast horde, a massive wave of creatures driven by instinct or hunger, the kind of base attacks that happened occasionally when beast populations grew too large or an alpha directed its subordinates toward human settlements. What he saw instead made his blood run cold for a brief moment. Beasts were attacking, yes. Dozens of them, ranging from what looked like level 15 to low 20s based on their size and the destruction they caused. They crashed against Iron Peak's walls, tore through defensive formations, and engaged Awakeners in brutal combat. But they weren't alone. Humans fought alongside them against the Awakeners of the base. Awakeners in a unanimous black uniform coordinated their attacks with the beasts, moving in formation as if they'd trained together. A fire mage launched spells that broke defenses, and another deliberately herded a pack of wolf-like creatures toward a section of wall where defenders were concentrated. Warriors wielded weapons and fought side by side with massive bear variants, covering each other's flanks like teammates. Others looked more like outcasts or mercenaries, mismatched equipment suggesting they'd been hired rather than recruited from a unified force, but the coordination was too precise to be accidental. It was clear that someone had found a way to work with sanctuary beasts against a human settlement that housed more than a few thousand lives, at least. How is this possible? Most beasts hate humans instinctively. The reward system itself seems designed to keep us in conflict, so how are they fighting together like this? A massive boar charged the main gate while 3 human warriors followed in its wake, using the beast as a living battering ram to break through the reinforced entrance. Defenders tried to stop it, but they were clearly unprepared for the coordinated beast-human tactics. And why target Iron Peak specifically? Moon wondered, his eyes scanning the chaos below. Compared to other bases at the same level, Iron Peak wasn't particularly wealthy or strategically vital, unless... Is Kale the target? Did someone organize this attack specifically because the glassy air is here? That would make sense. Assassination or kidnapping disguised as a general assault. Use the chaos to isolate the target, eliminate bodyguards, and complete the objective while everyone else fought for survival. But even that explanation didn't answer the fundamental question: how did they get beasts to cooperate? Taming individual creatures was possible. Moon's own Mirage proved that. Another example was the dire horses. The beasts attacking Iron Peak were predators, creatures whose first instinct was to hunt and kill anything that moved, including humans, yet they were able to fight alongside humans and didn't turn on each other despite the chaotic battlefield. Moon had also discarded the thought of a summoner or beast master being behind this attack. Beast masters were powerful, able to tame beasts, forcing them to enact their will. But they all had limitations, and an awakener at the first sanctuary wouldn't be able to control hundreds of beasts at the same time. The implications were terrifying. If this could be replicated on a larger scale, it could endanger the lives of tens of thousands of awakeners. Human settlements would become targets, and the balance of power would shift entirely. Moon forced himself to stop speculating and focus on the immediate situation. Just a minute had passed since all these questions had formed in his mind. He could see awakeners from Iron Peak fighting desperately on multiple fronts. Some held sections of wall against climbing beasts and scaling attackers. Others had formed defensive formations in the streets, protecting the inside in case of a breach. And somewhere in that chaos, Kale and his team were likely fighting as well. Moon had 20 hours left on the Pyromancer class, a battlefield full of targets to practice explosive flame against, and a mystery that demanded answers, even if those answers wouldn't come today. He remounted Mirage and began descending the hill toward Iron Peak's embattled walls. Time to join the war. Moon chose the safest route back to the base. He knew that despite his strength, being surrounded by hundreds of beasts meant death wouldn't be temporary, it would be permanent. He wouldn't be able to escape after respawning. The sheer numbers would overwhelm him before he could gain his bearings, killing him repeatedly until his lives ran dry. Better to take extra time finding a viable entry point than rush in recklessly and lose everything. Moon circled around the base's perimeter, staying far enough from the main assault to avoid detection while close enough to observe the attack. Was searching for the point with the lowest concentration of enemies, a gap in the siege lines where he could push through without facing impossible odds. Within 10 minutes of careful scouting, he found it. The northeastern section of the wall had fewer beasts and attackers, likely because the terrain there was rocky and difficult to navigate. The northeastern section was by no means abandoned, but it was thin enough that a fast rider could potentially break through with less damage compared to other zones in the battlefield. Moon glanced down at Mirage, who stood beneath him, breathing heavily from their extended journey. Sighed. He couldn't leave the horse anywhere safe. Mirage would be easy prey for any creature once the beasts retreated or if enemy reinforcements arrived to secure the surrounding area. Low-level mounts weren't combatants, they were easy prey for other beasts. That left Moon with only one real choice: charge directly into the thinnest part of the horde until they reached close proximity to the base walls, where defenders could provide covering fire and relative safety existed. But during that sprint, Mirage was bound to be injured, and it was highly possible that Mirage could die. Despite the short time they'd spent together, Moon had grown attached to the horse. Mirage had been reliable, responsive, and loyal in ways that went above the average mount, and Moon had no doubt in his mind that if he explained the plan, the horse would follow through despite understanding the danger. Animals in the sanctuary possessed intelligence beyond their Earth counterparts. Mirage understood risks, understood death, and would still choose to trust his rider. Moon dismounted and stood before Mirage, meeting the horse's dark eyes directly. "What do you want to do?" Moon asked quietly. "I can let you go freely right now. You can run away from here, try to survive without a master. Maybe you'll be lucky enough to avoid the predators and find safety somewhere." He paused, letting that option settle. "Or you charge into those beasts with me and—" Moon didn't finish the sentence. He didn't need to, the implication was clear. Mirage neighed sharply in protest, rearing up slightly and raising his front legs before dropping them down with force. Dirt sprayed across the air from the impact, the gesture unmistakably defiant. The message was obvious. Mirage wasn't going to run. Moon smiled softly despite the grim situation. He reached out and rubbed Mirage's neck, feeling the powerful muscles beneath the beautiful, soft white coat. "Good boy," Moon said quietly. "Since you've made your choice, let's go in and show these beasts who's boss." Chapter 82, Monster Siege 2. Moon remounted, settling into position and gripping the reins firmly. His staff materialized in his free hand, fire already gathering at its tip as he prepared explosive flame. Moon took one last look at the gap in the siege lines, approximately 200 meters of exposed ground between their current position and the relative safety of the wall's defensive zone. He had to cover 200 meters filled with level 15 to 20 beasts with a mount that couldn't defend itself. "On my signal," Moon murmured, channeling mana. We go fast, don't stop for anything, I will try to protect you. Mirage's muscles tensed beneath him, ready. Moon raised his staff and released 3 explosive flames in rapid succession toward the cluster of beasts blocking their path. Boom. Boom, boom, humans and beasts in the vicinity all turned toward Moon and his charging horse. The explosions had announced their presence to everyone within a 100-meter radius, marking him as a target. The detonations carved a temporary opening, scattering creatures and creating momentary chaos in the enemy lines. Now, Mirage exploded forward at full speed, charging directly into the gap Moon had created. The horse's legs pumped with blood, hooves thundering against packed earth as they committed to the 200-meter sprint toward the walls. Moon immediately began casting more spells when suddenly a wolf-like beast lunged from the left, jaws wide and aiming for Mirage's exposed flank. Moon sent a compressed wind blade that caught the creature mid-leap, slicing clean through its torso. The beast's momentum carried its corpse past them, crashing into the dirt behind. You have killed a level 16 wolf. You have gained 5 lives. 3 bears charged from directly ahead, blocking their path with massive bodies. Earth erupted from the ground beneath the center bear, stone spikes impaling its legs and stopping its charge instantly. Moon followed with fire, an explosive flame that detonated against the trapped creature's face, killing it and forcing the other 2 bears to scatter sideways. You have killed a level 17 forest bear. You have gained 25 lives. Mirage thundered past the opening, but they had only 30 meters. A human attacker, one of the mercenaries in mismatched armor, launched a fireball toward them from elevated ground. Moon countered with water, creating a shield that absorbed the flames and turned them to harmless steam. He immediately retaliated with his own explosive flame, forcing the enemy mage to dive for cover rather than follow up. Boom! Although the spell didn't kill the mercenary, it still injured him. More beasts closed in from both sides now, drawn by the commotion. A massive boar charged from the right, its tusks lowered to gore either horse or rider. Moon slammed his staff toward the ground. An earth wall erupted between them and the boar, thick enough to stop the charge. The creature crashed into stone with bone-breaking force, stunned but not dead. Moon didn't bother finishing the beast, he needed to get to safety immediately. Mirage's life was still in danger. Claws glided across Mirage's side without warning. A panther-like creature had attacked from a blind angle, its strike drawing a deep gash that immediately gushed blood. Nay. Mirage screamed in pain, his legs buckling momentarily. The horse moved erratically, trying to ease the overwhelming agony that flooded through his body. Moon's expression darkened. The attack had landed because he was occupied with other beasts. Come on, Mirage, hang on just a little more and we'll reach safety. It took the horse several precious seconds to regain composure, seemingly motivated by Moon's voice, but still clearly suffering. His gait became uneven, favoring the injured side. As Mirage continued, Moon didn't forget to deal with the panther that had wounded his companion. He sent a powerful combined firewind attack that caught the beast as it prepared to strike again, killing it instantly. You have killed a level 15 panther. You have gained 5 lives. They were approaching the densest part of the siege now, where the main assault concentrated against Iron Peak's defenses. Dozens of beasts and human attackers filled the space between Moon's position and safety. We're not going to make it through this without taking serious damage. At the front line, one of the veterans from Iron Peak base saw what was happening as he fought off a large level 21 bear, alone. Clash, help the young man approaching with his horse, he's being overwhelmed by the swarm of beasts, he shouted, swinging his sword to kill the beast before him. Clear a path. Others immediately responded, pressing their attacks harder to draw the beast's attention away from Moon's position, trying to create breathing room. But in the midst of the beast horde and unknown awakeners, Moon found himself in a troublesome predicament. After the injury, Mirage wasn't the same. His speed had slowed dramatically, and blood loss was weakening him further with every stride. Moon could see and hear the reinforcements trying to reach him, but it wouldn't be enough. Mirage would be dead before they arrived. He needed a different approach. Moon needed to reduce visibility, making Mirage a difficult target to hit. Water gathered in both hands. He released it in a wide spray around them, then immediately followed with fire. Mist exploded outward in a dense cloud, engulfing Moon, Mirage, and those around them completely. The fog spread rapidly, carried by wind manipulation that Moon directed to fit his need. Visibility dropped to almost nothing within seconds. Beasts and humans alike hesitated, unable to track their target through the sudden obscurement that filled the immediate vicinity. Straight ahead, Moon commanded, trusting Mirage's instincts to maintain direction even through the blinding conditions. They charged through the cloud of mist. Moon heard confused roars and shouts around them, sensed movement through heat signatures detected by his carpet heat sense skill, but the mist was working. Attacks flew wild, missing them by meters as enemies struck at their constantly moving shadows and phantoms. A lucky spear thrust emerged from the fog, aimed directly at Moon's chest. He deflected it with his staff at the last instant, the weapon scraping across reinforced wood instead of finding flesh. Moon kept the mist thick through continuous water and wind manipulation, spending mana freely because the enemy wind users were trying to get rid of the mist. When they were 50 meters away, Mirage stumbled badly, his breathing labored and ragged. Blood continued flowing from the gash on his side, leaving a clear trail despite the obscuring fog. Just a bit further, buddy, you can do this. Whoosh, whoosh. Whoosh, a dozen arrows flew through the mist, fired blindly in their general direction. Most missed, whilst one grazed Moon's shoulder, tearing through his cloak but deflected by silver skin before it could penetrate deeply. Another struck Mirage's hindquarters, embedding in muscle. The horse squealed again from the pain but somehow kept running on pure determination. 20 meters, the wall loomed ahead through the thinning mist. Moon could see defenders now, awakeners positioned along the ramparts providing covering fire for his approach. Almost there. A final beast lunged from the fog, a level 20 bear that had tracked them despite the obscurement. Its massive paw swung toward Mirage's head, a killing blow that could easily crush the horse's skull. NOO Chapter 83, Fighting the Monster Horde 1. Moon acted on pure instinct. He channeled lightning through his hands and out towards the lunging bear. The bear groaned in pain as it lost control over its body. It was paralyzed. Moon didn't hesitate, unleashing a powerful explosive flame spell point-blank into the creature's face. Boom, you have killed a level 18 forest bear. You have gained 50 lives. Go, Moon shouted at Mirage. The horse didn't need encouragement. He limped the final meters toward the wall where defenders reached down to help guide him to safety behind the defensive line. Moon turned to face the pursuing horde, placing himself between the enemies and the wall, buying precious seconds for Mirage to reach the base. Upon entering the wall's protective shadow, Mirage was immediately surrounded by healers who'd been waiting near the gate. They moved at once, one already applying pressure to the gash on his side while another used a basic healing spell. The veteran who'd organized Moon's rescue had issued a direct command for the healers to prioritize the horse, which surprised Moon. Most would have ignored a common mount in favor of treating injured awakeners. But the veteran had observed enough to recognize that Moon was no average awakener, and despite the horse being one of the weakest possible mounts, he could tell Moon held the creature in higher regard than most riders treated even their dire horses. The veteran pulled up next to Moon, his sword still drawn and bloodied from the ongoing battle. He was a man in his 40s with sharp features and a confident bearing of a warrior. You did well out there. I've never seen you before. What's your name? He spoke while simultaneously slashing at a beast that lunged toward them through a gap in the defensive line. Whoosh. Thud, the creature's head separated from its body, crashing to the ground in a spray of blood. Moon caught his breath, his hands still trembling slightly from adrenaline. Moon, I registered here yesterday. I came from a weaker base. Yesterday, the veteran's eyebrows rose as he kicked the dead beast's corpse away from the wall. And you're already out hunting in the deep zones. You've got guts, kid, or a death wish. He blocked another attack with his sword, then thrust the sword through the opening. Roland, I lead the 3rd defense team. Roland gestured toward the walls where awakeners fought desperately to hold the line. We're holding for now, but barely. Never seen anything like this, beasts and humans working together like they're part of the same damn army. How long has the attack been going? Moon asked, channeling what little mana he'd recovered to send an explosive flame toward a cluster of enemies trying to scale the wall with grappling hooks. Boom, the detonation sent several attackers tumbling backward, their ropes severed. Since the first alarm, Roland replied, his eyes tracking the battlefield with tactical assessment. Started all at once, coordinated assault on 3 sides. The main gate's taken the worst of it, but they're probing for weak points everywhere. He glanced at Moon's staff, noting how the young awakener moved despite obvious exhaustion. You fight well for someone fresh to the base. What's your level? 19, Moon answered honestly. 19 and handling yourself like a base lieutenant. Roland grunted approval. We could use more like you on the walls. You up for it, or do you need recovery time? Moon checked his mana reserves. He had about 60% remaining, which was enough to deal with most creatures here, while still having an escape route if things became grim. His body still ached from the lightning enhancement's backlash and various minor injuries, but silver skin had prevented serious damage. More importantly, this was exactly the combat opportunity he needed to push explosive flames proficiency higher. I can fight, Moon said. Where do you need me? Roland pointed toward a section of wall where defenders were spread thin. Eastern Rampart. They're getting pressured hard, and we just lost 2 mages there. You join that squad, help them hold until reinforcements arrive from the wounded and those outside the base. He paused, then added, why did you protect that mount so fearlessly? You could have made it here by yourself without risking your life like you did earlier. Moon glanced toward where healers were still working on Mirage. The horse was stable now, the bleeding stopped, though he'd need recovery time before being travel-ready again. He chose to come with me, Moon said simply. I wasn't going to let him die for that choice. Roland nodded with something that looked like respect. "Get to that rampart. I'll make sure your horse is taken care of while you fight." Moon turned toward the eastern wall. The reason he was following Roland's instructions wasn't submission or respect for authority. Despite being stronger than Roland individually, Moon recognized that his experience was nowhere near sufficient for coordinating large-scale defensive operations. He understood his limitations and wished to learn from them. While he had his own goals of improving explosive flames proficiency, Moon certainly didn't mind saving lives as a byproduct of achieving those goals. The two objectives could coexist without conflict. But one thing remained absolutely clear in Moon's mind: his life took priority over the lives of others. These people weren't going to mourn his death if he fell. They certainly weren't going to risk their own lives to save him beyond basic battlefield cooperation. That was simply the reality of how the Awakener world functioned. Survival came first, morals and everything else was secondary. Moon reached the eastern wall and joined the frontline team, immediately announcing his arrival. "I was sent by Roland to reinforce your position while you wait for additional support." The veteran team leader, a lean-built archer with long blonde hair and a scar running down his left cheek, gave Moon a quick assessing glance, noting the staff in his hand. "Take position with the mages," he said curtly, already turning back to coordinate his archers. "Follow what the mage captain says and most importantly, stay alive. Dead Awakeners don't hold walls." Moon nodded and moved to join the cluster of mages, positioned along a reinforced section of rampart. There were 5 of them, led by a woman in her 30s wearing battle-worn robes marked with scorch patterns. "New arrival," Moon announced himself, "fire specialist." The mage captain glanced at him briefly. "Good, we're rotating volleys to conserve mana. When I point, you cast at designated targets. Don't waste energy on scattered enemies, focus fire on clusters or high-priority threats. Understood?" "Understood." "Then get ready, next wave incoming in 30 seconds. Chapter 84, Fighting the Monster Horde 2. Moon positioned himself at the wall's edge, his staff raised and mana already gathering. Despite joining the coordinated defense, he kept his original plan firmly in mind: maximize usage of explosive flame to push proficiency as high as possible during this battle. The enemy wave crashed against the eastern wall, a mixed force of beasts and human attackers working in disturbing coordination. Moon could see the pattern now that he was observing from a defensive position. The beasts served as shock troops and living shields, while human mages provided supporting fire and direction. "Fire," the mage captain commanded. Moon released an explosive flame alongside the other mages' attacks. His fireball struck a cluster of 3 creatures scaling the wall with claws and climbing gear, detonating with satisfying force. Boom, the explosion threw 2 of them backward, their bodies crashing into allies below. The third clung desperately to stone before an archer put an arrow through its eye. "You have killed a level 17 climbing beast. You have gained 15 lives." Moon immediately began charging another spell, his hands moving through the familiar compression technique he'd practiced during travel. The more he used explosive flame in actual combat conditions, the more intuitive the process became. "Burrows incoming," someone shouted from further down the wall. Moon's eyes snapped to where several quadrupedal creatures with armored hides erupted from the ground inside the defensive perimeter. They must have tunneled beneath the walls while the main assault provided distraction. Gorak. Level 18. Details: quadrupedal predators with armored hides studded with jagged bone plates. Their glowing red eyes provide excellent low-light vision. Can burrow short distances through most soil types to launch surprise attacks from below, making them dangerous ambush specialists. 3 Goraks had breached the inner courtyard, immediately attacking defenders who'd been focused on the external threat. "Mages redirect, interior threats take priority," the captain commanded. Moon didn't hesitate. He turned and launched an explosive flame at the nearest Gorak, which had just torn through a warrior's leg with its bone-plated jaws. The warrior screamed, then immediately drove his sword through his own heart, choosing to respawn rather than suffer further. His body dissolved into light, reappearing moments later with a fully intact leg, but his face was deathly pale and he collapsed to his knees immediately, barely able to support his own weight. Those who took massive damage that left them without body parts, legs, hands, entire limbs, suffered from a severe debuff upon resurrection. It was another mysterious aspect of the system that prevented exploitation. Humans couldn't game the respawn mechanic by killing themselves to instantly restore health, stamina, mana, or lost limbs without any consequences. The Sanctuary imposed a proportional penalty based on the severity of injuries sustained before death. When Moon had died to the beast in the Hidden Realm while fighting alongside Selene, he'd only suffered from blood loss and a deep chest wound. Upon revival, he'd felt incredibly tired but still functional. He could only imagine what warriors who lost entire limbs experienced. The warrior before him was in no condition to stand, let alone fight. He'd be useless for at least an hour, possibly longer. The system enforced balance through consequences that couldn't be circumvented. Moon's fireball struck the Gorak's exposed flank, detonating with a massive explosion that shook nearby beasts off their feet. The creature's armor absorbed some damage, but the blast was powerful enough to crack bone plates and burn through the gaps in its natural defenses. The beast, heavily injured, roared and turned its body towards Moon, its amber eyes locking onto him with pure hatred. But before it could pose any threat, Moon was already casting again. Boom! The second explosion caught the Gorak directly in the face as it charged, stopping its momentum entirely. The creature collapsed forward, smoke rising from its ruined head. You have killed a level 19 Gorak, you have gained 50 lives. You have reached level 20. A name, Moon. A race, human. Class, classless pyromancer. Level 20, 1%. Lives, 4779. Strength, 29. Agility, 31. Constitution, 34. Mana, 41. Attribute points, 10. Skills, elemental attack, 5. Element affinity, tenacity, silver skin, pyromantic affinity, explosive flame, heat sense, limited time. Talent, Grim Reaper. Class skill, class slot, 1-1. With 10 allocatable attribute points available, Moon immediately decided to use them. Mana, 41. Right arrow, 47. Strength, 29. Right arrow, 31. Agility, 31. Right arrow, 33. Although having higher constitution helped with survival, Moon's massive lives reserve meant that raw defensive stats were less critical than offensive capability. Strength and agility were his weaker attributes and needed improvement. Mana remained his most important stat as a primarily magical combatant, so it received the largest investment. Explosive flame. Rank rare. Proficiency, 51%. Details, you can conjure flames that detonate on impact. The size of the explosion scales with mana invested. Detonation radius, 2 meters. Explosions affect all targets within the radius, including the caster, plus 100% damage. Satisfied with his progress, both in level and skill proficiency, Moon grew more excited to continue the assault. He immediately drank a mana-restoring potion, feeling his reserves slowly returning back toward maximum capacity. With every cast, Moon managed to one-shot beasts below level 17 entirely. Those above that threshold were severely injured, often crippled enough for other defenders to finish easily. His explosive output had essentially doubled since he'd started using the skill hours earlier. The damage bonus alone was devastating. The displays of power didn't go unnoticed. Both the team leader and the mage captain had been unable to ignore his overwhelming performance, their expressions showing growing respect. "Hey, join me over here," the mage captain called out, gesturing sharply towards Moon. Moon moved to her position without argument, taking a spot beside the captain on the reinforced rampart's highest point. She had clearly noticed his firepower, and it exceeded even her own output in terms of quality and quantity. She couldn't possibly keep someone this capable with the standard mage rotation. "You should have told me you were a veteran awakener. I wouldn't have placed you with the basic squad," she said, rolling her eyes even as she continued hurling spells towards the enemies below. "What base did you transfer from? I've never seen you before." Moon launched another explosive flame, obliterating a cluster of climbing beasts from a low-level base. "I only registered at Iron Peak yesterday." She stared at him for a short, brief moment, reassessing everything she'd assumed about the young awakener beside her. Then she laughed despite the chaos brewing around them. "Well shit, no wonder Roland sent you up here. What's your level?" The question had become more popular than asking for the name for awakeners. 20, just hit it a moment ago." 20, she shook her head in disbelief. "I'm level 24 and you're hitting harder than I am. What the hell kind of class do you have?" Moon smiled slightly but didn't answer, instead launching another explosive attack that cleared a section of wall being overrun. The captain grinned. "Just keep doing what you're doing. We need that firepower." She pointed toward where a concentration of human attackers was establishing a forward position. "Focus there. Break their formation before they can coordinate a proper assault." Chapter 85, Comprehending Explosive Flame 1. The battle between the awakeners of Iron Peak Base and those who wanted to infiltrate continued for several hours. Many warriors died and respawned from both sides. Bodies of humans and beasts littered the ground alike, the smell of death, blood, and gore filling the air with a nauseating thickness that even veteran awakeners struggled to ignore. Moon wiped the sweat from his forehead with the sleeve of his cloak. He'd been killing constantly without stopping, maintaining a relentless offensive pace that few could match. He had already amassed at least 100 kills by himself, maybe more. He'd stopped counting after the first 20 or so. His attacks were mostly targeting beasts at the back lines to ensure no frontline warriors were caught in the explosive radius and injured by friendly fire. Moon knew that once his explosive flames detonated, even allied warriors nearby could be critically injured. At the destructive pace he was maintaining, he'd leave no warrior on the eastern wall without heavy injuries to deal with if he wasn't careful about his positioning. Moon, are you not going to take a break? You've been fighting for so long. Take a breather, Lyra said as she returned to the rampart. The mage captain had just finished her own break, allowing her mana to recover to a good level. Moon glanced internally at his skill progress. Explosive flame. Rank rare. Proficiency 62%. His proficiency had been rising steadily during the past few hours of intense combat on the wall, climbing until it reached 62 through constant application under pressure. But he'd hit another plateau. The rate of improvement had slowed dramatically despite maintaining the same casting frequency and combat intensity. If I continue like this, I won't be able to reach full mastery before the timer expires, Moon thought grimly. I need to once again reflect on this skill's fundamental nature, try to understand what the missing link is. Only then will I truly claim this skill as my own. I'm going to take some time off, Moon said aloud. My mana is low and the beast numbers are thinning anyway. You can handle it from here. The awakeners stationed around him immediately responded with encouragement. Don't worry about it. You've earned the rest. Get something to eat while you can. Although they'd barely spent time together, fighting for only a few hours against their common enemies, the defenders had developed genuine respect and appreciation for Moon. He'd saved many of them from near-death situations through his timely interventions, pulling warriors back from the abyss when beasts had them cornered or human attackers coordinated lethal combinations. Awakeners naturally respected strength and competence. Moon possessed both in abundance, and he'd proven that repeatedly without arrogance or showboating. He simply fought effectively, killed efficiently, and kept his allies alive when opportunities arose. That earned loyalty faster than any amount of words ever could. Moon descended from the rampart, his mana reserve slowly climbing towards optimal levels as he exited combat. He found a relatively quiet corner of the inner courtyard, away from the immediate chaos of battle, and sat with his back against a supply crate. His staff rested across his lap as he closed his eyes and turned his attention inward. Explosive flame. I understand the compression principle, I've mastered the basic application, but there's something deeper I'm missing. He visualized the skill's structure in his mind, replaying hundreds of casts from memory. The way mana flowed, the resistance points, the moments when compression felt natural versus forced. Kale's breakthrough technique compressed fire beyond what should be possible at his level. He didn't just make the explosion bigger, he made it fundamentally more destructive per unit of mana invested. That's efficiency, not just power. Moon's eyes opened slightly as realization began to form. I've been focusing on how much I compress. But maybe the key isn't compression ratio alone. Maybe it's about the structure of the compression itself. He formed a small explosive flame in his palm, keeping it stable without releasing. After looking at the flame in his hand for a few minutes, Moon let the fireball dissipate and began thinking deeply about ways to improve his proficiency. Unfortunately, his break ended without any significant breakthroughs in his understanding. 16 hours remained on the pyromancer class. With the way things were progressing, Moon wasn't confident he could break past the 70% proficiency mark during the remaining time, let alone reach the 100% needed for evolution. At that moment, Moon made a decision. Staying at the eastern wall wasn't going to help him overcome this plateau. He needed to witness more powerful mages producing their own explosive spells, observe their techniques in real time, and analyze the differences between their casting methods and his own. I need to find Kale. Watching him cast his own spells could provide me with insights that I haven't thought of. With that thought firmly in mind, Moon returned to the eastern rampart and approached Captain Lyra, who was coordinating another volley against a fresh wave of attackers. Captain, I'm moving to a different section of the wall, Moon said directly. I can be more useful elsewhere right now. Lyra glanced at him, her expression showing brief disappointment. As much as she wanted to keep Moon's devastating firepower on the eastern wall for reassurance and morale of the team, the immediate pressure had eased considerably. They no longer desperately needed support to hold the position. All right, you can go, she said, nodding. Be careful out there. Let's celebrate with some good dinner once this nightmare is over. Don't die on me, Moon. You too, Captain, Moon responded with a slight smile before descending from the rampart. He began moving through the inner districts of Iron Peak Base, navigating through organized chaos. Wounded awakeners were being carried to healing stations. Supply runners distributed potions and ammunition. Moon scanned each defensive position as he passed, looking for his target amid hundreds of awakeners, rampaging beasts, and scattered corpses. The battle had spread across multiple fronts. The main gate remained the heaviest contested area, but fighting occurred along nearly every section of wall. After circling through several fighting zones and checking 3 different major defensive positions, Moon finally spotted whom he was searching for. Kale stood atop the northern rampart, his distinctive red hair and flowing robes immediately recognizable even from a distance. His team fought around him, Marcus with his dual swords engaging beasts that climbed the wall's edge, the spear-wielding woman coordinating with other warriors, the support mage maintaining barriers. And Kale himself unleashed explosive fireballs, each detonation eliminating multiple threats simultaneously. "There you are," Moon muttered, grinning slightly as he observed Kale's aloof expression remain unchanged even while hurling devastating magic toward the enemy horde. Moon began making his way toward the northern section, already activating heat sense and preparing to analyze every aspect of Kale's casting technique. This was the opportunity he needed to achieve another breakthrough in his skill proficiency. Boom, boom, Moon joined the battle without announcement, launching his own explosive flames that rained devastation on the enemies below. His attack struck a cluster of beasts attempting to scale the northern wall, the detonations scattering their formation and buying defenders precious seconds. Kale's head turned at the familiar explosive fire. Chapter 86, Comprehending Explosive Flame 2. A hint of understanding crossed Kale's otherwise aloof expression as he glanced sideways at Moon joining the northern rampart's defense. "So this is what you meant when you said we'd meet again soon," Kale said in a low voice, barely audible amid the chaos of the battlefield. Moon simply smiled, not breaking his casting rhythm as he prepared another spell. He told Kale in the forest that they would meet very soon, and here they were fighting side by side on Iron Peak's walls as the base struggled to survive an unprecedented assault. Kale returned his attention to the battlefield, no longer paying heed to Moon's arrival. There was work to be done, and distractions were luxuries neither could afford. Moon positioned himself several meters away from Kale, close enough to observe the prodigy's techniques clearly, but far enough to avoid interfering with each other's casting arcs or creating dangerous overlaps in their explosive radii. He began his analysis immediately, watching intently as Kale formed and released spell after devastating spell. The difference was apparent within minutes of observation. His fire gathers faster than mine. The compression happens in a single fluid motion rather than my staged approach. Moon's eyes narrowed as Kale released another massive fireball. He tracked its formation from the initial mana gathering through compression, launch, and finally detonation with absolute concentration. The way the explosive force distributed on impact, the efficiency of energy release, it was truly an art. Moon began casting his own explosive flame, this time attempting to mimic what he'd observed. He tried to let the mana threads flow into position naturally rather than forcing them into arrangement. His first attempt was clumsy. The threads tangled before he could establish proper formation, creating weakness throughout the entire spell. The fireball formed but felt dangerously unstable in his palm. He released it anyway toward a distant target, and it detonated prematurely mid-flight with disappointing results. Too complex to replicate immediately, but I can work toward it incrementally. Small improvements compound over time. Moon kept trying, deliberately experimenting with variations despite the battlefield's demands. Some attempts worked reasonably well. Many failed spectacularly, his spells detonating midair or fizzling out entirely. Awakeners around him grew visibly confused. They didn't understand why this powerful mage who'd been devastating enemy forces was suddenly wasting mana on failed castings, detonating his own spells halfway to their targets like a complete amateur. Some exchanged worried glances, wondering if he was exhausted or injured. Others assumed he was testing something but couldn't comprehend why he'd choose a battlefield for experimentation. Moon ignored their confusion entirely. His focus remained absolute. An hour passed in this intense cycle. Moon's success rate gradually improved from 20% functional casts to nearly 40%. As he formed another explosive flame, Moon felt something click into place. The mana threads flowed into arrangement with significantly less resistance than before, settling into a configuration that felt, right, this is it. He launched it toward a charging level 19 boar that had broken through the front line. The fireball streaked across the distance with terrifying speed, catching the boar off guard. The resulting detonation was noticeably more powerful than his previous explosions. Boom! The explosion radius expanded beyond the standard 2 meters, catching 2 additional beasts in the blast and sending them tumbling backward with severe burns. You have killed a level 19 Tritusk boar. You have gained 40 lives. You have killed a level 17 wolf. You have gained 5 lives. Explosive flame. Rank rare. Proficiency 70%. Details: you can conjure flames that detonate on impact. The size of the explosion scales with mana invested. Detonation radius 2 meters. Explosions affect all targets within the radius including the caster, plus 140% damage. Moon felt the skill comprehension deepen. That single successful cast had pushed him to another level of understanding. He immediately began another cast, trying to replicate that same feeling of natural flow. This time it came easier. It was certainly not perfect, but it was reliable. The fireball launched and detonated with force. Boom, boom, boom. His success rate was climbing rapidly now that he'd grasped another fundamental principle behind his skill. As he rained spells on the beasts below, Moon couldn't help but think back to the time he'd spent in the Hidden Realm. Although it had been a terrible experience, especially for a newcomer like him, he'd been fortunate to remain in Seleni's vicinity for an extended period. Unlike his current situation, he'd had time to copy her elemental mage class for multiple days, allowing his proficiency over those skills to rise through constant practice. The luxury of time had made mastering those abilities significantly easier. Now he was racing against the timer, trying to compress days of natural skill development into a single day. On the northern rampart, the combat pressure was noticeably higher than the eastern section where Lyra was stationed, but it still wasn't overwhelmingly dangerous. Moon could see many powerful awakeners concentrated in this area, including Kale's entire team and several other veteran squads. The northern wall defended one of the main approaches to Iron Peak's core districts, making it a priority position. Capture him. Don't let him escape, one of the awakeners at the front line suddenly shouted to his colleagues. The commotion grabbed Moon's attention. Several defenders had managed to isolate and grab an enemy awakener, one of the human attackers coordinating with the beasts. The captured man tried desperately to escape, thrashing and channeling what mana he could access, but he was quickly overwhelmed by the sheer number of restrictions placed on him. The defending awakeners were clearly experienced in prisoner capture, immediately inflicting serious injuries to prevent any escape attempt through the respawn mechanism. If the enemy awakener killed himself to buy even a single second of freedom, he would emerge so weakened by the sanctuary's debuff that recapture would be easier than it was now. The defenders understood this mechanic and acted accordingly. That's an impressive way of dealing with war prisoners. Moon thought to himself, learning from the veterans. Chapter 87, The Base Lord 1. AGH, the enemy's scream echoed, as one of the veterans severed his arm at the elbow with a brutal sword strike. Thud, the limb fell to the blood-soaked ground, eventually being trampled by the ongoing clash of humans and beasts nearby. Moon helped secure the capture by sending powerful explosive flames toward the cluster of beasts attempting to interfere with the extraction. His spells created a wall of fire and concussive force that prevented enemy reinforcements from reaching the prisoner, buying the capture team precious seconds. Within a minute, the captured awakener was dragged inside the base's interior walls, bound with mana-suppressing restraints, and handed over to personnel who would imprison and question him at a later date. Information about their enemy was critically important. While beasts couldn't provide intelligence about tactics or motives, human prisoners certainly could. This captive might reveal who organized the attack, how they controlled the beasts, and what their ultimate objective was. Moon returned his full attention to the ongoing siege. He formed another explosive flame, this time achieving the smooth mana flow he'd been practicing. The spell launched and detonated with satisfying power, proficiency 71%. Moon smiled and continued his relentless assault. You have reached level 21. A name, Moon. A race, human. Class, classless pyromancer. Level 21, 2%. Lives 49, 29. Strength 32, Agility 34, Constitution 35, Mana 48, +5 to all stats. Attribute points 0. Skills, Elemental Attack, 5 Element Affinity, Tenacity, Silver Skin, Pyromantic Affinity, Explosive Flame, Heat Sense, Limited Time. Talent, Grim Reaper. Class Skill, Class Slot 1-1. Moon smiled brightly at the notification. Although most of the beasts he'd been killing were a level or two below him, the sheer volume of enemies he'd eliminated had pushed him over the threshold to the next level. He was satisfied with the results. Slowly increasing his level without taking significant risks was always preferable when focused purely on progression. Explosive Flame. Rank Rare. Proficiency 79%. As his proficiency climbed higher, Moon found it increasingly difficult to gain meaningful comprehension. Despite having Kale positioned right beside him, despite watching the prodigy's every motion and analyzing each casting technique, Moon had once again found himself stuck at another milestone. The diminishing returns were frustrating but expected. The final 20% of mastery always proved the most challenging, requiring insights that couldn't simply be observed and replicated. So Moon decided to power through the barrier using sheer practice volume. If incremental understanding was slowing, brute repetition would have to compensate. Once I reach level 25, I'll have my class evolution task, and Moon's thoughts were violently interrupted when a massive roar filled the entire base. The sound was so powerful that it physically shook his body. His eyes widened reflexively, and instinctive fear crawled up his spine despite his high attributes and combat experience. This wasn't just noise, it was a declaration of overwhelming power that bypassed conscious thought and triggered primal survival responses. Moon's head snapped around, searching for the source of the roar, but he quickly realized the sound hadn't come from the northern rampart or anywhere nearby. It originated from the main gate on the western side of Iron Peak, at least several hundred meters away. Kale also turned toward the sound, his expression grim. Moments had barely passed when an overwhelming aura emerged from deep within the base's interior, a pressure so intense that even at this distance, Moon could feel it washing over the battlefield like a tidal wave of power. The aura shot toward the western gate where the roar had originated. It's the base lord. He's engaging whatever beast caused that sound. That creature better start digging its own grave now. A veteran laughed while continuing to fight the beasts around him without missing a beat. The veterans of Iron Peak Base seemed confident in their leader's capabilities. Their morale didn't waver. If anything, it rose at the prospect of their strongest awakener joining the battle personally. Moon continued his assault on the northern wall for approximately 5 more minutes, maintaining his casting rhythm and pushing explosive flames proficiency incrementally higher. Then a sharp alarm sounded from the communication devices carried by awakeners around him. The base lord is injured. Combatants above level 20 report to the western gate immediately. Reinforcements required now. The urgency in the voice was unmistakable. The person speaking was panicking, which meant the situation was certainly dire. Immediately, everyone's confidence over the seemingly won war vanished. Smiles disappeared. Conversations died mid-sentence. The base lord, renowned as the strongest awakener in the entire settlement, was injured badly enough to require emergency reinforcements. What kind of beast could do that? Moon thought, genuine concern replacing his previous focus on skill training. Based on his observation of the strongest awakeners in the Iron Peak base, the base lord should be at least level 24, and most likely level 25, waiting to complete his class task to ascend to the second sanctuary. The base lord could also be purposefully avoiding ascension to stay in his position of power, but that didn't mean he wasn't strong in the first sanctuary. Moon's body turned toward the western side of the base. Kale and his entire team were doing the same, their expressions grim and focused. Kale's eyes met Moon's across the rampart. After a brief moment of mutual understanding, both awakeners nodded. Without another word, they traded their positions with other awakeners before dashing toward the western gate. Marcus and the rest of Kale's team followed immediately. Moon sprinted alongside them through Iron Peak's inner streets, dodging awakeners, buildings, and objects with ease. Whatever existed at the western gate was far more troublesome than anything on the northern wall, which was now successfully overwhelming the enemies and pushing them back. Moon allowed himself a soft smile as a dangerous thought formed internally. He wasn't sure what the beast was fully capable of, but he knew it was powerful enough to injure a base lord, which made it exactly what he needed to improve his new skills proficiency to the max. Chapter 88, The Base Lord 2. Moon, Kale, and his team arrived at the western side of the base within a minute of the urgent announcement. Multiple awakeners converged alongside them from all across Iron Peak, streaming in from every defensive position with weapons drawn and mana blazing. Everyone hoped desperately they weren't too late. The announcement had been a last resort call for help, which meant the base lord had either already died multiple times during the engagement, or he'd suffered injuries so catastrophic that dying even once would impose debilitating debuffs that would make him nearly useless for continued combat. Either scenario was disastrous. The death of a base lord inside his own settlement was catastrophic for morale. Once a lord fell defending his territory, the psychological impact on those under his command became devastating. Panic would spread like wildfire, coordination between teams would collapse, and confidence would shatter completely. It almost always ensured the total loss of that base. Moon's eyes landed on the behemoth dominating the western gate's killing field. It was a massive bear, easily 4 meters tall when standing upright on its hind legs. Its robust brown coat shone with a metallic glow that deflected most of the arrows and weaker spells being hurled at it by desperate defenders. The bear's most notable feature was its 3 arms. 2 emerged from its shoulders in a natural position. The massive limbs ended in claws the size of daggers. The 3rd arm sprouted grotesquely from the center of its chest, equally muscular and equally deadly, giving the creature an unnatural, nightmarish appearance that violated the expected anatomy of any living thing. This is without a doubt an S-rank beast, Moon thought with apprehension. It might even be stronger than the winter beast from the Hidden Realm. Even from nearly 100 meters away, separated by smoke, flames, and chaos, Moon felt a visceral chill run down his spine as the creature's oppressive aura washed over the battlefield. It was the same primal warning he'd experienced facing the winter beast, the instinctive recognition that he was confronting something far beyond his current capabilities. The bear slammed one massive paw into the ground. Earth magic surged outward in response. Stone erupted from the street in jagged pillars that impaled 3 awakeners who couldn't dodge in time. Their screams cut off abruptly as rock pierced through flesh and pinned their corpses upright like macabre decorations. The 3rd arm, positioned at the creature's chest, manipulated a boulder twice the size of a human. It hurled the projectile toward a cluster of mages attempting to form a coordinated spell. The boulder crushed 2 of them instantly, their bodies reduced to pulp beneath tons of magically propelled stone. Moon's eyes then landed on a human figure surrounded by awakeners, desperately trying to protect him while he recovered. The base lord's aura was no longer the overwhelming presence Moon had felt minutes earlier. It was weak now, faint, flickering like a candle in strong wind that threatened to extinguish at any moment. The bear appeared adamant about killing the base lord, eliminating anything that stood in its path with ruthless efficiency and no mercy. The weaker awakeners were sacrificing their life counts to buy the base lord precious seconds to recover from his injuries. They threw themselves at the bear knowing they would die, respawning weakened, but creating momentary distractions that kept the beast from finishing its primary target. "What are you doing? Let's go help the lord," an awakener shouted at Moon as he ran past, diving into the chaotic melee without hesitation. Moon followed behind at a more measured pace, getting closer to the beast while maintaining tactical awareness. He'd already observed the situation and formed his assessment. While the beast was overwhelmingly powerful, it wasn't impossible to deal with. It would simply be extremely difficult and costly to do so. A healer worked frantically on the base lord's ruptured leg, which slowly began to reform and recover under the magical treatment. The injury had been severe, bone and muscle torn apart. Moon pulled up the creature's status as he approached. 3-armed mountain bear. Level 25. Details: a rare evolutionary variant possessing a high affinity towards the earth element, can manipulate stone and soil to create defensive barriers, launch projectile attacks, and reinforce its already formidable natural armor. Incredibly intelligent for its species, capable of tactical thinking and environmental manipulation. Reading through the details of the beast before him, Moon grew more cautious. He was now certain that the creature was indeed of S-rank classification. Despite possessing a basic element rather than an advanced one, the beast's exceptionally high affinity toward the earth element made it as dangerous as creatures wielding more advanced elements like ice or lightning. Having a higher affinity with an element meant you could resonate at a deeper level with that force, allowing deployment of complex spells and techniques that those with lower affinities wouldn't be capable of executing. The element responded more readily to your will, bent to your intentions with less resistance. The benefits of possessing higher elemental affinity were extensive in nature, whether it was the increased magical power output, dramatically reduced mana consumption for equivalent effects, and faster casting speeds that gave numerous advantages in combat. This bear embodied all those advantages through its mastery of earth manipulation. ROARR. The mountain bear roared furiously as a barrage of stronger spells began raining down on it from the newly arrived reinforcements. The creature's intelligence showed immediately in its quick response. It struck the ground below. Cracks traversed the entire battlefield, radiating outward in spiderweb patterns in a radius of 20 meters that destabilized footing for dozens of awakeners simultaneously. Warriors stumbled. Mages lost their casting stance and missed their spell trajectories, and archers' shots went wild as the ground beneath them lurched. Earth spikes erupted from those cracks, impaling fallen awakeners who'd lost balance momentarily. The attacks injured most severely, piercing through armor and flesh. Several weaker defenders died outright, unable to defend against the beast's overwhelming elemental force before the spikes found vital organs. Chapter 89, 3-Armed Mountain Bear 1. Looking at the dire situation unfolding, with awakeners respawning constantly as casualties mounted, Moon joined the assault alongside Kale and the others who'd come to assist the base lord. Moon raised his staff and released an explosive flame with maximum compression. Boom. Kale launched his own devastating fireball simultaneously from a different angle. Boom, the twin explosions struck the mountain bear from two directions. A grunt escaped the mountain bear's mouth involuntarily as the powerful attacks bypassed his defense, injuring him slightly. Upon taking damage, the bear immediately recognized these two humans as powerful threats, different from the weaker attacks it had been casually deflecting or ignoring. The first few explosive impacts landed directly on the bear's body before it could react. The creature roared in pain and surprise that something had actually hurt it significantly. The bear immediately raised barriers of compressed stone and hardened earth around itself, using its overwhelming earth affinity to defend against subsequent attacks. Moon's and Kale's following explosive flames detonated against these barriers instead of flesh, the magical stone absorbing most of the damage. But the beast had been forced onto the defensive. That was progress. Awakeners around the battlefield grew noticeably more excited as the creature started showing visible signs of injury. It was no longer the seemingly invincible force that had wounded their base lord and deflected their attacks with ease. It could be hurt, it could bleed. That psychological change was crucial. Hope returned to eyes that had been filled with despair moments earlier, granting them strength after weakness, hope after despair. "Keep the pressure on, don't let the beast recover," someone shouted. Unlike the lower-level awakeners, Moon knew that assessment was overly optimistic in its nature. Whilst they had indeed injured the bear slightly, the bear wasn't exactly weakening. It had simply adapted its tactics after recognizing that some attacks now posed real threats to its safety. Despite knowing the reality behind the bear's actions, Moon didn't and wouldn't correct the rapidly growing misconception among the Awakeners. Morale mattered as much as firepower in battles like this. Moon continued his assault, each explosive flame carefully aimed and maximally compressed. He was burning through mana at an unsustainable rate, but this was exactly the high-intensity combat environment he needed to push his skill proficiency higher. Boom. Boom, boom. Kale maintained his own relentless barrage from the opposite side, forcing the bear to divide its defensive attention between multiple threat vectors. The mountain bear roared again, this time with clear frustration. It slammed all three arms into the ground simultaneously. Moon's eyes widened. That's not a normal attack. The entire western section of Iron Peak Base shook as if struck by an earthquake. Everyone standing within 50 meters of the bear lost their footing entirely, thrown to the ground by the seismic shock wave. Buildings cracked. Walls developed fissures. Loose stone and debris rained down from damaged structures. And from the fractured earth, dozens of massive stone pillars erupted simultaneously, each one targeting the Awakeners the bear deemed as troublesome. Moon saw one heading directly toward him and barely managed to dodge, the pillar grazing his side as silver skin absorbed what would have been a crippling blow. Others weren't so fortunate. 5 Awakeners were impaled instantly, their bodies lifted off the ground and held aloft by stone spears. The Awakeners spawned moments after, their faces pale. What the hell was that? It was so quick. One Awakener clutched his chest, still remembering the immense pain that had overtaken his body at the moment of death. Once again, the mountain bear had proven itself dangerous enough to warrant extreme caution from all the Awakeners in the western region of the base. Feeling adrenaline pumping through his veins and his heartbeat rising, a grin formed on Moon's face. Good, really good, that's exactly what I want. Rather than feeling overwhelmed or despairing at the display of overwhelming strength, Moon grew more excited. This was the perfect training environment. The Lord is healed. Everyone get into formation, follow his lead. One of the veterans inside the inner circle of Awakeners protecting the base lord announced with revitalized hope. The lord of the base emerged from the encirclement of defenders, his leg no longer torn but fully restored. Whether it had returned to its previous condition or remained weakened was unknown. Moving towards the front line with his spear in hand, the base lord cut an impressive figure. He had a decently lean, muscular build, stood at approximately 6 feet tall, with a buzz-cut hairstyle and piercing eyes that made you respect him. The Lord began his speech, his eyes locked on the mountain bear that stared him down with what looked disturbingly like a mocking grin. To all Awakeners who came to my aid, I thank you for your courage and loyalty. Many of you have lost precious lives, weapons, and suffered injuries. Once this is over and the beast is dead, you are all invited to my residence. I will thank every one of you personally for this favor. So let's kill that bear and head back to E. Before the base lord could finish, his head fell to the ground as a figure appeared beside him seemingly from thin air. A smirk formed beneath the black cloth mask the person wore. Everyone on the scene, including Moon, had their eyes widen in shock. The figure had appeared out of absolute nowhere with no warning, no mana signature, nothing. Before anyone could react to the assassination, the base lord spawned. Luckily, he still possessed lives remaining to avoid true death. The anonymous figure appeared beside the lord again instantly, slashing toward his throat with terrifying speed. The base lord, to his credit, was ready and expecting the follow-up attack. A dagger formed in his hands from his spatial storage in an attempt to block. His spear had fallen to the ground upon his first death, leaving him armed only with backup weapons for close-quarter combat. Chapter 90, Three-Armed Mountain Bear 2. The Awakeners nearby immediately tried to help, warriors darting toward the mysterious assassin in a desperate attempt to intercept his killer moves. Mages and archers held their fire, unable to attack without risking catastrophic collateral damage with their lord in the line of fire, and the mountain bear still very much alive. Hee. The figure giggled softly as its attack flashed toward the base lord's head once more in an attempt to behead him again. At the last moment, the figure switched stances with surprising mobility and leapt in a graceful arc above the base lord's defensive stance and dove down with the dagger aimed directly at his skull from above. As the strongest Awakener in the base, the lord's combat experience was extensive. He felt the change in trajectory immediately and looked up, shifting all his defensive positioning upward to intercept the aerial assault. At that crucial moment, a massive spear of earth erupted directly from beneath the base lord's feet, tearing through his chest without resistance. The stone spike had been conjured by the mountain bear, which had taken advantage of the distraction to execute a perfectly timed, coordinated attack with the assassin despite being attacked by the others in the battlefield. The assassin landed several meters away, then vanished completely as if they'd never existed. Is that a class skill, or is that some sort of equipment? It's so strong I can't even sense the assassin through my heat sense skill, maybe because it has low proficiency, Moon thought grimly. The thought of his heat sense skill being too weak was ignored the moment after it arrived. Whilst his proficiency was low, Kale had mastered the skill, perhaps even evolved it too. So there would be no reason for him to not say anything if he could see the assassin, unless the distance was too far for Kale to perceive the assassin during his invisibility. Moon's mind kept going through the possibilities until one specific thought emerged. Maybe Moon thought with growing horror as he stared at Kale's aloof expression. The thought that came to his mind was incredibly concerning. He kept the thought in mind, not discarding it despite its absurdity. He knew that anything could happen in this sanctuary and he needed to be ready for anything at any time. The base lord coughed out a mouthful of blood before collapsing to the ground, his body losing all strength as the earth spear dissolved back into soil. Within seconds the base lord spawned once again, but this time his face was as pale as a ghost, his entire body trembling violently. His legs quivered and gave out beneath him, forcing him to one knee. The debuff from multiple rapid deaths had taken hold. He was in no condition to continue fighting. The awakeners nearby immediately formed a tight protective circle around the fallen lord, shields raised and weapons ready, but the situation had shifted catastrophically. Their leader was incapacitated. An assassin of unknown capability was somewhere on the battlefield with perfect stealth. And the mountain bear remained undefeated. Moon grew more worried about his own safety. He couldn't protect himself from an opponent he couldn't see. Moon didn't have nearly enough experience to predict where the opponent could attack from. Feeling threatened by the hidden threat, Moon took a huge risk. He darted towards Kale's group, staying close with them. Kale turned his head towards Moon that had joined their fray. Moon ignored the look they gave him shamelessly and asked, "How are we going to deal with these two? There is a powerful assassin that we can't see and a powerful beast with terrifying defensive and offensive power." Marcus was the only one to reply. "This is going to be tough." As Moon and Kale's group began exchanging words, the lord of the base was being escorted by those around him. The rumor of the base lord having a single life left had spread amongst the awakeners, terrifying them. The base lord had been defeated and ambushed. He was in no shape to fight against two extremely powerful opponents, and they were somehow supposed to do that. The thought of abandoning the base filled the minds of many. Bases could be rebuilt and changed. They couldn't. Once they were dead for real, they were dead, and the base lord wasn't going to do anything about it. Barely seconds had passed since the base lord's retreat when low-level awakeners ranging from 9 to 15 began abandoning the battlefield, running away from the terrifying three-armed mountain bear and the hidden assassin that might ambush them at any moment, beheading them. Seeing that spectacle, Moon began to grow more anxious. He stared at his status in frustration. Name Moon. Race human. Class classless pyromancer. Level 21, 18%. Lives 5129. Strength 32, Agility 34, Constitution 35, Mana 48, +5 to all stats. Attribute points 0. Skills Elemental Attack 5, Element Affinity, Tenacity, Silver Skin, Pyromantic Affinity, Explosive Flame, Heat Sense, Limited Time. Talent Grim Reaper. Class Skill Class Slot 1-1. Explosive Flame. Rank Rare. Proficiency 81%. Details: you can conjure flames that detonate on impact. The size of the explosion scales with mana invested. Detonation radius 2 meters. Explosions affect all targets within the radius, including the caster. Plus 160% damage. His progress towards the next level had been stagnant, barely moving up as most of the beasts he killed were at a much lower level, providing little to no experience at all. His live accumulation was slowly increasing too. Most of his kills provided 5 lives, whilst the highest he'd been getting was 20 at a time. He knew that this would totally change when he killed the three-armed mountain bear or the hidden assassin, but that would be difficult, incredibly difficult to do. The beast was at a higher level with high affinity towards the earth element, and the assassin countered him. An assassin was a mage's worst nightmare. Currently, his explosive flame matched the damage output of his fire-based elemental attack. Based on the current trajectory of the battle, Moon was confident that practicing was no longer a smart move, especially with 2 powerful enemies compared to 1. Thus, Moon was ready to start casting lightning-based attacks at any given moment. "I don't believe that I won't be able to hold my ground when using my lightning element." Chapter 91, The Powerful Assassin 1. With the base lord out of combat, practically escaping with his remaining life alongside those closest to him, Moon, Kale, and other prominent awakeners, who dealt significant damage to the mountain bear, became the primary targets of attack. Barely a minute had passed since the base lord's retreat when more than 50 awakeners had already fled the scene, abandoning the western gate entirely. The cold reality of being left on an increasingly dangerous battlefield didn't faze Moon. He'd never expected these low-level awakeners to be his saviors in the first place. Survival was always an individual responsibility. He could certainly do the same if he wanted to, but that wasn't his goal. Before Moon could make his next move, he heard Kale's low but ominous voice. "Behind you." Moon felt every hair on his body stand on edge as the warning and the invisible attack came simultaneously. He spun backward, holding his staff diagonally across his body to protect vital areas like his chest and head. Clang, a sharp dagger made contact with the reinforced wood, the blade scraping along the staff's surface as the attack barely missed his throat. The assassin had materialized directly behind him, targeting Moon specifically out of everyone in Kale's group. Moon cursed inwardly and leapt backward immediately, creating distance between himself and the powerful assassin who decided to take his head. "Damn it, that was too close. Why didn't you warn me earlier?" Moon cursed again, this time loudly, as his eyes darted around frantically searching for the assassin who had once again blended with the air, becoming completely invisible. Kale didn't reply. His eyes moved constantly across the entire battlefield, tracking something Moon couldn't perceive, like watching an invisible ball bounce between four walls at incredible speed. Moon moved closer to Kale, pressing his back against the prodigies. Marcus and the other team members were equally wary, getting into tight defensive formation with backs covered to protect against the invisible threat haunting them. Despite focusing primarily on detecting the assassin, Moon learned from the base lord's fatal mistake which led to his second death and ultimate retreat. Moon didn't remove his attention entirely from the mountain bear, which was still fighting the veterans who'd chosen to stay and defend their base rather than flee. Some were fighting for the love of the thrill, some were fighting for financial gain, whilst others were fighting to survive. Those with authority in the base were the most troubled out of the Awakeners. Most wanted to escape like the base lord but were too afraid of the consequences that would follow. As key figures, they had a duty to not abandon the base during times of crisis. Although the base lord himself had abandoned and he would be punished for that, that wasn't a valid reason to flee the battlefield. Fleeing the battlefield was an act of treason. Since it had underlying effects that most people undervalued, the base leader's escape was a prime example of the consequences that would follow escaping. So unlike the base leader who might have powerful connections to help him deal with the aftermath with the Awakeners Association, the lieutenants didn't, hence why they remained. Don't forget about the mountain bear, they're coordinating together. Stay alert for combined attacks, Moon warned the others, ensuring no one forgot about the beast while fixating on the assassin. "Marcus, above you." Kale's voice rang out again, saving another life with his heat sense skill. Marcus raised his swords just in time to deflect a dagger thrust aimed at the base of his skull. The assassin had attacked from an aerial position, dropping from seemingly nowhere. Clang, the assassin leapt back after his second failed strike. "You are quite the annoying pest. I can tell you are not fun at parties," the assassin said, his words directed towards Kale, whose expression remained the same. Boom. The fireball Moon sent was too slow, creating a scorched earth mark where the assassin once was. Seeing Kale predict the attack once again, Moon couldn't help but groan more wary of the young glassy heir. What if Kale was somehow involved in this attack? After all, if Kale possessed the ability to determine the assassin's position with such precision, he could have warned the base lord during that first ambush. Moon decided to shelve that suspicion for now. Kale was cooperating and providing invaluable early warnings that kept him alive. That made him useful regardless of potential ulterior motives. Asking unnecessary questions or voicing paranoid theories would only make things worse for him. He couldn't care less about the base lord. He didn't come to the fight to protect him. He had simply done so because it was the best option at the time. Now that everything had changed, naturally Moon was going to remain with Kale since that was the best option currently. Whether Kale had hidden agendas about the base wasn't Moon's business. He just needed to deal with the crisis at hand and survive the next few minutes. Moon's left hand gathered mana, waiting for the assassin to show up so he could release a lightning attack. His right hand held the staff for defense. Fire wouldn't be fast enough against an opponent this quick. Only lightning had the speed necessary to catch an assassin after a failed attack. He just needed Kale to give him the opening. "Tell me where, I will deal with him," Moon said quietly to Kale. Kale's eyes continued scanning. "Ready yourself. They're taking their time with this attack. He is looking for an opening." Moon nodded, waiting for the signal. Before Kale's signal could come, Moon felt something shift beneath them. His Epicrank 5 element affinity gave him heightened sensitivity to elemental disturbances, and the Earth's mana flow had just changed dramatically in their immediate vicinity. The mountain bear. "Under us, move," Moon shouted, already stepping away from his position, anticipating the spike that would emerge at any moment to impale them. Chapter 92, The Powerful Assassin 2. Kale and his team reacted instantly to the warning, scattering from their defensive formation just as massive earth spikes erupted from the ground where they'd been standing moments earlier. The stone pillars shot upward with devastating force, each one positioned precisely where a person had been moments before. The coordinated attack was perfect. The mountain bear had forced them to break formation, and the assassin had been waiting for exactly that moment of stress and formation break. As they scattered, dodging the emerging spikes, the hidden killer made their move. The assassin materialized mid-strike, their dagger aimed directly at Kale's exposed throat while the prodigy was still recovering from his dodge. "Got you," a voice whispered from behind the mask. Kale's expression changed as he sensed the imminent danger. Fire began forming in his hands, but the dagger was approaching too rapidly. He wouldn't complete the spell in time. "Kale, no!" Marcus shouted desperately, throwing one of his swords in a last-ditch attempt to force the assassin to dodge and buy Kale precious milliseconds. The assassin didn't even flinch. The thrown sword passed harmlessly beside them as they remained committed to the killing strike. Zap! Lightning erupted from Moon's outstretched hand, crackling across the distance directly toward the assassin's torso. The killer's eyes widened behind their mask. Sensing genuine danger from the instantaneous attack, the assassin finally aborted their strike on Kale, attempting to vanish into invisibility once again. But the lightning was too quick. Moon had timed it perfectly, releasing the moment the assassin committed to their attack trajectory, making evasion nearly impossible. "No, I got you," Moon said with a cold smirk. The electrical current struck the assassin's body, voltage coursing through his entire body. Their form went rigid mid-dodge, paralysis taking hold instantly. They began falling through the air, their invisibility failing as the lightning disrupted whatever stealth skill they'd been using. Kale immediately followed up with the defensive fire spell he'd been preparing, redirecting it into an offensive blast. Boom, both attacks decimated the assassin's weak physical defenses. The combination of lightning paralysis and explosive fire killed them instantly. "You have killed a level 25 Awakener, James. You have gained 250 lives." The assassin's body vanished, dissolving into light as the ray spawn mechanism activated. They reappeared moments later, already trying to escape using the invisibility. Moon and Kale didn't need discussion or coordination. Both unleashed the same attack pattern immediately. Moon's lightning paralyzed the freshly spawned assassin before they could fully activate stealth. Kale's fireball followed instantly, detonating against the helpless target. "Boom, you have killed a level 25 Awakener, James. You have gained 250 lives. Quickly surround the spawn point. He's dead if we don't give him escape options," Moon shouted as he waited for the third respawn. Marcus and the other warriors immediately formed a perimeter around the area where the assassin kept reappearing. The spear-wielding woman positioned herself for immediate strikes. The support mage prepared to cast his own spells. Moon and Kale executed the same ruthless pattern twice more. Lightning to paralyze. Fire to kill, no hesitation, no mercy. "You have killed a level 25 Awakener, James. You have gained 250 lives. You have killed a level 25 Awakener, James. You have gained 250 lives." After dying 4 times consecutively, the assassin had lost many lives, accounting for the death penalty in this zone. The debuff from multiple rapid deaths was catastrophic. The assassin was in no shape to survive, let alone pose a threat. Moon prepared for the 5th execution, lightning already gathering in his palm. Before the assassin could respawn again, a massive roar shook the entire battlefield. ROARR. The mountain bear slammed the ground with all 3 arms simultaneously, creating spiderweb cracks that spread across hundreds of meters of terrain. The shockwave disrupted Awakeners engaging it from range, throwing off their aim and breaking their casting. And the beast charged directly toward Moon's group, covering the 100-meter distance with terrifying speed for something so massive. Moon's head snapped toward the approaching threat, his mind racing. Either someone is controlling the beast and directing it to save the assassin, which is terrifying since this is an S-rank creature with intelligence, or the beast is simply smart enough to recognize its ally is dying and choose to intervene. Both possibilities were equally disturbing. The ground shook with each thunderous step as the 3-armed mountain bear bore down on them with single-minded purpose. "Scatter," Marcus shouted. "We can't hold against a direct charge." Moon had seconds to decide, maintain position and risk the bear's assault, or abandon the kill and survive to fight later. His eyes narrowed as he calculated odds and consequences. Then he made his choice. He was going to stay. With the assassin's current state, he was an easy kill to Moon. He simply needed to deploy more mana into his lightning-based attacks to get an instant kill. The man had been granting him a steady roll of lives. 250 for each kill without danger wasn't easy to gain in the current economy of lives. James spawned once more, his face deathly pale, his breathing haggard. Staring at his life counter, James was shocked beyond disbelief. How did I lose so many lives?" The assassin's voice was hoarse, barely above a whisper. Moon, positioned nearby and already channeling lightning, overheard the rhetorical question. A thought emerged in his mind as electrical energy crackled more intensely around his hand. He lost more lives than usual. Wait, what happens when I do kill humans? How do I gain the extra lives? Am I stealing 5 times the lives they would lose in this danger zone? The realization was exciting to say the least. With the Grim Reaper talent multiplying the death penalty of zones by 5, Moon had indeed become a literal reaper of lives. Each kill didn't just simply give him 5 times the lives, but it harvested said amount of lives and transferred it to him. Moon released the lightning attack at maximum intensity, pouring substantially more mana into the spell than his previous executions. Zap Chapter 93, The Assassin is Dead. The lightning bolt struck the weakened assassin before he could even attempt to activate stealth or defend himself. The electrical current was so powerful that it didn't just paralyze him anymore. It killed him instantly, burning through what little resistance his debuffed body could offer. You have gained 500 lives. Moon's eyes widened slightly at the notification. The life bonus had doubled from 250 to 500, and the only difference was that Moon hadn't shared this kill with Kale. He'd executed the assassin entirely by himself with that final lightning strike. In this zone, the base death penalty is 100 lives per death, Moon reasoned rapidly. If Kale shared 50% of the life bonus when we both attacked, then I'd be left with 50 base lives, which becomes 250 after my 5 times multiplier. Now it makes sense. Solo kills granted the full base penalty amount before multiplication. Shared kills split that base amount between contributors before applying his talent multiplier. Moon mentally noted the crucial information for future reference, so he could understand his talent more. The mountain bear was now 50 meters away and closing fast, its massive form creating tremors with each thunderous step that shook the ground. Moon. Move, Marcus shouted desperately. Despite knowing the danger, Moon didn't want to leave just yet. Based on his estimates, the assassin had lost approximately 1,700 lives total. Coupled with the desperate reaction James had shown earlier, Moon was certain the killer was on his last life or close to it. Moon took a quick glance at the charging beast, which was also using earth manipulation to attack while closing distance. Spikes erupted along Moon's retreat path. He dodged the elemental attacks with some difficulty, his high agility and elemental perception barely keeping him ahead of the fast-forming assault. I can do one more kill. If James doesn't die within this attempt, then I'll abort for the time being, Moon thought, taking a risk he normally wouldn't accept. There were multiple reasons driving his decision. While the assassin certainly wouldn't be troublesome for the next several hours due to severe debuffs, he was still a powerful enemy to have breathing down Moon's neck. After losing so many lives, James would definitely harbor a grudge and want payback eventually. Moon didn't want to leave such a capable killer alive and hunting him. Most importantly, James might figure out that Moon's talent or class was somehow responsible for his immense life loss. The assassin's confusion and shock suggested he'd noticed something abnormal about the situation. Once that secret was revealed, Moon might become a priority target for whatever organization had sent these two threats. James respawned once again. His face mask had already been burned away during previous deaths, revealing his features. He was relatively handsome with green eyes, brown hair, and a sharp jawline. His face was one that those that saw it wouldn't forget easily. He didn't blend in with the crowd, he was noticeable. Impossible, how cowl, his voice came out barely above a whisper amid the chaos. Zap, James's voice was cut off abruptly as lightning struck again. You have killed a level 25 Awakener, James. You have gained 500 lives. James's body went rigid, then collapsed. His corpse was charred hair standing upright from the immense electrical current that had coursed through his entire body. James no longer had the dignified assassin look he had when he first showed up to the battlefield. He looked incredibly pitiful. Unlike the previous deaths, James's body did not dissipate to respawn once again. Moon noticed the permanent stillness as he started creating distance between himself and both the charging beast and the deceased assassin. He'd already begun retreating the moment his final attack landed. Kale and the others watched the scene unfold with varying expressions. Kale's face remained unreadable as always. Marcus and the other team members showed clear shock at what they'd just witnessed. Should we help him? Marcus whispered as he watched Moon retreat toward their position with a massive bear in pursuit. Kale didn't reply immediately, then quietly said, "Yes, prepare to engage the mountain bear. Don't forget our main objective." Marcus nodded, turning toward the woman holding the spear. "Let's go." Both warriors charged forward, positioning themselves to slow down the bear and relieve pressure on Moon's retreat. Kale himself wasn't idle. While his body channeled mana to prepare devastating spells, his mind been analyzing the power and versatility Moon had demonstrated throughout this battle. His thoughts also lingered on the assassin's weird reaction before his final death. James's facial expression had been strange, as if he'd been shocked by something he couldn't quite understand or comprehend. What had the assassin realized in those final moments? Kale placed that question at the back of his mind temporarily as he launched a massive fireball toward the mountain bear, supporting his warriors. They killed him. They killed the assassin. One of the veterans still fighting the horde of beasts shouted as he caught sight of the permanently dead body lying motionless on the scorched ground. News of the powerful assassin's death spread like wildfire among the remaining Awakeners. The same killer who had forced the base lord to flee, who had seemed untouchable and invincible, had been executed repeatedly until his lives ran dry. Hope ignited in hearts that had been filled with despair moments earlier. "We can do this, let's kill these beasts," Awakeners began shouting across the battlefield as the battle approached its climax. Defenders who'd been on the verge of fleeing found renewed courage. Those who'd stayed despite fear found vindication for their choice. The psychological change was powerful. Morale, that intangible force that could turn battles, swung dramatically in the defenders' favor. Moon glared at the three-armed mountain bear that was now 20 meters away and still charging directly toward him with fury. The creature had witnessed its partner fall permanently and recognized Moon as the one responsible. Chapter 94. The three-armed mountain bear is furious. Marcus and the spear-wielding woman had already arrived nearby, positioning themselves to deal with the bear's charge and give Moon space to maneuver. Of course, they weren't planning to tackle it head-on, but they simply wanted to cause a distraction. A direct hit from an S-rank beast was nothing to scoff at. Lightning crackled intensely around Moon's left hand, arcs of electricity dancing between his fingers. Explosive flame burned in his right palm, the compressed fire straining against containment and ready to detonate on impact. Moon held two devastating attacks, preparing to unleash both simultaneously. The mountain bear slammed its central arm into the ground as it ran, sending another wave of earth spikes erupting toward Moon's position. Moon dodged left, the spikes missing by centimeters as silver skin deflected stone fragments. Marcus blocked one spike with his sword, the impact jarring his arms. The spear woman vaulted over another, her agility carrying her clear. Kale's voice carried across the battlefield. Left flank opening in 3 seconds. Moon trusted the warning without question. He shifted his positioning, preparing to exploit whatever opening Kale had identified. Boom! A massive fireball from Kale struck the bear's right side, forcing the creature to raise an earth barrier with its right arm to defend. The defensive maneuver created exactly the opening Kale had predicted. The bear's left flank was exposed within 10 meters of Moon. Moon released both attacks simultaneously. Lightning from his left hand streaked forward first, the fastest element reaching the target. The electrical current struck the bear's exposed side, coursing through its body and causing involuntary muscle spasms. The paralysis lasted barely a second due to the beast's powerful body, but that was enough. Explosive flame from his right hand detonated against the same exposed spot, the fire finding flesh that couldn't dodge or raise barriers while paralyzed. Boom! The explosion was devastating, enhanced by all of Moon's proficiency gains throughout the battle. Fur burned away instantly, revealing charred flesh beneath. The bear roared in genuine pain, its charge faltering as it lost its footing for a brief moment from the combined assault of Kale, Moon, and other awakeners who joined the offensive. "This bear isn't invincible. It can bleed, so make it blade. Let's kill this damn beast," one of the lieutenants in charge of a powerful awakener team shouted as he sent his own attacks toward the momentarily stunned mountain bear. Boom, whoosh. Clang, all sorts of attacks converged on the creature from multiple directions. The awakeners sensed weakness and pressed their advantage with everything they had. But the attacks were met with sudden resistance. The bear slammed all 3 arms into the ground simultaneously, and a massive dome of compacted earth erupted around its body. The barrier was thick, reinforced with layers of stone and soil that absorbed the incoming barrage. The creature had bought itself precious seconds to recover from the powerful attacks it had taken head-on. Moon did not like the idea of the bear recovering its strength. He'd invested a large portion of his mana into those previous combination attacks, and with the natural recovery rate beasts possessed, the battle would become even more troublesome if given time. Moon didn't forget the larger context either. There were still plenty of monsters surrounding the base from all directions. Even in the western section where they fought, the beast horde remained massive despite hundreds already slain. This was an organized assault that had deployed an S-rank beast and a level 25 assassin. Just like the defenders possessed the revival mechanism, their human enemies had the same capability. Many attackers had faced permanent death, their bodies littering the battlefield, but reinforcements kept coming. "Attack the dome, don't let it recover," Marcus shouted to those around him. He closed the distance rapidly, preparing to strike the earthen barrier with both swords. Moon didn't share his aggressive close combat approach. "Wait. This might be a trap, come bar." Before Moon could finish his warning, a spike erupted from the ground directly beneath where Marcus was approaching. The stone pillar impaled him through the torso, lifting his body into the air. Marcus's eyes widened as he realized his fatal mistake. Blood poured from the wound. "Help him retreat," Kale said, his voice higher than usual as he sent multiple attacks toward the dome in an attempt to distract the bear and prevent follow-up strikes while Marcus was vulnerable. Marcus's body dissolved as he died, respawning 10 meters away moments later. His face was deathly pale, the debuff from rapid death clearly affecting him severely. The spear-wielding woman who'd been positioned nearby quickly approached Marcus and let him lean on her slightly as they retreated from the dangerous zone around the dome. Moon also moved closer to provide cover, using his element perception to give them advance warning of incoming attacks. They barely managed to dodge several more spikes that erupted along their retreat path. Marcus was successfully retrieved from immediate danger. Although alive, he wasn't in fighting condition. He'd need to sit out for at least 5 minutes to recover from the debuff, maybe longer. Meanwhile, the bear had used that crucial time to recover as well. The dome began cracking and dissolving as the creature prepared to re-engage. "It's really smart," Moon thought grimly. Despite being injured and at a disadvantage, it still managed to force us to switch from offensive pressure to defensive retreat, protecting Marcus from permanent death while buying itself recovery time. The beast had turned what should have been a decisive moment into a tactical stalemate. Still, despite its intelligence and overwhelming individual power, it remained outnumbered. Dozens of awakeners surrounded it from all sides, and more were arriving from other sections as word spread that the assassin was dead and the bear could be wounded. The dome shattered completely. The three-armed mountain bear emerged, bloodied but far from defeated. Its eyes burned with fury as it identified Moon and Kale as primary threats. Then it roared again, and the ground beneath the entire western section began to tremble. It's preparing something big. "Everyone get back from the bear, maximum distance," Moon shouted the warning as he began retreating rapidly. The mountain bear slammed all three arms into the ground with devastating force, channeling what must have been the majority of its remaining mana into a single massive technique. The earth itself seemed to come alive. Author's notes does not change pricing of chapter. Hey everyone, I'm happy to announce that you will receive a 30-chapter mass release on the first day of the new year. 1/01/2026. I have worked my ass off for the past month, constantly updating whilst stockpiling for this. I hope that you will encourage me by spending some of your precious golden tickets and power stones during next month since it will reset. Let's break through the ranks of golden tickets and win-win. As always, thank you for the support. Chapter 95, Fighting Till Death. Spikes erupted across a 40-meter radius all at once, emerging from the ground like a forest of stone blades. Most awakeners in the vicinity were unable to heed Moon's warning due to slower reaction times or being caught mid-attack. They were all engulfed in the devastating area of effect assault. Tens of awakeners disappeared as they died, their bodies dissolving into light. They respawned moments later within the same spike-filled zone, only to find themselves dying again immediately as stone pierced through their newly formed bodies. The area had become an automated death zone. Even those respawning were losing lives repeatedly, trapped in a cycle of death and resurrection that drained their life pools with terrifying speed. Within the span of seconds, many had already suffered multiple deaths. Some were dangerously close to permanent erasure. Realizing the catastrophic attack was claiming lives faster than anyone could react, Moon, Kale, and the other surviving awakeners needed to act immediately. Attack the bear. Earth mages, quickly destroy the spikes. We need them gone, Moon shouted, abandoning his offensive against the creature entirely and focusing his elemental manipulation on removing the earthen spikes. Despite being weak, these awakeners were incredibly useful to the fight. Their large numbers allowed Moon to be safer with them dead. He would most certainly be one of the fewer awakeners focused by the bear, and he didn't want that to happen. Fire wouldn't work efficiently for his goal. So Moon switched to using his Earth affinity through 5-element affinity, altering the environment. It was a battle of elemental control against the bear's superior Earth mastery, but Moon's Epicrank affinity gave him enough power to make a difference. Since there were so many spikes spread across such a wide area, Moon prioritized his skills strategically. He focused on saving those awakeners who'd shown the highest combat effectiveness before the technique activated, targeting the spikes around their specific spawn locations. He removed clusters of stone around a lieutenant who'd been dealing heavy attacks with his team. Shattered spikes threatening a powerful warrior who'd been holding the front line, cleared space around mages who'd been contributing significant damage. In the span of approximately 30 seconds of intense concentration and rapid elemental manipulation, Moon managed to save roughly 30 awakeners from permanent death by creating safe respawn zones before their lives ran completely dry. As they escaped the death trap and retreated to safer positions, many turned toward Moon with expressions of gratitude. "Thank you. You saved my life," one warrior shouted as he limped backward, clutching a stamina-replenishing potion. "I owe you one," a mage called out, her voice shaking with relief as she realized how close she'd come to permanent erasure. "We won't forget this," another awakener added, already moving to assist others still trapped in the spike field. But Moon had no time to acknowledge their thanks. His attention snapped back to the immediate threat. The mountain bear wasn't finished. The creature had already begun charging again, its massive body thundering directly toward Moon with the single goal of removing his existence. The devastating spike technique had served its purpose perfectly. It had eliminated or severely weakened the overwhelming number of awakeners who'd been converging on the beast from all sides. Now, with most threats neutralized or forced to retreat, the bear could focus on its primary target without interference. And that target was Moon. The creature had recognized him as the greatest threat, the one who'd killed its assassin partner, the one coordinating defenses, the one who needed to die. Moon's mana reserves were dangerously low after the extended battle and the intensive earth manipulation he'd just performed. His stamina was flagging. His body ached from dodging, casting, and constant movement, but he couldn't stop now. Lightning began crackling weakly in his left hand as he prepared for the collision. Kale appeared at his side, fire already gathering in his hand. "We end this together." Moon nodded grimly. The mountain bear roared and prepared its final charge, and it was nothing short of apocalyptic. ROARR. The creature's bellow shook the entire western section of Iron Peak Base, and in response, the remaining beast horde charged alongside their alpha. Dozens of creatures that had been fighting independently suddenly converged in a team death rush. This was the final gambit. the decisive push that would either break the defenders completely or fail catastrophically. The bear led the charge, using all three of its massive arms as weapons of mass destructions. The two shoulder arms swept outward in wide arcs, crushing anyone foolish enough to remain close. The central chest arm struck downward repeatedly, pulverizing awakeners who tried to stand their ground. Simultaneously, the creature channeled its overwhelming earth affinity to assault those at range. Stone spikes erupted along flanking positions. Boulders materialized midair and launched toward mage formations. The ground itself became a weapon, opening chasms beneath fleeing warriors and creating walls that trapped defenders in kill zones. Moon, Kale, and the remaining high-level awakeners formed a desperate last line of defense. Hold the line. Don't let them break through, the surviving lieutenant shouted, his voice hoarse from screaming commands. Kale unleashed his most powerful fireballs in rapid succession, each explosion buying precious seconds. The spear woman fought with praiseworthy courage, her weapon finding the vital organs of beasts. Marcus, still weakened but refusing to retreat further, fought against the weaker beasts. Moon channeled what little mana remained, alternating between lightning strikes to paralyze charging beasts and earth manipulation to counter the mountain bear's terrain control. But it wasn't enough. The sheer numbers were overwhelming. For every beast they killed, two more took its place. The mountain bear's relentless advance pushed them backward step by step, its three arms creating a zone of death that nothing could penetrate and survive. A wolf variant beast slipped past the front line and lunged at Moon from his blind side as he focused his attacks on the bear. Moon twisted desperately, his staff coming up to block, but the creature's momentum drove him backward. Claws raked across his side, shredding through his cloak and tearing into flesh beneath. Silver skin absorbed some damage, but the attack was too powerful to completely stop. Chapter 96, Explosive Flame evolves. Pain exploded through Moon's torso as blood began flowing freely from deep gashes. He killed the wolf with a point-blank elemental strike, but three more beasts immediately replaced it. The mountain bear was 15 meters away now, its eyes locked on Moon with murderous intent. Moon raised his staff to cast again, but his mana reserves were nearly depleted. The lightning flickered weakly in his palm before dissipating entirely. I have little mana left. A massive boulder, launched by the mountain bear, crashed into the defensive formation. The impact sent awakeners flying in all directions. Moon was thrown backward, slamming into a partially collapsed wall with bone-breaking force. His vision blurred. Blood poured from the wounds in his side, mixing with dirt and ash. His breathing came in ragged gasps as his broken ribs protested every inhalation of air. The mountain bear closed the distance, raising all three arms for a killing blow that would reduce Moon to paste against the stone. At that moment, with death imminent and mana exhausted, Moon felt it. The same inexplicable feeling he'd felt during his first acquirement of a skill. Enlightenment. At death's door, Moon had managed to enter a state of enlightenment from his very being. Time seemed to slow as the bear closed in on him with the intent of shredding him to pieces. The bear's descending arms moved through the air like they were underwater. Moon's awareness expanded, hyper-focused by his adrenaline and survival instinct. Moon had been struggling to comprehend the explosive flame skill since the battle had started, but in this moment of absolute crisis, with death measured in heartbeats, something clicked in his brain. Compression isn't the only factor, heat is too. Moon's bloodied hand moved instinctively, channeling what microscopic amount of mana remained in his reserves. He formed the smallest possible explosive flame, but this time the construction was flawless. Every thread of mana lined up, every compression ratio optimized, and most importantly, the heat was beyond anything he'd managed before. The fireball that appeared in his palm was tiny, barely the size of a marble, but it burned with an intensity that defied its size. Explosive flame proficiency increased to 100%. Explosive flame. Rank rare. Level 1 evolved. Details: you can conjure flames that detonate on impact. The size of the explosion scales with mana invested. Detonation radius 2 meters. Explosions affect all targets within the radius, including the caster. Those hit are inflicted with burning, taking 1% of total damage every second for 5 seconds. 200% damage. Moon didn't waste a single moment celebrating the achievement. The bear was almost directly before him. Boom. An explosive lit up his eyes as Kale sent a powerful attack that made the bear stumble, buying Moon the precious seconds he needed to evolve his skill. Get out of there. Moon, however, couldn't hear him. His mind was purely focused on the beast before him and the status screen flashing across his vision. He began spending lives with incredible speed. Explosive flame level 1 right arrow 2, 8 lives consumed. Explosive flame level 2 right arrow 3, 16 lives consumed. Explosive flame level 8 right arrow 9, 1024 lives consumed. Explosive flame level 9 right arrow 10, 2048 lives consumed. Total lives consumed 4088. Explosive flame has evolved to ignite. Ignite. Rank epic. Level max. Details: you can conjure semi-blue flames that detonate on impact. The size of the explosion scales with mana invested. Detonation radius, 5 meters. Explosions affect all targets within the radius, including the caster. Those hit are inflicted with burning, taking 5% of total damage every second for 5 seconds, 250% damage. The skill had evolved into something incredibly powerful, far beyond what Moon had expected. The damage increase alone was staggering, but the expanded radius and devastating burn effect transformed it from a strong attack into a weapon of mass destruction. Moon channeled the last dregs of his mana reserves into the newly evolved skill. 3 fireballs formed simultaneously in his bloodied hands, each one compressed to absolute perfection with the mastery he'd just achieved. They blazed with semi-blue light that seemed to warp the air around them. The mountain bear's arms were inches away. Moon released all 3 at point-blank range, knowing very well that he would be injured alongside the bear. Boom, 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 the triple detonation consumed everything within 5 meters. The explosions merged into a single apocalyptic blast that engulfed the mountain bear completely, along with a few beasts that had been following behind it. The shockwave threw Moon backward again, his already battered body ragdolling through the air, but he was smiling through the blood and pain, because the bear's roar of agony told him everything he needed to know. He'd hurt it, badly. The casting had drained Moon's remaining mana completely. His vision darkened at the edges as exhaustion and blood loss caught up with him. At that moment, the entire battlefield fell silent. Every awakener, defender and attacker alike stopped mid-action to stare at the scene in pure disbelief, shock and reverence. Where the mountain bear had stood seconds earlier, a 5-meter crater now existed. Molten stone glowed at its edges, still radiating intense heat. Burnt corpses of beasts littered the perimeter, and at the crater's center the 3-armed mountain bear remained standing, but barely. One of its eyes had been completely destroyed, burned away by the concentrated thermal assault. Its left shoulder arm hung limp, the muscle and sinew connecting it to the body severed by explosive force. Massive burns covered its entire torso where fur and flesh had been incinerated. The creature swayed unsteadily, its breathing labored and ragged, but it was still a threat despite the catastrophic damage. The beast's remaining eye locked onto Moon with pure hatred, but the killer instinct that had driven its charge was gone. Rather, survival instinct had replaced it. The mountain bear took one stumbling step backward, then another, beginning a slow retreat toward the breach in the western wall. No one moved to stop it. The awakeners were paralyzed by what they'd just witnessed. Chapter 97, The Death of the 3-Armed Mountain Bear. Moon lay crumpled against debris 10 meters away, his body burned and bleeding. Steam rose from his hands where he'd channeled the evolved skill. His cloak was shredded, his face and torso covered in blood from multiple wounds. He looked more corpse than living person, but the aura emanating from him told a different story. Even unconscious and dying, power radiated from Moon's body. Kale stood frozen, his crimson eyes wide with an emotion he rarely displayed. How did he do it? This power behind that fireball is even greater than my own. As the pyromancer prodigy of the Glassy family, Kale had received the best training from the most powerful awakeners with variants of the fire mage, the finest resources and access to techniques most awakeners would never see. His talent was recognized across the first sanctuary as exceptional, perhaps once in a generation. And he'd just watched someone with a lower level, perhaps even younger, produce fire magic that exceeded his own. But that wasn't the only factor. Moon had the ability to use an intermediate element, lightning, which made him terrifying. That wasn't just a skill level up. The mana compression, the heat. He achieved perfect execution on his first casting after evolution. That's a rank evolution. Who is this person? Kale wondered, unable to look away from Moon's unconscious form. What kind of talent allows someone to? The aura intensified briefly, flickering like flame caught in wind, before subsiding as Moon's consciousness faded completely. Don't let the bear escape, Marcus shouted as he sprinted towards Moon's position by a direct command from Kale. Marcus dropped to his knee, checking Moon's condition. After a quick and brief assessment, Marcus called out, "He's alive, but barely. Someone get a healer." Now, the spear-wielding woman was already running toward them, carrying healing potions from her spatial storage. Other awakeners began moving as well, shaking off their stupor and remembering their roles. Marcus carefully lifted Moon, trying not to aggravate the burns covering his torso and arms. Moon's face was severely burned from the point-blank detonation, skin blistered and raw. His breathing was shallow, each breath a struggle. "This crazy bastard," Marcus muttered, carrying Moon away from the still smoldering crater. "Using such a powerful attack at point-blank range with no mana left. He's either the bravest or stupidest awakener I've ever seen. I would rather die than experience these wounds. They must hurt like hell." Kale watched them retreat toward the healers, his expression returning to its usual aloof mask, but his eyes shifted and locked onto the severely injured mountain bear that was attempting to escape through the breach in the western wall. An emotion he'd never felt before emerged. Moon had wounded the beast badly. To achieve his goal, the beast needed to die by his own hands. He couldn't let it escape. That was unacceptable. Kale's mana began flowing with purpose. A small fireball formed above his staff, then slowly expanded and contracted. Its color shifted from orange red to deep crimson, then to streaks of blue at the core as he poured everything he'd learned, everything he'd achieved during his breakthrough into this single technique. It took him 5 full seconds to complete the construction, 5 seconds of absolute concentration while the mountain bear limped toward freedom. Then he released it. The fireball traversed through the air like a small sun, leaving a scorched trail in its wake as it streaked toward the injured beast. ROARR. Sensing the danger approaching, the mountain bear sent out a desperate signal. Dozens of weaker beasts immediately threw themselves into the fireball's path, sacrificing their bodies in a final act of loyalty to their alpha. They formed a living shield, accepting certain death to protect their leader. Boom. The explosion vaporized the sacrificial beasts instantly, their bodies reduced to ash and scattered fragments. Kale's attack had been stopped, but it had cost the lives of at least 10 subordinate creatures. Kale wasn't finished. His expression remained cold and determined as he began channeling mana again, forming another devastating technique. The mountain bear tried to increase its pace, desperation clear in its movements. But with one eye destroyed, one arm useless, and massive burns covering its body, speed was beyond its capabilities. Boom! The second blast broke through the remaining defensive beasts, detonating against the mountain bear's exposed flank. The creature roared in agony, stumbling forward as another section of flesh was burned away. Kale cast again and again. Boom, boom! After the 5th casting of his most powerful technique, the mountain bear finally succumbed to its accumulated injuries. Its massive body swayed for a brief moment, the remaining eye dimming as life fled. Then it crashed forward, slamming into the ground with enough force to crack the already damaged street beneath it. The beast was down, possibly dead, possibly clinging to its final breath. Sensing the weakness of the creature, the awakeners who'd been observing from safer positions didn't hesitate. Contributing to the death of such a powerful beast would certainly provide them with substantial rewards. They weren't going to miss this opportunity. Only fools would pass up a chance to claim even the tiniest credit for killing an S-rank beast. Warriors charged forward with weapons raised. Mages launched their remaining spells. Archers sent arrows into the fallen creature's body. Everyone wanted their attacks to land, to be counted among those who participated in the kill. The mountain bear's body was quickly overwhelmed by the coordinated assault, dozens of awakeners pouring everything they had into ensuring it would never rise again. You have killed a level 25 3-armed mountain bear. You have gained 1,000 lives. The notification appeared for everyone who'd contributed damage during the extended battle. The life reward was substantial, but split among so many participants that individual gains were modest compared to the beast's true value. Kale lowered his staff, breathing heavily from the mana expenditure. 5 consecutive maximum power techniques had drained his reserves dangerously low. But he'd secured the kill. His contribution had been decisive, visible to everyone present. Marcus, still carrying the unconscious Moon, glanced back at the fallen beast and then at Kale with newfound respect. "The prodigy lives up to his reputation," he said quietly to the spear woman beside him. She nodded. "Indeed." She then glanced towards Moon, who was getting healed whilst unconscious. "But he isn't to underestimate either. Between the two of them, they saved this entire base." 2 rising stars had demonstrated their greatness to hundreds of awakeners. Kale's eyes drifted back toward where healers surrounded Moon's burned and broken body. The war was over. Chapter 98, Level 22, New Base Lord. Moon woke up breathing heavily. He snapped his eyes open, immediately summoning his staff while scanning the unfamiliar room defensively. Moon found himself in a relatively large room with basic, cozy furniture. His eyes landed on a young woman sitting on a chair before him. "Hey, it's okay. Everything is fine now. You're in the infirmary of Iron Peak Base." The young woman wearing a long white healer's cloak spoke with a soft, reassuring smile. Moon's guard dropped slightly, though his grip on the staff remained firm. He raised his brows. "Who are you?" He'd never seen this woman before. Not surprised by his wariness, the young healer began explaining. "I'm one of the base's senior healers. I was personally instructed by the base lord to ensure you received the best care while you were unconscious." Moon dismissed his staff back to his storage ring. He couldn't detect any malice from the young woman, and if she'd harbored bad intentions, she would have acted while he was helpless. Pragmatically, she'd had hours of opportunity. Moon rubbed his temple as he tried to piece together what had happened before he collapsed. The young healer, seemingly understanding his predicament, began explaining the aftermath of the battle, the mountain bear's death, the retreat of the remaining beast horde, the successful defense of Iron Peak Base despite catastrophic casualties. Moon listened intently and nodded. "That matches what I remember before losing consciousness." Hiss. Moon took a sharp breath and clutched his head as sudden pain lanced through his skull. "Don't worry, it's nothing serious," the healer said calmly. Your brain is simply processing everything that happened, your injuries, the accelerated healing, the transition back to consciousness. The discomfort should pass within a few minutes. How long was I out? Moon asked through gritted teeth. 5 hours since you collapsed. We could have woken you earlier, but that would have caused worse side effects than a temporary headache. With no immediate threats remaining, we thought it best to let your body recover naturally. After a minute of sitting quietly, the headache indeed faded completely. Moon stood and prepared to leave when he noticed his clothing had been changed. His combat-damaged gear was gone, replaced with clean, unfamiliar garments. His face flushed slightly with embarrassment before he quickly suppressed the emotion. Who changed my clothes? I did, the healer replied with a soft, knowing grin. It's standard procedure for patients with extensive burns and wounds. There's nothing you need to be ashamed of. Your gear is stored in the patient items storage. You can retrieve them from there. Moon remained silent for a moment, processing that information with mild discomfort. I see, thank you for the assistance. I should get going now. The healer nodded, not attempting to stop him. Before you leave, make sure you visit the base lord. He specifically requested to see you once you woke. Moon's brows lifted slightly. He'd never had any direct interaction with the man before, and the last time Moon had seen him, the lord had been retreating from the battlefield with his tail between his legs after nearly dying permanently by the assassin. Let's see what this man wants from me, Moon thought coolly. If his intentions are genuine and beneficial, we can have a productive conversation. If he's attempting to manipulate or exploit me after I helped save his base, his eyes flickered coldly. Moon wasn't someone who could be easily pushed around or taken advantage of. He'd proven his value and power on that battlefield. Anyone who thought his youth or relative inexperience made him vulnerable to political maneuvering would learn otherwise quickly and painfully. He'd killed plenty of humans during the siege. Adding one more name to that list wouldn't cost him any sleep if circumstances required it. Moon walked through the infirmary corridors, his expression neutral but his mind alert for any potential complications. Along the way, he pulled up the notifications he'd received while unconscious. You have killed a level 25 three-armed mountain bear. You have received 1,000 lives. Moon momentarily stopped mid-stride. 1,000 lives from that single beast, despite dozens of awakeners contributing to its death. The reward distribution clearly weighted individual contribution heavily, and Moon had arguably inflicted the most critical damage, the evolved Ignite technique that crippled it and enabled the final kill. You have reached level 22. A name, Moon. A race, human. Class, classless pyromancer. Level 22, 39%. Lives 4131. Strength 33, Agility 35, Constitution 36, Mana 49 plus 5 to all stats. Attribute points 0. Skills, Elemental Attack, 5 Element Affinity, Tenacity, Silver Skin, Ignite, Heat Sense, Pyromantic Affinity, Limited Time. Talent, Grim Reaper. Class Skill, Class Slot 1-1. Staring at his updated status, Moon was extremely satisfied with the battle's results. He'd leveled up twice, reaching level 22 with solid progress toward 23. He'd successfully mastered and evolved Explosive Flame into the Epic Ignite skill. Most importantly, he'd maintained his life total above 4,000 despite spending over 4,000 lives on skill evolution. The massive influx from killing James repeatedly and contributing to the mountain bear's death had more than compensated for the expenditure. This meant Moon not only possessed high survivability through his substantial life reserve, but he also retained the capability to evolve another rare skill to epic rank if circumstances and opportunities aligned properly in the future. The war had been costly, dangerous, and exhausting, but the rewards made it entirely worthwhile. Moon resumed walking toward where he was told the base lord's office would be located, his confidence restored and his mind already planning his next steps. Time to see what the man who'd fled his own battlefield wanted from the person who'd helped save it. Arriving at the building, 2 awakeners were stationed at the door. Upon spotting him, the 2 gave him a nod of respect. Everybody had come to know of what Moon had done in the base. He was akin to a celebrity in the Iron Peak base. I'm here to meet the base lord. The 2 glanced at each other before letting him in, one person escorting him inside. Chapter 99, The New Base Lord 2. The awakener led Moon through several corridors before stopping at an ornate door. He knocked twice firmly. Sir, Moon is here to see you. Let him in. Yes, sir. The awakener left, nodding toward Moon. You can enter. Upon entering the room, Moon's brows raised in surprise at the man sitting behind the base lord's desk. You are the lord of the base now. Kale's expression remained neutral as he nodded. You can sit down. I have several things I need to discuss with you, including your rewards for your contributions during the siege. Moon sat in one of the chairs across from the desk, still processing the unexpected development. You're the new base lord. What happened to the previous one? Kale leaned back slightly. He was resigned of his role by the Awakeners Association immediately after the battle concluded. The Awakener Association reviewed the situation and decided to transfer the title to me based on several factors. Kale spoke without gloating or fake humility. That's not the primary topic I wanted to discuss, however, Kale continued. Your contributions to defending this base were immense. I don't need to enumerate them. I'm sure you know them very well. I'm here to provide you with 2 separate reward distributions. 2. Moon's interest sharpened. The dugbug we killed in the forest. You're entitled to a share of that as well. Right, Moon nodded, genuinely surprised that the young glassy heir still remembered such a relatively minor encounter when a full-scale war had occurred mere hours later. Kale reached into his spatial storage and withdrew a spherical object that immediately drew Moon's attention. The core pulsed with earthy brown light, dense with concentrated mana that Moon could feel even from across the desk. As the person who dealt the most critical damage to the 3-armed mountain bear, you've earned the largest share of its remains, specifically the beast core. Kale placed the core on the desk between them. This is a first-order S-rank high Earth affinity core. Extremely rare and valuable. Moon's eyes landed on the core with obvious interest. I'm willing to purchase it from you at a price above standard market assessment. Normally, a core of this quality would sell for approximately $1 million, maybe slightly more depending on the buyer. I'm prepared to offer you $2 million for the core alone. As for the dugbug, your contribution amounts to approximately $100,000 based on materials harvested and sold. For the rest of your contributions, such as eliminating approximately 100 beasts during the siege, saving multiple awakeners from permanent death, and killing the assassin James, that totals an additional $500,000. Kale met Moon's eyes directly. $2,600,000 total. Do you accept these terms? Moon considered for a moment, running the calculations in his head. Kale had indeed been very fair, even slightly generous with the core's valuation. The price reflected either genuine appreciation for Moon's contribution or a decision to establish goodwill. Either way, Moon was happy that he had gained some extra bucks. I accept, Moon said simply. The money was useful, and whilst Moon was certain that if he asked for more money, Kale would probably give it. However, Moon wasn't going to do so. He knew that he would eventually reach the second sanctuary, and having Kale as a connection, even if it was a weaker one, would be incredibly useful. A question emerged in Moon's mind as he processed the transaction. What happens to the loot from all the other beasts killed during the siege? Do you take a share as base lord? Moon didn't have much information on such topics, and it was interesting to understand. Kale nodded without hesitation. Yes, I take a percentage cut from all beast materials harvested within base territory. It's standard practice for base lords. The fee funds defensive infrastructure, pays guards, maintains facilities, and compensates the lord for administrative responsibilities. I see, Moon nodded slowly, his mind piecing together the larger picture. He'd finally understood why Kale hadn't warned the previous base lord about the assassin's initial attack, why he'd allowed the man to nearly die, to be driven from the battlefield in disgrace and fear. Kale had wanted exactly this outcome from the beginning. With the previous lord disgraced and gone, Kale could step into the vacant position with full justification. His combat contributions were undeniable, his family's backing made the transition smooth, and now he controlled an entire base's economic output, gaining wealth and influence far beyond what a simple visiting prodigy could access. It was calculated, ruthless, and brilliantly executed. Moon felt no moral outrage about it. If anything, he respected the strategic thinking. Kale had identified an opportunity and seized it with his own power and planning. Smart move, Moon said quietly, making his understanding clear without explicitly stating the accusation. Kale's expression didn't change, but something flickered in his crimson eyes. Business is business, Kale replied evenly. The base needed stronger leadership. I provided it. Everyone benefits from the arrangement. Including yourself most of all, Moon thought but didn't say. When will the payment transfer? Moon asked, moving past the subtext. Within 24 hours. I'll have it deposited directly to your registered account with the Awakener Association. Moon nodded and stood. Then we're finished here. One more thing, Kale said, stopping Moon before he could leave. Once opportunity arises, would you want to be invited? The offer hung in the air, carefully phrased to avoid sounding like recruitment, but clearly indicating interest in future cooperation. Moon considered the implications. Aligning with Kale meant access to resources, information, and opportunities. It also meant potential entanglement in glassy family politics and whatever schemes Kale was planning long-term. I'll keep that in mind, Moon said neutrally, committing to nothing. Kale nodded. You're free to go. Moon left the office, his mind already working through what this new development meant for his plans of ascension to the second sanctuary. He's a useful connection to have, at the right time. Chapter 100, Selling the S-Rank Core. After leaving the building, Moon began making his way toward the portal. He couldn't help but notice how quickly the renovation efforts were progressing throughout Iron Peak Base. Although dozens of buildings had been destroyed or severely damaged during the siege, work teams moved with impressive speed. The base was recovering rapidly, and Moon estimated that it would at most take a day to get it back to normal. Of course, the lives lost weren't going to return, but that was how life worked in the sanctuary. Some fought and lost their lives, whilst others fought, survived, and became stronger. Before departing, Moon remembered something important. He needed to check on Mirage. He changed direction and headed toward the stables where mounts were housed and cared for. The facility was located near the eastern gate, partially protected from the worst of the western assault. After searching and asking around, Moon found Mirage in a recovery stall, the white horse's injuries mostly healed. The moment Mirage saw Moon approaching, the horse's ears perked up. He whinnied softly and moved toward the stall gate. "Hey buddy," Moon said quietly, reaching through to rub Mirage's neck. "You did good out there, better than good." Mirage leaned into the touch, pressing his head against Moon's chest in a gesture that was surprisingly affectionate for a mount that had known him less than 3 days. The horse's eyes held intelligence and what Moon could only interpret as relief that his rider had survived the onslaught of beasts. "I know it hurt," Moon continued, stroking the soft white coat. "You could have run when I gave you the choice, but you didn't. You charged right into that hell with me." Mirage snorted softly, his breath warm against Moon's shirt. Moon spent several more minutes with the horse, checking his wounds and ensuring the stable hands were providing proper care. He left additional payment for premium feed and healing salves, knowing Mirage had earned that investment 10 times over. "Rest up," Moon said as he prepared to leave. "I'll be back soon. We've got more adventures ahead of us." Mirage watched him go with glinting eyes, and Moon found himself smiling despite his exhaustion. Arriving at the portal, Moon took one last look at Iron Peak Base. Then he stepped through the swirling energy and emerged back on Earth. Moon exited the heavily guarded portal facility and made his way home through familiar streets. Despite being fully healed by the base's medical staff, he still felt deeply tired. Not physically, his body was fine. But mentally and spiritually, the extended combat had drained him. After arriving home, Moon collapsed onto his bed without bothering to change clothes. He set a mental alarm for a few hours and let exhaustion pull him under. The power nap lasted exactly 3 hours. Moon woke feeling substantially refreshed, his mind clear and his energy restored. He decided it was time to return to that restaurant where the portal break had interrupted his meal days earlier. The food had been excellent before the crisis, and Moon found himself craving normalcy after the chaos of the first sanctuary. Moon had thought about buying some groceries and storing them inside the house, but after a second thought he decided not to. He couldn't be bothered to cook, clean, and do all the house chores. He also needed to visit the trading center to sell the bodies of the windlings and the other beasts he'd accumulated in his spatial storage. That would provide immediate cash flow while he waited for Kale's larger payment to process. The restaurant had been completely renovated since the attack. The Awakener Association had clearly prioritized repairs to businesses damaged during portal emergencies, and the establishment looked better than before. New windows, fresh paint, reinforced structural supports that could withstand future incidents. Moon entered and was immediately recognized by several staff members who'd been present during the portal break. "It's him," a waiter whispered excitedly to another, "the one who saved everyone." Word spread quickly. Within moments, the owner himself emerged from the kitchen, a portly man in his 50s with a smile of gratitude. "Young man, Moon, wasn't it?" The owner approached with his hand extended. "I heard about what you did that day. You saved my staff, my customers, and tens of others. Please sit anywhere you like. Everything is on the house today." Before Moon could speak, the owner spoke. "I insist. You put your life on the line for strangers. The least I can do is feed you properly. Order whatever you want, as much as you want. It's my honor." Realizing that refusing would actually insult the man's genuine gratitude and cost him some money, Moon accepted gracefully. "Since you insist, I will not decline. Thank you for the food." He was seated at a premium table with an excellent view. The menu appeared immediately, and Moon ordered generously, not to take advantage, but because the owner clearly wanted to express his thanks through hospitality. The food was just as excellent as Moon remembered, better even as the chef seemed to be putting extra effort into every dish sent to his table. Moon enjoyed the meal thoroughly, savoring both the cuisine and the brief moment of peace after days of constant combat and tension. After finishing, he thanked the owner again and made his way toward the trading center. Inside the trading center, Moon met once again with the same salesman that had handled his previous loot. Didn't take long for everything to get appraised, and for him to get a quotation. Moon ended up gathering a total of $500,000 for his total loot, which he was very satisfied with. In total, Moon had about $1,500,000 currently, coupled with the reward that Kale had sent over to his account. I should have about $4 million once that arrives. Not bad, I can buy me a few items for the second sanctuary once I gather some more money. Second-order items were exponentially more expensive compared to first-order items. Because they were much more powerful and provided stat boosts. Chapter 101, The Richter Family 1. After completing his visit to the Awakeners Association and giving his own take on what had transpired and doing some other legal things, Moon made his way back to his house. On the way, a subtle but unmistakable frown formed on Moon's face. Somebody is following me. Moon wasn't certain exactly when the tale had begun, but the presence was undeniable now. It was concerning for multiple reasons. Unlike the first sanctuary where threats came from beasts and fellow Awakeners capped at level 25, Earth presented dangers of an entirely different magnitude. Awakeners here weren't limited by sanctuary restrictions. They could be any level, possess second-order equipment, and wield powers Moon couldn't begin to fight against. For all he knew, the person following him could be a second sanctuary Awakener, an evolver, which was something he absolutely couldn't handle at his current stage of development. The power gap between those who'd undergone their first-class evolution and those who hadn't was enormous, not just the level difference, but the transformation in attributes, skills, and capabilities. There was a reason second sanctuary Awakeners weren't called mere Awakeners anymore, but evolvers. They'd evolved their entire existence, transcending the baseline human-turned-Awakener state into something much more superior. What concerned Moon most was that the person tracking him seemed to want him to notice. The presence wasn't attempting genuine stealth, more like a message. Moon stopped walking abruptly in the middle of the street. He turned to face the direction the presence emanated from and spoke clearly. "Do you want to come out? Let's talk." Silence dominated the nearly empty street for a brief, tense moment. Then a presence revealed itself, stepping out from an alley with unhurried confidence. "Mr. Moon, I'm pleased to meet you. You have quite the sharp senses, I must say." A man wearing an immaculate formal suit emerged, a soft, professional smile on his face. He had darker complexion with brown eyes that assessed Moon with interest. His build was massive, like a tank in human form with bulging muscles that his suit struggled to house. Moon's gaze locked onto the man, searching for malicious intent or immediate threat. "You weren't exactly hiding your presence either," Moon replied, keeping his voice neutral. "Haha." True enough, the man's smile widened slightly, appreciating the observation. "Allow me to introduce myself properly. My name is Oliver Snack. I'm an evolver currently employed by the prestigious Richter family." Moon's expression remained carefully composed, but his mind immediately began processing that information. The Richter family. One of the absolute powerhouses among Awakener dynasties. Unlike the Glassy family, whose patriarch had built influence primarily through business acumen, trade networks, and economic dominance, the Richter family's reputation rested on something far more direct and terrifying: raw power. The Richter patriarch was known throughout the Awakener world as one of the genuine powerhouses of the Second Sanctuary. Some rumors placed him among the top 10 strongest evolvers globally. His combat record was legendary: second-order A-rank dungeon clears, beast subjugations that seemed impossible, victories against opponents who should have overwhelmed him through numbers or attributes. The Patriarch was also rumored to be ascending to the third sanctuary within the past years, making him more terrifying. A family backed by that kind of individual strength were hard to ignore. Why is someone from the Richter family tracking me? I've never interacted with anyone from that family. Moon's thoughts raced. This can't be coincidence. Oliver seemed to sense Moon's wariness and raised both hands in a placating gesture. "Please, don't be alarmed. I'm not here to threaten or intimidate you. Quite the opposite, actually." "Then what do you want?" Moon asked directly, seeing no benefit in dancing around the subject. "I was personally sent by the Patriarch himself to extend a recruitment offer to you, Mr. Moon." Moon's eyebrows rose slightly despite his attempt at maintaining composure. "Recruitment. News travels fast in our circles," Oliver explained, his smile never wavering. "Your performance at Iron Peak Base has made quite the impression, killing a level 25 assassin through repeated execution, critically wounding an S-rank beast with an immensely powerful skill, saving dozens of Awakeners from permanent death. You've become something of a rising star, Mr. Moon." How did they get detailed information so quickly? Moon wondered. "The battle ended less than 12 hours ago," Oliver continued, clearly prepared with his pitch. "The Richter family recognizes exceptional talent when we see it, and we believe investing in promising young Awakeners benefits everyone involved. We'd like to offer you a position within our organization." "What kind of position?" Moon asked carefully. "Combat specialist primarily. You'd undertake missions, dungeon clears, and operations on behalf of the family. In exchange, we provide substantial compensation and resources." Oliver's smile took on a sharper edge. It was evident that Oliver believed the offer he was about to present couldn't be refused. "Specifically, we're prepared to offer you a yearly salary of $5 million, with performance-based bonuses that could easily double that amount depending on mission outcomes. Moon's expression remained neutral, but internally he was calculating. $5 million annually was substantial wealth for someone his age and level. Most awakeners wished they could get 5% of what he was getting annually. Despite the large salary, Oliver wasn't finished. Additionally, upon signing the contract, you'd receive one first-order S-rank weapon of your choice from our armory. We'd also provide multiple A-rank items, armor, accessories, consumables, to ensure you're properly equipped for the challenges ahead. Most importantly, the Patriarch himself will help you in completing your class evolution tasks. Whether it's mentoring, items, whatever it is, he will do his best to help you complete them. The offer was genuinely impressive. S-rank first-order equipment was difficult to acquire and prohibitively expensive for most awakeners. Having access to the Richter family's resources would accelerate Moon's development significantly. Oliver let the offer hang in the air for a moment before asking the crucial question. So, Mr. Moon, what do you think? Chapter 102, The Richter Family 2. The recruiter's smile remained pleasant and professional, but his eyes watched Moon with intense focus, studying every micro-expression for signs of interest or rejection. Moon stood in the empty street, weighing an offer that could change the trajectory of his entire Awakener career. What's the catch? What obligations come with this? And what happens if I refuse? These questions dominated Moon's thoughts despite the generous financial package and equipment being offered. How long is the contract and what restrictions are placed on me? Moon asked directly. He knew that rewards of this magnitude came with their own shackles, whether limitations on his time, freedom, autonomy, or future opportunities. Nothing this valuable came without strings attached. I'm glad you asked, Mr. Moon. Usually we would discuss these specifics once the formal contract is presented and in a more appropriate setting. Oliver gestured around the empty street with slight disapproval. But since you appear to be in a hurry, I won't hide the non-negotiable terms from you. He paused, then delivered the crucial restriction. We need you to remain in the first sanctuary for at least 1 year, as part of your service agreement. Hearing that single condition, Moon's thoughts of even considering the contract died almost instantly. The financial compensation was decent, yes, the equipment would accelerate his development too, but Moon's primary interest had never been money or gear alone. Those were means to an end, not the end itself. After killing 2 S-rank beasts, even acknowledging that circumstances had been favorable both times, Moon was confident he could replicate those achievements again after growing stronger. Money and equipment would come naturally through his own efforts. What had actually caught Moon's attention about the Richter family offer was the implicit access to the Patriarch himself. Help from such a powerful evolver would be invaluable when Moon reached level 25 and faced his first-class evolution tasks. He hadn't received the requirements yet since he was only level 22, but based on how powerful his classless designation was, Moon was certain the evolution tasks wouldn't be simple. Having guidance, resources, or direct assistance from someone at the Patriarch's level could mean the difference between success and catastrophic failure. But being forced to delay his evolution by an entire year, that changed everything. Moon could understand the strategic reasoning behind the restriction perfectly well. The Richter Patriarch clearly wanted a powerful Awakener available in the first sanctuary, either to respond to unique rifts that might emerge within the year, or to support and protect someone from his family who was currently operating there, possibly both. It was a sound tactical decision from a business perspective. No matter how strong Moon is, he wouldn't be able to compete with already established evolvers once he reached the second sanctuary. The Patriarch understood that, hence he wanted Moon to remain as an Awakener for a year to get the most benefits out of him. Some might have taken the bargain without hesitation. A single year meant little to an Awakener, even less to an evolver. To Moon, though, it was completely unacceptable. Certain people from his class, students who'd awakened around the same time he had, were already beginning their ascension toward the second sanctuary. They'd reached level 25 faster on the way of completing their evolution tasks and were transforming into evolvers while Moon would remain stuck as a baseline Awakener. Staying as an Awakener for an additional forced year meant staying weak relative to his generation's top performers. If a second-order rift broke nearby, Moon's likelihood of dying permanently was drastically higher as an Awakener compared to an evolver. The gap in survivability wasn't marginal. It was the difference between having a reasonable chance of escape versus being completely outmatched. Moon had no intention of sacrificing a year of critical development for money he could earn independently and equipment he could acquire through his own kills. Although it was a pity to not get tips from someone as powerful as the Patriarch of the Richter family, I appreciate the offer, Moon said carefully, his tone polite but firm. But I'm going to have to decline. Oliver's smile twitched slightly, surprise crossing his face. Clearly, he'd expected the generous package to secure the immediate agreement. Mr. Moon, perhaps you should take some time to think about this before making a final decision, Oliver suggested, his voice taking on a slightly harder edge beneath the pleasantness. The Richter family doesn't extend offers like this lightly. The resources we're providing are generous, Moon interrupted smoothly. Very generous, I recognize that, but the timeline doesn't work for my goals. I need to progress toward evolution as quickly as possible, not delay it for a year. Oliver's eyes narrowed slightly as he reassessed the young awakener before him. You're quite confident in your ability to reach level 25 and complete evolution tasks without support. Thousands of powerful awakeners fail to do so. I'm confident enough. Besides, I'm not just any powerful awakener, otherwise you wouldn't have come to invite me. Moon replied simply. He didn't need to act humble, he knew his worth well, so did Oliver Snack. There was a moment of tense silence as Oliver considered his next move. The recruiter's pleasant demeanor had cooled noticeably, though he maintained professional composure. I see, Oliver said finally. Well, Mr. Moon, I'll relay your decision to the Patriarch. Though I should mention... He paused meaningfully. The Richter family tends to remember both those who accept our offers and those who decline them. I hope you understand what I'm saying. The implicit threat was subtle but unmistakable. The family didn't appreciate rejection, and there could be consequences for turning down their generosity. Moon met Oliver's gaze without flinching or looking away. I understand perfectly, and I'm still declining. Oliver held his stare for several long seconds, as if searching for any crack in Moon's resolve or hint of reconsideration. He found none. Very well, Oliver said quietly, his expression unreadable now. I've delivered the offer and received your answer. That concludes my business here. He turned and began walking away with calm, unhurried steps, as if the encounter and rejection hadn't bothered him at all. Moon's eyes remained locked on Oliver's broad back, tracking every movement as the massive recruiter departed. Moon wasn't foolish enough to turn away or relax his guard, even in the middle of a public street with potential witnesses nearby. Oliver was undoubtedly much stronger, an evolver with capabilities Moon couldn't hope to match currently. But that didn't mean Moon was afraid, or would go down without fierce resistance if things suddenly turned violent. His hand hovered near his spatial storage, ready to summon his staff and begin casting within a heartbeat's notice. Oliver walked calmly to the end of the street, turned the corner and disappeared from view without looking back once. Only then did Moon allow himself to exhale slowly and relax his stance slightly. That could have gone worse, he thought grimly, but I doubt this is the end of it. Rejecting a family as powerful as the Richters meant he'd made either a smart strategic decision or a dangerous enemy. Time would tell which. Moon resumed walking toward his house, but his awareness remained heightened, constantly scanning for additional tales or threats. He wasn't afraid of what was to come. If he couldn't deal with these people, then he was simply never meant to make it far. If the Richter family wanted to be wiped out, then he would happily oblige. Chapter 103, Meeting Up with Selene 1. Back in his apartment, Moon settled onto his comfortable sofa, thinking about the complications that had emerged from the entire Beast Horde incident. Why do these people need to have such inflated egos? He sighed to himself, a gust of wind escaping his mouth in frustration. He'd wanted his life on Earth to be peaceful and uncomplicated. Focus on development, hunt beasts, accumulate power without drawing excessive attention. But it seemed like maintaining a low profile was practically impossible once you demonstrated your power. Powerful families had eyes everywhere, intelligence networks that tracked promising awakeners, recruiters who moved quickly to secure talent before competitors could, and once their attention landed on you, trouble inevitably followed, whether through recruitment pressure, political manipulation, or outright threats if you refused their offers. Moon wasn't particularly afraid of ambushes or assassination attempts in the first sanctuary. The environment there favored his skills and power. He could defend himself, had substantial life reserves, and could respawn with manageable debuffs. Moon was confident enough that he could hold his own against the most powerful awakeners with his new skill, but Earth was an entirely different situation. To address this vulnerability, Moon had very limited options available. As a lone awakener without family backing or organizational affiliation, Moon had essentially no support structure. No one would intervene if he was targeted. No political pressure would protect him preemptively. If the Awakeners Association discovered he'd been killed, they'd open an investigation. If evidence clearly implicated someone, that person or organization might face prosecution. But that didn't help Moon. Once you were permanently dead, it became irrelevant. Moon needed protection before threats became lethal action. Based on his developing relationship with Kale, the Glassy heir, Moon could potentially form some sort of strategic alliance. He could work with the Glassy family on reasonable requests and assignments, establishing himself as a valuable affiliated awakener without becoming a direct employee. This arrangement would give him someone to back him, a powerful organization representing his interests, making the Richter family think twice before attempting anything overtly hostile. The Glassies weren't as individually powerful as the Richters in terms of raw combat strength, but their economic influence and extensive connections provided a different kind of deterrence. Attacking a Glassy-affiliated Awakener could trigger commercial retaliation, frozen assets, blocked trade routes, and diplomatic complications that even combat-focused families wanted to avoid. His second option was joining the Awakeners Association as a private contractor rather than a full employee. This would place him under their protective umbrella while maintaining more autonomy than standard membership allowed. The association took threats against their personnel extremely seriously, which was precisely why they remained such a popular choice among Awakeners who wanted security without complete organizational control. Nobody wanted to provoke the association unnecessarily. Their leadership consisted of terrifying old foxes at the absolute peak of human power, those who'd reached levels that made even Second Sanctuary veterans look weak by comparison. Once someone affiliated with the association was killed, and the subsequent investigation led back to a specific family or organization, that entity would face consequences severe enough to threaten their complete extinction. The association didn't tolerate attacks on their people. They responded with overwhelming force that made examples of transgressors. While the Richter family was undeniably powerful with their patriarch's legendary combat capabilities, they were absolutely nothing compared to the vast, established might of the Awakeners Association. The comparison wasn't even close. Provoking the association over one recruitment rejection would be strategic suicide. Moon leaned back on his sofa, weighing both options carefully. The Glassy connection is already established. Kale respects my capabilities and benefits from having me as an occasional ally. The relationship is transactional but functional. That's the easier path, but the association provides broader, more reliable protection. Once I'm under their umbrella, even powerful families would hesitate before moving against me directly. Both had advantages and both had their own limitations. Moon closed his eyes, his analytical running through different scenarios and outcomes. I need to decide soon. Oliver Snack will report my rejection. The Richter patriarch will learn I turned him down. How he responds depends on his personality and how much he values acquiring me versus the cost of retaliation. Moon didn't know which category the Richter patriarch fell into, which made the situation more dangerous. He needed protection established before finding out the hard way. During his phone browsing session, Moon realized that he hadn't spoken to Selene yet. I should contact her. I did say I would after all, he muttered, retrieving a small piece of paper with her number written on it from his storage ring. Ding, ding, the noise of the keypad being tapped echoed in the quiet room for a brief moment as Moon entered the digits. Ring, ring. The phone rang several times. Moon waited patiently, wondering if she'd even answer an unknown number. After a few moments, the call connected. Hello, Selene's voice came through the speaker, carrying a note of cautious uncertainty. It was clear she didn't recognize the number calling her. Hey, it's Moon, he said simply. There was a brief pause on the other end, followed by what sounded like genuine surprise. Moon, I honestly wasn't sure if you'd actually call, Selene admitted, her tone warming slightly. How have you been? Are you doing well? I'm doing just fine. What about you? I'm glad that you are doing well. I'm also doing fine. I took a break for a few days after leaving that place. Just thinking about everything we've been through, it was tough. Yeah, Moon said, his voice trailing off as he remembered the horrors of the hidden realm and the biting cold that penetrated his bones. Silence took over their call for a brief moment before Selene spoke once again. Moon, I need to talk to you about something important in person. Can we meet up? Moon's ears perked up at her words. How important is it? It is really important, Selene responded. Chapter 104, Meeting Up with Selene 2. Moon decided to tell Selene his location on Earth after finding out that they couldn't meet in the first sanctuary anytime soon. The base Selene was stationed at required a 2-day journey to reach Iron Peak, making casual meetups in the sanctuary impractical. Can we meet today? I can arrive at your location within a few hours. You can let me know if I'm being too pushy, Moon offered. It's all right, we can meet today, Selene replied without hesitation. Just call me when you get here. Let me know which station you'll arrive at and I'll come pick you up. Really? All right, I'll let you know in a few minutes. Selene's voice had brightened noticeably upon hearing his agreement. Moon hung up the phone, his mind turning over what Selene might want to discuss that required an in-person meeting. She wants to talk about something important, but what could it be about? His thoughts were interrupted when his phone released a soft chime indicating a new message. Reading through it, Moon memorized the station Selene would arrive at and the estimated time, approximately 2 hours from now. Moon arrived at the designated station 5 minutes before Selene's scheduled arrival. The transit hub was only 10 minutes from his apartment using transportation, making it a convenient meeting point. The world had changed dramatically since the arrival of the apocalypse on Earth. The old civilization's infrastructure, slow combustion engine cars crawling through gridlocked streets, cramped underground tubes packed with commuters during rush hours, had been completely revolutionized. Humanity had advanced rapidly out of necessity and opportunity. The exotic materials brought back from rifts, and the various sanctuaries had enabled technological leaps that would have taken centuries under normal circumstances. Engineers and awakeners working together had created transportation methods that made pre-apocalypse travel look primitive by comparison. Moon's eyes tracked the orbital transit lines stretching across the sky like gleaming threads connecting the city's districts. The orbitals themselves descended toward the platform with barely any sound, their anti-gravity propulsion systems eliminating the roar of engines from the old-world aircraft. The old civilization had used planes for long-distance travel, but even those were considered painfully slow compared to the orbitals that now dominated transportation. These vessels traveled at speeds that would have been impossible with conventional technology, crossing distances in few hours that once took nearly a day. The orbitals were enormous, built with dimensions comparable to the old cruise ships but designed for atmospheric flight rather than ocean travel. Each vessel could carry hundreds of passengers in comfort, with multiple decks containing everything from basic seating to luxury accommodations for wealthy travelers. They flew along designated aerial lanes suspended by advanced magnetic field technology, combined with mana-infused materials harvested from second-order dungeons. The lines themselves were visible as faint shimmering paths in the air, maintained by massive pylons that dotted the urban landscape like modern monuments. Instead of the cramped, underground platforms of the past, this transit hub was an open-air structure with sweeping curves and transparent barriers. The material was stronger than steel but completely transparent, offering unobstructed views of arriving and departing orbitals. Digital displays showed arrival times, destinations, and real-time status updates for dozens of vessels. The information scrolled in multiple languages, accommodating the international nature of post-apocalypse society. Moon watched as an orbital approached the platform. The vessel was easily 200 meters long. The landing was smooth and silent. Doors slid open with a soft hiss and passengers began disembarking. Moon scanned the crowd, searching for Selene among the travelers. Most people exiting the orbital were clearly awakeners based on their bearing and equipment. Most nulls couldn't afford such transportation due to the nature of their jobs, which wasn't nearly enough for a ticket. The station was filled with defensive runes in case of any emergencies. The old world would have called this era dystopian. The current generation considered it simply how things were. Moon's attention returned to the disembarking passengers as he spotted familiar silky black hair tied in a ponytail and blue eyes moving through the crowd. Selene had arrived. Their eyes met across the platform, and Selene's face broke into a beautiful smile as she walked through the crowd toward him. "It's good to see you again," Moon said as they exited the bustling terminal together. "How was the flight?" "Fast and uneventful, thankfully, though I have to admit I'm a little hungry. Do you mind if we grab some food before we talk?" The orbital's meal service was not great. Nothing was to my liking. Moon nodded. "There's a decent restaurant not far from here. We can eat first, then head somewhere more private to talk." "Perfect," Selene said with visible relief. The meal was pleasant, nothing extraordinary. They kept the conversation light, discussing general topics while avoiding anything sensitive in the public setting. Selene seemed genuinely relaxed, though Moon noticed she occasionally glanced around the restaurant with the same awareness he maintained himself. Is she afraid that she is being followed? Moon thought internally but did not voice out. It wasn't his business to ask, and if Selene wanted to speak, she would have said it herself. Moon dismissed the thought and remained vigilant in case something did happen. After finishing and paying, they walked through the city streets toward a nearby hotel where Selene had booked accommodation for her stay. The evening air was slightly cold as they walked, the city lights reflecting off the surface's various buildings, giving a cool night vibe. They were about halfway to the hotel when Selene finally decided to broach the subject she'd traveled to discuss. She stopped walking abruptly, turning to face Moon with an expression that mixed excitement and apprehension. Moon looked at her, then at their surrounding. He could tell that she decided to open up about the important topic. She picked a good spot. There is nobody nearby and the hotel might have sound trackers. He thought internally. He didn't stop her and simply waited. "I found a place just like the one we were stuck at before," Selene said quietly, her voice barely above a whisper despite the relative privacy of the sidewalk. Chapter 105, The Second Hidden. Moon's heartbeat accelerated considerably. His eyes narrowed slightly, giving Selene his full attention. "You mean like the Heart of Winter?" The Heart of Winter, a keyword that they both knew intimately from the hidden realm they'd barely escaped with their lives. "Similar but different in nature," Selene clarified, resuming her walk but at a noticeably slower pace. "Not a hidden realm exactly. This one is stable, and according to the information I've gathered, and the geographical area it's located in, it must be incredibly valuable even among similar phenomena." She paused, choosing her words with visible care. "I stumbled across evidence of it while investigating something else entirely. The location and the entry requirements, but there's a problem." "There's always a problem," Moon said dryly. "What is it?" Selene glanced at him with serious intensity. "It requires at least 2 people to enter safely." The entry mechanism won't activate for solo awakeners, some kind of failsafe built into the realm's fundamental structure, and more importantly. She lowered her voice even further, barely above a whisper despite the relative privacy of the street. I don't trust anyone else with this information. The people I know would either try to steal the opportunity entirely or bring in their families and organizations, turning it into a political mess with profit-sharing and control issues. But you. Selene met his eyes directly. You proved yourself reliable in the heart of winter. You didn't abandon me when it would have been easier and safer to do so. You fought alongside me despite barely knowing me. And you're not affiliated with any major family or faction that would complicate ownership and distribution of whatever we find, or are you? Moon processed this information rapidly, his analytical mind already calculating implications, potential risks, and possible rewards. I'm not. My equipment when we first started said enough, didn't it? Selene chuckled softly. That's true. A stable realm with valuable contents requiring partnership to access, discovered by someone who wanted to keep it completely confidential. The setup seemed almost too convenient, too perfectly aligned with his current needs, which made Moon suspicious by default. What kind of realm are we talking about specifically? Moon asked. A dungeon variant. Something else entirely. Selene's expression grew more uncertain, which Moon noted with concern. That's the issue. There isn't enough detailed information about it available. The entry point exists, the requirement for dual activation is confirmed, but what's actually inside? She shook her head. Unknown. That's part of why I need a partner I can trust absolutely. We'd be going in somewhat blind. Moon nodded slowly. I'm assuming this isn't something publicly known or registered with the Awakeners Association. Selene immediately confirmed his suspicion. It's hidden quite well and extremely hard to stumble upon accidentally. The location is remote, the entry point is camouflaged by natural terrain features, and there are no official records I could find. Last time I physically checked the site was few hours before you called me. The entry mechanism was still undiscovered and intact. She paused, then added with urgency, still, we should make our decision quickly. Just because no one's found it yet doesn't mean it will stay hidden indefinitely. The longer we wait, the higher the chance someone else discovers it. Moon considered the proposition for several long moments, weighing risks against potential rewards. Unknown realm. Uncertain contents, requires partnership, no backup or rescue if things go catastrophically wrong. Could be a trap, could be a fortune, could be anything in between, but Selene had proven trustworthy during such circumstances. He didn't have blind trust in her, but he had some trust, at least in being a good partner. All right, Moon decided. I'm willing to enter it with you. Tell me, where should I go to meet you? Selene's face brightened with visible relief and excitement. I knew you would accept. Let's head to the nearest portal facility. I'll give you the full details on the way there. Inside Iron Peak Base, Moon immediately made his way toward the base lord's administrative building. He wasn't certain he'd find Kale there currently, but he was confident he'd encounter one of Kale's trusted people, whether Marcus, the spear-wielding woman, or another team member. Indeed, upon receiving permission to enter from the guards stationed outside, Moon found Marcus working in Kale's office. The young heir had clearly given him a temporary leadership role during his absence. Base couldn't be left without any authority figure after all, especially so soon after a major siege. After explaining what he needed, Moon received exactly what he'd come for, a detailed roadmap route to the base Selene had mentioned, Rocketer Base. It was approximately a day's journey away with Mirage, which was manageable despite being somewhat distant. Moon didn't bother arranging transport via caravan since that would actually take considerably longer. Traveling alone on a personal mount was often much quicker for experienced awakeners. Caravans were primarily used for guaranteed safe routes and protected company during travel. Moon needed neither of those benefits, hence his decision to journey solo. Thanks for providing the map, Moon said genuinely to Marcus. I appreciate the help. Marcus waved off the gratitude. No problem. Kale left instructions to assist you if you needed anything. The base lord's office naturally maintained detailed maps toward all nearby bases and major landmarks. Marcus, acting as temporary administrator, had the authority to provide such information without requiring compensation or formal approval. Still, Moon didn't like being indebted to anyone unnecessarily, even for small favors. He'd find some way to repay this assistance at some point later, maintaining balance in his relationships. Moon left the administrative building and made his way to the stables where Mirage was housed and recovering. Mirage perked up immediately when Moon approached, recognizing his rider with obvious pleasure. Ready for another journey? Moon asked, rubbing the horse's neck affectionately. We've got about a day's ride ahead of us. Mirage snorted agreement, already seeming eager despite his recent ordeal. Moon saddled the horse efficiently and led him out of the stables. According to Selene, the realm Selene had discovered was relatively close to Rocketer Base's perimeter, which meant Moon wouldn't have to travel too far after reaching the base itself. Moon mounted Mirage and guided him toward the western gate, the same section where he'd fought the mountain bear just yesterday. The area was already undergoing repairs, with earth mages reshaping damaged terrain and construction teams rebuilding destroyed sections of wall. Thankfully, Selene had said the realm entrance was relatively close to Rocketer's outer boundary, so Moon wasn't worried about someone else discovering it during his travel time. He urged Mirage into a steady pace, beginning the journey toward whatever unknown opportunity or danger awaited. During their journey, Mirage proved to Moon once again why he had chosen the right mount. Despite his lower level, Mirage moved with surprising agility. The white horse seemed to be even more agile than before. A problem rose up during his travel to the location of the realm that Selene spoke of. I don't know where to leave Mirage. This is troublesome, Moon thought to himself. He had to choose whether to leave Mirage at the Rocketer base or take him alongside them. Chapter 106, Traveling to Rocketer Base 1. The travel to Rocketer Base was treacherous in nature. It wasn't the dangers posed by beasts or hostile awakeners that made the journey difficult, but the route itself. The fastest path the roadmap provided required crossing rivers with strong currents, navigating steep hills with unstable terrain, and traversing smaller mountain passes where the trails narrowed to barely accommodate a horse and rider. The geography was unforgiving, demanding constant attention and careful passing. It wasn't easy, but Mirage managed to push through each obstacle without serious issues. Moon was impressed with Mirage's remarkable endurance and sure-footedness, adapting to changing terrain with intelligence that made him such a valuable companion despite being a relatively low-level mount. During the travel, Moon didn't encounter any significant threats, which was fortunate considering the time-sensitive nature of his objective. He wanted to reach the location as quickly as possible, and being forced into extended combat with powerful beasts would have slowed him down considerably. Despite the efficiency, Moon couldn't help but feel a slight twinge of disappointment. A few powerful beasts encountered along the journey wouldn't have hurt his progression. The experience and life gains from these kills would have made the travel time productive rather than purely transitional. But you couldn't have everything. Night descended gradually as Moon continued pushing forward. Unfortunately, the area he was currently traversing was open grassland with virtually no natural cover. Rolling plains stretched in every direction, broken only by occasional rock formations too small to provide meaningful shelter. Moon's eyes landed on Mirage, who was visibly struggling after the long day's travel. The horse's breathing had become labored, his pace slowing despite efforts to maintain speed. Pushing further without rest would risk injury or complete exhaustion. Looking around carefully, Moon scanned the environment for any potential shelter or defensive positions. Nothing presented itself. The grassland was exposed from every angle, offering clear sightlines but no protection. He decided to rest in their current spot despite the vulnerability. Since it was completely open space, the position was dangerous in some ways but advantageous in others. Moon could see everything approaching from any direction, meaning ambushes would be nearly impossible. Any threats would be visible long before they reached striking distance. That transparency was worth more than physical cover in certain situations. Moon dismounted and began setting up a minimal camp. He pulled a bedroll from his spatial storage along with basic supplies. Mirage immediately lowered himself to the ground gratefully, his legs folding beneath him. "Good work today," Moon said quietly, offering the horse water from a container and some feed he'd purchased at Iron Peak. "Rest up, we've got more ground to cover tomorrow." Mirage drank deeply before settling into a resting position, his eyes already half closed. Moon established a perimeter using his enhanced senses, extending his awareness as far as his attributes allowed. Unfortunately, his pyromancer class had officially ran out of time, so his heat sense skill was no longer active. He sat with his back against Mirage's warm bulk, staff resting across his lap and ready for instant deployment. His eyes scanned the dark grassland. The night sky above was remarkably clear. Stars scattered across the darkness in patterns Moon was still learning to recognize. If Selene's information is accurate, I should reach Rocketer Base by tomorrow afternoon. Then it's just a matter of meeting up with her, then entering the realm. This could be the opportunity I need to pull ahead significantly, or it could be a death trap that costs me everything. Moon's hand tightened slightly on his staff, only one way to find out. He settled into a light meditation rather than deep sleep, maintaining just enough awareness to react instantly if threats materialized while allowing his body to recover stamina. The grassland remained quiet and still around them. The twin moons adorning the dark sky cast light across the endless plains. Moon's eyes snapped open as he felt ominous energy approaching. He stood immediately, his hand already reaching for his staff as he realized this was not going to be an easy night after all. At least 10 beasts from different species emerged from the darkness, encircling Moon and Mirage's position. They were all wary of each other initially, natural competitors forced into temporary proximity by the scent of potential prey. But once they fully registered Moon and the exhausted Mirage, the beasts seemed to put aside their territorial differences and focus on a single shared goal of claiming the surrounded prey. Moon's eyes swept across the emerging threats, rapidly assessing each one. They were all approximately level 18 based on the mana signatures they radiated. Not particularly dangerous individually for someone at his current strength, but their numbers and coordinated positioning created very little risk if he wasn't careful. Mirage struggled to stand, exhaustion making his movements sluggish despite the adrenaline of sudden danger. "Stay down," Moon commanded quietly. "I'll handle this." Moon's mana flared as he began to conjure his strongest spell, Ignite. Moon knew that even if he tried to eliminate threats quietly and avoid attracting additional predators, the inevitable spilled blood would draw more beasts from the surrounding area anyway. Better to end this quickly and decisively before migrating to another place. This will only get more troublesome. The fireball formed in his hand, compressed to maximum efficiency with all the mastery he'd achieved. The crimson gold flames with streaks of blue crackled with hunger. Moon released it toward the densest cluster of beasts, 4 creatures that had grouped too closely together in their eagerness to attack. Boom! The detonation was nothing short of powerful. The 5-meter radius caught all 4 beasts in the blast zone, the 250% damage bonus from his Epicrank skill obliterating them instantly. Their bodies were thrown backward, charred and broken, the burn effect ensuring nothing survived even if the initial explosion hadn't been immediately fatal. You have killed a level 18 Plains Stalker. You have gained 5 lives. You have killed a level 18 Rock Wolf. You have gained 5 lives. Chapter 107, Traveling to Rocketta Base 2. You have killed a level 18 Grassland Hunter. You have gained 5 lives. You have killed a level 18 Dark Prowler. You have gained 5 lives. The remaining 6 beasts hesitated, their confidence shaken by watching 4 pack members die in a single flash of fire. Raw, their hesitation didn't last for long. They charged from multiple directions simultaneously, attempting to consume Moon. Moon formed another Ignite fireball, this one aimed at the 3 beasts approaching from his left flank. Boom, the explosion consumed them mid-charge. The burn effect took hold immediately, dealing continuous damage as flames clung to fur and flesh. The 3 beasts died instantly, having no chance in defending against such a powerful attack. The final 3 beasts realized their mistake too late. They tried to scatter and retreat, their survival instincts sending them warnings. Moon considered pursuing but decided against it. The creatures were fleeing, no longer a threat, and chasing them was not beneficial. They provided minimal lives and close to no experience from killing. He lowered his staff. The entire encounter had lasted less than 30 seconds from first detection to final kill. Moon had gained a total of 35 lives from the 7 beasts that he had killed, each one providing him 5 lives due to their relatively low levels compared to his current strength. Although the number was incredibly low, every bit of accumulation mattered. The grassland fell silent again, broken only by the crackling of residual flames consuming beast corpses. Mirage had managed to stand during the brief combat, his eyes wide but trusting as he watched Moon eliminate threats with clinical efficiency. "See," Moon said quietly, patting the horse's neck. "Nothing to worry about. Get some more rest while you can. We need to leave soon as more beasts start to come." Mirage settled back down, though his ears remained alert for additional dangers. Moon remained standing, his senses extended into the darkness. The explosions and scent of blood would likely attract more predators eventually. He'd gotten perhaps 5 minutes of meditation before this interruption. Probably won't get much more rest tonight, might as well stay alert and deal with whatever else shows up until Mirage rests. Moon had decided to let Mirage rest for some time before they continued their journey through the darkness. Staying in one place was clearly proving to be a terrible idea. The scent of blood and burned flesh was acting like a beacon, drawing predators from across the grasslands. Moon resumed his vigilant position, standing guard while Mirage recovered enough strength to continue safely. It took the horse approximately 10 more minutes to regain sufficient stamina for them to travel without risking collapse or injury in the short term. During that brief waiting period, Moon had been forced to kill a whopping 20 additional beasts that emerged from the darkness in an aggressive wave. He'd used approximately 30% of his mana reserves dealing with them, as it became progressively harder to eliminate threats efficiently when they all wanted nothing but to shred his skin and devour his guts. The beasts approached with more caution, attacked from unpredictable angles, and coordinated their assaults to exploit gaps in Moon's defensive coverage. Several had been level 19 and 20, requiring more concentrated firepower to eliminate quickly. Moon had been forced to use Ignite more conservatively, targeting only the most dangerous clusters while handling isolated threats with basic elemental attack to preserve mana. He had gained a total of 100 lives from the 20 beasts adding to his collection. With a growing pile of beast corpses littering the ground and flames consuming roughly half of them, Moon mounted Mirage's back carefully. The white horse stood with visible effort but seemed stable enough for continued travel. "Let's get out of here before the really big predators show up," Moon said, guiding Mirage away from the impromptu battlefield. "Nothing good comes from staying near this much blood." The larger, more intelligent beasts would be drawn to the carnage soon. Moon had no interest in fighting something level 23 or higher in open grassland at night. Mirage began moving at a steady but cautious pace, his hooves finding purchase on the uneven terrain despite the darkness and fatigue. Moon kept his guard raised, constantly scanning their surroundings for approaching threats. The twin moons provided enough ambient light to navigate by. Under different circumstances, it might have been beautiful. Right now, Moon was just grateful for the visibility it provided. They traveled through the night without stopping again, putting as much distance as possible between themselves and the killing ground Moon had created. Occasionally, Moon detected beasts in the distance, possibly tracking their movement or investigating the scent trail they inevitably left. By the time dawn began breaking across the eastern horizon, Moon estimated they'd covered another significant portion of the journey toward Rocketer Base. The grasslands were gradually giving way to rockier terrain with more elevation changes, suggesting they were approaching the mountainous region where the base was located. During the travel, Moon and Mirage had taken short breaks in natural caves. Up until dawn, Moon had killed a total of 100 beasts and evaded many powerful ones that he didn't want to get into a fight with. Moon felt a pang of genuine concern for the horse. Mirage had endured far more than most mounts would tolerate. "Just a few more hours," Moon said encouragingly, patting Mirage's neck. "Once we reach Rocketer Base, you'll get some proper rest, I promise." Mirage snorted softly, as if acknowledging the commitment. Moon meant it sincerely. The horse had earned far more than basic stable care. Once this realm exploration with Selene was complete and Moon had access to his payment from Kale, he'd invest in premium recovery potions, enhanced feed, and possibly even some materials to help strengthen the horse. Loyalty and courage deserved to be rewarded properly. The sun continued rising in the sky, bringing warmth and better visibility to their long journey. Chapter 108, Dagger Art. During his travel to the base, Moon encountered a group of outcasts. The outcasts had surrounded him and Mirage with their weapons drawn and their smirks wide. "Stop right there," the leader called out, a scarred man wielding dual daggers. "End of the road for you. Hand over everything you've got, weapons, potions, coin, and especially that storage ring, and maybe we let you walk away with your lives intact." Moon sighed internally. It was the usual bandit script, predictable, tiresome, and most importantly, a waste of his time. Moon could instantly tell they were weaklings, at least compared to him. They were all level 19 to 20, a few levels below his current strength. Their group consisted of 6 people total, 3 warriors with basic equipment, an assassin trying to look menacing in the bunch, and 2 mages already channeling spells as intimidation displays. The 3 warriors were nothing special. They had basic classes that most awakeners received during their standard ceremony: fighter, warrior, swordsman. Before executing these outcasts who'd had the audacity to attempt robbing him, Moon decided to take advantage of the opportunity. He'd copy the assassin's class while he had the chance. The 2 mages wouldn't provide anything useful. Their classes were likely basic mage variants he'd already explored extensively, but the assassin would most likely possess skills related to stealth or close-quarters combat that Moon could evolve into something valuable. He wasn't certain he'd encounter awakeners actively using their skills inside Rocketer Base, except perhaps at dedicated training grounds. But visiting those facilities would waste valuable time, and the chance of finding someone with a truly unique class there was extremely low. Awakeners with unique classes were too far and few to encounter. Moon was in luck to encounter Selene and Kale. An assassin could provide him with either stealth-related abilities or techniques that would improve his close combat capabilities when enemies closed distance. Both would be useful additions to his arsenal. Moon activated class slots silently while the outcasts continued their threatening posturing. Thankfully, the assassin was foolish enough to be activating his class skill. Class slot 1-1. Class Assassin. Skills Dagger Art. Duration 24 hours. New information flooded his mind like waves crashing against the seabed. Knowledge of dagger techniques, stance work, grip variations, and strike patterns penetrated his consciousness. He could suddenly see the flaws in his previous amateur wielding of daggers, weapons he'd wanted to use for close-range defense when enemies breached his casting distance. Now he understood proper form, how to defend efficiently and attack from unexpected angles. Dagger Art. Rank Common. Proficiency 0%. Details: you have basic understanding of daggers as weapons. You are able to use a dagger to attack, defend, and execute with foundational competence. Moon's attention returned to the outcasts before him, who were now shouting with increasing agitation at his apparent lack of response. "Are you deaf?" the leader snarled. "I said hand over." "Attack him," one of the mages interrupted, clearly tired of waiting. "He's ignoring us." Both mages released their prepared spells simultaneously. Fireballs and wind blades launched toward Moon from different angles. Moon summoned a dagger from his spatial storage. He wanted to test his new skill immediately in actual combat conditions. But just because he intended to practice close combat techniques didn't mean he'd take unnecessary damage in the process. He had a realm to enter soon and needed to be in optimal condition. Moon raised his free hand and channeled Earth Element. The ground beneath him responded instantly to his Epicrank 5 element affinity, erupting upward in a curved barrier of compressed stone that intercepted both magical attacks effortlessly. The fireball splashed harmlessly against reinforced rock. The wind blades simply dissipated after striking the dense barrier, their cutting force insufficient to penetrate Moon's elemental control. The three warriors charged while Moon was distracted with defense, clearly thinking they'd identified an opening in his guard. Moon moved to meet them, the dagger held in proper grip according to the knowledge flooding his muscle memory. The dagger art skill made his movements flow instinctively, positioning his body for optimal defense and counterattack without conscious thought. The first warrior swung a sword in an overhead strike, telegraphing his attack from a mile away. Moon sidestepped smoothly, his dagger flicked out, finding the gap between the warrior's arm guard and shoulder pauldron. The blade sank deep into muscle and tendon, severing the connections that controlled the arm. The warrior screamed in agony and dropped his sword, clutching the wound uselessly. Moon kicked him backward into the second warrior's path, disrupting their coordination and creating chaos in their formation. Then he pivoted toward the third attacker, a woman wielding a spear with slightly better technique than her companions. Whoosh, her spear thrust was stronger and faster than her allies' attacks, but it was nothing Moon couldn't handle. He deflected the spear point with his dagger using a circular parry he hadn't known existed 5 minutes ago, redirecting the weapon's momentum away from his body with minimal effort. In the same fluid motion, he stepped inside her guard and drove the dagger upward beneath her ribcage, finding the heart. Her eyes widened as pain flooded through her body. She coughed out blood that landed on Moon's cloak before he retrieved his dagger from her chest and stepped back. "You have gained 5 lives." The woman dissolved and respawned, her face pale with shock and the debuff from rapid death already affecting her. Moon was waiting for her. Before she could fully orient herself or activate any defensive skills, his thrown dagger caught her in the throat. "You have gained 5 lives." The assassin made his move, trying to rescue his spawn camp teammate from her predicament and capitalize on what he perceived as Moon's distraction. He appeared directly behind Moon with dual daggers aimed at his kidney and spine simultaneously, but Moon had copied this exact class. He understood precisely what the assassin was attempting and the mechanical tells that preceded the technique. He wasn't going to fall for basic patterns, he now possessed himself. Die. Chapter 109, arriving at the Rocketer base. Moon spun his body, his own dagger intercepting one of the assassin's blades while simultaneously channeling lightning through his free hand. The electrical discharge struck the assassin point-blank in the chest, paralyzing him completely mid-strike. The attack was enough to kill the assassin, but Moon wanted to ensure he was dead. His dagger found the assassin's throat before the paralysis wore off, opening the carotid artery with a single efficient slash. Splash. Blood poured out like a fountain before the assassin's body vanished as he was spawning once more. The two mages were frantically casting again, panic replacing their earlier confidence as they watched their teammates die repeatedly. Moon raised his hand and sent compressed air blades that severed their concentration and opened gruesome wounds across their exposed arms. They dropped their casting immediately, clutching bleeding limbs and screaming. Moon finished the remaining warriors efficiently. The first one he'd wounded tried to flee despite his useless arm, stumbling away with desperation. Moon's thrown dagger caught him in the neck, dropping him instantly. The second warrior actually managed to mount a brief defense, blocking Moon's initial strikes with desperate parries that showed some training. But dagger art provided Moon with combination sequences and feint patterns the man couldn't predict or counter effectively. Within seconds, Moon had created 3 separate deep wounds that bled profusely, weakening the warrior until a final thrust to the heart ended the exchange. "You have killed a level 20 fighter. You have gained 20 lives." The two mages died last, executed quickly once Moon closed distance and eliminated their ability to cast. They had no close combat skills worth mentioning, making them completely helpless once their primary advantage was neutralized. The entire first engagement had lasted perhaps 2 minutes from initial attack to their collective first deaths, but Moon wasn't finished. The outcasts respawned scattered across the area, their bodies already suffering from severe debuffs. Their faces were pale, movement sluggish, and coordination completely destroyed by the trauma of simultaneous death. "Wait, please," the scarred leader gasped, his dual daggers trembling in weakened hands. "We made a mistake, we didn't know." Moon killed him again without responding, then hunted down each spawning member of the group, executing them repeatedly as they grew progressively weaker with each death cycle. They begged for mercy, but Moon showed them none of it despite their offering of money, information, servitude, anything to stop their ongoing slaughter. These people had chosen to become outcasts and bandits. They'd threatened his life and attempted robbery with full intention to kill him if he resisted. The consequences of that choice were theirs to bear. After the third round of deaths, most of them could barely stand. By the fourth, they were crawling and weeping. By the fifth and sixth, their bodies remained still void of any life. Permanent death had claimed them all. Total lives gained from repeated executions, 350 lives. The entire execution had lasted perhaps 15 minutes total from the first ambush to the final permanent death. Moon looked at his dagger, examining the blade with newfound appreciation. Blood coated the steel, dripping steadily onto the rocky ground where 6 sets of equipment and weapons now lay abandoned. "Not bad," Moon said quietly, flicking the blood away with a quick wrist flick. The blood landed on the face of an outcast, drenching him in more blood. He cleaned the blade properly using cloth from his supplies and returned it to his spatial storage. The skill was only common rank currently, but the foundational knowledge it provided was invaluable. With practice and proficiency gains, it could evolve into something far more dangerous. Moon quickly looted the outcast's belongings, basic weapons, a few potions, and 1 storage ring containing supplies. Nothing particularly valuable, but waste was foolish. He remounted Mirage, who had watched the entire slaughter calmly. The horse was getting accustomed to his rider's killing. "Let's continue," Moon said, guiding Mirage around the abandoned corpses that would soon become the meal of beasts around the area. "We're almost there." Name Moon. Race human. Class classless assassin. Level 22, 51%. Lives 4596. Strength 33, Agility 35, Constitution 36, Mana 49 +5 to all stats. Attribute points 0. Skills Elemental Attack 5, Element Affinity, Tenacity, Silver Skin, Ignite, Dagger Art, Limited Time. Talent Grim Reaper. Class Skill Class Slot 1-1. Dagger Art. Rank Common. Proficiency 10%. Details: you have basic understanding of daggers as weapons. You are able to use a dagger to attack, defend, and execute with foundational competence, plus 10% damage. During his fight with the group of outcasts, Moon had managed to raise his proficiency of the new skill by 10%, which was decent progress for such a brief encounter, but nothing particularly substantial. To acquire the skill, Moon would need lots of practice against powerful opponents. At the top of the mountain, Moon gazed down at the human settlement nestled in the valley below. Rocketer Base was surrounded by 2 prominent mountains on either side and rocky terrain that created natural defensive barriers. The base appeared noticeably less developed and considerably smaller than Iron Peak, with fewer buildings and simpler fortifications. Moon couldn't care less about the base's aesthetics or development level. He wasn't here for sightseeing or to evaluate settlement quality. He was here to meet Selene and enter the mysterious realm she'd discovered. Based on the visible distance, Moon estimated it would take approximately 30 minutes to descend the mountain and arrive at the base's entrance. This would have taken significantly longer on treacherous natural terrain, but thankfully the Awakeners stationed at Rocketer had worked hard over time to create makeshift roads carved into the mountainside. The paths weren't paved or particularly sophisticated, but they provided a safe, faster way of traveling up and down the mountain without risking dangerous falls or unstable footing. Moon guided Mirage onto the descending road, letting the exhausted horse set a comfortable pace. The white mount had earned the right to take his time after everything he'd endured over the journey. Chapter 110, Mountain Inn meeting up with Selene. The sounds of Awakeners shouting, merchants hawking wares, and the general bustle of base activity signaled Moon's arrival at Rocketer's entrance. Moon dismounted from Mirage and walked beside the exhausted horse, leading him by the reins gently. At the entrance, Moon was stopped by guards who informed him of the mandatory entrance fee. It wasn't excessive, approximately $1,000, but it was still a barrier designed to filter out those without resources. Moon didn't complain, he simply paid the fee without argument before being waved through the gate. "Okay, so Selene told me to look for the Mountain Inn," Moon recalled as he led Mirage into the base proper. He walked through the crowded streets, scanning building signs and asking occasional passers-by for directions. After several minutes of searching and navigating the somewhat disorganized layout, Moon finally located the inn Selene had specified. The Mountain Inn was average in size with no particularly notable features. It looked exactly like dozens of other inns Moon had seen throughout the first sanctuary, built modestly and designed purely for temporary lodging rather than comfort or aesthetics. Moon secured Mirage at the inn's stable area first, ensuring the horse had water, feed, and a clean stall before entering the main building. Mirage deserved proper rest after everything he'd endured. Inside, Moon approached the person working the front desk, a middle-aged man with a bored expression that suggested he'd been doing this job far too long. "I'm looking for room number 5, Moon said directly. "My companion is waiting for me there." The desk worker's expression changed slightly as he checked the ledger, his eyes landing on the name registered under that room. A knowing smirk crossed his face. "Don't be too loud, it's still early in the day and other guests are trying to rest," the man said with an exaggerated wink. The meaning behind his words were obvious and completely incorrect. Moon stood there for a brief moment, slightly taken aback by the assumption, before simply turning and heading toward the corridor the man had indicated. He didn't care to explain his actual relationship with Selene, nor did he feel any need to correct the misconception. Moon would probably never see this man again, and how some random in-worker perceived him changed absolutely nothing about Moon's life or objectives. People would make whatever assumptions they wanted based on incomplete information. That was their problem, not his. He knocked on the door gently, then waited for a response. After a few more seconds with no answer, it became apparent that nobody was inside the room currently. Moon had half expected this possibility. Selene was likely out conducting her quarterly reconnaissance check of the realm entrance to ensure it remained undiscovered, or perhaps gathering final supplies for their expedition. He'd simply need to wait for her return. Private communication devices would be incredibly useful right now, Moon thought with mild frustration. Just like bases had their own communication devices with dedicated channels for internal coordination, private communication devices existed that allowed individuals to establish personal encrypted channels they could share with specific contacts. The technology was similar in principle but far more expensive to acquire and maintain. The cost difference stemmed from versatility. Base communication devices were locked to a single organizational channel, making them relatively simple and cheap to produce. Private devices, in contrast, could establish multiple independent channels, switch between them seamlessly, and weren't restricted to any particular organization's network infrastructure. That flexibility came with a premium price tag that put them out of reach for most average awakeners. Moon made a mental note to acquire one once he had more disposable income and stable contacts, worth maintaining private communication with. Thankfully, Selene didn't take long. After approximately 30 minutes of waiting, Moon spotted Selene approaching. Her eyes lit up when she saw him, and she immediately grabbed his arm with visible excitement. "Moon, you're here already," Selene said, practically pulling him along as she moved. "Come on, we need to talk." She unlocked room 5 quickly and ushered Moon inside before closing the door behind them. The room was modest with a single bed, small table with 2 chairs, storage chest, and basic amenities. A hand-drawn map was already spread across the table, clearly prepared in advance. Selene's enthusiasm was obvious as she moved to the table. "I've been doing additional scouting while waiting for you to arrive. The realm entrance is approximately an hour from here on foot through rocky terrain. I've identified the safest approach route and confirmed the entry mechanism is still completely inactive. No one else has discovered it yet." She gestured for Moon to examine the map more closely. Moon moved to the table, his mind already shifting into planning mode as he studied the terrain features Selene had sketched. After explaining the potential beasts they could encounter on the way and the path they would take to ensure they weren't followed, Selene and Moon set out of the inn. On the way out, Moon walked up to Mirage, who was in the stable area. Seeing the white horse, Selene's eyes glinted. "So cute. Where did you get this beautiful horse from?" Selene asked with big, wide doe eyes. "I got it as a gift from someone near my base." "I see. What's the name?" "Mirage," Moon replied as he stroked the horse's neck. "I will be going to a dangerous place, so I won't take you with me. I don't know how long I will take, but don't worry, I will come back to get you, okay?" Mirage snorted loudly and raised his hooves in disapproval. "What, you want to come?" Moon's eyes widened in disbelief. Although Moon couldn't understand the horse's language, he had spent enough time with Mirage to understand his body language. Selene's expression was as shocked as Moon's. Moon was conflicted. He knew that the expedition inside the realm could take him months, just like the hidden realm he was thrust into before. It would also be filled with dangers. Despite knowing that, Mirage still wanted to come. It was truly touching to see such a loyal horse. Chapter 111, Entering the Hidden. After a brief moment of contemplation, Moon decided to take Mirage with them to the hidden realm. Although the realm was certainly dangerous, Moon was confident enough that he could protect Mirage from most threats, especially with Selene contributing to their capabilities. Having a mount inside could prove to be useful, whether it was mobility, rapid retreat options, or the ability to carry additional supplies and loot. "Are you sure about that?" Selene asked, a hint of genuine worry crossing her face. The realm might have a hazardous environment that Mirage couldn't handle. Extreme temperatures, toxic atmospheres, terrain his hooves can't navigate. Moon nodded firmly. "Yes, I'm sure, but before we leave, I need to get him some protective equipment. He can't go in completely undefended." Selene nodded, no longer questioning his decision. Since Moon had clearly thought this through and made his choice, she wasn't going to waste time arguing about it. He must have his reasons, and a mount could genuinely be useful inside depending on the realm's layout. With that settled, both departed toward the trading center branch, located inside Rocketer Base. The facility was smaller and less well-stocked than Iron Peak's equivalent, but it still carried essential equipment and supplies for awakeners operating in the region. After approximately 5 minutes of browsing, Moon emerged from the center carrying a B-grade protective armor set specifically designed for high-end mounts like the dire horses which Kale and his team used. The armor was lightweight, constructed from flexible materials that wouldn't impede Mirage's movement or speed. It provided solid defense against physical attacks like claws, teeth, and basic weapons. Most importantly, it possessed temperature regulation enchantments similar to Moon's Cloak of the two extremes, offering resistance to both hot and cold environments. The environmental protection was less effective than Moon's Cloak due to the lower quality grade, but it would still provide Mirage with significantly better survivability in harsh conditions than no protection at all. Moon fitted the armor onto Mirage carefully, adjusting straps and ensuring nothing restricted the horse's natural movement. Mirage tolerated the process patiently, seeming to understand that this equipment was for his protection. Once the armor was properly secured, Moon and Selene left Rocketer Base through the main gate, heading toward the rocky terrain where the hidden realm entrance awaited. Moon mounted Mirage smoothly, settling into the saddle before looking down at Selene. "Jump on, let's go." Selene was startled for a moment, clearly not having expected to share the mount, before nodding her acceptance. While Mirage was indeed a large horse with sufficient space for two riders, sharing meant she'd need to be in close physical contact with Moon throughout the journey. She hopped onto the horse behind Moon, positioning herself carefully. Moon's low voice carried back to her. "Hold tight, the terrain is rough." Selene nodded, her hands reaching around to clutch his slim waist with firm grip. Mirage charged forward at Moon's command, his long legs propelling them across the rocky landscape with surprising speed despite carrying two riders and wearing new armor. The white horse had recovered enough energy to manage this sprint, and the prospect of spending more time with his rider seemed to invigorate him after the long, exhausting journey. It took them approximately 15 minutes of riding through the rugged terrain to reach the location Selene had marked on her map. The landscape had shifted from the base's immediate surroundings to a more isolated area with huge rock boulders, narrow passages, and sparse vegetation. "Over there," Selene pointed ahead toward what appeared to be a natural water spring emerging from the base of a cliff face. Clear water bubbled up from underground sources, creating a small pool before flowing down through channels in the rock. Inside that water spring there's a small hidden pathway. The realm entrance exists at the end of it. Moon guided Mirage closer, his eyes scanning the area carefully for threats or signs that someone else had discovered this location. Everything appeared undisturbed. There was no signs of footprints or evidence of recent Awakener activity. The water spring looked completely natural and unremarkable, exactly the kind of natural place that thousands of people might pass without giving it a second thought. Perfect camouflage for something valuable. Moon dismounted and helped Selene down before approaching the spring cautiously, his senses extended for any unusual mana fluctuations or hidden dangers. "Show me," Moon said quietly. Selene moved forward confidently, clearly having scouted this location multiple times already. She waded into the shallow pool without hesitation, the water reaching only mid-calf depth. At the cliff face where the spring emerged, Selene pressed against what looked like solid rock. Her hand found a subtle gap, barely visible unless you knew exactly where to look. "Here," she said, pushing aside a thin curtain of water to reveal a narrow opening in the rock face. "The pathway is tight for about 10 meters, then it opens into a larger cave chamber." Moon studied the opening briefly. It was wide enough for a person to pass through comfortably, and probably wide enough for Mirage to squeeze through carefully, though it would be a tight fit. "Let's secure the area first," Moon said, scanning their surroundings one more time. "Make sure no one's watching or following." Selene nodded and began a perimeter check while Moon prepared Mirage for entry into the unknown. Whatever waited inside that hidden chamber, they were about to find out, and there would be no turning back once they activated that realm entrance. After ensuring that nobody had followed them, nor did anyone see them, Moon slid under the water curtain. Mirage had also managed to squeeze in the opening after removing the armor before strapping it back on once he was inside. Inside the large cave chamber, Moon's eyes landed on the realm gate that existed within. "So this is it. It looks just like any other rift," Moon muttered, his eyes landing on the circular portal opening. Selene nodded beside him before taking a breath. "Are you ready?" Moon's gaze hardened before nodding his head. In a world where only strength determines everything, evolution is the only path of survival. Chapter 112, Unknown Territory 1. The two curious awakeners both entered the realm entrance alongside the white horse. Moon lost all feeling of his surroundings for a brief, disorienting moment as his body was transported through space to a completely different location altogether. The sensation was similar to portal travel but more abrupt, just like the time they were transported into that hidden realm. When his body finally regained control and his senses returned, Moon couldn't see anything. Darkness was the only thing surrounding him. Absolute, consuming blackness, as if light itself didn't exist in the place he'd appeared. A notification appeared in his eyes, but he had no time to check it out just yet. Immediately, Moon channeled his mana, creating a small spark of fire in his palm to illuminate his immediate surroundings. "Selene, Mirage, are you here?" "Yeah. I'm here." Selene's voice entered his ears as her own flame sparked to life several meters away, casting flickering orange light. Moon heard Mirage's anxious neigh beside him. The horse was reassured by his rider's voice in the unsettling environment. Thankfully, both his companions had been transported with him rather than separated. He had worried for a brief moment that something had gone terribly wrong and they'd been scattered across different locations. Where are we? What is this place? Seleni's voice sounded softly in the dark space they'd all materialized in. In fact, it was slightly difficult to hear what she was saying clearly, as if the walls or atmosphere itself absorbed sound, dampening their voices unnaturally. You have entered a true death zone. Not sure, but it's definitely nothing we've encountered before, and it's a true death zone. We cannot die, not even once, Moon said loudly, compensating for the sound dampening effect. His fire spark grew considerably larger as he supplied more mana, expanding the illuminated area to gain better vision of their surroundings. The additional light revealed they were standing in what appeared to be some kind of enclosed space with walls that curved weirdly rather than following straight lines. Stay alert, Moon warned, his eyes scanning the surrounding area constantly for any hints of danger or a way out. We don't know what kind of beasts or threats exist in this place yet. Selene nodded, her own flame growing brighter as she moved closer to Moon's position. Should we stay together or split up to explore? Together, Moon said immediately. Splitting up in unknown territory is how people die, permanently. Mirage stayed close to Moon, the horse's instincts clearly telling him this environment was dangerous and staying beside his rider was his best course of action to survive. As they began exploring their immediate vicinity cautiously, Moon and Selene discovered several disturbing facts about the area they'd been thrust into. The environment was by no means normal. Mirage's hooves didn't echo on the floor despite the enclosed space. Neither did their own footsteps produce the expected sounds that walking should generate in a cave or chamber. The silence was oppressive and certainly unnatural. Moon knelt down, running his hand across the floor's surface. It was uneven and ridged, possessing a weird texture rather than the smooth stone or packed earth he'd expected. This doesn't feel like rock or anything of that matter, Moon said quietly. Selene examined the walls similarly, her expression growing more concerned. The walls are the same, it's not stone or earth, it's something else entirely. I can't put my finger on what it is. Moon expanded his fire further, creating a floating orb of flame that rose above their heads to illuminate a larger area. They appeared to be standing in some kind of tubular passage or chamber. The space curved in both directions, extending beyond the reach of their light. The walls, floor, and ceiling all possessed that same unsettling ridged texture. Moon checked for exits or alternative routes. He found only the curving passage extending in two directions, forward and backward relative to where they'd materialized. There was no trace of the portal or entry mechanism they'd used to arrive here. The entrance we came through is gone, Moon observed. We can't retreat the way we came. So we're committed. We have to find another exit or whatever completion condition exists in this realm. Seems that way, Moon agreed. He wasn't surprised by this development, he had already expected this to happen. As they stood discussing options, Selene noticed something that made her blood run cold. The walls seemed to be moving. Moon, tell me you see the walls moving too. Moon's eyes widened as he focused on the wall nearest to him. Yes, the walls are moving. Moon's mind raced through possibilities, each one more disturbing than the last. The movement lasted for a single brief moment, but the changes it caused were massive and terrifying. What had been a separation of their path into three distinct passages suddenly transformed. Two of those pathways compressed violently, their openings tightening and sealing shut with a force that would have crushed anything caught inside. The sound was sickening, accompanied by pressure changes that Moon could feel in his chest. If we'd entered that passage. Selene couldn't finish the sentence, fear creeping into her voice despite her experience. We would have been dead. Moon understood immediately what she meant. This was not a normal zone where they could respawn after death. This was an instant death zone. Once they died, they were dead. In fact, even if it was a normal death zone with penalty to the number of lives, it wouldn't matter. Because if they'd been inside one of those passages when the walls contracted, they would have been crushed to pulp. When they respawned, they'd materialize in the exact same location, still trapped between closing walls that would immediately crush them again. Death loop, permanent erasure through repeated crushing until all lives were exhausted. The unknown was something most awakeners feared, and the place they were currently trapped in was something neither of them had ever encountered or heard about in any official records. The pathways that closed, they're not opening back up, at least not yet, Selene observed. She pointed at the sealed passages which showed no signs of reversing their compression. There's only one route left now, but what if it closes on us when the walls move again? Her eyes darted around the chamber they were standing in, the full horror of their situation dawning. What if these walls close in on us while we're still here? Chapter 113, Unknown Territory 2. Moon's expression turned grim at the thought of being crushed within these walls. It was something that he certainly didn't want to experience. They were standing in a larger chamber currently, but if the same mechanism that had sealed those passages occurred in their current location. They'd be crushed just the same, trapped in a death loop with no escape. Moon collected his thoughts and came up with a plausible escape plan that could save them from their predicament. We need to understand the pattern. How long between movements? Is there a trigger, or is it cyclical? He pulled out a timepiece from his spatial storage, marking the current moment. We count the seconds until the next movement. If there's a rhythm, we can predict when it's safe to move, and when we need to find stable zones. Selene nodded her head in agreement. That sounds like a good idea, but how do we differentiate stable zones from non-stable ones, and what if there is no pattern? Then we move fast and hope we're not caught in the wrong place when it happens again, Moon said grimly. He studied the remaining open passage carefully. It was the only route forward now, leading deeper into whatever this place was. We can't stay here, Moon decided. Standing still just makes us sitting targets if this chamber decides to crush us. We move forward through the open passage, quickly but carefully. Watch for any spaces that look more stable. What about Mirage? Selene asked, looking at the armored horse with concern. He can't move as fast through tight spaces as we can. Moon's hand rested on Mirage's neck, feeling the horse's rapid heartbeat. Leaving him behind wasn't an option. Mirage would be crushed if left alone in a contracting chamber. He comes with us. We adjust our speed to match his pace. If we encounter a passage too narrow for him to fit through safely, Moon's voice hardened, we find another route. We're not leaving him behind. Selene met his eyes and nodded. All right. Together then, all three of us. Stay close, Moon said. If you feel any sudden pressure changes or hear that sound again, run forward as fast as you can. Don't stop, don't look back. Selene drew a weapon, a short sword that would be more useful in confined spaces than her typical equipment. Ready when you are. Both awakeners waited anxiously in the unknown chamber, their bodies tense with fear as they monitored every subtle shift in their environment. A minute had just passed when the walls began to move again. This time it was the chamber they were standing in. Moon's eyes frantically scanned every surface. The walls on all sides were pulling inward with that same motion from before. Worse, the only pathway that had remained open, their sole route forward, was also moving, which meant that it would offer the same fate. They had perhaps a second to decide their next move, and that decision would determine whether they lived to see daylight again or died permanently in this nightmare. Moon's mind worked for a way out rapidly. Staying in the moving chamber meant certain death when it did close. Moving forward into a closing passage offered the same fate. But the two previously sealed pathways. If this place operated on a rhythm, then those sealed passages might be opening even as their current location closed. It was pure speculation, a gamble based on nothing but an idea and hope, but it was the only chance they had. Over there, Moon shouted, making his decision instantly. He gripped Mirage's reins firmly and guided the horse to charge directly toward one of the previously sealed passages, the ones that had crushed shut just a minute earlier. Moon and Selene were both mounted on the horse, trusting Mirage's ability to accelerate rapidly in close quarters and cover the distance before the walls finished their lethal contraction. This positioning ensured they'd all survive or die together, no one left behind. Moon had decided to take a massive risk, betting their lives on the theory that the passages operated in opposite cycles. Selene's eyes widened with shock as she realized what Moon intended. Every instinct screamed to disagree, to argue not to go there, but there was no time left for debate or discussion. She'd already agreed that Moon would lead their group during this expedition. A ship couldn't sail with two captains. Divided leadership in crisis meant death. So she gritted her teeth, wrapped her arms tightly around Moon's waist, and prayed desperately that the sealed pathways would somehow open before the contracting walls crushed them all into paste, turning them into nothing more than a forgettable memory in an unknown realm. Mirage waited for the signal to charge forward without hesitation, despite the terror that must have filled the horse's mind. The white mount trusted his rider completely, even when that trust meant waiting before running directly toward what appeared to be solid, sealed walls. Moon could feel the pressure changing, the air being forced out as available space diminished rapidly. The walls on either side were closing in, narrowing the path. Moon could see the previously sealed passage. It was still closed, still compressed shut. Mirage's hooves struck against the floor, his powerful legs building strength to charge them forward with everything he had. The passage remained sealed. We're going to hit solid wall at full speed, some part of Moon's mind whispered, whilst the other part trusted his instinct, telling him to just wait for the right time. Stone pillars formed on each point on the floor, roof and walls in an attempt to try and stop the collapse, but the pillars that Selene had formed did nothing as they collapsed immediately as the walls started to crash in on them. Nay, Mirage dashed at the signal of Moon. Now. The sealed passage convulsed and opened right as they dashed towards it. The walls that had been compressed shut suddenly expanded outward with the same rhythm, creating an opening just as Mirage reached it. The walls are closing, Selene said, urging Moon to make Mirage dash faster despite the short distance. Chapter 114, A Stroke of Luck. The horse plunged through the newly opened passage without breaking stride, carrying Moon and Selene into the tunnel beyond just as the chamber behind them finished its lethal shut. They heard a crushing sound of space being eliminated completely, the walls meeting with force that would have pulverized anything caught between them, but they were through. Mirage slowed to a halt once they were safely inside the new passage. Moon sat frozen for a moment, his heart hammering, adrenaline still flooding his system. "We're alive," Selene whispered against his back, her voice shaking. "We're actually alive, how did you know?" "I didn't, I guessed. If I'd been wrong." He didn't need to finish that sentence. Selene laughed in a slightly hysterical tone. "Next time you make a guess like that, maybe warn me first." "There wasn't time," Moon said, but a grim smile touched his lips despite everything. Mirage snorted, shaking his mane as if requesting his own reassurance after the terrifying experience. Moon patted the horse's neck gratefully. "Good boy, you trusted me even when it looked insane." Moon's eyes widened suddenly as he noticed something wrong. Mirage's tail had been cut, or rather, shortened. His gaze darted back toward the passage entrance they'd escaped through, which was now sealed completely shut, and he realized with horror that Mirage's tail must have been caught when the walls closed. Selene noticed his sudden worry and panic immediately. She moved closer to examine Mirage's tail, her expression focused. "Don't worry, Mirage is fine," she said after a quick inspection. "The chamber only closed on the long coarse hair growing from his dark, the external part. It's mainly used to swat annoying flies and for visual communication with others. It will grow back out eventually with time." She ran her hand carefully over the base of the tail. The dark itself is completely unharmed. If that had been caught, it would have been an issue, because the dark is the muscular, bony base of the tail which contains vertebrae, muscles, nerves, and blood vessels. Damage there could cause permanent injury or mobility problems. Moon's worry lessened considerably upon hearing her explanation and seeing that Mirage wasn't showing signs of pain or distress beyond the stress of their near-death experience. "I was worried for a moment there," Moon admitted. "How do you know so much about horse anatomy?" Selene remained silent for a brief moment, her expression becoming distant. "I encountered a few." Her tone made it clear she had no intention of elaborating further. Moon understood immediately that Selene didn't want to go into details about whatever experiences had taught her about horses. He didn't push for more information. He gave Mirage another reassuring pat, checking that the horse seemed stable despite losing part of his tail. "You did great. We're all alive because you trusted me." Mirage seemed to accept the consolation, his breathing steadying. Moon remounted quickly. "Let's go, we've already wasted precious seconds standing here. The chamber might contract again on a cycle and we need to find the next stable point before that happens." Selene nodded hurriedly and jumped onto Mirage's back behind Moon. "You're right, I tried using my earth element manipulation while we were in that chamber. It was completely negated, as if the walls treated my pillars as nothing but paper." Moon processed that information with growing concern. "Yeah, the walls are really tough. I don't think my earth element could stop the closing either. Whatever this place is, it's not normal by any means." "Then we can't rely on using our elements to try and stop these weird closings," Selene finished grimly. "We are limited to timing and trying to understand this place. Maybe once we have an idea, we would be able to find a way to escape." That was a significant limitation. Losing the opportunity of using their elements as mages made their situations considerably more precarious. "Let's continue on our way if things do look grim. I will use my strongest attack to try and break through these walls, although it seems like it would be difficult to do so." He urged Mirage forward at a steady but fast pace. They couldn't be moving slowly, especially when they didn't know how far the pathway was going for. They had half a minute to find another pathway before this one closes. The passage they were now in curved gently, its walls maintaining that disturbing motion of moving subtly. Moon kept his senses hyper-extended, watching for any signs of another major crushing cycle beginning. They had perhaps survived the first life-threatening situation, but Moon had no illusions that this labyrinth would give them many more warnings before trying to kill them again. They arrived at another split pathway, the tunnel branching into two distinct routes that curved in different directions. Rumble, the walls began to move once again, the walls starting their deadly cycle. This time Moon remained considerably calmer than before. He had an idea now based on experience. He was no longer guessing blindly, he was simply waiting for the environmental hint to reveal itself before committing to a route. One of the two pathways immediately began its sequence, the walls compressing inward to seal it shut. Simultaneously, their own current pathway started the same lethal process. Left, Selene thought internally, using her own growing understanding of the mechanism to predict which direction would open. The pathway that was currently closed would likely expand during the next cycle, while the pathway that remained stable now would close. Indeed, Moon swerved Mirage sharply to the left without hesitation, spurring the horse toward the pathway that had just begun opening as the cycle reversed. They entered the newly expanded passage a mere second before the crushing sound of the walls meeting echoed behind them, the passage they just vacated being eliminated completely. Both awakeners sighed in relief, their breathing heavy but their confidence growing. They had understood the mechanism. The rhythm was predictable once you recognized the pattern. Passages operated in opposing cycles, opening and closing in alternating sequences. Watch for which pathway begins contracting first, then move toward the opposite route that will be opening. Things were looking better from that perspective. Survival seemed more achievable now that they decoded the fundamental rules governing this deadly environment. But there was still a critical issue at hand. Chapter 115, Accumulating Clues 1. They had no goal or destination. What made it worse was the lack of information. There was no indication of what they were supposed to accomplish in this realm or where an exit might exist. They were simply walking through a labyrinth, navigating split pathways and timing their movements to survive the crushing cycles. But wandering aimlessly couldn't be the intended solution. There had to be an objective, a purpose, some kind of completion condition that would allow them to escape. "We can't just keep doing this indefinitely," Selene said quietly, voicing the concern they both felt. "Eventually we'll make a mistake, or Mirage will tire, or we'll encounter a situation where the pattern doesn't hold. We need to find what we're supposed to be doing here." Moon nodded grimly, his flame orb illuminating the curved passage ahead. "Agreed, this is survival, not progress. There has to be something we're missing, a clue, a marker, some indication of where we're supposed to go or what we're supposed to find." The entry mechanism required 2 people to activate simultaneously, Moon reasoned aloud. That suggests cooperation and coordination are important. Maybe the exit or objective requires something similar, a challenge that can't be completed alone. Selene considered that. Or the entire realm is designed as a test. Survive long enough, navigate correctly, and you reach, what, a reward chamber, an artifact, another challenge. "Only one way to find out," Moon said. "We keep moving forward, but we stay alert for anything that could help us." Both awakeners kept navigating through the same deadly cycle for close to 10 minutes, their movements becoming more confident with each successful escape. Having just evaded another closure, Moon and Selene both knew from experience that they had exactly 1 minute before reaching the next pathway split. It took them approximately 10 seconds to traverse the very short passage they'd entered, leaving them with 50 seconds to search for clues without fighting for immediate survival. Moon pulled out his dagger from spatial storage. Selene looked at him curiously. "What are you trying to do?" Moon didn't respond verbally, rather he demonstrated it by activating his assassin class skill, Dagger Art. He began attacking the wall, trying to determine what material composed these barriers. Whoosh, his hand struck against the wall with power. But the wall was almost impenetrable. Moon's eyebrows rose in surprise. Despite his enhanced strength attributes, he was unable to deal any visible damage to the surface. He began putting progressively more force into his attacks, increasing power with each strike. Eventually, Moon was committing his full physical strength to the blade work, his muscles straining with maximum effort. For a brief instant, Moon felt the wall actually give way slightly, the surface parting under his blade's edge. But before he could process what he'd seen, the damage healed instantaneously, the organic material knitting back together as if he'd never struck it at all. "Yeah, this is not normal at all," Moon said, breathing slightly harder from exertion. "A wall that regenerates damage. There's something terribly wrong about this place." Selene's expression darkened with worry. "What if we're trapped under some kind of powerful illusion? What if we're unable to find the escape route because we're not perceiving reality correctly, stuck in an endless loop that will not break?" Moon immediately shook his head with absolute confidence. "Impossible, we're not under any illusion. This is real as it gets." The reason behind his certainty was a secret Selene didn't know about. After completing the trial of Winter in the Hidden Realm and defeating the Winter Beast, Moon had been rewarded with an epic rank skill that provided immunity to mental manipulation. Tenacity. Rank Epic. Level Max. Details: your will cannot be broken no matter the circumstances. Illusions do not affect you, and your courage makes those with you feel stronger. +5 to strength, agility, and constitution. Illusions had no effect on him whatsoever, at least not from First Sanctuary sources or First Order beasts. If they were trapped in an illusion powerful enough to bypass epic rank resistance, they had far bigger problems than navigation. "Then what is this place?" Selene couldn't help but ask, her voice carrying a hint of frustration. Before Moon could respond, a strange substance began oozing from the exact spot on the wall where he'd been attacking moments earlier. Selene's eyes widened as she noticed the change. "Moon, look. There's something coming out of the wall where you struck it." Moon's internal thoughts were disrupted immediately. He snapped his attention back to the wall he'd been testing. A white, viscous liquid was seeping from a tiny puncture, almost imperceptible to the naked eye, yet Selene had caught the movement. Moon approached cautiously, his hand hovering over the mysterious fluid. Just as he was about to touch it directly, he stopped himself. Curiosity kills, Moon reminded himself firmly. He'd read too many stories about adventurers and awakeners who died or been severely injured from touching, eating, or otherwise interacting with unknown substances without proper testing protocols. Instead, Moon used his dagger blade to make contact with the liquid, keeping his skin safely away in case it proved poisonous or corrosive. The gooey, slimy substance adhered to the metal, coating the blade's edge with a thin layer of white fluid. Moon lifted the dagger to eye level, inspecting the substance carefully. "What is this liquid exactly?" His question was interrupted as the walls began their familiar rumbling again, the contraction cycle beginning anew. Moon immediately leaped onto Mirage's back. Selene mounted behind him without needing instruction, and they escaped the closing passage successfully, guided by their growing understanding of the rhythm. The white liquid remained on Moon's blade, moving by itself in a slow, almost eerie manner. It didn't drip or evaporate. Instead, it seemed to move slightly, as if possessing some kind of independent life. Both awakeners began theorizing about what this white liquid could be and how it had been released from the wall. Chapter 116, Accumulating Clues 2. Was it a liquid triggered by damage to repair it? Or was it liquid that had been stuck in these walls for longer than they'd been born? They were unable to reach any definitive conclusion and could only continue navigating the next pathway, hoping to find additional clues that might explain their situation. Finally, "This path looks different," Selene exclaimed with genuine relief, pointing ahead toward a passage that appeared to slope upward rather than continuing the horizontal maze. "Maybe it leads toward an exit." Moon nodded, equally relieved to find any variation from the endless cycling through identical corridors. They urged Mirage forward, following the ascending path with cautious optimism. The passage was noticeably narrower than previous routes, the walls pressing closer on both sides. Mirage had to move more carefully, his armored body barely fitting through the constricted space. At the end of the passage, they encountered something completely new. A circular opening that resembled a one-way door mechanism. The structure was different from the other passages, as if designed to control flow in a specific direction. Moon dismounted and pushed against it gently, testing for response. Nothing happened, it remained sealed. "Help me," Moon said to Selene, "we need more force." Both awakeners positioned themselves and pushed with their combined enhanced strength. The valve resisted stubbornly. Moon called Mirage forward, "Push with us." The horse pressed his armored chest against the barrier alongside the awakeners, adding his considerable mass and strength to their efforts. Finally, with all three straining together, the valve began to yield. It slid open slowly, grudgingly, creating an opening just large enough for them to squeeze through one at a time. They entered quickly, pulling Mirage through before the valve could close again. Inside this new passage, the environment felt different. The wall movements were so much stronger, Moon could feel it resonating through his entire body. "Do you feel that?" Selene whispered, her voice barely audible over the ambient noise. "Yeah," Moon confirmed grimly. "We're getting closer to something vital in this area." They continued upward through the narrowing passage, the walls pressing tighter. "Swish, do you hear that?" Selene immediately said. The sound was faint, but it was there that was undeniable. Moon nodded his head. He could hear a distant rushing sound, like wind howling through a canyon, coming from somewhere behind them in the passages they'd already traversed. Gush, the sound grew louder rapidly. Moon's eyes widened as realization struck. "Mirage, move now." "What is it?" Selene asked, feeling the urgency in Moon's voice. "Something's coming," Moon shouted over the increasing roar. "A wave, a flood, I don't know exactly, but we need to get to higher ground or find shelter immediately." The rushing sound grew from distant rumble to thunderous approach, echoing through the passages with terrifying speed. And they were directly in its path. It didn't take long for the approaching disaster to reveal itself. A massive wave of deep, dark red liquid came thrashing through the passages with devastating force, filling the entire tunnel system. Moon turned his head, his eyes widening as he witnessed the rushing torrent bearing down on them. "Selene. Hold tight." Selene's grip tightened desperately around his waist, her arms locked in place as the unknown liquid crashed over them with overwhelming power, sweeping all three forward through the passages toward an unknown destination. The liquid was syrup-thick and viscous, with a slightly warm temperature against their skin. The entire passage filled completely with the substance, giving them absolutely no chance to surface or find air pockets to breathe. They could only hold their breaths and endure. As powerful awakeners with enhanced constitution attributes, both Moon and Selene possessed the ability to hold their breath in such extreme conditions for approximately 20 minutes. Had the liquid been water, the task would have been considerably easier, but the pressure, combined with the thick consistency of the fluid, made everything more difficult. The syrupy substance seemed to resist movement, making even basic motion exhausting. They remained engulfed in the rushing liquid for approximately 15 agonizing minutes, holding onto each other tightly to avoid being separated by the powerful currents. Moon kept one hand gripped firmly in Mirage's mane, refusing to let the horse be swept away. Moon's mind raced through multiple contingency plans for extending their breathing time. He considered using his elemental manipulation to create temporary air pockets, perhaps flashboiling small amounts of the liquid with fire or using wind to compress gases, but the density and pressure made such techniques risky. Creating bubbles might work, or it might just waste precious mana they'd need for whatever awaited them. While Moon and Selene could theoretically hold their breath for 20 minutes in these conditions, maybe slightly longer, if they remained completely calm, Mirage definitely couldn't match that duration. Horses had different physiological limits. Moon was genuinely afraid that Mirage would die from suffocation before they found air again. The horse was struggling, Moon could feel it. Mirage's powerful body was fighting against panic, against the instinct to breathe despite being submerged. The armored mount was remarkably brave, but biology couldn't be denied forever. Just hold on, Moon thought desperately, maintaining his grip, just a little longer. Thankfully, after what felt like an eternity but was probably only another minute, the passage suddenly widened dramatically. The constrictive tunnel gave way to an absolutely massive chamber. Moon, Selene and Mirage were expelled from the passage opening with force, tumbling through the thick red liquid into open space. The current that had been pushing them forward dissipated as they entered the enormous chamber. Moon kicked powerfully, swimming upward, or what he hoped was upward in the disorienting darkness. His lungs were beginning to burn, the 20-minute limit approaching rapidly. Mirage was thrashing weakly now, the horse's oxygen completely depleted. Then Moon's head broke the surface. Air. He gasped desperately, filling his lungs with oxygen. The chamber wasn't completely flooded. There was a pocket of breathable atmosphere in the upper portion. Selene, Moon shouted, his voice echoing strangely in the vast space. She surfaced beside him moments later, also gasping and coughing. I'm here. Mirage, where's? Chapter 117. They were inside a... Moon was already diving back down, his hand searching through the thick liquid. He found Mirage's mane and pulled with all his strength, hauling the horse's head above the surface. Mirage coughed violently, his sides heaving as he struggled to breathe, but he was alive. They swam toward what appeared to be a ledge or platform, a section of the chamber wall that was above the liquid line, creating a place where they could rest. Moon pulled himself up first, then helped drag Mirage onto the platform with Selene's assistance. The exhausted horse collapsed immediately, breathing heavily but stable. Everyone okay? Moon asked, still catching his own breath. Alive, Selene confirmed, wringing red liquid from her hair. Barely, but alive. Moon created a flame in his palm to illuminate their surroundings, and what he saw made his breath catch for entirely different reasons. They were in an absolutely colossal chamber, easily tens of meters across. The space was roughly oval-shaped, with thick muscular walls that visibly contracted and relaxed in powerful rhythmic pulses. The wall sound Moon had heard earlier was deafening here, resonating through his entire body with each pulse. Thump thump. The chamber's floor, or rather, the pool of red liquid they'd just escaped from, rose and fell with each contraction that came every minute or so. Moon watched in horrified fascination as the walls compressed inward, forcing the liquid to rise dramatically before relaxing and allowing it to fall again. And there were openings, multiple massive openings in the chamber walls, 4 distinct passages that the liquid flowed into and out of with the rhythm of the contractions. Moon's mind began processing what he was seeing, the thick red liquid they'd been swept through. The warmth, the slight metallic taste he'd noticed when some had got in his mouth during the tumbling. Blood. We were swept through a wave of blood. The white liquid he'd extracted from the walls earlier, the healing, regenerating tissue. Living tissue, organic walls that repair damage. The passages opening and closing in cycles, the massive chamber with multiple vessel-like openings, the heartbeat. Moon's eyes widened with dawning, terrible comprehension. Selene, I know where we are, Moon said quietly, his voice tight with controlled fear. For the first time since a very long time, Moon felt true, tangible fear, fear that made his blood run cold and his face pale. She looked at him, seeing the expression on his face. Where? Moon pointed upward at the massive walls, contracting and relaxing. Then at the dozen enormous vessel openings where blood flowed in and out, then down at the pool of blood beneath them. We're inside a heart, Moon said, his voice barely audible over the thunderous beating. A living creature's heart chamber. Everything we've been navigating, the passages, the cycles, the crushing walls, it was all circulatory system. Blood vessels, and this. He gestured around the colossal space. This is one of the heart chambers, probably a ventricle based on the size and the way blood is being pumped through those vessels. Selene stared around the chamber with mounting horror as the realization sank in. But, the scale, this chamber is tens of meters across. The passages we traveled through were wide enough for Mirage to run through. If this is a heart chamber, then the creature. She couldn't finish the sentence. Moon finished it for her, his voice grim. Would have to be absolutely massive, larger than any beast we've ever encountered. No, larger than any creature ever recorded. He looked up at the chamber ceiling, trying to estimate dimensions. Based on the size of this heart chamber alone, the creature's total body length could be. Moon did the mental calculations and felt cold dread settle into his stomach, hundreds of meters. They sat in stunned silence, listening to the deafening heartbeat that surrounded them. Thump, 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 thump. They were inside a living creature so massive it defied comprehension. And they had absolutely no idea what kind of monster possessed a body of this scale, or whether it even knew they were inside it, or what would happen if it did. Moon's thoughts immediately drifted back to the hunt for the elk he'd undertaken with the lieutenant and his group of veterans. They had crossed a valley during that journey, the Great Cleve Valley. A massive geographical feature characterized by an immense, unnatural fissure that split the landscape, as if something impossibly powerful had struck the earth with a terrifying force. The lieutenant had explained that the valley represented some sort of attack or marking by a creature so overwhelmingly powerful that even battle-hardened veterans refused to discuss it. The sheer scale of destruction had made the Awakener's hair stand on end just imagining what could cause such damage. It was rumored that such creatures had existed before humans had even entered the first sanctuary, creatures that had long been extinct. We might be inside one of those creatures. Moon cursed internally, the realization settling over him like a suffocating mountain pressing down on him. A creature with internal anatomy so incredibly strong that even with his full physical strength enhanced by attributes and skill, Moon couldn't damage it even slightly. The tissue had healed instantly from his dagger strikes. The blood vessel walls had crushed closed with force that would have pulverized solid stone without resistance. This was a predator-level creature, operating on a scale so far beyond Moon's current capabilities that he didn't even dare contemplate fighting it. The very notion was absurd, like an ant threatening a human. Of course, Moon's physical strength was nowhere near his magical offensive power. He possessed 3 epic rank skills as a mage, 5-element affinity, ignite and tenacity, while having none as a physical warrior. His dagger art was merely common rank, but still, Moon understood his limitations very clearly. Even Seleni's earth magic, which should have been effective against even some weaker S-rank beasts to a certain extent, couldn't even resist the contracting blood vessels. Moon couldn't even begin to fathom the true combat strength of a creature this massive. Chapter 118, Powerful Treasure, Terrifying Beings. These beings are on a totally different level from anything I've encountered, Moon thought, a humbling realization of his weakness. He'd been like a toad at the bottom of a well, seeing only the small circle of sky above and believing that represented the entire world. He'd overestimated his own strength and underestimated how vast the true power hierarchy in this world actually extended. He'd thought the winter beast was extraordinary. The 3-armed mountain bear had seemed like the pinnacle of what first sanctuary beasts could achieve, an S-rank threat that required a base lord and dozens of awakeners to defeat. But he'd been terribly, catastrophically wrong. There existed creatures that could swat him like an annoying fly. Being so massive and powerful that Moon and Selene navigating through this one circulatory system was probably as significant to it as bacteria moving through a human's bloodstream, completely unnoticeable and utterly irrelevant. Moon couldn't help but swallow hard, his throat suddenly dry despite being soaked in the creature's blood. Moon, Selene's voice cut through his dark thoughts. What are you thinking? Moon forced himself to focus on their immediate situation rather than spiraling into existential dread about their insignificance. I'm thinking, Moon said carefully, that we need to find a way out of this creature before it does something that kills us incidentally. We're inside something so powerful that we're not even threats, we're just foreign objects, irritants at best. Selene nodded slowly, processing that sobering assessment. So what do? We can't navigate back the way we came. That would mean swimming against blood flow through vessels we barely survived traveling with the current. Moon looked around the massive heart chamber again, studying the 4 vessel openings where blood flowed in and out with each contraction. Thump thump. We need to figure out which vessel leads toward an exit, Moon said. One of these passages might lead to respiratory organs, lungs or gills or whatever this creature uses to breathe. If we can reach those, there might be a connection to the outside environment. It was a desperate theory based on limited anatomical knowledge, but it was better than sitting here waiting to die. Or, Selene suggested grimly, we find a way to injure this creature badly enough that it expels us as part of an immune response or defensive reaction. Moon considered that option and immediately discarded it. With what? We can't damage its tissue. We're like 2 cells of bacteria trying to hurt a human. Selene's expression darkened, but she couldn't argue with the logic. They were trapped inside a living nightmare, and their survival depended on finding an exit before the creature's normal biological processes killed them incidentally. Moon stood, his wet clothes clinging to his body still stained with the creature's blood. We rest for 5 minutes. Let Mirage recover his strength, then we choose a vessel and commit to finding a way out. Because standing still in a beating heart wasn't survival, it was just delaying the inevitable. Moon couldn't help but gulp his increasing saliva. 5 minutes had barely passed when something that shocked the both of them to their core occurred. Moon, are you seeing what I'm seeing? Selene muttered, her voice carrying pure disbelief as she stared at something only she could perceive. Moon's eyes widened as identical notifications appeared in his own vision. His attributes were increasing spontaneously, without leveling up or spending points. He nodded slowly, still processing the shocking revelation. Yes, I see it too. There was only one possible explanation for this phenomenon, and both awakeners understood it immediately. The blood, Selene breathed, looking down at her hands still stained with the deep red liquid. It's a natural treasure, a treasure amongst treasures. She couldn't contain her excitement despite their dire circumstances. We're gaining permanent attribute increases just from exposure to it. Moon felt another subtle shift in his body as more notifications appeared. You have gained +1 strength. You have gained +1 mana. You have gained +1 mana. This was extraordinary beyond measure. In the Awakener world, there were only a handful of ways to improve your base attributes. The primary method was leveling up, which granted attribute points you could allocate according to your build strategy. This was the standard path everyone followed: kill beasts, gain experience, level up, distribute points. The second method was through certain rare equipment that provided attribute bonuses while worn. Moon's cloak of the two extremes gave him environmental resistance, for example, but those benefits vanished the moment he removed the item. The third method was through incredibly powerful skills, but they were so rare that it was almost never put into perspective. The fourth and most difficult method was through natural treasures. It was so rare that most awakeners, even those with deep backgrounds, never encountered it even once in their entire careers. These treasures came in various forms. All of them shared one characteristic: they were extraordinarily rare and valuable. And here Moon and Selene were, literally bathing in what was apparently one of the most potent natural treasures either of them had ever encountered. At the highest levels of power, Selene continued, her mind working despite her excitement, attribute advantages make enormous differences in combat outcomes. When you reach level 25 and everyone's undergone their first-class evolution, the things that separate exceptional evolvers from merely competent ones are skill rank, combat experience, and base attributes before transformation. Moon nodded, understanding the implications completely. Two evolvers at the same level with similar classes can have vastly different combat effectiveness based on their attribute totals. Exactly, someone who's only gained attributes through normal leveling might have, say, 40 points in their primary combat stat, but someone who's consumed natural treasures throughout their career might have 50 in that same stat. That's a 25% power advantage from attributes alone. This gap becomes even more pronounced when they become evolvers. She gestured around the massive heart chamber at the pool of blood beneath them. This creature's blood is providing permanent enhancements, if we could safely harvest even a small amount and preserve it. Chapter 119, Finding the Exit Point. Moon was already thinking the same thing. The blood was clearly valuable beyond measure. But there were complications, indeed, but we shouldn't get too excited. The effect might be temporary or it might have diminishing returns. The first exposure gives benefits, but subsequent exposure does nothing. We don't know the mechanics yet. +1 strength. Another notification appeared, contradicting his caution about diminishing returns. Never mind. It's still working, Selene observed. We're continuing to gain attributes the longer we're exposed. Moon checked his current status mentally. His strength had increased by 2 points and so did his mana. 4 total attribute points gained just from being covered in this creature's blood and breathing the atmosphere in its heart chamber. That represented significant power growth, the equivalent of leveling up once but without the experience grinding required. We need to be smart about this, Moon said, forcing himself to think critically despite the intoxicating prospect of easy power gains. If the blood continues providing benefits, we should maximize our exposure time while searching for an exit. But we also can't stay here indefinitely. Eventually this creature might do something that kills us, treasure blood or not. Selene nodded reluctantly. Agreed. We harvest what benefits we can during our escape attempt, but survival takes priority over greed. She paused, then added with a grim smile, though I'm definitely filling my spatial storage with this blood before we leave. Even if it stops working for us personally, it could be sold for astronomical prices to other awakeners or exchanged for powerful items in the second sanctuary. Moon had the same thought. A single vial of this blood could probably fund an entire year of comfortable living for an average awakener. A barrel of it could buy high-grade equipment or rare skills. The amount of blood in this heart chamber alone represented wealth that was simply too great. We fill the storage rings once we've confirmed a viable exit route, Moon decided. Not before. I'm not risking death because of greed. The beast might be able to sense that its blood had thinned dramatically and it could kill us. Selene nodded. I agree. +1 mana. +1 constitution. More notifications appeared for both of them as the blood's enhancement effect continued working. Moon couldn't help but feel a strange mixture of emotions. Terror at being trapped inside a creature of incomprehensible size and power, or at discovering a natural treasure of this magnitude, and grim determination to survive long enough to benefit from this discovery. 5 minutes rest, Moon repeated his earlier statement, then we move. Let Mirage recover while we continue gaining these attribute bonuses. The white horse was resting, his breathing steadier now after nearly drowning. What was surprising was the fact that Mirage seemed to be benefiting just like them, his body glowing softly. Moon floated in the blood beside Mirage, his mind already planning their next moves while his body absorbed the treasure surrounding them. They'd stumbled into something that could change their entire trajectory as awakeners, if they survived to take advantage of it. Moon, Mirage, and Selene spent the next hour resting in the heart chamber, their bodies submerged in or surrounded by the creature's blood. During that time, their physical forms continued growing demonstrably stronger at regular intervals. Approximately every 10 minutes, new notifications appeared granting additional permanent attributes. By the end of the hour, each of them had gained another 6 attribute points beyond their initial increases. For Moon specifically, those 6 points distributed as 3 to Constitution and 3 to Mana. His body was adapting to prioritize magical capacity and physical durability, perhaps responding to his own body's preference. A name, Moon. A race, human. Class, classless assassin. Level 22, 51%. Lives, 4596. Strength, 35, agility, 35, constitution, 40, mana, 55, +5 to all stats. Attribute points, 0. Skills, elemental attack, 5 element affinity, tenacity, silver skin, ignite, dagger art, limited time. Talent, Grim Reaper. Class skill, class slot, 1-1. Although the attribute increases had stopped appearing for the past 10 minutes, Moon and Selene decided to wait longer just to ensure their bodies had genuinely finished absorbing benefits from the blood, rather than simply experiencing a temporary pause. Indeed, after waiting close to 30 additional minutes with no new notifications, they reluctantly accepted that their bodies were no longer improving. The enhancement effect had reached its natural limit, whether due to saturation, diminishing returns, or some other mechanism. This appeared to be the end of the benefits they could gain from direct exposure to this particular creature's blood. However, during their extended rest period while monitoring for attribute gains, Moon and Selene hadn't wasted time. They'd been carefully observing the chamber's structure, studying the blood flow patterns through the 4 massive vessel openings, and attempting to understand the creature's anatomy well enough to identify an escape route. We're inside some sort of massive aquatic creature. Based on the heart structure, I believe it's similar to fish anatomy. The heart consists of only 2 chambers, a single atrium and a single ventricle, rather than the 4-chambered hearts that mammals, reptiles, birds, and amphibians possess. Selene spoke with confidence. She pointed at the vessel openings, tracing the flow patterns. Also, I've been watching carefully, and blood is only passing through the heart once per complete circuit. It doesn't return to the heart for reoxygenation like it does in more complex circulatory systems. Moon listened intently, his own forgotten biology education slowly returning to memory. Secondly, and this is a very important clue, Selene continued, the blood composition is consistent throughout. It's all deoxygenated blood, dark red, oxygen depleted. Unlike humans and other reptiles, mammals, and amphibians which have separate oxygenated and deoxygenated blood circuits, this creature operates with a simpler single-circuit system. Moon looked at her and nodded slowly. I remember reading about this in high school biology, fish circulatory systems, but I completely forgot the details, didn't pay attention because I thought it was useless information that would never apply to real life. He couldn't help but laugh grimly at the irony. Turns out knowing fish anatomy is extremely helpful when you're trapped inside a giant aquatic creature. Selene chuckled. Despite their dire circumstances, life has a way of making everything relevant eventually. She gestured toward one of the vessel openings, where blood flowed outward from the ventricle with each powerful contraction. In fish and other large aquatic beasts, the circulatory pattern is straightforward. Blood flows from the heart directly to the gills for oxygenation. The gills are respiratory organs that interface directly with the external environment. Water passes over them, gas exchange occurs, and the blood becomes oxygenated before continuing to the rest of the body. Moon's eyes lit up with understanding. So if we follow the blood flow from this ventricle, it should lead us to the gills. And the gills, by definition, must have some form of opening or membrane that connects to the outside water. Exactly, Selene confirmed, the gills are our exit point. They are designed to allow water flow from the external environment, which means they represent a pathway out of this creature's body. Moon studied the 4 vessel openings more carefully, trying to determine which one would lead toward respiratory organs rather than deeper into the creature's internal systems. Chapter 120, Mirage's Evolution 1. Moons began to think aloud. The problem is identifying which vessel leads to the gills versus which ones lead to other organs. If we choose wrong, we could end up in its digestive system, or brain, or somewhere even worse than here. Just because we are safe here doesn't mean that we are somewhere else. Selene nodded, acknowledging the risk. True. But we can make educated guesses based on flow patterns and vessel size. The largest vessel carrying deoxygenated blood away from the ventricle should be the ventral aorta, the main artery leading directly to the gills. She pointed at the largest of the 4 openings, where blood surged outward with tremendous force during each heartbeat. That one, it's the primary outflow vessel. Following it should take us to the gill arches. Moon examined the vessel opening she'd indicated. It was indeed massive, easily large enough for all 3 of them to swim through, even with Mirage. The blood flow was powerful but not impossibly violent, especially during the brief relaxation phase between heartbeats. How confident are you in this theory? Moon asked directly. Selene met his eyes seriously. About 70% confident. I studied basic anatomy of most beasts during my training, and this matches the circulatory model of creatures under the water. But I'm not a biologist, and this creature is orders of magnitude larger than any normal fish. There could be anatomical variations I'm not accounting for. 70% odds, better than random chance but far from certain. Moon looked at Mirage, who had recovered substantially during the rest period. The horse's eyes were still closed, his breathing steady. All right, Moon decided. We go with your theory. Following the main outflow vessel toward the gills gives us the best chance of finding an exit. But we stay alert for any signs we've chosen incorrectly. If the environment starts looking like digestive tissue, or if we encounter hostile immune responses, we turn back immediately and try a different route. Selene nodded agreement. One more thing, the gills will likely have some form of filtering or protective mechanism. We might encounter barriers designed to keep foreign objects from entering through the respiratory system. We'll need to be prepared to force our way through or find gaps. We'll handle that when we reach it. First priority is navigating the vessel and surviving the blood flow. Before we leave, we can't forget to fill our storage rings with the blood of this beast. This is more precious than liquid gold. It's too wasteful to leave. Selene smirked before doing the same thing. Filling her own storage ring with the precious blood of a beast so powerful that it made them appear like weaklings. Within a few minutes, they'd harvested as much as their spatial storage could reasonably accommodate without worrying about a response from the beast. Moon took one last look around the massive heart chamber, the place that had nearly killed them but also provided extraordinary benefits. Then he turned toward the largest vessel opening, where blood surged outward toward what they desperately hoped was freedom. Moon moved to guide Mirage toward the vessel, placing a hand on the horse's neck. Come on, time to move. But to his surprise, Mirage wouldn't budge. The horse remained perfectly still, his eyes closed, though his breathing continued steady. Mirage, Moon muttered, confusion creeping into his voice. His normally obedient mount wasn't responding to his touch or voice at all. Moon tried again, applying gentle pressure to encourage movement. Mirage, we need to go. There was no response. The horse might as well have been a statue. Moon immediately became worried. He'd thought Mirage was simply resting after their ordeal, recovering strength for the journey ahead. But this stillness seemed much more profound than simple fatigue. Wait, Moon, your horse, it might be evolving. Selene's voice carried a note of wonder. What? Moon's head snapped towards Selene, his eyes wide with shock. Selene approached slowly, her eyes glowing softly as she examined Mirage. Her expression showed pure fascination mixed with disbelief. I know it sounds incredible, but beasts can evolve, Selene explained, her gaze never leaving Mirage's body. Not in level, that's different. I'm talking about evolution in grade or tier. They can undergo transformations that make them fundamentally more powerful, gaining new traits or physical features that elevate their entire being to a higher classification, just like humans with normal and unique classes. Moon's head swiveled back to stare at Mirage, seeing the horse with new eyes. If Mirage could truly evolve after this, it would solve a big issue. Moon had begun to worry that Mirage could no longer stay with him. Once he ascended, the beast won't be able to ascend, and it would stay in the first sanctuary. They would no longer be able to see each other. However, if Mirage could evolve, his chance of ascending to the second sanctuary would be a lot higher. What do we do? How long does this process take? Moon asked urgently. Selene shook her head, her expression shifting from wonder to uncertainty. I'm not sure. I've never actually witnessed an evolution before. This is my first time. I only heard about the phenomenon once from. She stopped herself abruptly, clearly about to mention someone's name before deciding against it. After a brief pause, she continued, the person who told me about it didn't provide extensive details about the specifics. Moon felt worry tighten in his chest. So we don't know if this takes hours, days, weeks. Yes, there is no concrete timeline. Beast evolutions are unpredictable and very scarce. There isn't enough data to draw out a conclusion, at least I don't have that data. Moon's mind raced through Seleni's words. If Mirage required days or weeks to complete his evolution, they couldn't possibly stay in this heart chamber that long. Even setting aside concerns about food and water, which they had limited supplies of in their spatial storage, Moon was deeply uncertain whether the mysterious creature would eventually detect their presence inside its body. Chapter 121, Mirage's Evolution 2. We can't stay here indefinitely, Moon said, voicing the obvious problem. But we also can't leave Mirage behind or interrupt his evolution. Selene nodded, understanding the dilemma completely. Interrupting could kill him or permanently damage whatever he's becoming, but staying puts all of us at risk. Moon placed both his hands on the horse's neck. The subtle glow beneath the white coat was becoming more pronounced now, and Moon could feel warmth radiating from Mirage's body, not the feverish heat of illness, but more like energy being released. Mirage was exposed to the same treasure blood we were. We gained permanent attribute increases. Maybe for him, with his lower base power and simpler biology, the effect triggered something more profound, an evolutionary breakthrough instead of just incremental improvements. Indeed, it must have pushed him past an evolutionary threshold, Selene nodded. That was the only plausible reason. Let's wait, give him time to complete the evolution. If something forces us to move, we find a way to move together, even if that means carrying him through the vessel ourselves. Selene smiled slightly despite the grim situation. I was hoping you'd say that. Moon settled into a position where he could monitor both Mirage and the vessel openings, his staff ready and mana prepared for instant casting if threats emerged. How long do you think you can hold out here if needed? Selene asked. Moon mentally inventoried his supplies. In terms of supplies, about a month maximum. I had brought tons of canned food and water for this realm dive. But in terms of survival, it will be tough. Sleeping in this place isn't exactly possible, so maybe a week at most. After that, we're gambling with our lives regardless, Selene finished. They fell into silence, the calm but intense heartbeats surrounding them as Mirage's body glowed with increasing intensity. Moon found himself genuinely curious about what Mirage would become, a faster mount, stronger. Perhaps he'd gain combat capabilities or elemental affinities like awakened beasts sometimes developed. After close to 3 more hours of tense waiting in the heart chamber, Mirage finally opened his eyes. The change was immediately visible to them. Wow, so cool, look at his eyes. Selene couldn't help but exclaim, leaning closer to examine Mirage's face. The horse's eyes now possessed soft golden streaks running through the irises. The luminous patterns caught and reflected the fire spark beautifully, giving Mirage an almost mystical appearance. Moon nodded, relief flooding through him as he saw his companion alert and responsive again. Mirage, are you okay? How do you feel? Mirage responded by rubbing his head affectionately against Moon's chest, clearly happy and healthy despite the hours-long transformation. The horse seemed energized rather than exhausted, his movements more vigorous than before. What changed about you exactly? Did you gain any new abilities? Moon asked, knowing full well the horse couldn't answer verbally but hoping body language might reveal something. Mirage turned and waved his tail in response to Moon's question. Moon's eyes widened in shock at what he saw. The tail had transformed dramatically. What had been normal coarse hair flowing from the dark had thickened substantially and flattened, the individual hairs fusing together into a paddle-like fin structure. It still flowed beautifully, but now it resembled an aquatic adaptation rather than a terrestrial mount's tail. What is that? A fin? You grew a fin for a tail? Moon couldn't help but remark in disbelief, moving closer to examine the bizarre evolution trait of his companion. It was completely unprecedented. Moon had never heard of horses developing aquatic features. The transformation seemed specifically adapted to their current environment. As if wanting to demonstrate his new capability, Mirage suddenly dove down into the pool of blood without hesitation. Moon exchanged a glance with Selene, then both took deep breaths and dove under the blood to follow. In the thick red liquid, Mirage was moving with incredible grace and agility, far better than he'd ever moved on land. His powerful legs kicked efficiently, but it was the fin tail that provided the real propulsion. The paddle-like structure undulated with perfect rhythm, driving the horse forward through the viscous blood with surprising speed. Mirage performed a graceful turn, demonstrating control that would have been impossible with his previous anatomy. He dove deeper, then surfaced, his movements fluid and natural as if he'd been swimming his entire life. He can move so quickly in water, it's as if he became a seahorse, Moon thought in amazement, watching Mirage's performance with undisguised awe. The evolution had perfectly adapted Mirage for underwater environments. What had been a vulnerability had become an advantage. After several minutes of demonstration, all three surfaced back into the air pocket. That was incredible, Selene exclaimed, her eyes bright with excitement. I've never seen anything like it. An equine beast adapting aquatic features. The evolutionary possibilities are fascinating. Moon pulled himself up to the air pocket, blood streaming from his body and hair. Mirage's inability to move around and through the blood was an issue now. Now he might actually be better equipped for navigating to the gills than we are, Selene finished. Moon approached Mirage, running his hands over the horse's transformed body, checking for other changes. The legs appeared unchanged externally but moved with greater flexibility in the water, and those golden-streaked eyes could provide better vision, possibly adapted for seeing in murky liquids. You've become even more special. You're evolving alongside us, Moon said quietly as he stroked Mirage's mane. Mirage snorted, clearly pleased with himself and eager to continue their journey. Selene examined Mirage's fin tail more closely. The transformation is remarkably complete, not a half-formed mutation but a fully functional adaptation. I wonder why he developed fins, whether it was because of the beast's blood, the environment, or simply Mirage's innate trait. It doesn't matter, we will not be able to tell now. Once we leave this place, things will become easier to understand. By testing the blood against other beasts, we can determine if it caused other beasts to evolve, or this was simply a lucky coincidence. Chapter 122, Swarming Koi. Alchemists and beast tamers would pay fortunes for substances that could deliberately evolve their companions or mounts. The bottles of blood they'd collected could be worth exponentially more than just attribute-enhancing treasures, but those were concerns for after they escaped. Are you ready to move? Moon asked Mirage directly. We need to swim through those blood vessels to reach the gills. It's going to be difficult and dangerous. Mirage responded by diving back into the blood pool and performing an agile circle, his new fin propelling him effortlessly. The message was clear, I'm ready, let's go. Moon couldn't help but smile despite everything. All right then. Let's get out of this monster. He looked at Selene. We follow the main vessel like you suggested. We will ride Mirage since he is our strongest swimmer. He should still be able to move faster than us. Selene nodded agreement with the formation. Sounds like a plan. Together, the three of them approached the largest vessel opening where blood surged outward with each massive heartbeat. The journey toward the gills, and hopefully toward freedom, had finally begun. Moon and Selene timed their entrance into the vessel. They wanted to enter during the heart's strongest contraction phase, when the pressure and current would be at maximum force. This would propel them through the vessel faster, reducing the total time they'd need to hold their breath in the thick blood. Thump thump. When the massive heart contracted with tremendous force, Moon, Selene, and Mirage were already positioned within the blood surging from the ventricle toward the gills. The current was incredibly strong, powerful enough to sweep them along like leaves in a raging river, but Mirage's new evolution made navigating these conditions dramatically easier than their previous experience. The transformed horse wasn't just flowing passively with the current, he was actively accelerating through it, his fin tail undulating with perfect rhythm to add speed beyond what the blood flow alone provided. The white horse swam gracefully through the viscous liquid, his new aquatic adaptations making him remarkably agile despite the challenging environment. Moon held onto Mirage's mane with one hand while using the other to help steer. Selene gripped Moon's waist tightly, trusting their mount to guide them safely through the vessel. Everything was proceeding smoothly. The vessel walls contracted and relaxed in rhythm with the heartbeat, but the passage remained open enough for navigation. The blood flow carried them forward at impressive speed thanks to Mirage's assistance. Then, as they rounded a curve in the massive artery, light appeared ahead. Moon and Selene's eyes widened simultaneously. The illumination was so bright it was impossible to ignore, a powerful contrast to the darkness they'd been navigating through. For a brief, hopeful moment, Moon thought they'd reached the end of the vessel, that the light represented their exit point, the gills opening to the outside world. But as they drew closer, the truth became apparent. The light wasn't coming from a single source. It consisted of hundreds, possibly thousands, of small glowing entities swimming through the bloodstream. They looked like luminous white koi fish made entirely of light, each one no bigger than a human fist. They moved as one unit, their ethereal bodies illuminating the blood around them with soft radiance. Moon and Selene exchanged alarmed glances, their minds reaching the same conclusion simultaneously. The glowing koi was swimming against the current of the blood flow, moving upstream with focused intention despite the powerful pressure that should have swept them backward. That meant only one thing: they were searching for something specific, and that something might very well be the three foreign intruders currently riding the bloodstream. Moon didn't wait to see if the koi were hostile or merely going about their way. He immediately began channeling mana, forming a spherical barrier of compressed wind around all three of them. The technique created a protective bubble that would stop attacks and potentially allow them to slip past the swarm without direct contact, but maintaining such a large barrier while swimming through blood required enormous mana expenditure. Moon couldn't sustain it alone for long. He turned his head towards Selene, making urgent hand signals to communicate his intent since they couldn't speak underwater. His gestures clearly indicated, "Help me reinforce the barrier, split the mana cost." Selene immediately understood. She began channeling her own wind element, her mana merging with Moon's to create a stronger, more stable protective sphere around them and Mirage. The combined barrier covered all three completely, creating a pocket of relative safety within the hostile environment. The swarm of light koi approached rapidly, their glowing forms creating an almost hypnotic pattern as they moved as one unit. Hundreds of the spirit-like creatures surrounded Moon's group from all sides, encircling them completely. For a tense moment, the koi simply hovered in the blood around the wind barrier, their luminous bodies pulsing gently. They seemed to be observing, analyzing, trying to determine what the barrier contained. Moon and Selene held their breath, both literally and figuratively, waiting to see what the creatures would do. Then just as suddenly as they'd appeared, the koi swarm began dispersing. The glowing spirits moved away, continuing their upstream journey against the blood current as if Moon's group wasn't worth their attention after all. Moon and Selene pushed past the remaining koi, swimming through the gaps in their formation. Mirage's powerful swimming carried them beyond the swarm's perimeter. Within moments they'd cleared the glowing cluster entirely. Both Awakeners sighed internally as they looked back at the retreating lights growing smaller behind them. Although they were inside a bubble of wind, they were still holding their breath because the blood was still inside that bubble. They were probably looking for something else, Moon thought, allowing himself to relax slightly. Some other target or threat within the creature's bloodstream. We just happened to be in their patrol path. As if the koi wanted to spite him for that premature assumption, the entire swarm suddenly stopped their upstream movement. Then in perfect unison they all turned around and began flowing with the blood current, accelerating directly toward Moon, Selene and Mirage with obvious hostile intent. Shit, I thought too soon. Chapter 123, Swarming Koi 2. The hundreds of glowing koi were now pursuing them actively, moving far faster than before now that they had the blood current assisting their speed instead of fighting against it. Moon urged Mirage forward, tightening his grip slightly without causing the horse pain. Go, Mirage. Faster. Mirage responded immediately, his new fin-like tail pumping with increased vigor, propelling them forward through the blood with everything he had. Despite Mirage's incredible aquatic speed, far beyond what he'd possessed before his evolution, he was still carrying 2 full-grown passengers on his back. The additional weight prevented him from accelerating enough to create meaningful distance from the pursuing swarm. Within seconds, the koi had caught up to Moon's group entirely, and within moments, they'd engulfed them completely. Moon could no longer see anything but brilliant white light in every direction as hundreds of glowing koi surrounded their wind barrier from all sides. The spirit creatures immediately began attacking, ramming themselves against the protective sphere. Bam, bam, individually each koi was relatively weak, perhaps equivalent to a level 10 beast in terms of raw power, but their immense numbers transformed weakness into overwhelming strength. Hundreds attacked simultaneously from every angle, and despite the wind barrier's protection, many impacts landed successfully because of the creature's small, fist-sized bodies that could slip through gaps in the defense. It was a terrifying experience for those trapped inside the protective bubble. Even Moon himself felt some fear creeping into his heart, a rare emotion for someone who'd faced 2 S-rank beasts and survived. There were hundreds of these creatures. Their numbers seemed endless, and they were fighting in their natural habitat, adapted perfectly for this environment. Worse, Moon was unable to use his strongest offensive capabilities. His lightning element would conduct through the blood indiscriminately, electrocuting himself, Mirage and Selene along with the koi. His ignite skill would create explosions within the confined space, inflicting catastrophic damage on everyone within the blast radius regardless of allegiance. He could only defend using wind manipulation, creating barriers and deflecting attacks. But defense alone wouldn't save them if the swarm never relented. Moon exchanged a desperate glance with Selene through the chaos of attacking koi. We have to keep defending, his expression communicated clearly. Selene nodded grimly, sharing the same assessment. They had no choice but to maintain the barrier and hope an opportunity presented itself, but defending grew progressively more difficult as time passed. The koi swarm seemed inexhaustible, and the constant mana expenditure required to maintain their protective sphere was draining Moon and Selene's reserves at an alarming rate. Moon knew they couldn't continue at this rate indefinitely. He began frantically thinking through various plans and alternatives. His first idea was creating earth walls between their group and the swarm, attempting to separate the massive school of koi into smaller, more manageable clusters that could be dealt with individually. But that plan failed spectacularly. The incoming blood current combined with the attack from hundreds of koi shattered the temporary earth barriers in mere seconds. After several more failed attempts using different elemental combinations and defensive strategies, Moon's eyes suddenly brightened with an idea. Since the swarm is attacking foreign objects in the bloodstream, I can simply provide them with more targets to attack. His mind immediately went to the beast corpses stored in his spatial storage. He'd been collecting bodies from kills throughout his journey, intending to sell them at trading centers for profit. Moon didn't hesitate, every second counted. He immediately withdrew a beast corpse from his storage ring and released it into the blood. The moment the dead body spawned amongst them, a significant portion of the Koi swarm immediately diverted from attacking Moon's barrier. They swarmed the corpse instead, their glowing bodies converging on the foreign object like dogs did to meat. It was a level 15 beast corpse, yet the Koi devoured it at an insane rate. Moon watched in horrified fascination as the creatures stripped flesh from bone, consumed organs, and dismantled the entire carcass. The efficiency was absolutely terrifying, like watching piranhas reduce prey to skeleton in moments. The swarm split into two distinct groups. One cluster continued devouring the beast corpse while another maintained pursuit of Moon's group, but the division meant fewer Koi attacking their barrier directly. Realizing the strategy actually worked, Moon turned to Selene and nodded urgently, gesturing for her to do the same. She understood immediately and gave him a thumbs up before withdrawing her own beast corpses from spatial storage. Both awakeners began releasing beast corpses, creating a trail of distractions for the pursuing swarm. They deployed a total of 6 beast corpses initially, which the Koi swarm immediately began devouring with that same terrifying rate. The number of creatures actively attacking their barrier lessened considerably, allowing Moon and Selene to reduce mana expenditure on maintaining the protective sphere. Excited by the prospect of survival, they continued feeding beast corpses to the swarm at regular intervals, ensuring their inventory didn't run completely dry while maintaining enough distance to avoid being overwhelmed. Within 10 minutes of this desperate strategy, Moon and Selene had each released approximately 10 beast bodies into the bloodstream. The rate at which the Koi devoured each corpse and then caught back up to them was absolutely insane. Each body bought them perhaps 30 to 60 seconds of reduced pressure before the feeding frenzy concluded and the pursuit resumed at full intensity. "How many corpses do you have left?" Moon tried to communicate through hand signals, his lungs beginning to burn from extended breath holding. He had approximately 15 to 20 more minutes of breathing time. Selene held up 10 fingers, then pointed at him questioningly. Moon counted mentally. Maybe 7 or 8 bodies remaining in his storage, not enough to sustain this strategy indefinitely. They needed to reach the guild soon or their temporary solution would fail and the swarm would overwhelm them completely. Mirage continued swimming with determination despite exhaustion, his evolved body pushing through the blood with everything he had. The vessel ahead curved sharply and Moon thought he detected a change in the environment. The passage seemed to be widening, the blood flow becoming more turbulent. Let that be the gills, Moon thought desperately. He released another beast corpse, buying them precious additional seconds as the Koi swarm fell upon it with their feeding frenzy. Their desperate flight through the creature's circulatory system continued, each moment bringing them closer to either freedom or permanent death. Chapter 124, Deep Ocean. What greeted Moon's vision was a vast, lattice chamber that stretched beyond his ability to perceive its full dimensions. Thousands or perhaps tens of thousands of thin membrane walls extended in parallel rows, creating a pattern that resembled massive filter sheets. Between each delicate membrane, narrow gaps allowed blood to flow through in controlled channels, passing between the tissue layers. This is it. Beyond those membranes is water. The outside, Selene thought with rising excitement despite their desperate circumstances. She made urgent hand signals to Moon, her movements quick and precise. "We can cut through the membranes. That's our exit to the outside." Moon nodded understanding, immediately channeling mana to form a wind blade. He released the compressed air attack toward the nearest membrane barrier in an attempt to test its durability. The cutting edge struck the tissue and sliced through partially, but the membrane healed almost instantaneously, the membrane knitting back together as if the damage had never occurred. Worse, the attack had been slightly weakened before even reaching its target. A few dozens of Koi still pursuing them had been in the wind blade's path. Moon and Selene both realized the grim truth simultaneously. To escape, they needed to form a much more powerful combined attack, and they needed to eliminate or distract the Koi swarm for at least a few critical seconds to prevent interference. They exchanged determined nods, reaching the same conclusion without words. Both awakeners began withdrawing nearly all their remaining beast corpses from spatial storage, everything except 2 final bodies held in reserve in case their plan failed catastrophically. They released the corpses in succession, spacing them out at short intervals to maximize attraction. If the first body failed to draw enough Koi away, then the second would, then the third, then the fifth. The creature's feeding frenzy instinct would eventually make them pursue those bodies. The strategy worked beautifully. As beast corpses materialized and tumbled through the blood, the vast majority of the Koi swarm immediately diverted to devour the fresh foreign objects. Their glowing forms created a trail of light as they fell upon each carcass. With almost all the Koi distracted and only a few dozen remaining near Moon's group, both awakeners began channeling their most powerful attacks. The remaining few would pose no issue to their plan, they were too weak to disrupt it. Moon didn't limit himself to pure wind manipulation. He formed a long, sharp spear with a razor edge from the earth element. Then he wrapped the earth construct in spiraling wind currents, the dual elements combining to create something far sharper and more penetrating than either element alone could achieve. Selene formed her own massive wind blade, pouring mana into compressing the wind blade. She continued until her hands began to shake from simply holding the attack. Moon raised his hand, preparing to give the signal. Mirage positioned himself for maximum acceleration. Selene gripped Moon's waist tightly, ready for the explosive movement. Moon's hand dropped. Now. Both attacks were launched simultaneously, traveling through the thick blood towards the membrane. Boom. Slice. Both attacks struck the gill membrane. Moon's earthwind spear punched through first, creating a large breach in the delicate tissue. Selene's wind blade followed a fraction of a second later, widening the opening and preventing immediate healing. The membrane tore open, creating a gap large enough for their escape. Go Geo, Moon shouted mentally, urging Mirage forward with every ounce of will. The white horse didn't need encouragement. His evolved fin tail pumped with explosive power, propelling all three of them directly toward the breach at maximum speed. The remaining koi realized what was happening and surged forward to intercept, but they were too late. Mirage charged through the gap in the membrane just as it began contracting to heal itself. They squeezed through the narrowing opening with centimeters to spare, Moon's shoulder scraping against regenerating tissue as they burst through to the other side. We made it, we're outside. But the celebration was too premature. The crushing pressure hit them immediately. An overwhelming force attacking their bodies from all directions simultaneously. The deep ocean environment was catastrophically different from the controlled interior of the creature's circulatory system. Darkness engulfed them completely. No light penetrated to these depths, except the fading glow of the koi swarm still trapped inside the gill chamber behind them. Shit. We must be incredibly deep in the ocean, Moon thought as he felt the pressure attempting to compress his entire body. A splitting headache began forming as his skull protested the environmental stress. His lungs burned, desperate for air they couldn't quite access. Selene was having an even worse time. Her body, slightly weaker in constitution than Moon's, couldn't withstand the pressure as effectively. Her grip on Moon's waist loosened dangerously. Then she went completely limp, consciousness abandoning her as the extreme depth and extended oxygen deprivation became too much for her body to handle. Selene, Moon tried to shout, but barely any sound emerged underwater except bubbles. He grabbed her with one arm, holding her against himself to prevent her from sinking away into the darkness. If our bodies hadn't been strengthened by that creature's blood, we'd already be dead. The attribute increases we gained might be the only reason we're still alive right now. Even with his high constitution and the brief adaptation their bodies had undergone, Moon knew they had minutes at most before permanent damage occurred. Selene might have even less time. He had to get them to the surface. Fast. He immediately placed his own mouth above hers as Selene began to suffocate. He began to give her from his own breath, sharing the very little oxygen he had left to make sure that she survived. But in the oppressive darkness of the deep ocean, Moon couldn't determine which direction was up. Disorientation was setting in, his oxygen-starved brain struggling to maintain spatial awareness. Then he saw it. Suddenly, a glow formed in the darkness. Not the white luminescence of the koi, but a brilliant golden color. Moon's eyes widened in shock and terror as his vision adjusted, and the source of the light became clear. Chapter 125, The Golden Fish. The massive beast that they had spawned in initially, whose circulatory system they'd been trying to survive, whose heart they'd gained strength in. It stood before Moon's eyes. A golden fish so impossibly large that it dwarfed the massive ocean-going vessels from the old civilization before the apocalypse. Ships that had carried passengers looked like toys compared to this leviathan. The creature was golden in color, with beautiful scales and two enormous eyes, each one larger than 10 meters. It was beautiful, terrifyingly, incomprehensibly beautiful in a way that made Moon's mind struggle to process what he was witnessing. How can such a beast exist within the first sanctuary? How is this possible? Seeing the creature firsthand from the outside was entirely different from inferring its size based on internal anatomy. The scale was so vast it defied rational comprehension. This wasn't just a large beast, it was a living creature that dominated everything he'd seen and known. As Moon watched in paralyzed awe, the golden fish opened its mouth while traveling through the water. The movement created suction on a catastrophic scale. Creatures that would individually be considered dangerous threats to human awakeners were pulled into that massive maw like planets being consumed by a black hole. Hundreds vanished in an instant, swallowed without the slightest resistance. Moon wanted nothing more than to flee after witnessing that display of overwhelming power. He'd been away from the direction that the golden fish was eating from, but nothing ensured him that it wouldn't turn towards him at any moment and swallow him whole once again, this time killing him. He nudged Mirage urgently, signaling upward. Away from that thing toward the surface, now. Mirage had been doing just that, but Moon was barely able to think. He was ensuring Selene survived, whilst also staring at a display of power that made him want to leave Selene and run for his own life. But even as Mirage began swimming upward with faster speed, Moon couldn't tear his eyes away from the golden leviathan. The golden fish had turned slightly. Its enormous eye, glowing with golden light, met Moon's gaze directly across the dark water, and his heartbeat stopped for a terrifying moment. Their eyes locked, human and beast. Insignificant intruder and an incomprehensible apex predator, Moon's body refused to move. Paralysis took hold completely, his mind overwhelmed by the sheer presence radiating from that gaze. I'm dead, we're definitely dead, there's no escaping something like this. Moon waited for the end, for the massive mouth to open again. For them to be consumed as casually as the hundreds of fish he'd just witnessed disappearing, but the golden fish simply ignored them. After a moment that felt like eternity, the creature's eye moved away. It continued on its path through the ocean depths, the golden light of its body slowly fading as distance increased between them. The Leviathan had deemed them utterly irrelevant. 3 tiny motes of foreign matter that held no interest whatsoever. Moon couldn't decide if he felt relieved or insulted by being so thoroughly dismissed, but he'd take survival over pride any day. Gurgle, the sound of Selene choking on the water entering her mouth woke Moon from his stupor, and he immediately returned his lips to hers. The moment that his eyes locked with the golden fish had thrown his mind into chaos. He'd forgot to breath himself, let alone help Selene. The internal waves and currents created by the golden fish's movement made swimming upward incredibly difficult. The water churned chaotically, pushing them in random directions and fighting Mirage's attempts to ascend. Thankfully, they didn't encounter any other fish during the climb toward the surface. The presence of the golden fish had clearly driven all other marine life far away from this area, creating a temporary void in the ecosystem. Moon held Selene's unconscious body against himself with one arm while gripping Mirage's mane with the other. His own lungs were screaming for air. Black spots appeared at the edges of his vision. Perhaps his tenacity skill was the only thing keeping him conscious as they rose through the dark water, just a little further. Mirage's powerful swimming carried them upward with everything the white horse possessed. His fintail never stopped moving despite exhaustion that must have been absolute. Light began filtering down from above. Faint at first, then it grew stronger as they approached the surface. Moon's consciousness was fading fast. He could barely maintain his grip on Selene or stay mounted on Mirage's back. Just as his hands began to leave Selene, they broke through. Ah. Moon gasped desperately, his lungs expanding with oxygen. He coughed violently, his body trying to expel water that had been forced into his respiratory system by the pressure. Selene remained unconscious in his arms, her breathing almost absent. Moon's heart dropped for a moment. He quickly positioned her across Mirage's back and began proper CPR compressions on her chest, counting rhythmically despite his own oxygen-starved delirium. 1, 2, 3, 4. 30 compressions, then he tilted her head back and gave rescue breaths. No response. Come on, don't you dare die after everything we survived. Badum, badum. Badum, badum. Finally, on the third cycle, Selene coughed violently. Water erupted from her mouth as her body expelled the fluid from her lungs. She gasped, her chest heaving as consciousness returned in painful, disoriented waves. Moon, she croaked weakly, her voice barely audible. I'm here, Moon said, relief flooding through him. You're okay. We made it out, we're on the surface. Selene coughed again, more water coming up. The fish, did we? Yeah, Moon confirmed, his own voice hoarse and exhausted. We escaped, we're alive. Both of them clung to Mirage's back, floating in the open ocean under an overcast sky, completely exhausted but miraculously alive. They'd survived the impossible. Now they just needed to figure out where the hell they were and how to get back to land. Selene, Moon, and a white horse simply drifted in the water, too exhausted to do anything but simply float like the clouds in the sky. Chapter 126, The Blue Creatures. Both awakeners simply laid there floating on Mirage's back until they felt physically capable of movement again. The exhaustion was absolute. Physical, mental, and spiritual depletion from the sustained terror and exertion they'd endured. Moon was the first to raise his head and scan the surroundings with returning clarity. We need to move soon, Moon said, his voice a little hoarse. This is still a permanent death zone after all. I haven't received any notification about changes to the death penalty system. Just because there are no beasts attacking us right now doesn't mean there won't be later. The golden fish's presence kept everything away temporarily, but that protection won't last. Let's move before the predators return to their habitats. His eyes swept across the horizon, searching for any landmark or destination. Then he spotted a land, a coastline visible several kilometers away across the vast ocean. Unfortunately, they were positioned on the opposite side of the prevailing wave pattern, which meant they'd need to swim against the current to reach shore. Thankfully, the waves were relatively small, nothing like the storm-driven swells that could capsize ships. For Mirage, with his new evolution, navigating these conditions shouldn't pose significant difficulty. Come on, buddy, let's go, Moon said gently, stroking Mirage's neck with genuine affection. He withdrew a stamina restoration potion from his spatial storage and carefully administered it to the exhausted horse. Gulp, gulp, the white horse drank gratefully, the magical liquid immediately beginning to slowly restore his strength. Moon and Selene consumed their own stamina potions as well, feeling the restorative effects spread through their battered bodies. The recovery wasn't instantaneous. They'd pushed themselves far beyond normal limits, but it was enough to function and continue moving. Selene remained extremely fatigued. She'd almost died from the pressure and oxygen deprivation. The trauma of near-permanent death wasn't something potions could fully address. She simply rested her head against Moon's back as they began the journey toward shore, treating his presence as her only safe haven in a world that had tried to kill her repeatedly. Moon guided Mirage toward the distant coastline, the evolved horse swimming with steady determination despite everything he'd been through. During the journey across the open water, Moon couldn't stop his thoughts from returning obsessively to the golden fish. The image of that impossibly massive creature was seared into his memory like an image that refused to leave. He'd realized something profoundly humbling during that brief encounter. Despite all the progress humanity had made since the apocalypse, despite his own exceptional growth as an awakener with a unique class, there was simply too much hidden from them. Too many truths concealed beyond their limited understanding of this unknown world. They were like frogs living at the bottom of a well, gazing up at the small circle of sky visible above and believing that represented the entire world. They didn't comprehend that beyond their well existed ponds, beyond ponds existed lakes, beyond lakes existed oceans, and beyond oceans existed an entire planet filled with wonders and terrors they couldn't imagine. That golden beast was undoubtedly powerful enough to kill even second sanctuary evolvers, perhaps effortlessly. Yet it had existed within a hidden realm located inside first sanctuary territory, which according to all established system rules meant it should be classified as a first-order beast. But nothing about that creature matched first-order parameters. Its size alone defied every known classification system, unless... Moon's thoughts turned to a disturbing possibility. What if the golden fish was an irregular existence, just like himself, an anomaly that broke the normal progression rules? But he immediately shook his head, rejecting the theory. Impossible, Moon muttered aloud, though Selene was too exhausted to process his words. Even I can't do that. Just because I don't have a traditional class doesn't mean I can access realms or zones designated for different orders than my current level. That's a fundamental rule, a law of existence that predates humanity's awakening. There are no outliers to that restriction, none at all. It's an immutable fact. The system enforced order separation absolutely. First-order awakeners and beasts existed in the first sanctuary. Second-order evolvers existed in the second sanctuary, and so on. The barriers between these sanctuaries weren't suggestions. They were metaphysical walls that couldn't be crossed until you achieved the appropriate evolutionary stage. But a question begged to differ. How had a creature of that magnitude existed in a first-order realm? Maybe the golden fish was actually a first-order beast, and I'm underestimating how powerful peak first-order entities can become with enough age and accumulated power. That thought was somehow even more terrifying. If first-order beasts could reach that level of strength through natural growth and development, what horrors existed in higher sanctuaries, where the baseline power was already incomprehensibly greater? Moon pushed the philosophical questions aside. He were exhausted and needed to reach safety. Existential contemplation could wait until they weren't at immediate risk of permanent death. The coastline grew gradually closer as Mirage swam steadily through the waves. Moon could make out details now: rocky cliffs, sparse vegetation, what looked like a beach area where they could make landfall. Almost there, Moon said, more to himself than anyone else. Just a little further, Mirage, you're doing great. The white horse snorted acknowledgement, his powerful fin tail continuing its propulsion. They were going to make it. Against all odds, despite everything that had tried to kill them, they were actually going to survive this nightmare. And Moon had the containers of golden beast blood. The attribute increases, permanently enhancing his body, and knowledge of a hidden realm that no one else possessed. If they could just reach shore safely, this catastrophic experience might actually prove to be the opportunity of a lifetime, assuming they survived long enough to benefit from it. When they were finally within reach of the shore, within reach of relaxation, figures began to appear from the island, figures that were blue in color. Shit, Moon thought to himself, a grim expression on his face. Selene, wake up, it seems like the fighting isn't over just yet. Chapter 127, Enemies or Not. Selene shook her head vigorously, attempting to dispel the pounding headache and overwhelming fatigue as she looked past Moon's shoulder toward the shore. What she saw made her breath catch. Before her stood bipedal figures with 2 arms, 2 legs, and recognizable facial features, but their skin was entirely blue, ranging from deep azure to lighter tones. Their builds were lean and athletic rather than bulky. They were roughly human-sized but with slightly longer limbs. Their eyes were large, dominating their faces, and their ears were pointed. The blue people wore primitive clothing woven from what appeared to be materials made from jungle vegetation, simple wraps and coverings that left much of their distinctive skin exposed. They carried primitive but effective weapons, wooden spears with sharpened stone tips, bows made from flexible wood with vine strings, and what looked like stone knives secured at their waists. They jumped up and down excitedly as Mirage, Moon, and Selene slowly approached the shore, as if excited. Moon stopped Mirage approximately 50 meters from what he estimated was effective attack range for their weapons in case they decided to attack. Wait, I need to understand their body language first, determine if they're truly hostile or just curious about our arrival. Mirage halted obediently upon hearing his rider's orders, his body tense and ready despite the exhaustion. The white horse was prepared to fight if it was deemed necessary. They all remained battle-ready despite their depleted condition. They'd survived too much to die carelessly on a beach to primitive weapons. The blue people continued their dancing and jumping with excited expressions on their faces, which initially struck Moon as happiness of starving predators discovering food, but that interpretation soon faded as the creatures made no aggressive moves whatsoever. Instead, they began to deliberately place their weapons on the sandy ground before them. Their spears laid flat and their bows set down gently. Their hands, which had 4 fingers, were raised and opened, showing empty palms as if saying, "We mean you no harm." Moon turned slightly towards Selene, keeping the blue people in his peripheral vision. "What do you think? Are they genuinely friendly or is this a trap?" Selene studied the display carefully, her eyes trying to discern their goals through their body language. After a moment she said, "I don't know for certain. They seem friendly enough. The weapon-lowering gesture is pretty clear, but we absolutely cannot lower our guard completely. Let's approach slowly and cautiously. Be ready to fight at a moment's notice if things become grim." Moon nodded his agreement. Her assessment matched his own instincts. This is the only visible island in any direction. If we can establish these people as friendly or neutral, it would be ideal. Fighting right now isn't optimal, especially if there are more warriors deeper in the forest who would just keep coming in waves. Going back into the water wasn't appealing either. The golden fish had moved on, which meant normal oceanic predators would return to this area. Swimming while exhausted made them vulnerable to aquatic beasts they'd previously been protected from. The island represented their best option for recovery, assuming the blue people weren't immediately hostile. "All right, let's approach slowly. Stay mounted on Mirage so we can retreat quickly if needed. Keep your eyes and ears vigilant." They began moving forward cautiously, Mirage's hooves slowly touching the sand on the seabed as the water grew shallower. When they finally reached the beach proper and Mirage's hooves touched dry land, a system notification appeared before both awakeners. "You have entered a death zone with penalty of 500 lives per death." Moon felt a wave of relief despite the high number. The death zone was no longer classified as permanent death territory. They'd successfully escaped the oceanic permanent death zone, but 500 lives per death was still catastrophically high. A single mistake could set them back dramatically in their accumulated life reserves. The voices of the blue people grew clearer as proximity decreased, their language becoming audible even if incomprehensible. "Kreeth Ulnavar Shakath," one of them called out, gesturing enthusiastically toward Moon and Selene. "Velshon Thar," another responded, pointing at Mirage with obvious fascination. "Nikath Morajavel," a third added, making welcoming gestures with both hands. The language was completely new to their ears. It was a mix of harsh consonants with flowing syllables. The sounds carried no similarity to any human language Moon had encountered, and they made clicks and whistles in between words. "What are they saying?" Selene whispered directly into Moon's ear, her voice barely audible. "How would I know?" "Do I look blue to you?" Moon responded in an equally quiet whisper, his tone sarcastic. The dry humor surprisingly lightened up their tense mood. One of the blue people, seemingly a leader based on his standing and deference the others showed him, spoke to one of the smaller figures, which was a youngling judging by their size and face. "Tharval Keshkiri," the leader commanded. The youngling immediately turned and sprinted deeper into the forest, disappearing into the dense vegetation within seconds. Selene's grip on Moon's waist tightened. "Look, one of their younglings just left. Are they trying to lure us into a false sense of security while calling for reinforcements?" Moon's jaw tightened, his hands tightening on his staff. "Not sure. But if they want to fight, then so be it. I'll make sure their blue blood mixes with the seawater as if it's one." Selene's brows rose in surprise. She'd never heard such a firm and cold tone from Moon's voice. It was clear that he wouldn't hesitate to kill if threatened, and it didn't matter if they looked like humans or not. The blue people continued their welcoming gestures, seeming genuinely excited rather than aggressive. But Moon knew better than to trust appearances completely. As they arrived inshore, Moon and Selene took out another potion to hasten their recovery in case they did fight. As they drank the potions, the blue people began to grow more excited at seeing them drink the potions. Chapter 128, The Savvy Clan, 500 Years. Barely a few minutes had passed when the youngling returned, clutching the hand of a young woman. Her skin was a lighter shade of blue than the others, almost cerulean, and her eyes carried the same striking coloration. Despite the alien features, she was absolutely stunning in comparison to everyone around her, her features refined and graceful in ways that transcended species differences. She was clearly the beauty of the clan, and there was no question about it. Moon observed her calmly, curious why the leader would specifically call for this woman rather than approaching themselves. As she moved forward, everyone in the gathered crowd began quieting down in obvious respect. She was without doubt a figure of authority and reverence among her people, despite her youth. She approached Moon and Selene with an excited yet respectful expression on her face. Moon's hand instinctively clenched around his staff, his eyes hardening with caution. Looks were deceiving, and he wasn't going to fall for tricks or drop his guard based on appearances alone. O great descendants of the benefactor, Yara, maiden of the Savvy clan, welcomes you to our humble residence. Her words were perfectly clear to them, even if it wasn't exactly perfect in terms of accent. What, you speak English? Selene exclaimed in surprise, her exhaustion momentarily forgotten. Her eyes widened at the impossibility of indigenous people in a hidden realm speaking a human language. Yes, I speak the language of our benefactor, Yara said, her eyes lighting up like stars as she spoke with her hands clasped reverently before her. The great warrior who once saved our clan from extinction taught us a very few of our ancestors his tongue. We kept it preserved so we might honor his memory. She gestured toward the forest settlement behind her. Would you mind following us to our humble abode? It would be disrespectful for us not to welcome you with our best food and accommodation. Her voice was quiet and sincere, filled with warmth rather than deception or malice. Moon and Selene exchanged meaningful glances, conducting a silent conversation through eye contact alone. The situation was bizarre, but they were exhausted and stranded. Refusing hospitality seemed both ungrateful and unwise if these people genuinely meant no harm. Moon nodded slowly. Then, we thank you for your accommodation in advance. Yara's face brightened with genuine happiness. Of course, please follow me. Moon guided Mirage to walk behind Yara as she led them toward the settlement. The gathered clansmen fell into step behind them, respect clearly etched in their expressions as they regarded the newcomers. Surprisingly, the Savvy clan's housing was considerably more advanced than their primitive clothing suggested. The settlement consisted of separate buildings, some constructed in the trees using woven platforms and living branches, others built on the ground with wooden frameworks and thatched roofs. The architecture showed good skills and long-term planning. Most importantly, privacy appeared to be valued by these people. Individual dwellings were spaced appropriately apart, and families seemed to have their own distinct living areas rather than communal sleeping arrangements. That was always a positive sign in Moon's assessment. As Yara led them toward what appeared to be the central gathering area, it was a large campfire where food was being prepared and cooked. The other members of the Savvy clan stopped their activities to stare. The young looked with open-eyed curiosity, their large eyes wide with wonder. The elderly regarded Moon and Selene with happy, warm expressions as if witnessing something long hoped for. As you can see, the people of the Savvy clan deeply respect you, Yara explained as they walked. You are of the same clan as our benefactor, the same appearance and the same language. Ever since he left to attend to his other duties, we had never encountered anyone from your people again. She paused, emotion dwelling deep within her voice. The benefactor promised us he would return someday, but he never did. So watching you appear gave all of us hope, a chance to finally repay the immense kindness he showed our ancestors and a possibility of his return one day. Moon couldn't help but ask the question forming in his mind. When was this exactly? How many years ago did this benefactor leave? Yara tilted her head in confusion. Years ago. What does that mean? Selene immediately understood the communication gap. Although Yara could speak English fluently, she clearly didn't have the full cultural context. The Savvy clan must use a different method of tracking time. We mean time, yes. How long ago was it? Selene clarified, using basic hand gestures and body language to help explain the concept. Yara's face lit up with understanding. Oh, I see. You mean how many lunar cycles have passed? Well, today marks the 6,000th lunar cycle since the day our benefactor departed. Moon's mind immediately began calculating. A lunar cycle is approximately 29.5 days, essentially 1 month. 6,000 lunar cycles equals approximately 500 years. Moon's thoughts froze completely. Once again, this realm had forced him to rethink everything he believed he understood about the world. The collapse, the apocalyptic event that had introduced the Awakener system to Earth, had occurred approximately 200 years ago. That catastrophe was followed by the era of recovery, which lasted roughly 50 years. During that period, humanity had come to understand the Awakener system, rebuilt society around classes and awakeners, discovered and mapped the first sanctuary, and formed new social orders and power hierarchies. After the era of recovery came the era of evolution, which had lasted approximately 150 years and continued to the present day. This era encompassed 3 full generations of relative stability, during which ancient guilds and powerful families had consolidated their positions and humanity had begun its progression through the sanctuary system. They were currently living in the era of evolution, but if Yara's timeline was accurate, that meant a human had been in this realm 500 years ago, 300 years before the collapse that introduced the Awakener system to Earth. Chapter 129, The Mysterious Benefactor. That was impossible according to everything Moon understood about history, unless... Several disturbing theories began forming in Moon's mind, each one more unsettling than the last. Theory 1, there were humans with awakener-like powers before the collapse. Theory 2, the timeline is wrong. Either Yara's people miscounted the cycles, or lunar cycle in this place was different. Theory 3, the benefactor wasn't actually a human from Earth. There are other humanoid species in this vast universe that we haven't encountered yet. Once we do make contact, this so-called human benefactor might turn out to be something else entirely, potentially their enemy. That last theory was particularly troubling. If there were other intelligent species that resembled humans closely enough to be mistaken for them, first contact could be catastrophically complicated. However, upon a second thought, the third theory wasn't possible, at least not this time. For the human to be from another land and speak English was borderline impossible. Moon's expression must have shown his internal turmoil because Selene leaned closer and whispered, "What's wrong?" "You look like you've seen a ghost." 6,000 lunar cycles, Moon whispered back. "That's 500 years, Selene. Just think, when did the collapse happen?" Moon didn't voice out his troubles directly. Yara might have strong ears, and based on her understanding of the language, she might seem them as non-descendants of the great warrior she spoke of. That's how. Yara had continued leading them toward the central fire, apparently unaware of the crisis of understanding her revelation had caused. Moon decided to probe further once they were settled. This benefactor clearly held immense significance to the Savvy clan, and understanding who or what he actually was might be crucial to understanding this realm itself. But for now they needed rest, food, and time to recover from their ordeal. The mysteries could wait a few more hours. They'd already survived the impossible today. Unraveling historical impossibilities could come after. Yara provided them with the finest food and accommodation her clan could offer. The hospitality was genuinely astonishing, far exceeding what Moon had expected from people living in what appeared to be a primitive jungle settlement. Their cuisine was surprisingly similar to human cooking methods. Hunted beasts were cleaned, butchered, and cooked over open flames with special spices that created complex, appealing flavors. The meat was tender and well prepared, the vegetables fresh and properly cleaned. Most importantly, everything appeared hygienic, prepared with care. Moon ate cautiously at first, testing small portions for any adverse effects before consuming more substantial amounts. At first he worried whether the food would be poisoned, but that worry vanished quickly. All of the people ate and his body didn't give him any reaction. He'd also asked Selene, and she also found nothing wrong with the food. She had used a special powder which she secretly placed on the food. The result came back negative, which meant there was no poisonous substance to the human body. The food was really good, filled with rich flavors that he didn't expect to come from the Savvy people. After the meal concluded, Moon and Selene politely excused themselves from Yara and the gathered Savvy people, citing exhaustion as their reason for leaving early. This wasn't entirely false. They were still depleted from their ordeal. The Savvy leader and Yara both wished them restful sleep and promised enjoyable hospitality when they awakened refreshed. Moon and Selene made a deliberate decision to share the same dwelling rather than accepting separate accommodations. They weren't particularly shy around each other after spending days together in the Ice Realm, sleeping in close proximity for mutual protection during that nightmare. More importantly, separating while surrounded by people they didn't truly know would be foolish, regardless of how friendly the Savvy appeared. Situations could become hostile at any moment without warning. Staying together allowed them to watch each other's backs and respond immediately to threats. They also had many critical things to discuss privately. Once inside their assigned accommodation, Moon and Selene didn't immediately sleep as they'd told their hosts. Instead, they sat facing each other and began discussing their situation in hushed voices. This is definitely a hidden realm, which means based on our previous experience, there's something specific we need to accomplish here. Some objective we must complete or enemy we must defeat to exit. Selene nodded agreement. In the Winter Realm, we received our first system hint after approximately 10 days. But that clue alone wasn't nearly enough information. We only succeeded because we found a journal from an awakener who'd been trapped there before us. His notes explained many things that we didn't know. Moon considered that timeline. Actually, now that I think about it, we were incredibly fortunate to encounter Gareth so quickly after entering that realm. Although he was dangerous and eventually became hostile, he led us almost directly to the completion objective. Finding the Heart of Winter without his guidance would have taken weeks or months of blind searching. His eyes narrowed thoughtfully. What if it's the same pattern here? What if the Savvy clan serves a similar purpose, providing guidance toward whatever we need to accomplish, even if they don't realize that's their role? Selene nodded slowly. It's possible. Let's observe how things develop naturally. So far, there's nothing about these people that makes me genuinely suspicious of their intentions. They seem sincere in their hospitality and respect. Her expression suddenly changed, becoming melancholic as if an old, painful memory had surfaced unbidden. Sometimes the best thing to do is simply move forward. We should apply that lesson to what we endured in the Winter Realm. Moon's eyes widened slightly, his pupils dilating for a brief moment. He felt a deeper meaning behind her words. Seleni's words struck him with unexpected force, hitting an emotional territory much deeper than just their recent experiences in hidden realms. The advice resonated on multiple levels, about the Winter Realm, yes, but also about other things. Sometimes the best thing to do is move on. It was simple wisdom, but profound in its implications. Perhaps some things were better accepted and moved past rather than endlessly examined. You're right, Moon said quietly after a long pause. Dwelling on what we can't change or fully understand just wastes energy we need for moving forward. Selene smiled slightly, seeming to understand that his agreement extended beyond just their immediate circumstances. Exactly. We focus on what we can control, surviving this realm, completing whatever objective exists here, and getting stronger in the process. She stretched, her exhaustion finally catching up now that the adrenaline had fully faded. We should actually rest now. Who's going to watch first? Moon nodded agreement. I'll take first watch. You sleep for a few hours, then we'll switch. Agreed, Selene said, already settling into the comfortable bedding. Wake me if anything seems off. Within minutes, her breathing had evened out as she fell into her own dreamland. Moon sat with his back against the wall, staff within easy reach, his senses extended to monitor their surroundings. Mirage laid next to him fast asleep before Selene did. Outside, he could hear the peaceful sounds of the Savvy settlement at night, quiet conversations in their language and the crackling of the fire. Everything seemed peaceful. Chapter 130, Trouble Arises. The next day arrived peacefully, without incident or threat. Both Moon and Selene had rested sufficiently to remove the accumulated mental and physical fatigue from their harrowing ordeal. The sleep had been deep and healing. During their stay, they'd been attacked by nobody at all. More significantly, during their rotating watch shifts throughout the night, both had realized something important. The Savvy had placed warriors in positions around their dwelling, quietly guarding them while they rested. This observation led them to an important conclusion. There was certainly danger in this area. If the Savvy people were genuinely friendly and felt the need to post protective guards, it meant threats existed to their guests' safety. Whether it was from hostile factions within the Savvy society itself or from dangerous monsters in the surrounding wilderness remained unclear. Either way, the Savvy people had proven themselves trustworthy through actions rather than just words. Moon found no logical reason for them to maintain such elaborate deception. It was surrounded by potentially hundreds of Savvy warriors in the clan's home territory. If hostile intent existed, the locals could have acted on it long ago without this performance. The Savvy people appeared to wake early. As soon as the first rays of sunlight touched the settlement, the sounds of children playing, women preparing food, and men organizing hunting parties began traveling across the area. Let's head out and see what they have planned for us, Moon said, standing from his seated position. They might help us understand this place better. Perhaps we can learn more about that mysterious human benefactor too. Selene nodded, rising as well. Let's go. The moment they emerged from their dwelling, nearby Savvy people grew visibly excited. Someone immediately called for Yara, their voice carrying urgently across the settlement. Yara arrived within a minute, a warm smile on her face just like the day before. Good morning, honored descendants of the benefactor. I trust you rested well. Moon raised a hand politely. Please just call us by our names. I'm Moon and this is Selene. Honored descendants is too formal for comfortable conversation. Yara hesitated, clear discomfort crossing her features. But such familiarity with those bearing the benefactor's race would be disrespectful to his memory. We insist, Selene added gently. We're not here as nobility or figures of authority, just as travelers who could use friendly guidance. After several more minutes of gentle persuasion, Yara finally relented with a shy smile. Very well, Moon and Selene. It feels strange, but I will honor your wishes. Yara proceeded to take them on an extensive tour of the settlement and surrounding areas, showing them the details of Savvy daily life. She demonstrated their hunting techniques, both in the ocean shallows where they speared fish and collected shellfish, and in the dense jungle wilderness where they tracked land-based beasts through the undergrowth. The beasts they hunted surprised Moon considerably. Yara was real strong and powerful. She was clearly at level 25, the threshold for class evolution. Moon could tell from her movements that she was an expert that had mastered control over her own body through experience. Yara killed dangerous beasts without apparent effort, her arrows always finding their marks with terrifying accuracy, as if missing simply wasn't a possibility her eyes allowed. The creatures she hunted ranged from level 20 to 23, formidable threats that would challenge most awakeners Moon's age, yet Yara dispatched them without any issues. As they stood near the shoreline watching Savvy fishermen work their nets, a group of young clan members came sprinting toward them in obvious panic. Their breaths were slightly haggard from the sprint they had just performed to reach them. Yara, Yara, they shouted breathlessly in their native tongue. Sethful tsh Aera Nishara Garkan Vel. The other children nodded in a hurry, as if confirming their spokesperson's words. Yara's face contorted with an expression Moon and Selene hadn't witnessed before: anger. They didn't understand the words, but the body language of Yara and the kids gave them a clear idea. "What's wrong? What happened?" Moon asked, feeling a bad premonition. Yara turned, her expression softening but still sour from the news. "The heretics, they're here to cause trouble. They somehow heard about your arrival and they're demanding." She paused, disgust clear in her expression. Her hands clenched as she finished her words. "They demand your blood." Moon's eyes hardened instantly. "What, our blood? Why would they want that?" "It's complicated," Yara said, clearly struggling with how much to explain in their limited time. "I will inform you of everything later, but right now we need to return to the village immediately. Our clan leader wants everyone back. We want to negotiate with the heretics, avoid conflict if possible. We don't want to spill blood across this land. Killing only brings more killing and the cycle never ends, but if they dare to." Her voice became colder when she uttered the last sentence, as if strengthening her stand and resolve. Moon and Selene exchanged quick glances. "Lead the way, we'll follow your guidance for now. But Yara, if negotiation fails and they attack, I will kill them," Moon said, summoning his staff from his storage ring. Yara nodded her understanding, clearly relieved they weren't panicking or thinking bad of them. "Of course. The Savvy clan will protect you with our lives if necessary. You are honored guests, and we owe the benefactors' people an unpayable debt. We are sorry for the trouble, we are bad." She began leading them back toward the village center at a rapid pace. Savvy warriors they encountered along the way falling into formation around Moon and Selene from Yara's orders. Whatever these heretics wanted, it seemed the Savvy clan was prepared to fight rather than simply hand over their guests. Moon appreciated that loyalty, even as he prepared himself mentally for yet another battle in what had already been an impossibly violent journey. He wasn't going to hold back. If any of the so-called heretics dared to do anything stupid, then he would kill them. It was as simply as that. Chapter 131, The Heretics Won. "Shvak cast Raz Ka," one of the so-called heretics hissed venomously, his eyes flashing with anger as he gestured aggressively toward the Savvy leader. The Savvy clan leader remained composed despite the obvious aggression directed at him. His posture conveyed strength and authority rather than fear or weakness. He responded calmly, his position clear and unwavering. "Vakt Shka Rak." The heretic was about to respond with what looked like escalating hostility when his eyes suddenly caught movement approaching. His gaze landed on figures approaching from the shore, Yara first, then the two humans who had infiltrated their land. His hissing intensified dramatically, filled with pure hatred that his companions immediately followed with. The entire heretic delegation began making aggressive sounds, their body language becoming more violent with every passing second. A few of the more zealous heretics couldn't contain themselves. They immediately lunged forward, attempting to break through the Savvy defensive line and take Moon and Selene hostage by force. The Savvy warriors intercepted them instantly with their own bodies, hissing back at the heretics with equal ferocity, showing absolutely no fear. Moon's gaze swept across the so-called heretics, cataloging their appearance and equipment. They possessed similar physical features to the Savvy people, the same blue skin, the same general body structure, clearly the same species. But their presentation was markedly different. Their clothing consisted of bones as accessories, with necklaces, bracelets and belts adorned with bones from smaller creatures. Red paint covered certain parts of their face in a pattern that they all shared. They looked like total nut jobs, extremists with violent ideology written all over them, Moon thought grimly. The standoff intensified as both groups faced each other across a tense divide. The Savvy leader stepped forward slightly, beginning to speak in measured tones directly to the heretic leader, presumably attempting negotiation before violence became inevitable. Moon leaned closer to Yara and whispered urgently, "What are they saying? We need to understand what's happening." Yara nodded, her expression tense as she began translating in hushed tones. "The chief is telling them that you are part of our family now. You are honored guests under our protection. We treat you as our own blood, and we would never surrender you." She paused as the heretic leader responded with sharp, cutting words. "The heretic leader is arguing that you are enemies with hidden agendas. He claims you've come to corrupt our ways and destroy our culture from within." "That's absurd. We literally just arrived yesterday." Selene couldn't help but speak, a look of disgust flashing across her face. "They don't care," Yara said bitterly. "The heretics believe that our race are superior beings. Anything beyond our kind are enemies that should be killed and slaughtered without mercy or negotiation." Her voice carried disgust as she expanded on the ideology. Their ancestors held the same extreme beliefs about the benefactor when he first arrived 500 years ago. They have ancient texts, scrolls and tablets written by their zealot forebears that they treat as sacred scripture. But those writings were corrupted by hatred and fear, twisted to justify violence and xenophobia. Yara's hands clenched into fists. They base everything on these corrupted scripts written by ancestral heretics. That's why we call them heretics. They've broken from the true path our people followed when the benefactor showed us a better way. They rejected his teachings of cooperation and understanding, instead clinging to the old ways of hatred and isolation. Moon processed this information rapidly. So they're essentially a splinter faction that refused to accept your cultural evolution after the benefactor's influence. Exactly, Yara confirmed. When the benefactor saved our ancestors from extinction and taught us his language and ways, most of our people embraced the change gratefully. But some, the heretics' ancestors, viewed it as contamination. They fled into the wilderness and have been living in isolation ever since. Now we've arrived, which probably confirms all their worst fears and fake prophecies from those corrupted texts. Yes, Yara said grimly, they likely see you as the vanguard of an invasion, proof that their paranoid warnings were justified all along. The heretic leader's voice rose sharply, his words becoming more aggressive. Several of his warriors began edging forward, weapons ready. What's he saying now? Moon asked urgently. Yara's face paled. He's demanding that we hand you over immediately. He claims your blood must be spilled to prevent corruption if we refuse. They'll attack, Moon finished grimly. The chief is trying to avoid bloodshed, Yara said. He's offering alternative solutions, tribute, territorial concessions, anything to prevent fighting, but the heretics aren't interested in compromise. Moon could see the situation deteriorating rapidly. The heretic warriors were spreading out, taking flanking positions. This wasn't negotiation, it was preparation for assault. Yara, Moon said quietly but firmly. Tell your chief that Selene and I will defend ourselves if attacked. We won't let ourselves be captured or sacrificed, but will follow the Savvy clan's lead on whether to strike first or wait for them to commit. Yara nodded and quickly relayed Moon's words to the chief in their language. The Savvy leader's expression showed grim approval. He responded to the heretics one final time, his tone shifting from diplomatic to warning. The heretic leader spat on the ground in contempt, his eyes looking around everyone before locking with Moon's for a brief moment. Then the heretic said a few words before retreating alongside his people. He said that this isn't over and that they will return to take you, Yara said, a grim expression on her face. Moon's eyes flashed coldly, channeling his mana. Why wait for them to get stronger? Let's kill them all now before they attack us in larger numbers. Yara immediately shook her head. Please calm down, I told you this isn't our way. Killing only brings more killing. The leader would never start a fight, and it's highly looked down upon amongst our race. Our race would never attack its own, even if they had a heretic ideology, unless they attacked first. This is our Savvy way. Moon glared at the retreating figures before sighing, all right. Thank you for understanding. Yara looked at him gratefully. Chapter 132, The Benefactor's Companion. With the heretics retreating to wherever they'd come from, Moon sat down with Yara and Selene in a quieter area of the settlement. He needed to understand far more about the entire situation, not only to prepare for the upcoming conflict that seemed inevitable, but also to comprehend this hidden realm and possibly discover its exit conditions. This realm was mysterious, far more complex than anything Moon had anticipated encountering. It was clearly more dangerous than the Winter Realm, but it also offered significantly better opportunities. Moon didn't particularly want to leave just yet. The attribute enhancements from the golden fish's blood and the potential for further discoveries made staying incredibly attractive. But he still wanted to understand the completion mechanism in case circumstances forced a hasty exit. Yara began narrating detailed stories about the benefactor she constantly referenced with such reverence. Moon had specifically asked her to elaborate because of a growing suspicion. This mysterious benefactor could very well be the key to exiting the realm, just as defeating the winter beast had been the completion condition previously. According to Yara's account, the benefactor had arrived during a time of tremendous turmoil for her people. The Savvy ancestors had been struggling desperately to survive on this island, constantly fighting each other for limited resources and territorial control. Internal conflict had been tearing their society apart. When the benefactor first appeared, he'd been severely injured, apparently from whatever circumstances had brought him to this realm. The Savvy warriors, not recognizing him as anything other than a potential threat or resource, had immediately tried to fight and capture him. Despite his heavy injuries, the benefactor had defeated them all single-handedly without any issues. But rather than slaughtering the defeated warriors as would have been expected, he showed mercy and allowed them to live. Yara's voice carried deep reverence as she explained, it was a true display of mercy. To forgive when you possess the power to punish is different from forgiving when you lack that power. The benefactor could have ended our ancestors, but he chose compassion instead. That act of restrained strength had apparently changed everything for the Savvy people. The benefactor stayed with them for several months, teaching them countless things. He made their ancestors significantly stronger through training and guidance, provided them with miraculous items that enhanced their capabilities, and allowed them to hunt the powerful beasts dwelling in the ocean depths that had previously been far beyond their power and reach. Under his mentorship, the Savvy transformed from being the weakest faction on the island to becoming one of its dominant powers. Selene leaned forward, asking the question that had been forming in Moon's mind as well. But why do you still believe he'll return? What if he simply forgot about you after leaving? 6,000 lunar cycles is a long time. Yara shook her head firmly, absolute conviction in her expression. That's impossible. We know he hasn't forgotten for several reasons, but the most important is because he left us with one of his close companions before leaving. Moon immediately became on edge. Close companion? There's a being from that time that lives alongside your people, here on this island. Yara's revelation had made the situation dramatically more complicated. If the benefactor had left something or someone powerful enough to be called a companion, that changed everything about the power dynamics in this realm. Yara nodded calmly. Yes, the great golden fish that roams the waters around our island. We are never afraid of outsiders or invaders because the great golden fish protects our land. We don't see it often, but we know it's always there watching. So when you arrived safely on our shores, it meant you had somehow gained its permission to enter our territory. At that moment, both Selene and Moon's hearts dropped simultaneously. This wasn't folklore. This wasn't exaggerated mythology passed down through generations until truth became legend. Moon had personally witnessed that terrifying golden fish from inside its own body and again from the outside ocean. He'd told Selene about the creature's incomprehensible size and power during their private discussions. Yara's stories were completely real, not just the romanticized tales of elders embellishing history, but accurate accounts of actual events. Of course, some things might be exaggerated whilst others were real, but it was still mostly accurate or appeared to be in the very least. That golden fish was the companion of this benefactor. Moon couldn't help but think with growing dread. Just how unimaginably strong was this person to have such a creature as a loyal companion? The implications were frightening. Moon had barely survived being inside that creature. The idea that someone had tamed it, earned its loyalty, and commanded it as a guardian. Selene couldn't control her curiosity either. Why would he leave the great golden fish here instead of taking it with him? If it was truly his companion, wouldn't he want it by his side? Yara's expression became uncertain, the first time she'd shown anything other than complete confidence when discussing the benefactor. We are not entirely sure of his reasoning. The elders have debated this question for generations. She paused, gathering her thoughts. Some believe the benefactor left it here because he knew we would need protection from those who wished us harm. Others think the golden fish was injured or weakened and needed time to recover. A few even suggest the benefactor intended to return for it eventually, but was prevented by circumstances we cannot understand. Moon exchanged meaningful glances with Selene. Both were thinking the same thing. If the golden fish was this benefactor's companion, and if completing hidden realms typically required defeating or resolving whatever central challenge existed, did that mean they'd eventually need to confront that golden fish somehow? The thought was absolutely terrifying. Moon had seen that creature up close. Fighting it was suicide and an impossible task. Both Moon and Selene hoped that it didn't require fighting the golden fish, but Moon wasn't going to rely on hope only. He needed more information before drawing conclusions. Yara, Moon said carefully, do you know where the benefactor went when he left? What he said his destination was? Chapter 133, Leveling Up. We do not know the specifics, but the benefactor did say he had things to do and enemies to deal with. Yara shook her head sadly. One more question, do you know what those prophecies actually say? Selene asked. Yara's expression darkened at the thought. The prophecies, the corrupted texts speak of a return. They claim that beings from beyond will come again and bring ruin to our clan. Moon sighed heavily. These zealots with apocalyptic prophecies were always the most dangerous enemies. They couldn't be reasoned with because their ideology demanded their blood as proof of faith. We're not here to destroy anything, we're just trying to survive and find our way home. I know, Yara said with a gentle smile. The chief knows, all of our people know, but the heretics won't be convinced by words. They'll return with greater numbers and then, she didn't finish the sentence. Then there would be war. Thank you for explaining everything, Yara. We need to prepare. When the heretics return, we'll help defend your people. We owe you that much for your hospitality. Yara's eyes shimmered with gratitude. Thank you, Moon. Thank you, Selene. The benefactor's people truly are as generous as he was. As Yara left to attend to other duties, Moon turned to Selene with a grim expression. This realm just became significantly more complicated. Agreed, Selene said, but at least we're gathering information. We'll figure out the exit condition eventually. Moon nodded, though his thoughts kept returning to that golden fish swimming in the depths. If that creature was truly the key to everything, then they were in far more danger than he'd initially realized. As Moon and Selene rested in their dwelling, planning their next moves, Yara returned accompanied by the elderly chief of the Savvy clan. They asked for permission of entry before being granted by Moon. Moon gestured for them to enter. What brings you both? Moon Selene, Yara began translating as the chief spoke. Our chief has an idea he wishes to discuss with you. He wants to know your thoughts on his proposal. Moon gestured for Yara to continue. What does the chief have to say? We're listening. Yara's expression became serious as she translated the chief's words. The heretics will likely attack today or tomorrow at the latest, which would result in significant bloodshed on both sides. The chief is asking politely whether you would be willing to hide temporarily in a secure location. He proposes sending me and the 4 strongest warriors of our clan to protect you while you remain concealed. She paused, then continued. Once the heretics discover your position is unknown, they may abandon their assault, negotiate more reasonably, or try to look for you slowly. But if your location is discovered and you're attacked, the chief promises to bring the full strength of the clan to your defense and, if necessary, call upon the great golden fish for aid. Upon hearing these words, Moon began contemplating the offer carefully. He understood he was asking a great deal. To let an entire race fight for him felt presumptuous. Moon had only arrived yesterday, yet the Savvy were willing to shed blood for him. But he also recognized the chief's thinking. By removing Moon and Selene from the immediate conflict, the chief could potentially avoid bloodshed entirely. The heretics wanted the humans specifically without visible targets. Their religious fervor might not justify attacking fellow blue-skinned people. However, Moon didn't particularly want to be a passive participant, hiding like a helpless civilian while others fought on his behalf. All right, Moon said with a slight smile forming. Tell the chief that I appreciate his plan and understand his reasoning, but I have a favor to ask in return. Seeing Moon's smile and hearing his words of agreement, Yara's expression brightened considerably before she began translating to the chief in their language. The chief responded, and Yara translated back. He says he will help with whatever you need, as long as it's within his power. Moon leaned forward. Ask him to direct us to a hunting ground where dangerous beasts can be found. Selene and I grow stronger by hunting and defeating creatures. If we're going to be hiding anyway, we might as well use that time productively to strengthen ourselves in case the heretics do attack. Yara translated, and the chief's face lit up with understanding and approval. He responded enthusiastically. The chief says that's an excellent idea, Yara translated. He knows several hunting grounds at safe distances from the village that won't be discovered by the heretics during their initial approach. The 4 strongest warriors, including myself, will escort you and help protect you while you hunt. This way you gain strength while remaining hidden. Moon nodded satisfaction. Perfect, that works for everyone. The chief smiled warmly and clasped Moon's shoulder in a gesture of respect before departing to organize the defense preparations. In a hunting ground located far enough from the village to avoid immediate discovery by approaching heretics, Moon, Selene, and Mirage were actively engaged in combat. The area was a rocky coastal region where the jungle met tidal pools and shallow water, an ecosystem that bred particularly aggressive beasts adapted to both land and sea. Yara and 4 imposing Savvy warriors maintained a perimeter around the hunting area, positioned to intercept any threats that might prove too dangerous or any heretic scouts that might stumble upon their location. Moon's hands crackled with lightning as he faced down a massive crustacean, easily the size of a small car, with armored shells that made metal look weak in comparison. You have killed a level 24 island crustacean. You have gained 250 lives. You have killed a level 23 island crustacean. You have gained 175 lives. Moon eliminated a third that had been attempting to flank them, his ignite skill detonating inside the creature's shell with devastating effect. You have killed a level 24 island crab. You have gained 230 lives. You have reached level 23. Selene finished off another with a precisely aimed wind blade that found the weak point between shell segments after Moon had injured it severely. Chapter 134, Arthropos. The life accumulation was proceeding excellently, and the leveling progress was equally satisfying. They'd encountered a group of these island crabs, all at relatively high levels compared to Moon and Selene's current strength. The creatures were formidable opponents with their natural armor and powerful pincers that could crush bone. Moon opened his status screen to review his progress. Name, Moon. Race, human. Class, classless assassin. Level 23, 6%. Lives, 52-51. Strength, 36, agility, 36, constitution, 41, mana, 56, +5 to all stats. Attribute points, 0. Skills, elemental attack, 5 element affinity, tenacity, silver skin, ignite, dagger art, limited time. Talent, Grim Reaper. Class skill, class slot, 1-1. His attribute increases from the golden fish's blood were now integrated into his base stats, making him noticeably more powerful than before entering this realm. Selene had leveled up to 19 during the hunt, her own progression steady and consistent. Meanwhile, Moon had been feeding the crab carcasses to Mirage. Beasts leveled up through various methods, with consuming defeated enemies being one of the most effective. Mirage was still too weak, only around level 12 despite his evolution, to effectively contribute to combat against level 20+ threats, so Moon let him sit out the actual fighting and simply feast on the bodies afterward, slowly accumulating the experience needed to raise his level. Yara approached them as they finished with the crab group, clapping her hands together in approval. "You are incredibly strong. You defeated those beasts so easily with such coordination and power. You truly are like our benefactor, able to wield multiple elements including the rare lightning." She looked at Moon with open admiration, her large eyes glinting. Moon glanced at her in surprise, something clicking in his mind. "Did you say the benefactor could wield the same elements I used?" "All of them." Moon had openly demonstrated fire, water, earth, and lightning manipulation during the hunt. To possess mastery over 4 distinct elements, with one being an intermediate element, would require an extremely rare class with a powerful skill too. "Yes, all of them," Yara confirmed enthusiastically. "Though I should mention that according to the stories passed down, his elements were far more powerful than what you've shown. The benefactor could apparently summon storms, create earthquakes, and manipulate fire on scales that shape terrains. A human from 500 years ago, 3 centuries before the collapse, who possessed multi-elemental mastery on a scale that impressed these powerful, savvy people." "Yara," Moon said carefully, "did the benefactor ever mention where he came from, what land or kingdom he originated from?" Yara tilted her head thoughtfully. "The elders say he spoke of a place called," she struggled with the pronunciation, "Rthro Pass, something like that. A land far beyond the waters, where his people lived in great cities of stone and metal." Anthropos, the old Greek word for human. Was the benefactor simply using philosophical language, or was that an actual place name from before the collapse? Moon put the information away for later. Right now they needed to focus on getting stronger in case the heretics forced a confrontation. "Let's continue hunting," Moon said. "We still have time before the heretics are expected to arrive." Yara nodded and returned to her perimeter position, while Moon, Selene, and the recovering Mirage prepared to engage the next group of beasts. Every level gained, every life accumulated, brought them closer to the power they'd need to survive whatever this realm had in store. For the next few hours, Moon, Selene, and Mirage continued their progression through the hunting grounds. Moon focused on eliminating the highest-level beasts that provided him maximum experience gains, deliberately leaving the slightly weaker creatures for Selene so she could catch up in levels. Meanwhile, Mirage simply devoured corpse after corpse with ravenous hunger, his evolved body processing the meat at remarkable speed. They all took necessary breaks during the extended hunt, especially Mirage, whose belly had become visibly distended from overeating. "That's enough for you, Mirage. I'm afraid that if you eat any more, you'll not only have difficulty moving but actually explode," Moon said firmly, stopping the white horse mid-bite as he approached yet another carcass. Mirage turned to look at Moon with large, pleading eyes as if begging for permission to get one final bite. Moon stared at his companion for a long moment, then sighed in defeat. "Fine, last bite. Absolutely no more after this one." Moon couldn't help but smile despite his exasperated tone. "Hee." Selene chuckled at their interaction before turning back to resume her own combat with a level 20-30 beast. When they'd finally cleared all the huntable creatures within their immediate vicinity, Moon approached Selene as she cleaned blood from her weapon. "What level are you at now?" Checking her status screen, Selene responded with an excited voice. "I'm level 21 now. The progress has been incredibly fast, almost shocking compared to normal hunting speeds. Thank you for deliberately leaving the weaker targets for me." The creatures she'd fought were by no means actually weak. Level 23 beasts could easily be classified as B-rank threats in any place. These weren't even normal B-rank specimens either. Their high levels pushed them toward the absolute peak of that classification tier. "You're welcome," Moon said. "I'm still stuck at level 23 myself. I need to kill a few more level 24 beasts before accumulating enough experience to advance." Selene nodded understanding. "You're rapidly approaching your first-class evolution. Are you excited to see what evolution tasks the system might assign you?" "Yeah, kind of," Moon admitted, though his tone carried some uncertainty about what challenges a classless designation might generate. Seeing them taking a rest break, Yara approached with a bright expression. "Selene, you look really beautiful. Especially your clothes, they're so different from anything we have here. The fabric and design are stunning." Selene was momentarily taken aback by the sudden compliments, her cheeks flushing a slight shade of red. "Thank you so much. You look absolutely stunning yourself. Your eyes are incredibly pretty with those unique markings." Chapter 135, Escalating Tension. Seleni's expression brightened as an idea formed in her mind. Actually, I have spare clothes in my spatial storage. Would you like to try some on? I think certain styles would look really beautiful on you. Really, I can try them, Yara exclaimed, her face lighting up with a gorgeous smile that made several of the nearby savvy warriors immediately turn their heads away in what appeared to be a habit. I would absolutely love to. Moon watched the scene unfold with a soft, amused smile on his face. This maiden has half the village completely love-struck. They literally can't look directly at her without becoming flustered. Selene began leading Yara toward a more private area behind some rocks where she could change clothes, without being observed by the male warriors or Moon himself. Both women were giggling to themselves as they walked, already deep in conversation about fashion and appearances. Don't go too far, Moon called out loudly enough for them to hear from the distance. We don't know if heretic scouts or dangerous beasts might attack. We won't, both voices called back in unison, followed by more laughter. Moon shook his head with fond exasperation, then turned his attention to the perimeter where the four savvy warriors maintained their watch positions. The warriors were disciplined and professional, but Moon had noticed their occasional glances toward where Yara had disappeared. Their body language suggested that they were worried about her safety. Complicated social dynamics, though I suppose that's universal across cultures and species. He settled into a meditative position to recover his mana reserves while keeping his senses extended for potential threats. Mirage collapsed near him with a satisfied grunt, his overfull belly making him look more like a pregnant mare than a mount. The peaceful moment was exactly what they needed after the chaos of the past few days. Moon just hoped it would last a bit longer before the heretics inevitably arrived to shatter the calm. Selene and Yara returned approximately 2 minutes later, emerging from behind the rocky outcropping where Yara had changed. Yara now wore a beautiful long sky-blue dress that complemented her natural skin tone and features spectacularly. The four savvy warriors maintaining the perimeter were visibly stunned by the transformation. Despite their incredible self-control and discipline, they couldn't immediately tear their eyes away from the sight. Several stood frozen mid-glance, completely captivated by their maiden's exceptional beauty. After a few awkward seconds of collective staring, the warriors finally realized what they were doing. They shook themselves from their stupor and hastily returned to their guard duties, though Moon noticed them continuing to send occasional glances toward Yara, unable to completely resist looking. Men will always be men, Moon thought, shaking his head. You look very good in that dress, Moon said sincerely after Selene made Yara perform a complete turn before him, showing off the garment from all angles. Thank you, Yara responded in a shy, quiet tone, her cheeks darkening slightly with what might have been the blue-skinned equivalent of blushing. You can keep that one, Selene said warmly. Consider it a gift from me to you. I'll also give you some additional clothing later once everything is resolved with the heretics. Yara's eyes widened with delighted surprise. Really, thank you so much. She immediately embraced Selene tightly, genuine gratitude radiating from the gesture. Selene chuckled and returned the hug warmly. After they separated, Selene advised Yara, just remember, this particular dress isn't exactly suited for combat situations. The fabric is decorative rather than functional, so be careful if fighting breaks out. Yara nodded her head vigorously in understanding. You're absolutely right. It would be very difficult to fight effectively while wearing this. I should go change back into my regular clothing. I'll come with you, Selene said, already following, just in case anything happens while you're changing. Both young women departed again. They returned shortly after, and Moon immediately noticed the change in their dynamic. Selene and Yara now appeared much closer, as if they'd been lifelong friends rather than people who'd met just yesterday. Their body language showed their ease around each other. No matter the species or culture, women can apparently become close friends after just a few minutes of shared fashion experiences, Moon thought with internal amusement. After resting for approximately another 10 minutes to recover their energy, the group resumed their hunting. However, they deliberately changed locations rather than remaining in the same area. This move served dual purposes. First, they wanted to avoid staying in one predictable position where heretic scouts might eventually locate them. Second, they needed fresh hunting grounds, since the local beast population had become noticeably sparse in comparison to when they first started hunting. The creatures inhabiting this island were clearly intelligent enough to recognize danger. After so many of their kind had been slaughtered in the same general area, the surviving beasts were no longer rushing mindlessly toward the scent of blood. They'd learned caution and begun avoiding the hunting grounds entirely. Yara led the group toward a different coastal region that the savvy chief recommended, keeping alert for both potential threats and promising targets. Meanwhile, in the savvy village, the chief leader and his people were confronting the heretics who had arrived with a large force, showing no fear on their faces despite being outnumbered. The savvy chief stood with his head raised high and his chest thrust forward in a posture of dominance and authority. Behind him stood his warriors, all wielding their weapons, prepared to fight to the death if the need arose. The heretic leader hissed venomously, demanding in their harsh language to know the exact location of the invaders. Several of his more aggressive followers tried to push forward, eager to initiate violence, but he stopped them with a sharp gesture which made them retreat. The heretic leader understood the reality perfectly. Once fighting began in earnest, many would die on both sides. He wanted to intimidate the savvy chief into submission through psychological pressure rather than immediately resorting to bloodshed that would weaken both factions. The savvy chief responded calmly but firmly, his tone showing no fear. He told the heretic leader directly that the humans were no longer present in the village. They had departed after the earlier confrontation that morning, choosing to leave rather than bring destruction upon their hosts. The heretic leader frowned deeply, his eyes narrowing with suspicion. He was certain the savvy chief wouldn't lie outright. This was the way of his ancestors before the split, a cultural value that even the heretics grudgingly acknowledged the savvy maintained. The chief's words were very likely true without doubt, but that didn't mean there wasn't deception through omission or hidden agenda. The heretic leader also knew the savvy chief wouldn't simply abandon his honored guests without protection. He must have helped them somehow, provided them with resources or guidance to hide effectively. The heretic leader turned sharply toward his warriors and barked orders in their language, commanding them to search the entire village thoroughly. The savvy warriors immediately moved to intercept, prepared to prevent this violation of their territory. But the chief stopped them with a single raised hand gesture, his expression unreadable. His eyes bored directly into the heretic leader's gaze with unwavering intensity, communicating a silent message: search all you want, you will find nothing. The heretics spread throughout the settlement, checking supplies, dwelling interiors, examining storage areas and hidden spaces. Their search was quick and thorough, leaving no corner unexplored. It didn't take long to search the entire village given its modest size. They found absolutely no traces of the invaders within it. No hidden rooms, no suspicious absences, no equipment or belongings that suggested any human presence. Once the search parties reported their findings to the heretic leader, he didn't waste time dwelling on the failure. He scoffed with obvious disgust, then turned abruptly and began leading his force away from the village, avoiding a useless bloodshed. The savvy warriors maintained their defensive positions until the last heretic had departed, refusing to show weakness or relief. Away from the main savvy settlement, out of earshot of potential observers, the heretic chief's closest assistant approached with a sly expression. He leaned close and whispered something directly into the leader's ear, his tone suggesting valuable intelligence. Upon hearing whatever information the assistant provided, the heretic chief's expression transformed completely. He laughed uncontrollably, unable to suppress his joy and satisfaction at this revelation. He clasped the assistant firmly on the shoulder in high praise, clearly delighted by the clever observation. Then the heretic chief raised his weapon high and initiated their traditional war chant, "Woo, woo." The entire heretic force immediately began repeating the chant in unison, their voices rising through the jungle. "Woo, woo, woo." The heretic chief then gave new orders, and his force immediately changed direction. They split into multiple smaller groups, each taking different routes through the wilderness, clearly acting on specific intelligence the assistant had provided. The assistant's observation had been brilliantly simple. Yara, the most respected maiden of the savvy clan, was nowhere to be seen during the confrontation. Neither were several of the clan's strongest warriors who should have been present for such a critical encounter. Their absence was glaring to anyone paying close attention, which meant they were somewhere else, somewhere important, protecting something or someone. The heretics now had a clear goal to follow. So they moved through the jungle with a purpose, hunting for the hidden humans who had violated their sacred land. Chapter 136, Lunaris. You have reached level 24. A name, Moon. Race, human. Class, classless. Level 24, 3%. Lives, 6951. Strength, 37. Agility, 37. Constitution, 42. Mana, 57, +5 to all stats. Attribute points, 0. Skills, elemental attack, 5 element affinity, tenacity, silver skin, ignite. Talent, Grim Reaper. Class skill, class slot, 01. Alright, I've finally reached it, Moon announced with satisfaction. Let's head to our shelter for the night. Darkness had already settled across Lunaris, the name Yara had mentioned for this island realm. Moon had deliberately delayed seeking shelter because he'd been terribly close to the level 24 milestone. The difference between level 23 and 24 was decent, bringing him one step closer to the critical level 25 evolution threshold. It didn't take the group long to reach the shelter location Yara had selected earlier during their initial scouting. The site was a surprisingly spacious cave system set into a rocky hillside, its entrance partially concealed by dense vegetation and large rocks that made it extremely difficult to spot unless you knew exactly where to look. Moon and the others also closed off the entrance to the cave with one of the larger rocks by moving it there. The rock fit perfectly, nothing looking out of place for people on the outside. The interior was dry, protected from wind and rain, with enough space to comfortably accommodate all 7 of them, including Mirage. Yara and the 4 savvy warriors immediately offered to take full watch duty, insisting that Moon and Selene should sleep without worry throughout the night. But Moon and Selene both refused the generous offer. Moon had already verified through hours of observation that these people were genuinely hospitable without hidden agendas or ulterior motives. Their kindness appeared completely sincere. But that didn't mean Moon wanted to take full advantage of their generosity by forcing them to stay awake all night protecting him and Selene whilst they rested. They had already treated Moon and Selene extraordinarily well, providing food, protection, guidance, and risking conflict with the heretics on their behalf. After several minutes of respectful but firm insistence, Moon and Selene finally convinced the savvy to accept a rotating watch schedule where everyone took shifts and got adequate rest. They established a small campfire within the cave's interior, using dry wood that produced minimal smoke. Moon cooked some of the crab meat they'd harvested during the day's hunt, preparing a proper meal for the entire group. To prevent the cooking smells from drifting outside and potentially attracting dangerous monsters or leaving an obvious trail for heretic trackers to follow, Moon carefully channeled his wind element. He created subtle air currents that directed all the aromatic smoke deeper into the cave system's interior passages rather than allowing it to escape through the entrance. The night passed quietly, with nothing of significance occurring. Everyone within the cave had gained sufficient rest to fuel themselves for whatever challenges the coming day might bring. Dawn arrived gradually, and pale sunlight began filtering through the tiny crevices that natural erosion had left around the massive rock they'd positioned to block the cave entrance. Moon and the others began slowly, carefully moving the boulder aside while simultaneously scanning the exterior environment for any hostile creatures or threats nearby. As they shifted the heavy stone, creating a widening gap, a distinct sound of clicking and hissing suddenly entered their ears from somewhere outside. The effect the sound had on Yara and the savvy warriors was big. They froze mid-motion, their bodies tensing into combat-ready postures, eyes wide with alarm. "Hurry, put it back, they're here," Yara whispered urgently, her voice cracking softly in panic. Moon didn't hesitate or ask questions. He immediately channeled his earth element, using both magical manipulation and raw physical strength to help push the massive rock back into its blocking position. Selene and the savvy warriors added their force, and within a second the entrance was sealed again. Every person held their breath, listening intently as complete silence dominated the cave's interior. Heartbeats thundered in their chests as tension rose with each passing second, the possibility of discovery hanging over them like an executioner's blade ready to drop. Outside, the clicking and hissing sounds grew closer. Multiple voices engaged in what was clearly communication, though the words were incomprehensible to Moon and Selene. Many footsteps moved past the concealed cave entrance, so close that Moon could hear individual feet crunching on grass and loose stones. A voice spoke almost directly outside their hiding spot, separated from them by only a few meters. Moon's expression was neutral, ready to summon his staff in an instant if combat became inevitable. Selene's breathing had become so shallow it was nearly imperceptible, her entire body coiled like a spring. The savvy warriors gripped their weapons with intensity, prepared to sell their lives dearly if their position was compromised. The voices outside continued for only 2 or 3 minutes. The voices seemed to be discussing something, debating which direction to search next. Then mercifully the sounds began moving away. The clicking and hissing grew fainter as the search party continued in a different direction, but no one in the cave moved, maintaining absolute silence and stillness. After 10 agonizing minutes had passed with no sounds audible from outside, Yara finally risked a whisper. "Those were definitely heretics. The clicking and hissing you heard are common forms of communication within our people when we're hunting or conducting operations." Moon nodded his understanding. He'd guessed as much from her panicked reaction, but he was still curious about one thing. How can you be certain they were heretics rather than your own people searching for us before they began speaking? Your clan could also be looking. Yara immediately shook her head with absolute conviction. The heretics are much more aggressive in their sound patterns. Even when they're trying to be quiet, there's venom in their tones. As if poison is being spat from their tongues with every sound. Our people speak with warmth even during hunts. The difference is unmistakable once you've heard both. I didn't need to hear them utter words to recognize them. The 4 savvy warriors turned toward Yara and began speaking rapidly in their native language, their expressions grave and their hand gestures urgent. Chapter 137, No More Hiding 1. After they finished, Yara took a deep breath and translated their discussion for Moon and Selene's benefit. "They are saying we didn't expect the heretics to begin their search this quickly, and we certainly didn't anticipate them getting this close to actually finding our location." Her voice carried genuine worry now. "They must have figured out something, probably noticed that weren't present at the village. They likely started their organized search during the night while we slept, which means they've been hunting us for hours already. One of the warriors spoke again, and Yara's expression darkened further as she translated. The heretics are far more determined than usual. This isn't normal behavior even for them. They genuinely want to capture or kill you both. Their religious fervor has been inflamed to dangerous levels. We need to completely change our plans, Selene said firmly, her mind already reassessing their situation. Our original strategy of hiding until they gave up is no longer viable. They're conducting thorough area searches with multiple teams. Eventually, they'll find us through sheer persistence and process of elimination. Yara nodded agreement, though uncertainty showed clearly on her face. We should wait here for at least another hour before even considering movement. The search party that just passed won't immediately return to this exact area. They'll continue their search, but if we move too soon, we might run directly into another team that was lagging behind. Moon wasn't satisfied with that plan. Waiting meant being trapped, giving the initiative entirely to their enemies. We can't just sit here hoping they miss us, Moon said quietly but intensely. They're hunting, which means every hour we wait, they eliminate more hiding spots and tighten the net. Eventually our luck runs out. What do you suggest? One of the savvy warriors asked through Yara's translation. Moon's mind raced through the options, weighing risks against potential benefits. We need to know their numbers, their search pattern, and whether they have any way of tracking us specifically or if they're just searching blindly, Moon said. Without that information, we're making decisions in complete darkness. He looked at the savvy warriors. Can any of you scout without being detected? Get close enough to observe their operations. The warriors exchanged glances, clearly uncomfortable with the idea. It's possible, Yara translated for the eldest warrior, but extremely dangerous. The heretics know this terrain as well as we do. And if a scout is captured, they might torture them for information. Before they could debate further, new sounds came from outside. It was another heretic search party approaching from a new direction. Moon gestured for absolute silence as everyone froze again. The heretics were tightening their search grid and time was running out. With no viable options but to wait and avoid immediate detection, Moon reluctantly decided to follow Yara's suggestion of remaining hidden for an additional hour before attempting any movement. During this tense waiting period, Moon engaged Yara in quiet conversation to gather more information about the island and surrounding geography. He learned something crucial. There were no other nearby islands that the savvy people had ever discovered or knew about. They had remained on Lunaris ever since their earliest collective memories extended. Their fathers had lived here, and their forefathers before them, generation after generation confined to this single landmass, never bothering to leave, afraid that their protection that came from the great golden fish would no longer stay, and they would miss the benefactor's return. With that information confirmed, Moon became almost certain that this island itself held the key to clearing this realm. The completion condition, whatever it was, existed somewhere on Lunaris rather than requiring travel to external locations. Once the hour finally elapsed without further heretic activity in their immediate vicinity, Moon signaled it was time to move. The group carefully shifted the boulder aside once more, checking thoroughly before emerging into daylight. They picked a direction Yara deemed safest based on her knowledge of the terrain and likely heretic search patterns, then began moving cautiously through the jungle. The journey to their next position took approximately an hour of careful traveling. Fortunately, they encountered no heretic patrols during the travel. However, they did encounter several dangerous beasts. Selene took the opportunity to engage and kill a few level 22 and 23 creatures to continue her progression toward level 22. Moon didn't stop her despite the time it consumed and the potential noise it created. Strength was absolutely essential for the inevitable confrontation that was coming. Every level gained, every attribute point accumulated, improved their odds of survival. While Moon personally wasn't afraid of the heretics as individual combatants, his skills and experience gave him confidence in one-on-one or small group encounters. What made them truly dangerous was their large numbers combined with their high levels, especially fighting on their home terrain where they held every advantage. When the group finally reached the location Yara had selected as their next hiding spot, she immediately suggested they should conceal themselves again and wait for the heretic search to move past this area. Moon immediately shook his head in firm disagreement. During their approach, he'd observed the local beast population. Multiple level 24 creatures inhabited this region, and possibly contained several level 25 specimens. This was an excellent hunting ground for both himself and Selene. He absolutely refused to spend the remainder of his time in this hidden realm cowering and hiding like prey. Moon wanted to grow strong enough to slaughter any heretic that dared appear before him, without needing to worry about consequences or disadvantages. He wanted overwhelming power that made their numbers irrelevant. The feelings of helplessness he'd experienced when confronting Oliver Snack, the representative of the Richter family back on Earth, had ignited a deep hunger for more power. That encounter had shown him the brutal reality. Political connections and family backing could threaten him despite his personal strength because he lacked sufficient force to make threats meaningless. Hiding would only make his heart weaker and his progression slower. Comfort and safety were the enemies of growth. Chapter 138, No More Hiding 2. Additionally, Moon desperately wanted to reach level 25 and receive his class evolution tasks. Perhaps during his extended stay within this realm he could complete those tasks, or if not all of them, at least make substantial progress on some. The evolution from Awakener to Evolver represented a massive power spike. Once he crossed that threshold, the heretics would transform from dangerous threats to manageable obstacles that could be dealt with careful planning. "We're not hiding anymore," Moon said firmly to Yara. "This area has strong beasts that we need to hunt. Selene and I will continue gaining strength. You can hide if you want or maintain perimeter watch for heretic patrols, whatever you prefer. We won't judge you for it, you've helped us enough as it is." Yara looked uncertain, clearly worried about the risk. "But Moon, if the heretics find us while you're fighting beasts, you'll be surrounded and vulnerable." "I understand your concern, Yara. I truly do, but hiding gains us nothing except temporary safety that will eventually fail when they eliminate every possible location." He met her eyes with unwavering determination. "I'd rather face them at my peak strength. Every hour we spend hunting instead of hiding improves our survival odds when the confrontation inevitably comes." Selene nodded agreement. "Moon's right. We can't win by avoiding conflict forever. We need to become strong enough that when they find us, and they will find us eventually, we can actually fight our way out without being surrounded." The savvy warriors listened to Yara's translation, then exchanged glances among themselves before the eldest spoke. Yara translated his words. "The warriors say, you fight like the benefactor did, always seeking strength through challenge rather than safety through hiding. He respects that approach, even if it's dangerous." Moon gave the warrior a respectful nod. "Then help us hunt effectively while watching for enemies. That's how we all survive this." Yara sighed but eventually nodded acceptance. "All right, we'll establish a perimeter and alert you immediately if heretics approach. But players Moon, Selene, be ready to disengage instantly if we give the warning signal." "You got it," Moon confirmed. The savvy warriors spread out to create a defensive perimeter while Moon and Selene began scanning the area for suitable prey. Within minutes, they'd identified a level 24 beast, a massive reptilian creature covered in thick, armored scales that gleamed with an unusual golden-brown sheen. Moon turned to Selene and nodded decisively. "This one's yours," he said simply. A competitive grin formed on Selene's face, her eyes lighting up with anticipation. "Thank you." As she began casting her initial probing spells against the reptilian creature, both Moon and Selene were immediately surprised by its demonstrated ability and raw strength. Unlike most of the beasts they'd eliminated within this area so far, this particular creature possessed an elemental affinity, which automatically elevated it to a rank threat classification. The element the reptilian wielded was not a simple or common one either. It was unique, something relatively rare to encounter even among powerful beasts. The creature's affinity was sand manipulation. The strength of the sand element became immediately obvious to both Moon and Selene as combat began. Although classified as unique, it was closer in power scaling to basic elements rather than intermediate ones in the elemental hierarchy. Unique elements were generally considered among the strongest within their respective ranking tiers. The sand element fell within the basic element category technically, but its offensive and defensive versatility made it significantly more powerful than standard basic elements like fire, water, wind, or earth when used individually. Still, despite being stronger than typical basic elements, sand manipulation was demonstrably weaker than intermediate elements like lightning that Moon could wield through his 5-element affinity. That's actually a good matchup for Selene, Moon thought, watching her send a barrage of varied attacks toward the creature from multiple angles. Although the reptilian can control sand, which gives it advantages over single basic elements, Selene possesses the ability to manipulate 4 different basic elements simultaneously. She's absolutely not a pushover herself. Selene was genuinely impressive to watch in combat. She demonstrated incredible natural talent, as if she'd been born specifically to cast spells without hesitation or error. The way she transitioned fluidly between her 4 elements, using fire to create openings, wind to enhance mobility, water for defense, and earth for control, covered weaknesses inherent in relying on any single element. When the reptilian erected massive walls of compressed sand to block her fire attacks, Selene immediately switched to water manipulation, liquefying the sand barriers, making them weaker. When it launched high-velocity sand projectiles like bullets, she countered with wind barriers that deflected the attacks. When it tried to create quicksand beneath her feet to trap her movement, she raised earth platforms to maintain her solid footing. The creature was powerful and its sand manipulation was versatile, but Seleni's four-element arsenal gave her answers to nearly everything it attempted. The battle was tough, neither side could gain decisive advantage quickly. The reptilian's armored scales absorbed tremendous punishment, and its sand manipulation created constant problems that required creative solutions, but gradually, methodically, Selene wore it down. Selene cast a concentrated water jet which found a gap in the armor. The beast was hurt by the attack, and Selene took advantage of the opening by sending a powerful fireball that injured it further. Grunt, the reptile, looked at Selene with hate-filled eyes before it attacked once more, wishing nothing but to bury Selene under its sand. After nearly 15 minutes of combat that showed Selene's remarkable skill and endurance, the reptilian creature finally collapsed, its life extinguished. Selene has killed a level 24 sand reptile. Selene stood over the corpse, breathing heavily but with obvious satisfaction radiating from her expression. Then her eyes widened as a notification appeared that only she could see. "I leveled up," Selene exclaimed with a genuinely happy smile breaking across her face, exhaustion momentarily forgotten in the joy of progression. Moon smiled in response, genuinely pleased for her advancement. "Congratulations." Chapter 139, Trapping the Heretics 1. Just reached level 22, the experience from that A-rank beast was really good. 2 or 3 more good fights like that and I'll hit 23. Selene confirmed, still grinning at her advancement. Moon nodded approval. "You fought well, your elemental transitions were seamless. I counted at least 3 moments where a less skilled mage would have been caught in a bad position, but you adapted instantly." Selene's smile softened with genuine appreciation for the compliment. "Thank you. I learned a lot from watching you fight, actually. The way you combine elements for unexpected effects rather than just using them separately." Before their conversation could continue, one of the savvy warriors threw a small rock towards them from his high ground point, the predetermined warning signal. Everyone immediately went silent and alert. Yara approached quickly, her expression tense and urgent. "Heretic patrol, not close yet but heading this direction. We have maybe 5 minutes before they reach this area." Moon glanced at the reptilian corpse, then made a quick tactical decision. "Selene, store the body in your spatial storage. Everyone else, take hiding positions. We're not running anymore. Let's ambush them here and now." Yara immediately shook her head in strong disagreement. "That's far too dangerous, Moon. Their numbers are really high, close to 15 warriors, and we're only 7 people total. That's more than 2 enemies per person. There's absolutely no need to take such unnecessary risks when we can simply relocate." Moon stared at Yara for a long moment, his expression hardening with resolve. "You can leave if you want, Yara. You and your warriors have already helped us more than enough. We won't ask you to risk your lives further, but Selene and I are going to fight these heretics. We can't keep running forever like cornered prey." His voice carried absolute conviction. "They'll only become more aggressive once they realize we're just hiding like weaklings, too afraid to confront them directly. Eventually they'll find us anyway, but we'll be exhausted and demoralized from constant retreat. Better to fight now on ground of our choosing." Moon gestured firmly. "Selene and I will stay here to set the ambush. You and the others should leave while you still can." Yara's foot stomped down reflexively. The movement caught everyone off guard, including Yara herself, who seemed surprised by her own reaction. "Fine, we're staying," Yara declared with sudden fierce determination. "We already told you we won't abandon you to fight alone. The Savvy clan doesn't leave honored guests to face danger without us. We will fight alongside you." Her expression became absolutely resolute as she turned and gave signals to the 4 warriors. Their expressions grew more wary and tense, clearly understanding the significant risk they were accepting, but all 4 nodded agreement without hesitation. Everyone immediately moved to their hiding positions, becoming predators waiting in concealment for prey to wander into the kill zone. Unknown to the approaching heretics, they were walking directly into a trap set by the very targets they'd been hunting for more than a full day. Whistle click, the distinctive heretic communication sounds entered earshot, growing steadily louder as the patrol approached. "Vashkath Nar," one voice hissed in their harsh language. "Th Kalvor Shen," another responded, followed by aggressive clicking sounds. Moon remained perfectly still in his concealed position, visually tracking each heretic warrior as they passed through the jungle vegetation. He counted carefully, ensuring there were no errors in his initial assessment. He was confident in his combat abilities and genuinely believed they would win this engagement, but that confidence didn't translate to carelessness. Before initiating any fight, Moon always wanted to determine as many variables as possible. He refused to let preventable mistakes compromise their chances. "There are 16 of them total," Moon observed, analyzing their formation. "They're moving mostly in groups of 3, maintaining close coordination, except for one warrior who's positioned slightly ahead and separate, probably their patrol leader or most experienced tracker." One group of 3 heretics was rapidly approaching the exact position where Moon's ambush was set. Moon slowly turned his head to the right where Yara and her warriors were concealed. He made quick hand signals indicating approaching enemies and their direction, then formed the words silently with his lips, "Prepare to fight." Yara immediately understood the communication. She returned the signal with her own hand gesture confirming readiness, mouthing back, "Ready." The savvy warriors gripped their weapons tighter, muscles coiling like springs ready to explode into action. Seleni's breathing had become perfectly controlled. Her mana had recovered during their waiting time. She was in a good condition to fight, already channeling her mana in preparation for her opening spell. The three heretics walked directly into the kill zone, completely unaware of the 7 sets of eyes tracking their every movement. Just a few more steps, a little closer. Moon's hand twitched, preparing to give the attack signal. 3, 2, 1. Now! Selene and Moon executed their pre-agreed attack sequence with perfect timing. To maximize enemy casualties with lowest mana usage, they decided to combine their elemental abilities in devastating synergy. Water erupted from Selene's position in a massive torrent, flooding across the ground and covering the 3 heretics who had been completely caught off guard by the sudden ambush. They were unable to stop themselves from getting thoroughly drenched, water soaking into their clothing and covering their blue skin. For a brief moment, smirks formed on the heretics' faces as they realized their target had revealed herself. One of the humans, Selene, was standing directly before them in the open after all. They opened their mouths to send warning signals to their teammates positioned in other areas of the jungle, but before any sound could escape their throats, Moon followed up with his devastating attack. Lightning erupted from his outstretched hand in jagged, crackling lines that covered the distance between them almost instantaneously. Zip. Zip, the combination of lightning and water produced a terrifying result that made even Yara and the savvy warriors gulp in involuntary fear despite being allies. Chapter 140, Trapping the Heretics 2. The electrical current conducted perfectly through the water coating the heretics' bodies, multiplying the damage exponentially as electricity coursed through every water-soaked surface. The 3 powerful heretic warriors, each level 24 combatants with years of hunting experience, became charred corpses in seconds. Their bodies convulsed violently, muscles spasming uncontrollably as lethal voltage stopped their hearts and fried their nervous systems. They remained standing for one surreal moment, barely alive, their bodies swaying as shock and massive internal damage fought against their will to remain upright. Thud, their corpses collapsed simultaneously a second later, life escaping their bodies as they succumbed completely to the overwhelming elemental combination attack. You have killed a level 24 savvy heretic. You have killed a level 24 savvy heretic. You have killed a level 24 savvy heretic. You have gained 400 lives. You have gained 420 lives. You have gained 450 lives. Before Moon or Selene could celebrate their devastating opening strike, one of the more distant heretic warriors caught sight of the 3 charred corpses lying motionless on the jungle floor. His eyes widened with shock and rage. He immediately shouted at maximum volume, alerting all the other patrol members to the ambush location with aggressive clicking and hissing sounds. Crathful Shanath. Moon wasn't alarmed by the warning shout. Instead, a confident smile crossed his face. Good. Let them all come. Fighting scattered enemies wastes time. Better to face them together. It will make burying them easier too, one spot for all. Prepare to engage, Yara, Moon called out clearly. Circle around their formation with your warriors. Selene and I will fight them head-on and hold their attention. You ambush them from behind or the flanks when opportunities present themselves. Be careful, don't get caught or surrounded. Mirage watched from the sidelines. Although he had grown considerably stronger during the past 2 days, he had yet to become strong enough to deal with level 24 warriors. Moon wasn't worried that the heretics would understand their discussion. Yara was the only person on this entire island who understood English, which was precisely why her clan had given her the special title of Maiden. She possessed their benefactor's language. Yara gritted her teeth from her hiding position, genuine fear tightening her chest. She was terrified that as she and her warriors circled to flanking positions, Moon and Selene would get seriously injured or overwhelmed while holding the heretics' full attention. It was 2 against 13 people after all. This wasn't something that even the strongest warriors of her savvy clan could do. But despite her concerns, Yara still followed Moon's instructions without argument. She'd grown to trust his judgment over their short time together, even when his strategy seemed recklessly aggressive and dangerous. She gave quick hand signals to her 4 warriors, and the group began moving stealthily through the dense jungle vegetation, circling wide to approach the converging heretics from unexpected angles. Meanwhile, Moon and Selene stepped fully into the open, abandoning all concealment. The remaining 13 heretic warriors were rapidly converging on their position from multiple directions, weapons drawn and fury burning in their eyes at seeing 3 of their companions slaughtered so easily. Moon summoned his staff from his spatial storage, the weapon materializing in his grip with familiar weight. Selene positioned herself beside him, mana already swirling around her hands as she prepared multiple elemental attacks. "Ready?" Moon asked quietly. "Always," Selene confirmed with grim determination. The heretics emerged from the jungle in coordinated groups, surrounding Moon and Selene's position in a loose semicircle. Their formation was disciplined despite their obvious rage. These were experienced warriors, not mindless zealots. The patrol leader, the lone heretic Moon had identified earlier, stepped forward slightly, his eyes fixed on Moon with burning hatred. "Shvak Krath Nal," he hissed venomously, raising his weapon. "Vorkath Shanath Raz." Moon didn't understand the specific words, but the hostile intent was crystal clear. The heretics wanted both him and Selene dead, no negotiation or mercy. "It seems like you really love us, huh?" Moon said with a deliberate smirk, trying to draw the leader's full attention and make flanking maneuvers easier for Yara and her warriors. "What did we do to deserve such a warm welcome?" Surprisingly, despite his obvious aggression and murderous intent toward them, the heretic leader's eyes kept jumping around constantly, scanning the surrounding jungle rather than focusing exclusively on his targets. "You good there?" Moon called out mockingly. "Your eyes are moving around a tad bit too much. You might want to get that checked. Could be a neurological condition. I heard that these could be very distracting." Selene barely suppressed a laugh at his absurd joke, despite the clear mortal danger surrounding them. The heretic leader completely ignored Moon's taunting. Instead, he began speaking rapidly to his warriors in their language, issuing what were clearly orders. After he finished, several of the heretics who had been positioned in the surrounding formation immediately changed their stances. Rather than maintaining offensive postures focused on Moon and Selene, they shifted into defensive positions, their weapons raised and their attention scanning the area for hidden threats. At that moment, Moon instantly realized something was fundamentally wrong with their plan. "They know there are people with us, or they know that Yara and the strongest savvy warriors are missing from the village." The leader's cautious actions were unmistakable. He wouldn't have divided his forces or adopted defensive positioning if he didn't possess some form of intel. A confident commander facing only two isolated enemies would have simply attacked with his large force immediately. Realizing their ambush strategy had failed due to circumstances beyond their control, Moon immediately switched his approach on the spot. "They know you're hiding." Moon called out loudly in English, still maintaining eye contact with his unnerving smirk, as if addressing the heretics' group leader directly. "We're going to attack the ones actively searching for you. Begin your own attacks immediately after we strike. Don't wait for perfect positioning." Yara, who was hiding, waiting for the perfect moment, immediately relayed Moon's words to the warriors beside her. Time was running out for the heretics. Chapter 141, Immense Power. Then Moon began channeling mana for his most devastating spell. Crimson gold flames slowly emerged from his staff, the concentrated heat power radiating outward in near-visible waves that made even the experienced heretic leader's expression shift from confidence to worry. The air around Moon's staff began distorting from the intense thermal energy as Ignite reached full charge, the Epicrank skill building toward its devastating 250% damage multiplier. The heretic leader recognized the threat immediately. His eyes widened as he realized whatever spell the human was preparing possessed catastrophic potential. "Krath Vorshith Nal," the leader screamed urgently, commanding his warriors to scatter and attack before the spell could be released. But Moon had already chosen his targets, the 5 heretics who'd moved into searching positions, the ones actively looking for Yara's group. He released Ignite directly into their cluster. Boom, the explosion was absolutely catastrophic for those caught in its radius. The group of 5 heretics who'd been actively searching for Yara's position were nearly all struck at point-blank range, having been positioned relatively close to each other when the detonation occurred. 4 of them were consumed instantly by the superheated blast. Their bodies didn't just burn, they were reduced to ash and charred bone fragments in less than a second. The 250% damage multiplier from Moon's Epicrank Ignite skill creating temperatures that exceeded normal fire capabilities by orders of magnitude. One heretic had managed to leap backward just as Moon released the spell, avoiding the point-blank epicenter by mere meters. But that partial escape only made his fate infinitely worse than the others. Instead of dying instantly and mercifully like his companions, his exposed skin began melting at an alarming rate. The flesh liquefied and slewed off bone as the residual heat and burn effect from Ignite worked through his body. He collapsed screaming, slowly dying from injuries so horrific that no warrior would wish them upon even their worst enemies. The other heretics who had scattered in different directions, thinking they might also be targeted and consumed by that devastating spell, watched with expressions filled with absolute horror. This wasn't just a powerful attack. This was something to fear more profoundly than death itself. The lingering agony, the complete annihilation of comrades, the sheer destructive magnitude. Several heretic warriors actually took involuntary steps backward despite their zealous ideology, their survival instincts ringing bells in their brains. Selene, positioned to Moon's side, was equally shocked by the spell's devastating effectiveness. She immediately channeled water and wind elements to create cooling barriers around herself, protecting against the intense heat wave that radiated outward from the attack's epicenter. This was the first time she had seen Moon cast that spell. How did he become this strong so quickly? Selene thought with genuine amazement mixed with slight disbelief. He's improving at such an alarming rate. Just what exactly did he experience before we met? And what kind of class does he actually possess to generate this level of power? The first time she'd partnered with Moon as a newly awakened individual, she'd witnessed his initial attempts at basic magic. His first water sphere spell had been almost endearingly clumsy. He'd struggled visibly to maintain the spell's cohesion and shape, but he'd improved steadily, relentlessly, with determination that neared obsession. And now, barely any time later, he was casting powerful spells that literally vaporized multiple level 24 enemies simultaneously. She could barely reconcile that the struggling beginner and this devastating combatant were the same person. I knew he was different, but I didn't expect him to be so different. Selene looked at Moon with a profound expression, her gaze trying to unveil his hidden secrets. Yara and her savvy warriors didn't give the shocked heretics any chance to recover or regroup. They immediately launched their ambush attacks from the flanking positions they'd achieved during Moon's distraction. The four warriors burst from concealment with weapons raised, charging toward the disoriented heretics with battle cries. Yara initiated the engagement from range with an arrow that came within centimeters of claiming a life immediately. Whoosh, the arrow flew at an alarming speed, plunging deep into the shoulder of one heretic warrior who'd been frozen in horror watching his companions burn. He winced from the sudden pain, his face contorting with the shock of impact. Rather than trying to extract the arrow completely, which would have caused massive bleeding and potential death, the heretic warrior gripped the arrow shaft firmly and twisted it violently, snapping off the exterior portion while deliberately leaving the arrowhead embedded deep in his shoulder tissue. The remaining fragment would act as a crude plug, blocking the wound and preventing more bleeding while he continued fighting. He threw the broken arrow shaft contemptuously onto the jungle floor, then turned toward the approaching savvy warriors with eyes blazing with rage. His comrades had just been incinerated, his shoulder was impaled, and their mission had been ambushed by the very prey they'd been hunting. With a roaring battle cry, the wounded heretic charged directly at the nearest savvy warrior, his weapon raised despite his injury, choosing aggressive offense over defensive caution. The remaining heretics, now down to 8 functional combatants from their original 16, began rallying around their leader who was shouting commands to reform their scattered formation. Moon surveyed the battlefield with cold tactical assessment. 5 enemies had been killed instantly, whilst one was dying slowly from afflicted burns. 8 still combat-capable but shaken and partially surrounded. The odds had dramatically turned in their favor. "Press the advantage," Moon called out. "Don't let them regroup." Moon began channeling his next spell, already selecting targets to eliminate. Although the ambush strategy hadn't unfolded perfectly as planned, it had provided them with crucial information about heretic awareness and coordination. "Selene, wake up, it's time to slaughter the prey," Moon's voice called out sharply, breaking through Selene's momentary stunned daze. Selene snapped back to full combat focus immediately, a fierce grin spreading across her face. She'd clearly been motivated and energized by witnessing Moon's earlier devastating attack. Let's get to work. Chapter 142, Destroying the Heretics. Fire began forming in both their hands simultaneously, the flames slowly rising in heat intensity and concentrated power until they reached optimal destructive potential. Then they released the attacks onto their enemies, raining elemental devastation with absolutely no mercy or hesitation. Boom, whoosh, explosions and flames erupted across the battlefield as Moon and Selene worked in tandem. From her position, Yara maintained constant pressure on the heretics with her sharp arrows. Her shots weren't designed to kill immediately. She was smart enough to recognize that wounding and disrupting enemy positioning was often more valuable than attempting kill shots which were hard to come by. Thwip, thwip, arrows forced heretics to dodge awkwardly, disrupted their attempts to coordinate together in formations, and created openings that Moon and Selene exploited without hesitation. But the heretic leader wasn't foolish. After watching 5 of his warriors die to Moon's area effect magic, he immediately recognized the vulnerability and began shouting urgent commands. Vorketh, Nalshara Keth. The remaining 8 heretics immediately began spreading apart, abandoning their clustered formation in favor of dispersed positioning that made them much harder to target with area attacks. More critically, they began closing distance rapidly toward the savvy warriors who were engaging in melee combat. By positioning themselves in close proximity to Moon's allies, they created a dilemma. If Moon threw his explosive spells now, he'd inevitably catch Yara's warriors in the blast radius alongside his intended targets. Moon's brows furrowed with irritation as he recognized the clever counter-strategy. Smart, they're using our own people as shields against my powerful ignite skill. The heretics pressed their advantage aggressively, weaving between savvy warriors and maintaining close combat distances that neutralized Moon's ranged magical power. Seeing this, Moon made a rapid adjustment. Yara, tell your warriors to disengage and move away, create distance from the heretics, Moon shouted clearly, as he began to gather his mana once more. Yara immediately translated the command into speech while simultaneously loosing another arrow to provide covering fire. Val Shah Norvash Kel. The four savvy warriors understood instantly despite being engaged in active combat. They began executing fighting retreats, maintaining defensive stances while backing away from their opponents to create distance. The heretics recognized what was happening and tried to close distance even faster, understanding that allowing gaps to form would expose them to the devastating flames once again. But during that critical transition period, the few seconds while heretics advanced and savvy warriors retreated, two of the enemy warriors moved slightly slower than their companions, their positioning becoming temporarily isolated. Moon and Selene didn't waste the opportunity. Moon's lightning crackled across the gap, striking one heretic directly in the chest. The warrior convulsed and collapsed, his heart stopped by the electrical surge. Lightning was a better alternative for single targets. It was quicker to cast and cost less mana when used in moderation. You have killed a level 24 savvy heretic. You have gained 380 lives. Simultaneously, Selene's combined wind and fire attack engulfed the second isolated warrior, the superheated vortex cooking him alive from the inside out. Now only 6 heretics remained, including their leader, facing the 7 of Moon's team. The advantage in numbers had turned in Moon's favor almost instantly. Moon made another tactical decision. He dismissed his staff back to spatial storage and instead summoned his combat dagger, the blade materializing in his grip. Although he'd lost the temporary assassin class and the dagger art skill that came with it when the 24-hour duration expired, Moon still retained some muscle memory from the little proficiency he'd gained during that time. The knowledge hadn't vanished, he simply no longer had the system-enhanced guidance. I wonder if my proficiency will continue increasing if I simply use the techniques without having the active skill, Moon thought curiously. He'd never tested whether skills could be developed purely through practice after losing system support. Now seemed like an excellent time to experiment, given their numerical advantage. The heretic leader recognized the change in momentum and made his own desperate decision. Rather than continuing defensive tactics, he pointed directly at Moon and screamed a command, Krathful Nal Shanath Vor. All 6 remaining heretics immediately charged directly toward Moon, abandoning any pretense of defensive positioning. They'd correctly identified him as the primary threat. Kill Moon, no matter the consequences. Moon gripped his dagger properly, settling into the combat stance dagger art had instilled in him before. He wasn't afraid of them at all. In fact, with their reduced numbers and desperate tactics, they were perfect test subjects for experimenting with his theory about skill retention. It seems like you're in a hurry to be chopped up, Moon said with a cold smirk as he settled into his own combat stance. The heretics closed the distance rapidly, with murder burning in their eyes, and their weapons ready to ear Moon into pieces. Moon moved forward to meet them head-on, while the savvy warriors rushed in simultaneously from the flanks, refusing to leave Moon fighting alone against superior numbers. Moon wasn't foolish enough to rely purely on blade work despite his desire to test dagger techniques. He actively used his multiple elements to create advantages, raising earth barriers to disrupt the heretics' movement and force one-on-one engagements, using water and wind to distract and disorient opponents, creating openings for his blade strikes. His dagger barely inflicted damage initially. The physical attacks lacked the raw power of his magical attacks, and without the dagger art skill's damage bonuses, his strikes were merely competent rather than dangerous. But Moon enjoyed the experience. Fighting at close quarters gave him a feeling of thrill that casting spells from safe distances simply couldn't replicate. The immediate danger, the split-second decisions, the physical exertion, it was nothing short of intoxicating. The savvy warriors approached rapidly and engaged 4 of the 6 heretics directly, easing the pressure on Moon immediately. This allowed him to focus exclusively on perfecting his dagger techniques rather than juggling magic and blade work simultaneously. Observing that his damage output remained disappointingly low due to wielding the dagger without any special skill enhancement, Moon decided to apply his own twist to it. He began coating the blade's edge with concentrated fire element, superheating the metal until it glowed orange red. The flames made the weapon both hotter and functionally sharper, allowing it to cut through blue flesh far more effectively. Chapter 143, reached level 25, class evolution available. Much better, Moon thought with satisfaction as his next strike carved deeper into their flesh, leaving a burn mark on their skin rather than merely scratching them. Selene, Yara, don't intervene unless things go badly wrong, Moon called out while parrying a spear thrust. I need the experience and the kills. Selene looked momentarily concerned, but nodded understanding. Just don't get overconfident and die. Moon maintained his usual combat style of casting spells, Selene wouldn't have been worried. With the 4 savvy warriors helping him, he could easily dispatch them, but he was fighting in close range, something that he wasn't attuned for. Selene knew that Moon had a mage class, otherwise he wouldn't have been able to cast out multiple elemental spells. This meant that Moon wasn't naturally attained to the dagger, since it was a universal rule that awakeners could not use skills outside their class circle. A mage couldn't use close combat skills, and a knight couldn't use mage skills. Yara translated Moon's instruction to her warriors, who adjusted their tactics accordingly. Rather than trying to kill the heretics they'd engaged, the savvy fighters moved to a more defensive style of fighting, merely blocking attacks, maintaining pressure, preventing escape, and avoiding lethal strikes. They were holding the enemies in place specifically for Moon to finish. You have killed a level 24 savvy heretic. You have gained 420 lives. You have killed a level 24 savvy heretic. You have gained 400 lives. Moon moved through his assigned targets swiftly, his body graceful, dancing between them. His movements grew progressively smoother as muscle memory reinforced itself through repetition. Parries became more efficient, strikes found vulnerable points with increasing accuracy, and his footwork improved with each exchange. You have killed a level 24 savvy heretic. You have gained 410 lives. You have killed a level 24 savvy heretic. You have gained 370 lives. Selene watched the scene in pure disbelief. She couldn't believe what she was witnessing before her eyes. It was as if her very eyes were deceiving her. Am I hallucinating, or is he getting better by the minute? The proficiency was definitely there. Moon could feel the techniques settling back into his body, even without the system skill actively guiding him. So it is possible, Moon confirmed mentally. Skills leave permanent knowledge even after the system support ends. I just need to maintain practice, and perhaps I would be able to even gain the skill at a certain point. Moon was certain of the former hypothesis. As for the latter, he still needed to test it and gain a skill through it. For now, it remained something he needed to explore to understand deeper. Eventually, only the heretic leader remained standing. His companions had all been eliminated by Moon, slowly but surely becoming experience and lives he claimed. The leader was now isolated and surrounded, but he was still dangerous. His eyes burned with fanatical hatred. Moon approached cautiously, recognizing this opponent was significantly more skilled than the others that he had dispatched. The leader was clearly level 25 based on his movement and the power behind his attacks. Fighting him with just a dagger would be too risky and foolish. We need to leave soon, just in case more are coming. It's better to slowly dispatch these people in groups of 10 rather than at once. Moon thought to himself, his eyes on the last remaining heretic. Moon decided on a practical solution rather than an honorable one. He formed a compressed fireball in his free hand and hurled it directly at the leader's face as a distraction. The heretic reacted instantly, raising his weapon to deflect the magical attack, exactly as Moon had anticipated. Boom! In that split second of divided attention, Moon closed distance explosively and thrust his superheated dagger forward in rapid succession. Whoosh, whoosh. Whoosh! 3 quick thrusts penetrated the leader's torso, covering the abdomen, lower ribcage, and upper chest, each one driving deep before Moon withdrew the blade and repositioned for the next attack. The heretic leader tried to counterattack with a desperate swing, but Moon had already leaped backward out of range, his agility attribute making the retreat effortless. The leader stood swaying, his body punctured like a sponge, blood pouring from multiple wounds. He coughed violently, blood spraying from his mouth. Despite his mortal injuries, the heretic leader's eyes remained defiant. He raised one trembling hand and pointed directly at Moon while speaking in a rasping voice filled with venom. Vorkath, Shanath Kal, Vornash Krath. Then he collapsed forward, dead before hitting the ground. You have killed a level 25 savvy heretic. You have gained 550 lives. You have reached level 25. Class evolution available. Please complete evolution tasks to advance from Awakener to Evolver. Moon stared at the notification with satisfaction before turning toward Yara, who looked visibly shaken by the battle's brutal conclusion. What did he say at the end, before he died? What were those final words? Moon asked curiously. He felt conviction behind his last words despite not understanding what the words meant. Yara swallowed hard, then translated quietly. He said, "The false ones shall never claim the legacy. Your corruption will end under his brother's hands." She paused, then added softly, "He truly believed you were evil, Moon." Until his very last breath, he was convinced he was fighting for something righteous. Moon looked down at the dead heretic leader without emotion. These fanatics will always believe they're fighting for a righteous cause. That's what makes them dangerous, Moon said simply before dismissing the dagger back to his storage. Status, he muttered, summoning the translucent screen before him. He had achieved a milestone he had long since wanted to hit. A name, Moon. A race, human. Class, classless. Level 25, awaiting evolution. Lives 15,221. Strength 38, Agility 38, Constitution 43, Mana 58, +5 to all stats. Attribute points 5. Skills elemental attack 5 element affinity tenacity silver skin ignite. Talent Grim Reaper. Class skill class slot 01. Chapter 144 Class advancement options 1. Moon and the others left the battlefield area without cleaning up anything. Although feeding Mirage the bodies of the dead heretics would have gained the horse a level or 2 through consumption, Moon knew better than to do that. He could tell instinctively that such an action would make the savvy people extremely uncomfortable and possibly create a negative perception of him and Selene, something he had no intention of allowing to happen after they'd fought together so effectively. So he left the bodies where they'd fallen, alongside all the carnage and destruction they'd created within that section of forest. Staying near the corpses was dangerous anyway. The smell of blood and death would attract scavengers and potentially alert other heretic patrols to their location. They needed to move further away in a completely different direction. Once the group reached what Yara deemed a safe area, sufficiently distant from the bodies and unlikely to be discovered by scouting teams, Moon finally took the opportunity to check the system notifications he deliberately ignored during combat. You cannot reach level 26 before you undergo your first class advancement. All experience acquired during the evolution process will be recorded and calculated once the evolution is successfully completed. You may choose one of the following class advancement options. 1. Dark Assassin. 2. Ranger Healer. 3. Mage Knight. 4. Grand Elemental Sorcerer. 5. Classless. Reading through the messages flashing across his vision, Moon felt genuinely puzzled by the sheer variety. There were so many viable classes he could choose from, and most appeared to be either an evolution of classes he'd temporarily copied previously or represented combinations synthesizing multiple skill sets. They all looked incredibly powerful and unique in their own ways, especially the Grand Elemental Sorcerer option, which made Moon intensely curious about what abilities and progression path it might offer. Moon had finally reached level 25, granting him access to the necessary trial for his first class advancement. Once he completed whatever tasks the system assigned, he would officially become an evolver rather than merely an awakener, a transformation that represented a fundamental power increase. Are you choosing which pathway you want to take? Selene asked, unable to suppress her curiosity despite trying to give Moon space for the important decision. Moon nodded, his eyes still fixed on the different class options displayed before him. Yes, I have several viable options. Just thinking carefully about which one I should choose. I see, Selene said with understanding. Just make absolutely sure you think it through completely. Once you lock in your answer, you can never go back or change your mind. This will be your main pathway forever. It defines your entire future progression. Meanwhile, Yara sat nearby looking thoroughly puzzled, her large eyes blinking with confusion at the conversation happening around her. She leaned closer towards Selene and said hesitantly, "What are you both talking about? There are so many words I don't understand. What is a pathway? Isn't that just a road or trail?" Selene chuckled warmly before turning toward Yara to provide explanation. The pathway is indeed a road, but in this specific context, it's a metaphorical road for the evolution of our class system. In simple terms, it represents what type of power we want to focus on developing throughout our entire lifetime. She thought for a moment, then continued, "Let's use an archer as an example for clarity since you are an archer yourself. When an archer reaches level 25, they would be granted several pathway options by the system, possibilities like Swift Archer, Sharpshooter, or Deadeye. These are all real class evolutions I've heard of from other awakeners. Each pathway you choose focuses on developing a specific aspect of your combat strength." Yara listened intently as Selene elaborated. A Swift Archer would become incredibly agile with extraordinarily fast shooting speed, whereas a Sharpshooter would develop supernatural accuracy to the point where missing a target becomes almost impossible. Each specialization offers different advantages depending on your fighting style and preferences. "Ah, that sounds absolutely fascinating," Yara exclaimed, her eyes lighting up with wonder, but then a look of profound sadness overtook her expression. "Unfortunately, we don't have anything like that here on Lunaris. I've never heard anyone in our clan speak of such systems or choices. It must be exclusive to the benefactor's race, something only you guys possess." Selene smiled warmly, trying to offer some comfort. "Not necessarily true. While non-human species usually don't receive multiple options and simply evolve along their naturally predetermined pathway, there are definitely some exceptions from what I've heard. Your savvy clan could potentially be one of those special cases." She paused thoughtfully before continuing. "You mentioned having several level 25 warriors in your clan, correct? But since you've never heard anyone discuss class advancement choices, and I haven't observed any true evolvers among your people despite their high levels," Selene's expression grew more serious, "you might be artificially limited by this realm itself." A restriction could be placed upon your entire population, keeping you stuck at level 25 without the ability to rise further in level or undergo evolution. Yara's face showed genuine shock at this revelation. Can you explain more about what you mean? How could our world itself limit us? The thought of their entire existence being constrained by invisible forces was something almost incomprehensible to her understanding of reality. It's not necessarily a bad thing, Selene said gently, trying to soften the disturbing implication. Perhaps it's actually a protective safety mechanism designed to keep your people safe within this place. By preventing you from advancing beyond a certain threshold, it might also prevent you from ever encountering enemies powerful enough to threaten your extinction. Yara's mind worked through the logic, her expression troubled. But who could possibly have the power to place such a powerful restriction on the people of Lunaris? Who controls our very potential? Selene paused for a moment before shaking her head slowly. I honestly don't think it's a single person in the traditional sense. Just thinking about it is terrifying. To place an entire realm under permanent level restriction would require power beyond anything I can comprehend. Not even the most powerful humans in recorded history could accomplish something of that magnitude. Chapter 145, Shocking Advancement Tasks. Selene gestured around them at the island itself. It's most likely just the sanctuary system itself imposing natural laws and limitations. As for the underlying reason why such restrictions exist, I honestly don't know. We can only speculate based on limited information, like I mentioned earlier. Yara sat in contemplative silence, processing this fundamental revelation about her world and people. Moon, meanwhile, continued staring at his class advancement options, but his mind had already been made up from the moment he'd seen the choices. Although superficially there doesn't appear to be any obvious advantage, my class is still objectively the best option no matter which angle I look at it from, Moon thought with absolute conviction. While all the other class options sounded genuinely impressive and powerful, Dark Assassin promised stealth and lethality, Grand Elemental Sorcerer offered mastery over multiple elements with more power. They were all fundamentally limiting in nature by their very definitions. Each traditional class locked you into a specific progression path with predetermined abilities and growth patterns. Meanwhile, his classless designation imposed no such restrictions. It offered infinite flexibility, the ability to copy and test other classes temporarily, and progression limited only by his own creativity and determination rather than system-imposed boundaries. There was no real competition. Moon mentally selected his choice. You have chosen classless as your first class advancement. The system interface seemed to pause momentarily, as if processing something far more complex than a standard class selection. Then a new text appeared. Classless, an existence beyond classification, an irregular existence outside the system. The path of one without class is a path walked in solitude, carved not by fate's design but by will alone. Where others follow roads laid before them, you forge your own way through the unknown. To advance and prove yourself worthy of bearing this burden, to demonstrate you possess the necessary qualifications to truly become classless, you must fulfill the trials set before you. These are not tasks given lightly. You have chosen the road with no map. Now walk it and show the world what it means to be an irregular. The notification felt different from anything Moon had encountered before. It wasn't just text conveying information, almost as if something vast and incomprehensible was observing him through the system interface itself. Moon felt a chill run down his spine despite his previous confidence. Kill 50 level 25 creatures classified at S-rank power level alone, 0-50. Copy and comprehend 5 uncommon or rare rank skills, 0-5. Gain a legendary rank skill, 0-1. What? Moon's face grew visibly solemn as shock flooded his senses. The tasks were nothing short of outrageous, far beyond what he'd anticipated even for his irregular class. Selene immediately noticed his dramatic reaction and asked with genuine worry, "Are you okay? Is something wrong with the tasks?" Moon shook his head, trying to compose his expression. "It's just that the requirements are extremely difficult, more challenging than I expected." Seeing him deliberately not elaborating on specifics, Selene understood better than to pry into private system information. "It's okay, I'm sure you'll figure out how to accomplish them eventually. If you need any help with anything I can assist with, I'm here for you. We're a team, we can support each other." "Thanks," Moon said sincerely before returning his attention to analyzing the impossible tasks. The first requirement was incredibly daunting. Even the strongest human awakeners in recorded history had at most killed a handful of S-rank beasts before their evolution, and many of those kills might have been accomplished with teams providing support, not solo. S-rank creatures weren't just powerful and extraordinarily difficult to defeat, they were also incredibly rare to encounter in the first place. Most awakeners never even saw one during their entire time in the first sanctuary. To kill 50 of them would take months of dedicated hunting time at minimum, requiring multiple extended expeditions just to locate enough specimens. The task seemed designed to be nearly impossible. Thankfully, the second requirement was something Moon could actually accept and accomplish without much effort. Copying and comprehending 5 uncommon or rare rank skills would take approximately a month if he was fortunate and encountered enough awakeners, maybe a few additional days if circumstances proved less favorable, if the skills were completely new to him, or if comprehending them took some more time. But the third task became something else entirely, a requirement that made Moon question everything he understood about the power system. Legendary rank, that rank actually exists, Moon thought in shock. He had never heard anyone mention legendary rank skills, not once, not in any conversation, documentation, news, or even rumors. He'd copied skills from 2 of the strongest people he'd ever encountered, Selene and Kale. Both were exceptional talents with potential that rivaled evolvers who'd reached the second sanctuary or even surpassers, those at the pinnacle of the second sanctuary. Yet neither possessed anything above epic rank, at least without evolving their skills. Moon couldn't reasonably rely on simply copying epic skills from others, and then evolving them further through life expenditure to reach legendary rank. The fundamental problem was that apparently nobody even received epic rank skills from their initial class assignment, let alone anything higher. Maybe I just don't have enough information about the upper limits. I should ask Selene carefully without revealing too much, Moon thought as he prepared his approach. He sighed dramatically, running a hand through his hair. These evolution tasks are really brutal. They're asking me to hunt down multiple S-rank beasts solo, which I honestly don't know if that's even possible for someone at my current power level, despite reaching the highest level. Moon paused deliberately, then continued as if the thought just occurred to him. Even if I manage to evolve one of my skills to epic rank eventually through enough life investment, S-rank beasts would still be incredibly dangerous opponents. Maybe what I actually need is access to a skill above epic rank to have a real chance, haha. He delivered the last part with a self-deprecating laugh, making it sound like an absurd fantasy rather than a serious question. Chapter 146, Do Legendary Skills Exist? Moon turned towards Selene with curiosity etched on his face. That makes me wonder though, do you think skill ranks actually go higher than epic? Selene's expression immediately softened with sympathy. Those really are harsh requirements, especially the S-rank beast hunting, but I suppose it makes sense given how uniquely powerful your abilities have proven to be. The system probably scales task difficulty based on your demonstrated potential. She thought for a moment before continuing. You can definitely accomplish the S-rank kills once you've evolved at least one of your skills to epic rank. The power difference between rare and epic is enormous. It would give you the combat advantage you need. Actually, I'm working toward the same goal myself. I want to evolve my primary skill to epic rank before attempting my own class advancement. That's what the most powerful people do. Then Selene addressed his actual question about higher skill tiers, her expression becoming contemplative and uncertain. As for skills above epic rank, she paused, clearly thinking through everything she'd learned. I've honestly never heard of such a thing existing, at least not in the first sanctuary. Maybe, and this is pure speculation, maybe things exist in the higher sanctuaries where the baseline power levels are fundamentally different. But here, among first-order awakeners, I've never heard anyone speak of possessing or even witnessing a skill ranked above epic. Selene's voice took on a more pondering tone as she continued. Think about the practical requirements for obtaining one. You would need to receive an epic rank skill directly from your class assignment right from the beginning, which I've never heard of happening to anyone ever. The highest starting rank I've personally confirmed is rare, and even that's incredibly uncommon. You would need a unique class to have such a high-ranking skill from the get-go. She gestured expressively as she continued explaining. Then, even if such an impossible thing occurred and someone did start with epic rank, they'd need to evolve it further through massive life expenditure. The cost scaling would be absolutely astronomical. We're talking potentially tens of thousands of lives to push a skill beyond epic tier, assuming the system even allows such advancement. Selene shook her head with skepticism, and honestly, even if it were technically possible, it wouldn't be strategically productive. Spending years grinding lives to evolve a single skill when that same time could be invested in reaching the second sanctuary, where your baseline power would increase dramatically through natural progression. It just doesn't make sense. Your life isn't guaranteed, and staying as an awakener is always a risk. Moon nodded slowly, absorbing this information while his mind worked through the implications. So not only has no human in recorded history received an epic rank skill from initial class assignment, but the very concept of pushing beyond epic is considered either impossible or so impractical that no one seriously attempts it, which means my third evolution task is asking me to accomplish something that most, if not all, humans believe doesn't even exist. Despite the overwhelming challenge, or perhaps because of it, Moon couldn't suppress a surge of exhilaration coursing through his entire body. His heart began to beat faster, not with fear but with anticipation. The tasks were borderline impossible by all standards. But that made perfect sense. He'd chosen to walk the classless path. He deliberately rejected the comfortable, well-mapped roads that others followed. His entire progression was built on the fundamental premise that he would carve his own way through this world rather than following in anyone's footsteps, bound to the system's predetermined paths of power. This was exactly what he'd signed up for. There is so much still to discover, so much to understand about the fundamental nature of everything, Moon thought, his mind expanding outward to embrace questions that most awakeners never even considered asking. This world, where did it truly originate? What is the system at its core essence? What is its actual purpose beyond just granting power? What exists beyond the mapped territories and known sanctuaries? Moon had already found answers to a few questions that had plagued him before, but the pattern was becoming clear. The more mysteries he solved, the more new questions emerged to replace them. Each answer revealed deeper layers of complexity. Each discovery exposed how little he actually understood about the true scope of reality and how it operated. The golden fish that served as the benefactor's companion. A human with multi-elemental mastery existing 300 years before the collapse. Hidden realms operating under different laws. Entire species trapped by level restrictions they couldn't even perceive. Every piece of evidence suggested the world was far stranger, far more vast, and far more ancient than the official 200-year history humanity claimed. Only by becoming strong will I find the real answers I'm seeking, Moon resolved with absolute conviction. Strong like the benefactor was. No, stronger than even that. Strong enough that the system itself has to acknowledge my existence. Strong enough to break the rules that others don't even realize exist. Moon's eyes refocused on the present, his momentary contemplation turning to resolve. He had impossible tasks ahead of him, 50 S-rank solo kills. 5 uncommon or rare skill acquisitions, 1 legendary rank skill that supposedly didn't exist, but Moon had already accomplished things that should have been impossible. He defied his existence as a worthless null, survived the onslaught of 2 S-rank creatures stronger than him and always prevailed no matter what. This was just the next impossible challenge he had placed for himself, and Moon intended to prove it was possible after all. All right, Moon said aloud, pulling himself from internal contemplation. Let's focus on what we can control right now. We still need to clear this realm, and I need to start working on these evolution tasks while we're here. Selene looked at him with respect, clearly sensing the change in his demeanor from shocked to determined. What is your plan? Chapter 147, The 3 Apex Predators. First, we find more powerful beasts to hunt. This island clearly has creatures at the level I need. We just fought level 24 and 25 heretics. There must be S-rank beasts somewhere on Lunaris, perhaps the heretic leader himself too. He turned toward Yara. Tell me about the most dangerous creatures on this island, the ones your people avoid or have legends about, the monsters that even your strongest warriors fear. Yara's expression grew serious as she processed the question. There are several, she said slowly. Places we do not go, creatures we do not hunt, things that dwell in the deep jungle and volcanic regions that even the benefactor warned us to leave undisturbed. Moon leaned forward with intense focus. Tell me everything, I need to know where to find them. Because those terrifying monsters everyone else avoided, those were exactly what Moon needed to hunt. Yara exchanged a meaningful glance with the savvy warriors before nodding her head solemnly. Well, there are 3 apex predators that I'm aware of on Lunaris. The most unpredictable is the Crab King. This one appears rarely, mostly when we kill enough of its kind that it becomes enraged and wants to take revenge or send a territorial message. It hasn't emerged in a very long time, not since we stopped hunting crabs extensively after the last catastrophic incident, which happened 120 lunar cycles ago. Her expression darkened with the memory. That encounter took the lives of 20 of our clan members in a single day. Since then, we've avoided crab hunting grounds almost entirely. The second is the Magma King, which lives deep within Taggle Mountain. It's extraordinarily territorial, violently so. A scouting group of our savvy members was once instructed to explore the volcanic region and gather rare heat-resistant resources when they encountered the terrifying beast unexpectedly. Yara's voice dropped lower. It slaughtered most of those who were part of the expedition, leaving only a single survivor to tell the story, and even he bore injuries so severe he never fully recovered. The last, but certainly not least, is the Heretics' clan guardian beast, the Black Raven. Moon placed his hand thoughtfully on his chin, processing this information. The first 2 creatures sounded dangerous and interesting, but the third raised entirely new questions. So you're saying the Heretics possess a guardian beast on the same power level as the Magma King, a creature that serves their clan specifically? He looked at Yara with narrowing eyes. Do you have an equivalent guardian protecting your people too? Yara nodded seriously. Yes, we do. Our clan guardian is the White Swan. These guardian beasts operate under very specific rules. They usually don't interfere in conflicts or daily affairs unless our respective clans face imminent danger of complete annihilation. They don't interact with anyone except the clan chiefs on rare occasions, maintaining their distance from normal clan activities. Moon nodded slowly, understanding, clarifying. That explained why he hadn't seen or sensed such a powerful creature during his stay with the Savvy. How did your people come to have such extraordinarily powerful beasts protecting you? Did the benefactor leave them as guardians when he departed, similar to how he left the golden fish? Yara shook her head firmly. No, these guardian beasts have a very different origin. They are the lifelong companions of our opposing clan's grand chiefs, the most legendary leaders in our entire history. Our grand chief, Velshara the Tranquil Wave, was bonded with the White Swan. The heretic's grand chief, Krathel the Burning Darkness, was bonded with the Black Raven. Her voice carried deep reverence when speaking those names, as if invoking figures of almost mythological status. The Grand Chiefs represent the strongest leaders to ever exist in our clan's recorded history. Their power shaped everything about how our society developed. Moon leaned forward with genuine curiosity. I don't mean to be insensitive, but are these Grand Chiefs still alive? Because to successfully tame and bond with S-rank beasts of that magnitude, they would need to be exceptionally, almost unbelievably powerful. Yara's expression became profoundly sad. No, they are both dead, have been for many generations now. Their deaths are what created the current fragile peace between our factions. She took a breath before explaining the tragic history. Both Grand Chiefs were part of the younger generation when the benefactor first arrived on Lunaris. They were among his most dedicated students, learning combat techniques, elemental manipulation, and philosophical wisdom during the brief time he remained with us. Yara's hands clenched slightly as she continued. Krathel, the one who would eventually become the heretic's Grand Chief, was originally one of our own people. He was talented, ambitious, and deeply devoted to the benefactor's teachings, but he was also proud and easily wounded by perceived slights. The corrupted faction that would become the heretics manipulated him psychologically over time. They whispered poison into his ears, claiming the benefactor showed favoritism toward Velshara. They said he was being denied his rightful recognition, that his talents were being suppressed deliberately. Eventually, the heretic's ideology claimed Krathel completely. Once he'd grown strong enough through training and had bonded with the Black Raven, they made him their leader, their champion against what they called contamination by outsider influence, Yara said with obvious pain. Velshara and Krathel were both exceptional students of the benefactor, brothers in all but blood initially, but ideology and manipulation transformed them into mortal enemies. They fought countless battles over the years, each encounter devastating the landscape and claiming innocent lives caught between them. Yara's voice grew quieter, more somber. Their final confrontation took place at the Crimson Shore. The beach still bears scorch marks and patches that won't heal even generations later. They fought for 3 days and nights without rest, pushing their bodies and their guardian beasts beyond all reasonable limits. Both Grand Chiefs died in that battle. Velshara the Tranquil Wave and Krathel the Burning Darkness killed each other simultaneously, their final attack striking true at the exact same moment. The White Swan and Black Raven were so grievously wounded trying to protect their bonded partners that both beasts retreated to recover and have never fought again since. Chapter 148, The Black Raven and White Swan. Moon absorbed this information, recognizing the profound impact these two individuals had on shaping Lunaris's entire socio-political landscape. After their deaths, the surviving clan leaders on both sides met under truce. They recognized that if the conflict continued at that intensity, both factions would eventually destroy themselves completely. An agreement was made to reduce direct killing, to maintain territorial boundaries, and to allow the guardian beasts to exist as deterrents rather than active participants in conflict. She gestured around at the island. That treaty has held for generations, though tensions remain. The current heretic leadership still follows Krathel's corrupted ideology, but they lack his personal power and charisma. Similarly, our current chief honors Velshara's memory but cannot match her legendary strength. Moon processed the historical context with new understanding. The heretics' fanatical pursuit of Moon and Selene made more sense now. In their worldview shaped by Krathel's ideology, any outsiders represented the same threat of contamination that had originally divided their society. These Grand Chiefs, Moon said carefully. How powerful were they exactly? What level did they reach? Yara's expression showed uncertainty as she tried to quantify something she'd only heard about through legends and oral history. In terms of raw capability, both Grand Chiefs were slightly stronger than their bonded companions, the Black Raven and the White Swan. Not overwhelmingly so, but enough that in direct confrontation, the Grand Chiefs could command and overpower their guardian beasts if necessary. So they were slightly stronger than S-rank beasts if my predictions about the Guardians' power levels are correct, Moon thought, processing this crucial information before nodding his understanding. To truly gauge the level of power he was going to face and determine whether his evolution tasks were even achievable in this realm, Moon needed to first witness the actual combat capabilities of either the Magma King or the Crab King firsthand. Only direct observation would give him accurate assessment rather than relying on second-hand accounts colored by fear and legend. Thank you for explaining the history, Moon said sincerely to Yara. It genuinely helps me understand what we're dealing with much better, both the political situation and the power dynamics on this island. He turned to Selene. We have viable options for hunting now. The Crab King and the Magma King are confirmed targets, and potentially the Heretic's guardian beast, if circumstances allow for such an encounter. Selene's eyes widened with alarm. Moon, you can't seriously be considering fighting those guardian beasts. They're supposed to be their respective clans' greatest treasures and deterrents. We'll see, Moon interrupted with a slight reassuring smile. I'm ambitious about my goals, not suicidal about my methods. We'll start with the Crab King and Magma King first. His expression grew more calculating. Then, if the Heretics continue their aggressive pursuit and keep forcing confrontations with us, we'll simply kill enough of them to provoke their guardian beast into emerging. Selene still looked deeply troubled by the entire plan, but after a moment's consideration she nodded her reluctant acceptance. She understood perfectly well that Moon needed to hunt these extraordinarily powerful beasts to complete his evolution tasks, the alternative remaining stuck as an awakener for longer. Increasing the time to advance or reach higher sanctuaries without reason was something nobody wanted, least of all someone with Moon's potential and power. Yara had been listening to their exchange with growing anxiety. Moon, Selene, I understand you have your own reasons for pursuing these creatures, but please understand the danger involved. The Magma King has killed experienced hunting parties without effort. The Crab King appears unpredictably and has devastated our settlements when provoked beyond tolerance. She hesitated, then continued with visible discomfort. And the Black Raven, even mentioning plans to hunt it feels wrong. If the Heretics comes to the conclusion that you're targeting their guardian beast, they won't just send small patrols, they'll mobilize their entire military force to hunt you. Moon considered her warnings seriously. I appreciate your concern and I'm not dismissing the risks, but I need to ask, where would I find the Crab King? Moon had decided to go with the Crab King for a few reasons. The first was the information surrounding that creature was more comprehensive, and he had already hunted a few crabs, even if they were weaker than the Crab King himself. To avoid overestimating himself, and to truly gauge the power of the beast, Moon decided that the Crab King was the safest and best option for their first target. Yara sighed, recognizing that Moon had already made his decision and wouldn't be dissuaded by warnings alone. The Crab King's territory encompasses the entire eastern coastline and the shallow reef systems. How many crabs would need to be killed to trigger its appearance? We're not entirely certain, Yara admitted. The last time it emerged, our hunting parties had killed approximately 50 crabs over the span of 2 days, but the appearance might also depend on other factors we don't understand. And the Magma King? Where exactly on Tagal Mountain does it dwell? Moon asked, gathering more information on his next target. Yara pointed toward the distant volcanic peak visible on the horizon. Near the summit, where the heat becomes unbearable for normal beings, there are caves filled with molten rock and sulfurous gases. The Magma King makes its lair in the deepest chambers where even the stone itself flows like water. She shuddered slightly. The survivor who escaped that encounter described the creature as living flame, immune to fire, able to swim through lava as easily as we swim through water, and radiating heat so intense it ignited clothing from dozens of meters away. Hearing that, Selene jumped in the conversation. I think you should hunt the Crab King first. It's more predictable to draw out through provocation. We hunt crabs until it appears, giving us control over timing and location to some degree, whilst also making me stronger in the process in case anything happens. The Magma King is stationary but fights in its home territory where the environment multiply the danger. However, we can scout and prepare specifically for that encounter, rather than dealing with unknown timing. Chapter 149, Choosing the Crab King. Moon had already mentally chosen the Crab King as his first target, but after hearing Selene's words, he became even more firm in his decision. Let's go with the Crab King. It seems slightly less lethal based on the descriptions, and my lightning element should be particularly effective against crustacean-type creatures with their shells and water-based environment. The Magma King's complete fire immunity and lava habitat create serious complications for most of my offensive capabilities. He turned back to Yara with focused determination. We'll need detailed information about the best route to reach the eastern coastline and the shallow reef systems. Let's head there today, no point delaying when we have clear objectives. After listening carefully to everything Yara explained about the terrain features, potential hazards along the route, and the geographical layout of the crab territories, Moon stood up from his seated position. His head nearly struck the low ceiling of the cave they were currently sheltering in. Let's head out immediately. The direction to the Crab King's territory is on the completely opposite side of where we just fought the heretics. We can strike two birds with one stone, creating maximum distance from potential heretic pursuit while moving directly toward our primary destination. Yara sighed with visible resignation but got to her feet alongside the four savvy warriors and Selene. Everyone understood that once Moon set his mind to something, arguing further was pointless. He was going to do it no matter what, even if he was alone. With their goals clearly established and their resolve solidified, the group marched out toward the eastern coastline to deliberately lure out one of the most dangerous apex predators that the world of Lunaris had to offer. The heretic scout moved cautiously through the jungle, following the distinctive signs of recent combat within the area. The lingering scorch marks and the metallic scent of spilled blood carried on the wind made him smirk in anticipation of finding their target. Russell, he broke through the tree line into the battlefield clearing and froze completely. Bodies of his clan members lay scattered across the ground in various states. Some were merely corpses with horrible wounds. Others were charred beyond recognition, their flesh blackened and cracked like overcooked meat. A few had been reduced to little more than ash and bone fragments, their death so catastrophic that almost nothing identifiable remained. The scout's legs buckled beneath him. He collapsed to his knees, crawling desperately toward the nearest body, recognizing the distinctive bone anklet even though the body was burned beyond recognition. His cousin, his childhood friend, his brother in all but blood laid on the forest floor lifeless. In a frenzied state, he gathered what remained of the body into his arms, cradling burnt flesh that crumbled at his touch like fragile paper. Grief overwhelmed his rational thought before a hurt-burning scream forced its way out. ROARR, the anguished cry tore from his throat and spread across the jungle. The haunting wail alerted every heretic patrol within hearing distance. Warriors came rushing from multiple directions, weapons drawn and expecting ambush, only to stop dead when they witnessed the carnage left behind. Their eyes widened with pure disbelief and horror. The clan was small, only a few hundred members total spread across their territory. Most families were closely related through generations of intermarriage and shared bloodlines. These weren't just fallen warriors. These were sons, fathers, brothers, cousins. These were family. Some heretics immediately moved to console the grieving scout, placing hands on his shoulders and speaking soft words of comfort that did nothing to ease the soul-crushing loss. Others searched desperately through the destruction, hoping to find remains of their own relatives to bring home for proper burial rites. But several bodies had been so thoroughly incinerated by magical fire that not even ashes remained. The wind had already scattered the last traces across the island, denying families even that small comfort. The leader of the responding heretic group crouched down beside the most intact corpse, the patrol leader. His eyes scanned the body, locating the wounds. Marks of fire magic covered the torso, alongside multiple dagger thrusts had penetrated vital organs. But what drew his attention most was a specific wound on the shoulder. An arrow wound that went deep inside the shoulder. The leader's jaw tightened as he recognized the person behind that attack. Yara, he muttered the name with venom dripping from every syllable. The only archer within the entire Savvy clan with sufficient skill and accuracy to land such a shot against a combatant like his colleague, the maiden who spoke the corrupted language. The traitor who'd chosen to protect the invaders rather than allow proper justice. His eyes glinted with pure hatred as he stood up slowly. The leader's expression was grim and cold as he turned toward his most trusted subordinates, warriors he knew would carry out orders without question or hesitation at the fastest speed. Chavas Craves Dagmas, he commanded in a tone of authority, return to the village. Inform the chief of this massacre. This is the evidence of Savvy involvement. The leader presented an arrow he found on the floor to his subordinates. Upon hearing their explicit orders, the selected warriors immediately departed at maximum speed with the arrow, racing back toward their home settlement. They needed to inform the heretics' chief about the massacre they'd witnessed and present irrefutable proof of the Savvy clan's direct involvement in the deaths of their kin. The fragile peace that had existed between the two clans for generations, maintained through mutual deterrence, and the memory of the Grand Chief's catastrophic final battle, now balanced on a thread so thin it might snap at any moment. The consequences of that thread breaking were unknown, but they would certainly be catastrophic for both sides. Unlike the Savvy clan, their way was that blood called for blood, and the heretics had more than 13 reasons why rivers of blood would soon flow. Chapter 150, Luring the Crab King 1. I leveled up again, Selene exclaimed with excitement, wiping sweat from her forehead after finishing off a level 24 jungle predator they'd encountered along their journey toward the eastern coast. Nice work, well done, Moon said with a soft smile, walking comfortably beside Mirage. You need to reach level 25 soon though. The heretics definitely aren't going to take our earlier encounter lightly. When retaliation comes, having you at level 25 will make a difference in our survival odds. Selene nodded seriously, her momentary excitement tempered by reality. I'm at level 23 now, 2 more levels before I can attempt my own class advancement tasks and choose my pathway. If we encounter enough strong beasts on the way to the Crab King's territory, I should be able to reach the threshold by the time we lure the Crab King out. Yara walked slightly ahead, guiding them along the safest route through increasingly rough terrain as they approached the coastal regions. The eastern shore awaited, the challenge that would determine whether Moon's impossible evolution tasks were achievable or simply cruel jokes from an indifferent system. There they are, the island crabs, Yara said, pointing toward a group of massive crustaceans feeding on the carcass of a beast they'd clearly hunted successfully at the shoreline. Moon and Selene both focused their attention on the crabs, assessing their size and threat levels. They were on the same level as the island crabs they had hunted some time ago. Selene turned toward Moon with an expression of eager yearning on her face. Can I? Go ahead, Moon said with an encouraging smile. We already agreed this would be the plan anyway. You take the lead on hunting until you reach your limit or level up. Selene practically jumped with excitement before stepping forward confidently, her movement so sudden it surprised Yara, who instinctively reached out to grab her arm in fear for her friend. Moon gently caught Yara's outstretched arm and shook his head. It's okay, let her fight. Don't worry, your friend is strong. She can handle a few oversized shells with pincers attached. Looking at his veiny arms grabbing hers, Yara's cheeks flushed with sudden color at the unexpected physical contact, and she nodded mutely. Realizing what he'd just done without thinking, Moon immediately withdrew his hand as if burned. He could tell from the distinctly unhappy expressions on the savvy warriors' faces that they did not appreciate him touching their maiden so casually, despite their general respect toward him. I'm sorry, I didn't mean any disrespect, Moon apologized immediately to Yara, then turned toward the warriors who, despite not understanding his English words, could clearly gauge his apologetic intent from his tone and body language. That was inappropriate, forgive me. Warriors' expressions eased considerably, and they nodded acceptance of his apology with dignified understanding. Yara immediately shook her head, the blush still coloring her cheeks. It's okay really, don't worry about it at all, she stammered, then hurriedly jogged after Selene in what was clearly an attempt to escape the awkwardness she felt. The 4 warriors followed behind at their usual protective distance, and Moon brought up the rear, releasing a heavy sigh of exasperation at his own thoughtlessness. He felt terrible about touching the maiden of the Savvy clan without any form of consent or warning. Physical contact clearly carried cultural significance among their people that he'd violated through ignorance. Moon could sense that the atmosphere had become awkward and strained despite everyone's attempts to act normal. He could only curse himself inwardly for the social misstep. The Savvy people had been incredibly hospitable and generous to him and Selene, far better than most humans would have been in similar circumstances when dealing with complete strangers who'd literally appeared from nowhere. To repay their kindness with such thoughtless behavior made Moon feel bad, even though he'd meant absolutely nothing inappropriate or malicious by the gesture. I need to be more culturally aware. These aren't just NPCs in a game. They're real people with real social rules I need to respect. Whoosh, wind blades traveled through the air severing the massive pincer of a crab that had attempted to catch Selene from the side. The limb fell heavily to the sand, twitching reflexively. Moon observed carefully as Selene employed wind and earth elements exclusively to engage and eliminate the crabs. They'd already agreed beforehand to make the absolute minimum noise possible during the hunt. Fireballs and explosive attacks created too much sound that could potentially attract heretic patrols if any were operating within audible range of the coastline. Stealth and efficiency took priority over raw destructive spectacle, at least for the time being. Selene managed to successfully fight a total of 7 level 24 crabs before the situation began escalating into genuinely dangerous territory. 2 more massive crabs, each one larger than the previous one, suddenly emerged from the shallow water with aggressive intent, their pincers clicking. Their approach immediately put Selene in danger. The risk of being surrounded and overwhelmed was much larger now. Moon immediately stepped in, positioning himself between Selene and the new arrivals. I've got these 2. Keep working on finishing the ones you've already engaged. Selene flashed him a grateful smile before refocusing on her current targets, resuming her fight. Moon drew his dagger from spatial storage and confronted the 2 emerging crabs directly. He deliberately avoided killing them immediately, instead using them as mobile training dummies to practice and refine his dagger techniques against living, aggressive opponents. Without the dagger art skill actively guiding his movements, Moon needed to consciously recall and apply the muscle memory he'd developed. Each parry of snapping pincers, each dodge of sweeping claws, each precise thrust toward vulnerable joints reinforced the techniques deeper into his body's automatic responses. The crabs were also strong, their armored shells deflecting his dagger strikes, and their pincers could easily sever limbs if they connected properly. But they were also predictable, their attack patterns relatively simple compared to more agile beasts. To Moon, they were the perfect practice opponents, Chapter 151, Luring the Crab King 2. Moon flowed between defensive stances and offensive probing, his movements gradually becoming smoother and more efficient as he got into the flow. The proficiency is definitely increasing ever so slightly, Moon confirmed as his blade found a gap between their protective armor and penetrated deep into their soft tissue. Skills can be learnt through practice even after system support ends, albeit the increase rate is incredibly tedious, as if it's 5 or 10 times harder to do so. Behind him, Seleni's battle was reaching its conclusion as well, her final opponents succumbing to their wounds. By the end of Seleni's killing spree, the beach had become thoroughly littered with broken crab carapaces and scattered limbs. Not bad at all. 11 crabs total, Moon counted, surveying the carnage before turning towards Selene, who was breathing heavily from the intense combat she'd just completed. Did you manage to level up from all that? Selene checked her status screen briefly before shaking her head with slight disappointment. Not yet, unfortunately. Although they're definitely high-level beasts, they're still classified as B rank objectively speaking rather than A rank or higher. Their greater numbers did help compensate for the lower individual experience value. I should level up after killing maybe another 10 or so. Moon nodded understanding. That's perfectly fine. More importantly, it doesn't seem like the Crab King wants to make his dramatic appearance just yet, so he will just kill until we force him up. He turned his gaze toward the ocean waters where the powerful creature was supposedly dwelling, watching for any signs of disturbance or approaching threat. For good or bad, there was nothing but the calm waves of the sea. Let's cook some of these crabs, Selene suggested suddenly, her mouth watering at the thought of fresh seafood. They're supposed to taste really good from what I've heard about island crab meat. Moon's face broke into a soft grin at the suggestion. That's actually a smart idea too. The smell of cooking might attract more crabs to emerge from the water to investigate, giving you additional targets without us needing to wait for them to eventually show up. Moon quickly gathered dry wood from nearby palm-like trees and constructed a proper bonfire structure on the sandy beach. Pop, crackle, he channeled a small flame to ignite the gathered branches, starting the bonfire efficiently. Then Moon retrieved a large cooking pot from his spatial storage and filled it with clean water before carefully positioning it above the flames. Bubbles, bubble. Once the water began reaching a proper rolling boil, Moon turned towards Selene with an expression of helplessness crossing his face. You know how to properly prepare and cook crabs, right? I honestly don't have any idea how to handle it for eating. I done what I could. Selene's expression mirrored his embarrassment perfectly. I don't know either, actually. I've eaten crab before at restaurants, but I've never personally cooked one from scratch. I thought you would know. An awkward silence stretched between them. They both turned simultaneously toward Yara with hopeful, expectant expressions. Yara looked genuinely surprised when both pairs of eyes suddenly focused on her with obvious need. Seeing their pleading faces, she found herself completely unable to refuse. She sighed with resigned amusement and held out her hand. Give me your dagger. Moon handed over his blade without hesitation, consciously avoiding their hands from touching during the process because of the earlier event. Yara handled the weapon with confidence, approaching the nearest intact crab carcass. She worked like a chef with years of experience in preparing seafood, her hand movements graceful like a swan. First, you need to remove the top shell carefully, the carapace, Yara explained while demonstrating, using the dagger's point to separate the shell segments. Twist it off like this without damaging the meat inside. Moon and Selene watched with fascination as she expertly disassembled the creature. Then you clean out all the internal organs, the grey feathery parts. Those aren't edible and taste terrible, Yara continued, scraping away the unwanted material. Keep only the white meat from the body and the meat inside the legs and claws. She cracked open a massive pincer with a sharp strike from a rock, revealing the dense white flesh inside. The claw meat is the best part, it's very sweet and tender. Within minutes, Yara had efficiently processed 3 crabs, separating edible portions and discarding the waste. She placed the cleaned meat segments carefully into the boiling water. Let them cook until the meat turned from translucent to solid white. That's how you know it's properly cooked. If you overcook it, the texture becomes rubbery and unpleasant. You're really good at this, Selene observed with admiration-struck eyes. Do you prepare seafood often for your clan? Yara nodded, a small smile appearing. Crabs, fish, shellfish, we rely heavily on ocean resources for food. I've been learning to prepare them since I was very young. It's considered an important skill for contributing to the clan's well-being. Moon watched the cooking process with interest, making mental notes about the technique in case he needed to prepare food independently in the future. The smell of cooking crab meat began wafting across the beach, carried on the ocean breeze. The pleasant aroma of cooking crab intensified as the meat reached proper doneness, the previously translucent flesh turning a solid, appetizing white just as Yara had predicted. It's ready now, Yara announced. carefully using a pair of flat stones as makeshift tongs to extract the steaming crab portions from the boiling water. She distributed the cooked meat among everyone present, Moon, Selene, and the 4 savvy warriors who'd been maintaining their perimeter watch but were clearly interested in the meal. Moon took his first bite cautiously, testing the temperature before committing fully. The moment the flavor registered, his eyes widened with genuine appreciation. The meat was incredibly sweet and tender, with a delicate texture that practically melted against his tongue. The natural brine from the ocean had seasoned it perfectly, without any need for additional spices. "This is amazing," Moon said sincerely, looking at Yara with newfound respect. "You're an excellent cook. The texture is perfect, not rubbery at all." Selene made an enthusiastic sound of agreement around her own mouthful, nodding vigorously before swallowing. "So good. I've had crab at expensive restaurants before, but honestly this tastes better than any of them. Maybe it's because it's so fresh, or maybe you just have genuine talent for preparation." Yara's cheeks colored slightly with pleased embarrassment at the compliments. "Thank you both. I'm glad you're enjoying it. Fresh ingredients and proper timing make all the difference." The savvy warriors were eating their portions with obvious satisfaction as well, making appreciative sounds in their native language that clearly conveyed similar sentiments. Moon reached for another piece, savoring the meal. "If you were on Earth, you could probably run a very successful seafood restaurant somewhere." Selene laughed. "Agreed, this is restaurant-quality food easily." Yara smiled warmly, the earlier awkwardness from Moon's accidental touch finally fading completely in the comfortable atmosphere of appreciation for the good food. They continued eating contentedly, the simple pleasure of a well-prepared meal providing a brief respite from the dangers and tensions surrounding them. Chapter 152, Luring the Crab King 3. Their meal passed by completely uninterrupted, something Moon hadn't expected to happen given how aggressive the previous crabs had been. "We need to lure them out somehow," Moon muttered, his mind working through the problem. "They can clearly tell this is a trap, or perhaps they've been given specific orders by the Crab King not to leave the water's safety." His eyes landed on the leftover carapaces and shell fragments scattered across the beach from their cooking. "Let's throw these remains into the water. They're dense enough to sink properly and send a very clear message to anything watching below." Moon, Selene, Yara, and the warriors began gathering all the discarded crab shells, broken claws, and other inedible portions. They carried them to the water's edge and hurled them into the shallow surf, watching as the heavy carapaces slowly sank through the clear water toward the sandy ocean floor where the crab population made their homes. It was a deliberate provocation, throwing the remains of their dead kin directly into their territory like discarded trash. "Now, we wait," Moon said, folding his arms across his chest in anticipation. He wondered whether the crabs would actually take the bait and emerge to investigate or retaliate, or whether they'd remain in their underwater safe haven indefinitely. Moon had no intention of diving into the ocean to hunt them on their home terrain. If the Crab King decided to intervene while he was submerged and vulnerable, things could become catastrophically dangerous in seconds. Unless it became an absolute last resort with no alternatives remaining, Moon was perfectly content to wait patiently for the crabs to reveal themselves on the shore where he held the advantage, and his patience was rewarded. Slowly but surely, shapes began to emerge from beneath the water's surface, multiple large forms approaching from the depths. A group of 6 red crabs emerged from the waves, each one noticeably larger and more heavily armored than the previous specimens they'd fought. Their shells were clearly of a different quality, they were denser and had a metallic sheen to them. Moon focused his perception on one of them and system information appeared. Island crab. Level 25. Perfect. Moon turned toward Selene with a questioning look. "These are maximum level for the first sanctuary. They should all provide enough experience for you to level up finally, right?" Selene checked her current experience mentally, then nodded with a soft, competitive grin forming on her face. "Yes, these 6 should definitely be enough to push me over the threshold to level 24. Maybe even partway toward 24 if I'm lucky." "Then they're all yours," Moon said, stepping back to give her space. "We'll provide support if things get dangerous, but try to handle them independently for maximum experience gain." Selene cracked her knuckles, mana already beginning to swirl around her hands as she prepared her opening attack. The 6 level 25 crabs advanced slowly up the beach, their massive pincers raised threateningly. And Selene moved to meet them with determination blazing in her eyes. The 6 massive level 25 crabs spread out instinctively, their combat experience evident in how they attempted to surround Selene from multiple angles rather than charging directly. Selene didn't give them the chance to complete their encirclement. She slammed both palms against the beach, and the sand erupted upward in an explosion of earth manipulation. Compressed stone spikes burst from beneath 2 crabs simultaneously, piercing through the softer joints where their leg segments connected to their bodies. The crabs screeched and stumbled, their mobility severely hit. Before the others could react, Selene transitioned seamlessly into wind manipulation. A focused air blade shot forward like an invisible guillotine, severing one crab's eye stalks. Screech! The creature recoiled blindly, snapping its pincers at empty air. Fourth crab launched itself at Selene with surprising speed, its massive claw aiming to crush her torso. She responded by summoning a swirling barrier of water that caught the pincer mid-strike, the liquid cushioning and redirecting the force harmlessly to the side. In the same fluid motion, Selene flash-heated the water surrounding the crab's trapped claw, rapidly cycling between her water and fire affinities. Steam exploded outward as the superheated liquid scalded the creature's soft tissue beneath its shell. The crab released an agonized shriek and tried to retreat, but Selene had already moved back to Earth Element. Stone shackles erupted from the sand, anchoring its legs in place. Her transitions are flawless, Yara breathed in absolute awe, her eyes fixed on Selene's combat performance. The way she moves between these magical elements without any hesitation or wasted movement. It's like watching water flow in the river, so gentle, natural, and effortless. Moon nodded, equally impressed despite having fought alongside Selene multiple times. She's talented. That level of elemental control takes hard work. Two crabs attempted a coordinated pincer attack from opposite sides, trying to catch Selene between their massive claws. She dropped low, letting both attacks pass harmlessly overhead, then unleashed a concentrated fire blast directly upward that engulfed both creatures simultaneously. The flames didn't kill them immediately, their thick shells provided substantial protection, but the intense heat forced them to retreat defensively, creating the opening Selene needed. She pressed her advantage ruthlessly. Wind blades severed leg joints. Earth spikes found vulnerable gaps in armor. Water manipulation disrupted their balance and footing on the sandy beach. Fire attacks exploited openings and drove them into defensive positions. One by one, the crabs fell. I wish I could fight like that, Yara said quietly, her voice carrying a sense of longing. To wield such power, to control multiple elements with that kind of mastery, it's incredible. She makes it look so easy, but I know it must require immense skill, training, and talent. Her expression showed a mixture of admiration and melancholy. I've trained with bow and arrow my entire life, but I'll never possess abilities like hers. Our people are limited by this realm, we can't grow beyond a certain point. But she has no such restrictions. She can become as strong as she's willing to work for. Chapter 153, Selene's Benefit. Moon glanced at Yara, seeing the wistful yearning in her expression. He understood that feeling, the desire to transcend limitations, to reach beyond boundaries others considered absolute. He had felt that exact feeling when he was judged as a null by the system. He'd felt as if his entire world had crumbled, and it did. Being born with a limit that others didn't have wasn't easy to handle. It came with its own sets of challenges that were difficult to overcome. After a moment's consideration, Moon spoke carefully. Yara, there is a world outside this realm. A vast world worth investigating and experiencing. It's filled with wonders and opportunities your people have never encountered. Once we have the ability to leave this place, and we will find a way eventually, you could come with us if you wanted to. You could see that world for yourself, potentially even find ways to break past the limitations holding your people here. Yara's eyes widened with surprise and hope at the unexpected offer, but Moon's expression grew more serious. However, I need to be completely honest about the risks involved. The world beyond Lunaris is vast, yes, but it's also incredibly dangerous. It's filled with unknowns and threats you can't imagine. Not everyone outside is kind or honorable like your clan. His voice took on a harder edge. Most people kill without hesitation to gain benefits, be it resources, power, territory, or simply because they can. They might take advantage of your unfamiliarity with their world. They might exploit you, enslave you, or kill you without any mercy simply because you're different or vulnerable. Moon met her eyes directly. And there's another critical factor you need to understand. There's no guarantee you could ever return to this place once you leave. The mechanisms that brought us here might be one way. You could be permanently separated from your clan, your family, everything you've ever known. Unless you reach the power of the benefactor, which had been able to come here somehow, but that's incredibly difficult to do. It's not an easy road. Yara's expression changed from excitement to uncertainty, Moon's words clearly impacting her understanding of what such a choice would mean to her life. She hesitated, opening her mouth as if to respond, then closing it again without speaking. Her eyes drifted back to watch Selene's combat, using the distraction to avoid making any immediate response to Moon's profound offer. The final 3 crabs fell in succession, as Selene executed a devastating attack that was composed of earth spikes to immobilize, wind blades to distract, and fire to deliver killing strikes through the open defenses. Selene stood among the 6 massive corpses, her breathing less haggard than usual, her eyes blazing with triumph as system notifications appeared in her vision. With a huge smile spreading across her face, Selene turned toward Moon and practically shouted with excitement, "I reached level 24, one more level and I can attempt my class advancement." Selene jogged back toward the group, still riding the feeling of progression. Moon grinned broadly. Excellent work. That fight was impressive. Your breathing is much more controlled now than it used to be. You're no longer gasping heavily after intense combat. Selene nodded enthusiastically, clearly pleased with her own progress. Yes, my constitution attribute has increased naturally through my level-ups. I've also deliberately invested several of my earned attribute points into constitution specifically, so I don't exhaust myself as quickly as I did when we first started working together. Meanwhile, Mirage took advantage of everyone's distraction to quietly approach the dead crab carcasses and began devouring them with enthusiastic hunger. Moon noticed the behavior in his peripheral vision, but acted deliberately oblivious, a soft smile playing at the corners of his mouth. I didn't expect him to be the incarnation of gluttony when I first picked him up from that group of awakeners, Moon thought with fond amusement. But I suppose his evolution and constant growth require enormous food intake. Let him eat, we won't be moving from this place anytime soon. Yara watched Selene's jubilant celebration with complicated emotions. She felt real relief and happiness for her friend's achievement, combined with lingering uncertainty from Moon's earlier words about the mysterious world beyond Lunaris. Although they no longer spoke directly about the offer Moon had extended, it still remained firmly planted in Yara's heart, impossible to forget or dismiss entirely. Selene opened her status screen to review her updated stats and resources, her eyes immediately landing on significant information she'd been tracking carefully. She'd finally managed to accumulate enough lives to meet the resource requirements for evolving her primary skill to epic rank, the upgrade she'd been working towards since she had awakened. But despite achieving this milestone, Selene felt deeply conflicted about actually executing the evolution. The cost of evolution was incredibly high. Upon investing the required lives to push her main skill from rare to epic tier, she would be left with almost nothing remaining in reserve. If she died even once in this realm, she wouldn't have enough lives to afford the death penalty of 500 lives. Unlike safer zones, where dying simply meant respawning with manageable debuffs, this hidden realm was catastrophically dangerous. The death penalty here would claim her permanently if she couldn't pay the cost. Although dying and respawning did present a substantial bundle of debuffs that made her significantly weaker temporarily, she would still fundamentally remain alive. With Moon's protection and support, she could survive on her next life if death occurred, but if she spent everything on the skill evolution and then died, then that would result in a true death. After hesitating and running mental calculations of risk versus reward, Selene made her decision. She would hold off on upgrading her skill for the time being. The circumstances they were currently facing were too dangerous, and there was absolutely no need to take such an enormous gamble right now. She could wait until they'd cleared this realm and return to safer territory before making the evolution investment. Chapter 154, The Crab King Emerges 1. Selene sneakily glanced sideways at Moon, who stood with arms folded, his intense gaze fixed on the ocean waters as he waited patiently for the Crab King to make its inevitable appearance. He's strong enough to handle most threats we encounter for the time being, Selene thought, prioritizing her safety. There's no compelling need for me to risk permanent death just to gain slightly more power right now. As long as I survive and stay useful, I'm confident he'll protect me if something dangerous happens. That's the smart play. Once we're back in normal territory and I have proper safety margins, then I'll make the evolution investment. No point dying stupidly because I was impatient. Selene's internal thoughts were pragmatic and self-preserving rather than heroic or altruistic. She had learned long ago that survival often meant making smart, calculated choices rather than recklessly brave ones. And right now, the objectively smart choice meant staying alive and functional, while Moon fought the trough battles that his unique advantages made him better suited for. She could afford to wait for better circumstances. Hours slowly passed by as they maintained watch on the beach, and night gradually began wrapping its darkness around the sky like a descending curtain. The Crab King did not show itself despite the provocation and mounting crab casualties. Moon wasn't particularly rushed or concerned by the delay. Tomorrow morning, the same hunting would continue. Either the Crab King comes out to defend its territory eventually, or its entire species will learn to never emerge onto the shoreline again, Moon said, his gaze landing on the deceptively calm ocean surface one final time before turning away. Early the next morning, Moon and the others were already positioned and waiting at the shoreline when they caught sight of a significantly larger group of crabs emerging from the shallows. Close to 20 of the creatures advanced together in a cluster of carapaces. They'd clearly increased their numbers because they felt genuinely threatened and wanted to avoid being isolated and picked off one by one like their predecessors. Safety in numbers, a universal survival strategy adopted by most races except a few that found solitude in loneliness. Before engaging, Moon ordered a quick intel sweep of the surrounding area in all 4 cardinal directions, specifically checking for any heretic presence that might complicate the situation. The savvy warriors dispersed efficiently, scouting thoroughly before returning with their reports through Yara's translation. After they'd concluded their search, the result was clear. They'd found no heretic scouts or patrols within detection range. The enemy forces had yet to arrive in this coastal region, which surprised Moon. He'd expected aggressive retaliation by now after yesterday's massacre. Maybe they're carefully planning their next strategic move rather than rushing into hasty revenge, Moon theorized. Gathering intelligence, coordinating with their leadership, possibly even preparing to involve their guardian beast. Either way, when they do finally send their forces, they'll just be marching to their own demise. I'm ready and waiting. He turned his attention back to the immediate situation. The 20 crabs were slowly advancing up the beach in their formation, possibly looking for prey or the perpetrators of the previous attacks. Moon looked toward Selene with a slight nod. Same strategy as yesterday. You take primary engagement for experience gains. She nodded her head with a soft, confident smile spreading across her face, already channeling mana in preparation. Moon withdrew his dagger from spatial storage, preparing to use the combat opportunity to continue increasing his weapon proficiency through practical application. Every engagement refined his muscle memory further. Yara, clearly inspired by watching Selene's impressive performance the previous day and eager to contribute more actively, stepped forward as well. Can I join the fight this time? I want to help. Moon considered briefly, then nodded approval. He could tell that the savvy maiden wanted to participate, and refusing her would hurt her feelings. Stay at range with your bow. Focus on disrupting their coordination and creating openings rather than trying for kill shots. Selene needs the experience more than we do. Yara's face brightened as she readied her bow. By the time the sound of combat finally ceased in the area, 20 crab bodies littered the shoreline in various states of destruction. Moon, Selene, and Yara had eliminated the entire group through their power and efficient teamwork. Due to the larger numbers involved and the specific goal of provoking the Crab King into finally revealing itself, Moon had actively participated in killing several crabs himself rather than leaving everything to Selene. He'd used his elemental manipulation and dagger work in combination, refining his close combat techniques while contributing to the overall body count. Although Moon had already reached maximum level and couldn't gain more levels from the kills, the life accumulation still counted toward his reserves. More importantly, the system had explicitly stated that all experience acquired during his evolution process would be recorded and calculated once he successfully completed his advancement tasks. Even if the experience value from individual level 24 and 25 crabs wasn't incredibly high for someone at his power tier, accumulated gains still mattered. Meat was still meat even if each piece was just a single bite. Enough small bites eventually became a full meal. You have killed a level 24 island crab. You have gained 250 lives. You have killed a level 25 island crab. You have gained 300 lives. You have killed a level 24 island crab. You have gained 240 lives. Moon's life total continued climbing steadily despite being unable to advance in level. Every resource accumulated now would be valuable later when he finally evolved and needed to develop new epic rank skills or upgrade existing ones. Selene had gained another chunk of experience as well, though not quite enough to push her over the threshold to level 25 yet. As the last crab fell and its body collapsed onto the blood-stained sand, Moon turned his gaze back toward the ocean with focused intensity. 41 crabs killed over 2 days. The Crab King had to respond soon. The sustained provocation was becoming completely impossible to ignore. Chapter 155, The Crab King Emerges Too. Doubt crept into Moon's mind about whether the strategy they deployed was even correct. Yara, are you absolutely certain that killing large numbers of crabs was what triggered the Crab King's appearance last time? Moon asked, ensuring he hadn't missed any crucial details or misunderstood the mechanism. Because if there's some other condition we're not meeting, we could be wasting time here. Yara's expression showed uncertainty mixed with conviction. Yes, that's what our people recorded and what the survivors reported. A large hunting operation killed many crabs over several days, and then the Crab King emerged with fury. But she hesitated before continuing honestly, there could be additional hidden factors or triggers we simply don't understand. We've never deliberately tried to summon it before, the previous encounter was accidental. The exact mechanism might be more complex than just numbers. Moon nodded, accepting the limitation of their intel. They were working with incomplete information, but it was the best available. Mirage neighed contentedly as he continued his enthusiastic feeding on the crab corpses, his appetite seemingly bottomless. From his constant consumption over the past 2 days, Mirage had already reached level 18, leveling up numerous times in an incredibly short period. His recent evolution had fundamentally enhanced his growth potential, which directly contributed to his rapid improvement rate. Moon was pleased with Mirage's progress. A stronger mount meant better mobility and flexibility. As they stood waiting and watching the calm ocean surface, a sound began emerging from somewhere in the deep water. Thum, thum, thum. The sound grew steadily louder, like massive rumbling far below. "Do you hear that?" Moon said sharply, immediately standing at full alert. His heart began beating faster with anticipation and adrenaline. Everyone turned their attention toward the ocean, weapons readying instinctively. The sound was getting closer and louder. Thoom, thoom, thoom. The water began disturbing unnaturally. Something massive was moving beneath the surface, displacing the enormous volumes of water as it approached shore. Yara's face went pale. "That sound, I've heard it described." The survivors spoke of footsteps that shook the earth. Her voice dropped to a whisper filled with a sense of fear. "The Crab King is coming." Moon's grip tightened on his staff, a huge grin on his face. The ocean water began churning violently, waves crashing against each other unnaturally as something massive rose from the depths below. Then the Crab King emerged. The creature was absolutely colossal, standing at 4 meters tall when fully extended, its body covered in deep crimson armor plating like polished rubies. Where normal crabs possessed 2 claws, the Crab King had 4 massive pincers arranged in pairs. Its eyes were enormous and perfectly round, bulging from its carapace. Those inhuman orbs stared directly at Moon and his companions with unmistakable hostility and annoyance. Water parted dramatically wherever the Crab King moved, flowing away from its body as if the ocean itself acknowledged its dominance and made way for its passage. Each thunderous step onto the beach created tremors that Moon could feel through the soles of his feet. Thoom. Behind the Crimson Titan, nearly 20 additional crabs emerged from the surf in formation, like soldiers following their commander into battle. They formed a line around their king. The sight was simultaneously magnificent and terrifying. Moon watched the dramatic entrance with growing excitement rather than fear, a fierce grin spreading across his face. "You've finally decided to show up, huh? I was starting to think I'd need to eat even more of your people before you finally emerged from hiding." Yara's mouth twitched involuntarily at Moon's sarcastic tone despite the scene before them and the immense danger they now faced. Moon turned his head towards his companions, although his eyes still remained on the approaching Crab King. "I'll handle the big guy. Can you all manage the rest of his escort?" Selene studied the 20 accompanying crabs with calculating eyes before nodding confidently. "I can handle approximately 10 or so without major issues. As for the remaining ones, I think Yara and the warriors can take care of them." Yara gripped her bow tighter and nodded with determination despite the fear clearly visible in her expression. "We can each handle 2 opponents without major problems, so the numbers should work out. Just, please be careful with that monster, Moon." The savvy warriors moved into defensive positions, their weapons ready despite the obvious terror the Crab King inspired. Moon's grin widened as he summoned his staff, Mon already beginning to surge through his body in preparation for the most challenging fight of his life. "Don't worry about me, I've been waiting for this," Moon said with absolute confidence. The Crab King released a deafening screech that echoed across the beach, challenging Moon and declaring his dominance. "Skre," then it charged. Moon immediately channeled his lightning element through his left hand and released a crackling bolt toward the approaching behemoth, the electrical energy arcing through the air. Zap, the lightning struck the Crab King's armored carapace, causing it to screech and stumble mid-charge as electricity coursed through its body. The creature was momentarily stopped, its massive legs locking up from the shock. Moon took advantage of the brief opening to issue commands: "Spread out, handle the others." His companions immediately complied without hesitation, scattering in different directions to engage the 20 escort crabs and prevent them from disturbing Moon during his confrontation with their king. Moon's full attention returned to the Crimson Titan before him. Unlike its initial arrogant charge, the Crab King was now visibly cautious. It had felt genuine pain from that lightning attack and possessed enough intelligence to understand that another mindless rush forward would result in serious harm. The Crab King's strategy changed immediately, taking on a safer approach. Water began rising from the ocean behind it in an unnatural column, defying gravity as it gathered into a massive wave. The Crab King gestured with one of its 4 pincers, and the accumulated water rushed forward toward Moon with tremendous force. Moon's eyebrows rose with interest rather than alarm. "So it can control water, interesting." Chapter 156, Moon vs Crab King. Moon hurriedly formed a large fireball between his hands and launched it directly toward the incoming wave of water. Whoosh! Water and fire collided violently in the air between them. The superheated flames flash-boiled enormous quantities of liquid, creating an explosive cloud of steam that rose upward and obscured visibility across the battlefield, forcing everyone else to change position for better sight. As Moon prepared to channel another lightning attack through the steam cover, he suddenly felt the sand underneath his feet begin moving with unnatural intent. He leaped away immediately on pure instinct, but the manipulated sand caught one of his legs mid-leap with surprising speed, sand hardening around his ankle like a shackle. His movement was abruptly hindered, throwing off his trajectory and causing him to land awkwardly. It can control sand too. Moon's grin widened with genuine excitement rather than frustration. "Good. It truly is an S-rank beast. This is exactly the challenge I needed." Moon shattered the sand restraint with a burst of water, breaking free just as a pressurized water lance came screaming toward his previous position from the Crab King. Crash! The high-velocity water attack struck a palm tree behind where Moon had been standing, the force so tremendous it snapped the thick trunk completely in half. The projectile continued through the falling tree and demolished several more behind it before finally dissipating. If that had connected with Moon directly, it would have punched straight through his body regardless of his silver skin defense. The Crab King was dangerous, and Moon couldn't have been more thrilled. Yara couldn't help but lose focus for a brief, dangerous moment after releasing an arrow toward one of the crabs charging at her with aggressive pincer clicking. THWIP. The arrow struck the creature's hardened shell with significant force, causing visible cracks to spider across the armored surface but not penetrating completely. But Yara's attention had already drifted elsewhere, her eyes drawn irresistibly to the epic confrontation happening further down the beach. How is Moon so strong? Yara thought with awe and disbelief. The Crab King is probably only slightly weaker than our own clan guardian, the white swan that protects our entire clan, yet he's handling it alone without any apparent fear. The sheer confidence and power Moon displayed was almost incomprehensible to someone raised understanding the Crab King as an absolute apex predator to be avoided at all costs. Her distracted thoughts were violently interrupted when a different crab lunged directly at her vulnerable position, its massive pincer snapping closed where her torso had been a heartbeat earlier. Yara barely managed to roll aside, her heart hammering with the shock of nearly being bisected. She shook her head vigorously in a physical attempt to clear her mind and regain focus, then returned fully to her own battle with determination. Survive first, marvel at Moon's absurd power level later when you're not about to die. Meanwhile, Selene was handling her assigned 10 crabs with care, though the situation was far from easy. As much as she desperately wanted to simply unleash maximum firepower and eliminate them quickly for experience gains, reality forced her to adopt a much safer, more conservative approach. She needed to kill without being injured or overwhelmed by their numbers whilst also ensuring her mana remained high enough for emergencies. There were 10 functioning opponents moving together, and Selene needed to constantly maintain distance while simultaneously casting spells designed to slow their advance, injure them progressively, and create opportunities for to get kills. I need just 2 more confirmed kills, Selene calculated internally while dodging a pincer strike. Then I'll have accumulated enough spare lives to evolve my primary skill to epic rank while still maintaining sufficient reserves to survive 1 death with the penalty cost. Once I complete that evolution, my damage output will increase dramatically, and my mana efficiency will improve substantially. Killing the remaining crabs and earning additional lives to sustain another potential death becomes much more feasible. This is the optimal strategy. Invest now for better returns later. Her mind was working at maximum capacity, balancing immediate survival with medium-term resource planning. Selene spotted one of the crabs she'd been injuring over the past several exchanges, its shell cracked in multiple places, one leg barely functional, clearly on the verge of death. It was handing around the back of most attacks, avoiding her strongest attacks. Perfect target, I should get rid of this one first. She formed a massive fireball between her hands, pouring extra mana into the spell to ensure it would be lethal. Then she launched it directly at the wounded crab with killing intent. One of the healthier crabs, possessing enough intelligence to recognize the threat to its injured companion, deliberately threw itself into the fireball's trajectory. Boom! The healthy crab took the full explosive impact meant for its wounded ally, its own shell cracking severely but preventing the killing blow from landing where intended. Selene cursed the creature's unexpected sacrifice internally. They're spreading the damage across each other. This is going to take longer than I planned. She continued her fighting retreat, maintaining distance while reassessing which target to focus on next. The crabs pressed their advantage, trying to close the gap and overwhelm her through sheer numbers before she could thin their ranks further. Selene's mana reserves were holding steady for now, but every spell cast brought her closer to the moment when she'd need to start being genuinely conservative with resource expenditure. You're quite the tough opponent, aren't you? Moon muttered, a confident grin spreading across his face as he watched one of his lightning attacks get intercepted and neutralized by the Crimson Titan before him. The Crab King had begun employing a sand barrier as a defensive countermeasure against his electrical attacks. The lightning was inherently stronger than compressed sand and burst through the barrier eventually, but the interference disrupted the attack's full power and bought the creature precious reaction time to dodge the attack. It was an effective counter-strategy even if incomplete. It seems like you're going to be a genuinely tough shell to crack, big guy, Moon said, already formulating his next approach. He began channeling mana simultaneously into 2 separate powerful spells. He formed a water ball on his left hand and a powerful ignite fireball on his staff to make sure its maximum power. Let's see how you handle this. Chapter 157, Moon vs Crab King 2. Moon whistled sharply for Mirage, who immediately galloped over despite the danger. Moon vaulted smoothly onto the evolved horse's back, gaining instant mobility advantage. Come on, buddy. I need you to keep moving fast in a circle around this oversized crab. Just make absolutely sure you don't stay in one position for too long. Those water lances will punch straight through both of us if they connect. Mirage neighed understanding and immediately began circling the massive Crab King at high speed, maintaining approximately 10 meters of distance from the creature's attack range. The Crab King rotated constantly to track Moon's movement, its enormous eyes following the circling target while simultaneously launching attacks. Pressurized water lances and compressed sand shot toward Moon from multiple angles as the creature tried to predict his trajectory. Moon dodged most attacks by exploiting Mirage's superior agility and speed, weaving between the attacks. When dodging wasn't viable, Moon used his own elemental attacks to intercept and neutralize incoming threats mid-flight. This continued for approximately a minute before Moon spotted the opening he'd been waiting for. The Crab King committed to a particularly large sand attack, gathering enormous quantities of beach material into a massive attack that required its full concentration to control and launch. Now. Hold steady for 3 seconds, Moon commanded Mirage, who immediately understood and maintained straight trajectory despite every instinct screaming to keep dodging. During the moment he was dodging the incoming attack, Moon unleashed his prepared combination attack in rapid sequence. First, he sent a massive wave of water surging forward, not as an attack but as a battlefield control technique. The liquid rushed across the sand between them, saturating the ground and eliminating the Crab King's ability to quickly gather defensive sand barriers. Immediately behind the water wave, Moon released his fully charged Ignite spell. The crimson gold fireball screamed through the air, following the exact path the water had cleared. The Crab King recognized the danger instantly. With no dry sand immediately available for defense and the water wave preventing quick barrier formation, it had only one option: erect maximum defenses using whatever materials were accessible. The creature slammed all 4 pincers into the wet sand beneath it, pulling up enormous quantities of sand to form a desperate protective wall. Whoosh, boom, the 2 attacks struck the hastily erected mud barrier almost simultaneously. Water saturated the defensive structure further, turning the sand into liquid-heavy mud that had far less defensive power. Then Ignite detonated against the weakened barrier with devastating force. Mud fought desperately against superheated flames and concussive energy. Ignite won. The Epicrank spell punched through the compromised defenses, its power diminished but still lethal. The explosion struck the Crab King's crimson shell directly, and for the first time, visible damage appeared on the seemingly impenetrable armor. Tiny hairline cracks spiderwebbed across the carapace where the attack had connected. The Crab King screeched in pain and fury as the burning effect took hold too, but Moon wasn't finished. While the creature was still reeling from the frontal assault and its vision was obscured by residual steam and debris, Moon had already repositioned. Mirage had carried him in a wide arc during the exchange, and now they'd flanked to the Crab King's vulnerable side. Without hesitation, Moon extended his hand and channeled his most concentrated lightning strike yet. Crack! The electrical bolt lanced across the 10-meter gap instantly, striking the Crab King's flank where its shell segments connected, a weak point that provided less protection than the main carapace. The creature had no time to erect defenses or dodge. The lightning connected with full force. The Crab King's entire body seized up as electricity coursed through its nervous system. Its legs locked rigid, its pincers froze mid-motion. The paralysis effect took hold completely, rendering the massive predator temporarily helpless. Moon grinned fiercely. Got you. This was his chance for a killing blow. Moon did not stop his assault. He continuously channeled lightning toward the paralyzed Crab King, maintaining the electrical current to keep the creature completely immobilized. The Crab King's natural defenses were incredibly impressive. Its physiology allowed it to retain some minimal movement capability even while enormous voltage coursed through its entire body. The creature's legs twitched with minuscule adjustments, and its eyes maintained focus despite the paralyzing shock. Moon took that residual resistance as a personal challenge. He poured even more mana into the lightning attack, intensifying the electrical current beyond what should have been necessary. The crackling energy grew brighter and more violent, arcs of electricity dancing across the Crab King's crimson shell in chaotic patterns. That increase had its own side effects. Moon was slowly starting to lose his sense of touch on his hands. The lightning was a twin-edged sword that was also capable of cutting him. Crackle. Bzzzt. Eventually, even the Crab King's extraordinary constitution couldn't withstand the attacks. Its internal organs began cooking from the inside as the electrical energy disrupted every biological function. Neural pathways fried, muscle tissue seized permanently. Critical systems shut down in cascading failure. The creature's body went completely rigid one final time, then it collapsed heavily onto the sand. Thud, the impact sent tremors through the beach that everyone fighting on the shoreline could feel through their feet. Yara, Selene, the savvy warriors, and even the remaining crabs who'd been battling desperately to help their leader. Life visibly drained from the Crab King's 2 enormous orbs as they glazed over with death. Its four massive pincers fell limply to either side, no longer possessing the strength to remain raised. The Crimson Titan was dead. The tremor of its fall and the visual confirmation of their leader's death shocked everyone present into momentary stillness. Selene stared in absolute disbelief, her current spell half-formed and forgotten. He defeated an S-rank beast, completely alone, in just a few minutes. Her voice carried internal shock. Compared to others, Selene was the person that knew Moon the most, yet somehow he always managed to surprise her with his powers, as if she didn't know him at all. S-rank beasts were supposed to require full parties of experienced awakeners working in coordination. Solo kills were legendary achievements that only the pinnacle of human fighters had managed to achieve. She was witnessing it firsthand, and Moon had just made it look almost normal. Chapter 158, First S-rank beast dead. Yara experienced a similar reaction, her eyes wide as she tried to understand what she'd just witnessed. But rather than just shock, she appeared to become more determined, a glint flashing in her eyes. I need to become stronger. If Moon can reach that level of power, then perhaps there's hope for me too in the world beyond Lunaris. To become strong enough to take my people out of this place and show them the world outside. The thought galvanized her. Yara knocked an arrow and released it with perfect form. The arrow broke through the air, charging towards the crab that couldn't dodge it in time. Whoosh, tui, the arrow struck one of her crab opponents directly in its eye cluster, a perfect headshot that killed it instantly, leaving no room for doubt. The crab twitched for a brief moment before following its leader in death. Energized by both the kill and Moon's inspiring display of power, Yara dispatched her second assigned opponent within moments, her movements sharper and more confident than before. The remaining escort crabs, witnessing their king's death and feeling the sudden change in morale, began retreating toward the ocean in disorganized panic. Their leader's death has sent them into a frenzy, making them easy targets. Selene and the savvy warriors pressed their advantage, eliminating the fleeing creatures before they could escape back into the sea. Moon stood over the Crab King's massive corpse, breathing steadily as system notifications appeared. You have killed the level 25 S-rank Crab King. You have gained 2,500 lives. Moon smiled with deep satisfaction, immediately checking his evolution task progress. Kill 50 level 25 creatures classified at S-rank power level alone, 150. Copy and comprehend 5 uncommon or rare rank skills, 0-5. Gain a legendary rank skill, 0-1. The Crab King had provided a good reward of lives, far exceeding any other level 25 creature he had killed so far. And while the experience value wasn't displayed directly since he was locked at level cap, Moon knew it must represent a significant portion based on the massive life reward. 1 down, 49 to go, Moon thought with a wry smile. The number was still daunting, but now Moon was certain that he would achieve it. He defeated an S-rank beast in solo combat and survived without serious injury. The impossible task for others was possible after all. Moon turned back toward his companions, his grin visible even from a distance. Finish up the rest, we are going to feast on a big crab tonight. Selene just shook her head with an expression mixing exasperation and admiration. The dramatic battle at the shoreline had inevitably gathered the attention of many curious beasts from the surrounding area who'd been drawn by the sounds of combat, the scent of blood, and the massive tremor from the Crab King's fall. Unfortunately for these opportunistic scavengers, they weren't met with anything beneficial when they arrived to investigate. Rather, they walked directly into their doom. The beasts became easy experience and life accumulation for Moon and Selene, while Mirage enthusiastically consumed their bodies for his own growth. With so much blood shed across the beach and so much attention inevitably drawn to the area, the group made a decision. They quickly gathered everything valuable, the intact shells that could be sold or crafted into armor, the Crab King's massive body which was too precious to abandon, and various other useful materials before departing the compromised location. The heretics would almost certainly investigate this area soon, drawn by reports or simply following the obvious trail of destruction. Fighting them after such an exhausting major battle wasn't strategically sound when they could simply relocate, so they efficiently collected their spoils and set off toward a more discreet area, somewhere they could rest and recover properly before attempting their next major challenge, the Magma King, which Moon now felt considerably more confident about defeating after his success against the Crab King. At their new campsite around a crackling bonfire, Moon was feeling extraordinarily generous after his decisive victory over the S-rank beast. He'd made an unusual decision. Rather than storing the Crab King's meat to sell later for profit, he would instead share it with his entire team as a celebratory meal and reward for their assistance. The flesh of such a powerful creature carried tangible benefits beyond simple nutrition. Consuming S-rank beast meat could improve the body's fundamental constitution and attributes, even if the effect might not be dramatic enough to grant full attribute points to already strengthened awakeners like himself and Selene. But for Mirage, Yara, and the other savvy warriors with their lower baseline power levels, the concentrated energy in this meat could genuinely help them grow stronger, possibly even triggering attribute gains. Besides, the meat of such an extraordinarily powerful creature was bound to taste incredible. It was essentially a premium treat for everyone who'd contributed to the victory. Yara volunteered to prepare the Crab King's body, approaching the massive crimson corpse, but when she attempted to break through the shell using her butchering techniques, she found the task incredibly difficult. The Crab King's status as a real S-rank beast wasn't for show. Even in death, its body remained resilient enough that Yara genuinely struggled to open it properly with blade and leverage alone. Moon stepped in to assist, applying his physical strength to help separate the carapace from the meat without damaging the material. With their combined effort, the shell finally yielded, revealing the pristine white meat within. Yara separated the edible portions into serving sizes appropriate for everyone present, then carefully set aside the remaining substantial quantity so Moon could store it in his spatial ring. This was extremely valuable meat, far too much to consume in a single meal even with everyone eating enthusiastically. Well, perhaps Mirage could finish everything in one sitting given his bottomless appetite, but that was Moon's decision to make, not hers. As the premium meat began cooking over the flames, an absolutely overwhelming aroma filled the air. The smell was so rich and complex it seemed to transport everyone to another realm entirely for a brief moment, a world composed purely of amazing, impossibly delicious food. Chapter 159, The Evolution Pathways. Everyone's mouth began watering uncontrollably at the intoxicating scent, but they maintained discipline and restraint until Yara officially declared the meat properly cooked and ready to consume. "It's done," Yara announced, her own voice slightly unsteady with anticipation. The moment permission was granted, everyone reached for their portions. As they began eating, their hands didn't slow down, quite the opposite. Their pace accelerated with each bite, completely unable to control themselves from consuming more and more of the incredible meat. The flavor was indescribable, sweet yet savory, tender yet substantial, with complexity that seemed to evolve with each bite. The texture practically melted against the tongue while simultaneously providing satisfying resistance. Moon had eaten expensive meals at high-end restaurants before his transmigration, but this surpassed anything he'd ever experienced. Selene tried to speak around a mouthful, gave up, swallowed, then tried again. "This is the best thing I've ever eaten in my entire life." Yara was eating with tears actually streaming down her blue-tinted cheeks, overwhelmed by flavor so profound. The benefactor once described food from his homeland that sounded impossible. "I think this might actually match those descriptions. The meat is so good." The savvy warriors had abandoned all pretense of dignified eating, devouring their portions. Mirage had also devoured his portion before waiting for Moon to give him another. Moon felt warmth spreading through his body as he ate, his muscles felt stronger. The S-rank beast's concentrated life force was tangibly enhancing everyone who consumed it. Constitution +1. Moon's eyes widened as a system notification appeared. The meat had provided a permanent attribute increase. From the expressions on Selene's and Yara's faces, they were experiencing similar benefits. Moon had enough stored away for multiple future servings. "We're definitely hunting more S-rank beasts in the future. Thank you for sharing such an amazing meal with all of us, Moon," Selene said with absolute conviction, already reaching eagerly for a second generous helping of the incredible meat. Moon couldn't possibly disagree with that assessment. "You're very welcome. Enjoy your food, you all earned it." Moon smiled warmly before casually tossing a large handful of premium meat toward Mirage, who had already demolished his second massive portion and was eyeing the cooking pot with obvious hunger despite his bulging stomach. The white horse's stomach was like a black hole, swallowing anything and everything across its path. Name, Moon. Race, human. Class, classless. Level 25, awaiting evolution. Lives, 18,541. Strength, 38, Agility, 38, Constitution, 43, Mana, 58, +5 to all stats. Attribute points, 5. Skills, Elemental Attack, 5 Element Affinity, Tenacity, Silver Skin, Ignite. Talent, Grim Reaper. Class skill, class slot, 01. Staring at his status screen in the peaceful firelight, Moon felt satisfied with his current progression rate. This hidden realm was extraordinarily valuable, exceptional in fact. Although it carried significant dangers that could result in permanent death, the treasures and rewards available were incredibly rare and worth the risks. His physical body had strengthened by leaps and bounds through the golden fish blood's permanent attribute boosts. His level had reached the maximum threshold for awakeners. His life reserves had grown to truly impressive numbers, but despite all these positive developments, there remained one critical problem. The realm, as beneficial as it had proven to be, didn't provide Moon with something absolutely crucial for his class advancement: access to diverse classes he could copy and analyze. Moon was completely unable to utilize his class slot ability to copy classes from anyone else in this realm, because Selene represented the only other human awakener present. The savvy people apparently didn't possess the Awakener class system at all based on Yara's complete unfamiliarity with the concept. His class, as powerful as it was, didn't allow him to copy any class beyond the humans. His gaze shifted toward Selene, who was eating with obvious joy and satisfaction written across her face. Maybe I should copy her class temporarily, Moon considered seriously. He was certain that Selene would choose to evolve her 4 elements affinity. He had copied her class before, and he knew that based on her ambitions, Selene would choose to save her lives and evolve her skill to epic rank. She should have accumulated enough spare lives by now to afford evolving her 4 elements affinity skill to the next rank. I'm genuinely curious what kind of evolution path she'll receive. He was certain that Selene would choose to evolve her 4 elements affinity. He had copied her class before, and he knew that based on her ambitions, Selene would choose to save her lives and evolve her skill to epic rank. The thought intrigued him beyond just task necessity. Different people could possess the exact same skill at the same rank, but when they evolved those skills through life expenditure, the resulting upgrades could manifest as completely different abilities. The evolution outcomes were fundamentally unpredictable. Nobody could accurately tell you what specific upgrade you might receive next. Prediction was essentially impossible despite centuries of research. Across the past 200 years since the Apocalypse and the Awakener system's arrival, the greatest thinkers and dedicated researchers had developed 2 primary competing theories attempting to explain this phenomenon. The first theory proposed complete randomness. According to this model, the base skill functioned like a tree trunk, and each potential evolution represented one of many possible branches that the skill could randomly develop along. Pure chance determined which branch manifested during any specific evolution attempt. The second theory, which had been adopted by most prominent thinkers and was considered more credible, it proposed that skill evolution wasn't random at all. Rather, it was intrinsically personalized and innate to each individual's fundamental nature. Just like how talents were unique expressions of personal essence, evolving skills supposedly followed paths that were inherently best suited for that specific person's combat style, inner personality, and deeper nature. Moon honestly wasn't certain which theory was objectively correct, but he absolutely knew one thing with complete confidence. He was going to copy and comprehend whatever evolutionary path he could observe, regardless of which theory explained it best. Chapter 160, The Evolution Pathway 2, Selene's Pathway. Who cares which specific path manifests or why? As long as I can see it, I will claim that path. I will observe all possible paths, every variation, and merge them into my own path. That was the true revolutionary power of his classless class, not being forced to follow any single predetermined progression route, but having the absolute freedom to cherry-pick and synthesize the best elements from every path he encountered along his journey. Moon's gaze landed on Selene across the campfire. How long until you reach level 25? What's your current progress? Selene paused mid-bite, considering the question before responding after a brief moment of mental calculation. Not much longer at all. I'm very close to the threshold now. I think 2 more level 25 beasts should provide enough experience to push me over the edge and unlock my class advancement options. I see, Moon acknowledged with a thoughtful nod. During her next combat engagement, I'll copy her class temporarily. I can't execute the copy right now since she isn't actively using any of her class skills. Moon returned his attention to consuming another portion of the incredibly tender crab meat, savoring both the taste and the tangible strengthening effects he could feel spreading through his body. After everyone finished eating their fill of the premium S-rank feast, they took an extended break to properly digest the meal and allow their bodies to fully process and integrate the energy. The benefits were already manifesting. Mirage had gained enough to level up, reaching the significant milestone of level 20. The white horse's speed had increased once more, and his growing physical strength would soon become a meaningful factor in combat situations rather than just transportation. When the entire group had recovered their energy and felt ready to continue, they departed their temporary camp and moved toward a different hunting location. They deliberately traveled further away from all the chaos and attention they'd generated at the shoreline, but simultaneously kept their awareness extended for any powerful beasts within the general vicinity. Everyone had fully recovered their strength and resources. Moon felt no inclination to waste time resting when objectives remained unaccomplished. He had absolutely no reliable way of knowing how many days, weeks, or even months had passed in the outside world while they'd been trapped in this hidden realm's distorted time flow. Without excessive waiting, the group began moving toward the known location of their next major target, the Magma King residing within Tagal Mountain's volcanic depths. Yara and the 4 savvy warriors no longer expressed hesitation or concern about Moon's aggressive hunting plans. They'd witnessed his overwhelming combat power firsthand numerous times now, and their perception had completely changed. They were beginning to regard him as a natural leader whose judgment should be trusted rather than merely an honored guest whose wishes should be accommodated out of politeness. Whatever combat decisions Moon made would be executed without question or debate. During their journey toward the volcanic region, Moon deliberately left the easier kills they encountered along the route to Selene and Mirage for their continued progression. The very low-ranking beasts, creatures around level 15 to 18, were specifically assigned to Mirage, allowing the evolved horse to gain practical combat experience fighting as a true battle mount rather than just a transportation animal. Mirage dealt with the beasts with ease, surprising Moon more than anyone else. As the rider of the white horse, Moon knew that Mirage had almost no combat power to begin with. Now the white horse was using his new evolved fin-like tail to slice through enemy throats and bodies with ease. Mirage's entire capabilities had reached another level. As a mount, Moon believed that Mirage was now amongst the best available mounts within the first sanctuary. Mirage is even better than the dire horses that Kale and the others were using, he thought, feeling proud about the progress of the horse. As the group advanced deeper into more dangerous territory, a level 24 beast suddenly emerged from dense jungle vegetation ahead, blocking their path. Roar. The beast roared in challenge, clearly trying to intimidate the group. Unfortunately, the beast had encountered the wrong group of people. That's a cute one, let me handle it. Selene immediately stepped forward with visible eagerness, an excited grin spreading across her face that Moon recognized instantly. Moon gave her permission with a simple gesture, allowing her to take point on the engagement. His observant eyes lingered on her body language and facial expressions for several seconds. She's noticeably more excited than her usual pre-combat demeanor, Moon noted with growing interest, almost as if she's eager to test something new rather than just hunting for experience. Moon felt highly confident that Selene had successfully evolved her 4-element affinity skill during the chaos they'd been through recently. He was very familiar with that particular brand of excitement. He'd experienced it numerous times himself with every skill evolution or new class acquisition. That specific energy of wanting to see how new power manifested in combat. Moon waited patiently and attentively for Selene to cast her first spell, curious to observe what changes the evolution had produced. And indeed, that moment didn't take long to arrive. Selene raised both hands, mana swirling visibly around her fingers as the spell began to form. Then she released her attack. Moon's brows rose slightly, not in shock but in interest. The power of the spell was much higher than before. He could tell by the way the beast died almost instantly, despite the fact that Selene didn't use an offensive element but a more versatile one, wind. The wind blade she had casted traveled through the air and cut the entire shoulder of the beast, leaving it severely injured. Her affinity has most certainly improved towards the 4 elements, and so did her control. Is she hiding something? He contemplated internally, his mana slowly gathering to activate his class skill. Well, I guess there is only one way to find out if she is hiding or not, Moon thought, activating the classless skill. The notification immediately formed before his eyes. Class slot 1-1. Chapter 161, Elemental Body. Class slot 1-1. Class Elemental Mage. Skills Elemental Attack, Elemental Body. Duration 24 hours. Staring at the notifications flashing across his retina, Moon's previous assumptions were immediately and conclusively confirmed. Selene had successfully evolved her 4 elements affinity skill during their rest period following the feast, and the resulting ability, Elemental Body, was distinctly different from his own 5-element affinity evolution path. Let's see what this skill actually does in practice, Moon thought with a genuine tinge of excitement at the prospect of mastering this powerful epicrank skill through practice and deep comprehension. Moon currently possessed 3 epicrank skills in his personal arsenal: Tenacity, 5-element affinity, and Ignite. All 3 were formidable abilities in their own distinct ways, each contributing meaningfully to his overall combat effectiveness and survivability. What made him particularly excited about this new acquisition was the fundamental fact that Elemental Body represented a clear variation of his own elemental skill foundation. This high degree of conceptual overlap theoretically meant the skill should be considerably easier to comprehend and integrate through practical application over a relatively shorter time investment compared to unrelated abilities. Unlike Explosive Flame, which he'd copied from Kale and painstakingly comprehended through extensive practice before evolving it into Ignite through massive life expenditure, this skill shared extremely high compatibility with abilities he already possessed good mastery over. Elemental Body. Rank Epic. Proficiency 0%. Details: your body has been fundamentally tempered by the 4 classical elements: water, fire, earth, and wind. You gain exceptionally strong affinity with all 4 elements, granting significantly superior control and raw power, plus 10% elemental control, plus 10% resistance to the 4 elements. Staring at the detailed skill description with growing understanding, Moon's eyes widened momentarily. The skill was unquestionably powerful in multiple dimensions, remarkably unique in its defensive approach compared to his purely offensive elemental skills, and absolutely useful as an addition to his combat toolkit. Having substantially higher resistance to the 4 primary classical elements would prove incredibly valuable in numerous combat scenarios. Not only would elemental attacks from more powerful A-rank and S-rank beasts cause dramatically less damage to his physical body, but he'd also inflict considerably less collateral self-harm when casting devastating close-range spells like Ignite at dangerously close proximity to his own position. The burn damage and residual heat that currently forced him to maintain certain minimum safe distances could potentially be mitigated enough to allow near point-blank detonations without suffering major injuries himself. As for the elemental control bonus, Moon wasn't entirely certain whether that percentage buff would stack additively alongside his 5-element affinities' existing bonuses, or if they operated through separate systems. That would require testing to determine definitively. Selene didn't waste much time finishing off the level 24 beast. By the time Moon completed reading the skill description and began processing its usefulness, she'd already eliminated the creature efficiently and stored its corpse in her spatial storage ring. "Let's keep moving forward," Selene said with a noticeably happy smile, clearly satisfied with her new power as she rejoined the group. The expedition continued their purposeful journey toward Tagal Mountain's volcanic depths and the Magma King's lair. During the travel, Moon began openly experimenting with his newly acquired skill, testing its capabilities and limitations through use. He summoned small orbs of controlled flame that he kept juggling between both hands, their heat carefully regulated. Sharp wind blades that he formed and dispersed repeatedly, sharp pins of earth. Yara, observing his unusual behavior with growing curiosity, couldn't resist asking, "Moon, what exactly are you doing? You're playing around with so many different elements simultaneously. It's the first time I've seen you practice like this during travel. Are you worried about something?" Hearing the question, Selene also turned her attention toward them, her observant eyes landing on Moon with subtle suspicion. Moon wasn't fazed by the inquiry, nor did he become flustered at being caught. He wasn't hiding his use after all. "I'm just bored from the journey, so I decided to create random things to occupy my hands and mind. It also helps me maintain good connection with my elemental affinities. It improves my precise control ever so slightly through constant practice without wasting mana." Yara's expression shifted to understanding acceptance, her mouth forming a small O moment. Selene, however, didn't seem entirely convinced by the casual explanation. Her eyes narrowed almost imperceptibly with thought, but she chose not to comment or challenge his stated reasoning aloud. Moon continued his practice. An hour had barely passed since he'd begun testing the elements directly on his own body, making flames hot enough to cause minor burns on his skin, creating earth spikes sharp enough to produce small cuts, subjecting himself to wind blade grazes, before his proficiency increased by leaps and bounds. Elemental body. Rank Epic. Proficiency 35%. Details: your body has been tempered by the 4 elements, water, fire, earth, and wind. You gain exceptionally strong affinity with all 4 elements, granting significantly superior control and power, plus 30% elemental control. Plus 30% resistance to the 4 elements. Moon was pleasantly surprised by the rapid progression rate, though upon reflection he understood the underlying reasons perfectly well. His natural affinity toward elemental manipulation was extraordinarily high, epic rank in his case with 5 elements rather than 4. Just like he predicted, the proficiency would rise quickly. During this practice, Moon had come to the understanding that the main challenge in comprehending this skill lay purely in the physical adaptation component. He simply needed to train and condition his body, exposing it repeatedly to the 4 classical elements in controlled doses, tempering his flesh and nervous system until his natural resistance kept steadily increasing. It was more physical conditioning than anything else. Just like his previous bronze skin skill, Moon understood that this skill would require will and perseverance to acquire. By the time they reached the Magma King's territory, Moon intended to have this skill comprehended as thoroughly as possible to increase his chances of winning. Every advantage mattered when facing S-rank threats. Chapter 162, Climbing Up the Tagal Mountain. "This is it, the Tagal Mountain, a place that our savvy people have dreaded ever since the incident," Yara said solemnly, her eyes reflecting a complex mixture of fear and reverence as she gazed upon the imposing black mountain rising before them. Moon's attention became completely fixed on the volcanic peak dominating the horizon. Calling it simply a mountain felt inadequate. It resembled a colossal black crystal that had been carved into the shape of a mountain. Its jagged obsidian peak jutted aggressively into the sky like a defiant spear challenging the sky itself. The distant sound of deep, resonant rumbling could be heard emanating from the mountain's direction, a throbbing that felt almost like the heartbeat of the earth itself. Boom, boom. Massive ash clouds and dense steam continuously rose from multiple vents near the summit, creating dark pillars that merged with the sky and created ominous shadows across the surrounding area. As Moon watched, an underground tremor shook the ground beneath their feet with enough force to make standing uncomfortable. The volcanic activity was clearly intense and ongoing. Taking a cautious breath, Moon and his companions immediately noticed the atmosphere itself had changed. A distinctly pungent sulfuric odor hung in the air, the scent of volcanic gases mixed with the acrid smell of scorched earth that had been flash incinerated by sudden heat, and strangely, a faint underlying hint of sweetness beneath the overpowering stench. The ground beneath their feet trembled. It felt like standing on the back of some colossal sleeping creature that occasionally changing position without fully waking. Moon could feel intense heat radiating even from this distance. Near the mountain's base, the temperature had already risen noticeably above the island's normal tropical warmth. Higher up, where crimson-orange lava flows were visible cascading down the black rock faces in glowing rivers, Moon predicted the temperature would be absolutely devastating. Yara's expression grew distant, as if recalling tales told around campfires during her childhood. Tagal Mountain has existed since the oldest memories of our people. She paused, gesturing toward the glowing peak. The Magma King is not merely a beast that chose to live here, it is the mountain's heart. A warrior spoke and Yara began translating. There's a darker legend, one the elders don't speak of often. Some believe the Magma King isn't merely guarding territory it's trapped, that something beneath the mountain, deeper than even the Magma King can reach, holds it prisoner through chains we cannot see. And that if those chains ever broke. She shuddered, the eruption would consume all of Lunaris. The island itself would sink beneath the ocean, dragged down by the weight of its own destruction. Moon absorbed these legends with interest, separating likely truth from mythological embellishment. Most of the things she spoke of didn't particularly strike him as truth, but mere stories passed down to make the young stay away from this dangerous place. And the scouting party that encountered it, Moon prompted. The one where only a single person survived with severe injuries, what exactly did they report seeing? Yara's expression became haunted. He described a creature that seemed to be made entirely of living magma and molten stone. Its body constantly moved between solid and liquid states, making it nearly impossible to injure with weapons. She continued with visible discomfort. He said it moved through lava as effortlessly as we walk on Earth. When it opened its mouth, the roar that emerged was accompanied by jets of flame hot enough to instantly ignite everything within dozens of meters. Moon's expression remained calm. I see. Moon stared at the volcanic peak with its rivers of molten rock and ash-choked atmosphere. This would be significantly more dangerous than the Crab King, but much more rewarding. All right, Moon said with unwavering determination. Let's figure out the safest approach route. We're hunting the Magma King. Everyone nodded with solemn expressions on their faces, the gravity of what they were about to attempt settling heavily on their shoulders. This was going to be an extraordinarily difficult fight, possibly the most dangerous encounter any of them had ever faced. As the group began their ascent up Tagal Mountain's treacherous black slopes, they quickly realized that most of them were unprepared for this extreme environment. It's good that I kept Mirage down there for scouting in case the heretics are around. Moon thought. The white horse was more adapted to water, and up in the mountain he wouldn't have the ability to help then. Yara's body began sweating profusely within the first quarter of the climb, her hair becoming thoroughly drenched despite her best efforts to maintain composure. By the time they'd reached approximately halfway up the mountain's height, Moon's expression had grown concerned as he observed his companion's deteriorating condition. The savvy warriors were clearly struggling badly with the intense heat and noxious fumes, their breathing labored and their movements becoming sluggish. Moon calculated grimly that by the time they actually reached the volcanic peak where the Magma King made its lair, they might literally collapse from heat exhaustion and toxic gas inhalation before the fighting even began. He turned his head towards Selene to assess her condition, but she seemed relatively unaffected. Her skin was dry and her breathing was normal. The elemental body sure helps with elemental resistance. Her defensive buffs are also proportionally stronger than mine since her skill was mastered automatically at epic rank rather than needing to build proficiency gradually. Moon made his decision. All right, we stop here temporarily, Moon announced firmly. Yara, take your warriors and descend back down the mountain to a safer altitude. This environment is simply too dangerous for you. You're clearly not built to withstand such extreme heat without proper equipment or natural resistances. Yara's face immediately darkened stubbornly, sweat still streaming down her face in rivulets. What? Absolutely not. We're coming with you all the way to the top. We cannot abandon you to fight alone, regardless of how strong you've proven yourself. We vowed to help protect you as our honored guests. It's just some sweat, we'll manage fine. Moon shook his head with gentle but absolute firmness. You might feel that it's manageable right now, but once we reach the mountain's peak, you certainly won't survive. There isn't any exposed lava along the route we're currently taking, but once we arrive at the summit crater, molten rock will be everywhere within direct line of sight. The radiant heat alone will be lethal. You won't be able to handle those conditions. Sometimes, knowing when to withdraw is more courageous than blindly proceeding into certain death. Chapter 163, Tagal Mountain's Summit. Yara shook her head again with even more conviction, her expression absolutely resolute. "No, I'm staying with you regardless of the risks." She turned sharply toward the four savvy warriors and began issuing commands in their language, clearly ordering them to retreat to safety. But the warriors immediately shook their heads in refusal, responding with what were obviously protests. Their body language made their position clear. They couldn't possibly abandon their maiden and their honored guests to fight while they cowered safely at the mountain's base. They were the strongest warriors their clan possessed. As Yara and the warriors argued intensely in their native tongue, Moon took the opportunity to check his skill progression. Elemental body. Rank Epic. Proficiency 39%. Details: your body has been tempered by the four elements, water, fire, earth, and wind. You gain exceptionally strong affinity with all four elements, granting significantly superior control and power. Plus 30% elemental control, plus 30% resistance to the four elements. Moon's eyes widened briefly as a thought struck him like lightning. Wait, this extreme temperature, it's actively tempering my body right now. What better environment exists for accelerating elemental body's development than prolonged exposure to this volcanic heat? The harsh conditions that were incapacitating his companions would benefit his skill progression. Every minute spent in this environment was training his body's fire resistance. "Yara," Moon interrupted their heated discussion, his firm voice immediately making himself the center of attention. Before she could protest further, Moon began removing his cloak of the two extremes, the enchanted garment he'd specifically purchased for extreme environmental protection after experiencing extreme coldness in the hidden realm alongside Selene. "Here. Wear this," Moon said, approaching Yara and draping the cloak around her shoulders before she could refuse. The oppressive heat that had been overwhelming her suddenly became manageable. Her excessive sweating began slowing to normal levels, and visible relief crossed her face as the enchanted cloak regulated her body's temperature almost instantly. "Wow, this clothing feels incredibly cooling against my skin," Yara said with genuine amazement, running her fingers along the cloak's material. "The heat is still present, but it's no longer unbearable. The enchantment will help significantly with extreme temperatures, but you still need to make a critical decision right now. Only one person can wear this cloak. I don't possess multiple protection items. I'm not taking more than one companion at most to the summit." His expression became absolutely serious, his gaze hardening. "I'm sorry to be blunt, but if you're barely able to stand upright from the heat, you won't help us in combat. Worse, you'll become a dangerous liability that makes the fight significantly more difficult because we'll have to actively protect you while simultaneously engaging the Magma King. So choose carefully and realistically. Either one person comes with adequate heat protection or none of you come at all." The ultimatum hung heavily in the hot air between them. It was abundantly clear that Moon wasn't going to sabotage his critical mission simply to accommodate their well-intentioned stubbornness. Yara looked visibly torn between her desire to witness such a fight, to break her fear, and her reluctant understanding of Moon's undeniable logic. The four savvy warriors exchanged uncertain glances among themselves, clearly understanding the essential situation even through the language barrier based on tone and body language alone. Finally, the eldest warrior among them decided to intervene. He says that only 2 of us will accompany you to the summit. Gratus is the oldest and strongest among our warriors. He will follow alongside us while the others retreat to safety," Yara translated. Moon's gaze moved to assess Gratus directly, the eldest savvy warrior who'd just volunteered. The clan member was indeed noticeably more robust than his companions. Moon had observed him fighting during previous engagements, and even here in this punishing heat, Gratus appeared affected the least among all the warriors, his breathing more stable but still a problem nonetheless. Just like the others, he was going to struggle at the summit. Before Moon could make his decision, Selene interjected helpfully. "Yeah, that arrangement works well. Moon, I actually have a spare protection cloak that provides good heat resistance. Gratus can use it for the ascent. This way the 4 of us can proceed together safely, and having an additional experienced warrior increases our chances in case anything unexpected arises." She withdrew a cloak from her spatial storage. The garment was visually distinct from Moon's cloak of the 2 extremes. She offered it to Gratus with an encouraging gesture. The savvy warrior accepted the protective equipment graciously, nodded his head in thanks to Selene, who simply smiled warmly in return. Looking more carefully at the specific cloak Selene had just provided, Moon's eyes flashed with interest and mild surprise. "This cloak, it's an A+ rank enchanted item, considerably higher quality than my own version." The thought was fleeting but notable. Selene clearly possessed more resources and high-grade equipment than her relatively modest persona suggested. "All right then, that works," Moon confirmed with a decisive nod. The other 2 warriors should descend to safer altitude immediately, establish a concealed observation position, and await our return. The remaining warriors' expressions showed they absolutely hated being forced to retreat while others faced danger, but they recognized the necessity of the decision. Pride demanded they fight, Wisdom demanded they survive. One of the warriors designated to descend spoke hesitantly in the Savi language, Sat Krast Mars. Yara turned toward Moon to translate, her expression troubled. They're asking me, what should they do if we don't come back, if the mission fails or we take long to return? Moon turned to face the warriors directly, before a cold, confident smile broke out on his face. We will come back even if I have to drag the Magma King's corpse down this mountain with my bare hands and carry all three of you on my back simultaneously. We're returning. His eyes blazed with hunger that seemed to rival the heat surrounding them. The warriors stood speechless for a moment, clearly affected by the sheer force of Moon's presence and absolute refusal to even consider failure as a possibility. Then they nodded with conviction, as if Moon's confidence had infected them too. Yara stared at Moon in awe mixed with disbelief at his audacious words. Selene just shook her head with a slight smile. The two warriors who would remain behind began their descent to establish their observation post, occasionally glancing back with expressions mixing concern and hope. Moon, Selene, Yara, and Gratis continued their ascent toward the volcanic peak, where the temperature would become truly lethal, and the Magma King awaited in its domain of molten stone. Chapter 164, That's Not a Magma King. It didn't take the group long to complete their ascent up the volcanic mountain, once Yara and Gratis were properly protected by the enchanted garments. They moved at a faster pace, and the summit crater was just within reach now. Only a few final meters remained before they could peer down into what lay deep within the mountain's molten core. Rivers of glowing lava flowed beside their narrow path, forcing Moon and the others to take slow and careful steps, avoiding any contact with the burning hot liquid rock. Elemental body. Rank Epic. Proficiency 44%. Details: your body has been tempered by the four elements, water, fire, earth, and wind. You gain exceptionally strong affinity with all four elements, granting significantly superior control and power. Plus 40% elemental control, plus 40% resistance to the four elements. Already at 44% proficiency, Moon thought with satisfaction as he deliberately stepped over a section of path where molten rock had recently flowed, the residual heat still intense enough to ignite organic material on contact. This extreme environment is absolutely perfect for accelerating the skill's development. During their challenging ascent, Moon had also given his protective boots to Gratis when it became clear the Savi warrior's feet were being badly scorched despite the cloak's protection. Similarly, Selene had provided a spare enchanted pair from her apparently well-stocked spatial storage to Yara. Their unprotected feet simply could no longer handle the burning surfaces beneath them. The skin had been slowly blistering and charring before Moon called a halt to address the problem. Selene had also tried to offer one to Moon, but he shook his head, rejecting the offer. Moon was now the only person in their group walking completely barefoot across superheated volcanic rock. Initially, he could sense their shocked glances in his direction, but Moon didn't particularly mind the attention. He could easily attribute his heat resistance to his fire affinity and related skills if questioned directly. After all, Selene knew perfectly well that his fire element manipulation was extraordinarily powerful. It wasn't unreasonable that heat resistance also came as a package with one of his skills. Moon, look at this, Selene said suddenly, her voice slightly quivering with something between awe and worry. She'd reached the crater's edge first and was now gazing down into the mountain's open volcanic core, her mouth hanging open in obvious shock at whatever she was witnessing below. Moon arrived at her position shortly after, genuinely curious about what could possibly make the normally composed Selene react so dramatically. What did she see that's affecting her this much? Moon stepped to the crater's edge and looked down. Once he got a good look, he immediately understood her reaction completely. The volcanic crater was absolutely massive, easily a few hundred meters across at its widest point, creating a colossal bowl-shaped depression that descended deep into the mountain's heart. The walls were black obsidian mixed with crimson veins of lava, creating a beauty worth fearing, but the crater itself wasn't what had stunned Selene into shocked silence. At the very bottom of the crater, perhaps 100 meters below their current elevated position, was a lake of pure molten lava that churned and bubbled constantly. The liquid rock glowed with intense orange-red luminescence, its light ricocheting between the obsidian crater walls, creating an almost hypnotic illusion. The center of that lava lake, partially submerged like a massive whale breaching the ocean surface, was the Magma King. The creature was absolutely colossal in scale. Its body appeared to be made entirely from living magma and protective obsidian plates that formed natural armor across its vital areas. Molten liquid dripped continuously from its body in glowing rivulets, flowing back into the surrounding lake. At the center of the beast's massive chest lay a brilliant crimson core that glowed brightly. Both Moon and Selene's eyes narrowed simultaneously at the core in the middle of the Magma King's chest. Even from this considerable distance, Moon could feel the devastating heat emanating from the S-rank creature in waves that distorted the air itself. The Magma King's physical size rivaled the Crab King's impressive dimensions, but its presence felt more oppressive and dangerous. Yara and Gratis arrived at the crater's edge moments later, and both warriors almost stumbled backward from the sight that greeted them. Gratus whispered something in their native language. Whilst Yara's face had hardened, the ancient legends were accurate. It's not merely a beast that chose to live inside a volcano but the mountain's living heart. Moon stared down at the Magma King with calculating eyes, his mind already assessing the monumental challenge despite the obviously overwhelming disadvantages. What happened next surprised them all completely. In the molten lava surrounding the massive central figure, dozens of smaller shapes that had initially appeared to be simple volcanic rocks or debris suddenly started moving, shocking everyone observing from above. Moon's eyes immediately sharpened and narrowed with intensity. Seleni's expression mirrored his reaction perfectly. "Those are baby magma creatures?" Selene asked in genuine shock, staring at the rock-like forms that began jumping and swimming playfully through the lava, as if enjoying recreational time in their natural element. The first swimming baby magma seemed to set off a chain reaction like dominoes. The others began to follow suit in the movement. The enormous Magma King's eyes remained peacefully closed, its massive body resting in apparent slumber despite the activity of the smaller creatures around it. But then, quite suddenly, the beast's entire body convulsed slightly. Its mouth bulged outward, and a new rock-like object was expelled from within it, birthed directly from the creature's body and deposited gently into the surrounding lava. The newly emerged rock lay completely still for several tense seconds. Then it began moving, joining the playful swarm, albeit at a slower speed befitting its new birth. A Magma King capable of natural asexual reproduction. Selene's mouth twitched with disbelief at the scene she was witnessing. "That doesn't sound right. This is a Magma Queen." Chapter 165, Magma Queen and Baby Magmas. The sheer number of smaller magma creatures visible before their eyes was staggering. Selene mentally counted approximately 50 separate entities swimming and playing in the lava lake, and based on the mana signatures she could detect even from this distance, they ranged from approximately level 15 to level 20 in power. Whilst they weren't individually threatening to experienced awakeners, but in such overwhelming numbers, it was a problem worth noting. She turned toward Moon with growing concern, only to find him grinning with obvious excitement rather than showing appropriate worry. "What are you grinning about like that?" Selene demanded with exasperation. "I'm not confident I can handle this number of enemies simultaneously. There are simply too many, and fighting in a lava lake adds impossible environmental complications." "Oh, don't worry at all, Selene, you got this, but first," Moon said with infuriating confidence, his grin widening. "First what?" Selene pressed warily. "First, we're going to use those baby magma creatures to our advantage. These should be enough to make you reach level 25. I can sense some high-level ones among them. You can also tell by their size. Most importantly, if we slaughter all 50 of her offspring right in front of her, the Magma Queen is going to become absolutely enraged and emerge fully from that lava lake to attack us directly. Which gives us solid ground to fight on instead of trying to engage her while she's submerged in her natural element." Selene stared at Moon with a mixture of horrified admiration and resigned acceptance. "You want to deliberately provoke a protective mother by killing all her children in front of her." "Exactly," Moon confirmed with a single nod. Despite herself, Selene couldn't help but smile slightly at the audacious plan. Some might call it terrible, others might call it cruel, but to her and everyone on this mountain, it was probably going to work. Lightning began crackling intensely in Moon's hands, energy building and arcing between his fingers. Simultaneously, water manifested and accumulated in Selene's palms, the liquid gathering in growing spheres as she channeled enormous amounts of mana into her spell. Moon spent nearly 30% of his total mana reserves forming the most concentrated lightning attack he could conjure without draining his reserves for the upcoming fight. Selene similarly invested a considerable portion of her own mana to create a massive water technique. "Don't hit the big one directly. I absolutely don't want to lose credit for the S-rank kill on my evolution task advancement, even if that means you have to deliberately leave some of the magma creatures untouched," Moon instructed firmly while preparing to unleash his devastating attack. His tone was harder than usual, showing how serious he was in his command. "Don't worry, I'll just drench the smaller ones that are positioned away from the Magma Queen," Selene confirmed with a focused nod. 3, 2, 1. Now, Selene unleashed an enormous wave of water that cascaded down into the crater like a tidal surge, specifically targeting the cluster of baby magma creatures that had been playing furthest from their mother's protective proximity. Violent sizzling and crackling sounds erupted alongside the agonized cries of the little magma spirits as the water made contact with their molten forms. Steam exploded upward in thick clouds as magma battled against cooling water. However, the water attack alone didn't persist long before Moon's follow-up lightning joined the fray, creating a devastating combination. Crack. Bzzzt. Electrical energy flashed across the summit, traveling effortlessly through the conductive steam clouds, across the wet stone surfaces, and even through the molten lava itself, which had been partially cooled by Selene's water technique. Unlike the water attack, Moon's lightning spread indiscriminately across every single magma creature in the affected zone with terrifying speed. The electricity jumped between targets like a living thing seeking victims. The Magma Queen, who had been resting peacefully moments before, jolted violently awake the instant her offspring came under attack. She was immediately and absolutely furious beyond rational thought. A terrifying roar of pure flame escaped her massive mouth as she desperately tried to intercept the incoming lightning with her own elemental power. But it was far too late and the attack traveled far too quickly. Before her enormous eyes, dozens upon dozens of her children died instantly, their life forces snuffed out by the overwhelming electrical surge coursing through their bodies. You have killed level 15 Magma Spirit. You have killed level 16 Magma Spirit. You have killed level 18 Magma Spirit. You have killed level 21 Magma Spirit. You have killed level 17 Magma Spirit. Notifications flashed rapidly across both Moon's and Seleni's vision, confirming each kill, but neither Awakener focused on reading the detailed reports. They were far too occupied with their immediate priority. Run, Moon shouted at maximum volume, already switching positions and sprinting away from the crater's edge along the rocky mountainside. He'd already identified a relatively smooth and stable section of terrain approximately 50 meters from the crater rim, a natural platform that would provide decent footing for combat without being so close to the lava lake that they'd be instantly incinerated. It would have been significantly more ideal to fight at the mountain's base where the lava was minimal and escape routes were abundant, but that simply wasn't viable given their current position and circumstances. The base of the mountain was too far down. They'd need to carefully navigate the treacherous descending slope while simultaneously being pursued by an enraged S-rank elemental beast. And fighting while descending meant giving their backs to the pursuing Magma Queen, which would be absolutely suicidal. It was better to make their stand on prepared ground at this elevation. Moon reached the designated combat zone and spun around to face the crater just as an absolutely earth-shaking roar erupted from within. The Magma Queen exploded from the lava lake like an erupting volcano. Molten rock sprayed in all directions as her massive body climbed the summit hole, arriving at the peak of the mountain. Her eyes, previously closed, now blazed with fury that matched the heat of her glowing core that seemed to glow even brighter. Moon and the Magma Queen made eye contact for a brief moment. At that moment, the Magma Queen found the ones who'd slaughtered her children and she was coming for revenge. Chapter 166, Fighting the Mag. Moon gripped his staff tightly, mana already channeling and building for his next devastating attack sequence. Selene, Yara, Gratis, stay back at maximum safe distance and only attack any young magma spirits if more emerge from the Queen. Do not engage or strike the Magma Queen directly under any circumstances, Moon commanded with absolute authority, his eyes never leaving the approaching elemental titan. The Magma Queen's massive body began advancing toward them with terrifying speed despite her enormous size, each thunderous step leaving a trail of molten destruction in her wake as the very ground beneath her liquefied. It didn't take long for the Magma Queen to initiate her terrible assault. Magma began forming and spreading from her body like blood from a wound, gathering into concentrated spheres of destruction. A large molten core of compacted rock and flowing lava was hurled toward Yara and the others. The Queen clearly recognized them as part of the group that had slaughtered her offspring. Moon's eyes immediately hardened with focus. He formed a pressurized water lance that intercepted the attack mid-flight. HISSSS, Selene's own water lance joined his defensive technique a fraction of a second later, the combined liquid attack stopping the molten rock before it could reach their more vulnerable companions. Both Yara and Gratis visibly gulped, swallowing large chunks of nervous saliva that had formed within moments of witnessing how close they'd come to being incinerated alive. Moon didn't allow the Magma Queen any opportunity to continue her aggressive assault unchallenged. Lightning began crackling intensely in his left hand, while simultaneously water began forming and gathering above his staff in his right hand. One of his strongest attacks, the strongest against the Magma Queen since Ignite wouldn't deal much damage to a beast made of fire essentially. He launched both spells simultaneously, immediately capturing the Queen's undivided hostile attention as the attack streaked towards her. The Magma Queen, recognizing the same deadly combination that had injured her and killed dozens of her children moments earlier, immediately understood not to catch the attack head-on with her body. She formed another massive magma rock defensively and launched it to intercept the incoming techniques mid-flight. The water component was immediately vaporized upon contact with the Magma Queen's attack, spreading thick steam clouds across the entire summit area. Black fumes and white mist began to intertwine in the air. Amidst the chaos, the lightning spell it burst straight through the remaining molten mass and continued traveling toward the Magma Queen. Crackle. Crack, the electrical discharge struck the Queen's body directly, a few inches away from the glowing core on her chest. Her entire massive body shook violently for a quick second as the electrical current coursed through her body, causing pain despite her tremendous durability. An earth-shaking roar of pure rage escaped her mouth as she became even more furious, her complete attention now captured and fixated exclusively on Moon. The ground beneath Moon shook for a brief moment, as if sharing the same anger as the Queen herself. "Oh no, so ferocious, so formidable," Moon said with obvious sarcasm, his grin widening a little. "But if you're trying to intimidate me into surrender, you'll need to put some more energy into that purring." More spells began forming in both of Moon's hands as he prepared his next attack, but the Magma Queen had her own plans. The volcanic rock beneath Moon's feet began glowing ominous orange red as magma began rising from deep within the mountain's core. Suddenly, molten lava erupted violently from the ground directly beneath his standing position, attempting to incinerate him alive from below. Moon's eyes widened briefly as he felt the danger approaching from beneath him. The ground had got much hotter instantaneously. Luckily, his high agility allowed him to leap desperately away just in time, his exceptional reflexes and fire resistance barely sufficient to avoid being completely consumed by the erupting magma that didn't seem to cease pouring. Although he avoided the main attack, Moon wasn't fast enough to avoid all contact. Hiss, Moon sucked in a sharp pained breath as glowing molten liquid splashed onto his exposed arms, instantly melting through his sleeve fabric and searing his skin. His skin began to bubble upon contact. The pain was absolutely excruciating, far worse than any burn he'd experienced previously. Moon immediately used his water element and wind to get rid of the magma on his arms, relieving him of the immense pain but still keeping a constant throbbing that didn't seem to go easily. Simultaneously, a notification flashed across his vision, even through the agony. Elemental body proficiency increased to 45%. That shit really hurts, even with an element resistance, Moon thought through gritted teeth, his eyes landing on the terrible burn mark the lava splash had left across his forearm. The flesh was charred black with the wound still smoking and the edges glowing faintly orange from the residual heat left. The injury was painful but not immediately debilitating. Moon's high constitution attribute and his partial fire resistance had prevented the damage from being instantly fatal or crippling to his arm. Moon had come to a crucial realization. The Magma Queen wasn't merely powerful in direct frontal combat. Rather, she controlled the entire battlefield itself, able to weaponize seemingly mundane parts of the volcanic environment against any opponent brave or foolish enough to challenge her on her home territory. He had intelligently expected her to possess direct control over visible magma and lava flows in the immediate vicinity, which was precisely why he deliberately avoided positioning himself near those obvious hazard zones. But he hadn't anticipated her ability to manipulate even apparently normal, solid volcanic rock and cause fresh lava to erupt violently from beneath supposedly stable ground. That environmental control dramatically expanded her effective attack range and made safe positioning nearly impossible. The Queen roared again, already preparing her next devastating attack. Moon forced himself to completely ignore the searing, excruciating pain radiating from his severely burned arm. His gaze, filled with hatred, remained locked on the Magma Queen with intensity, despite the fact that additional small magma spirits had finally begun emerging from various points around the summit, leaping and bouncing like aggressive rabbits made of stone and fire. Chapter 167, Seleni's Class Evolution. Moon paid the emerging threats absolutely no attention whatsoever. He understood his role perfectly, finished the primary goal, the S-rank target before him. As for everything else, that was his team's responsibility, not his. He'd spent enough time fighting alongside Selene to trust her ability in handling the other threats. Similarly, he had developing trust in Yara and Gratis to contribute meaningfully, albeit the confidence level was somewhat less than what he felt towards Selene. Although the injury was painful and would require some time to heal, Moon refused to interpret it as a failure or weakness. Rather, Moon viewed it as a valuable opportunity. A chance to further increase both his physical pain tolerance and his elemental body skills' fire resistance. Mana flared from Moon's entire body as he began to repetitively cast spells with moderate power rather than going for maximum effort. He wasn't attempting to land a single overwhelming killing blow. He didn't want to damage the core in the Magma Queen's chest. Instead, Moon was creating openings, being as much of an eyesore as possible, while constantly changing his attack rhythm and body positioning to avoid becoming a predictable sitting target. Gulp. Moon drank a stamina restoration potion while sprinting, not even slowing his movement. Crack, he discarded the empty glass bottle carelessly onto the mountain surface as he continued his relentless motion. Magma constantly erupted from the ground beneath his path, attempting to catch him off guard with its unpredictable timing. Simultaneously, the Magma Queen herself was launching her own direct attacks in succession. Zap, bzzzt. The rumbling sound of electrical energy constantly drummed across the battlefield as Moon searched for the specific opening he required. He'd landed several solid lightning strikes on the Magma Queen's body so far, causing visible damage and pain, but it wasn't nearly sufficient damage to actually kill such a durable S-rank creature. She was an exceptionally tough opponent, clearly not a standard S-rank beast, and Moon understood that reality very well. His gaze remained constantly focused on the brilliant crimson core positioned prominently in the center of the queen's massive chest, the glowing core that seemed to be her literal heart and power source. This core, it's clearly a natural treasure of immense value, Moon thought while dodging yet another devastating magma projectile before countering another with a water lance. I absolutely must claim it for myself. I can commission a powerful weapon forged from this material, dramatically increasing my Ignite skill's raw power output by a large margin. The benefits of acquiring that core went far beyond simple monetary value. The core clearly had fire affinity, a powerful one too. With the core used as the main material for an S-rank weapon, Moon would have better chances in hunting S-rank beasts with less trouble. The Magma Queen possessed tremendous offensive power and environmental control that made her incredibly dangerous, but just like every other monster, she wasn't invincible or without exploitable weaknesses. Her most obvious vulnerability was clearly that exposed, glowing core positioned prominently in her chest, alongside her overwhelming emotions that severely clouded her judgment. Moon understood with complete certainty that he could finish this fight considerably faster by relentlessly targeting the core with concentrated powerful attacks until the cumulative damage became fatal. But he deliberately chose not to employ that straightforward strategy for very specific reasons. Destroying the core directly would almost certainly kill the Magma Queen efficiently, but it would also likely shatter or severely damage the core itself in the process. Moon wanted that core intact and undamaged for his own purposes. A broken, fragmented core would be worthless for him, and a waste of a powerful treasure that could strengthen him. So instead, Moon was slowly weakening the queen through repeated elemental attacks to her less vital areas, wearing down her overall durability until he could deliver a killing blow that bypassed the core entirely, leaving the precious artifact intact for harvest. It was more dangerous, but the potential reward justified the additional risk, especially with his quick rising proficiency in the elemental body skill. The Magma Queen had most likely merged with this powerful fire element artifact through some unknown evolutionary or magical fusion process, transforming herself from perhaps an A-rank beast into the extraordinarily powerful S-rank elemental she currently represented. Although Moon wasn't entirely certain about the core's true nature or original source, he absolutely recognized that it radiated immense, almost overwhelming concentrated fire elemental energy. Whenever the queen launched her powerful attacks, the core's glow increased, glowing progressively brighter and brighter like a star blazing in the starry sky. As Moon engaged the Magma Queen in their deadly dance, Selene, Yara, and Gratis were simultaneously fighting their own battle against the emerging magma spirits. The fight was on a much slower rhythm, not taxing them. The three had positioned themselves just a few tens of meters away from Moon's primary engagement zone, close enough to provide support if he told them to, but far enough to avoid being caught in the catastrophic area effect attacks both combatants were unleashing. Even at this distance, they could feel intense waves of heat radiating from the Magma Queen's most powerful techniques, the heat washing over them in oppressive pulses that made breathing difficult despite their protective equipment. Yara was currently engaged with 3 magma spirits simultaneously, each one approximately level 23 in power. Creatures were difficult opponents to deal with effectively given their unique life form. The arrows she fired struck accurately and dealt initial damage, but once the projectiles became embedded within the spirits' bodies, they immediately began melting from exposure to the internal lava, rendering them useless. It wasn't that Yara lacked sufficient combat power or skill. The fundamental problem was that her standard arrows simply weren't constructed from materials durable enough to deal enough damage. Yet despite the disadvantage, Yara stubbornly continued firing shot after shot without giving up, gradually wearing the magma spirits down through sheer volume of attacks and the impact force from repeated strikes alone. From her peripheral vision while engaging her own cluster of enemies, Selene spotted Yara's obvious struggle against the resilient opponents. She sent a pressurized water technique hurtling toward the magma spirit group she was fighting, the liquid attack making contact and producing enormous clouds of hissing steam as superheated rock met cooling water. You have killed a level 22 magma spirit. You have killed a level 23 magma spirit. You have reached level 25. Class evolution available. Please complete evolution tasks to advance from Awakener to Evolver. Chapter 168, Magma Queen's Death. The notifications flashed across Selene's retina, making her smile brightly, but with the situation at hand, she decided to deal with them later. Yara, try hitting only the solid stone parts of their bodies, break through their obsidian shells first. Selene shouted advice over the sounds of combat. Don't waste arrows targeting the flowing lava portions directly. Yara nodded her understanding, immediately adjusting her strategy. She closed one eye to focus her aim, her breathing slowed and her hands steadied as she drew her bowstring. Whoosh! The arrow struck true to her intended target, piercing cleanly through the magma spirit's stone rather than getting caught in molten liquid. The creature shook violently, clearly dazed and disoriented from the penetrating damage. but it recovered quickly, leaping aggressively toward Yara once more while simultaneously exhaling a gout of flame from its mouth. At the same time, Yara was already knocking her next arrows. Whoosh. Whoosh, 2 more shots struck in succession, both finding gaps in the creature's damaged rocky armor. The magma spirit's cohesion finally failed. Its body crumbled and collapsed to the mountain floor, the internal lava spilling out across the volcanic rock surface. Yara smiled happily, satisfied with her kill before immediately pivoting to engage the remaining 2 opponents still threatening her position. The battle continued intensely. Moon's lightning crackled with relentless intensity. The Magma Queen roared in pain and fury, and slowly but inexorably the tide of battle began turning decisively in their favor. Within 10 minutes of the battle erupting across the volcanic summit, all the emerging magma spirits had been systematically eliminated. The Magma Queen had been completely unable to witness the slaughter of her remaining offspring, too desperately distracted by Moon's constant barrage of elemental attacks and his perpetually shifting combat position to spare attention for anything else. Moon's observant eyes briefly landed on Seleni's group, who were watching his engagement from a safer distance. Selene appeared momentarily distracted by something hidden from the eyes of others. Her eyes had that distant, unfocused look that meant she was reading system notifications. Moon instantly understood that she'd accumulated sufficient experience to reach her class advancement evolution threshold. Elemental body. Rank Epic. Proficiency 60%. Details: your body has been tempered by the 4 elements, water, fire, earth, and wind. You gain exceptionally strong affinity with all 4 elements, granting significantly superior control and power, plus 60% elemental control, plus 60% resistance to the 4 elements. Moon returned his full attention to the severely injured beast before him. Lava kept pouring continuously from multiple wounds across the Magma Queen's massive frame. Many of the protective obsidian rock plates covering her body had been completely shattered by his elemental assault, exposing vulnerable molten flesh beneath. All right, it's time to end this fight. Moon had been deliberately prolonging the fight for 2 reasons that benefited him greatly. The first was because he was improving his elemental body proficiency through repeated exposure to pure fire attacks. The second reason was because he was gradually wearing down the beast to ensure the killing blow wouldn't risk damaging the precious core. The Magma Queen had actually been severely injured and hovering on the brink of death for several minutes already, but Moon had been carefully managing his damage output. Unfortunately, that proficiency growth had finally plateaued. Moon could feel internally that fire element tempering was no longer a limiting factor for advancement. He needed diverse experience with the other 3 classical elements, water, earth, and wind, to push his skill mastery higher. Boom! A massive gout of flame and magma erupted directly beneath Moon's position. This time Moon dodged the attack perfectly. The attack did not hurt him in the slightest. He was already accustomed to the pattern of attack the Magma Queen had been deploying in their fight. Moon used the brief window while the Magma Queen prepared for her next attack to launch his own counter-attack. Concentrated lightning charged through the air, traveling at insane velocities before striking the beast's exposed chest squarely. Simultaneously, Moon sent a massive wave of water crashing against the Queen's incoming attack. The attack had barely launched a meter away from the Magma Queen before it was met head-on by Moon's attack, creating an enormous cloud of hissing steam that billowed across the battlefield. After that, Moon channeled another lightning strike directly through that conductive steam cloud, using the water vapor as a medium to spread his attack across a wider area and deal additional accumulating injury to the beast. Although steam wasn't an ideal electrical conductor compared to pure water or metal, it conducted electricity nonetheless, and that small advantage was exactly what Moon needed at the moment. Within approximately 1 minute of his relentless attacks, which Moon exploited every opening, the Magma Queen finally succumbed completely to her catastrophic injuries that had slowly built up during their fight. Her massive rocky body collapsed with earth-shaking impact, molten lava flowing freely from her destroyed form and spreading across the mountain floor in glowing, crimson rivers. The entire volcanic peak seemed to tremble and shake at the death of its elemental guardian, as if Tagal Mountain itself was expressing pain at her demise. You have killed level 25 S-rank Fire Mountain Spirit. You have gained 3,000 lives. A name, Moon. A race, human. Class, classless elemental mage. Level 25, awaiting evolution. Lives, 24,241. Strength 38, Agility 38, Constitution 43, Mana 58, plus 5 to all stats. Attribute points 5. Skills: Elemental Attack, 5 Element Affinity, Tenacity, Silver Skin, Ignite, Elemental Body, Limited Time. Talent: Grim Reaper. Class Skill, Class Slot 1-1. As the dead body finished collapsing, the The brilliant glowing orb that had been embedded within her chest cavity began rolling free from the cooling remains. Moon's eyes immediately widened with alarm as it began accelerating sharply. Oh shit, Moon couldn't help but curse. Kill 50 level 25 creatures classified at S-rank power level alone. 250. Copy and comprehend 5 uncommon or rare rank skills, 0-5. Gain a legendary rank skill, 0-1. Chapter 169, Fire Mountain Spirit Core. Moon instantly channeled the earth element, creating a temporary barrier wall to prevent the orb from rolling down the mountain's slope. The orb's momentum was stopped by the wall. Moon approached it before using water to rapidly cool the residual magma coating still clinging to the orb's surface, carefully removing the layer without damaging the core itself. Selene, Yara, and Gratis rushed toward Moon's position with expressions mixing curiosity, relief, and profound exhaustion from the intensity of battle. Moon, you actually killed the magma queen. Yara couldn't help but exclaim in genuine shock, her tongue still automatically used to the old fearsome title her people had used before catching herself mid-word. Moon carefully picked up the now accessible core, cradling it gently in both hands. The orb felt pleasantly warm against his skin, despite the immense elemental power clearly radiating from within, not burning or painful at all. The sensation was comparable to holding a smooth stone that had been heated by direct sunlight on a nice summer day. System information appeared automatically as Moon focused his attention on the mysterious object, Fire Mountain Spirit Core. Order first. Rank S. Details: the pure condensed core of a mountain spirit. Contains intense fire elemental concentration, formed through decades of continuous bathing within concentrated fire essence and volcanic energy. Moon stared at the detailed description and deep satisfaction started to spread in his chest. Deliberately holding back against the Magma Queen during the latter portion of their battle, carefully ensuring this invaluable core remained intact and undamaged throughout the killing blow, had absolutely been worth the additional risk and extended combat duration. You actually did it, Selene said, her voice carrying genuine disbelief mixed with impressed admiration. A sheepish grin spread across her face as the reality fully sank in. You killed an S-rank elemental beast in solo combat, on its own home territory, inside a volcanic crater where it controlled the entire battlefield environment. Yara finally found her voice among the group's reactions. The Magma Queen that terrorized our people for countless generations, you defeated her completely alone without any assistance. Her voice carried profound emotion. The legends will absolutely speak of this day, Moon. Our children's children will tell epic stories of the warrior who slew the mountain's living heart. The village chief can finally send people to gather valuable materials from the volcanic slopes without fearing they would never return alive. Selene's analytical eyes flickered with intense interest as she stared at the glowing orb cradled in Moon's hands, her expression shifting to pure curiosity. What is that artifact exactly? I can physically feel the concentrated power radiating from it even from this distance. That's clearly not just a standard monster core drop. Moon held up the Fire Mountain Spirit Core so everyone present could examine it properly, the artifact casting dancing orange red light across their faces. Here, look at it yourself, Moon said, carefully placing the warm orb into Selene's outstretched palm. Upon directly inspecting the artifact and reading its system-provided details, Selene's eyes widened dramatically with pure disbelief and barely contained excitement. This item. A genuine spirit's core at S-rank classification, she uttered breathlessly, her hands trembling slightly from the excitement of holding something so extraordinarily valuable. Her gaze snapped back to meet Moon's after she'd finished reading the complete details. Moon, do you have any interest in selling this core? I will buy it from you immediately for $5 million. No, actually $10 million. That's a serious offer. Her eyes sparkled with desire. Moon immediately shook his head in refusal. I'm keeping this particular artifact. I have no plans whatsoever to sell it, because as you're well aware, I still need to slay dozens more S-rank beasts for my evolution requirements. That won't be remotely easy even under ideal circumstances. This core will allow me to commission or create an extremely powerful weapon that will significantly help with future hunts. As if suddenly remembering something important he'd temporarily forgotten, Moon's eyes widened briefly. Wait, did you successfully level up? Realizing that Moon had no intention of selling the invaluable artifact regardless of price offered, Selene sighed with obvious disappointment, but carefully returned the glowing orb to Moon's possession. Then her expression brightened considerably. Yes, I finally reached level 25 during the magma spirit fights. I've also already selected my class evolution pathway from the options presented. Fortunately, one of my 3 required tasks was automatically completed just from my existing progress. She continued explaining, I have 2 remaining requirements. First, I need to slay 100 level 25 creatures of any rank. Second, I must defeat 1 S-rank beast in combat. Moon's eyes flickered with complicated emotion for a brief moment before he hid it well. "Are you planning to attempt hunting an S-rank target soon?" he asked, his tone carefully neutral while his eyes narrowed with obvious interest in her answer. Selene immediately shook her head firmly. "Absolutely not, it's far too early for that level of challenge. I'll complete the easier requirement first by hunting standard level 25 beasts. I also need to evolve both of my primary skills before I'd even consider attempting an S-rank solo kill." Moon nodded understanding, his expression carefully controlled and neutral. Internally, however, he sighed with profound relief that he worked hard to keep completely hidden from his facial expression. When Selene had initially stated her evolution task requirements, Moon had felt an unexplainable, uncomfortable feeling rising in his chest, something he didn't want to examine too closely or dive into emotionally. Ever since their partnership began, Selene and Moon's individual goals had generally remained parallel and complementary, never directly intertwining or creating any sort of conflicts. Their objectives had supported each other rather than competing. This represented the first potential conflict of interest between them. They both explicitly needed to slay S-rank beasts for their respective advancement. And the uncomfortable truth was that allowing Selene to claim an S-rank kill also meant Moon was directly depriving himself of one critical completion toward his own 50-kill requirement. S-rank beasts weren't common resources like cabbages growing abundantly everywhere. They were extraordinarily rare, difficult to locate, and incredibly dangerous to engage even under optimal conditions. Moon wasn't remotely certain he could reliably find 50 such creatures, even with extensive searching across the entire first sanctuary, which meant that giving away even a single S-rank opportunity to someone else, even an ally, could potentially translate to wasting months desperately searching for a replacement target to maintain his progression timeline. The reason was brutally clear. Every S-rank beast Selene killed was one fewer Moon could claim for himself. Fortunately, Selene currently had absolutely no intention of attempting S-rank hunts in the immediate future. The mountain began to shake immensely, and heat began to spread faster than they expected. "Oh shit, run!" Moon shouted as he realized the mountain was about to erupt.